Jianglin City, Jiangming University. Am I not dead? Tian stared blankly at his clean, fair hands. As if still in a daze, the gruesome scenes of bloodshed and slaughter surged violently in his mind. His head throbbed painfully. He had been battling a formidable fifth-tier beast, which had pierced his heart. With this thought, Tian quickly checked his heart. It was still warm and beating. Who saved me? Tian then began to observe his surroundings. The environment was bright and clean, with 2 beds present. This is... Tian's pupils contracted. This was his dormitory from his university days, an unbelievable thought forming in his mind. Have I been reborn? Although he had nearly forgotten the events before the apocalypse after 2 years of enduring its tribulations. This was the dormitory where he had lived for 4 years, some furnishings etched into his memory. Tian rummaged through his pockets and found an opal phone, the very one he had used before. He glanced at the time, June 6, 2021, 14:30. The apocalypse has not yet begun. Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter echoing throughout the dormitory building. Who the hell is making such a racket? I was busy playing King of Glory and got startled. Why are you yelling in the middle of the day? Which brat is acting up? Spring has already passed. Profane voices rang out throughout the dormitory. Yet Tian paid no mind. A former him might have felt embarrassed. But the man he had become after 2 years of apocalypse training considered such curses mere trifles. Tian pushed aside the chaotic images in his mind. If all went as expected, the apocalypse would commence at 3 p.m. At that time, the heavens would unleash red rain. Some would awaken special abilities, others would be infected and turned into zombies, while some would hide in buildings, too afraid to venture out, waiting for the red rain to pass. Because he had hidden inside a building, Tian had missed the optimal awakening opportunity. Consequently, he had become an ordinary evolver, living a mundane existence during the apocalypse. With this thought, Tian bit his lip. Would he still hide in a safe place and wait for the red rain to pass, just as in his previous life? When the red rain fell, not just humans, but beasts, plants, and marine life would also evolve and mutate due to this phenomenon. The plight of humanity became unprecedentedly dire, merely struggling to survive. Fortunate enough that powerful evolvers eventually emerged, gradually reclaiming some chance for human survival. Tian felt a surge of discontent. The top evolvers of his past life had wielded immense power, dictating the fates of countless humans. Given that fate had granted him a chance at rebirth, how could he let this opportunity slip away? If he could not awaken a powerful ability, then even with 2 years of survival experience, he would be unable to lead the life he desired in the apocalypse. Determined, Tian thought, it's just red rain. I refuse to believe I will truly become infected. He glanced at the time, now 14:45, with only 15 minutes remaining until the red rain arrived. He would head to Longquan Mountain, the area where the red rain would be most concentrated, indicating a rich concentration of spiritual energy and a greater chance of awakening strong abilities. With that in mind, Tian quickly prepared to set off. The lively atmosphere along the way left Tian feeling nostalgic. Such vibrant scenes would likely be rare in the future. At Longquan Mountain, Tian stood atop the peak, anxiety filling his heart. He was uncertain whether he would awaken an ability or become infected and turn into a zombie. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sky gradually began to rain, crimson droplets almost staining the entire firmament. Tian stood in the rain, his eyes tightly shut, reflecting on his experiences during the apocalypse. Having lived a mundane half-life, now that he had been reborn, he must seize this opportunity. A scorching sensation emanated from Tian's body, warmth enveloping him. Slowly, a kaleidoscope of colors began to manifest around him. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the school. Whispers and discussions filled the air. Wow, red rain from the sky. I've never seen anything like it. I want to know who broke the heavens. I confess it was me. Look over there at Longquan Mountain. There are colorful lights. Could it be some treasure? You've read too many novels. That's just a rainbow. Many were discussing the blood rain, unaware that this event would alter the entire landscape of Blue Star. As humanity plunged from the pinnacle of the food chain to become prey for mutated beasts and zombies. Have you ever seen a rainbow on the ground? Fool! Who are you calling a fool? The blood rain has fallen, and you're telling me a rainbow can't touch the ground? Who are you calling a fool? As the blood rain fell, the atmosphere began to feel increasingly sinister. The plants around the school started to grow wildly, and many pets suddenly grew larger. Various flora and fauna rapidly evolved in the wake of the blood rain. Look over there. There's a gigantic creature. It looks like a dog. A student in a white shirt pointed at the massive figure on the playground. Countless gazes turned, hair standing on end. What a huge dog. What's it chewing on? It's covered in blood. A monster. Run. Quick, call the police. There's a monster here. The cacophony of voices rose, the entire school descending into chaos, as more students were drenched by the blood rain, some bitten by the newly mutated creatures. The stench of blood began to permeate the campus, fear wrapping around the hearts of everyone present. Simultaneously, similar events unfolded across the globe. Chaos and bloodshed gradually spread throughout the world. At Longquan Mountain, Tian slowly opened his eyes. The blood rain continued to fall, and he felt a significant surge of power within him. Moreover, a mysterious force was born within his body. Beep! You have successfully awakened the SS-level ability, Endless Devouring. Your Evolver panel has been activated. Please check it. A mechanical voice echoed in Tian's mind. Endless Devouring. SS-level ability, capable of devouring any target and yielding unexpected rewards. Tian was instantly overwhelmed with joy. An SS-level ability was the most formidable of powers. Ability levels are classified as D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, with SS-level abilities being unique and singular in the universe. With the activation of his Evolver panel, Tian understood what it meant. He was now a first-tier Evolver, and every Evolver would possess a personal panel. Name, Tian level. 1-star Evolver 0, 100 ability, Endless Devouring SS-level strength, 21 agility, 20 physique, 20 mentality, 26. Tian gazed at his personal panel. Feeling elated, the typical attributes of a first-tier Evolver stood at around 10 points. Yet his physical attributes were already double that of an ordinary first-tier Evolver. Indeed, Longquan Mountain was rich in spiritual energy, directly enhancing his attributes. Moreover, Tian had a premonition that this SS-level ability would be immensely powerful, filling him with confidence for the future. Chapter 2. The power of SSS-level abilities. As Tian examined his personal panel, he was about to leave Longquan Mountain when a fierce growl echoed nearby. Turning towards the source of the sound, he encountered a bloodied hunting dog that had evidently just fed on something alive. Taking a deep breath, Tian recognized it as a creature awakened at the onset of the apocalypse. While its strength was unimpressive, it was notably agile. Many had been transformed into zombies after being bitten by such creatures at the beginning of the apocalypse, yet Tian, now an evolved being, had no such fears. With a sense of amusement, Tian observed the hunting dog, aware that his attributes were nearly double that of an ordinary first-level evolved being. Moreover, he was not a novice. With 2 years of survival in the apocalypse, he had engaged in numerous battles. The hunting dog before him was merely a minor threat. Tian charged directly at the creature, which, sensing the human's audacity, bared its teeth and lunged to attack. A slight smile crept across Tian's face. It was time for this beast to meet its end. With a powerful punch, Tian struck the hunting dog squarely on the head. The impact was so forceful that its skull shattered. A voice resonated in Tian's mind. Ding, target suitable for devouring detected. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Tian chose to devour. Devour successful. Agility 1. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. If this ordinary creature could enhance his agility, he wondered what stronger foes might yield. Attribute points significantly influenced one's combat prowess. The higher the points, the greater the potential for power. Tian opened his personal panel once more. Name, Tian. Level, first level evolved being, 1-100. Ability, Endless Devour, SSS level. Strength, 21. Agility, 21. Constitution, 20. Mentality, 26. Indeed, his agility had increased by 1. If he could eliminate 99 more creatures, he would ascend to a second-level evolved being. With narrowed eyes, Tian resolved to become the strongest. He continued his hunt for monsters. Meanwhile, across the globe, many individuals were awakening to their abilities: fire, ice, enhanced vision, gravity manipulation, and more. Unfortunately, numerous others had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies. In a school, conversations buzzed with excitement. Bai Shan is incredible. He has awakened lightning abilities. Indeed, You should have seen the sparks crackling in his hands. Our classmate Mu Lingxi has also awakened her powers. Her flames are extraordinary. Many students chattered enthusiastically, some recording videos to share on social media, which sparked a wildfire of discussions online. Countless pleas for help flooded the internet. And those who had awakened became instant heroes in the eyes of the public. As time passed, the blood rain ceased, yet the fear that gripped people's hearts only intensified. Tian remained focused on his hunt for monsters. Devour successful, Constitution 1. Devour successful, Strength 1. Devour successful, Agility 1. Devour successful, Mentality 1. Unbeknownst to him, Tian had already slain dozens of creatures, his attributes growing increasingly formidable. Should other evolved beings witness his combat style, they would be taken aback by the sheer simplicity. His approach was straightforward and brutal, each strike claiming the life of a monster. He reviewed his panel once more. Name, Tian. Level, first level evolved being, 45-100. Ability, Endless Devour, SSS-level. Strength, 32. Agility, 34. Constitution, 31. Mentality, 31. With attributes 3 times greater than that of an ordinary first-level evolved being. Tian felt invincible against his peers, realizing the day was waning and that zombies and fierce beasts possessed greater agility and cunning at night. He decided to rest after a long afternoon of hunting. In his past life, many newly awakened evolved beings had overextended themselves, only to fall victim to hordes of zombies at night. Now, with his SSS-level ability, he could not afford to falter. With that thought, he hurried back to the dormitory. As he approached, he saw a young man in a school uniform, crackling with lightning, fiercely battling a zombie. Go, by Sean. You're amazing. Electrocute them. How dare they target us? Others around him shouted encouragement, urging him to avenge their fallen classmates. By Sean, usually unnoticed, felt a surge of power and attention since awakening his lightning abilities, reveling in the admiration and hints of affection from peers. However, amidst the chaos, a hunting dog emerged from the shadows and lunged at him. Watch out. A monster is attacking you. Someone shouted, panic spreading among the onlookers. Baishan felt his vitality waning as fear gripped him, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Just then, another zombie joined the fray, tipping the battle in favor of his foes. With each passing moment, Baishan sustained more injuries, his strength fading. The hunting dog clamped its jaws around his neck, and the gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of those watching. With a gasp, Baishan coughed up blood, his eyes widening in disbelief as he collapsed. The others gasped, covering their mouths in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. At that moment, Tian returned from Longquan Mountain, witnessing the horrific scene unfold before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself into the fray. Don't come over here. There are 3 monsters below, shouted a classmate. But many simply watched in disbelief, thinking Tian foolish for approaching. Tian remained undeterred, his fist striking with brutal force. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 monsters fell lifelessly to the ground, dispatched with ease. Against such minor threats, Tian felt no need to exert his full strength. A few casual punches sufficed. Devour successful. Agility 3. The exhilaration of becoming stronger was intoxicating. He reveled in the thrill of vanquishing foes. Ding, the ability to devour supernatural powers has been detected. Would you like to proceed with the devouring? A mechanical voice echoed. Tian's eyes immediately brightened. The prospect of devouring supernatural powers was indeed intriguing. Chapter 3. Acquiring lightning powers. Tian headed towards Baishan, his eyes wide and face pale, drenched in blood and completely silent. Devouring powers. Devouring successful. Obtained S-level ability. Lightning. Your attacks will have an electric effect. Tian was overjoyed. An S-level ability like lightning was indeed formidable. Despite being merely S-level, its deterrent effect on zombies was immense. If not for Baishan's own hubris in awakening his powers and daring to boast, he might have secured a prominent position among the peak evolvers in the future. Tian opened his personal panel. Name, Tian. Level, first stage evolver, 48-100. Ability, Endless Devour, SSS-level. Lightning, S-level. Strength, 32. Agility, 37. Constitution, 31. Mentality, 31. His SSS-level ability was indeed impressive, capable of devouring even other abilities. It seemed he was destined for greatness. At that moment, the onlookers in the dormitory stared at Tian in awe, as if witnessing a monster. This person is incredible. He took down 3 creatures with just 3 punches. How can anyone be so powerful? Perhaps he has awakened some divine skill. Could he be a one-punch man? I know him. He is Tian from our class. Hearing the murmurs around him, Tian had no desire for conversation. He solely wished to grow stronger and ascend to the pinnacle of evolution. Many female classmates gazed at him with admiration, some even calling out to become his girlfriend. Tian, already handsome, radiated a vibrant energy after awakening his powers, providing a sense of security amidst the fear surrounding them. Among the crowd, Mu Lingxi also watched Tian. Though she appeared less powerful, she had been closely observing the recent events. While she too had awakened an ability, fire, she did not seek the limelight like Baishan. Instead, she focused on familiarizing herself with her own powers. This person, named Tian, seemed quite intriguing. As she watched, Mu Lingxi felt her cheeks flush. Her female classmates noticed her reaction. Is our goddess smitten? Indeed, Tian is quite handsome. What good is a handsome face if it can't be put to use? He and Lingxi seem well matched. As her classmates teased her, Mu Lingxi's face reddened further, her bashful demeanor evoking sympathy. Tian, oblivious to all of this, returned to his dwelling. Upon his return to the dormitory, the atmosphere gradually quieted. Many were still quietly discussing, browsing short videos showcasing the chaos in other regions. Some had captured Tian's swift takedown of monsters, which garnered considerable attention and praise in the comments. Strength is nothing without a special ability. Otherwise, one merely becomes a target for stronger powers. Huh? Do you understand that brute strength can't compare to skill? Even if your ability is powerful, a punch will still knock you out. However, it was acknowledged that such abilities were unlikely to be particularly high in rank. At most, they could be B-level. After a light meal, Tian grabbed his phone to check on the situation elsewhere in the world. Bloodshed reigned, with countless mutated flora and fauna invading human settlements. The military had begun to systematically eliminate the monsters, deploying heavy weaponry. Tian understood that conventional firearms still had an effect, but as evolution levels increased, such weapons would cease to harm the monsters. In the future, the world would be dominated by the elite high-tier evolvers, capable of vanquishing beasts with ease, akin to the deities of ancient myths. Tian recalled that a top-tier evolver had seemingly emerged from his school, Mu Lingxi. Although she initially awakened a standard fire ability, she possessed a trace of phoenix blood, allowing her flames to evolve into immortal fire. Countless monsters had perished at her hands. Tian had only glimpsed her from afar, when she was already renowned as the Flame Queen of Huagua, while he was merely an ordinary evolver without any powers. That fleeting vision of her extraordinary beauty was etched into his memory, igniting a desire within him to stand atop the peak alongside her and gaze upon the breathtaking vistas. Taking a deep breath, Tian suddenly thought of her still being at school, stirring a warmth within him. Should he meet the future Flame Queen now? However, he quickly composed himself. What did it matter? Would his future mirror his past? Clenching his fists, he resolved that he would carve out his own place at the pinnacle of evolution. His eyes ignited with fierce determination, as if something deep within him was beginning to blossom. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking jolted Tian back to alertness. Who is it? He inquired, puzzled. Tian. It's me, Lin Haiyang, came the voice from outside. Tian sighed in relief. It was his roommate, someone he had almost forgotten about. As long as it wasn't a monster. He opened the door to find a tall young man in a school uniform, his roommate, Lin Haiyang. Tian, you're alive. That is wonderful, Lin Haiyang exclaimed, enveloping Tian in a bear hug. Tian felt a wave of warmth. During the apocalypse, he had been cautious, hesitant to trust anyone, often facing beasts alone. He had been too afraid to take risks, which ultimately led to his downfall. Lin Haiyang had been a good friend, always cheerful and generous, having helped Tian on numerous occasions. Are you all right? Tian asked. I'm fine. Heh. Look. Lin Haiyang replied, slowly extending his right hand, where an ice crystal began to form. This is ice power. You have awakened your ability too? Tian said, elated. I have an A-level ability, ice, Lin Haiyang announced. Tian pondered. He didn't recall Lin Haiyang awakening powers in his past life. Wait, wasn't it true that Lin Haiyang had perished early in the apocalypse? Taking a deep breath, Tian gazed at Lin Haiyang with a complex expression. In this life, I will ensure you do not lose your life again. Impressive. Just as I expected from you. You'll have to protect me from now on. Tian laughed. The two exchanged pleasantries before preparing to rest. They had exhausted much energy during the day, and zombies and beasts typically refrained from moving at night. With dreams of a promising future, Tian slowly drifted into slumber. Years of caution instilled by the apocalypse kept him from sleeping too deeply. He remained in a light sleep, awakening at the slightest disturbance. For this was indeed the end of days. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by a cacophony of cries. Bang! Bang! Ah! Help! There are monsters! Someone save me! The voice pierced the stillness, revealing that the monsters had launched an attack in the dead of night. Chapter 4. Effortless Conquest. The tremendous noise outside abruptly roused Yi Tian and Lin Haiyang from their slumber. They exchanged glances, and Lin Haiyang said, Yi Tian, stay in the dormitory. I'll go check it out first. Yi Tian felt a surge of emotion at the thought of Lin Haiyang's concern for his safety. I will protect you without fail. I'll accompany you. I have awakened my abilities. As he spoke, tendrils of lightning crackled around him. Lin Haiyang looked at him with excitement and declared, with our combined strength, we shall be invincible. Hee. They then set off towards the exit. In the dormitory corridor, numerous zombies crawled about. Which fool left the iron door open? Now we're besieged by these monsters. I was just enjoying my short videos. One disgruntled student lamented. What is this? I was in the midst of my ranked matches, and now these damn zombies. Another voice chimed in, incredulous that anyone could still think of gaming amidst the chaos. Oh my, there's still someone focused on playing King of Glory. That person must be out of their mind. I, on the other hand, am playing Genshin Impact. A cacophony of voices filled the dormitory. At that moment, Yi Tian activated his lightning abilities, beginning his onslaught. Surrounded by crackling electricity, each strike he delivered was imbued with the force of thunder. His electrified fists struck the zombies, each blow flashing with captivating brilliance, and each strike resulted in the demise of a zombie. Devouring successful, agility 2. Devouring successful, spirit 1. Devouring successful, strength 1. As he felt his attributes rapidly ascending, Yi Tian experienced a profound sense of exhilaration. Lin Haiyang, too, unleashed his ice abilities to join the fray. Their remarkable performance instantly captured the attention of all onlookers. That is Yi Tian. He wields lightning abilities, far superior to that by Shan. Someone exclaimed, this is the Thunder King. I am enamored. Another added, that's his roommate. I recognize him. He has awaken ice abilities. How impressive. Look, over by the female dormitory. Flames are blazing. Someone shouted, wow, that must be Mu Lingxi. I adore you, goddess. Hearing her name called from the crowd, Yi Tian could not help but glance back. The surrounding zombies had already been vanquished by him and Lin Haiyang. He gazed toward the flames, where Mu Lingxi was battling fiercely. Her skills, though somewhat inexperienced, exhibited the essence of a warrior goddess. With her steely gaze, stunning visage, and flawless figure, she embodied the ideal of a goddess. Yi Tian stared in awe, prompting Lin Haiyang to nudge him playfully. Hee, if you like her, go after her. Such a wonderful girl, it would be a pity if she's not with you. At Lin Haiyang's teasing, Yi Tian turned back, chuckling wryly. That's the future Flame Queen we're talking about, alas. However, he reassured himself that he was not lacking. Mu Lingxi had also concluded her battle and appeared to glance in the direction of the male dormitory. Hey. Yi Tian, is she looking at you? You'd better put on a good show. Lin Haiyang urged, noticing Mu Lingxi's gaze seemingly directed at them. He hastily adjusted Yi Tian's attire. Yi Tian, bemused, thought to himself, let us not be delusional. Though it's nighttime, dreaming won't make your dreams come true. After surveying their surroundings and finding no anomalies, they returned to the dormitory together. Mu Lingxi, annoyed that Yi Tian had ignored her gaze, stomped her foot in frustration and retreated to her own dorm. The onlookers were equally bewildered, wondering who had angered the goddess. Though they couldn't help but find her anger rather enchanting. Yi Tian opened his personal panel. Name, Yi Tian. Level, First Stage Evolver, 86-100. Abilities, Endless Devouring, SSS rank. Lightning, S rank. Strength, 38. Agility, 42. Physique, 41. Spirit, 35. He needed only a few more monsters to level up, and joy surged within him. Haiyang, how many more monsters do you need to level up? Yi Tian inquired. I've only taken down about 30. Lin Haiyang replied with a wry smile, feeling a stark contrast to Yi Tian's prowess. His abilities were not only formidable, but Yi Tian's agility and physicality surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. He could obliterate zombies with a mere punch, a feat beyond human capability. Let us rest for now and conserve our strength. Tomorrow, we'll hunt more monsters. We must grow sufficiently strong to survive in this world. Yi Tian declared. Lin Haiyang nodded, understanding that the brutalities of the day had catalyzed his transformation. In this era, only overwhelming power could ensure one's safety. As time passed, the tales of Yi Tian and Lin Haiyang's exploits spread throughout the school. It seemed everyone was aware that a dormitory had produced two awakened evolvers. Many began to harbor ulterior motives, while others dismissed them, believing that once the military intervened, these lowly zombies would be eradicated in no time. As for the evolvers, they were merely enjoying their moment of glory. In the future, it would be firearms that dictated power. Thus, the first night of the apocalypse faded into memory. The following morning, Yi Tian and Lin Haiyang arose, quickly freshened up, and prepared for battle. As they traversed the dormitory corridor, they overheard various discussions. "My food is nearly gone. Is anyone selling supplies? I'll pay 10 times the price." One student exclaimed. "Mine is almost finished too." 10 times, huh? I'd pay 100 times, and no one would sell to you. Another retorted. "Exactly. Just look at the situation. Who would sell food to anyone now?" Amidst the chatter, Yi Tian pondered, thinking he needed to find a place with abundant resources. Although staying in the dormitory was relatively safe, supplies were scarce, and with so many people around. Just as he was deep in thought, a short-haired boy in uniform approached with a group. "Yi Tian, go find us some food and bring it back. I'll pay 10 times the price." The boy declared arrogantly. Yi Tian recognized him as Lian, a tall member of the school basketball team, notorious for bullying classmates due to his physical advantage. The imposing figures accompanying him were all fellow basketball players. Yi Tian regarded Lian coolly and retorted, "If you want food, why don't you go find it yourself? Are your hands and feet broken?" Lian's expression darkened at Yi Tian's indifference. "You see that I'm asking you because I think highly of you. Don't think you're impressive just because you've awakened an ability. You're only capable of dealing with those clumsy zombies. Who was it that cowered in a corner yesterday?" Yi Tian shot back mercilessly. Lian's face turned an ugly shade upon hearing Yi Tian's words, and the basketball players behind him clenched their fists in anger. Observers nearby began to murmur. "Is Lian a fool? Yi Tian is so powerful now. Confronting him is akin to courting death." Yet, another voice chimed in, "But if Yi Tian is so formidable, he could help us procure some food. We're all classmates. Shouldn't we assist one another?" That reasoning held merit, but others thought Lian's approach was far too overbearing. Was that any way to request a favor? As the murmurs continued, Lin Haiyang tugged at Yi Tian's sleeve. Yi Tian was certainly aware of what Lin Haiyang intended to convey. However, given the present circumstances, he could scarcely tend to his own needs, let alone assist another. How absurd. Chapter 5. The mutated beast. Go find your own food. We have no business here. Yi Tian frowned, noticing the silence from across the way. Fine. If you refuse to drink the toast, prepare for the penalty." Lian, feeling slighted by Yi Tian's indifference, commanded his comrades, "Brothers, let's see what this ability user is made of." The teammates behind Lian brandished daggers, ready to launch an attack on Yi Tian and Lin Haiyang. The other students nearby erupted in panic. Has Lian lost his mind? Yi Tian saved our lives yesterday. He's insane. But they are armed. Should we help Yi Tian? They are clearly prepared. How can we assist? Yi Tian observed the scene coldly, perplexed by the foolishness of these individuals who dared to confront an evolved being with mere weapons. Is Lian truly that foolish? Seeing Yi Tian's condescending gaze, Lian's embarrassment turned to rage, and he signaled his men to strike. Boom! A bolt of lightning erupted from Yi Tian, crashing into Lian and sending several of his followers flying into the wall, where they lay unconscious. Is this the power of an evolved being? It's astonishing. Such strength seemed insurmountable, even against firearms. The spectacle left the onlookers in shock. Yesterday, they had witnessed the group decimating zombies with ease, but the raw power displayed now was far more impactful. Yi Tian remained unfazed by the murmurs around him, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. He had seen many similar scenes in his past life. If you wish to find food, consider teaming up to venture out. The early zombies are not too formidable. With caution, you can handle them easily. While alive, you may also explore other areas of the school for safer spots with more resources. Yi Tian spoke calmly, offering a well-meaning suggestion, leaving their choices to themselves. As Yi Tian's words resonated, some classmates began to stir. Staying here, even without zombies, posed a risk of resource scarcity. Others, however, were too frightened to venture outside, opting to wait for military rescue. After speaking, Yi Tian pulled Lin Haiyang away, prioritizing their upgrades and the search for a suitable refuge. They carefully strolled through the campus, Though Tian believed himself to be quite powerful, caution was still prudent. An encounter with a mutated zombie or monster would require extra effort. Blood stained the ground, with numerous corpses littering the area, and a metallic scent hung heavily in the air. Tian had grown accustomed to such sights, but Lin Haiyang, a newly awakened evolved being, was not. Bear with it. Things will only worsen from here. This is merely an appetizer. Tian whispered to Lin Haiyang. Lin Haiyang frowned at the grim reality. Is this really just the beginning? However, recalling Tian's formidable strength and his composed demeanor, he chose to trust him. While they cautiously explored, they arrived at the library entrance, where a stunning woman clad in a white t-shirt and tight jeans battled a ferocious beast. Flames danced in her hands, raising the air temperature with each attack. Lingxi, you need not worry about us. We're safe in the library. That monster won't come here. Several sweet-faced female students called out anxiously. The beast, with its gaping maw and razor-sharp teeth, instilled terror in all who beheld it. Lingxi, beads of sweat on her brow and panting slightly, focused on the fight. The beast eyed her warily, its fierce gaze revealing a glimmer of fear towards her searing flames. Lingxi manipulated her fire, continuing the clash. The beast was agile, its thick armored skin rendering her flames ineffective against it. If only Tian were here, he could easily dispatch this creature, she thought, his image suddenly filling her mind. In that moment of distraction, the beast lunged forward. Lingxi, watch out. The library students shouted in alarm. Lingxi snapped back to reality, realizing the beast was nearly upon her. Just then, a flash of lightning struck, hitting the beast with a resounding impact. Bang! The creature was hurled back, crashing into a tree, leaves cascading down. Lingxi stared in awe at the figure before her. His delicate features and resolute gaze made her cover her mouth in disbelief. Is that Tian? The female students in the library erupted in cheers. So handsome. It's Tian. The hero saves the damsel. Hearing their excited chatter, Lingxi blushed, embarrassed by their remarks. Tian, however, paid them no mind. The beast, now wary, regarded him with trepidation. It was a mutated pangolin, an impressive first-tier beast known for its formidable defense and sharp teeth. Tian assessed the creature, noting the ineffectiveness of his earlier strike. Lightning crackled around Tian's hands, the atmosphere growing tense. He charged forward, undeterred. The pangolin roared, swinging its powerful tail towards Tian. Tian stood firm. His impressive strength of 38 points gave him ample confidence, as the pangolin's power was only around 30 points. His fist collided with the beast's body, the combined force of his punch and the lightning creating a tremendous impact. The pangolin's body was pierced, blood spilling forth, mingled with a faint, burnt scent. The pangolin let out a mournful cry, staring at Tian in fear, unable to comprehend how this human possessed such terrifying strength that could penetrate its armor. Lingxi's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew the pangolin's defenses were formidable. No matter how hard she attacked, she could not leave a mark. Yet Tian had pierced it with a single blow. The library students stood in stunned silence, astonished by Tian's prowess. They had known he was strong, but this was beyond their expectations. The fearsome pangolin had been defeated with a single punch. The air was thick with silence, interrupted only by the pangolin's anguished cries. Tian, undeterred, seized the moment to follow up with a strike to the creature's head. In an instant, the pangolin's head burst open, blood splattering everywhere. Devour successful. Constitution 2, everyone stared in shock. Tian is incredible. This is what a true man looks like. Unbelievable. 2 punches to take down a monster. Though the scene is gruesome, it feels exhilarating. The library's girls murmured excitedly. After the pangolin lost its life, a radiant beam of white light illuminated its body. Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, has something fallen? Chapter 6. The library turmoil. Tian approached the lifeless body of the pangolin, his hand gently lifting the radiant white light. Crimson leather armor, bronze equipment, increases defense slightly. Constitution 10, it was indeed a piece of bronze gear, with an impressive boost to Constitution. Some monsters drop equipment upon defeat, and a few even yield skills, though such creatures are quite rare, typically only appearing among specially mutated zombies or monsters. Equipment is categorized into tiers: bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, and legendary. Previously, Tian had only acquired gold tier gear. The thought of epic or legendary seemed far-fetched, as they are exceedingly rare. For an ordinary evolver to assemble a complete set of gold equipment is already a significant achievement. Without hesitation, Tian donned the crimson leather armor. Name, Tian. Level, first stage evolver, 87-100. Abilities, endless devour, SSS rank. Lightning, S rank. Strength, 38. Agility, 42. Constitution, 43, 10. Mentality, 35. Equipment, crimson leather armor. Tian felt a sudden surge in his constitution, enhancing it by 13 points. The fatigue he had just experienced diminished significantly, and his endurance seemed to have lengthened. Taking a deep breath, he began to walk toward Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi. Tian, thank you so much. Mu Lingxi's gentle voice resonated. Why is the goddess stuttering? Tian found it peculiar. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her exquisite face was flushed, and her eyes conveyed a hint of shyness. Tian, momentarily entranced by the scene before him, muttered softly. So even the goddess can be bashful? Mu Lingxi quickly turned her gaze elsewhere, thinking, this Tian, how mischievous, teasing me. Tian hastily covered his mouth, realizing he had unintentionally spoken his thoughts aloud. Lin Haiyang promptly stepped in to ease the tension. Goddess. Tian was just overwhelmed with excitement. Haha, you wouldn't understand. Just as Lin Haiyang was about to continue, Tian interrupted. Let us rescue your classmates from the library first. Lin Haiyang was taken aback, while Mu Lingxi turned back, giving Tian a playful glance. Tian, captivated by Mu Lingxi's blushing visage, felt his heart race. Was this the sensation of infatuation? Could you all wait a moment? There are so many eyes on us. This isn't a kindergarten bus. Let me off. Let go of that goddess. Let me take my turn. Strange sounds echoed from the direction of the library. The group wasted no time, exchanging information as they hurried toward the library. Tian, Lingxi, we are so grateful to you. That pangolin kept banging against the iron door outside. It nearly terrified us. Lu Qing exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, indeed. We owe you our lives. Otherwise, we might have perished. Added Li Mei. Lu Qing and Li Mei were Mu Lingxi's classmates and close friends. They had remained inside the library when the red rain descended, and the subsequent monster outbreak prevented their escape. Other students in the library also greeted Tian and the others. Are you planning to return to the dormitory, or what? Tian inquired of Mu Lingxi. I believe we should seek a different location, one that is safe and stocked with supplies. Staying in the school isn't a viable solution. Our resources will inevitably run out, Mu Lingxi replied, furrowing her brow. Tian's eyes lit up. No wonder she was destined to be the future Flame Queen. Her thoughts aligned with his own. It seemed they shared a profound connection. Noticing Tian's gaze, Mu Lingxi inquired about his plans. I, too, wish to find a secure place with ample supplies. Tian blinked and stated, how about we search together? This way, we can watch each other's backs, significantly enhancing our safety, Tian proposed. Mu Lingxi's heart stirred. Accompanying Tian would surely be advantageous, considering his formidable strength. She pondered for a moment, then agreed, very well, let us search together. Hearing Mu Lingxi's consent, Tian felt a surge of joy. Could he be destined to rely on the Queen's strength in the future? He couldn't help but entertain this notion. Recalling her immense reputation and unparalleled power in his past life, where countless evolvers had fallen under her captivating allure, Tian gazed at Mu Lingxi's stunning face, gradually becoming entranced. Ahem. Lin Haiyang cleared his throat. I see you're infatuated, but could you perhaps tone it down a bit? Lin Haiyang felt that Tian was excellent in many ways, but somewhat. Mu Lingxi, feeling a touch embarrassed, averted her gaze. Sensing something amiss in his own demeanor, Tian quickly adjusted his focus. What was wrong with him? She was still just a girl. He wondered how he could utilize his charms to win her over. The group began deliberating on the most suitable location. Are you truly planning to venture outside? There are numerous monsters lurking out there, Lu Qing cautioned. They were aware of the situation outside, as most students remained in their dorms. The mutated creatures were relatively scarce within the school. However, chaos reigned outside, with monsters roaming freely and a horde of zombies congregating at the school entrance, searching for any surviving humans. Although some awakened evolvers existed, the prevalence of monsters outside far outweighed the safety of the school. Despite the dwindling supplies, they could still find resources within the school, making it the best place to wait for military rescue. I still wish to venture outside and take a look. Haiyang, what about you? Tian inquired. Lin Haiyang nodded in agreement, deciding to accompany Tian. Lu Qing and Li Mei exchanged hopeful glances at Mu Lingxi, wishing she would choose to stay, as her powers could safeguard them all. Mu Lingxi spoke up. I believe the school's supplies are utterly insufficient for our survival. I still wish to venture outside in search of a safer location. Lu Qing's expression dimmed slightly, although she recognized the merit in Mu Lingxi's reasoning. The thought of the monsters rampaging outside extinguished any lingering hopes. As the group continued their discussion, a resounding voice interrupted, "You cannot leave." Yi Tian turned to see a portly man in a suit, the school's disciplinary director, speaking loudly. "What do you mean, director?" Yi Tian squinted, responding coolly. "Did your teachers not instruct you to assist one another in times of danger? Now, relying on your newfound abilities, you disregard the safety of your fellow classmates, all in pursuit of a supposedly safer place outside. Have your wings grown strong enough to fly solo?" The director retorted sarcastically. Having spent years navigating the school environment, he had expertly grasped the psychology of these students. Such moralizing tactics would leave few unscathed. Yi Tian frowned, irritated by this foolish individual who dared to impose moral constraints at such a critical moment. "I wish to fly solo, what of it?" Yi Tian replied calmly. The director's expression faltered, taken aback by this student's unexpected defiance. Chapter 7. Departure from school classmates. These individuals wish to abandon us in search of their own paths. Such selfishness is intolerable. We must unite and resist them. The director admonished sternly. The students around him murmured in discontent. "He just saved us. How can they turn against him?" One questioned. "Who knows if he merely seeks to play the hero and bask in glory?" Another retorted. "At this moment, we should stand together and await rescue, rather than splintering apart." Lu Qing and Li Mei hesitated, glancing at Yi Tian, unsure of how to voice their thoughts. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang frowned. The scene before them clearly exceeded their expectations. Despite their formidable abilities, they were still students, and the overwhelming scrutiny from their peers unsettled them. The director, sensing the majority's support, felt a swell of pride. He thought, so what if they possess powers? Under my pressure, even deities would comply and serve us. Listening to the whispers around him, Yi Tian found their naivety laughable. They were so easily swayed. Mere pawns in someone else's game. In the past, such manipulations might have held some weight, but now, he could easily subdue them all with a single hand. What right did they have to complain? Even if he were in the wrong, what could they do? Their protests were nothing more than the lamentations of the weak. "Are you still oblivious to the current situation?" Yi Tian suddenly inquired. The director, taken aback, felt something was amiss but pressed on. "Remaining here is the consensus. Do you have anything to add?" Before he could finish, Yi Tian's fist surged forward, striking the director's corpulent body with a thunderous impact. Bang! The director was propelled against the wall, creating a gaping hole. His expression was one of disbelief. How could a student dare to lay hands on him? Did he not fear the consequences? Yet, he had no time for further contemplation, only to hope he would not encounter Yi Tian again in another life. "Oh, he has killed him," gasped voices around, as everyone stared in terror at Yi Tian. Has he lost his mind? Does he not fear the school? Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi looked on, their eyes wide. Although they could have taken down the director themselves, there was a vast difference between capability and the audacity to act. Noticing the fear in their eyes, Yi Tian calmly stated, "We are leaving now. Does anyone have objections?" The other students fervently shook their heads. After all, the one who had just opposed him lay waiting for rebirth in the afterlife. Who knew what this madman might do next? Mu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Yi Tian. How incredibly dominant. Lin Haiyang silently approved of Yi Tian. He had always found the director unsatisfactory. "I do not wish to elaborate further. I merely hope that you will think before you speak in the future, or your lives may become quite unbearable," Yi Tian added. "Lingxi, Haiyang, let us depart." He beckoned, leading them out of the library. Mu Lingxi felt her cheeks flush. He called her Lingxi. It felt strange yet delightful. She wished he would use her name more often. The remaining students stared in stunned silence as Yi Tian and his companions left, the atmosphere thick with unspoken regret. Lu Qing and Li Mei exchanged glances. Their eyes filled with remorse. They should have sided with Yi Tian, but some opportunities, once lost, could never be reclaimed. "Where are we heading now, Yi Tian?" Lin Haiyang asked. Though he knew they needed a secure location, he was uncertain of where to go. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating their next destination. "Let us head to the Zhonghai community. It's a villa area with fewer people, and resources abound." Yi Tian's eyes brightened at her suggestion. It was indeed a commendable choice. After some discussion, they decided to find a vehicle and head straight to Zhonghai. Upon arriving at the school parking lot, they found many cars wrecked beyond recognition. Fortunately, most of the monsters had been eliminated by Yi Tian and his companions. Yi Tian's gaze fell on a Rolls-Royce in the center of the lot. Excitement coursing through him. I've never driven one. Perhaps I should give it a try? But no keys were in sight, causing his enthusiasm to wane. I suppose I'll just find another car with keys, he mused. Just then, Mu Lingxi approached and effortlessly started the Rolls-Royce. Yi Tian's eyes widened. The goddess possesses such skills. How impressive. Lin Haiyang chimed in. Mu Lingxi is the daughter of the internet giant, Main Technology. This car is likely the least expensive in her family's collection. How was I unaware of this? Yi Tian thought, realizing his understanding of the goddess was woefully inadequate. He had heard rumors of her wealth, but he never imagined the extent of her family's influence. Yi Tian blinked, feeling the unfairness of it all. The goddess was blessed with both stunning beauty and unimaginable wealth. Truly, beauty is justice. With a wave, Mu Lingxi urged them to get in, and they set off towards the Zhonghai community, with Yi Tian relishing the thrill of driving the Rolls-Royce. Mu Lingxi had relinquished the driver's seat to him. As they exited the school gates, it felt like stepping into another world. Blood spattered everywhere, with scattered zombies roaming around. Let us eliminate some zombies to gain experience. I am on the verge of leveling up, Yi Tian declared. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi's eyes lit up at the prospect. If Yi Tian was already this powerful, how much stronger would he become after leveling up? They drove towards the Zhonghai community, gradually clearing out the zombies along the way. Devour successful. Constitution 1. Devour successful. Spirit 1. Devour successful. Strength 1. Half an hour later, Yi Tian's fist collided with a zombie's head, splattering it in a gruesome display. Devour successful. Constitution 1 ding. Level up successful. Evolutionist level increased to Tier 2. All attributes raised by 20. Congratulations on advancing to Tier 2. Thunder power has significantly increased in potency, and you have learned a new skill, Thunder Strike, which allows you to condense your internal thunder power to strike in any direction. Yi Tian's expression gleamed with excitement. He had finally evolved to a Tier 2 evolutionist and gained a new skill. Name: Yi Tian. Level: Tier 2 evolutionist, 0-1000. Ability: Endless Devour, SSS rank. Lightning, S rank. Skill: Thunder Strike. Strength: 64. Agility: 68. Constitution: 70, 10. Spirit: 58. Equipment: Bloodstained leather armor. Gazing at his status panel, he noticed the substantial increase in his thunder power and overall attributes, along with a new skill. Excellent, he thought. Yi Tian then summoned a bolt of thunder and directed it at a zombie engaged with Lin Haiyang. Boom. The zombie was obliterated into fragments, not a trace remaining. Devour successful. Strength 1. Lin Haiyang stared in disbelief. Yi Tian, you scoundrel. I was about to finish it off. Have you leveled up to Tier 2? Mu Lingxi exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. Chapter 8. Supplementary supplies. Lin Haiyang inquired with surprise. Yi Tian, have you really reached the second tier? Yi Tian nodded and replied. From now on, you should aim to slay more zombies. The experience needed for the next upgrade is rather substantial. Let us strive for you both to reach the second tier today. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement, still startled by the thunderous power Yi Tian had unleashed from afar. The group resumed their onslaught, with Yi Tian intentionally allowing them to engage the monsters. While also imparting combat techniques, he had honed over 2 years of struggle in the apocalypse, though not the most elite of evolutionaries. His extensive combat experience and diverse skills proved invaluable to the duo. Swish, swish. Lin Haiyang wielded his ice power with increasing finesse, conjuring ice crystals that clung to his hands like lethal blades. Each strike sent a chill down the spine. The ice crystals bore faint traces of blood, further amplifying the air of coldness. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi wielded her flames, her technique blossoming under Yi Tian's guidance, exuding an aura reminiscent of a fiery queen. Countless flames danced around her like playful sprites, daring not a single monster to approach. Observing Mu Lingxi's growing prowess, Yi Tian mused quietly. If she progresses this rapidly, I might not need to teach her anymore. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Lingxi remained engrossed in her battle against the zombies. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the distance. Yi Tian turned to see an enormous horde of zombies approaching. We must retreat. A zombie swarm is closing in, he shouted. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi hastily concluded their skirmish and joined Yi Tian, who quickly opened the car door. Once they were inside, he started the vehicle and sped away. As the car distanced itself, The horde appeared to lose focus, milling about aimlessly. Yi Tian took a deep breath, relieved. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi shared a sigh of relief as well. The zombie horde was no trifling matter, even with Yi Tian's formidable abilities. Facing thousands of zombies would only leave them one option: to flee. Yi Tian maneuvered the car swiftly down the road, the engine's roar attracting more zombies to their location. Yi Tian, more and more zombies are gathering, along with a number of hunting dogs. Is the noise from our vehicle too loud? Mu Lingxi remarked. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, fully aware that their vehicle would attract zombies. However, the distance to Zhonghai community was considerable, and taking a slow approach would consume an inordinate amount of time. Noticing the increasing number of zombies around them and recalling that they had brought only minimal supplies, each carrying a mere backpack with basic sustenance, he proposed, "Let us find a place to rest and replenish our energy and supplies." Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement. "Look, there's a supermarket over there. Let's head there." Lin Haiyang pointed to a nearby small supermarket. Yi Tian followed his gaze and confirmed the presence of the store. "Lingxi, you drive. I'll take care of the zombies behind us," he instructed, swapping places with Mu Lingxi to clear the rear of the vehicle. Once they were situated, Yi Tian summoned the power of lightning within him, coalescing it into a radiant sphere. The air crackled with a chilling energy. He hurled the lightning sphere at the zombies trailing behind the car. Thunderstrike. Boom. The deafening blast obliterated the zombies, scattering their remains in a gruesome display. Lin Haiyang, hearing the explosive sound, felt his heart race at the sheer terror of such power. Devour successful, Strength 4. Devour successful, Constitution 5. Devour successful, Agility 4. Devour successful, Spirit 3. Upon hearing the notifications, Yi Tian knew the zombies had been vanquished. He took a moment to catch his breath, reflecting that while the skill was formidable, it drained considerable stamina. He estimated he could unleash it no more than 3 times in quick succession. Yi Tian opened his status panel. Name: Yi Tian. Level: 2nd tier evolutionary, 17-1000. Ability: Endless Devour, SSS-level. Lightning, S-level. Skill: Thunderstrike. Strength: 69. Agility: 72. Constitution: 75, 10. Spirit: 61. Equipment: Bloodstained leather armor. In his past life, at the 2nd tier, his average attribute points were around 30. Now, his attributes far surpassed those of his former self at the same level. The thought of his continuous growth filled him with confidence for the future. Mu Lingxi parked the Rolls-Royce directly outside the supermarket. Yi Tian stepped out to survey the surroundings, which were in disarray, the supermarket's rolling shutter smeared with blood. However, there were no visible zombies, suggesting someone had cleared the area. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi disembarked to assess their environment. "Is there someone inside the supermarket?" Lin Haiyang inquired before knocking on the door. Knock, knock. The sound echoed, and a figure peered out from the 2nd floor, a young man with yellow hair. "What are you knocking for? Are you trying to attract zombies?" The impatient young man grumbled. "We seek refuge and wish to replenish our supplies," Lin Haiyang replied. The young man scrutinized Yi Tian and the others, noting their youthfulness. "Wow, that girl is stunning," he thought, rubbing his eyes. Her radiant smile and flawless features, coupled with a perfectly proportioned figure, made her resemble a celestial being. It seemed a shame for such beauty to be accompanied by 2 scruffy boys, particularly since they appeared unarmed and reckless. The young man's eyes glinted with mischief as a devious smile spread across his face. "All right, I'll let you in. Just wait a moment," he said cheerfully. Yi Tian observed the young man's demeanor with interest, having caught the unfriendly glint in his eyes. Mu Lingxi, standing beside him, tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "Be cautious. He likely has ulterior motives. He doesn't seem trustworthy." Yi Tian, captivated by her gentle presence and the sweet fragrance that enveloped him, took a deep breath, causing Mu Lingxi's cheeks to flush. "You're being flirtatious," she murmured, flustered. Yi Tian chuckled. "Can I help it if your allure is so compelling?" Mu Lingxi turned her gaze away, unable to meet his eyes, feeling both exasperated and charmed by his playful banter. As they awaited the young man to open the door, a moment later, the door creaked open. The young man greeted them with a slight smile. "Sorry for the wait. Come on in." He gestured for them to enter. Chapter 9. Resolving conflict under the guidance of the young man with yellow hair, Yi Tian and his companions entered the supermarket. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, and the surroundings were in disarray. In the center of the store stood a table, littered with remnants of instant noodles. To one side, a door was firmly shut, from behind which faint sounds seemed to emanate. Tian furrowed his brow, wondering if zombies had invaded this place. The yellow-haired youth was taken aback by Tian's question, quickly nodding. Yes, you have no idea. Those zombies are truly terrifying. He exaggerated his gestures as he spoke. Tian chose to ignore him, leading his companions to sit beside the table. Noticing unopened bottles of mineral water on the shelf, Tian took a few without asking and handed them to Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang, then began drinking. The two did not hesitate to accept the water and drank eagerly. The yellow-haired youth, feeling slighted by their indifference, wore a sullen expression. I kindly let you in, and this is how you treat me? A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he focused on Mu Lingxi, his heart racing with desire. You haven't eaten, have you? I cooked some food earlier that I haven't finished. Let me get some for you. He offered with a forced smile. No need. We had some compressed biscuits outside. Tian replied with a half-smile, curious about what trick the yellow-haired youth might attempt. You three dare to drive here? It must have been perilous. The yellow-haired youth continued, his gaze scrutinizing Tian and his companions. Tian remained unfazed, retorting, what danger? We didn't encounter a single monster on our way here. The yellow-haired youth's heart leapt with joy at Tian's words. Ah, just a few lucky boys. Let's see how I deal with you, he thought. Wangge, come out. These kids dared to drink our mineral water without your permission. He shouted. Tian feigned terror, exclaiming, is there someone else here? Watching his exaggerated performance, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang struggled to suppress their laughter. Unbeknownst to the yellow-haired youth, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang's amusement went unnoticed as he interpreted Tian's act as genuine fear. Shortly after, the door on the other side of the supermarket swung open, revealing a man with a dark complexion, followed by a burly figure who looked menacing. Tian stared in shock at the dark-faced man, stammering, what do you want? The dark-faced man grinned, clearly pleased with Tian's reaction. Hand over that girl behind you, and I can make your death less painful. The men behind him gazed at Mu Lingxi with eagerness, as if they wished to consume her. Brother, with her looks and figure, we should enjoy her longer this time. Not like last time when it ended so quickly. One of them chuckled. The yellow-haired youth was also fixated on Mu Lingxi, unable to tear his eyes away. Tian, witnessing this display, lost his desire to toy with them and said earnestly, if you kneel and apologize now and gouge out your own eyes, I might consider letting you live a little longer. The dark-faced man erupted in laughter. You little brat, trying to act tough in front of me? I was in the underworld before you were even born. The yellow-haired youth and his companions laughed heartily. Is this kid daft? He dares to talk to us like that. I'll chop off his limbs and teach him respect. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang frowned, disgusted by the vile men before them. The dark-faced man, noticing their expressions, smirked. Little beauty, worse things are coming. Don't worry, we'll take care of these two clueless boys first. Tian asserted, are you sure you want to fight me? I am quite formidable. The dark-faced man and his companion sneered. Let us see your strength then. He raised a nearby stool, preparing to smash it down on Tian. The yellow-haired youth envisioned Tian bloodied and bruised, relishing the thought. As the stool descended, Tian harnessed the power of thunder within him. The crackling energy enveloped him, making him resemble a thunder god. The dark-faced man felt a chill run down his spine, halting his strike, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The yellow-haired youth and his companions trembled, collapsing to the ground in fear. The dark-faced man forced a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. Brother, I was just joking. Here, you can have this stool to sit on. He placed the stool down, his face pale and quaking. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang found the scene absurd, gazing at the men with disdain. Now can we speak properly? If you cut off your own hands, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, Tian said, sending a bolt of lightning crashing to the opposite end of the supermarket. Boom. The spot where the lightning struck erupted into a massive void. The dark-faced man gulped nervously, fear flickering in his eyes. The yellow-haired youth and his companions trembled, their mouths agape, speechless. Well? Tian scoffed, noticing their prolonged silence. The dark-faced man bit his lip, finally stammering, Brother, are you serious? Left hand or right hand? Tian regarded him with surprise, having expected resistance, but was met instead with submission. Let us go with the right hand, he replied nonchalantly. The dark-faced man trembled, instructing his companions, you all, go get a knife. The yellow-haired youth, quaking, asked, Wangge, are we really doing this? The dark-faced man replied sternly, choose between your life or your hand. The others hurriedly fetched several knives from the back room. Mu Lingxi watched nervously, horrified at the prospect of what was about to unfold. Before long, the yellow-haired youth and his companions returned with a few cleavers. The dark-faced man accepted one, a flicker of fear in his gaze, steeling himself. He lunged towards Yi Tian, thinking, what does it matter if he has abilities? I can still kill him. As the dark-faced man swung the knife, Yi Tian effortlessly dodged, closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch that pierced through the man's chest, extinguishing his life in an instant. The yellow-haired youth and his companions dropped their weapons, staring in shock. They knelt before Yi Tian, pleading, brother, we didn't mean it. He was the one who attacked first. Please spare us. Yi Tian turned to Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang, saying, I leave them to you. I'm going to wash my hands. In this era, if you don't learn to be ruthless, it's hard to survive. With that, he walked off, taking several bottles of mineral water with him. Chapter 10. Ascension of Chi Chi. Yi Tian stood outside, washing his hands with bottled water, when suddenly, a cacophony akin to the slaughter of pigs erupted from within the supermarket. Ah, I shall not spare you even in death. The sounds of bodies colliding with the ground resonated, and Yi Tian could already envision the chaos unfolding inside. Moments later, Mu Lingxi emerged, her complexion pale and her body trembling slightly. Yi Tian approached her, gently stroking her head and enveloping her in a comforting embrace. Mu Lingxi murmured, Yi Tian, am I truly useless? Yi Tian, upon hearing her words, responded with a tone of reassurance, you are already remarkable, and you shall become even more formidable in the future. They are deserving of their fate. Their actions reveal that their hands are stained with the blood of many innocents. Feeling the warmth and fragrance emanating from his embrace, Yi Tian instinctively tightened his hold, relishing the comforting sensation. Before long, Lin Haiyang emerged as well, his expression largely unchanged as he observed Yi Tian holding Mu Lingxi. Yi Tian, I am frightened too. I want a hug. Lin Haiyang's voice rang out, causing Mu Lingxi's face to flush crimson. Yi Tian, exasperated, retorted, scram, scram, scram. Lin Haiyang continued, if only we could fly over there. Suddenly, Mu Lingxi interjected, what if we could? Yi Tian's mind flickered with a memory. He recalled hearing about a flying device rumored to have emerged near Jianglin University. He quickly pieced together the recollections. Ah, it was from Wenlin Park. Yes, there was a mutated sparrow. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, remembering that the individual who had unveiled it had gained fame at the onset of the apocalypse, their video garnering an astounding 50 million views. We should explore Wenlin Park. There may be unexpected treasures awaiting us, he proposed. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang exchanged glances, their expressions brightening. Yi Tian was not one to speak idly. If he mentioned surprises, there was surely something worthwhile. Moreover, Wenlin Park was not far from their current location. After gathering sufficient supplies, they set off on foot, wary of drawing the attention of the undead with a vehicle. With their backpacks secured, the trio stealthily made their way toward Wenlin Park. As evolved beings, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary humans, and their agility was remarkable. How much experience do you both need to reach the second tier? Yi Tian inquired as they walked. I need just 8 more. Mu Lingxi replied. 1. If you hadn't stolen that monster from me, I would have already reached the second tier. Lin Haiyang lamented. Yi Tian feigned ignorance. Then let us focus on leveling you up. With higher levels, we shall be safer. As they journeyed, they remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for monsters or zombies. Yi Tian, there's a lone zombie over there. Hiki, Lin Haiyang exclaimed excitedly. Yi Tian and Mu Lingxi turned to see a zombie aimlessly wandering near a building across the street. For safety's sake, they decided to approach together. Go for it, Haiyang. Show us your skills. Yi Tian encouraged. Lin Haiyang shot Yi Tian a glare before unleashing his ice powers, charging at the isolated zombie. In no time, he dispatched the creature, a cold luminescence radiating from him. After a brief moment, Lin Haiyang opened his eyes, a look of delight on his face. He gestured forward, and an ice crystal swiftly formed, launching itself toward a distant tree with a resounding thud. Yi Tian and Mu Lingxi were impressed by the display of power. Lin Haiyang, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, still, Yi Tian, your lightning strikes harder. A true man should wield thunder. Responding to Lin Haiyang's complaint, Yi Tian said, awakening any power is a blessing. Many lack even the chance to survive. At his words, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang fell silent, realizing their fortune in comparison to others. Let us continue onward and assist Lingxi in leveling up, Yi Tian suggested. Mu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As they pressed on, They encountered Mu Lingxi battling a zombie with flames enveloping her lithe form, resembling a fiery sprite dancing among the undead. Before long, her flames had dispatched several zombies. Tian and Lin Haiyang remained alert, wary of any approaching hordes. "I need just 2 more," Mu Lingxi exclaimed, her breath slightly labored and her cheeks flushed from exertion. The group continued their journey, and Mu Lingxi successfully ascended to the 2nd tier just before reaching the park. At the entrance of the park, chaos reigned. Blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of carnage. Upon arriving at Wenlin Park, they were greeted by the sight of scattered limbs. Mu Lingxi's face paled. "Why does it feel so much more gruesome here than elsewhere? The malevolence is palpable." Tian furrowed his brow, uncertain if the mutated sparrow had appeared yet. However, since they were already there, they decided to venture inside. "This place feels eerie. Let us proceed with caution and keep our voices low," he advised. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement, and the trio stealthily made their way into the park. Upon entering, they were met with a myriad of mutated flora. Trees and plants had grown significantly larger. Tian felt a shiver run through him at the sight of these transformed plants. In his previous life, some of these plants had developed sentience, capable of draining human blood and attacking those who dared approach. Some particularly troublesome mutated plants could even regenerate endlessly unless their cores were destroyed. However, Tian reassured himself that these plants likely had not yet achieved sentience. He recalled that such discoveries had only emerged a year and a half into the apocalypse. It was a foreign researcher who, through various instruments, had uncovered the truth about sentient plants, only to be ridiculed by the world for his claims. Yet, merely a month later, countless evolved beings paid with their lives to substantiate his findings. From that moment on, humanity faced a formidable new adversary, the mutated flora. Despite the emergence of many powerful evolved beings, most were ill-equipped to combat these botanical threats. It was that same researcher who identified the plant's weaknesses, revealing that even ordinary evolved beings could vanquish them through sheer numbers. Tian's eyes gleamed with determination, regardless of whether the plants had achieved sentience. He was confident in his ability to contend with them. Chapter 11. Epic equipment. A few individuals ventured deeper into the park, surrounded by an eerie silence. It seemed as though the entire park belonged solely to Tian and his companions. Tian led the way, his body taut with tension, unwilling to let down his guard for even a moment. Behind him, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang were solemn expressions, their internal spiritual energy coiling, ready to be unleashed. Squeak! Squeak, squeak! A peculiar sound echoed, sending a jolt of alarm through Tian. Could it be a monster? "Don't move, let us hide," Tian whispered urgently. The group swiftly concealed themselves among the nearby bushes, keenly observing their surroundings. Tian scanned the vicinity. After evolving into a 2nd-tier evolver, his vision had significantly improved, granting him a comprehensive awareness of his environment. In his previous life, experts had studied the biological structure of evolvers using advanced instruments to analyze their DNA. While the genetic sequences exhibited minimal alterations, the strength and stability of their structures had markedly enhanced. Many scholars speculated that the global evolution triggered by the Crimson Rain was a form of natural selection by nature itself. Despite the advancements in technology, the environment had suffered immensely due to human exploitation, and the Earth, overwhelmed, began to self-regulate. However, these were merely conjectures, and Tian remained unaware of the true cause, as his previous station in life had limited his access to such knowledge. Suddenly, Tian's gaze was drawn to the sky, where a swarm of massive bats with razor-sharp fangs circled ominously. Their sheer number appeared capable of darkening the entire sky, their eyes glowing blood-red, and their claws seemingly stained with blood. The eerie sight sent chills down his spine. Tian gestured for his companions to hold their breath, and they complied, controlling their breathing as they awaited the bats' departure. After a while, as the bats receded into the distance, Tian exhaled softly. Those creatures were beyond his current capabilities to confront. Their sharp claws and overwhelming numbers would easily spell doom for him and his companions. Mu Lingxi patted her chest in relief, exclaiming, "That bat evolved far too quickly. It only took a day to reach this size." Lin Haiyang nodded, still shaken, acknowledging the unexpected terror they faced. "We thought we were strong enough, yet these monsters are truly formidable. If we had been discovered just now, we could have met our end here." Sensing the despondency in his companions, Tian spoke with unwavering resolve, "Do not worry. Humanity has emerged from billions of years of evolution. Although these monsters may hold an advantage for now, we will ultimately surpass them." Hearing his words, A flicker of confidence ignited within them, though Yi Tian felt a bittersweet pang in his heart, recognizing how distant that day seemed. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Yi Tian declared, "Let us proceed. Our destination lies just ahead." The group continued cautiously, the vegetation around them becoming denser, vines carpeting the park. Recalling his memories, Yi Tian believed the individual they sought could be found in a small pavilion within the park, where a mutated sparrow remained caged. Its eyes had sharpened, and its wings had transformed into vibrant colors. It should be in the pavilion ahead, where a colorful winged sparrow resides. That is our target, Yi Tian whispered to Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang. Nodding in agreement, they decided to split up, as there were several pavilions. And Yi Tian was uncertain which one held their prize. He approached the central pavilion while the others ventured to the left and right. Moments later, Yi Tian arrived at the central pavilion, noticing a pond nearby where something seemed to be stirring. He searched the pavilion intently, when suddenly, a chirping sound pierced the air. Yi Tian turned to see a colorful sparrow flapping desperately within its cage. His heart surged with joy. They had indeed found it. He rushed over to pick up the cage, scrutinizing it closely. With its blood-red eyes and vibrant wings, it was unmistakably the one. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to unleash his power. A surge of lightning erupted from his palm, coursing through the bars of the cage and into the sparrow's body. Crackling and popping filled the air as the creature's form darkened, its life extinguished. Devour successful, agility 1, devour successful, skill acquired, detection technique. Can be used on specific targets to view their attributes and information. A mechanical voice resonated in Yi Tian's mind, filling him with elation. He had gained a vital skill, the detection technique, which could provide crucial information during battles. However, before he could fully revel in his success, the sparrow's body vanished, replaced by a radiant light suspended within the cage. Yi Tian reached out. Wings of flight, epic equipment, after charging, allows for flight and provides a spiritual energy shield capable of withstanding a fatal blow. Without hesitation, Yi Tian equipped the item. He felt a warm glow envelop his back as the light flowed toward him. Charge, he silently commanded, feeling his spiritual energy seep into his back, a tingling sensation blossoming within him. Soon, Yi Tian's complexion paled, as his energy reserves dwindled. Charging indeed consumed spiritual power. It seemed necessary to prepare some spirit crystals, which could replenish his energy. Charging complete, Yi Tian sensed a newfound strength emanating from his back. He cautiously unfurled the wings, marveling at the exquisite patterns that danced across their surface. Gently flapping his wings, he ascended slowly into the air. Hovering momentarily, he quickly descended. Aware of the bats that still roamed the park, discovery would spell danger. Folding his wings away, he opened his status panel. Name, Yi Tian. Level, 2nd tier Evolver, 18-1000. Powers, Endless Devour, SSS rank. Lightning, S rank. Skills, Thunderstrike. Detection technique, Strength, 69. Agility, 73. Constitution, 75, 10. Mentality, 61. Equipment, blood-red leather armor, bronze. Wings of flight, epic. Although this epic equipment did not bestow substantial attribute enhancements, Yi Tian felt no discontent. It was a flying apparatus, akin to divine gear in the early days of the apocalypse, its value rivaling that of legendary equipment. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian resumed his search of the pavilion, finding no other items of interest. He prepared to reunite with Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang. The atmosphere remained quiet, and as he sent them a message, he cautiously made his way outside the pavilion. I hope nothing goes amiss, Yi Tian thought, feeling an unsettling aura in the air. Were it not for the allure of the flying equipment, he doubted he would have ventured here at all. Chapter 12. The nightmare beast. Yi Tian stepped out of the pavilion, where Lin Haiyang was already waiting outside. Where is Lingxi? Has she not come out yet? Yi Tian inquired softly. Lin Haiyang shook his head. I haven't seen her. Did something happen inside? Yi Tian furrowed his brows, realizing that since he had the flying equipment, there should not have been any issues on her side. Let us go and take a look together, Yi Tian suggested. Lin Haiyang nodded, and the two proceeded towards the direction where Mu Lingxi was located. The sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding scent of blood seemed to thicken. Yi Tian felt his heart racing, as if some imminent danger was approaching. He signaled Lin Haiyang to quicken his pace. They needed to find Mu Lingxi and leave this place swiftly. Upon reaching the pavilion, they found it shrouded in fog, obscuring Yi Tian's vision. A A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Something was indeed amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian ventured inside, and Lin Haiyang, after a moment's hesitation, followed suit. As soon as they entered, two figures appeared before the pavilion. More prey has entered. I hope this time it can satiate its hunger. One of the figures murmured. The individual appeared formidable, exuding a heavy aura, with a faint thunderous essence surrounding them. Do you think? The other figure replied in a low voice. Even if he is an evolved being, what can a few low-tier evolvers do? Just wait and see. The first figure retorted impatiently. The second figure frowned. Sensing something off about these individuals, particularly the leader, Tian, who gave off an unfathomable vibe. Nonetheless, with it present, there should not be any issues. The two figures then fell silent, their forms vanishing into thin air. Inside the mist, Tian felt his heartbeat quicken. Behind him, Lin Haiyang was drenched in sweat, as if something were pressing down on him. His steps grew heavier, and Lin Haiyang soon found himself feeling increasingly dizzy. He attempted to call out to Tian, but no sound escaped his lips. Moments later, Lin Haiyang stumbled, his body collapsing uncontrollably, unconscious. Tian felt an immense pressure weighing down on his spirit, and suddenly, he could no longer sense Lin Haiyang's presence behind him. Alarmed, he realized the gravity of the situation. The environment around him grew more bizarre, and he felt guilt for not having acted with greater caution. They should have ventured forth as a trio from the beginning. However, pondering on it now was futile. He had to confront this crisis head-on. As a reborn individual with an awakened SSS-level ability, he would not perish here. Tian dared not dwell on this any longer. Although he was indeed a reborn individual, he still required time to grow. Clearing his mind of chaotic thoughts, he concentrated, despite feeling somewhat hazy, a strong spirit bolstering him. Tian forcibly gathered his inner energy, crackling lightning enveloping his body, causing the air to tremble. With a sizzling sound, he increased the output of his energy. The lightning around him sparkled more brilliantly as he transformed into a radiant sun, emanating a powerful glow. The surrounding mist began to dissipate. Tian felt the weight pressing upon him lift, and the surroundings gradually brightened. Wasting no time, he searched for the figures of Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang amidst the clearing fog. Scanning the area, he spotted Mu Lingxi lying not far away, her face ashen, brows furrowed, seemingly enduring immense pressure. Rushing to her side, Tian examined Mu Lingxi. Her exquisite visage had paled considerably, and her body trembled incessantly. Seeing this, Tian enveloped her with his energy gently. In a short while, Mu Lingxi's brows began to relax, her eyes slowly opening. Tian, did you save me? She asked weakly. Do not speak just yet. Tian pressed a finger to her lips, feeling the softness akin to cotton, warm and tender. Mu Lingxi's mind went blank, as Tian's presence enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Observing her dazed expression, Tian quickly withdrew his finger, suppressing any inappropriate thoughts. Let us first find Haiyang. He is also missing, Tian whispered. Mu Lingxi, regaining her composure, shyly nodded in agreement. As Tian helped her to her feet, both felt their heartbeats accelerating, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. There's Haiyang, Mu Lingxi whispered, directing Tian's gaze towards her focus. Indeed, it was Lin Haiyang, also frowning, his complexion pale. Supporting Mu Lingxi, the two made their way towards Lin Haiyang. After a while, Lin Haiyang regained his senses, and the trio shared a moment of relief. Thankfully, Tian's formidable spirit and lightning abilities had saved them from peril. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed, and the pavilion seemed to become engulfed in mist once more. The trio quickly activated their protective energy. Humans, you are quite impressive. Managing to withstand my nightmares. A grim voice resonated. Tian felt a sinking sensation. Was it a human or a sentient beast? If it were human, that would be fortunate, but if it were a sentient beast, it would likely be of the 7th tier or above. Tian's expression darkened. Generally, beasts evolved to the 7th tier and above, they acquire the ability to communicate with humans. In his past life, Tian had only heard tales of such beings, never having observed one firsthand. While Tian and the others remained on high alert, a swirling mass of black mist materialized within the pavilion. Tian activated his probing technique. Nightmare Beast, 2nd tier mutated beast, strength, 40, agility, 50, constitution, 30, mentality, 100. The emitted mist significantly diminishes the combat capabilities of adversaries, causing confusion and potential unconsciousness. Those with unstable minds may fall under its control, harboring an extreme fear of lightning. It delights in consuming living beings, exhibiting extreme ferocity and cunning. Viewing the attributes of the nightmare beast, Tian noted the terrifying mental attribute of 100. Fortunately, it was merely a second-tier beast. Afraid of lightning? Tian's eyes brightened. His abilities were perfectly suited to counter it. With this thought, he felt a measure of calmness return. What is there to fear? It is merely a monster, Tian declared firmly. Mu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with admiration for Tian, while Lin Haiyang felt bolstered by newfound confidence. The nightmare beast snorted coldly, its presence intensifying, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Chapter 13. Acquiring new abilities. The atmosphere around suddenly became oppressive. Tian activated his lightning attribute's spiritual power, and the nightmarish beast seemed to sense a threat. A cold glint flashing in its eyes. Haha, let my pet have some fun with you, the nightmarish beast suddenly said with a sinister grin. It then scattered into thin air, and two figures slowly approached the pavilion, unmistakably the same two figures seen outside moments ago. Tian furrowed his brow and activated his detection technique. Wang Kai, second-tier revolver, possesses immense strength, mind controlled by the nightmarish beast. Li Jinshan, second-tier shadow evolver, extremely agile, capable of manipulating his own shadow in battle, also under the nightmarish beast's control. Tian glanced at Wang Kai, an imposing figure whose muscles seemed on the verge of tearing through his clothing, a frenzied look nearly spilling out of his eyes. Lingxi, Haiyang, that brute is yours. I shall handle the other, Tian said in a deep voice. The two nodded and began to encircle Wang Kai, gradually closing in on him. As Tian and Apos' spiritual power began to circulate within him, he prepared to confront Li Jinshan, whose gaunt face bore a cold expression, a long scar running across his forehead. Whoosh! Before Tian could strike, Li Jinshan suddenly moved with a flash, closing the distance between them in an instant, causing Tian's pupils to constrict. Such speed! Li Jinshan's fist swung directly toward Tian's chest. Tian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Li Jinshan smirked slightly. And then something terrifying unfolded. His shadow began to rise from the ground, as if it were a living entity. Tian, witnessing this bizarre scene, took a deep breath as thunder began to coalesce around his fist, the air crackling with the sound of electricity. A smile curved at the corner of Tian and Apos' mouth as he dashed forward with remarkable speed, reaching Li Jinshan in the blink of an eye. Bang! Tian and Apos' fist struck with tremendous force, sending Li Jinshan flying against the pavilion, his shadow appearing to dim alongside him. With an agility rating of 73, Tian and Apos' speed exceeded that of an average second-tier revolver by more than double. When he focused, his velocity became utterly terrifying. Li Jinshan coughed up blood, his face pale, eyes flashing with a hint of fear, seemingly unable to comprehend how a second-tier revolver could be so fast. He then attempted to use his shadow to retreat into the ground, as if to vanish. Slowly, he rose to his feet, trembling uncontrollably, yet Tian remained vigilant, wary of any potential tricks he might have up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang were engaged in a fierce struggle with Wang Kai. Though their coordination was not flawless, they managed to handle the hulking figure with relative ease. Flames and ice intertwined, and Wang Kai and Apos' expression grew increasingly grim. Despite his immense strength, he was merely a stationary target if unable to land a hit. Tian continued to confront Li Jinshan, when suddenly, Li Jinshan revealed a smile that sent alarm bells ringing in Tian and Apos' mind. Without warning, a figure emerged from Tian and Apos' own shadow, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Bang! Taken by surprise, Tian was knocked to one knee. His shadow can launch attacks from mine, Tian thought rapidly, contemplating his options. Should he use the wing of flight? He hesitated, realizing that if he deployed it now, he would lose a crucial trump card. Knowing that the nightmarish beast was lurking, watching the scene unfold. Just as Tian remained indecisive, a black mist reappeared, this time targeting Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang. Tian, the black mist is back. Lin Haiyang and Apos' anxious voice rang out. Prepare to meet your end, echoed the voice of the nightmarish beast. Tian wasted no time and activated the wing of flight, vibrant wings unfurling behind him. As light shimmered through the air, he surged forth without hesitation. Thunderstrike. Tian unleashed his skill and dashed toward the nightmarish beast with breathtaking speed. The nightmarish beast was taken aback, not expecting Tian to sprout wings and fly toward it. Boom! Thunder struck the nightmarish beast. A wail of agony erupted from the creature, indicating it had sustained significant injury. Human, you seek death. You too, kill him at once. The nightmarish beast rasped, its voice laced with fury. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi looked at Tian in astonishment, realizing he had indeed grown wings. Lingxi, Haiyang, keep those two occupied. I shall eradicate this monster. Yi Tian shouted. The two then resumed their battle with Li Jinshan and Wang Kai. As the nightmarish beast darted through the air, Yi Tian pursued it relentlessly. Both figures weaving through the sky amidst flashes of lightning and swirling black mist. Crack! Yi Tian and Apos. S complexion grew paler as he sensed that the energy of his wing of flight was waning. If this continued, Thunderstrike. Yi Tian forcibly gathered his spiritual power once more, unleashing his skill, which sent a wave of pressure toward the nightmarish beast. Cursed human, you dare to kill me? A foolish dream. The nightmarish beast and Apos' weak voice reverberated as the black mist around it swelled. In an instant, it enveloped the entire pavilion. Yi Tian found his vision obscured, unable to discern the whereabouts of the nightmarish beast. Human, the next time we meet, I shall take your life. The nightmarish beast spat ominously before it began to dissolve into the black mist, gradually vanishing from sight. Realizing the nightmarish beast had fled, Yi Tian quickly descended, retracting his wings. If he had lingered any longer, he might truly have been in peril. As the black mist thickened around them, Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi and Apos' movements grew sluggish. Yi Tian summoned a surge of lightning to illuminate the pavilion. Haiyang, assist Lingxi, I will handle this one. Yi Tian called out to Lin Haiyang. Understanding the command, Lin Haiyang dashed toward Mu Lingxi and Apos' battlefield. Yi Tian assessed the remaining energy in his wing of flight. There was just a bit left. You brought this upon yourself. Yi Tian murmured, and with a swift motion, his wings opened wide. Before Li Jinshan could react, Yi Tian was already before him. Bang! Yi Tian and Apos' thunder-infused fist struck Li Jinshan and Apos' forehead. The latter and Apos' expression turned to one of utter disbelief as his skull was pierced. A faint scent of charred flesh wafting through the air. Devoured successfully. Agility 5. Devoured successfully. Acquired A-level ability, Shadow, can manipulate one and Apos' own shadow for combat. Yi Tian's heart surged with joy. He had acquired yet another ability, one that was particularly peculiar. Had it not been for Li Jinshan's power, Yi Tian would have dispatched him long ago. Open personal panel. Name, Yi Tian, level. Second tier revolver, 28-1000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS-level, Lightning, S-level, Shadow, EA level. Skills, Thunderstrike. Detection technique, Strength, 69. Agility, 78. Constitution, 75-10. Mentality, 61. Equipment, blood red leather armor, bronze, wing of flight, epic. Regrettably, he had not slain the nightmarish beast, which might have yielded valuable spoils. Yi Tian reined in his thoughts and turned his attention back to the battle between Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang. Chapter 14. Survivors of Wanlin Park. Meanwhile, the battle between Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang was nearing its conclusion. Lin Haiyang unleashed a shard of ice that struck Wang Kai squarely on the forehead, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The three of them slumped to the ground, sharing a knowing smile. This struggle had proven to be one of the most arduous they had faced since becoming evolvers. And Yi Tian had nearly exhausted all of his spiritual energy. Curious about the wings, the two inquired, and Yi Tian candidly revealed the existence of the flying equipment. The matter concerning the nightmarish beast remained unresolved. Their eerie abilities instilled a profound sense of dread within Yi Tian, particularly their capacity to manipulate human minds. Such a power was truly terrifying, especially since even evolvers were not immune. He could scarcely fathom the consequences should they fall into the hands of those top-tier evolvers in the future. However, there must be some limitations, otherwise such an ability would render its wielder invincible. Where shall we head next? Lin Haiyang inquired, his complexion pale and devoid of energy. Mu Lingxi too turned her gaze to Yi Tian. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, Yi Tian replied, let us recuperate and depart at once. There is something unsettling about this place. The two nodded in agreement. As time gradually slipped away, darkness enveloped the sky. Eventually, they regained enough strength to make their way toward the park and Apos' exit. Now that night has fallen, could there be any dangers lurking? Mu Lingxi voiced her concern. With the dimming light, an oppressive silence deepened around them, casting a weighty aura upon their hearts. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. He could not afford to use the wings of flight here, as doing so would only hasten their demise, and the bats in the sky remained hidden from view. Let us proceed cautiously, Yi Tian advised. This place is exceedingly strange. Just as he finished speaking, a rustling sound emerged from outside the pavilion. The group immediately tensed, readying their spiritual energy. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a blue coat approached them. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. The man seemed to sense their wariness and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I mean no harm, he proclaimed. I am the Park and Oppos S administrator, and there are other survivors taking refuge in the Park and Oppos S lounge. Tian gradually lowered his spiritual energy and posed several questions to the man. The middle-aged man introduced himself as Chen Wang, the Park and Oppos S administrator and an awakener as well. After his awakening, he had rescued the tourists trapped in the park. He recounted how Li Jinshan and Wang Kai, after awakening, had harbored malicious intentions, which he had discovered, resulting in their expulsion from the park. Upon seeing the bodies of the two, Chen Wang felt a twinge of complexity. Had they remained in the lounge, their lives might have been spared. He regarded Tian with a hint of caution. He's a formidable individual, he mused. Despite his handsome appearance, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Yet, I can and Oppos, fathom why I feel this way, encountering him for the first time. After exchanging some information, they all tacitly refrained from disclosing their own abilities. Suddenly, Tian recalled that this man was the one who had acquired the flying equipment in his past life. He felt a pang of embarrassment. His gaze toward Chen Wang growing somewhat complicated. Noticing Tian's scrutiny, Chen Wang's wariness intensified. Tian took a deep breath. In his previous life, Chen Wang had not revealed his powers during the viral video, suggesting he too was a schemer, prompting further vigilance. The night is drawing near. Might we take refuge in the Park and Oppos S lounge for the night? It and Oppos S safer with more people around, Chen Wang suggested. Tian contemplated briefly, glancing at the sky, which had indeed darkened, speckled with stars. Very well, we shall impose upon you for the night, Tian replied. Chen Wang then led them toward the lounge. The surrounding environment remaining eerily silent, with only the whisper of the wind rustling the leaves. They traversed winding paths and soon encountered several well-lit rooms. The apocalypse had only just begun. Electricity and network signals had yet to fail completely. Chen Wang guided Tian and the others to a room bustling with approximately 20 to 30 individuals, a diverse assembly. Tian noted several young people clad in uniforms from Jiangming University. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, but he considered that in these times, the absence of such a smell would be more alarming. The room's occupants regarded Tian and his companions with wary eyes, while Chen Wang's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Fear not, these are survivors from the park, neither zombies nor monsters. They are also awakening evolvers, Chen Wang explained kindly. However, his words only heightened the tension, recalling how Li Jinshan and Wang Kai had exploited their abilities to intimidate others. Chen Wang savored this moment, thinking, so what if they are evolvers? I have many people here, and not just one evolver. I recognize them. They are students from Jiangming University. Suddenly proclaimed a demure girl in a university uniform. Indeed, I saw them on the viral video. They helped clear zombies for the school. Another chimed in. Yes. They are certainly not bad people. Rest assured, they are quite impressive. Tian and Oppos S Lightning, Lin Haiying and Oppos S Ice, and Mu Lingxi and Oppos S Flames were now the subject of admiration. The atmosphere transformed as chatter erupted, and the tension dissipated. Upon learning that they were students from Jiangming University, relief washed over the crowd. Yet inside, Chen Wang felt a chill. He allowed them this moment of revelry. Tian and his companions exchanged smiles with the now enthusiastic crowd, greeting everyone warmly. However, Tian began to harbor suspicions toward Chen Wang. His previous remarks were clearly intended to sow discord. Fortunately, someone recognized him. While they reveled in the moment, Tian pondered the exposure of their abilities. He had recently acquired a new power and hoped Chen Wang would not provoke disaster, for he would not hesitate to retaliate. As the crowd gathered around Tian and his companions, seeking autographs and photos, Tian marveled at how the apocalypse had transformed into a fan meeting. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, Chen Wang interjected, "Let us maintain some decorum. There are terrifying beings lurking outside at night." The room fell silent, faces turning pale with fear. Are there monsters out there at night? Tian whispered. Chapter 15. A frightening night. Zhao Chang spoke in a hushed, trembling voice, expressing his fear as he recounted the ghostly apparitions that roamed outside the previous night. Though these entities did not initiate attacks, they exhibited an acute sensitivity to sound, unleashing blue flames to extinguish any noise at the slightest disturbance. A student at Jiangming University, Zhao Cheng found himself in this waiting room for rescue after a visit to Wenlin Park the day before. Tian regarded the man before him, whose face was marked by both terror and resolve, and a chill crept into his heart. The situation was far from straightforward. Observing the others, he noted their expressions mirrored his own fear, leaving him with an abundance of questions that he chose not to voice. The group settled into a corner of the room, awaiting whatever fate awaited them. Be cautious of Chen Wang, I have a nagging suspicion about his intentions, Yi Tian whispered. Although Chen Wang had yet to reveal any malice, Yi Tian remained uncertain, knowing that his suspicions alone could not justify any drastic actions. He resolved to remain vigilant. Noting the peculiar glances cast towards Chen Wang by the others, Yi Tian was perplexed by the unfolding events, yet he deemed caution the wisest course. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang nodded in agreement, each harboring their own unease. As time slipped away, darkness enveloped the sky, leaving only the twinkling stars to illuminate the night. Yi Tian sensed an eerie atmosphere. Although nothing seemed amiss, an intangible weight pressed upon his chest. The rustle of leaves in the wind shattered the silence. And the group's faces blanched in unison. Yi Tian turned to the window, his gaze drawn outside. A spectral figure floated in the air. Its face adorned with a single blue eye, devoid of a nose or mouth. In an instant, the ghost lunged towards the rustling leaves, emitting blue flames from its eye that incinerated the foliage into a cloud of white ash. Yi Tian's pupils dilated in horror. The ferocity of that flame was unlike anything he had encountered before. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi widened their eyes in disbelief. The thought of such an attack directed at them sent shivers down Yi Tian's spine, far exceeding his current capabilities to confront. The room fell into an oppressive silence. No one daring to utter a sound. Yi Tian suddenly felt a disturbing realization, if that entity were truly as terrifying as it appeared. How had these people managed to survive? It was not that he underestimated them, but in such perilous circumstances, any misstep could prove fatal. He glanced at Chen Wang, who bore a pale countenance yet exhibited no trace of fear, only a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. It seemed Chen Wang sensed Yi Tian's scrutiny, responding with a grin that offered no comfort. Yi Tian's heart sank. He was unaware of Chen Wang's unique abilities, and the thought of him acting maliciously set his mind racing with possibilities. What course of action should he take? Perhaps it was best to create some chaos. Regardless of whatever cards Chen Wang held, Yi Tian activated his shadow abilities, allowing his shadow to detach from the ground unnoticed. As the rest of the group remained transfixed by the ghost outside, his shadow ventured forth, and Yi Tian felt his consciousness splitting. Images seen through his shadow echoed in his mind. An uncanny sensation enveloped him, while the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. The ghost continued its haunting patrol, reminiscent of a sentinel guarding something unseen. The behavior of the others perplexed him further. Why linger in such danger when they had ample opportunity to escape during the day? Chen Wang's earlier smile now sent chills down Yi Tian's spine, leaving him bewildered by the underlying motives at play. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, prompting the ghost to react once more, melting another tree in its wake. A fresh wave of dread surged within Yi Tian. This was a creature he had never encountered before. Inside the room, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang felt their hearts race, fearing that the ghost might breach their sanctuary and unleash its wrath upon them. Yi Tian scrutinized the others' reactions, noting the collective trepidation that gripped them. Chen Wang remained pale, yet his demeanor suggested a facade of normalcy, intensifying Yi Tian's suspicions. He resolved to probe the ghost's behavior with his shadow. The ghost continued its restless circling, the starlight casting an oddly warm yet sinister ambience over the scene. Time was of the essence. Yi Tian commanded his shadow to move outside, where it gradually rose, clutching a stone. Suddenly, the shadow hurled the stone towards a willow tree. The impact echoed through the hushed night, startling the ghost into action. Flames erupted from its eye, incinerating the willow tree in an instant. Within the room, Chen Wang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yi Tian observed his fluctuating demeanor, further solidifying his suspicions about Chen Wang's true nature. It seemed the ghost's reactions were unpredictable. Yi Tian continued to manipulate his shadow, launching stones with increasing frequency. The crisp sounds rang out again, yet the ghost remained still, its aggression seemingly restrained. The others clutched their ears, only to realize that the ghost refrained from attacking. Was there a limitation on its strikes? Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang exchanged glances, their minds racing with unspoken theories as they sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Conversely, Chen Wang's expression grew grim, revealing his discomfort at the unfolding events. Strangely, the others remained unchanged, their faces still painted with fear. Yi Tian noted the absence of any significant emotional fluctuation among them. It was as if they were all ensnared in a collective trance. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, yet no one bore any injuries. Where could the scent be originating? Yi Tian felt ensnared in a web of confusion. What was the connection between the ghost, Chen Wang, and the seemingly unscathed survivors? The scent of blood persisted, a stark contrast to the absence of food or water among them. Yi Tian recalled the supermarket, where the aromas of instant noodles and other edibles had once been present. Now, in this place, no sustenance had been consumed, and the air was devoid of any other sense. A chilling realization washed over Yi Tian. The people in the room appeared to observe him with an unsettling intensity, their greenish eyes glinting in the dim light. Chapter 16. The truth. Cold sweat slowly trickled down Tian's forehead. Damn it, isn't this the apocalypse? Why does it feel like a horror story? Mu Lingxi noticed Tian's unease and gently reached out her small hand to grasp his. Tian was taken aback, turning to find Mu Lingxi beside him. Her soft palm in his hand brought a sudden warmth to his heart. The earlier sense of terror dissipated significantly as he gazed at Mu Lingxi's slightly flushed cheeks. Feeling emboldened against any specter. Taking a deep breath, Tian began to analyze the situation, regardless of Qin Wang's hidden cards. The fact that he had yet to strike indicated a lack of confidence in confronting them head-on. The most pressing concern now was the ghost lurking outside. After a brief contemplation, Tian decided to use his shadow to probe further. He directed his shadow to the spot where the ghost had attacked moments earlier. How could it be so thoroughly scorched, leaving not a trace behind? The shadow reached towards the soil, revealing no signs of an assault. Continuing his observations of the other attacked areas, he found the same cleanliness and absence of any attack marks. Could it be? A suspicion began to form in Tian's mind as he controlled his shadow to examine several nearby trees. Empty? Upon touching a willow, Tian discovered it was merely an illusion. A mirage? Tian squinted. If all of this were indeed a mirage, it would explain much. Everyone around him, save for Qin Wang, had issues. Tian smiled at Qin Wang. Regardless of the others, as long as the outside ghost posed no threat, it mattered little if everyone else within was an enemy. Qin Wang felt a jolt of alarm at Tian's smile. Could it be that Tian had figured something out? The remaining occupants of the room were still gripped by fear, their faces pale. Suddenly, Tian released Mu Lingxi's hand and slammed his palm on the nearby table. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi exchanged bewildered glances. Is Tian out of his mind? Cease your tricks. Tian spoke indifferently. Qin Wang's expression shifted, the pallor vanishing from his face. Had he been seen through? His demeanor grew complex. The others remained in a state of terror as the ghost outside continued to roam without any inclination to attack. The ghost outside is a fabrication. Besides Qin Wang, everyone in this room poses a threat. Tian briefly explained to Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang. The two stared at him in disbelief. Yet the sound of Tian's palm striking the table elicited no response from the ghost. After a brief silence, they gradually accepted this unsettling truth. Speak. What is your objective? Tian inquired further. The atmosphere lightened considerably, losing its previous tension. There is nothing to discuss. Come. Kill me, or let me kill you. Qin Wang replied in a low voice, taking an offensive stance. Tian was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. So be it. Tian's energy surged, the air crackling with latent thunder. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang also activated their abilities, preparing to confront Qin Wang. Tian had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one bout. If a group assault was an option, why resort to singular combat? At that moment, those around them gradually shed their expressions of fear, their faces turning ashen as a chilling aura enveloped the room. A foul stench emanated from the crowd surrounding them. Had they been dead all along? Tian found it hard to believe. He had assumed they were merely illusions, only to discover they were corpses. A wave of revulsion washed over Tian and his companions. They had been in the presence of a heap of corpses for so long. Exhaling slowly, Tian noticed that Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang had turned pale, clearly sensing the horrific reality of their surroundings. Nightmare beast, come forth, stop hiding in the shadows. Tian suddenly shouted. Heh, human, I haven't been hiding. I've been right outside. Came the voice of the nightmare beast. A white specter drifted slowly into the room. Tian regarded it with a complex expression, having initially thought it was a mere illusion. The white specter stood shoulder to shoulder with Qin Wang, the crowd behind them positioned in opposition. Lin Haiyang chuckled wryly. How are we supposed to fight this? There are dozens on the other side. Mu Lingxi's expression mirrored his concern, her heart weighed down by the situation. Human, if you surrender, I can spare your life. How about becoming my guardian? You have no chance of winning now, the nightmare beast proclaimed in a grave tone. Tian contemplated his options. Let us discuss, he replied. The nightmare beast's eyes narrowed. Well then, discuss away. In an instant, the nightmare beast led its followers into an assault. Tian's expression shifted dramatically. How treacherous. They had promised to allow discussion. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang also looked grim. They had barely finished speaking when the attack commenced. Leave the nightmare beast to me. You deal with the others, Tian quickly instructed before diving into battle. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang maneuvered their powers amid the fray. Fortunately, these were merely the corpses of ordinary people, lacking formidable abilities. Yet, they charged recklessly, creating significant disruption. Though their combat prowess was not exceptional, they still posed considerable challenges. The Nightmare Beast confronted Tian directly, attacking in coordination with several minions, matching him blow for blow. The sound of crackling thunder filled the air as the Nightmare Beast, wary, took a few steps back, attempting to withdraw from Tian's battlefield. Yet Tian clung to it like a shadow, following its every move. The room crackled with energy, ice shards scattering. Tian's fist struck the Nightmare Beast's body. Its surface glimmered with a faint white light, rendering Tian's attacks less effective. With constant interference from others, even if he wished to unleash his skills, they would be thwarted. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi's flames seared Chen Wang's form, while Lin Haiyang's ice shards relentlessly targeted him. Yet the ice shards had no effect. And even Mu Lingxi's flames were hardly effective. Haha, are you merely tickling me? Chen Wang laughed heartily, golden light shimmering around him, absorbing much of the damage. Gradually, wounds began to appear on Lin Haiyang as Chen Wang's attacks, while not overwhelmingly powerful, proved astonishingly resilient. Although Chen Wang's strikes were not particularly fierce, the cumulative effect of the relentless assault began to take its toll. Recognizing the difficulty posed by Chen Wang, Tian shouted, "Just hold him off for now." His powers seemed primarily defensive. "Once I deal with this Nightmare Beast, I'll handle him." The Nightmare Beast retorted sharply, "Destroy me? What audacity!" It found the notion amusing. Although this human's abilities posed some challenges, it was far from being defeated by a mere second-tier human. Chapter 17. The Demise of the Nightmarish Beast and a Bounty of Gains. Tian sensed that although the Nightmarish Beast appeared formidable, it was still recovering from its previous injuries. The creature dared not confront him directly and instead resorted to evasion. Tian contemplated that should he unleash another thunderstrike, it would likely annihilate the beast. The clash continued, with the Nightmarish Beast exhibiting remarkable agility, dodging back and forth while occasionally launching attacks. The surroundings lay in ruins, littered with shattered fragments from their fierce battle. Tian realized that he could not prolong this confrontation any further. If Lin Haiyang faltered, he too would be overwhelmed by the multitude of adversaries. With a surge of power, he summoned the thunder in his hands, its terrifying aura causing the Nightmarish Beast to bristle with trepidation. As the creature attempted to retreat, a shadowy figure emerged behind it, ensnaring it completely. "What is this? Damn it!" The Nightmarish Beast's terrified cry echoed. A smirk crept across Tian's face. He had strategically placed the shadow to ambush the beast. Without a word of explanation, he charged at the immobilized creature, unleashing the thunder. "No!" came the anguished wail of the Nightmarish Beast. With a resounding crash, it was obliterated by the thunder's might, reduced to mere ash, and those nearby collapsed alongside its demise. Chen Wang staggered momentarily, the golden light surrounding him dimming instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi launched their icy and fiery assaults. Chen Wang fell, a look of relief washing over his face. Devoured successfully. Spirit 20. Devoured successfully. Acquired skill, mental impact, which allows one to unleash their mental power to strike opponents, dealing damage proportional to their own mental capacity. A mechanical voice resonated in Tian's mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him at the acquisition of a new skill. For orbs of white light floated where the Nightmarish Beast had vanished, and Tian felt a thrill. Indeed, as a mutated beast, it had yielded for items. He approached and collected the luminous objects. Spatial ring. Contains a space of 100 cubic meters. Nightmare necklace. Silver-grade equipment. Grants 20 spirit upon wearing. Offers slight immunity to mental attacks, and can withstand 1 mental strike after charging. Nightmare Fong. Silver-grade equipment. Grants 20 strength, and can unleash a mental shock after charging. Nightmare Heart. Golden-grade item. Usable when spirit reaches 100. Grants 100 spirit upon use. Tian beheld the attributes of the items, his heart ablaze with anticipation. After expending so much effort, he finally reaped some rewards. He decided to bestow the Nightmare Fong and necklace upon Haiyang and Lingxi. He adorned the spatial ring on his finger, stowing all the items within. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang sat on the ground, panting heavily. The scene around them was chaotic, bodies strewn about, blood splattered everywhere, yet a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Having remained vigilant throughout their ordeal in Wanlin Park, Tian approached Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang. Detecting devourable abilities, proceed with absorption? The mechanical voice echoed in Tian's mind, and he was elated. having almost forgotten that Chun Wang possessed an ability. He hurried to Chun Wang's side, who lay peacefully on the ground, devoid of any breath. Yi Tian sighed. He had snatched his flight gear and was now set to claim his ability. Such events, he mused, were worth repeating endlessly. Devoured successfully, acquired A-class ability, Diamond Shield, which forms a protective barrier around the body, significantly reducing damage from attacks while active. With this ability, Yi Tian felt a newfound sense of security against various weapons. He then opened his personal panel. Name, Yi Tian. Level, 2nd Stage Evolver, 78-1000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS grade. Lightning, S grade. Shadow, A grade. Diamond Shield, A grade. Skills, Thunderstrike, Detection Technique. Mental Impact, Strength, 69. Agility, 78. Constitution, 75, 10. Mental, 81. Equipment, Blood-colored leather armor, bronze. Wings of Flight, Epic. Eliminating a 2nd stage mutated beast granted an astounding 50 experience points. In stark contrast to the meager 10 points for common beasts and just 1 for 1st stage ones. Yi Tian couldn't and oppose. T help but grumble about the slow progression, though he reveled in the addition of a new ability and skill. If others knew he lamented over his slow advancement, they would surely scoff. Most evolvers remained at the 1st stage, with only a select few having ascended to the 2nd stage. Yi Tian understood that he was not the fastest to level up. The military had swiftly adapted after the initial chaos, and he suspected there were already 3rd or 4th stage evolvers among them. While he still relied on his fists, they had begun employing weapons to reap their rewards. Only when zombies and beasts evolved to the 4th or 5th stage would firearms gradually lose their efficacy against them. For now, firearms dominated the battlefield. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, resolving to proceed cautiously and steadily, confident he would not fall behind others in due time. As he withdrew his thoughts, he noticed something shimmering beside Chun Wang. Spirit crystals can be used to charge equipment or rapidly replenish spiritual energy. Yi Tian gazed at the 5 spirit crystals in his hand, reveling in his bounty. Although he was uncertain of their origin, their utility was undeniable. Approaching Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang, he smiled and said, "The nightmarish beast dropped some valuable items. Each of you may take one." With that, he produced the nightmare fong and necklace. Mu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with wonder as if witnessing a magic trick, while Lin Haiyang looked on in disbelief. Yi Tian then explained the spatial ring and the items he had just acquired. "Yi Tian, are those wings also equipment?" Mu Lingxi asked, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Yi Tian smiled faintly. He had already placed a spirit crystal on his wings, eliminating the need for self-charging. Multicolored wings sprouted from Yi Tian's back, and he began to float gracefully. Lin Haiyang gazed at him enviously, recognizing the wings as a marvelous artifact. With such a possession, who could resist his charm? The trio engaged in light-hearted banter. Yi Tian bestowed the nightmare fong upon Lin Haiyang, the necklace upon Mu Lingxi, and allocated a spirit crystal to each of them. Neither hesitated to accept. They had faced life and death together, and expressing gratitude felt overly formal. The nightmare heart, requiring 100 points of spirit to utilize, was still beyond Yi Tian's reach by a mere 10 points. "Shall we remain here until tomorrow before departing?" Lin Haiyang inquired, noting the environment's dismal state and the nauseating odor. Chapter 18. The heart of Mu Lingxi. Yi Tian pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the thought of venturing outside. The nights in the apocalypse were exceedingly perilous, shrouded in uncertainty as to how many monsters lurked in the shadows, watching. In his past life, Yi Tian had heard numerous tales of individuals meeting their demise at the hands of ferocious beasts during the night. While such accounts might have been exaggerated, he was not inclined to gamble with his life. "Lingxi, please incinerate these corpses. We shall make do here for the night," Yi Tian said softly, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi nodded and, with a flicker of flames, set the bodies ablaze. The presence of the fire elevated the temperature around them, infusing the air with warmth. Once the corpses were dealt with, the surrounding atmosphere felt significantly revitalized, free from the foul stench. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted, causing Yi Tian to tense up. "Another monster?" he thought. "It's just my stomach growling," Lin Haiyang said sheepishly, scratching his head. Yi Tian relaxed, chuckling. "You nearly startled me." "Ha ha." Mu Lingxi joined in, her laughter brightening the atmosphere. Then, Yi Tian retrieved the supplies he had prepared beforehand at the supermarket, and they indulged in a hearty meal. After a while, Having satiated their appetites, Tian proposed to instruct the two in combat techniques. After all, he had struggled for 2 years in the apocalypse. Although Mu Lingxi was the Queen of Flames, she had yet to fully mature, and her combat skills remained somewhat juvenile. Lin Haiyang, being an ordinary person, was even less experienced. Tian had never even heard his name in his previous life. Tian then began to demonstrate various techniques, gradually familiarizing himself with his own powers. Upon reaching a mental capacity of 80 points, he found his mind astonishingly clear, even able to detect the presence of mosquitoes several meters away. In the face of the nightmarish beast's pressure, his mental fortitude proved invaluable, allowing him to endure under immense strain. While the attributes of ordinary second-tier evolutionists typically hovered around 30, Tian's mental prowess was nearly threefold that, instilling him with ample confidence. After several rounds of practice, the trio had gleaned considerable insights, diligently noting the combat techniques Tian imparted. Mu Lingxi's gaze towards Tian sparkled with admiration. He seemed to possess an encyclopedic knowledge. Lin Haiyang also felt astonished, realizing how remarkable Tian truly was. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, warming Tian's cheek. He opened his eyes, relishing the comforting rays. Beside him, Lin Haiyang remained asleep, showing no signs of waking. Tian refrained from rousing him. After yesterday's exertions, even his own robust constitution felt fatigued, let alone Lin Haiyang's. In contrast, Mu Lingxi had already risen. Outside the room, she was diligently practicing the combat techniques Tian had taught them the previous day, utilizing her unique abilities. It's not merely talent, Tian mused, observing her dedication. The Queen of Flames had not attained her title without reason. Her relentless perseverance would yield achievements equal to any evolutionist, regardless of innate gifts. Tian reflected on his initial impressions of Mu Lingxi. He had always assumed her ascent was solely due to her extraordinary talent. Yet, witnessing her sweat and determination, her eyes filled with resolve, he realized he had underestimated her. In the face of zombies and ferocious beasts, Mu Lingxi exhibited no fear. Even though he had long regarded her as the future Queen of Flames, he had overlooked her status as a newly awakened evolutionist. Tian recalled his own trepidation when confronting zombies in his past life, a memory that now made him shudder. His heart ached for Mu Lingxi, a beautiful girl destined to become the cold Queen of Flames, undoubtedly having endured great hardships. He reminisced about their shared moments over the past few days. She was a girl who could blush, who felt fear, and who experienced emotions. She was not yet a queen, and if it were within his power, he wished for her to remain unburdened by such a title. As Tian's thoughts wandered, his gaze softened. Mu Lingxi seemed to sense his attention, turning at that moment to meet his gentle eyes. Her cheeks flushed, illuminated by the sunlight, her exquisite features bathed in a radiant glow. Tian felt that Mu Lingxi had never appeared more enchanting. Even the fleeting glimpse he had caught in his past life paled in comparison to this moment of sunshine and shyness. The smile of Lingxi is something I shall protect. A resolute thought blossomed in Tian's heart. Mu Lingxi felt her heart flutter. The intensity of Tian's gaze was almost overwhelming, her cheeks aglow like ripe apples. Her emotions were complex. She was unsure of her feelings towards him. When Tian suggested leaving the school together, she had felt no hesitation. Despite having known Tian for only a short while, she was a prominent figure at Jiangming University, the first goddess of the campus, the heiress of magic sound technology, pursued by many suitors. Yet, here she was, following Tian without a second thought. There was an inexplicable allure emanating from him. Something she could not put her finger on, yet her heart did not resist. Tian had saved her life. Could it be that she was infatuated? Suddenly, she recalled how Tian's gaze differed from that of other men. While others looked at her with respect stemming from her family background or beauty, Tian's admiration was purely for her as an individual. She sensed the distinction. He was unlike anyone else. Moreover, Tian displayed a blend of maturity and youthful naivety that piqued her curiosity. She was uncertain of what the future held, yet she relished the feeling of being with him. Tian slowly stepped out of the room, gazing at the breathtaking girl basking in the sunlight. "Good morning," he greeted with a smile, his eyes unwavering. "Good morning," Mu Lingxi replied warmly, meeting his gaze. They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. In the sunlight, their shadows stretched longer. Many years later, they would both remember this morning, this world transformed by sudden upheaval. Two individuals who would have never crossed paths became the light within each other's hearts at that moment. Under the rising sun, Tian continued to elucidate combat techniques, while Mu Lingxi listened intently, occasionally posing questions, which Tian patiently addressed. After a while, Lin Haiyang emerged from the room, and upon witnessing the diligent duo, he joined their practice. After completing their training and taking a moment to rest, they resolved to depart from the park, setting their sights on their intended destination, Zhonghai Community. Chapter 19. Journey to Zhonghai Community. At last, they had left the park behind. Lin Haiyang sighed, reflecting on the harrowing experiences of the previous day, which still sent shivers down their spines. Had it not been for Tian's repeated interventions, their escape would have been improbable. Mu Lingxi also breathed a sigh of relief. The park had always felt peculiar. As they exited, an eerie stillness enveloped the park, starkly contrasting the perilous circumstances outside. Remarkably, there were no mutated beasts or zombies within its confines. Tian felt a weight in his heart. Having come to a firm conclusion, there were mutated plants lurking within the park. Just moments ago, he sensed the vines by the roadside stirring slightly. However, he was uncertain of the strength of those mutated flora and deemed it unwise to provoke them at this moment. The entrance to the park remained chaotic, mirroring the scene they encountered upon their arrival. Let us first gather some supplies. With the spatial ring, it has become much easier, Tian suggested. Mu Lingxi's eyes sparkled in agreement. Indeed, it was prudent to prepare more provisions for unforeseen circumstances, as resources would inevitably dwindle in the future. The group began to scour the vicinity for supplies. Not far from the park, Lin Haiyang stumbled upon a convenience store. Bottled water, instant noodles, biscuits, bread. Tian meticulously collected every usable item into the spatial ring. They also discovered a clothing store, filling their inventory with garments for emergencies. After a bustling morning, they finally completed their task. After enjoying a meal, they set off towards Zhonghai Community. Though they were no longer short on supplies, finding a secure location remained paramount. All right. We should be quite distant from that park now, Tian declared. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang's eyes lit up. Could they finally use their flying equipment? Tian felt a surge of excitement as wings sprouted from his back, and he retrieved a large basket from the spatial ring, which conveniently had 2 seats. Designed by Mu Lingxi, this allowed the 3 of them to soar together in the air, as Tian's strength easily supported 2 passengers. Settled comfortably in the basket, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang watched as Tian grasped the basket firmly, flapping his wings to ascend gradually. The trio floated through the sky, akin to passengers on a hot air balloon, gliding effortlessly at several hundred meters high. Mu Lingxi guided Tian, leading them toward Zhonghai Community. From their aerial vantage point, Tian surveyed the chaos below, bloodshed, disorder, and shattered buildings, with zombies wandering aimlessly. The sound of cries and the tumult of spiritual energies indicated that evolvers were engaged in battle. Gradually, the excitement of Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang gave way to despondency. The world had irrevocably changed, and the beauty of the past seemed a distant memory. As they traversed the skies, many below took notice of Tian and his companions, murmuring in astonishment. "Whoa, are there people flying in the sky?" remarked a gaunt man, gazing upward. A nearby companion, equally disheveled, shot him a skeptical glance. "Another starving lunatic. Dreaming of flight. You must be delusional. Really, I'm not joking. Just look for yourself," the gaunt man retorted. His companion, still dubious, reluctantly glanced upward, his mouth agape in disbelief. He quickly pulled out his phone, eager to capture the moment. The video of Tian and his companions soaring through the sky soon made its way to Mo Yin's short video platform, skyrocketing in popularity. If gaming hacks are one thing, now even zombies are flying? I refuse to believe it. This video must be edited. How could anyone possibly fly? I won't buy it. If it's real, I'll eat my hat upside down. This isn't edited. Fellow upstairs, don't try to scam us out of food. Supplies are precious now. I know that person. He's Tian from our school, who awakened lightning abilities. Are you guys not worried about clearing out the zombies? Are you just going to film videos while risking your lives? Exactly. What is wrong with you? I'm done with videos and heading to rank up in the game now. My teammates just disappeared. I must win this match. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Mo Yin Company in Deep City, a young man clad in black combat gear approached a middle-aged man, presenting a tablet. "Boss, look. Is that the young lady?" The middle-aged man, with salt and pepper hair and a furrowed brow, took the tablet and his expression shifted to one of excitement. "Spare no expense. Dispatch our people to protect her immediately. If anything happens to her, you all know the consequences. It was revealed that the man was Mu Lingxi's father, Mu Yiming, the founder of MO Company. As the apocalypse began, specialized teams had started analyzing its trajectory and trends. With his connections to high-ranking officials and support from military resources, he had managed to stabilize the situation in Deep City to some extent. His subordinates included many evolvers, some having reached the second tier. When he sent out a search for Mu Lingxi the previous day, she had already departed from school with Tian, leaving no trace. After investigating Tian's background, he was perplexed by the transformation of an ordinary individual into one possessing such formidable powers during the apocalypse. Nevertheless, he held little personal interest in Tian, as he firmly believed in the strength of teamwork over individual prowess, convinced that no single person and Oppo's abilities could alter the course of events. His primary concern remained his daughter. Despite their strained relationship, she was still his flesh and blood. Should Tian be wise enough, he might spare him, otherwise. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Mu Yiming's eyes as he murmured softly. After an hour of flight, they finally arrived at Zhanghai Community. Tian gently descended, and Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang alighted from the basket. Once they secured their belongings, they proceeded inside. Let us head to the southeast district. That is where my home is. Mu Lingxi chirped, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly, you are quite the affluent young lady. Whoever marries you will save decades of struggle. Alas, the apocalypse has arrived, Lin Haiyang lamented with a sigh, his tone laden with regret. Tian could not help but scoff inwardly at the notion. Marrying her amidst the apocalypse would indeed grant one an edge in survival. The Flame Queen, that title is not given lightly. All right, enough banter. Let us move forward. It appears relatively safe here, with no visible zombies, Tian continued. Chapter 21 Dahu, Tian and Lin Haiyang followed Mu Lingxi as they made their way to her residence. The path was adorned with various exquisite flowers and lush greenery, and the air was remarkably fresh, accompanied by the gentle murmur of babbling brooks. Sculptures and well-manicured lawns reflected meticulous care. Is this truly the abode of the affluent? Lin Haiyang marveled, struck by the stark contrast between the lives of the wealthy and his own. Tian, too, was reminded of his days in the orphanage, where 7 or 8 children were crammed into a tiny room, struggling for space. The orphanage's environment was not something he wished to dwell upon. Despite its outward semblance of harmony, the underlying strife was a burden he could hardly articulate. Having been raised in the orphanage since childhood, Tian knew nothing of his parents and felt no desire to discover the truth, regardless of how tragic or convoluted it might be. The past was immutable, an irreversible reality. With a heart laden with conflicted emotions, he trailed behind Mu Lingxi. Before long, they reached their destination. Ha ha ha, drink up. The apocalypse has arrived. And it's truly splendid. Who would have thought we could live like this? Old man, indeed. This era requires your salvation. Look at that old fool daring to gaze at us like that. Teach him a lesson. Cries of agony echoed. Outside the villa, Mu Lingxi's expression turned icy. How dare they wreak havoc in her home? Let us go see who dares to act so brazenly, Tian said coldly, his tone laced with an air of foreboding. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang nodded in agreement, and the group advanced towards the villa. Inside, a burly man covered in tattoos held a bottle of red wine, flanked by several thugs wielding machetes. This man, known as Wang Dao, was a jobless drifter who had gathered a band of miscreants to engage in robbery and extortion, having been incarcerated multiple times without reform. At the onset of the apocalypse, he inadvertently found himself drenched in blood rain, transforming him into an evolved being. Amidst the chaos, he relied on his newfound strength to evade numerous crises and slay countless monsters. Thus, he led his followers on a spree of looting, arson, and brutality, committing unspeakable acts until they reached the Zhanghai community, where they seized a plethora of valuables and supplies. They even captured some survivors from Zhanghai for their own amusement. The residents of this villa district were predominantly high-ranking officials and celebrities, but in the face of the apocalypse, status meant little. Only strength could dictate one's fate. Faced with Wang Dahu's ruthless tactics, they had no means to resist, becoming mere prey. Many innocents had already perished at his hands. The frail, white-haired old man kneeling on the ground was the chairman of a publicly listed company, brutally beaten by Wang Dahu's henchmen merely for casting a sideways glance at him. The screams of torment reverberated through the villa, while Wang Dahu reveled in the chaos. In his embrace was a beautiful woman with long hair. Trembling in terror at the unfolding scene, drunken beauty, awake to power, Wang Dahe felt that life was infinitely splendid. All the suffering of his earlier years seemed trivial in this moment. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Wang Dahe turned to see three young individuals regarding him with cold indifference. One girl, strikingly beautiful, possessed a stern demeanor that enhanced her allure. Wang Dahe rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking, "Am I drunk? Have I stumbled upon a fairy?" As he spoke, he shoved the woman aside, leering at Mu Lingxi while his henchmen gawked, completely ignoring Yi Tian and Lin Haiyang. "Fairy, I want to play with the fairy," Wang Dahe shouted. "Have you considered how you wish to die?" Yi Tian replied flatly. Wang Dahe was taken aback. "You seek death, daring to speak to me like that?" The old man on the ground implored. "You must leave. This Wang Dahe is an evolved being. You are no match for him." With a smirk, one of the thugs sneered at Yi Tian and his companions. "Thinking of fleeing now? Not so easy. Brother, let us feed these little rabbits to the zombies. As for the girl, she is yours to enjoy." The villa was drenched in blood, a cacophony of odors permeating the air. Wang Dahe glared menacingly at Yi Tian and his friends, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring them whole. "Leave this one to me. I shall personally end his life," Mu Lingxi declared, her voice carrying an icy resolve. Wang Dahe laughed heartily. "My dear, I would hate to harm you. If you make me feel good, I will treat you well," he leered. Yi Tian and Lin Haiyang exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting they were mere witnesses to a death sentence. Wang Dahe, noticing their demeanor, hissed, "You little brats, when you fall into my hands, you'll know how to enjoy yourselves. Seize them, capture these individuals, but do not harm the little fairy." Wang Dahe commanded his henchmen to attack. "Go ahead, I'll handle these minor thugs," Yi Tian stated, his tone devoid of emotion, as if discussing a trivial matter. 7 thugs charged at him with knives, but Mu Lingxi effortlessly bypassed them, confronting Wang Dahe directly. With a rush, flames erupted from Mu Lingxi, causing Wang Dahe's pupils to dilate in shock. "An evolved being?" he muttered, his countenance darkening. "Damn, how can this be?" He narrowly evaded her attack. Meanwhile, the 7 thugs had yet to reach Yi Tian when his fist made contact. Boom, 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 boom. With the resonant sounds of impact, the 7 thugs crumpled to the ground, bloodied and in disbelief, their skulls shattered. The sight left Wang Dahe aghast. How could these individuals be so formidable? Even he would struggle to take down 7 ordinary men, yet they had dispatched his crew with ease. As Wang Dahe dodged another attack, cold sweat poured down his brow. "I assure you this is a misunderstanding. Would you believe me?" The old man on the ground gaped in astonishment at the scene, utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly happening? He rubbed his eyes, fearing it was an illusion. The woman, previously shoved aside, stared in shock at Yi Tian, watching the 7 thugs lie motionless on the ground. "Is this a movie?" she murmured softly. Mu Lingxi regarded Wang Dahe with icy indifference. "Go to hell and explain to the king of hell." With that, flames surged in her hands. Chapter 21 in the villa. Wang Dahe trembled with fear, cold sweat trickling down his brow. It had only been a few days since he had felt so carefree. Not far away, Yi Tian and Lin Haiyang were watching him with predatory eyes. While Mu Lingxi stood before him, her expression icy as flames flickered in the air. Wang Dahe felt as though he was teetering on the brink of death. "Speak. What must I do to be spared? I have committed no grave sins. I have merely killed a few ordinary people and indulged in a few women. I am an evolver, capable of assisting you in combating zombies. Why must you blame me?" he pleaded. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi's countenance grew so cold it seemed it might freeze. To him, such deeds were trifles. To label him as scum would be an understatement. Lin Haiyang and Yi Tian exchanged silent disbelief. How had such a man managed to survive until now? Lingxi, cease this banter and incinerate him swiftly. His brethren await him below, Yi Tian remarked casually. Wang Dahe trembled uncontrollably, unable to comprehend why his actions were being treated with such severity. After all, they were merely a few ordinary lives. Mu Lingxi's flames approached him, and Wang Dahe's body shook incessantly, the looming threat of death sapping his will to resist. With a whoosh, Mu Lingxi's flames enveloped him entirely, igniting him in an instant. His screams pierced the air, but no one felt pity. The elderly man and woman on the ground watched the scene with satisfaction. He had committed numerous atrocities and deserved such a fate. Before long, Wang Dahe was reduced to ashes, and Mu Lingxi casually incinerated his subordinates as well. Her skill in cremation had become increasingly proficient. Yi Tian couldn't and Amp, Oppos, to help but murmur. Lin Haiyang silently agreed. The goddess had become increasingly ruthless. The evolvers possessed acute senses, and Mu Lingxi overheard Tian's words. A blush crept across her exquisite face, enhancing her breathtaking beauty. After dealing with Wang Dehu and his ilk, Tian turned his attention to the elderly man and the long-haired woman to inquire about the situation here. Both spoke candidly. The elderly man, the chairman of a real estate company named Chen Linshan, had hidden in his home when the apocalypse struck, only to be captured by Wang Dehu, who sought to seize his wealth. The long-haired woman, a model named Li Meilian, had been apprehended while trying to hide on the streets. After gaining a thorough understanding, they expressed profound gratitude to Tian and the others. Mr. Yi. There are still some individuals in the basement who were also captured by Wang Dehu, Chen Linshan continued. Mu Lingxi and Appo's expression hardened. Wang Dehu was truly despicable, invading her home and wreaking havoc. He had escaped too easily. She led the group toward the basement, where the villa lay in disarray. Tian and Lin Haiyang were dazzled by the opulence surrounding them. Priceless artworks and sculptures glittered everywhere, and each room was vast. After traversing several corridors and exiting the elevator, Mu Lingxi opened the basement door. Inside, over 20 men and women were bound, their faces pale, many bearing injuries. Bruises marring their features. What do you intend to do? One young man asked, his face a mask of fear. They had been confined there for a day and a night, with Wang Dehu periodically sending people to drag one or two out for humiliation before replacing them. They were utterly exhausted, tormented not only physically but also mentally, each one of them silently suffering. Wang Dehu is dead. You are free to leave. Tian said coolly. The basement occupants stared at the group in shock, suspicion evident in many of their eyes. Could it be a ruse set by Wang Dehu to test them? Is that true? A middle-aged man in a white shirt asked cautiously. Indeed, what Mr. Yi says is true. Wang Dehu has been vanquished by several evolvers. Chen Linshan stepped forward, speaking slowly. Mr. Chen, is it true that those scoundrels are really dead? Several individuals looked at Chen Linshan with faces filled with excitement and disbelief. Chen Linshan nodded gravely. He understood their fears. He too was shocked to see Wang Dehu slain. Finally, those scoundrels are dead. The heavens have eyes. They deserve their fate. Dear. Did you hear? Wang Dehu is dead. The basement erupted in a cacophony of joyful cries. As Mu Lingxi observed the ecstatic crowd, her heart was conflicted. She lamented that Wang Dehu had met such a swift end. Wang Dehu. Soon after, the group freed everyone from the basement. In the villa's grand hall, the group remained after rescuing the captives. You may all return now. No one will capture you again, Tian addressed them. The crowd in the hall fell silent. Returning now would be tantamount to courting death. Outside lurked zombies and savage beasts, while Tian and his companions possessed formidable strength. Tian and his companions exchanged uneasy glances, their brows furrowed. At that moment, Chen Linshan spoke. Mr. Yi, the outside world is perilous. To return now would be to leap into the flames. Tian frowned. He was well aware of the dangers. Yet why should he concern himself? Had he rescued them? Did that obligate him to protect them indefinitely? Beside him, Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang also appeared somewhat pained. These were ordinary people. Venturing outside now would surely lead them to become prey for the zombies and beasts. What do you wish to do? Tian replied, displeased. He had little interest in playing the savior. Chen Linshan hesitated, and the others lowered their heads, feeling embarrassed. Having been saved by Tian and his companions, it seemed unreasonable to impose upon them further. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Linshan spoke firmly. If Mr. Yi can offer us protection, we are willing to provide compensation. Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. Mu Lingxi tugged at his sleeve, her expression filled with compassion. At this moment, she was not yet the flame queen of the future, but rather a kind-hearted evolver, and Tian understood her unspoken words. What compensation could you offer? In these times, you are aware that wealth is of little use. It is less valuable than toilet paper. Tian replied coolly. Mr. Yi, may we speak privately? Chen Linshan suggested. Tian regarded the elderly man with surprise. He had made his stance quite clear. What more could this old man possibly say? Chapter 22. The path ahead. Tian followed Chen Linshan into a secluded room. Seated in a chair, he idly twirled a crystal sphere he had picked up from the table. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss with me? Tian began, his gaze casual yet penetrating as it rested on Chen Linshan. Chen Linshan took a deep breath. Master Tian, have you ever considered establishing a legacy in this world? Tian's eyes narrowed. And what concern is that of yours? Chen Linshan's intentions extended beyond mere camaraderie forged in adversity. Among those captured were dignitaries, industry elites, individuals of formidable influence and skill. Uniting them could yield significant power. This world, though ravaged, did not render them obsolete. As the chairman of a listed company, Chen Linshan understood the might of a cohesive team. To survive in this altered reality, one needed not only powerful evolvers, but also alliances. His expression somber. Chen Linshan met Tian's gaze. If your ambition is merely to roam freely, we shall depart. But the future will be an era of fragmented dominions. No single individual can reshape the world alone. Tian fell into contemplation. In his past life, top-tier evolvers had all forged their factions, pooling resources. As the monsters grew stronger, solitary strength became insufficient against the most formidable beasts. Humanity and Oppos. Enduring strength lay in unity, harnessing every available force. Tian exhaled slowly. As a lone wanderer, his abilities would ensure survival. But to influence the world's fate, a faction was indispensable. Individual prowess mattered, but synergy and mutual reinforcement were paramount. Could humanity reclaim this world from the beasts through solitary efforts? Given a second chance, should he tread the same isolated path as before? Now was the age of upheaval, of redrawn borders. Tian did not know how far he could go, but he yearned to glimpse the summit. And now, he had Mu Lingxi, Lin Haiyang, and formidable abilities. Chen Linshan observed Tian's silence, withholding further words, awaiting his decision. What must I do? Tian finally spoke. Though mighty, Tian lacked expertise in governance, resource allocation, and coordination. Relief washed over Chen Linshan. Tian was considering it. I do not know how evolvers grow stronger. But throughout history, all factions thrived through expansion, management, and resources. An hour later, Tian and Chen Linshan emerged. The gathered crowd watched anxiously. What had transpired in that room? You may stay. Chen will arrange matters, Tian declared calmly. Excitement rippled through the hall. Mu Lingxi relaxed, though unaware of the details. Tian and Oppos' acceptance sufficed. The crowd followed Chen Linshan to another room, leaving only Tian, Mu Lingxi, and Lin Haiyang behind. Tian, what did that old man say? You were in there forever, Lin Haiyang asked. Mu Lingxi, too, regarded him curiously. Tian recounted the discussion. Their eyes gleamed with admiration. Truly, Tian. Lin Haiyang sighed inwardly. Though awakened, he had never contemplated forming a faction. Survival alone was daunting. Soon, Chen Linshan returned with the others. Their demeanor toward Tian had shifted to reverence. They set about cleaning and organizing the villa. Watching the orderly bustle, Tian felt a swell of satisfaction. He now had followers. Chen, remain here. We will clear the nearby zombies and beasts, Tian announced. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang brightened. Boredom had plagued them indoors. Then, a tremulous voice spoke. May I join you? A bespectacled girl in a blue coat stepped forward, her face smudged, hair disheveled. Tian blinked. You? She nodded firmly. I've awakened an ability. I can assist. Tian arched a brow. An evolver? What is your power? Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang leaned in, intrigued. The girl inhaled. Thermal sensing. I can detect heat signatures within a kilometer. Tian and Oppos' pupils contracted. A living radar? Elation surged. With this, locating zombies and monsters would be effortless. Though seemingly minor, this ability was a boon for a team. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang recognized its value instantly. The others gazed at her enviously. Non-combat abilities could still be pivotal. Come with us, Tian said, masking his excitement. Her name was Lan Ling, a kindergarten teacher. The blood rain had awakened her ability, though it granted no combat prowess. Despite enhanced attributes, her lack of experience left her defenseless against Wang Dahu's men. Fortunately, she had disguised herself in filth, evading their attention before Mu Lingxi reduced them to ashes. Now cleansed, Lan Ling stood revealed, fair-skinned, lips like petals, her hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding youthful vigor. Wang Dahu had never realized such beauty lay among his captives. Lin Haiyang stared, entranced. Stop drooling, Mu Lingxi chided coldly. Chapter 23. Clearing the zombies. Tian sensed the displeasure in Mu Lingxi and Oppos' tone and immediately spoke in a low voice. Haiyang, I'm talking about you. Why are you still staring? You're practically drooling. Lin Haiyang gazed at Tian with a melancholy expression, pondering who Mu Lingxi was referring to. Did she not realize this herself? Lan Ling also lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a brief moment of organization, the group set off, while the others in the villa busied themselves with their own tasks. Brother Tian, there are 8 zombies 600 meters to the east, Lan Ling announced. As the group moved through the community, Yi Tian's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Encountering 8 zombies right off the bat was rather fortunate. Beside him, Mu Lingxi ground her small tiger teeth, casting a displeased glance at Lan Ling. You've just met him, and you're already calling him Brother Yi Tian? Is that appropriate? Lan Ling seemed to sense Mu Lingxi's hostility and blinked innocently. Mu Lingxi felt a surge of frustration, but was at a loss for how to respond. She couldn't very well ask Lan Ling to stop calling him that. Lin Haiyang, what are you doing? Why are you rushing ahead as if you're in a hurry to reincarnate? Mu Lingxi said coldly. Lin Haiyang. Yi Tian, too, wore a confused expression. What was going on with the goddess? A glimmer of mischief danced in Lan Ling's eyes. Humph, foolish girl. You possess nothing but beauty and combat prowess. How could you contend with me? I've watched empresses in the palace 100 times. Yi Tian felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Why are you walking so fast, Lin Haiyang? No one is competing with you. He echoed, his mind swirling with questions. Though he didn't understand the situation, he reasoned that joining Mu Lingxi in her remarks couldn't be wrong. Lin Haiyang? Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi's face flushed slightly. What was happening? Why was she letting this little girl get to her? Lin Haiyang, feeling perplexed, glanced at Yi Tian with a complicated expression and sighed. All right, let us slow down. Mu Lingxi realized her emotions were getting the better of her. Inhaled deeply and added, given your respectful attitude, let us move quickly, then. Lin Haiyang? Yi Tian. Lan Ling was on the verge of bursting into laughter, but managed to suppress it, feigning calmness as she suggested, then let us hurry. Those zombies will wander off otherwise. The group nodded in agreement and quickened their pace. Mu Lingxi also reined in her emotions and strode ahead. Bang! Yi Tian's fist struck a zombie's head, unleashing a torrent of lightning, causing the creature to collapse. Devour successful. Strength 1. Lin Haiyang relentlessly pierced through the zombies with ice crystals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of ice slicing through the air resonated as the zombies were reduced to 7 or 8 pieces. Why had Haiyang become so ruthless? Was it really necessary to be so harsh on such a feeble creature? On the other side, Mu Lingxi scorched the zombies with her blazing flames. Whoosh, whoosh. The crackle of fire echoed in the air as the zombies were incinerated, still burning even after being reduced to ashes. After turning to ash, one zombie gazed at Lan Ling, who felt a sudden chill run down her spine. This woman was terrifying. Was it wise to challenge her? She recalled Chun Linshan's warnings in the room about how this woman had burned Wang Dehu and his companions to cinders. Hearing it was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was another. Lan Ling swallowed hard, her complexion paling. Yi Tian internally lamented how Mu Lingxi's mastery of the ash technique was becoming increasingly profound. Lan Ling, what's wrong? Your face is so pale. It must be your first encounter with such scenes. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Yi Tian observed Lan Ling's pallor and assumed she was merely frightened. Brother Yi Tian. Lan Ling began. Bang! Just as her words left her lips, Mu Lingxi intensified her assault, causing the zombie to explode. Lan Ling's face became even more distressed. Yi Tian, I'm fine. I just haven't been out in a while and need to adjust. Yi Tian didn't dwell on it and continued to engage in battle. Lightning flickered around him, and with each strike, he claimed another zombie and Oppo's life. As Lan Ling watched Yi Tian in combat, stars sparkled in her eyes. He looked so handsome. That vile woman dared to threaten me. I shall not yield. Yet, recalling Mu Lingxi's earlier display of power, her little eyes darted thoughtfully. Yi Tian swung his fists, lightning flashing incessantly. Devour successful, Constitution 1. Devour successful, Agility 1. After a while, the 8 zombies were thoroughly dispatched by the group. Mu Lingxi cast a cold glance at Lan Ling. Now, look around and see if there are any nearby zombies or ferocious beasts. Lan Ling nodded vigorously, closing her eyes to sense her surroundings. There are 6 to the north, 500 meters away, she announced. The group hastened towards the next location. 9 to the north, 700 meters away. 5 to the southeast, 600 meters away. Devour successful, Spirit 1. Devour successful, Constitution 1. Devour successful, Agility 1. After an afternoon of combat, the group had cleared all the zombies and ferocious beasts in the Zhonghai community. They even encouraged Lan Ling to eliminate a few zombies herself. Although her combat prowess was virtually non-existent, Yi Tian insisted she participate. In this era, becoming an evolved being necessitated engaging in battle, even as a support-type ability. Leveling up was essential. With higher levels, abilities would also grow stronger, leading to the acquisition of unique skills. Combat experience substantially enhanced physical attributes as well. Through several simple battles, Lan Ling began to accumulate combat experience. While she lacked the mental fortitude and combat skill of Mu Lingxi, she had developed some self-defense capabilities. The group had eliminated over 100 zombies and ferocious beasts, but found no equipment, only a few spirit crystals. Most of these zombies were first tier, possessing weak combat abilities. However, the endeavor consumed the entire afternoon, much of which was spent traveling. Opening his personal panel, Tian reviewed his status. Name, Tian, level, second tier revolver, 150-1000, powers, Endless Devour, SSS rank, Lightning S rank, Shadow, A rank, Diamond, A rank, skills, Thunderkill, Exploration Technique, Mental Shock, Strength, 89, Agility, 98, Constitution, 95, 10, Spirit, 91, Equipment, Blood Red Leather Armor, Bronze, Wings of Flight, Epic, Spatial Ring. Upon reaching a constitution of 100, Tian felt a tremendous enhancement in his physical form, significantly improving his defense, endurance, and recovery. He believed he could now easily crush third-tier zombies. Feeling the immense power within him, Tian was filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 24, Daily Life at the Villa. The situation in Jianglin City within the villa. Lin Haiyang reclined on the sofa, clutching a glass of iced cola, his expression one of profound ennui. "I am utterly exhausted after a whole afternoon of fighting," he lamented. Opposite him, Mu Lingxi bore a similarly fatigued visage. Despite the restorative properties of spiritual crystals, her stamina waned rapidly from the continuous exertion of her abilities. Lan Ling lay sprawled on the sofa, lacking the energy to even move, feeling entirely drained from her frequent use of her powers. In contrast, Tian appeared invigorated as he perused the information compiled by Chen Linshan. "Tian, you are simply inhuman. After such an extended battle, you still possess such vigor. Your energy is truly astounding. Who can endure your relentless spirit?" Lin Haiyang remarked, his admiration evident. He was thoroughly impressed by Tian, whose remarkable strength and endurance rendered him a paragon among men. Hearing Lin Haiyang and Apos' brazen words, Mu Lingxi felt her cheeks flush, cursing him inwardly for his inappropriate thoughts. Tian, engrossed in the information, paid no heed to Lin Haiyang and Apos' banter. Aside from the 4 evolved individuals, the villa housed 26 ordinary people, totaling 30 residents. They had installed several surveillance cameras around the villa and gathered a modest supply of resources. However, these provisions were insufficient to sustain such a large group for long. While Tian and Apos' spatial ring contained a considerable amount of supplies, he refrained from revealing them, uncertain of the trustworthiness of the individuals under his protection. In the subsequent days, Tian led his companions in a relentless pursuit of zombies and ferocious beasts. Their strength gradually increased, and the experience they accumulated daily grew significantly. They also acquired numerous valuable pieces of equipment, of which Tian selected only 2 for himself, distributing the rest among his companions. Yet, the number of zombies and beasts showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, they seemed to proliferate. Jianglin City witnessed the emergence of several evolved factions, all actively exterminating zombies and consciously rallying ordinary people. The online discourse was dominated by tales of evolved individuals, with news of breakthroughs to the second tier and accounts of monstrous creatures vanquished. The burgeoning strength of the evolved instilled a flicker of hope in many for the future. However, Tian recognized this optimism as fleeting. Although humanity appeared to have made some progress, it was far from sufficient. He scrutinized the intelligence compiled by Chen Linshan, noting various factions in Jianglin City. The Hongluo Society in Jianglin District, led by a second-tier evolved with unknown abilities, commanding several ordinary evolved and many dependent commoners. The Haisha Gang in Ruyan District, a second-tier fire evolved suspected of wielding weaponry, and the Furongwa in Chaolin District, composed entirely of female evolved, led by a second-tier evolved with unknown powers, gathering a cadre of female warriors. As Tian absorbed the intelligence regarding Jianglin City and Apos' myriad factions, he noted that the predominant evolved individuals remained at the second tier, with ascension to the third tier requiring an arduous accumulation of 1,000 experience points, an endeavor not easily achieved. After Lan Ling advanced to the second tier, her detection range expanded to 2 kilometers. Nonetheless, even with their relentless slaughter, Tian found himself still distanced from attaining the third tier. Name, Tian, level, second tier evolved, 550-1000, Abilities: Endless Devour, SSS, Lightning S, Shadow A, Diamond A. Skills: Thunderstrike, Detection, Mental Shock, Strength, 189, Agility, 198, 20, Constitution, 195, 20, Mental, 291, Equipment. Azure Steel Armor, Silver, Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Boots of Speed, Silver, Tian and Oppos. S attributes neared 200, with his mental prowess approaching 300. Upon reaching a mental threshold of 100, he utilized the Nightmarish Heart, resulting in a direct enhancement of his mental capacity by 100. The formidable strength of his mental prowess granted him clarity of thought and rendered his mental shock exceedingly potent, even surpassing the might of his Thunderstrike. His sensitivity to his surroundings heightened, even the gentlest breeze could be detected, leading Yi Tian to ponder if the mythical sages and tales possessed an ultimate form of awareness, a manifestation of heightened mental abilities. He sometimes speculated whether the age of legendary myths was, in fact, an era of evolution. Yi Tian set aside his musings; such thoughts felt distant. Yet he recognized his growing strength, gently clenching his fist as the air around him seemed to shimmer with the sound of tearing fabric. This SSS-level ability is truly terrifying. He mused inwardly, feeling both exhilarated and apprehensive at the rapid increase in his attributes. His past experiences facilitated his swift adaptation to the escalating power he wielded. Yet he dedicated considerable time each day to honing his mastery over it. Being too powerful is not necessarily beneficial. I am uncertain of my own strength, he sighed. Brother Yi Tian, how do you execute that technique you mentioned last time? I've forgotten. A melodious voice chimed near his ear. Turning to investigate, he beheld a girl clad in a white shirt and shorts, her innocent expression captivating. It was none other than Lan Ling. Yi Tian discerned a pattern while outside. Lan Ling addressed him as Yi Tian, but within the villa, in Mu Lingxi and Oppos' absence, she called him Brother Yi Tian. Could this be the fabled phenomenon? Yi Tian coughed lightly, chastising himself for indulging such behavior. Lan Ling, come here. I shall teach you once more, he replied with a smile. Lan Ling approached him, her demeanor shy and demure. Suddenly, a pronounced cough broke the atmosphere. Yi Tian instantly recognized it as Lin Haiyang. Ignoring him, he continued instructing Lan Ling a hymn. Lin Haiyang coughed again, his attempts at garnering attention growing more desperate. Yi Tian, growing impatient, retorted, Lin Haiyang, if you're unwell, take your cough elsewhere. Do not disturb me. Lin Haiyang sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of his brotherly duty. It and Oppos, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather you are just too. Lin Haiyang, if you are unwell, take your cough outside. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Another voice interjected. Lin Haiyang? Yi Tian and Oppos' mind reeled as he recognized the voice, Mu Lingxi. Damn it, Lin Haiyang, why didn't Oppos, you warn me sooner? Lin Haiyang? Beside them, Lan Ling and Oppos' expression froze, sensing the impending tension. Oh no, this formidable woman has arrived. What is this oppressive aura? I am also a second tier evolved. Why am I afraid of her? Lan Ling, you can do this. Stand your ground. Chapter 25, The Objective, Tian Hongmal Sisterlingxi. I still have some uncertainties regarding the techniques Yi Tian taught us last time. I came to seek your guidance, Lan Ling said with an innocent expression. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi felt a sense of disdain within her. Seeking guidance on techniques, yet her body was almost pressed against me. Little minx, don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. Wait outside for a moment. I need to speak with Yi Tian about something, Mu Lingxi replied coldly, causing the temperature in the air to drop noticeably. Lan Ling's face immediately turned sour as she observed Mu Lingxi's expression. She reluctantly nodded, deciding to feign weakness for now, waiting for the day she could surpass her. Yi Tian watched the intriguing interaction between the two, feeling a sense of unease. Mu Lingxi's aura was becoming increasingly intimidating. Once Lan Ling obediently left, Mu Lingxi felt a sense of satisfaction wash over her, her expression relaxing as the temperature in the air seemed to rise again. Lin Haiyang gazed at Mu Lingxi with a melancholic expression, lamenting that he was always the one to get hurt. Yi Tian, I just received some intel. A group of second-tier zombies has gathered at Tianhong Mall, numbering in the dozens, Mu Lingxi announced. Yi Tian's brow furrowed. So, second-tier zombies are already congregating? However, this could be an opportunity for us. Taking down one second-tier zombie is equivalent to defeating 10 first-tier zombies. How much experience do you need to level up? Mu Lingxi inquired further. Still need 450. Yi Tian replied. It seems that third-tier evolved beings are beginning to emerge. Yi Tian, Prioritize leveling up. The zombies there will help you gain experience, Mulingxi suggested. Tian pondered this, realizing that his current strength could easily overpower third-tier evolved beings. Lin Haiyang chimed in. Yes, Tian, level up first. This will ensure our safety. Seeing the hopeful gazes of the two, Tian nodded in agreement. They then discussed the plan for the next day's operation, with Chun Linshan preparing a map of the area surrounding Tianhong Mall. Are we bringing Lanling along for tomorrow's mission? Lin Haiyang suddenly asked. Mulingxi furrowed her brow slightly, remaining silent as she looked at Tian. Tian scratched his head, taking a deep breath. Let's bring her. It will be more convenient with her along. Why are you asking so many superfluous questions? Mulingxi retorted coldly. Lanling is still waiting for me. I need to go train her now. Without further ado. She turned and swayed her hips as she left Tian's room. Lin Haiyang sighed. Brother, take care. He patted Tian on the shoulder before exiting as well. Tian sat in his room, feeling a bit bewildered. What does take care mean? What did I do? The night passed in silence. The next morning, Tian, along with Mulingxi, Lin Haiyang, and Lanling, gathered in the villa's hall, preparing to set off. Lanling seemed to be in a poor state, appearing somewhat dazed. As Tian was about to inquire about her condition, he caught sight of Mulingxi and decided against it. Let's depart, Tian declared. The group then hastened towards Tianhong Mall. Tian opted not to use his wings. The distance was not great, and there were numerous fierce beasts in the skies above. Given the high profile he had gained in Jianglin City after the previous incident, he preferred to conceal his strength and develop in the shadows for the time being. As they walked, the surroundings were in disarray, with thick layers of congealed blood everywhere. Flies, mosquitoes, and various insects had almost taken over the streets, which were eerily desolate. The group pressed onward towards Tianhong Mall. Half an hour later, they arrived at the mall. The entrance was devoid of any sign of life, the atmosphere desolate, and the glass doors lay shattered. A roar echoed from within the mall, evidently from the second-tier zombies inside. Lanling, can you sense where the zombies are? Tian asked. Lanling closed her eyes to focus on sensing the zombies' positions. You two should go inside. We will guard the entrance. Mulingxi instructed. Lin Haiyang looked astonished. You're sending Tian and Lanling in? They will be more efficient together. Mulingxi replied nonchalantly. Tian understood that his current strength would allow him to handle the second-tier zombies with ease. They would not provide much assistance. Lanling and Appo's eyes sparkled at Mulingxi and Appo's words. When did this woman become so perceptive? Tian took a deep breath. Let and Appo's first deal with the zombies inside. You two stay alert outside. If any danger arises, hide. With that, Tian and Lanling entered the mall. Inside, the chaos was palpable. Debris was scattered everywhere, and the strong stench of blood filled the air. Observing the disarray, Tian turned to Lanling. Now, focus and sense the zombies' locations. We need to resolve this quickly. The overwhelming smell of blood made Lanling uneasy, and the eerie silence surrounding them was unsettling. Apart from the zombies and Appo's roars, there were no other sounds, rendering the mall frighteningly quiet. Brother Tian, they seem to be all below, Lanling said, her brow furrowed. All below? Tian's expression tensed slightly. Are they all congregated together? Typically, zombies gather in groups of 3 to 5. What could be drawing so many together? Should I call Lin Haiyang and the others in? Tian pondered. Noticing Tian lost in thought, Lanling unconsciously grasped his hand. Brother Tian, what and Appo's wrong? The soft sensation of her hand snapped Tian back to reality. I will go check first. If there is indeed something terrifying down there, our presence and Appo's significantly help. Looking at the innocent Lanling beside him and feeling the softness of her hand, he took a deep breath. It's all right. Let us head down. Lanling's eyes lit up, revealing a charming smile as she nodded. Together, they descended the stairs to the lower level. At the staircase, an ominous aura seemed to emanate from below. Lanling swallowed hard, her complexion pale. Brother Tian, do we really have to go down? It feels so terrifying. Tian raised an eyebrow and replied slowly, Are you afraid? Seeing this, Lanling pressed closer to Tian. With you here, I fear nothing. The faint fragrance and softness radiating from Lanling transformed the atmosphere into something enchanting. Tian and Appo's body momentarily froze. This girl has quite the allure. Chapter 26. The battle at Tianhong. The two continued their descent into the depths below, when suddenly the cacophony of roars from the underground ceased abruptly. Only the sound of their footsteps echoed in the still air. They cautiously navigated the staircase, and Lanling gestured towards the west, prompting Tian to understand and proceed in that direction. The path was stained with blood, and the atmosphere was thick with a nauseating stench. Flies buzzed incessantly around them. Tian gradually channeled the spiritual energy within him, faint flashes of lightning flickering in the air. Not far off, a low growl of a creature could be discerned. Barely audible unless one listened closely. The crackling of his thunder resonated through the atmosphere, while Lan Ling clung tightly to his side. "Brother Tian, it's just ahead." "About 100 meters," she whispered, her face ashen. Tian remained silent, pressing onward. Gradually, darkness enveloped them. The power in the shopping mall had long been extinguished. In this subterranean level, no light penetrated, and sunlight could not reach this place. As they drew closer, the silence was punctuated only by Lan Ling's breath and the sound of Tian's crackling energy. Soon, dozens of eerie green eyes emerged before them. Lan Ling gasped, startled, and clung even tighter to Tian, who felt something soft against his back. He knew what it was, but in such an ominous environment, he had little inclination to dwell on it. From his spatial ring, Tian retrieved a pearl, gently prying Lan Ling's hands away from him. "Hold this. It will protect you from the zombies." Tian placed the pearl in her palm. Protective spirit pearl, silver equipment, upon charging. It forms a protective energy shield for 5 minutes, capable of warding off Tier 2 creatures. Lan Ling recognized the item. It had been obtained when they defeated a Tier 2 mutated zombie 2 days prior. Grasping the pearl, a radiant white light emanated from it, gradually forming a luminous shield that cast a brilliant glow throughout the underground level. As the light surged, all the surrounding zombies turned their attention towards Tian. Harnessing his thunderous energy, Tian charged directly into the horde of zombies. At the entrance of Tianhong Mall, Lin Haiyang exclaimed, "How could you let them go in alone? You know that girl has her eyes set on Tian." Mu Lingxi scoffed, "What does that have to do with me?" Lin Haiyang chuckled awkwardly, "If you say so, but it's not just me who feels that way about Tian." Mu Lingxi shot him a sharp glance. "Oh, what is this beautiful lady doing here? It's quite dangerous. Allow me to protect you." A deep voice interrupted. Mu Lingxi turned to see a stout man clad in shorts and a tank top, leering at her with an eager expression. For tall, slender men clad in crimson leather armor flanked him, all wearing sinister smiles. "Get lost," Mu Lingxi replied coldly. The stout man appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression hardening as he scanned the area. "Did you just tell me to get lost?" He retorted icily, his companions visibly excited by his fury. "While I'm still in a good mood, you and Appos, best retreat as far as possible." Mu Lingxi and Appos, as tone turned even frostier. Lin Haiyang observed the scene, muttering to himself about the incoming trouble. "Do you know who I am?" the stout man proclaimed, his voice growing more volatile, while his companions looked on, trembling. "Just a fat fool. You're not Jubeiji, are you?" Lin Haiyang scoffed. "How dare you? Our leader is the chief of the Red Lotus Society." "Do you wish to die?" one of the tall men interjected. Mu Lingxi's brow furrowed at the mention of the Red Lotus Society. Their leader was a Tier 2 evolver with unknown abilities but formidable strength, having single-handedly slain 5 Tier 2 beasts. Lin Haiyang suppressed his initial disdain. The leader of the Red Lotus Society was no mere character, indeed a powerful figure amongst Tier 2 evolvers. "Are you frightened? If so, kneel and entertain our leader. Perhaps you'll be spared," the tall man sneered, believing their serious demeanor indicated fear. "You fat fool, have you overindulged? Is that all you think about?" Lin Haiyang retorted. Enraged, the stout man commanded, "Seize that man. I will reduce him to a mere stick." His followers turned pale at the threat. Their leader was furious. They rushed forward, encircling Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi. "Make sure that little beauty doesn't get hurt," the stout man ordered in a low voice. The others nodded, one of them saying, "If you behave, we might give you a quick end. Resist, and you'll regret ever being born." With a swift motion, Lin Haiyang unleashed his ice abilities, forming a shard that sliced through one man's throat. After days of battle, Lin Haiyang was no longer the naive novice he once was. Under Tian's rigorous training, he had transformed remarkably. Blood gushed from the wounded man's throat, his eyes still filled with contempt. "You two are evolvers." One of the tall men stuttered, astonished by Lin Haiyang's prowess, which made killing seem as effortless as slaying a chicken. Mu Lingxi's lips curled upward slightly, a glint of coldness in her gaze. The stout man's face flushed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Although he felt unfazed, knowing he could easily dispatch ordinary evolvers, he had not anticipated such a loss before the confrontation even began. "You incompetent fools! That man is mine. You go and capture that woman first," the stout man barked. The remaining subordinates sighed in relief. They were genuinely intimidated by Lin Haiyang. "Come on, fat fool. Show me what the leader of the Red Lotus Society can do," Lin Haiyang taunted. The stout man lunged at Lin Haiyang, while his subordinates rushed towards Mu Lingxi. Deep within the first level of Tianhong Mall, Tian swung his fists, lightning radiating brilliantly. The zombies unleashed a frenzied chorus of roars, charging towards him. Meanwhile, within the protective barrier, Lan Ling watched Tian with sparkling eyes. So impressive, brother Tian. You're amazing. Chapter 27, Ascension to Level 3. Significant power augmentation. Tian's fist thundered against the zombie's forehead. Bang. The zombies had exploded with a resounding crack. Devouring successful. Constitution 10. The sheer might of Tian was terrifying. When facing first-tier zombies, a single punch could decimate a large group. Though these second-tier zombies had gained considerable strength and speed, they paled in comparison to Tian's formidable power. Lan Ling watched in exhilaration as Tian wreaked havoc. Her excitement palpable. Lightning strike. Bolts of thunder coalesced in Tian's hands and struck forth, resonating with a thunderous boom. The bodies of the zombies were sent flying in all directions, and with one blow, he obliterated 10 second-tier zombies. Tian surveyed the damage with satisfaction, contemplating the strength he would possess upon reaching Tier 3. Devouring successful. Constitution 40. Devouring successful. Agility 20. Devouring successful. Strength 20. Devouring successful. Spirit 20. Feeling the ceaseless surge of power within him, Tian sensed his energy roiling like a dragon. Subsequently, he refrained from using any skills, opting instead to familiarize himself with the escalating force through sheer brute strength. No zombie could withstand a single punch from him. Blood sprayed everywhere, and zombie remnants littered the ground, leaving Lan Ling in a state of shock. Tian was nothing short of invincible. Dispatching these second-tier zombies was akin to crushing ants. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, Lan Ling would never have believed anyone could be so powerful. Devouring successful. Constitution 2. Devouring successful. Agility 30. The mechanical voice echoed incessantly in Tian's mind, rendering him numb, like a relentless harbinger of death, devoid of emotion. After a while, Tian found himself surrounded by the lifeless forms of zombies. The ground soaked in blood, a gruesome spectacle. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded to a Level 3 evolver. All attributes increased by 100. Acquired new skill, Twin Shadows. Allows the simultaneous release of 2 shadows. Acquired new skill, Lightning Prison, creates an electric field to confine a designated area. Acquired new skill, Golden Body Defense. Upon activation, significantly enhances defensive capabilities. As Tian absorbed the information swirling in his mind, he was engulfed in euphoria. Ascending to Level 3 not only augmented his attributes significantly, but also bestowed upon him several new skills. Opening his personal panel, he beheld, name, Tian, level 3 evolver 0-2000, abilities, endless devouring SSS-level, lightning S-level, shadow a level, diamond a level, skills, lightning strike, reconnaissance, mental shock, twin shadows, lightning prison, golden body defense, strength 392, agility 401, 20, constitution 398, 20, spirit 495, equipment, blue steel armor, silver, space ring, wings of flight, epic, boots of speed, silver. His attributes were nearly 4 times that of an average Level 3 evolver. Tian could not help but wonder if anyone could rival him. Coupled with such formidable skills, he felt confident even against a Level 4 evolver. On the ground lay a heap of shining items. These second-tier zombies had dropped a substantial amount of valuable loot. After a cursory examination, Tian found most to be spirit crystals, with a few pieces of equipment. He gathered everything into his space ring. Lan Ling, let us depart. Ling Shi and the others must be waiting anxiously outside, Tian declared. Lan Ling remained dazed, still reeling from Tian's overwhelming strength. Outside the Tianhong shopping mall, Lin Haiyang knelt on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Mu Lingxi stood before him, her icy gaze fixed on President Hong Luo. I never expected you to be this formidable, slaughtering all my subordinates. But you have witnessed my abilities. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? President Hong Luo spoke coldly, his expression grave. In mere minutes, Mu Lingxi had incinerated his last 3 subordinates alive. The thought made his heart bleed. Finding capable evolvers was no easy feat with his men gone. He would have to handle many matters himself, a most vexing predicament. Moreover, they had witnessed his powers, and a price must be paid. Enough with the pleasantries. Are you afraid now? Lin Haiyang taunted. You little brat. Don't get ahead of yourself. Were it not for this woman, you would have perished long ago. President Hong Luo retorted sharply. Lin Haiyang hesitated, recalling the recent battle. President Hong Luo possessed remarkable prowess. Not only was he tough as nails, but his ice crystals had barely affected him. Furthermore, the force of the president's punches was staggering. Had Lin Haiyang not been clad in multiple pieces of equipment, he might have been knocked out without President Hong Luo even needing to use his abilities. Thinking of President Hong Luo's powers sent chills down Lin Haiyang's spine. He could teleport. In the midst of their confrontation, President Hong Luo had suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind him and deliver a crushing blow. By the time Lin Haiyang turned, President Hong Luo had already materialized beside him, striking with uncanny stealth. Lin Haiyang had no means to defend himself, being treated like a punching bag until Mu Lingxi swiftly dispatched her opponent and rushed to aid him. Otherwise, if you surrender and work for me, I can spare you. Young lady, you too. I assure you no harm will come to you. President Hong Luo continued, casting a wary glance at Mu Lingxi. Engaging with Mu Lingxi? A foolish endeavor. He might find himself incinerated before he knew it. Better to leave her to another fortunate soul. Do you think you're worthy? Just wait until our leader arrives, and you'll learn the true meaning of despair. Lin Haiyang retorted, blood still trickling from his mouth. At his words, President Hong Luo's pupils constricted. Another revolver? If these two were already so troublesome, a third would be unbearable. Doubt crept into his mind. As for whether Lin Haiyang was lying, he had no reason to believe so, though the two had witnessed his abilities. Their expressions remained largely unchanged. If he did not possess powerful backing or ace cards, his reputation for arrogance and survival was not solely based on his abilities. He was adept at reading the atmosphere, and sensing the tides turning, he had already resolved to flee. I will let you off this time. Should we meet again, you will understand the consequences. President Hong Luo spoke solemnly, his mind made up to retreat and return with greater numbers. Oh, and what consequences might those be? A cold, indifferent voice interjected, its tone chilling to the bone. President Hong Luo's heart sank. This was not good. Chapter 28, President Hong Luo. Death. At the entrance of the Tianhong shopping mall, Yu Tian gazed coldly at President Hong Luo. The latter trembled as he turned to face the young man, whose delicate features belied a formidable presence, accompanied by a charming young girl. Although Yu Tian exuded no fluctuations of spiritual energy, President Hong Luo was not so naive as to consider him an ordinary person. He had received intelligence indicating the presence of several second-tier zombies within the mall. The young man had evidently emerged victorious from the encounter. Yu Tian, quickly dispatch this fat man. He is far too arrogant. Lin Haiyang shouted. Yu Tian's swift exit exceeded Lin's expectations. He had anticipated a lengthy ordeal with dozens of second-tier zombies. Yet here he was, emerging in less than half an hour. Lin Haiyang looked smugly at President Hong Luo. Mu Lingxi's expression also shifted to one of relief, for with Yu Tian's return, all was well. Yu Tian. He is President Hong Luo. His ability is teleportation. Mu Lingxi suddenly exclaimed, realizing the implications. Yu Tian's eyes lit up at the mention of teleportation, a highly advantageous ability, and his gaze toward President Hong Luo grew fervent. Upon noticing Yu Tian's lack of fear upon learning of his power, President Hong Luo resolved that a direct confrontation would be unwise. Yu Tian? President Hong Luo suddenly recalled. This was the ability user who had been soaring through the skies recently, wielding lightning powers. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that lightning was manageable, not an otherworldly ability. Yu Tian, I know you. See, your friend is unscathed. My subordinates have all been killed by your friend. Shall we consider this matter settled? President Hong Luo proposed. Yu Tian observed several clumps of charred, ash-like dust near Mu Lingxi. A gentle breeze scattered the dust. Permeating the air, it appeared the goddess had once again nearby lay a corpse with blood still dripping from its neck, evidently the handiwork of Lin Haiyang. Was this rotund man truly President Hong Luo? How could he remain so composed after losing his subordinates? Enough. You should be contemplating how to die more painlessly. Yu Tian frowned. President Hong Luo's heart sank. Was Yu Tian truly unafraid of him? I possess some valuable items that I am willing to give to you. Let us consider this matter resolved. Shall we? He insisted, unwilling to yield. Yu Tian blinked, taken aback by the cowardice displayed by the fat man. If I kill you, those items will belong to me. He replied coolly. Beside him, Lan Ling struggled to suppress a laugh at the absurdity of the fat man's predicament. President Hong Luo faltered, wishing he could slap himself for uttering such foolishness. As Yu Tian prepared to attack, President Hong Luo called out, Wait, let me say a few more words. Lan Ling, Lin Haiyang, Mu Lingxi, Yu Tian, now irritated by the incessant chatter of this fat man, retorted sharply, Do you have any last words to share? My brother is by Yunfei from Guanxing. and he commands several third-tier revolvers. Spare me, and I will consider this incident as if it never occurred. President Hongluo gritted his teeth. Oh. Tian replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of letting President Hongluo escape. Not even the might of a king could save him. This ability was now his. President Hongluo's heart plummeted to despair. Then let us battle. I shall show you my true strength, he bellowed. Whoosh. President Hongluo's plump figure suddenly vanished, reappearing 50 meters away. He ran? After shouting so loudly, Lin Haiyang and the others were momentarily taken aback by the fat man's audacity. President Hongluo's anguished scream pierced the air as he clutched his head. Feeling as if something were attacking his brain, Tian had long been prepared, unleashing a mental shockwave. The moment President Hongluo finished his shout, Tian struck with devastating force. The potency of the mental attack was overwhelming. Despite President Hongluo's robust constitution, he could not withstand the relentless assault on his psyche. His screams echoed around them, a harrowing sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of despair. Lin Haiyang felt a chill run down his spine. Was Tian truly this formidable? He managed to deal with the fat man without even lifting a finger. Mu Lingxi and Apos. S eyes sparkled with admiration as she watched Tian. Meanwhile, Lan Ling wore a look of disdain. This fat man was hardly a challenge. If only they had witnessed Tian's battle within the mall. My brother will not let you go. He will avenge me. President Hongluo's cries were punctuated by his suffering. Rest assured, I shall ensure your reunion, Tian murmured softly. Bang! In a swift motion, Tian closed the distance and unleashed a powerful punch directly into President Hongluo's chest, the force of lightning coursing through him. Boom! President Hongluo's body exploded into fragments. Devouring successful, acquired S-rank ability, teleportation, capable of instantaneous movement within a range of 50 meters. Tian felt a rush of information flood his mind. Teleportation was now within his grasp. Delight surged through him. Just a few spirit crystals? How pedestrian. He had anticipated more from the president's claims of possessing valuable items. Yet, the acquisition of a new ability was a significant boon, rendering his disappointment negligible. Haiyang, are you all right? Tian and Lan Ling rushed to Lin Haiyang's side. Lin Haiyang gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, that fat man is dead. I'm fine now. Haha. Tian, you're incredible. I've leveled up to the 3rd tier. Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Haiyang's reaction was unsurprising, as Tian's earlier display had been nothing short of extraordinary. Let us escort Haiyang home. He needs rest to recuperate, Tian suggested, and the others readily agreed. He then retrieved a large basket from his spatial ring, stating casually, let us fly back. Lin Haiyang hesitated, aware that Tian was concerned for his well-being. Isn't that too dangerous? He asked. Mu Lingxi furrowed her brow in concern as well. Lan Ling, however, was brimming with excitement. Having long known Tian possessed the ability to fly, now, she could finally indulge in the thrill of soaring through the skies. Do not worry, with my current strength, I can handle it, Tian replied with a reassuring smile. The group felt a sense of security wash over them, recalling Tian's enigmatic attack. Climb on. Tian's back sprouted a pair of resplendent wings, shimmering with colors. Lan Ling's eyes sparkled at the sight of Tian's wings, exclaiming inwardly at their beauty. Tian flapped his wings and began to ascend, gradually lifting the group into the air as they floated towards Zhonghai Community. Chapter 29. The return by Ling felt the crisp air at high altitudes, surveying the endless expanse of white clouds surrounding her. She relished this sensation and suddenly spoke. Brother Tian, could you go a bit faster? Beside her, Mu Lingxi's mood soured instantly. This little girl is getting bolder, isn't she? She dares to, she thought. Lin Haiyang, seated nearby, wore a grim expression. No way, this can't be happening to me. Lin Haiyang, how are you feeling now? Are you cold? Mu Lingxi inquired softly. Lin Haiyang's heart sank. He knew what was coming. He glanced at Bai Ling and then at the sternly watching Mu Lingxi. Clearing his throat, he began, I think. Before he could finish, Mu Lingxi's gaze sharpened, fixating on him, causing the temperature in the air to plummet. Bai Ling widened her eyes. This was an overt threat. How infuriating. I think it's better to go slower, Lin Haiyang sighed. Hearing this, Tian, who was flying above, did not ponder much and maintained their current speed, soaring forward. Meanwhile, the situation below was deteriorating rapidly, littered with ruins and devastation. Tian sensed a heavy atmosphere of hostility permeating the surroundings. Most survivors had banded together, and scenes of violent destruction were widespread. At that moment, as Yi Tian flew through the sky, someone below spotted them. Wow, the flying brother is back, a man exclaimed. Nearby, his companions looked up in excitement. A pair of colorful wings spread across the sky, adding vibrancy to the otherwise empty expanse. Additionally, someone was live-streaming the scene, capturing Yi Tian and his companions. It was a sweet young lady known for her cosplay, previously quite famous on the platform, called Little Rabbit Teeth, beloved by many fans. Look quickly, that's the flying brother. Did you see him? She exclaimed, directing the camera skyward. The chat room erupted with enthusiasm. If only I could hug the flying brother's leg. I want to fly too. One viewer commented, could the streamer buy a better phone? I can't see anything. I'll donate 1 million. Hurry and buy one. Stop it with the gifts. Even if you donate 1 billion, it won't help. What good is money now? It's worthless. Another retorted. Shut your mouth. I was just playing a game and spent 10 times that. Little Rabbit Teeth observed the chaos in the chat and felt her spirits lift. She adored live streaming and relished the sense of community it fostered, even though it no longer brought in revenue. Yet, she still streamed daily. Suddenly, a comment caught her attention. It seems they're heading towards Zhonghai community. Can we go there for refuge? Sure, the flying brother must be incredibly powerful. I think it's feasible. Another replied. Come on, he hasn't even killed any formidable monsters. Huh, I get it. First comes the keyboard warrior, then the real fighters. As Little Rabbit Teeth noticed the chat spiraling out of control, she quickly said, all right, everyone, let us keep it down. It's not the time for this. But as soon as she spoke, the chat exploded further. Come at me. I'm an evolver. You think I'm afraid of you? Bring it. An evolver is just a keyboard warrior online. Leave an address, and I'll come over. Little Rabbit Teeth rubbed her temples and silently ended the stream, thinking, these people are truly. However, Zhonghai community seemed quite close. In Blue City, within a lavishly decorated room, a young man shouted in frustration, damn it, why did she end the stream? I'm going to make that little brat pay. This young man, named Li Fan, had just been verbally sparring with an ordinary person in Little Rabbit Teeth's stream. He was a second-generation rich kid who enjoyed watching streams and had gifted generously. During the Blood Rain outbreak, he happened to be speeding in his convertible when he awakened his powers. After awakening, he displayed remarkable courage, seeking out other evolvers to form a team, and now lived a rather comfortable life. Li Gu, who made you angry now? It's a dire time. And you're still watching streams. It's quite ridiculous for an evolver, another young man, Zhao He, remarked. Some ordinary person was being obnoxious in the stream, infuriating me. I want to twist his head off. Li Fan scowled. Li Gu, once we grow stronger, we can have anything we desire. Why bother with those online fools? Zhao He suggested. Li Fan lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. You don't understand, forget him. But that flying brother is worth noting. He seems to be from Jianglin City. Zhao He expressed surprise. Li Fan is interested in another evolver? I still can't let this go. Find a few sharp-tongued people to guard Little Rabbit Teeth's stream, and keep an eye on that brat. Whoever can make him question his life gets 2 buckets of instant noodles. Li Fan ordered. Zhao He. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and his companions successfully returned to Zhonghai community. Lin Haiyang lay in a room, pale and devoid of color. 2 doctors were examining him. Lord Yi Tian. Lin Haiyang is fine. He has a few broken ribs and some internal bruising. As an evolver, he should recover in a few days with proper nourishment. One of the older doctors stated. Yi Tian sighed in relief. Thank you for your help. You may leave. Take a pound of pork each. The 2 doctors were overjoyed. A pound of pork was a generous gift in these times, where even a bit of rice or vegetables was considered precious. Yi Tian's community had implemented resource controls, managing supplies strictly, with daily food rations meticulously regulated. Everyone had specific roles, from monitoring surveillance to intelligence gathering, cooking, and beyond. No one objected, as the ordinary people had little combat capability, relegated to support roles. Furthermore, the duration of their predicament remained uncertain. The 2 doctors left the room with smiles on their faces. Chapter 30. Yi Tian's concerns. After a delightful lunch, Yi Tian retreated to his room. Meanwhile, Lan Ling was in Lin Haiyang's room, animatedly recounting the battle that transpired in the underground of Tianhong shopping mall. Haiyang, you can't imagine how terrified I was. It was pitch dark. I clung tightly to brother Yi Tian. Lan Ling exclaimed, her gestures lively. Lin Haiyang listened intently, seemingly captivated by the vivid imagery of the scene she painted. Brother Yi Tian was enveloped in crackling thunder, delivering a punch. Lan Ling continued, her enthusiasm unabated. Outside the room, Mu Lingxi happened to pass by and caught the excited tones of Lan Ling, which ignited a spark of annoyance within her. She was on the verge of pushing open the door to Lin Haiyang's room, but managed to restrain herself, suppressing her rising irritation. Calm down, calm down. She inhaled deeply and departed instead. Lin Haiyang felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, glancing beside him to find only Lan Ling, not Mu Lingxi. Had he just heard footsteps outside? Could it have been? Lan Ling, oblivious to his contemplations, continued her animated narration, while Lin Haiyang pondered whether it was truly Mu Lingxi outside. A chill ran down his spine as a thought crossed his mind. Never mind, it doesn't matter. He reassured himself internally. After a time, Lan Ling finished her tale, took a generous sip of water, and thoughtfully poured a glass for Lin Haiyang as well. Lan Ling, what are you up to? This kind of attention makes me uneasy, Lin Haiyang remarked, bewildered by her unusual attentiveness, typically reserved for Yi Tian alone. Lan Ling blinked, taking a deep breath as if summoning great courage. Could you help me pursue Yi Tian? Lin Haiyang felt overwhelmed, his temples twitching. I knew it. This is an ulterior motive at play. You must have noticed, right? Mu Lingxi, he began slowly. Lan Ling frowned, pouting. That woman is so fierce. Brother Yu Tian would never like her. Lin Haiyang sighed softly. You don't understand. No one knows Yu Tian better than I do. After a while, Lan Ling left Lin Haiyang's room with a cheerful bounce. Can't you refill my glass? He lamented, feeling significantly drained. Before long, Yi Tian arrived at Lin Haiyang's room, followed closely by Mu Lingxi and Lan Ling. He retrieved several items from his spatial ring. These are the equipment I obtained from the Tianhong shopping mall. Take a look and see if any suit you, Yi Tian said. As an array of items appeared on the table. Azure armor, silver equipment, constitution 20, agile boots, silver equipment, agility 20, mountain cleaving blade, silver equipment, strength 20. Crystal necklace, silver equipment, spirit 20. The group gazed at the collection of equipment with excitement. Yi Tian, you should choose first. Enhance your combat prowess, Mu Lingxi urged. Suppressing her own eagerness, both Lan Ling and Lin Haiyang encouraged Yu Tian to select first as well. I have already chosen, Yu Tian replied. Pulling a necklace from his collar, it was indeed a crystal necklace. The rest are of no use to me. Feel free to take whatever you need. I'll take a crystal necklace as well. Sister Lingxi seems to have one already, so she won't need it, Lan Ling chirped, batting her eyelashes at Mu Lingxi with a pitiful gaze. Lin Haiyang was taken aback. This girl was initiating a confrontation? Mu Lingxi, glancing at Lan Ling, replied nonchalantly. Take it. I have no use for it. Though her tone was calm, Lin Haiyang sensed the tempestuous undercurrents. Silently mourning for Lan Ling, Yi Tian felt a sudden chill. As if a breeze had swept through, was autumn upon them already? After everyone gathered their desired items, Mu Lingxi exited the room, her expression serene. Lan Ling, on the other hand, wore a triumphant smile. Hiki, I'm wearing the same necklace as brother Yu Tian. No one will mistake us for anything but a couple, right? This is just splendid. Yi Tian, what do you truly think of Lan Ling and Mu Lingxi? Lin Haiyang ventured slowly, with both girls having departed. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over their faces, as if everything was gradually improving. Yu Tian fell silent, his brow furrowing. Having never experienced romance in his past life before the apocalypse erupted, he had little time to ponder such matters. Growing up in an orphanage, he had always felt a lack of security. Now, reborn with Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi by his side, he found himself at a loss regarding emotions. He understood the future would be harsh. Despite appearing strong now, he was acutely aware of the impending dangers. His expression turned bittersweet. Those who have not endured would not comprehend. He sensed that Mu Lingxi harbored feelings for him, and as for Lan Ling, her affections were all but written across her forehead. Seeing Yu Tian's prolonged silence, Lin Haiyang pressed on. If you have the ability, then. Yu Tian felt a wave of frustration. How had he not noticed the depth of Lin Haiyang's thoughts before? I'm not ready to consider such things. Do you understand how terrifying our future may be? Yu Tian inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Suddenly, the sky darkened, clouds gathering ominously overhead, hinting at impending rain. Lin Haiyang stared at Yu Tian in disbelief. Haven't things improved? We are growing stronger, and you, Yu Tian, are exceedingly powerful. Not just Lin Haiyang, but many survivors now held an optimistic outlook for the future. Evolved beings were becoming increasingly formidable, and low-level zombies were mere sources of experience. Many trained ordinary people could now dispatch these first-tier zombies. Numerous individuals were already strategizing counteroffensives against the zombies, envisioning plans to restore civilization. The internet buzzed with tales of humanity's victories, a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness before dawn. Ocean, trust me. The future will prove to be tenfold more terrifying than you can imagine. Tian sighed heavily. Lin Haiyang's expression stiffened. How could that be? We've already taken down many zombies. Yet he found himself compelled to believe Tian's words. We must strive to grow stronger to protect what we cherish. Tian declared resolutely before departing the room. Is it truly that terrifying? Lin Haiyang murmured to himself. In another room adorned in shades of pink, Lan Ling donned headphones. Listening intently to Lin Haiyang's murmurs, she gradually removed them and approached the window, gazing at the gloomy weather. Raindrops began to patter against the floor, producing a crisp sound. Brother Tian, no matter what the future holds, I will always stick by your side. Lan Ling spoke softly to the sky, her eyes brimming with determination. Chapter 31. The arrival at Jianglin City. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. As raindrops began to fall upon the streets of Jianglin City, would it soon pour? Tian extended his hand, savoring the sensation of raindrops landing in his palm. He opened his personal interface. Name, Tian, level, Tier 3 Evolver, 10-2000, powers, Endless Devour, SSS grade, Lightning S grade, Shadow, a grade, Diamond Body, a grade. Teleportation, S grade. Skills, Thunder Strike, Detection, Mental Shock, Dual Shadow, Lightning Prison. Diamond Defense, Strength, 392, Agility, 401, 20, Constitution, 398, 20, Mentality, 495, 20, Equipment. Azure Steel Armor, Silver, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Swift Boots, Silver. Crystal Necklace, Silver. The information swirling in his mind bestowed upon Tian an immense sense of security, and the burgeoning power within him left him somewhat entranced. This time, he vowed not to allow anything to take away what was rightfully his. What he had just expressed to Lin Haiyang was, in truth, a reflection of his own thoughts. Only by becoming stronger could he protect all that he cherished. Master Tian, I have something to report. A deep voice resonated from behind him. Tian gazed at the raindrops falling from the sky without turning around, and slowly replied, Chen Lao, speak your mind. What is it? Chen Linshan stood respectfully behind Tian. Although Tian did not turn to face him, Chen Linshan dared not exhibit the slightest dissatisfaction. He had witnessed Tian's formidable power. In this era, strength was the only privilege that mattered. It is as follows. Numerous survivors wish to join us and seek your protection, Master Tian. Chen Linshan continued. Tian's expression remained unchanged as he replied indifferently. Are there any evolvers among them? Chen Linshan hastily responded, one evolver, while the rest are ordinary people, 50 in total. The evolver has brought along 15. With the others coming out of admiration. Tian pondered for a moment, then inquired, where are they now? They are waiting at the entrance of the community. Do you wish for them to proceed? Or? Chen Linshan asked. Tian squinted slightly as the rain outside intensified, hinting at the possibility of a downpour. It should not rain heavily for now, Tian murmured, observing the sky. Chen Linshan, hearing this, maintained a respectful demeanor, showing no signs of impatience. Let them wait at the entrance for half an hour. Those willing to stay may do so, while those unwilling may leave, Tian instructed. Chen Linshan nodded in acknowledgement and departed from Tian's room toward the community entrance. At the entrance of Zhonghai Community, the sound of raindrops echoed. Sun Daong stood beneath the rain, his hair gradually becoming soaked, alongside a group of anxious individuals, all appearing exceedingly restless. 50 individuals stood at the entrance, the survivors Chen Linshan had mentioned. Brother Sun, do you think that Tian will accept us? Asked a bald man beside him. Isn't that a redundant question? Brother Sun is an evolver. Wherever he goes, he commands respect. Once Tian learns of this, he will certainly come to meet us. Another man exclaimed. Indeed, indeed. Coming here is a mark of respect for him. He must be hurrying over as we speak. Sun Daong felt a wave of relief at their words, thinking that perhaps by aligning with Tian, he might even secure a position as a vice leader. His followers wore expressions of unwavering confidence. However, the others looked anxious. They were ordinary individuals, lacking any special abilities, uncertain if Tian would accept them. Among the crowd was a sweet girl dressed in worn clothing. Standing out as rather ordinary, she was the same girl who had appeared in a live stream. Known as Little Rabbit Teeth. Upon discovering that Tian might be in Zhonghai Community, she had hurried over without hesitation. What if he turns me away? As a beauty streamer, being rejected would be so embarrassing, Little Rabbit Teeth thought to herself. After a while, an elderly man with white hair approached, sheltered by a figure in black holding an umbrella. The crowd instantly stirred with excitement. It was Chen Lao, their well-known steward. Chen Linshan appeared dignified, exuding a commanding presence, contrasting sharply with his demeanor before Yi Tian. He understood how to adapt his posture according to the situation. After years of navigating the business world, he had mastered the nuances of human interaction. Now, he represented Yu Tian and was resolute in projecting the appropriate authority. Ahem. Chen Linshan lightly cleared his throat, and the crowd immediately fell silent. All eyes were fixed upon him, expressions filled with trepidation, while Sun Daong and his companions displayed nonchalance, seemingly untroubled by Yi Tian's potential refusal. Master Yi Tian has agreed to accept you, Chen Linshan announced, his tone steady and powerful. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, while Sun Daong and his followers wore expressions of disdain, as if they had anticipated this outcome. However, Chen Linshan continued, causing the crowd's expression to shift dramatically. Were there conditions attached? Sun Daong's face darkened. What was Yi Tian playing at? And why was this old man acting so imposing? Those wishing to join us must wait another half-hour at the entrance. Those willing to wait may remain, while those unwilling may depart, Chen Linshan stated calmly. Chen Lao, did you not inform Yi Tian that I am an evolver? Sun Daong spoke in a low, icy tone. Chen Linshan cast a penetrating glance at Sun Daong, disregarding him as he turned to leave. The rain fell increasingly harder, the sound of droplets becoming a sharp cadence. Damn it, is he trying to play games with me? Sun Daong clenched his fists, infuriated by the humiliation he had suffered since becoming an evolver. Brother Sun, should we wait? The rain seems to be intensifying. One of his subordinates remarked. Wait for what? What is that Yi Tian pretending to be? Our boss is here out of respect for him. Exactly. Our boss is here. Let us leave. Didn't the Black Shale Gang also invite our boss and offer him the position of vice leader? Sun Daong's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Yi Tian, is it? Just wait until I seize an opportunity. Let us go. Sun Daong commanded, leading his group away. As the heavy rain continued, several individuals gradually departed. Yet a few remained steadfast, among them Little Rabbit Teeth. Humph. How dare they make me stand here? Once I get in, I will certainly, she mused. Yet she had no intention of leaving. Half an hour was merely half an hour. Standing was no great ordeal. Who was afraid of whom? In the villa. Yu Tian observed the footage from the entrance of the community. Master Yu Tian, what about that Sun Daong? Chen Linshan inquired. Not to worry. He is merely a trifling clown, Yu Tian replied nonchalantly. If the rain becomes too heavy, let those few individuals inside. Chapter 32. Sudden weather change. The entire Zhonglin city was engulfed in thunder and lightning as torrential rain poured down relentlessly, gradually halting the bloodshed within the city. In such weather, most evolved beings and zombies dared not linger outside. This storm, with its violent downpour and thunder, seemed to transcend the boundaries of an ordinary tempest. Brother Tian, the thunder. I and Amp, Appos, am so scared. Lonling trembled in fear, seeking refuge in Yu Tian and Amp, Appos' room. Inside, Yu Tian stood silently by the window, his gaze fixed on the chaos outside. Though his thoughts remained unspoken, Lan Ling found solace in his presence. Not only Lan Ling, but others too felt the overwhelming force of this storm. Never had they witnessed such ferocious rain and thunder. The city's network had collapsed entirely, and in many areas, power lines were severely damaged. Whispers spread throughout Zhonglin City. This weather felt apocalyptic, as if the world itself was on the brink of destruction. In an apartment somewhere in the city, a frustrated gamer cursed as his connection dropped mid-game. Damn lag. I was about to destroy the enemy and Amp, Appos' base. I just spent a fortune on this game yesterday. Beside him, a buzz-cut youth rolled his eyes. You still believe in game maintenance at a time like this? The gamer retorted, you don't understand. Timmy would never abandon me, even if the world ends. Soon, both realized their network was completely down. The gamer, undeterred, attempted to recharge his account, much to the other and Amp, Appos' disbelief. Miraculously, the game welcomed him back, proof of the power of money. The buzz-cut youth could only light a cigarette in resignation, muttering, the might of a whale, truly terrifying. The loss of connectivity cast a shadow over the survivors. Without the internet, they were cut off from the outside world, left to face the storm's wrath in isolation. Dark clouds blotted out the sky, blurring the line between day and night. Fear spread like wildfire. Some believed it divine punishment. Others clung to hope in their evolved protectors. At Zhonghai residential area, Chen Linshan reported to Yi Tian, Master, as you instructed, we've placed night pearls throughout the villa. Days prior, Tian had ordered the collection of these luminous gems. Though puzzled at first, Chen Linshan now marveled at his foresight. When questioned about the absence of candles, Tian cryptically replied, "This storm is more than just rain." Chen Linshan's expression darkened. He understood the gravity behind those words. Later, he mentioned a newcomer, a girl called Little Bunny Teeth, who insisted on meeting Tian. At first dismissive, Tian suddenly recalled a name from his past, a formidable evolved being who emerged in the second year, wielding vines like a goddess of nature. Could it be her? "Bring her to me," Tian commanded, suppressing his excitement. Half an hour later, in his dimly lit room, Tian reclined as Lan Ling massaged his shoulders. "Brother Tian, is the pressure all right?" she murmured. He gave a faint hum of approval. As she adjusted her touch, Lan Ling offered, "Would you like some grapes?" Oh, the decadence of this life. Tian reveled in it. He now understood why rulers, once diligent, often grew complacent after ascending the throne. "Master, Little Bunny Teeth awaits outside," Chen Linshan announced. Chapter 33, The Nature Goddess? Behind Tian, Lan Ling's expression shifted instantaneously. "So you are the Little Bunny Tooth, are you? I am eager to see what you are capable of." "Humph, my Tian brother can only belong to me." "Let her in," Tian said nonchalantly. Moments later, a girl with willow-shaped eyebrows and apricot-like eyes, her skin as smooth as cream, entered Tian's room. She wore a JK uniform paired with white stockings, her hair styled in twin ponytails. Tian swallowed hard. Old Chen truly understood my tastes. Lan Ling, standing behind him, gazed intently at the Little Bunny Tooth, disapproving of her provocative attire. How shameless to employ such uniform seduction. Another enchanting temptress. Wait, why do I say another? As the Little Bunny Tooth noticed Tian and Apos' unwavering gaze, a blush crept across her cheeks. Lan Ling pinched Tian and Apos' shoulder, glaring at the newcomer. Tian, regaining his composure, cleared his throat and inquired, "What brings you here?" He was uncertain whether this girl was indeed the one who once guarded a city in his previous life, having never seen her before but possessing some vague information. She seemed to be a streamer, but beyond that, he was not well informed, as his previous social circle was rather lowly and devoid of any connection to the top-tier evolvers. The Little Bunny Tooth felt a flutter of nerves. She had initially spoken casually, never expecting Tian would actually meet her. Now, she found herself at a loss for words. Why did we have to wait outside for half an hour? She resolved to ask a question, hoping to deflect his attention and leave swiftly. This man was terrifying, especially with a beautiful sister watching her closely. Despite Tian's seemingly gentle demeanor, Little Bunny Tooth felt as though she were facing a tiger. Any slight movement could provoke an attack. Tian scrutinized the Little Bunny Tooth, speculating about her identity. Surely she cannot be that enchanting girl. But recalling Mu Lingxi, he felt uncertain. "Why are you here? What do you do?" Tian decided to be direct. The Little Bunny Tooth blinked, slowly responding, "I am a streamer at Mayan Life." Upon hearing this, Tian and Apos' eyes lit up. Indeed, she was the streamer he had suspected. The future nature goddess. Feeling flustered under Tian's intense gaze, the Little Bunny Tooth panicked, thinking, what should I do? I should have never come. How can I appear less uncomfortable? I heard that the first time. Noticing her distress, Tian realized he might have frightened her. "You may leave now. Just focus on gathering information," he instructed. The Little Bunny Tooth stood there, momentarily stunned. "But I am all prepared," she stammered, appearing adorably bewildered. "What? Are you unwilling?" Tian furrowed his brow, speaking slowly. No, I am willing," she quickly replied. Lan Ling, feeling much better, thought, only I am worthy of Tian, brother. You temptresses will never have a chance." Chen Linshan then took the Little Bunny Tooth away to settle her in. Tian was still pondering how to handle this future nature goddess. As she was merely an ordinary person at present, there was no immediate benefit in keeping her around. He would wait until he obtained evolution stones before proceeding. Evolution stones were rare treasures that only Tier 4 beings could yield. They could awaken ordinary individuals, yet most who utilized awakening stones merely became ordinary evolvers. Only a select few chosen ones could awaken supernatural abilities and become extraordinary evolvers. In his previous life, Tian had awakened through evolution stones, a process that came at a great cost. In his past existence, he was merely an ordinary evolver, struggling to survive in a world on the brink of collapse. In Mu Lingxi's room, she sat beside the table, gazing at the tempest outside, unable to calm her thoughts. Lin Haiyang had just informed her about Tian and the interactions between Lan Ling and herself. With a soft sigh, Mu Lingxi pondered what burdens Tian carried within. Although he appeared cheerful in front of them, she sensed a profound loneliness lurking beneath the surface. She was unaware of Tian's past experiences, but from what Lin Haiyang had recounted, her heart ached for him. She too felt lost and uncertain about the future. Yet being beside Tian filled her with a sense of security, much like now. Even though they were not in the same room, the mere thought of him nearby brought her comfort. Despite the raging storm outside, she felt no fear, for Tian was close at hand. Mu Lingxi was also a girl plagued by insecurity. Her mother had passed away when she was young, and her father often neglected her. Though her family was affluent, she often found herself feeling unhappy. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door pulled her from her thoughts. Lin Haiyang entered, leaning on a cane, limping slightly. Tian, he has found another woman. Lin Haiyang blurted out. Mu Lingxi's eyes narrowed. Brother, I am not trying to provoke you. But if you add another to this already complicated situation, he could already envision the chaos that would ensue. Oh, I see. Mu Lingxi replied with a detached tone. Lin Haiyang and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that all? Is there anything else? Mu Lingxi regarded him with an impassive expression, seemingly unaffected by his words. Very well, then I shall return to my resting place, he said, limping away while muttering about Tian's potential troubles. Lin Haiyang sensed a looming pressure behind him and hastened his pace. Mu Lingxi bit her lip, clearly unsettled. She had observed Lan Ling's behavior. Always tailing Tian like a shadow, she understood Lan Ling's intentions all too well. Now, another had appeared from seemingly nowhere. Yet, she held faith that Tian was not that kind of man. With his current strength and means, he could have anyone he desired. Even Lan Ling, who clung to him daily, had not. Surely he would not. Mu Lingxi's mind was in turmoil. What is happening to me? What am I thinking? She questioned herself. Could it be that I truly have feelings for Tian? Chapter 34. The actions of three individuals. The relentless storm raged on, accompanied by flashes of lightning. It had poured throughout the night, keeping many awake with the cacophony. By morning, the rain seemed to diminish gradually, however. Darkness still enveloped the entirety of Jianglin City. Numerous areas were submerged, a testament to the previous night's torrential downpour, which had raised water levels considerably. Houses situated in lower regions had succumbed to the floods, while the villa district, where Tian and his companions resided, remained remarkably intact due to its advantageous location and superior drainage system. Signs of monstrous attacks were evident, with blood staining the ground and countless dismembered bodies strewn about. Not only Jianglin City, but the entire globe experienced extreme weather phenomena, snow, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes. Countless survivors suffered grievously in the wake of this sudden calamity, and global connectivity had nearly been severed. The Earth's very landscape seemed to have shifted, though those enduring the disaster were oblivious to this, believing only their surroundings had undergone turmoil. A sense of pessimism regarding the future began to creep in, as the disaster obliterated many individuals' newly forged confidence, though this did not extend to Tian. After breakfast, as the rain continued to fall softly and the sky remained overcast, Tian spoke. Lingxi, we shall venture out shortly. Mu Lingxi and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she nodded, clearly in high spirits. Beside them, Lin Haiyang watched Tian with a sly grin, wondering if the moment had finally arrived for action, contemplating whether he should sneak a glance. Yet, upon noticing his cane, he hesitated, fearing he might not escape in time. Bai Ling's eyes widened, mist gathering within them. Brother Tian, do you have to go with that wretched woman? She lamented. Bai Ling, you should come along too. Tian added, prompting Bai Ling's immediate delight. Her heart swelled with joy at the thought of being included. Mu Lingxi, taken aback, struggled to suppress her displeasure, her gaze turning indifferent. Lin Haiyang, now thoroughly impressed, remarked, 3 people? Wow, Tian, you truly are something. He looked at Tian with newfound respect. Are you sure you want 3 people? Lin Haiyang felt it his duty as a good friend to ensure Tian understood the implications of his decision. Tian, puzzled by Lin Haiyang and Appo's reverence, replied, do you wish to join us? You're in no condition for it. A monster might knock you out in an instant. The expressions of the group shifted subtly, realizing they were indeed heading out to confront monsters. Lin Haiyang exhaled in relief, having feared a different kind of outing. Mu Lingxi and Bai Ling wore complex expressions, their thoughts unreadable. No, you go ahead. Lin Haiyang insisted, shaking his head. Old Shin, remember, never light candles in the villa district. Any flicker may attract monsters. Tian instructed Chen Linshan, who nodded respectfully, harboring no doubts about Tian and Apos' words. With that, Tian retrieved a giant basket from his spatial ring. Bai Ling and Apos' expression wavered, as if she wished to voice something. Observing her hesitation, Lin Haiyang inquired, Bai Ling, what's wrong? Is something amiss? Just as Tian prepared to beckon the two into the basket, he turned to see Bai Ling and Apos' conflicted demeanor. What troubles you? He asked gently. Brother Tian. I and Apos, am scared. The thunder is still rumbling outside. Could you hold me? Bai Ling said, her lips pressed together, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Mu Lingxi, observing Bai Ling and Apos' boldness, thought, this little minx is utterly shameless. Lin Haiyang and Apos' expression turned peculiar, recognizing the strategy Bai Ling employed. He mused that Mu Lingxi, despite her feelings for Tian, would never take such an aggressive stance as Bai Ling. Tian gazed at Bai Ling in astonishment, recalling her fearful demeanor during the thunderstorm the previous night. Perhaps her fear was genuine. Very well, he conceded. Bai Ling and Apos' eyes lit up with excitement. It's worth all that pretending last night. Brother Tian indeed cares for me. Lin Haiyang anxiously glanced at Mu Lingxi, knowing time was of the essence. If you're scared, I'll hold you. It might be inconvenient for Tian to do so while flying. Mu Lingxi and Apos' cool voice interjected. Outside, the rain continued to fall, with distant thunder echoing. Bai Ling and Apos' expression darkened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This woman is insufferable. Who needs your protection? Lin Haiyang silently applauded Mu Lingxi and Apos' cleverness. She effortlessly dismantled Bai Ling and Apos' confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Tian agreed with Mu Lingxi and Apos' suggestion. In the sky, Bai Ling appeared sullen, refusing to let Mu Lingxi hold her, claiming she could endure the diminishing thunder. Mu Lingxi regarded her with a hint of triumph in her gaze. Their destination was the Jianglin City Zoo, a place teeming with fierce beasts, which Tian felt confident in confronting given his current strength. As Mu Lingxi surveyed the landscape below, the rain had transformed the earth into a waterlogged expanse, littered with floating corpses. Strangely, no zombies or fierce beasts were wandering about, seemingly vanished after the previous night. Fire attracts monsters. Many likely lit candles last night, drawing them out, Tian explained. Once the storm ceased, all flames were extinguished, causing the monsters to retreat. Though he was uncertain of the full extent of the situation, he reasoned that the zoo and Apos' beasts had yet to be dealt with. In his previous life, it had taken 6 months into the apocalypse before anyone dared to confront them, by which time the creatures had grown exceedingly powerful, resulting in catastrophic losses among the evolutionaries, nearly 70. Tian's confidence in facing the current beast stemmed from his own formidable strength, coupled with the fact that the beasts were generally of a lower level, making them ideal for gaining experience. Chapter 35. After the storm once again. Many individuals discerned Tian and Apos' presence in the sky. However, most were devoid of interest, having just endured a night of torrential rain, leaving them preoccupied with the search for resources and suitable refuge. The previous night and Apos' deluge profoundly impressed upon everyone the significance of strength. With power, one could secure advantageous territory, procure abundant supplies, and harbor no fear of monsters. It seemed as though something within them had shattered. While the emergence of zombies had incited terror, the presence of evolved beings had offered a semblance of hope. Yet, last night and Apos' natural disaster rendered all efforts futile, and the relentless surge of monsters instilled a sense of despair. The evolved beings could not provide constant protection, and more often than not, one had to rely on oneself. Tian and Apos' figure in the sky inspired many. Thoughts of if only I had strength echoed within their minds. The grim scene on the ground stirred discomfort in Mu Lingxi and Lanling. There were no heart-wrenching cries or agonized groans. Instead, a profound silence enveloped the area, with the living displaying expressions of numbness, resembling mere walking corpses. This atmosphere tugged at the hearts of both women. Oftentimes, it is not the pain that people fear, but the inability to even feel pain. Tian remained silent, the rain cascading upon him while his expression remained impassive, his heart similarly riddled with wounds. The group continued their flight towards the zoo, the sky still shrouded in gray, with raindrops intermittently landing on them. After a while, they gradually descended, revealing a zoo largely submerged by the rain, with trees and structures afloat, and an eerie stillness permeating the surroundings. A glance around revealed nearly no signs of life. Where are the monsters? Lanling inquired, sensing the atmosphere. Tian responded, "It seems they are to the east, likely on Huanglin Mountain." Having previously visited the zoo, Lanling retained some familiarity with the area. The storm must have driven them all up the mountain. That should save us some effort, Tian exclaimed excitedly. The group then set off towards Huanglin Mountain, navigating the debris of wooden buildings that floated upon the water. After some time, they finally drew near. "Brother Tian." They and Appos, read just ahead, in great numbers, Lanling exclaimed with enthusiasm. Mu Lingxi cast a sidelong glance at Lanling, remaining silent. Tian and Appos, eyes sparkled at her words. "Wait. Lanling, stay behind me. Lingxi, you stay in front. I and Appos, trap those ferocious beasts, and you can incinerate them with your flames." The two women nodded in agreement. Tian then produced a protective spirit orb, handing it to Lanling, who understood he wanted her to be cautious about her safety. As they approached, a sudden splash erupted from the water. A crocodile, adorned with sharp teeth and a blood-red hide, surged forth, its massive jaws poised to attack. "Brother Tian, danger!" Lanling shouted, swiftly positioning herself beside him just as the crocodile lunged. With a swift motion, Tian embraced Lanling, his right hand crackling with lightning as he struck the creature and Appos' snout. The electric current coursed through the crocodile, which collapsed onto the surface of the water, sinking out of sight. Devoured successfully. Constitution 10, Detection Technique. Mutated crocodile, second-level beast, with exceedingly sharp teeth, tremendous strength, and remarkable defense. Strength, 50, Constitution, 70, Agility, 40. This creature often acts in packs, displaying ferocity. That was a second-level beast, a crocodile, significantly stronger than ordinary monsters. "There may be many more here," Tian declared. Lanling, nestled in his embrace, clung tightly to him, her soft fragrance enveloping him. As he spoke, Tian suddenly noticed Lanling and Appos' pale complexion, as if she had been severely frightened. "Silly girl, why did you rush over? Such creatures are no match for me." Tian gently reassured her, his heart stirred with emotion. Had he not reacted swiftly, who knew what might have happened to Lanling, brother Tian? "When I saw that monster about to strike, my mind went blank, and I couldn't think." Lanling trembled, nuzzling closer to him. Tian and Appos' heart ached further at her words, feeling a profound resonance within him. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi observed them with a complex expression, a soft sigh escaping her lips. She wondered why her heart felt a twinge of bitterness. Did she truly harbor feelings for Tian? Could she ever be as brave as Lanling? Before long, Tian regained his composure, suddenly recalling Mu Lingxi and Appos' presence. He gently released Lanling regardless of what happens next. "Prioritize your safety. If anything were to happen to you because of me, I could never forgive myself," he murmured. Lanling and Appos' face remained pale, yet she nodded weakly. Her heart brimming with joy. Was this a confession? Should she respond? "Lingxi, you too. No matter what happens, you must take care of yourself, promise me," Tian continued. Mu Lingxi froze momentarily, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as the earlier bitterness evaporated. She glanced at Lanling, who suddenly seemed less bothersome. Meanwhile, Lanling seethed internally, her thoughts racing with frustration. Scoundrel, scoundrel, scoundrel. I and Appos' lost all affection for you now." She looked at Tian, feeling a mix of emotions, recalling his gentle voice. "Fine. If he is a scoundrel, then so be it. Alas, who could resist the allure of brother Tian? The conquest is yet to succeed. I must keep striving. Eventually." Mu Lingxi nodded lightly, seemingly infused with newfound strength. "Be cautious. There are many crocodiles lurking in the water," Tian cautioned. Both women appeared pale at the thought of many more lurking beneath the surface. Mu Lingxi furrowed her brow. The water-dwelling monsters posed a significant threat, as her flames had yet to reach a level capable of igniting underwater. Moreover, the rain was not particularly conducive to her abilities. "Brother Tian, shall we still proceed?" Lanling inquired. Mu Lingxi too awaited his decision, eyes fixed on him. After a moment of contemplation, Tian surveyed the floating debris and sensed a faint, bloodthirsty aura emanating from beneath the water. "Yes, we must press on. We've come this far and should expect some gains," he proclaimed. "I and Appos' enhance your protection," he added. Both women stared at him, bewildered by his words. "Enhance protection? Lightning prison," Tian called out, summoning the power of thunder to envelop both Mu Lingxi and Lanling in a protective shield. Chapter 36. Huanglin Mountain. The power of thunder gradually formed a web-like structure around the two individuals, enveloping them in a protective cocoon. accompanied by crackling sounds that sizzled in the air. This was a technique devised by Tian, utilizing a thunderous prison that, when employed among allies, could create a rudimentary shield. While aesthetically unpleasing, its practicality was undeniable. Moreover, on this rainy day, the potency of the lightning appeared to be subtly amplified by the downpour. Both Mu Lingxi and Lan Ling were astonished, realizing that lightning could also serve as a form of defense. With this, there should be no issue. Those crocodiles Wan and Apos, be able to approach you, Tian declared, leading the two onward. As for the monsters lurking beneath the water, he had no intention of provoking them, prioritizing the eradication of Huanglin Mountain instead. Crocodiles occasionally leaped from the water, yet Tian dispatched them effortlessly. The crocodiles that threatened Mu Lingxi and Lan Ling were kept at bay by the lightning prison, unable to breach its confines. Devour successful. Constitution 10. Devour successful. Strength 10. Devour successful. Agility 10. As they progressed, Tian had already slain 7 or 8 crocodiles. He accessed his personal panel. Name, Tian. Level, Tier 3 Evolver, 92,000. Powers, Endless Devour, SSS grade. Lightning, S grade. Shadow, A grade. Diamond, A grade. Teleportation, S grade. Skills, Thunderstrike, Detection, Mental Shock, Twin Shadows, Lightning Prison. Diamond Defense, Strength, 412. Agility, 421. 20. Constitution, 418. 20. Mentality, 515. 20. Equipment, Azure Diamond Armor, Silver. Space Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic. Boots of Speed, Silver. Crystal Necklace, Silver. All attributes had surpassed 400, and Tian felt an inexhaustible force within him. Mu Lingxi and Lan Ling gazed in awe. Although Lan Ling had witnessed Tian and Apos' prowess in the underground market, witnessing his ferocious combat once more stirred her excitement. The trio gradually approached Huanglin Mountain, where an array of peculiar sounds echoed. Tian remained unfazed, yet the two women felt a sense of dread. The noises seemed ominous, suggesting a considerable number of monsters resided within. We're preparing to ascend. Lan Ling, you will report positions, and Lingxi, once I can find them, unleash your flames. Let us see if you can reach Tier 3 today, Tian instructed. Mu Lingxi nodded, channeling her spiritual energy in readiness. There are over 10 monsters 300 meters ahead. Lan Ling called out. The group hastened forward. Lightning Prison. Thunder erupted from Tian and Apos' right hand, immediately ensnaring a horde of ferocious beasts. His detection skill activated. Fire 8. Tier 2 creature. Strength, 31. Constitution, 32. Agility, 65. A social creature, agile and nimble, with low attack power. The fire apes, trapped within the lightning prison, quivered in fear, acutely sensing the power contained within. Their innate dread of electricity rendered them paralyzed with terror, emitting pitiful cries. Lingxi, it's your turn, Tian urged. Mu Lingxi unleashed her prepared flames, which surged forth. The fire ape shrieked in agony, but the lightning and Apos' grip rendered escape impossible. Minutes later, all the fire apes had succumbed to the searing flames, with 2 of them, unable to withstand the torment, crashing into the prison, only to be electrocuted by Tian and Apos' thunder. Devour successful. Constitution 10. Devour successful. Agility 10. Let us proceed to the next location. Lan Ling, lead the way, Tian softly commanded. Lan Ling pouted, begrudgingly granting experience to the nasty woman, yet remained vigilant. Lingxi, how much experience do you still need? Tian inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Lingxi replied, I still need 600. That requires us to defeat 60 Tier 2 monsters. We must act swiftly. It seems heavy rain is imminent, Tian remarked. The sky remained overcast, with sporadic raindrops falling, accompanied by distant roars of monsters. Brother Tian, there are 13 beasts 400 meters to the east, Lan Ling announced. The group set off in that direction. Mutated zebra, Tier 2 beast, Strength, 51. Constitution, 36. Agility, 65. Agile, with formidable attack power, particularly sensitive to scents. Tian observed a zebra before him, adorned with a long black horn and crimson eyes, its pale body poised to charge at the group upon their approach. Roar. Lightning Prison. Without hesitation, Tian unleashed a strike, ensnaring the herd of mutated zebras. Sensing the threat, the zebras charged headlong into the lightning. Sizzling sounds echoed as many zebras foamed at the mouth, casting wary glances at the prison, paralyzed by fear. Mu Lingxi commanded, fire. Now. Flames erupted. causing the zebra herd to panic and attempt to flee, yet Tian and Apos' lightning thwarted their escape. Soon, they were reduced to charred remains in Mu Lingxi and Apos' inferno. Devour successful. Mentality 10, devour successful. Agility 10, devour successful. Strength 10, surprisingly. 3 zebras fell to Tian and Apos' lightning, although most were vanquished by Mu Lingxi and Apos' flames. Tian, it seems something has dropped. Mu Lingxi exclaimed. Tian approached to find several spirit crystals and a protective spirit orb. He promptly bestowed the protective spirit orb upon Mu Lingxi, as it held negligible value for him but would be quite beneficial for her. The trio continued their search. Meanwhile, atop Huanglin Mountain, a fire ape lay sleeping within a cave, a fiery mark shimmering on its forehead. Had Tian been present, he would have recognized this as a sign of a beast reaching Tier 4, where a property mark appears on the forehead. Gradually, the fire ape opened its eyes, the cave growing oppressive in the wake of its awakening. Its gaze reflected dissatisfaction as it surveyed the dim surroundings, unable to discern anything clearly. With a flick of its right hand, a burst of flames illuminated the cave, revealing numerous fire apes lying scattered about, each adorned with a fiery mark, at least 30 in total. Among them lay one fire ape devoid of any mark, its aura weak. Yet, the recently awakened fire ape gazed upon the feeble one with reverence, as though it were a deity to them. Chapter 37. The Assault of the Fire Ape Chief Brother Tian. 400 meters to the northeast came the voice of Lan Ling. The group was incessantly sweeping through Huanglin Mountain, amassing over 20 spirit crystals along with a variety of miscellaneous equipment. Mu Lingxi and Lan Ling were already fully equipped. However, Tian had yet to find anything suitable for himself. His attribute points were sufficient to sweep away all adversaries. After a lengthy pause, Mu Lingxi exclaimed with joy, Tian, I have reached the 3rd tier. A massive blaze surged forth, enveloping Mu Lingxi's form, transforming her into a fierce goddess of war. Observing Mu Lingxi in this state, Tian couldn't help but perceive the shadow of the Flame Queen. Indeed, this was a testament to his own nurturing. Although she would inevitably become the Flame Queen without him, it was he who had fostered her. Beside them, Lan Ling gazed at Mu Lingxi with envy, thinking, that wretched woman only knows how to leech off my brother Tian's experience points. When will I also ascend to the 3rd tier? Yet, reflecting on her rather mediocre abilities, she sighed, realizing she could only serve as support. Indeed, she still required Tian and Apos' affection. Sensing Lan Ling and Apos' emotions, Tian reassured her. Lan Ling, do not fret. You will soon level up as well. At his words, Lan Ling and Apos' face brightened. Brother Tian still loves me. I have already instructed old Tian to gather information on military weapons. At this stage, the lethality of weapons is quite significant. Tian added. Lan Ling nodded vigorously, her brows curving in delight, clearly in high spirits. Let us continue. We should slay more monsters while we can, Tian declared. At this, Lan Ling closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as though something colossal was trampling the earth. Brother Tian, a monster is rapidly approaching from the west, Lan Ling exclaimed, her face pale. Mu Lingxi and Tian both felt a jolt of alarm. Was a monster truly upon them? Tian turned to behold a gigantic fire ape drawing near, its forehead adorned with a blazing mark. It was a 4th tier fire ape, and Tian recognized it immediately. The mark on its brow was unmistakably a sign of its rank. Fire Ape Chief, 4th tier creature, strength, 450, constitution, 420, agility, 500, leader of the Fire Ape clan, immensely powerful and exceedingly agile, inherently ferocious. Tian's pupils contracted. The creature's attributes far surpassed his own, an ominous aura emanating from it. Lan Ling and Mu Lingxi's faces turned pale. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Although they could not discern its exact attributes, the fire ape's presence nearly rendered them breathless. Stay back. This creature is formidable, Tian intoned gravely. The 2 women retreated a step. Go for it, brother Tian. Lan Ling suddenly cheered. Tian smiled knowingly and nodded. Rest assured, I shall. Mu Lingxi, however, regarded the beast with a serious expression, her heart stirring with concern for Tian. Tian summoned his inner spiritual energy, and lightning crackled around him, transforming him into a figure reminiscent of a thunder god. The Fire Ape Chief continued its charge toward Tian and his companions. With a thunderous roar, the air vibrated, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Tian swiftly engaged the beast, his fist slicing through the air directly toward the Fire Ape Chief. Boom. The Fire Ape Chief did not evade. It took Tian's punch head-on. Although halted momentarily, it sustained no damage whatsoever. Tian's pupils narrowed. Its defenses were astonishingly robust. Smack. The Fire Ape Chief struck Tian with a powerful slap, sending him hurtling backward for several meters. His feet dug into the ground, carving out a long trench. The Fire Ape Chief gazed at Tian from a distance, its expression seeming almost fervent. Roar. The Fire Ape Chief beat its chest and let out a resounding cry. Meanwhile, Lan Ling looked on anxiously. It was the first time she had witnessed Tian unable to swiftly dispatch an opponent, and instead being pushed back by a savage beast. Mu Lingxi felt her heart settle slightly. She discerned that Tian had not been injured, merely caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Clearly, his strength was not far inferior to that of the Fire Ape Chief. Tian inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the creature before him. Since his rebirth, he had relied on his overwhelming attributes to dominate his foes. This was his first encounter with a beast of equal strength. Flames of determination ignited within him. Let this creature be the measure of my prowess. Without activating any skills, Tian charged forward, his fist poised for a direct confrontation. Bang! Bang! Their fists collided with a resounding crash. Tian was still sent reeling, while the Fire Ape Chief staggered back a few steps. Come again! Tian shouted. The fourth-tier beast began to grasp human intent, and upon hearing Tian and Appo's battle cry, it responded with a thunderous roar. Consequently, they engaged in a primal battle, exchanging blows. Though Tian's attributes fell short of the Fire Ape Chief's, the might of the lightning still allowed him to hold his ground against the more powerful creature. Boom. Gradually, cracks began to form in the azure steel armor Tian wore. His eyes blazed with fervor. He had long relied on his potent skills to dominate opponents. Yet this exhilarating clash was a sensation he had not experienced in ages. This feeling transported Tian back to a time in his previous life, where he fought for survival without the aid of formidable abilities, relying solely on his resolve and fists to carve out his path. Delightful! Tian roared, swiftly maneuvering to the side of the Fire Ape Chief, delivering a crushing blow. Bang! The strike landed solidly, forcing the Fire Ape Chief to stagger back. The Fire Ape Chief, now wary, registered that this lower-tier human could actually retaliate effectively. With a furious roar, the Fire Ape Chief unleashed a wave of flames from its entire being, its massive form enveloped in fire, its eyes turning bloodthirsty, and the mark on its forehead blazed intensely. Tian's expression grew grave. The Fire Ape Chief's aura seemed to swell considerably. Was it about to unleash its skills? In that case. Chapter 38. Fragments of the Fire Spirit. The Thunder Prison. Tian bellowed, unleashing the power of thunder that surged towards the Fire Ape leader, encircling it in a web-like prison of lightning. Drip, drip. Amid the rain, Tian's electricity shimmered brightly, tightly surrounding the Fire Ape leader. The Fire Ape leader gazed warily at the flickering bolts of lightning, feeling an immense threat. Roar. Suddenly, flames erupted from the Fire Ape leader, intensifying in heat. Hiss, hiss. Tian's pupils constricted as the Fire Ape leader charged straight through the thunderous prison, its flames absorbing most of the damage. In such weather, the fire remained unaffected. Just as the Fire Ape leader was about to reach Tian's side, Brother Tian, Lan Ling cried out, her face etched with terror. Whoosh. At that moment, as the Fire Ape leader lunged forward, Tian activated his teleportation ability, appearing behind the beast. The Fire Ape leader, bewildered by Tian's sudden disappearance, was caught off guard. Mental shock. Tian's psychic attack was ready, targeting the Fire Ape leader's brain directly. Roar. The Fire Ape leader clutched its head tightly, pounding it with force as excruciating pain threatened to split its skull. Its eyes turning deep crimson, the blazing flames enveloping its body began to dissipate, its massive form rolling on the ground, sending splashes of water flying. A prime opportunity. Tian's heart leaped with joy. The mental shock proved remarkably effective. Thunderstrike. Lightning coalesced in Tian's hands, and as he swung his fist, the thunderous light crashed into the Fire Ape leader's chest with tremendous force. The Fire Ape leader, unable to defend itself while clutching its head, was unprepared. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated as the Fire Ape leader's chest shattered. Devour successful. Constitution 100. Tian felt an instant surge of power, the fatigue he had just experienced seemingly vanishing. Brother Tian. Lan Ling rushed to him, clinging to him and softly sobbing. Whoa, I was so scared. Tian gently patted Lan Ling's head, whispering words of comfort. You know my strength. How could such a small fry possibly defeat me? With a beautiful woman in his embrace and remnants of the defeated monster nearby, Tian couldn't help but reflect on how different this experience felt compared to his past life. Watching Lanling, Mu Lingxi felt a twinge of discomfort. She was also worried about Tian but had faith in his abilities. Such a Lanling. Surely no man could resist her charm. Mu Lingxi's thoughts drifted unexpectedly. Alright, let's see what this monster dropped. A fourth-tier creature might yield some surprises. Tian continued. The group picked up several glowing fragments from the ground. Fire Ape Armor, Golden Grade Weapon, Constitution 100, forms a layer of fiery shield upon charging. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Golden Grade Weapon, Strength 100, Unparalleled Punch Power, has a chance to trigger critical hits that deal double damage upon wearing. Evolution Stone, when used by an ordinary person, it grants the ability to evolve. Fire Spirit Fragment, collecting 10 fragments allows the summoning of a fire spirit, which possesses growth potential and can fight alongside its master. Several spirit crystals. Gazing at these treasures, Tian's eyes sparkled. The fire spirit was indeed a valuable asset, capable not only of combat but also of merging with its master, providing significant attribute enhancements. Regrettably, it required 10 fragments to activate, but he could seek them gradually, perhaps by vanquishing more Fire Ape leaders. Fire Ape Leader. Tian donned the Fire Ape armor and gauntlets. These items seamlessly integrated into his body, manifesting automatically in battle. However, they could also be summoned at will with a mere thought, offering great convenience. He opened his personal panel. Name, Tian. Level, Tier 3 Evolver, 290-2000. Powers, Endless Devour, SSS, Thunder, S, Shadow, A, Diamond, A. Teleportation, S. Skills, Thunderstrike, Detection. Mental Shock, Twin Shadows, Thunder Prison, Diamond Body Defense, Strength, 442, 100. Agility, 441, 20. Constitution, 538, 100. Mental, 535, 20. Equipment, Fire Ape Armor, Golden. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Golden. Space Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Boots of Speed, Silver. Crystal Necklace, Silver. As Tian absorbed the information in his mind, he noted that while his experience points hadn't increased significantly, his attributes had risen considerably, the sensation of newfound strength leaving him slightly unsteady. Brother Tian, a horde of monsters is rapidly approaching us. Lanling's anxious voice rang out. Tian and Mu Lingxi were startled. More monsters? They emit a similar aura to the one you just defeated, over 30 of them. Lanling continued. Let's move. This place is no longer safe. There are too many, and we cannot contend with them now. We shall return another time. Tian declared. Both women nodded in agreement. One was already challenging enough, let alone over 30. Just as Tian was about to retrieve his massive basket, Brother Tian, they're coming. Lanling exclaimed, panic rising. Whoosh, whoosh. Tian swiftly lifted both women, activating the wings of flight to soar into the sky. Roar, roar. Below, the fire ape swarm continued to bellow, the two women's faces paling in fear. Mere moments away from danger. Suddenly, Lanling seemed to recall something. Her face flushed. Brother Tian is holding me. I feel a bit dizzy, she thought, gazing at Tian's handsome face, instinctively tightening her grip. On the other hand, Mu Lingxi furrowed her brows, her cheeks slightly reddening, clearly taken aback by Tian's boldness in lifting both of them. Yet, recalling the urgency of the situation, she kept reassuring herself that it was merely a precaution due to the danger. Feeling the softness of the two delicate bodies in his arms, Tian's heart raced. Although the situation had been urgent, he wondered if Lingxi would hold it against him. As for Lanling, let's find a place to set down the massive basket, Tian suggested. Before Mu Lingxi could respond, Lanling chimed in, let us just do it this way. Finding a place later could be troublesome. Mu Lingxi was left in bewilderment, thinking, is it really so troublesome? There are plenty of places below. Having already embraced them, what difference would it make for this short distance? Brother Tian, do you agree? She added, playfully nudging him with her body. Tian felt a wave of softness pressing against him, causing his heart to race. Thankfully, they were in the air. If this had happened while driving, the thought alone sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 39. Do you not wish to become an evolver? Tian inhaled deeply, the fragrant aroma of the two women wafting around him igniting a fervent warmth within. He glanced at the bashful duo, then cleared his throat. Lingxi, what are your thoughts? Raindrops continued to fall from the sky, splattering against Yi Tian and Appo's face and trickling down into the bodies of the two women. Though the rain was somewhat chilly, their hearts were enveloped in warmth. Mu Lingxi spoke up. Let us return then, it is not far. Lan Ling, however, scoffed inwardly, thinking, humph. She cannot bear to be away from my brother Yu Tian's embrace. Such a pretentious woman, always acting aloof. Yu Tian, upon hearing her thoughts, remained silent, continuing to soar forward, the warmth in his arms bestowing a richer flavor to his experience. Many onlookers observed Yu Tian and his companions in the sky. A handsome youth cradling two exceptionally beautiful maidens sparked a lively interest among the crowd, their previously numb expressions suddenly brightening. Brother Tian is impressive. He can still embrace two at a time. Indeed, if only I could have one for myself. Oh, spare me. Look at you, with that appearance. Forget it. Truly, remarkable individuals radiate brilliance wherever they go. Why is there such a disparity among people? As Yi Tian and his companions flew overhead, they became the subject of much discussion. With the passage of time, survivors gradually found new gathering points. After a while, Yu Tian and the others returned to the Zhonghai community. Lin Haiyang gazed at Yu Tian, who was nestled between two beauties, with profound admiration, seriously doubting whether Yi Tian had orchestrated this encounter in advance. Upon descending, Lan Ling remained in a daze, unable to extricate herself from Yi Tian's embrace. The onlookers in the villa regarded Yu Tian with even greater respect, aware of Mu Lingxi's prowess, the ice goddess, who had managed to bring forth such a display from the goddess herself. Once back in the Zhonghai community, Yi Tian retreated to his room. His powers had surged considerably, and he needed time to acclimate. The others, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, returned to their respective quarters. In his room, Yi Tian closed his eyes and began to channel his spiritual energy, faint sparks of lightning flickering around him, emitting a crackling sound. Master Yi Tian, I have found the information regarding the arms and weaponry you requested. Chen Linshan's voice rang out. Yi Tian did not open his eyes, but spoke slowly. Oh? Where is it located? Chen Linshan, with a respectful demeanor, replied, There is a military base hidden in the northern outskirts of Jianglin City, containing a substantial amount of weaponry. Yi Tian's expression shifted at the mention of a military base. He had never heard of such a place in his previous life. He withdrew his spiritual energy and slowly opened his eyes. Bring me the detailed intelligence for my review, Yi Tian instructed. Additionally, have that little rabbit tooth come along as well, he added. Chen Linshan departed to carry out Yu Tian's commands. Yu Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. If he could establish a foothold in a military base, his future days might well improve. Yet, he was puzzled as to why he had never heard of a military base in Jianglin City in his previous life. Before long, the little rabbit tooth arrived, clad in a JK uniform, this time revealing a pair of black stockings. Yi Tian's lips twitched as he recalled that she had been dressed ordinarily that morning. Why was he observing so closely? After all, she had specifically changed her attire for this occasion. Yi Tian regarded the little rabbit tooth with a bemused expression. At this moment, the little rabbit tooth had shed her fear of Yi Tian, having heard much about his exploits while in the villa. If only she could cling to Yi Tian's coattails, she mused, but then remembered the two women he had returned with. She glanced at herself, feeling at a disadvantage. Or perhaps, Master, here is the intelligence you requested. The little rabbit tooth said gently. Yu Tian? He was momentarily bewildered, thinking, Who am I and where am I? Just call me Yi Tian, he said softly, clearing his throat. The little rabbit tooth's face flushed crimson. What was happening to her? Though he was undeniably appealing, powerful, and kind, she wondered why. The little rabbit tooth then handed over the intelligence to Yi Tian, standing obediently by his side. Her cheeks still flushed. The Hongye base, established in 1980. Yi Tian perused the document, which detailed various aspects of the base, including its area and distribution. It turned out that the base had ceased operations, explaining its current state. However, it still housed a significant cache of weaponry and munitions, kept under strict security and employing counter-surveillance technology to prevent detection. This intelligence had been provided by a young man in his 20s, whose father held a high position in the military and had inadvertently let slip information during a drinking session. Let us go and take a look. It has been quite a while. We must ascertain the current situation, Yi Tian thought to himself, glancing at the little rabbit tooth, who was adorably gazing around. What is your name? You cannot simply go by Rabbit Tooth, Yu Tian inquired. No. My name is Lin Yue Wu. The little rabbit tooth quickly shook her head. Rabbit Tooth is merely my stage name. Yi Tian was not surprised by her revelation, but found her given name unexpectedly melodious. He observed the little rabbit tooth, fair skin, long legs, and exquisite features. Yet, when he recalled Mu Lingxi's perfect figure and formidable lineage, he sighed inwardly. Fairness, indeed, is a relative concept. Noticing Yi Tian's lingering gaze upon her, the little rabbit tooth's face grew even redder. Was he planning to make a move on her? Should she pretend? Do you wish to become an evolver? Yi Tian asked. The little rabbit tooth looked bewildered. An evolver? Me? Surely, there is some mistake. I want a live stream. No. She shook her head, fear evident in her eyes as she regarded Yi Tian. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. You do not wish to? Surely I must have misheard. For an ordinary person, the only means of becoming an evolver is through an evolution stone, which holds immense significance. Yi Tian understood all too well that even 2 years from now, an evolution stone would be extraordinarily precious. Countless ordinary individuals risk their lives, employing various means to obtain one, for when the time comes to evolve, those who fail to do so often become mere lambs for slaughter, subject to the whims of others. You say you do not wish to? Yi Tian queried incredulously. Is this the demeanor of a natural goddess? Am I mistaken? Yi Tian found himself engulfed in deep skepticism. Mu Lingxi was destined to become a top-tier figure in the future and had already begun to carve out her own path. Yet, the timid girl before him, resembling a little white rabbit who scarcely dared to speak loudly, could possibly be the natural goddess? Chapter 40. The Awakening of Chen Linshan. No, I don't want to. Xiao Tutu shook her head resolutely, expressing her firm stance. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, acknowledging Xiao Tutu, the enchantress of sound, indeed. The atmosphere grew awkward. Why? Yi Tian inhaled deeply and inquired slowly. The evolvers must battle zombies and monsters. It's far too perilous. I am still young. I cannot die. Xiao Tutu murmured softly. Yi Tian's expression faltered, and he fell silent, watching him in quiet contemplation. Xiao Tutu blinked her eyes expectantly. With a gentle sigh, Yi Tian refrained from pressuring her further and allowed her to leave. If you ever change your mind, feel free to seek me out, Yi Tian remarked casually. Xiao Tutu paused momentarily. Who would want to become an evolver? It and amp. Oppos. It's impossible for me in this lifetime. Hee. With that, she twirled her slender waist and joyfully bounded away. Yi Tian was not the type to impose his will on others. After all, what did it matter if there was a goddess? Could I not survive without her? The immense power within him provided Yi Tian with considerable confidence. He had previously contemplated gathering the top evolvers under his banner, yet reconsidered and relinquished the thought. He was assured that he would not be weaker than anyone in the future. I shall carve out my destiny with my own fists. Chen Lao, do you wish to become an evolver? Yi Tian inquired calmly. Chen Linshan, standing nearby, displayed an excited countenance, his gaze fervently fixed on Yi Tian. He understood the significance of those words. They could be the turning point of his life. Master Yi Tian, do you mean? Chen Linshan stammered, his voice trembling. I can make you an evolver. Yi Tian replied, seemingly oblivious to Chen Linshan's emotional state, speaking with a measured tone. Yi Tian had deliberated carefully. While the evolution stones were undoubtedly precious, their value diminished when considered from the perspective of evolvers. For ordinary people, they were invaluable, but for evolvers, they were merely sufficient, with monsters above the 4th tier frequently dropping them, thus making their numbers considerable. Chen Linshan had been diligently attending to tasks for Yi Tian, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly, which pleased Yi Tian. So why not grant him this opportunity? Master Yi Tian, I wish to become an evolver, Chen Linshan declared with unwavering conviction. He recognized that the future world would be one where evolvers shone brightly, leaving ordinary individuals struggling to find their place. An opportunity to become an evolver lay before him, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Yi Tian felt no surprise. Anyone who had endured the apocalypse would harbor a burning desire to become an evolver, especially someone like Chen Lao, a former magnate of the business world. Of course, Xiao Tutu was the exception. Close your eyes, Yi Tian instructed softly. Chen Linshan composed himself and gradually shut his eyes. Yi Tian retrieved an evolution stone and placed it against Chen Linshan's forehead. A stream of white spiritual light slowly flowed into Chen Linshan's body. Chen Linshan felt as though he were enveloped in a warm spring, a powerful force coursing through him. Before long, he sensed new information materializing in his mind. Master Yi Tian, I did it. I am now an evolver of the shadow ability, Chen Linshan exclaimed, elation evident in his voice. After awakening, he felt remarkably light, his mind clearer, and his abilities enhanced across the board. Qin Linshan's power was shadow-based, allowing him to conjure a shadow. Tian gazed at Qin Linshan in astonishment. He had awakened an ability, something Tian had never experienced in his previous life. Tian then produced some equipment for Qin Linshan's use. Go familiar yourself with your powers and abilities, Tian instructed. Qin Linshan, suppressing his excitement, knelt before Tian, bowing deeply. Master Tian, your grace is a gift I shall never forget. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you for all my days. Tian quickly helped Qin Linshan to his feet, taken aback by the gesture of such profound gratitude. He had merely given him what was rightfully his. After Qin Linshan departed, Tian reflected on how he had altered another person's fate. As the afternoon wore on, the rain outside intensified. Thunder rumbled, and dark clouds loomed overhead, heralding a storm. Tian gazed out at the tumultuous weather, remaining silent. It seemed his plan to visit the Hongye base would have to be postponed. Brother Tian, many people outside wish to ally with us. Lan Ling's voice chimed in. Tian turned to see Lan Ling, her hair styled in dual ponytails, clad in a blue short-sleeve shirt and a pleated skirt. Why are you dressed like that? Tian inquired. Lan Ling twirled. Do you think it looks good, Brother Tian? Hee. I searched long and hard for this outfit. Earlier, Tian had sought Xiao Tutu, and now Lan Ling believed she had discerned his preferences. Mu Lingxi, once I become Brother Tian's primary consort, I will ensure you are cast aside. It looks good, very good. Tian responded with fervor, feeling no inclination to resist her charm. By the way, what did you say earlier? Tian asked. People want to come to our neighborhood. Lan Ling replied, her excitement palpable. Tian's attention had bolstered her confidence. The Zhonghai community was quite expansive, with numerous vacant villas, so Tian was not surprised that people would seek refuge there. Are there any evolvers among them? Tian continued. No, they are all ordinary people, around 100 of them. Lan Ling answered. Just ordinary people? Or could there be some evolvers hiding among them? Tian pondered, uncertain. The storm outside threatened to unleash its fury. Letting them leave now was an option, but Tian narrowed his eyes. Regardless of whether they were evolvers, he remained unyielding. No one could challenge him. Let them stay in the outer villas for now. Do not allow them to approach us, Tian commanded. Additionally, install a few more surveillance cameras and monitor the surroundings. Tian added. Mua. As soon as Tian finished speaking, Lan Ling pecked him on the cheek. I was kissed, Tian thought, feeling the lingering warmth of her soft touch on his face. Lan Ling skipped out of the room, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Will Brother Tian think less of me? Was I too impulsive? A whirlwind of emotion swirled within Lan Ling, a mixture of joy, complexity, and sweetness. Tian observed the enchanting young woman before him, feeling his heart flutter unexpectedly. What was happening to him? It was just a kiss. Yet memories of her brave stance beside him at the zoo and her warm embrace after defeating the fire ape leader flooded his mind. Had she truly left an indelible mark on his heart? Tian and Appos, as thoughts drifted far away. Chapter 41. The storm returns. The tempest raged once more, this time unleashing its fury for an entire week. Without internet or electricity, even candles became a perilous luxury. Everyone knew the flickering flames would attract monstrous entities. Some, emboldened by arrogance, dared to light them, seeking to harvest experience from the creatures drawn near. But as time passed, none dared repeat the folly. For those who ignited the flames met swift and certain death. Tian briefly entertained the thought of luring monsters with candlelight, but the notion was swiftly extinguished. His sanctuary housed many ordinary souls, and he could not guarantee their safety. Moreover, the creatures summoned by fire were formidable beyond measure. In his past life, rumors spoke of a fifth-tier monstrosity emerging from such recklessness. Tian would not gamble. Such a foe was beyond his current strength. Strangely, these creatures did not linger after their slaughter. Once the flames died, they vanished into the ether, as though unseen laws forbade mankind from harnessing fire. Humanity seemed thrust back into primal darkness. No warmth, no light, only raw flesh and bitter roots. Tian, of course, had stockpiled cooked provisions within his spatial ring, sparing himself the grim fate of others. Many succumbed to despair under the crushing weight of their circumstances, while others found within themselves an unyielding will to endure. Confined in his villa, Tian honed his abilities and imparted combat techniques to his companions. Mu Lingxi trained with relentless discipline, often for hours on end. Lan Ling, however, frequented Tian's chambers with playful persistence. Lin Haiyang, now recovered, pushed himself to the brink, unwilling to lag too far behind. Qin Linshan, though awakened to his own power, remained dutiful in managing affairs as if still an ordinary man. Across Zhonglin City, survivors huddled together, whispering hollow comforts. When will this end? I can't take it anymore. Persevere. Think of the dead. We're the lucky ones. A disheveled middle-aged man nods savagely on a chunk of raw meat, forcing it down with a grimace. Meat a luxury. Some are chewing grass roots, a dark-faced man remarked with a humorless chuckle. What is this madness? Monsters. Fine, but no power, no light? Even as an awakened, I'm reduced to this? The first man spat, voice thick with bitterness. You think you're special? The other retorted. The ordinary folk. You know how they're surviving? Grass. What else? Came the dismissive reply. The dark-faced man's expression darkened further. Some have meat. A tremor ran through the middle-aged man's hands. In this shattered world, meat for the powerless could mean only one thing. Not people? He whispered, horrified. Silence. A sigh. How have we fallen so far? Images flashed, screams, blood, hollow eyes. A world unbound by law or morality, where a sip of clean water justified murder. The human heart is more terrifying than any monster. Zhonghai District Tian had just finished lunch when Qin Linshan approached. My lord, the 100 survivors we took in. They've sent envoys. They demand supplies. Oh? Tian's lips curled. On what grounds? Mere mortals, daring to extort him? Qin Linshan frowned. They've rigged explosives. Threaten mutual destruction if refused. Eyes flashed in Tian's eyes. Threaten me? They overestimate their worth. Who leads them? The tale unfolded, a man named Xinlian. A makeshift bomb maker who rallied a desperate band. Starvation had driven them to this brink. Tian exhaled softly. He understood survival in this era was a cruel calculus. I'll meet them. My lord, it's too risky, enough. With a beat of his wings, Tian was gone. Survivor camp, will he agree? A gaunt youth whispered. The hall was packed with hollow-cheeked figures, their eyes sunken with hunger. Xinlian, a weary but resolute figure, shook his head. I don't know, but we've no other choice. And if he refuses? Then fate has spoken. Murmurs rose. The explosives, we could, no. Xinlian cut in sharply. The threat was my limit. I want to slaughter innocents. Those around him stirred. This man, he didn't belong in this hellscape. Without him, they'd have perished long ago. Guilt gnawed at them. Had they doomed him to? A voice, calm as deep water, cut through the gloom. You are Xinlian? Light spilled into the darkness. Chapter 42. Preparing to head to the Maple Leaf Base, Tian stood at the entrance of the hall, gazing at a group of gaunt individuals before him. He had just overheard their conversation. The handsome young man nodded in astonishment and declared, I am Xinlian. Why should I provide you with supplies? Tian spoke in a calm, indifferent tone, devoid of sorrow or joy. Xinlian understood that their threats were nothing but a jest to formidable evolvers. His response would dictate their fate. The onlookers held their breath, their eyes filled with a desperate yearning for survival as they regarded Xinlian. His expression was bitter. And after taking a deep breath, he knelt on one knee and slowly said, I am proficient in all kinds of firearms. If you could grant us a morsel to eat, my life would belong to you. The complex expressions of those nearby revealed their awareness of Xinlian's pride. He had always exuded confidence, never bowing to anyone, even in the face of dire threats to his life. Now, a wave of poignant sorrow washed over them. Many averted their gazes, ashamed to witness the scene unfolding before them. Tian observed the spectacle. Having recently learned from Qin Linshan about Xinlian's character, a man of immense pride who had never sought their charity. End your life now. I shall provide these people with food. Tian stated matter-of-factly, tossing a dagger towards Xinlian and fixing him with an unwavering gaze. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Xinlian, no, we no longer desire supplies. We would rather starve. Lord Tian, I offer my life to you. Accept me. The crowd cried. All kneeling in unison. Tian was deeply moved. He had not anticipated Xinlian and Appo's charisma to be so compelling. Yet, he maintained an impassive demeanor, ignoring the cries around him. Silence. From now on, you shall heed Lord Tian's commands and strive to survive. Xinlian urged softly, his voice carrying a quiet yet commanding presence. The onlookers were rendered speechless, tears streaming down their faces as their hearts ached, seeing that everyone had fallen silent. Xinlian took a deep breath. Lord Tian, I hope you will honor your promise. He picked up the dagger, which glimmered ominously, sharp as a razor. With his eyes closed, Xinlian plunged the dagger forcefully into his chest. The spectators turned away, unable to bear the sight. Clang. The dagger fell to the ground as Tian struck it away with a bolt of lightning. Xinlian, pale, stared at the scene before him. His expression one of horror. The thunder had been terrifying, and had it been aimed even slightly differently. Very well, I shall provide you with food. I have saved your life. Your existence is now mine, Tian proclaimed. The crowd looked at him in astonishment. He had spared Shen Lian's life, which was a relief to them all. Tian had been prepared for this outcome. Had Shen Lian shown any hesitation, he would have met his end without a second thought. Yet, Shen Lian had remained resolute, demonstrating his sincerity. Therefore, Tian decided to retain this individual, for his expertise in firearms could prove beneficial. With a grand gesture, Tian conjured a bounty of supplies and food, alongside several luminous pearls that illuminated the hall. Report to Elder Chen tomorrow. He will make arrangements for you, Tian instructed, and then unfurled his wings, returning to his quarters. The crowd exchanged glances, swallowing hard as they beheld the food strewn about, yet no one dared to move. Brother Tian, you're back. I've missed you so much. Upon entering his room, Tian was greeted by the cheerful voice of Lanling. A smile graced his face as he beheld the lovely girl before him, her innocent visage and enchanting smile warming his heart. Why are you here instead of practicing? Tian affectionately patted Lanling's head. That Mu Lingxi has been bullying me. Lanling pouted. Tian raised an eyebrow. He was aware of the long-standing rivalry between the two. It is better to endure hardship now than to bleed later, he advised. Lanling pouted again. With brother Tian here, no one can make me bleed. Humph. Suddenly, a thought seemed to cross her mind, and her cheeks flushed as she murmured, I just hope brother Tian will let me bleed. Tian. In the following days, the torrential rains continued, and Tian experienced a few more days of tranquility. He had fully mastered his powers, and Lanling had ceased to visit him as frequently. However, Mu Lingxi appeared to be deliberately avoiding him, leaving a sour taste in Tian and Appo's heart. He understood why she was avoiding him, but what about Lanling? After spending so much time together, it would be disingenuous to claim he held no fondness for her. Did he have feelings for Mu Lingxi? Perhaps, but he was unsure. If he did not, why would her avoidance affect him so? Conversely, if he did, why was he still entangled with Lanling? Lin Haiyang had also noticed the peculiar dynamics among them, yet he felt powerless to assist Tian in making any decisions. Finally, the storm subsided after 10 long days. Lin Haiyang announced. Outside, the tempest had abated, and sunlight bathed the earth once more, warmth returning. Countless individuals wept tears of joy. The sun had finally emerged. The prolonged darkness had cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, and although they discovered that monsters would not emerge without the lighting of candles, the scarcity of food and supplies proved far more terrifying. Many perished not at the hands of monsters but by those of their own kind, and some were even consumed by their peers. Such heinous acts sent shivers down one's spine. I intend to venture to the Maple Leaf Base, Tian declared. Lin Haiyang's eyes brightened at the mention. Men were invariably interested in weapons, and he was no exception. Lanling's eyes sparkled as well. After being cooped up in the villa for so long, she was finally set to step outside. Mu Lingxi, however, remained impassive, seemingly unconcerned with the matter. We cannot all leave. Someone must stay behind to guard this place, Tian continued. I will go. I will too, Lanling and Lin Haiyang exclaimed in unison. Stay here and protect the home. I will go alone, Tian insisted. With the storm just past, it is likely that others will covet our resources. You must remain to safeguard our domain. The others looked dejected, yet Tian's reasoning was sound. If they all left, their stronghold would undoubtedly be pillaged in his absence. I have arranged for Shen Lian to prepare ample explosives. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, do not hesitate. Simply blow them away. Chapter 43. Arrival. I will accompany you, Mu Lingxi suddenly declared. Tian stared at her in astonishment and replied, All right, then you may join me. Lanling, nearby, widened her eyes, exclaiming in her heart. How can brother Tian agree to this? That vile woman. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Mu Lingxi's piercing gaze fell upon her. A shiver coursed through Lanling. This audacious woman exuded an overwhelming presence. Humph, what does it matter if you go out for a bit? Brother Tian, doesn't he favor your cold demeanor? It's better to have you confront reality sooner, Lanling reassured herself, convincing herself that she wasn't afraid of her. Lin Haiyang had long grown accustomed to such scenarios, yet this time it was Mu Lingxi who took the initiative, which he hadn't anticipated. In truth, he leaned more towards Mu Lingxi. As for Lanling, without a moment's hesitation, Tian unfurled his wings of flight and enveloped Mu Lingxi in his embrace. Whoosh! They soared into the sky. Mu Lingxi felt her mind whirl. Tian was actually. Directly, Lin Haiyang's Lanling was on the verge of tears, lamenting, Brother Tian, scoundrel, 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 wah. Mu Lingxi seemed momentarily dazed, her cheeks flushed as she found herself in Yu Tian's arms, her exquisite features betraying a hint of fluster. Yu Tian, however, remained unfazed as he headed towards the Hongye base, his thoughts racing. He wondered if the goddess would be angry. He realized that whether it was Mu Lingxi or Lan Ling, losing either would cause him great distress, hence he chose not to dwell on it further. Relishing the softness and fragrance in his embrace, with the mountains and rivers beneath him and the sun casting its warmth upon him, he wished time could remain suspended in that very moment. With a faint blush on her cheeks, Mu Lingxi felt a tumult of emotions within her. During this time, she had pondered much, yet her heart remained a mystery. Gazing at Yu Tian before her, illuminated by sunlight, he appeared exceptionally captivating. After a while, Yu Tian and Mu Lingxi finally reached the vicinity of the Hongye base. The landscape was barren, and Yu Tian, guided by the clues from Qin Linshan in his mind, began to search gradually. Suddenly, he spotted 3 towering locust trees arranged in a triangular formation not far away. That must be the place, Yu Tian murmured softly. Have we arrived? Mu Lingxi felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if reluctant to part from Yu Tian's embrace. She scolded herself internally, wondering what was wrong with her. Gently descending with Mu Lingxi in his arms, they landed beside the 3 locust trees, stirring up a flurry of fallen leaves and dust. Be cautious. There may be something unusual here, Yu Tian warned, sensing an enigmatic force. His spirit was exceptionally robust, allowing him to perceive some inexplicable presence. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi looked around warily. The 3 locust trees stood sentinel nearby, while distant sounds of animals howling echoed. There were no signs of human presence. The air was exceedingly dry, and the ground was strewn with a thick layer of leaves and cobwebs. It seemed that no one had visited this place for a considerable time. Is there something wrong, Yu Tian? Mu Lingxi asked softly. Yu Tian replied. It has been raining heavily for the past 10 days, yet this place is so dry, not even a puddle remains. Mu Lingxi's pupils constricted. Indeed. How could there be no water after such downpours? Yu Tian scrutinized his surroundings attentively. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted as 3 massive shells hurtled toward them. Get down. Yu Tian bellowed, instinctively tackling Mu Lingxi to the ground as the shells whizzed past. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions reverberated, sending clouds of thick smoke and dust billowing from the distant mountains. We're being targeted, Yu Tian whispered urgently into Mu Lingxi's ear. She felt her body stiffen as Yu Tian pressed down on her, his masculine sin enveloping her. Yu Tian gazed at the bashful Mu Lingxi beneath him, the softness of her form nearly overwhelming him, while the delicate fragrance emanating from her was almost enough to cloud his reason. Mu Lingxi nodded gently, unable to muster the courage to turn and meet Yu Tian's gaze. Something's digging into me, she murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. Yu Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he be thinking of such things at a time like this? Then, as if struck by realization, Mu Lingxi's face flushed a deeper shade, her body growing increasingly pliant. Yes, I'm sorry, it was unintentional, Yu Tian murmured softly. Mu Lingxi wished desperately to disappear into the ground, feeling utterly mortified by Yu Tian. Yu Tian cleared his throat softly. I will check the situation. Let us remain still for now. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi nodded again, and Yu Tian reined in his thoughts that strayed from propriety. Dual shadow, Yu Tian commanded, sending his shadow to scout the direction from which the attack originated. Traversing a desolate stretch of grassland, Yu Tian's shadow discovered 3 cannons aimed at their position. Beside the cannons were several individuals, engaged in casual banter. Hey, what do you think happened to those 2? One bearded elder chuckled. I reckon they might have been killed. A bald youth replied. It's not that simple. Those 2 flew in, they could possess some special abilities. Be cautious, warned a middle-aged man in a blue hat. Brother Fei, are you being overly cautious? With 3 shells fired, even a tier 3 beast would perish, let alone these 2 evolvers. The bald youth laughed. The middle-aged man retorted. Don't underestimate evolvers. Our boss is also tier 3. Do you think these shells would affect him? Our boss is exceptionally talented. It's not the same. In tier 3 beasts aren't commonplace, so they're not so easily encountered. If only I could become an evolver. With this weapon, leveling up would be a breeze. The bald youth expressed enviously. With your pitiful state, you think you could become an evolver? Stop dreaming. The bearded elder scoffed. If there is no movement in 2 minutes, we'll fire a few more rounds, the middle-aged man declared. The others nodded in agreement, showing no dissent to his words. While the group remained watchful, Yu Tian's shadow stealthily approached them from behind. Whoosh whoosh. 2 chilling sounds echoed as the bearded elder and the bald youth felt sharp cuts appear on their necks. With a splatter of blood, both collapsed simultaneously. The middle-aged man stared in horror at the two dark figures standing beside him, his comrades' lifeless bodies bleeding on the ground. "Ah!" he screamed, terror flooding his heart. "What are you?" The shadows remained expressionless, fixated upon him. "Please don't kill me. I surrender," the middle-aged man cried out. Chapter 44. Infiltrating the base on the other side, Tian sensed that the shadow had dealt with the enemies. He hurriedly rose to his feet, assisting the still-flushed Mu Lingxi. Avoiding her gaze, he looked into the distance where the adversaries had been vanquished. "Let us proceed," he suggested. Mu Lingxi blinked and softly replied with an affirmative, following behind him like a dutiful wife as they ventured onward. Before long, they reached the imposing figure of a middle-aged man. Tian's shadow remained steadfast beside him, while the man knelt on the ground, trembling with fear, too terrified to make any sudden movements. "Speak, what is your origin?" Tian inquired calmly. As he retracted his shadow, the middle-aged man remained motionless, acutely aware that without weapons, any struggle against an evolved being would lead to inevitable demise. Mu Lingxi gazed in awe at the recently summoned shadow, realizing it belonged to Tian, which only piqued her curiosity about him further. "We hail from the Hongye base," the middle-aged man confessed bitterly, divulging the entirety of their circumstances. His name was Zhu Fei, a mere foot soldier in a gang of arms traffickers. At the onset of the apocalypse, their group had seized the Hongye base, boasting several evolved individuals who had reached the third tier. The gang leader's prowess was unmatched, slaughtering third-tier beasts as if they were mere poultry. Many speculated that the leader had possibly ascended to the fourth tier, though he offered no clarification on the matter. The leader, known as Li Wu, possessed unknown abilities, was 37 years old, and was suspected to be a fourth-tier evolved individual. There were 5 captains, all third-tier evolved beings, along with 3 ordinary evolved individuals and 2 with special abilities. The first captain wielded flames, the second possessed dynamic vision, while the remaining 3 were ordinary evolved beings. All were proficient in firearms and carried weapons at all times. The group consisted of over 50 trained members, well-versed in military tactics. In a sudden act, Tian eliminated Zhu Fei, who had provided all the necessary intelligence, rendering his existence obsolete. Zhu Fei's expression at the moment of his demise was one of disbelief. "I clearly surrendered after storing 3 cannons within his spatial ring." Tian began discussing their next course of action with Mu Lingxi. "Tian, there are far too many of them, and they are well acquainted with firearms. Under their artillery, it will be challenging for us to gain an advantage." Mu Lingxi voiced her concerns. Indeed, with the possibility of their leader being a fourth-tier evolved individual, Tian suggested, "Let us wait until nightfall. My shadow will be more effective under the cover of darkness." Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement, and they patiently awaited the arrival of night. As time slowly passed, the night descended, speckled with stars. "Let us depart," Tian whispered. The two of them set off towards the base, located 2 kilometers north of the locust tree. Zhu Fei had divulged all pertinent information, and Tian had shown no mercy, swiftly incapacitating him. Tian and Mu Lingxi crouched near the base, constructed of concrete and steel, appearing remarkably fortified, with several areas reinforced with alloys. The training grounds, shooting ranges, and warehouses all had guards stationed at their entrances. A group of heavily armed men gathered at the entrance, engaged in raucous conversation. "Huh, life has never been better," one boasted. "If only there were women here." Another lamented. "The boss said we can have fun outside, but not bring anyone back. Didn't he have enough fun out there recently?" Their crude banter filled the air, and Mu Lingxi felt a flicker of disgust. "We must first deal with the evolved beings before confronting their leader," Tian suggested quietly. "They are armed, and if we are discovered, it will become exceedingly difficult for us." Mu Lingxi's lips parted slightly as she spoke. In the dim light of night, her face appeared even more exquisite. "Tian," Mu Lingxi called softly, her gaze meeting his, filled with gentleness. Tian, momentarily distracted, cleared his throat, noticing her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. "Ordinary bullets should pose no threat. We must be wary of heavier weaponry, such as RPGs," he advised quietly. Mu Lingxi nodded, her face still tinged with color. "I have sent my shadow ahead to scout the situation. We shall remain here and wait," Tian continued. Beneath the cloak of night, his twin shadows infiltrated the base, moving swiftly across the ground. They traversed the shooting range and training grounds, the guards oblivious to their presence. The 5 captains were likely situated deep within the base. As Tian and Appos, as Shadow approached the heart of the base, he noted that several rooms were brightly lit, yet unguarded. I and Appos, V found them. The captains are in the rooms at the back of the base, though I have yet to ascertain the location of their leader, Tian remarked. Lingxi, stay here. I will infiltrate alone and eliminate the captains first. I want to accompany you. I am also a third-tier evolved being and can assist. Mu Lingxi insisted, biting her lip. Her eyes brimming with concern. Tian felt a warmth in his heart at her worry. There is no need for concern. I will be more nimble on my own. Remain here and keep watch for me, ready to provide support at a moment and amp. Oppos. Notice, he assured her. Mu Lingxi, though her brow furrowed with worry, ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Tian then slipped into the night, utilizing his teleportation and nimble footsteps to approach the captain's and amp. Oppos location. Meanwhile, at the Zhonghai community, why hasn't an amp. Oppos. Brother Tian returned yet? Lan Ling inquired anxiously. There should be no cause for alarm. Both of them are third-tier evolved beings. They will be fine, Lin Haiyang reassured her. They cannot be spending the night outside. That insufferable woman pretended to be so dignified yet outright stole the crystal. Lan Ling exclaimed in frustration. I should have acted last night. She sighed, regret lacing her tone. Lin Haiyang found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Intruders detected. Lin Haiyang exclaimed. Lan Ling froze momentarily before her expression turned icy. To the surveillance room, Lin Haiyang instructed as they hurried toward the control center. Chapter 45. The sudden acquisition of abilities. Surveillance room. Old Chun, what's happening? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? Lin Haiyang inquired slowly. In the surveillance room, several individuals were fixated on the monitors. Zombies are approaching us, Chen Linchan exclaimed. Are there many? Lin Haiyang and amp. Oppos. Expression brightened at the words. There are dozens, possibly second tier. Chen Linchan responded. Excellent. Hand me the explosives, and I'll start with a bang, Lin Haiyang said, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Tian had infiltrated deep into the base. Observing 5 brightly lit rooms ahead, he resolved to act swiftly. Who? A man in pajamas shouted loudly. The one who will take your life, Tian replied calmly. Intruder. Someone and amp. Oppos. Invading. The man in pajamas yelled. And amp. Oppos. Bang. And amp. Oppos. Tian and amp. Oppos. Fish struck out. Only for a helmet to materialize atop the pajama-clad man and amp. Oppos. Head. Clang. The sound echoed as Tian and amp. Oppos. Punch failed to shatter the helmet. Kid. Do you think this helmet is so easily broken? Though merely silver tier, it has a skill that can withstand a lethal blow. The man in pajamas retorted. Oh. Thank you for your kind explanation. Tian replied, bemused. Had he finally encountered a fool of an evolved being? Sensing the derision in Tian and Oppos' tone, the pajama-clad man seethed with rage. You're asking for death, you little brat. Flames enveloped the man and amp. Oppos' body, revealing his fiery ability. Impressive, Tian remarked coolly. Tian and amp. Oppos' shadow was diligently observing the situation outside, sensing someone approaching. Boom. An explosion erupted outside, startling everyone. It appeared that Lingxi had executed her plan flawlessly, successfully diverting the attention of the outer guards. They would likely not come this way for now. A long blade engulfed in flames appeared in the pajama-clad man and amp. Oppos' hand. Die. He bellowed, swinging the blade toward Tian. In a flash, Tian teleported behind the pajama-clad man, delivering another punch to his head. Seeing Tian vanish before him, the pajama-clad man felt a surge of dread. Not good. Bang. Tian and amp. Oppos' immense strength collided with the helmet, shattering it. The entire head of the pajama-clad man exploded under the force of Tian's fist, imbued with thunderous power. Absorption successful. Acquired A-class ability, Flame. Absorption successful. Strength 50. Tian felt elated at the influx of information in his mind, Flame ability. Splendid, cooking would no longer require gas. He then collected the scattered spiritual light into his spatial ring. The other 4 evolved beings had emerged, drawn by the earlier cries of the pajama-clad man. Tian felt no fear. The others were armed only with a few handguns, lacking heavy weaponry. His shadow continued to observe closely. The 4 individuals cautiously approached the room of the pajama-clad man, their faces tense, as silence reigned within. Second brother, what happened? One of the bald men asked in a low voice. The lack of sound from inside made their expressions grim. Throw in a few grenades. Another young man in a short-sleeved shirt suggested quietly. But the second brother is still inside. We can't. The 2 burly men exclaimed, seemingly brothers with similar features. Are you defying my orders? The short-sleeved youth said sternly. The bald man turned pale. Third brother, should we not wait? What if the boss arrives? The burly men hurriedly urged, let us wait for the boss. The intruder clearly has a plan to infiltrate us so easily. The short-sleeved youth's voice rose sharply. Do we need to bother the boss for such a trivial matter? What use are you then? If you want to throw them, I will. Seeing the short-sleeved youth grow angry, the others turned pale. Fine, we'll listen to the third brother. Throw the grenades in. We'll avenge the second brother. The bald man gritted his teeth. They produced grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them into the pajama-clad man's room. Tian and Apos, shadow observed everything clearly. Truly ruthless, no wonder they're arms dealers, they can't even be sure if their own are still alive, Tian muttered softly. Whoosh. Tian teleported out of the room. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions devastated the pajama-clad man and Apos' room, shaking the ground. The faces of the four men turned ashen, tinged with sorrow. The short-sleeved youth and Apos' eyes were fixated on the explosion, seemingly searching for answers. Only the second brother was inside. That's impossible. The short-sleeved youth gasped. The others stared at him in shock, believing his words without question. His ability was dynamic vision, allowing him to catch details invisible to others. Even microscopic particles in the air. The short-sleeved youth and Apos' face darkened. If he was inside, then where could he be? Tian had already positioned himself behind them. Having discerned that the short-sleeved youth's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, indicative of his dynamic vision ability. Then I shall eliminate you first, Tian thought. Two shadows lurked at the feet of the short-sleeved youth, gradually taking shape and gripping his legs tightly. Psychic shock. Thunderstrike. Tian unleashed his skill, uncertain if the short-sleeved youth possessed any life-saving equipment, opting for an all-out attack. The short-sleeved youth felt something clutching his feet. Suddenly, his mind was bombarded with immense pressure. Ah! He screamed, clutching his head, his eyes burning red as he endured an overwhelming sensation of tearing pain. The others sensed something was amiss. Third brother, what's wrong? The bald man shouted. The short-sleeved youth and Apos' screams reverberated around them, sending chills down their spines. In an instant, a bolt of lightning surged forth at incredible speed. The others and Apos' expressions shifted drastically, helplessly watching as the lightning struck the short-sleeved youth. A spiritual light shield flickered to life around the short-sleeved youth. The others breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his protection. But then the lightning exploded with force, ripping apart the shield and sending shockwaves that knocked everyone to the ground. Countless remnants of flesh flew, and the short-sleeved youth was obliterated into pieces. Third brother. They all shouted in unison, unable to believe the scene before them. Absorption successful. Acquired A-class ability, dynamic vision. Absorption successful. Agility 50. A notification echoed in Tian and Apos' mind. Chapter 46. Confrontation with Li Wu. Tian gazed at his personal interface, feeling the tremendous power surging within him. The others stood in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. His third brother had been struck down in an instant. A wave of terror washed over them. What should they do now? Would they be next? The specter of death loomed ominously in their minds. While having an enemy was not terrifying, the true horror lay in not knowing the enemy and Apos' whereabouts, especially after losing two of their strongest evolvers. Your methods are impressive. You have effortlessly dispatched my right and left hands. A deep voice resonated. The boss, second brother, and third brother have all been killed. The bald man lamented, trembling. A middle-aged man clad in crimson armor appeared beside them, his expression cold and detached. Tian and Apos' pupils constricted. When had he arrived? How had he not noticed? Could it be instantaneous movement? It seemed this man must be their leader, Li Wu, and Tian felt a surge of caution. Outside, explosions continued to echo, and screams filled the air. You all should check outside. I will handle things here, the middle-aged man said calmly. The others hastily ran outside, eager to escape the peril of lingering even a moment longer. Can we come out? I wanted Apos' to take advantage of you. Let us settle this one-on-one, Li Wu declared in a solemn tone. With a swift motion, Tian employed his instantaneous movement to appear behind Li Wu. Bang! A powerful fist struck out. Is that an afterimage? Tian thought in shock, astonished by the man's terrifying speed. Just as he was grappling with this realization, bang! Li Wu and Apos' fist collided with Tian and Apos' chest, sending him staggering back several steps. Impressive, young man. You and Apos' only a third-tier evolver, yet you can withstand my blow. Li Wu and Apos' voice rang out. Meanwhile, outside the base, flames engulfed the surroundings, and a few individuals wielding fire extinguishers rushed about in a desperate attempt to quell the blaze. Mu Lingxi, enveloped in flames like a goddess of war, was surrounded by several evolvers. Nearby lay the charred remains of ordinary people, their bodies marked by the scorch of fire. Yield now. Your companions are likely dead at the hands of our leader, the bald man shouted. Mu Lingxi regarded them with an icy gaze and replied coolly, who lives and who dies is yet to be determined. Refusing to listen to reason? Very well. Once we capture you, you shall learn. Heh. The burly man revealed a sinister grin. Scum perish. Mu Lingxi and Appos' expression turned frigid as she shouted, launching an attack with her flames. Brothers, let and amp, Appos' go. The bald man urged fiercely. Your punches are lackluster. They can end amp, Appos', to even breach my defenses. Tian declared with a solemn tone. Li Wu and amp, Appos' eyes narrowed at this declaration. He had anticipated that any ordinary third-tier evolver would have perished under his previous attack. This individual possessed considerable strength. Psychic strike. Tian unleashed his offensive. A necklace around Li Wu and amp, Appos' neck glimmered with a red light. You can perform psychic attacks? Unfortunately, they have no effect on me, Li Wu replied nonchalantly. Tian and Appos' heart sank. His once infallible psychic strike had yielded no results. Now it's my turn, Li Wu announced. In an instant, his figure vanished. Oh no. Tian and amp, Appos' heart raced in alarm. Swish. Tian activated his instantaneous movement ability, evading to the side. Bang. Li Wu's fist struck him directly. Tian's fire ape armor materialized, and a fiery shield ignited around him. Ah, Li Wu exclaimed in surprise. You possess golden gear? Impressive for a mere third-tier evolver. Tian and amp, Appos' expression darkened. Even his instantaneous movement had failed to grant him escape. Could you refrain from talking? You insignificant insect? Tian said in a low voice. Li Wu's incessant chatter was grating. Did he truly believe he had Tian under control? Li Wu and Appos' face paled, but he erupted in laughter. Insect, you dare call me that? I will soon show you who the real insect is. With that, Li Wu's body radiated a white glow, enveloping him entirely. Swish. Li Wu and Appos' form vanished. Golden body defense. Tian's entire being shimmered with golden light, as though he were shielded by divine power. Li Wu's fist struck Tian's form. Clang. A crisp sound reverberated through the air. Insect, is this all you can do? Are you merely tickling me? Tian laughed. The power of the golden body defense exceeded Tian and amp, Appos' expectations, when combined with the fire ape armor and his formidable physique. Li Wu was unable to breach his defenses. I refuse to believe you can maintain this state indefinitely. Li Wu and Appos' voice echoed, causing Tian to startle. Li Wu had discerned the truth that the golden body defense required substantial mental energy to sustain. Prolonged engagement would be disadvantageous to him. Wait, hadn't he acquired a new ability? Dynamic vision, activate. Tian and Appos' eyes glimmered with an extraordinary radiance. Li Wu remained poised in the distance, closely observing Tian. And upon witnessing the light emanating from Tian and Appos' eyes, gasped, is that not the dynamic vision of the third brother? How can you possess it too? His disbelief was palpable. He was all too familiar with his comrades and Appos' abilities and could not be mistaken. Tian and Appos' lips curled into a slight smile. Everything around him appeared vividly clear. He could perceive the astonishment on Li Wu and Appos' face and even the details of his form. Swish. Tian activated his instantaneous movement once more, appearing beside Li Wu. Bang. A powerful fist struck out. Li Wu dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the blow. I see you. Tian and amp, Appos' fist crashed into the empty air beside him. Bang. Li Wu's body was struck, crashing into the adjacent room and creating a massive hole in the wall. Pfft. Li Wu spat blood, his complexion turning ghastly. His trajectory had been completely anticipated. Damn it. How could this person possess such terrifying strength? And why did the third brother and Appos' ability manifest in him? Li Wu and Appos' heart sank to the depths of despair. Chapter 47. The new S-class ability, Thunder Prison. Tian unleashed a torrent of lightning, encasing Li Wu within a formidable electric cage. Li Wu and amp, Appos' pupils constricted as he bravely withstood the thunderous power, breaking free from the electric field. Tian silently marveled at his decisiveness. Had he hesitated, Tian was prepared to unleash a series of skills upon him. What do you want? We can negotiate. Li Wu shouted defiantly. Tian, maintaining his dynamic vision, continued to strike toward Li Wu with relentless force. I desire only your life, he murmured. With a thunderous impact, Yi Tian and Apos' fist collided with Li Wu and Apos' body. Li Wu, gritting his teeth, managed to evade, dashing toward the outskirts of the base. Upon witnessing Li Wu and Apos' retreat, Yi Tian promptly pursued him. At the base and Apos' perimeter, Mu Lingxi was engaged in a fierce battle with several evolved beings. Flames danced in the night, leaving numerous burn marks on the attackers. The group wore expressions of grave concern. The woman and imp, Apos' flames appeared even more potent than those of their second-in-command. Not far off, a bright light approached. "Boss, have you dealt with that person?" The bald giant exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement, oblivious to the pallor of Li Wu and Apos' face and the blood seeping from his lips. Mu Lingxi and Apos' expression faltered as she questioned Yu Tian and Apos' whereabouts, her demeanor turning icy. "Dawn and Apos, run, you scum." Yu Tian and Apos' voice echoed from behind. Li Wu's face paled in shock. He was being pursued. Mu Lingxi turned to see Yu Tian, radiant with golden light, in hot pursuit of Li Wu. The nearby evolved beings were taken aback. Their leader was being chased and assaulted. "Boss, I'll assist you." The two twin-like evolved beings immediately redirected their attacks toward Yu Tian. "Run!" Li Wu shouted. The two evolved beings hesitated, instinctively halting at Li Wu's authoritative command. He dashed past them, showing no signs of slowing down. Bang! Bang! Yu Tian and Apos' powerful fists met their heads with explosive force, obliterating them. Devour successful. Spirit 50, devour successful. Strength 50, Yi Tian felt a surge of clarity and an increase in his internal power. What a delightful experience point, he thought, savoring the gains. Meanwhile, Li Wu, retreating to a distance, cursed the two fools for their incompetence. They couldn't even stall for a moment. The bald giant, witnessing the brutal demise of his comrades, felt a wave of fear wash over him, causing him to hesitate. A golden opportunity arose. Mu Lingxi's eyes gleamed with cold determination. While the three had previously besieged her, she had managed to hold her ground. With Yu Tian and Apos' swift elimination of the two brothers, she began to gain the upper hand. The bald giant foolishly distracted himself. Flame wave. Mu Lingxi unleashed her skill, sending a ferocious fireball hurtling toward the bald giant. Still engulfed in grief over his brother's deaths, he failed to react in time, becoming engulfed in flames. "Ah!" he screamed, feeling the intense heat sear his flesh. "Water! Water! Water!" he cried out, as a nearby arms dealer rushed in with a fire extinguisher to assist him. Mu Lingxi, however, had no intention of granting him that reprieve. With a fierce intensity, she intensified the flames. "Stop this at once!" Li Wu and Apos' voice boomed. Yi Tian squinted, his dynamic vision allowing him to observe the situation from afar. Li Wu held a device resembling a remote control, adorned with red and green buttons. "This is the military base's detonator. If I press it, the entire base will explode, and we shall all perish," Li Wu shouted. Yi Tian halted, the golden glow around him dissipating as his spiritual energy waned, replenishing slowly with spiritual crystals. Nevertheless, his dynamic vision remained active, keenly monitoring Li Wu and Apos' movements to prevent his escape. The arms dealers, who had been extinguishing the flames, paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. "We've been fighting to put out the fire while you wreak havoc," they lamented, feeling utterly despondent. The bald giant's screams persisted for a moment before abruptly ceasing, reducing him to mere ash. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Li Wu, witnessing the death of the bald giant, showed no sign of sorrow, but his gaze fixated intensely on Yu Tian. Yu Tian met his stare unwaveringly. "Let me go, and I promise I won't provoke you again. I'll steer clear whenever I see you." Li Wu gritted his teeth. Yu Tian regarded him with interest, while the arms dealers were bewildered. They had never seen their leader in such a state. Yet the prospect of dying together seemed less appealing. Mu Lingxi kept her eyes warily trained on Li Wu. Silence enveloped the scene, only the intermittent crackle of flames breaking the stillness. "I agree, you may leave," Yi Tian finally declared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They would live to see another day. Li Wu and Apos' expression softened slightly, but before he could utter another word, a shadow ensnared his hand while another attacked from below. "Ah!" Li Wu cried out as the remote was snatched away. In an instant, Yu Tian appeared beside him. Thunderstrike. Lightning coalesced in Yu Tian and Apos' hands and crashed into Li Wu and Apos' chest. "No!" Li Wu shouted, helplessly watching as Yu Tian and Apos' fist pierced through his torso. With a resounding explosion, thunder erupted from Li Wu and Apos' body, obliterating him into fragments. "Devour successful. Agility 100, devour successful. Acquired S-class ability, divine movement. Upon activation, your speed will receive a tenfold enhancement. Boss. The remaining arms dealers were thrown into chaos, fear gripping their hearts. Their leader had perished. Terror washed over them as they realized their fate. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. The survivors dropped their weapons, kneeling in submission, paralyzed by fear in the wake of their leader's swift demise. The overwhelming dread rendered them incapable of comprehending their adversary's movements, leading to their rapid collapse. Tian ignored their pleas, absorbing the information flooding his mind. Another S-class ability, and what a remarkable one at that, a tenfold increase in speed. No wonder Li Wu was so swift. Fortuitously, he had acquired dynamic vision beforehand. Otherwise, capturing Li Wu would have proven quite the challenge. Chapter 48. Receiving the armory, strength increasing. The side of Li Wu's explosion was illuminated by several bursts of white light. Tian was unreserved, directly collecting everything into his spatial ring. He opened his personal panel. Name, Tian, level, 3rd tier revolver, 490-2000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS. Lightning S, Shadow A, Teleportation S, Divine Movement S, Diamond Body A, Flame A, Dynamic Vision A. Skills, Thunderkill, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, Twin Shadows, Lightning Prison. Diamond Defense, Strength, 642, 100, Agility, 591, 20, Constitution, 538, 100, Mentality, 585, 20, Equipment. Fire Ape Armor, Gold, Fire Ape Gauntlets, Gold, Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Boots of Speed, Silver, Crystal Necklace, Silver. Beside him, Mu Lingxi sighed in relief upon seeing Li Wu dealt with by Tian. Her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Come over here, you lot. Tian commanded. The remaining arms dealers hurriedly crawled over. Where are the weapons stored? Tian inquired. The men quickly informed him that they were all kept in a warehouse. First, extinguish this fire. Then, dispose of the bodies and move all the weapons to the warehouse. Tian ordered. The men then hurried off with fire extinguishers to douse the flames. Lingxi, let us go check the warehouse for weapons. Tian said excitedly. Mu Lingxi's eyes lit up, and the two made their way toward the warehouse. Inside, they found an array of weapons nearly filling the space. AK-47s, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, RPGs. An assortment of armaments, along with a multitude of ammunition. Tian picked up a grenade launcher, and, giving it a pat, it emitted a satisfying thud. It appears to be genuine, haha, Tian remarked. Mu Lingxi rolled her eyes at him. Of course it's real. What a pity there are no tanks, Tian lamented. Mu Lingxi ignored his comment and began surveying the vast array of weapons and ammunition, as it was her first encounter with such an extensive arsenal. Soon after, the remaining arms dealers brought over their weapons and everything from outside, obediently awaiting Tian and Appo's further instructions. However, death awaited them. Under Mu Lingxi and Appo's searing flames, all the arms dealers were annihilated. These men were not worth mourning, Lingxi, Tian stated. Mu Lingxi furrowed her brow and replied softly. I simply Haven and Appo's. Had my fill of burning yet. Tian then stored all the weapons into his spatial ring. Lingxi, are we moving here permanently? She asked. Tian pondered for a moment. Let South keep this place as a backup. We can take the weapons with us. But moving the entire group now would be too risky. We shall see what unfolds. Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement. As darkness fell and the stars began to dim, Tian recalled, oh, those men dropped several pieces of equipment. Check to see if there is anything you require. He retrieved a collection of items from his spatial ring. Lionheart necklace, gold-grade equipment, mentality 100, chance to be immune to mental attacks. Lionheart battle armor, gold-grade equipment, constitution 100. Frantic battle boots, gold-grade equipment, agility 100. Chance to be immune to damage during movement. Both of them gazed at the equipment, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Having weapons is splendid. The speed of acquiring gear is remarkably swift, Tian exclaimed. Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement, noting that while these individuals were not formidable, their equipment was hardly inferior to Tian's. They selected the items they desired, with Tian opting for the frantic battle boots and the Lionheart necklace. Upon opening his personal panel, Tian felt a rush of power coursing through him, adorned in splendid gear and endowed with formidable abilities. Strong, invincible. Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Let us rest for the night and return tomorrow. Flying at night poses too many dangers, he suggested. Mu Lingxi glanced at him, her face suddenly flushed for reasons unknown. Meanwhile, at the Zhonghai community, Chen Lao exclaimed, "Your abilities are impressive." Charging out with explosives without needing to lift a finger. Lin Haiyang laughed. Chen Linshan smiled modestly. "Your ice powers are far more remarkable." The battle at the villa was drawing to a close. Observers were captivated by the fierce clash between Lin Haiyang and Chen Linshan. Nearby, Lan Ling sensed the positions of the monsters, ready to relay information at any moment. "Brother Yu Tian, why has Tihi returned? Surely he isn't spending the night with that detestable woman." Lan Ling's frustration grew. Impulsively, she joined the fray, wielding her sword. After advancing to the second tier, her attributes had significantly enhanced, and her perception was keenly attuned. Thanks to Yi Tian's meticulous guidance, her combat skills were now quite proficient. Detestable woman, detestable woman. "I will slay you," Lan Ling muttered fiercely as she battled the zombies, treating them as if they were Mu Lingxi, displaying an increasingly fighting spirit. Lin Haiyang and Chen Linshan exchanged bewildered glances at Lan Ling's fervent mutterings. Lan Ling, with a final icy blast from Lin Haiyang striking the last zombie. The battle concluded. Chen Linshan experienced a breakthrough to the second tier during the skirmish. Lin Haiyang and Lan Ling also garnered substantial experience points, having expended considerable explosives. Yet all felt exhilarated by the encounter. The ground was littered with a multitude of white spiritual lights, indicating that many monsters had dropped valuable items. Lan Ling, there shouldn't be any monsters left, right? Lin Haiyang inquired. Panting, with beads of sweat forming on her brow, Lan Ling affirmed, there shouldn't be. There are no monsters within a 2-kilometer radius. Let us clean up the battlefield. Lin Haiyang instructed the others. Brother Yi Tian, you must not be bewitched by that detestable woman. I am the one who loves you the most. Lan Ling murmured to herself. Chapter 49. The Zombie Assault at the Maple Leaf Base. A silent night passed. The following morning, Yi Tian and Mu Lingxi prepared to set off, with Yi Tian lifting Mu Lingxi into his arms as they departed. Under the clear blue sky, Mu Lingxi felt an overwhelming warmth in Yi Tian's embrace. Wishing it could last forever, she thought to herself. Yi Tian, too, felt a surge of warmth, the delicate fragrance emanating from Mu Lingxi steadily eroding his resolve. In this enchanting atmosphere, they soared towards the Zhonghai community. Brother Yi Tian, are you back? Came the voice of Lan Ling. This is the 10,000th time you've asked. No, not yet. Lin Haiyang replied, his eyes heavy with dark circles. Lan Ling's eyes were laced with bloodshot veins, clearly having spent the night without sleep. Beside her, Lin Haiyang was pained, thinking to himself, why must you drag me into your worries? They haven't flown far away. Have they? Lan Ling murmured. Lin Haiyang was no longer inclined to answer her questions. If they wanted to leave, so be it. Could he not have a moment and Appo's rest? After 10 days of relentless storms and thunder, the group had begun to place increasing importance on their supplies, collecting any food they could find. Many even attempted to consume the mutated beasts, but without exception, they all fell victim to infection. Lingxi, we are almost there, Yu Tian announced. Mu Lingxi felt a pang of melancholy. Was it really time to arrive? Lord Yu Tian has returned, many exclaimed with delight. Lan Ling rushed out of her room, her eyes instantly reddening. Yu Tian and Mu Lingxi gently landed at the entrance of the villa area. Embarrassed, Mu Lingxi emerged from Yi Tian's embrace, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. Brother Yi Tian, woo-woo. Lan Ling threw herself into his arms. What's the matter? Yi Tian affectionately patted her head, noticing her red eyes and fearing she had suffered some grievance. Nothing, I just missed you. Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle at the little girl. The onlookers pretended not to notice. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi mused to herself about how this little sprite had become increasingly adept at playing the coquette. After consoling Lan Ling, everyone entered the villa. These are the weapons we found at the Maple Leaf Base. Yu Tian waved his hand, revealing a plethora of arms. AKs, grenade launchers, sniper rifles, all manner of weaponry. Lin Haiyang excitedly picked up various weapons, his enthusiasm palpable. Lan Ling gazed at the arsenal with sparkling eyes. Shenlian, could you teach us how to use these weapons later? Yi Tian requested. Shenlian, astounded by Yi Tian's effortless conjuration of so many weapons, watched him wide-eyed, filled with immense respect for Yi Tian. Subsequently, Yi Tian categorized and explained each weapon. They spent an entire day mastering their use. Yi Tian, last night we were attacked by zombies, but we fought them off and gained a lot of experience. Lin Haiyang reported. Yi Tian, surprised, inquired, so monsters really did come? Was there any damage? Higi, with me around, there was no issue. I took care of all the monsters. Lin Haiyang laughed. Oh, please. If it weren't and Appo's, T for Shenlian and Appo's, S explosives and old Shen and Appo's, as shadow technology. You wouldn't even know where you are right now. Lan Ling candidly exposed Lin Haiyang's exaggeration. Can't I just pretend to be impressive for once? Lin Haiyang said, his mouth twitching. Brother Yu Tian, here is the thing. Lan Ling then animatedly recounted the events. Old Shin has also leveled up to Tier 2, she announced. Yu Tian was not surprised, with Chen Linshan's abilities combined with Shin Lian's explosives. They were practically a harvesting machine. Brother Yu Tian, do you think there will be more monsters tonight? Lan Ling asked, her eyes bright with anticipation. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiyang also looked at him eagerly. With new weapons in hand, wouldn't it be a slaughter against the zombies? You can look at me all you want, but I'm no oracle. How would I know? Yu Tian replied with a wry smile. Truly, he had no idea. Many events from his past life had faded from memory, including such monster invasions, which had become quite commonplace, especially in the later stages. The zombies came in waves. Like an unending tide, even surpassing the chaos of plants versus zombies. Just be prepared. Even if monsters do come, with our current strength, we need not fear anything. Yu Tian said softly. Everyone felt a surge of confidence. Brother Yu Tian, why did you take so long? Did you stay over there all night? Lan Ling asked. Her voice tinged with grievance, as if accusing Yu Tian of infidelity. Yu Tian then recounted the events to everyone, though he only glossed over the details. They were all taken aback. Just how powerful had Yu Tian become? Lan Ling's eyes reddened at the thought. Brother Yu Tian. After dinner, they familiarized themselves with the military equipment. Yu Tian then retreated to his room. Chen Linshan approached to report on the previous night's events, recounting everything in detail. It aligned closely with what Lan Ling had said. Yu Tian nodded and allowed Chen Linshan to leave. Before departing, Chen Linshan left behind the spoils from the zombies for Yu Tian. Upon inspection, Yu Tian found spirit crystals and some silver-grade equipment, which he promptly stored in his spatial ring. In his room, Yu Tian focused his energy, familiarizing himself with the significant boost in his attributes. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm blared, and Yu Tian opened his eyes, retracting his spiritual energy into his body. Lord Yu Tian, a large group of zombies is approaching. Chen Linshan burst into Yu Tian's room, announcing. Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. Zombies were on the move. The others hurried out of their rooms to assess the situation. In the monitoring room, Yu Tian and the others observed the zombies scattered in various locations on the screens. Lan Ling, gauge how many zombies there are. Yu Tian instructed. Lan Ling closed her eyes tightly, sensing carefully. It feels similar to yesterday. They should also be Tier 2, numbering between 200 and 300. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Tier 2 zombies, were they not delivering themselves to their doorstep? Grab your weapons, prepare for battle. Yu Tian commanded. He temporarily did not allow ordinary people to participate, as the number of zombies was manageable, and they were all a source of experience. The group armed themselves and stepped out, ready to engage in gunfire. Yu Tian, too, took up a Gatling gun. Lin Haiyang grabbed an RPG. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted as Yu Tian unleashed a barrage with the Gatling, flames bursting forth. Devour successful. Constitution 10. Devour successful. Strength 10. Devour successful. Agility 10. Devour successful. Spirit 10. As the information flooded his mind, Yu Tian felt a fire igniting within him. Chapter 50. The dramatic shift of the dragon vein boom. The sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. Yu Tian's dynamic vision, combined with the Gatling gun in his hands, mercilessly harvested the lives of the zombies. Although the second-tier zombies could withstand some bullets, the fierce firepower shattered them into fragments. Devouring successful. Constitution 10. Devouring successful. Strength 10. Devouring successful. Agility 10. Devouring successful. Spirit 10. The incessant stream of information filled Yu Tian's mind, leaving him oblivious to the number of zombies he had slain. The group was immersed in the thrill of slaughter, reveling in the exponential increase of their experience points. Using weapons is truly exhilarating. My experience points are skyrocketing like a rocket. Lin Haiyang exclaimed with laughter. Blue Spirit and Mu Lingxi also wore expressions of joy, each wielding a machine gun. As evolved beings, their attributes had been comprehensively enhanced, making the use of these weapons feel second nature. Zombie remnants flew through the air in the distance, and the tremendous noise attracted even more zombies. In a nearby apartment not far from the Zhonghai community, a group of survivors huddled inside, armed with knives, guns, and clubs. Is it towards the Zhonghai community? One man asked. Do they have heavy weaponry over there? It's intense. The explosions were non-stop yesterday, and today, there are various sounds impressive. Thankfully, they drew the fire. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to hold on. Hey, aren't you an evolved one too? Why not take us to join them? They have guns and artillery. It's far better than hiding. Someone suggested. A man clad in gray battle armor frowned slightly. Last time, when Sun Daong tried to join them, they rejected him. If we go, they might not accept us either. And living off others is no pleasant experience. Many felt discontent within, thinking, you're an evolved being and have your pride, but we can hardly survive. Yet, no one dared to oppose him, as their lives depended on his leadership. If they sought refuge alone, they would be seen as a group devoid of combat capability. The number of zombies seemed to dwindle. Tian maintained his dynamic vision, clearly observing the remnants of zombies scattered everywhere, blood flowing, with hardly any standing zombies remaining. In the monitoring room, many were fixated on the screens, witnessing the carnage. Although the scene was gruesome, excitement filled their eyes. These damn zombies had taken so many of their loved ones. Their hearts brimmed with gratitude towards Tian and his companions, who had granted them the opportunity to survive in this apocalyptic world. Tian opened his personal panel. Level, Tier 3 Evolved Being, 1292,000, Powers, Endless Devour, SSS Grade. Lightning S Grade, Shadow, A Grade, Teleportation, S Grade, Divine Movement, S Grade, Diamond Body, A Grade, Flame, A Grade, Dynamic Vision, A Grade, Skills, Thunderstrike, Reconnaissance, Mental Shock. Twin Shadows, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Strength, 842, 100, Agility, 791, 100, Constitution, 738, 100, Mentality, 785, 100, Equipment. Fire Ape Armor, Golden, Fire Ape Gauntlets, Golden, Space Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Frenzied Boots, Golden, Lionheart Necklace, Golden, gaining 800 experience points brought him tantalizingly close to Tier 4. And Tian felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, yearning for another bout of slaughter. Brother Tian, it seems we finished off most of them. Blue Spirit remarked. Tian was not surprised. His dynamic vision had already informed him that the zombies had been largely cleared. Why are they all gone? I was so close to leveling up to Tier 3. Lin Haiyang lamented. With your poor marksmanship, wasting so many shots, how can you complain? Blue Spirit retorted without hesitation. What do you know? That was tactical empty firing. I was forcing them to reposition. Haha, as if I don't know. Poor skill is still poor skill. Stop making excuses. Chen Lao, send someone to clean up the battlefield. Tian commanded. After a prolonged battle, everyone's stamina had significantly depleted. Tian, however, was different. The increase in his attributes made him increasingly formidable, and with his already high constitution, the consumption felt trivial. Joy radiated from every face. After washing up, Tian returned to his room, beginning to organize the memories swirling in his mind. It had been nearly a month since the apocalypse began, and he felt as though he had forgotten something crucial. Tian furrowed his brow, pondering what it could be. Despite his rapid progress and strength, he had remained vigilant. The Dragon Vein of Kyoto, yes, that was it. Tian recalled that in his previous life, a monumental event transpired in Kyoto. The Dragon Vein was destroyed, causing the fortune of the entire Huagwa to plummet. Tian had learned of it later, not having participated in the incident himself. He had only heard whispers of foreign evolved beings invading their land, destroying vital elements of Huagwa, and obliterating the Dragon Vein. He had lost track of the exact date, as he had only heard it from others. That day, it seemed, the entire Huagwa shook as if an earthquake had struck, with chaos erupting everywhere. Tian contemplated that it must have been around 2 months after the apocalypse began, after which Huagwa faced increasingly severe invasions by zombies and monsters. Other countries reveled in their misfortune, offering no assistance, and even plundering their territory. Tian hesitated, contemplating whether he should venture to Kyoto to assess the situation. Now, he was among the top tier in strength, confident that he could easily crush even a Tier 4 evolved being. As for Tier 5, theoretically, it was impossible for such beings to appear at this stage. If he were to embark on this journey, he would need to set out soon. Tian pondered, uncertain of what had transpired, but he recognized that this was undoubtedly an event that could alter the landscape of Huagwa. Since then, Huagwa had endured through a grueling 6 months. It was only with the emergence of top-tier evolved beings like Mu Lingxi and Long Feiyu that they gained a moment of respite. Now that Mu Lingxi was by his side, he wondered if the future would change. Yet, regarding the events in Kyoto, Tian believed that given time, he could navigate any crisis that lay ahead, no matter how daunting. As his strength grew, a sense of hubris inevitably crept into his heart. The dramatic shift of the Dragon Vein in Kyoto had indeed had monumental repercussions. If only he could prevent it. Tian narrowed his eyes, lightning coursing through his body. What am I afraid of? Tian murmured to himself. I am undeniably powerful now. What is there to fear? Within Yi Tian's heart, two thoughts battled continuously. Chapter 51. The Black Evil Gang. Even if I must go, I shall wait until I ascend to the 4th tier before contemplating it. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, dismissing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. For now, let me focus on reaching the 4th tier. Outside, the moon shone faintly among the sparse stars. Yi Tian closed his eyes tightly, channeling his spiritual energy within, as the raging power gradually calmed under its soothing influence. A night of silence. Yi Tian, should we venture out for a sweep today? Lin Haiyang exclaimed eagerly. After wielding heavy weaponry the night before, he had gained a substantial amount of experience and was on the cusp of leveling up. Yi Tian pondered for a moment after the storm. A period of tranquility should follow. Soon, matters regarding the dragon vein of the capital would arise. There should be no issues, especially since the zombies had dispersed significantly, and many have been eradicated. Let us head to Huanglin Mountain, Yi Tian proposed. There remain many monsters yet to be cleared. It should pose no problem for us. He felt confident now, especially against the last fire ape leader he had encountered. Brother Yi Tian, do we really have to go there? Lanling asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. The last encounter had left an indelible mark on her, as swarms of fire ape leaders had nearly pounced upon them. Had it not been for Yi Tian, Mu Lingxi furrowed her brow, equally concerned. They were unaware of Yi Tian's current prowess, which had improved significantly since their last encounter. Isn't it a bit too dangerous to go now? She queried. Lin Haiyang, however, remained unfazed, with weapons in hand. What fear do we have of ferocious beasts? Then let us sweep slowly. Once we all level up, we shall head to Huanglin Mountain, Yi Tian declared. Lanling and Mu Lingxi nodded in agreement. After their breakfast, the group armed themselves and prepared to set forth. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Lord Yi Tian, we are being surrounded. Chen Linshan rushed over, his voice urgent. Yi Tian's gaze sharpened. What insolent fools dare to trouble me now? Who are they? He asked in a low voice. It is the Black Evil Gang, and Sun Daong has come as well, Chen Linshan reported. So it's that ruffian. I had almost forgotten him, yet he dares to come looking for trouble. It seems he truly is a fool courting disaster, Yi Tian thought slowly. Sun Daong had previously sought to ally with Yi Tian, but after being made to wait in the rain for half an hour, he had stormed off in frustration. Now, he had ostensibly found a patron in the Black Evil Gang, a faction Yi Tian had never even heard of in his past life, likely not destined to last long. Let them meet their demise sooner rather than later for daring to cross me. Outside the villa, a burly man stood beside Sun Daong. He was Zhao Yin, the leader of the Black Evil Gang and a fire element evolved being. They should be emerging soon, Zhao Yin remarked indifferently. Sun Daong, eager to curry favor, replied. With Brother Zhao here, they certainly lack the courage to refuse your summons. The entrance gate had been perforated by bullets, yet they hesitated to enter recklessly. Who knows what traps might await them inside, as they too had laid numerous traps in their own territory. Shall we charge in? One suggested. Indeed, we are well equipped. What do we have to fear? Another chimed in. Plus, Brother Zhao, you're a 4th tier evolved being. Yi Tian is merely a 3rd tier at best. A glimmer of malice flickered in Sun Daong's eyes. Zhao Yin held the weapons firmly, often using live bait to attract zombies, only to reap the experience himself. His subordinates were entirely devoted to him, while he had deliberately suppressed Sun Daong's advancement. How infuriating. When the opportunity arises, I shall ensure they all meet their end. Sun Daong thought darkly, though his expression remained one of servility. Zhao Yin dismissed Yi Tian as a mere nuisance, a consequence of Sun Daong's incessant pleas. He was weary of the requests, having established himself as a local tyrant in his territory, possessing everything he desired. Having ascended to the 4th tier, he held power, beauty, and influence in abundance. Life had never been so comfortable, even before the apocalypse. Look, isn't that Yi Tian? The one with wings behind him must be him, someone exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, I've seen his videos before. Another chimed in. Finally, he has arrived. So what if he can fly? We have guns. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, while Sun Daong fixated on Yi Tian's approach, vowing to make him pay for the humiliation he had endured. Zhao Yin remained unaffected, convinced that Yi Tian posed no threat to his strength. How could anyone surpass him? What do you want? Yi Tian spoke coolly, facing a group clad in armor, many wielding AKs, while others brandished rocket launchers. Unfazed, he regarded them as nothing more than a pack of rabble. Seemingly incensed by Yi Tian's disdain, Zhao Yan's irritation grew. Do you not see what weapons we bear? He warned darkly, we intend to take your life. Sun Daong's heart swelled with delight. He craved this outcome. Knowing Zhao Yan and Oppos, anger would only serve to escalate the conflict. Tian had humiliated him before, and he yearned for retribution. Bow down and beg for mercy, and I may spare your life. Zhao Yan barked. His subordinates glared at Tian with hostility, as though they could slay him with their glares alone. Sun Daong felt a pang of anxiety. Would Tian truly lack the fortitude to resist and surrender? Do you insects think you are worthy of my respect? Tian scoffed. Zhao Yan's pupils constricted in disbelief. How dare he refer to them as insects? Sun Daong struggled to maintain his composure, seething with anticipation of Tian's imminent downfall. Open fire, Zhao Yan commanded. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Countless bullets and shells rained towards Tian's position, shaking the very air as explosions erupted around him. Sun Daong reveled in the chaos, thinking, see how your arrogance falters now. Chapter 52. Zhao Yan's strength. Sun Daong's voice reverberated at the entrance of the villa. Zhao Yan wore a delighted smile as his subordinates gazed at the now defeated Tian, their faces adorned with expressions of joy. Oh, are you speaking of me? Tian's indifferent voice emerged from behind them. Sun Daong's heart sank. He was still alive? Impossible. How could Tian possess such strength? Zhao Yan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning icy. Had he evaded the attack? Merely relying on speed, Zhao Yan thought. I could withstand such an assault without issue. Indeed, a waste is a waste. Speed means nothing if I can strike you. It will be your end. His subordinates were equally startled. How could he have dodged? They understood the velocity of bullets. Hardly anyone could evade them, especially under full suppressive fire. Tian, however, had effortlessly utilized his teleportation skill to avoid the onslaught. Now, how would you like to meet your end? Tian spoke nonchalantly, brandishing a Gatling gun that materialized in his hands. Zhao Yan and his men were taken aback. He too possessed a weapon? Where had it come from? Sun Daong was even more horrified. The combination of Tian's Gatling gun and his uncanny agility was utterly intimidating. One misstep could cost him dearly. Inside the villa, Lan Ling and the others watched the surveillance footage, astonished as Tian appeared behind Zhao Yan and his men. Brother Tian is so fast. Lan Ling gasped. None could discern Tian and Oppo's trajectory on the monitors. Any final words? Tian inquired coolly. The expressions of Zhao Yan's subordinates shifted to terror. Tian opened fire without a hint of mercy. Earlier, they had shown no quarter. The Gatling gun, glowing blue, unleashed a furious barrage. The air was filled with the sounds of screams and gunfire. Sun Daong hastily retrieved a golden protective spirit pearl from his pocket. Upon activation, the bullets struck its surface, miraculously deflected. This was the golden-level protective pearl he had acquired, capable of withstanding attacks up to rank 3. Thus, blocking these bullets was trivial. Zhao Yan glared at his men, who were being mercilessly mowed down by Tian's gunfire. A few among them also produced protective pearls, managing to shield themselves against Tian and Oppo's onslaught. Yet, such items were evidently rare. It was impossible for everyone to possess one. Golden shield, Zhao Yan shouted. A massive golden barrier emerged, absorbing the impact of Tian's bullets with a series of metallic clangs. Observing this, Tian ceased his attack. Impressive. I see you possess such skills, Tian remarked. Zhao Yan, witnessing the casualties among his men, was consumed with rage. Tian, I will annihilate you. His anger was not born from concern for his subordinates. Rather, he was frustrated at the prospect of having to recruit anew. It was all Sun Daong's fault for dragging him into this mess with Tian. Zhao Yan glared fiercely at Sun Daong. Sun Daong suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon him and turned to find it was Zhao Yan. Didn't you say Tian was unarmed? Zhao Yan questioned, his tone heavy. Sun Daong's heart lurched. Could it be that Zhao Yan was? A shiver ran down his spine. Boss, I truly don't know where he got it. Sun Daong stammered, trembling. So this is what you call mediocre strength? Zhao Yan glared at Sun Daong, his voice harsh. Sun Daong was now utterly terrified. Tian's strength far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, Zhao Yan seemed genuinely enraged. So many of his men had perished. Tian observed with interest, pondering whether a rift was about to form among them. Once we return, I will settle this with you, Zhao Yan declared. Sun Daong felt his composure shatter. That damned Zhao Yan. And Tian. When the opportunity arises, you will all pay. Tian, I offer you one more chance. If you're willing to join us, I will make you my deputy, Zhao Yan proposed. Fool, have you eaten too much nonsense? Tian replied, unabashedly mocking him. You think I would join you? On what grounds? Zhao Yan's face flushed with anger. Rejecting my offer will cost you dearly. A surge of flames rushed toward Yu Tian's position. Whoosh, whoosh. Yu Tian nimbly evaded the attack. Is this the extent of the Black Evil Gang's prowess? Yi Tian continued to taunt. Zhao Yan was incensed. Since his awakening, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yu Tian had repeatedly provoked him. In the villa, Lan Ling murmured softly. I never noticed before how sharp-tongued brother Yi Tian is. The others glanced at Zhao Yan, their expressions tinged with sympathy for him. With his attacks proving futile, Zhao Yan decided to close the distance and engage Yi Tian in hand-to-hand combat. Bang! His fiery fist barreled toward Yu Tian. Yu Tian sheathed his Gatling gun, his gaze ablaze as he faced Zhao Yan. Bang! Yi Tian met the assault with his own thunderous fist. Zhao Yan's heart leaped with joy. He dared to clash with me? A death wish. I am rank 4. And what are you? The impact of their fists collided. The clash of thunder and fire igniting the air, sending a shockwave that toppled everyone remaining. Sun Daong was aghast. Yi Tian's strength was extraordinary. He was clearly only rank 3. Zhao Yan's prowess was well known. Despite his volatile temperament, he was undeniably formidable, never faltering against typical rank 4 beasts. Zhao Yan grunted, blood erupting from his mouth as he was knocked to the ground by the force of the impact. Bang! His body crashed onto the ground, creating a massive fissure. Boss! The remaining members of the Black Shark Gang exclaimed in shock. It was the first time they had witnessed Zhao Yan get injured. He typically dispatched foes with blinding speed. Zhao Yan's complexion paled, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His companions rushed to assist him. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yan regarded Yu Tian with newfound trepidation. Perhaps we should cease hostilities? Zhao Yan proposed solemnly. Yu Tian paused, incredulous. I am not yet satisfied. You wish to end this now? No, I want to continue. Madman. This lunatic, Zhao Yan seethed inwardly. We are both evolved beings. Why not develop peacefully? Yet, he completely overlooked that it was he who initiated this conflict. Sun Daong felt as though he had swallowed poison. Zhao Yan was clearly backing down. Even if he survived this encounter, he would surely face repercussions. Prepare your last words. I intend to leave shortly. Let us not waste time, shall we? Yi Tian said coolly. Zhao Yan's heart jolted. Was he truly prepared for a fight to the bitter end? Yi Tian's formidable power had evidently surpassed his own. Moreover, the overwhelming thunder. If not for his quick retreat. Chapter 53. The Realm of Flames. Are you truly prepared to face annihilation? Zhao Yan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with fury. A chill swept through the hearts of those surrounding him, urging their leader to intervene. Yu Tian furrowed his brows as he observed the blood trickling from the corner of Zhao Yan's mouth. What other capabilities does he possess? Enough of the idle chatter. Reveal your technique swiftly. Yu Tian remained composed, curious to witness what Zhao Yan could truly achieve. Zhao Yan's heart plummeted. Damn you, Sun Daong. If it weren't for your instigation, I wouldn't have sought trouble with this lunatic. Suddenly, with a powerful swing, Zhao Yan struck Sun Daong squarely on the head. The air crackled with intensity as flames surged forth, leaving Sun Daong in a state of shock before his head exploded in a gruesome spectacle. He had never anticipated meeting his demise at Zhao Yan's hands, especially with Yi Tian still present. Why? Yi Tian's pupils constricted in disbelief. He had braced himself for Zhao Yan's assault, but was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. The members of the Black Fiend Gang nearby were equally astonished, questioning what had led to such an attack on their own. If it weren't for that imbecile shouting for trouble, none of this would have happened. Zhao Yan muttered under his breath. Yi Tian's expression shifted slightly. This Zhao Yan was indeed a madman, willing to turn on his allies without hesitation. Sunlight glinted off Zhao Yan's face, rendering the scene eerily horrific. Gulping, he produced 2 red crystals from his pocket and swallowed them whole. You have forced my hand. Zhao Yan's body began to glow a deep crimson as flames erupted from within, engulfing him in a fiery cocoon. Yi Tian observed Zhao Yan with an air of tranquility. This was blood spirit crystal, a substance that would drastically stimulate one's inner energy, significantly enhancing overall strength for a brief duration of 15 minutes. However, the side effects were severe. Once the effects faded, the body would be left in a state of extreme energy deficiency, requiring an immense amount of spirit crystals for recovery. Zhao Yan had recklessly consumed 2 at once. He was clearly playing with fire. The onlookers in the villa began to worry for Yi Tian. Zhao Yan appeared formidable. Lord Yu Tian is surely fine. Such a petty individual would only harm his own kind. I agree, Lord Yu Tian is incredibly skilled. This minor character poses no real threat. Witnessing Zhao Yan's assault on his allies only fueled their disdain for him. Have faith in Yi Tian. He will prevail, Lin Haiyang declared. Yet, Lan Ling's face was etched with concern, clearly anxious for Yu Tian's safety. With a sudden burst of speed, Zhao Yin lunged toward Yu Tian, the air around him heating up and creating a wave of flames in his wake. With a resounding thud, his fiery fist surged toward Yu Tian. In a flash, Yu Tian activated his teleportation, appearing at a distance. Although the nature of Zhao Yan's current state remained uncertain, there was no need to confront him head-on if evasion was an option. Zhao Yan's expression shifted as he realized Yu Tian's speed exceeded his expectations. Is evasion all you can do? Have the courage to face me directly. Zhao Yan's voice was a low growl. Yu Tian mused, is this fool truly so oblivious? Why would I engage in a futile confrontation? Zhao Yan seethed with rage, launching another attack toward Yu Tian. Yu Tian continued to evade, refusing to engage directly. Zhao Yan's demeanor grew increasingly grim as he attacked relentlessly, silent and brooding. Yu Tian found amusement in this game of cat and mouse, biding his time until the effects of the crystals wore off, knowing that defeating Zhao Yan would be effortless then. As the confrontation unfolded, the spectators noted the waning intensity of Zhao Yan's energy. Yet, his expression remained fierce. Eventually, Zhao Yan halted abruptly. Your teleportation range is a mere 100 meters, isn't it? He suddenly remarked. Yu Tian and Amp, Oppos, as heart skipped a beat. Had Zhao Yan discerned his trajectory? And what of it? Yu Tian replied nonchalantly, though his response was ambiguous. Zhao Yan had already made up his mind. Flame Realm. Zhao Yan intoned sharply. Yu Tian and Amp, Oppos, S expression shifted dramatically. A realm? Such a skill was only possessed by high-tier evolvers. Suddenly, flames erupted from the void, enveloping the entire space, expanding to encase both Yu Tian and Zhao Yan within a sphere of fire measuring 20 meters in diameter. Inside the villa, Lan Ling gasped in horror at the sight of the inferno encasing the two. Brother Yu Tian, she cried out. The others watched anxiously, tension mounting. I must see this. Lan Ling whispered before rushing from the monitoring room. Mu Lingxi and Lin Haiying exchanged grave looks and followed suit, leaving the scene behind. Boss. The members of the Black Fiend gang shouted, astonished by the sudden turn of events. Within the fiery sphere, Yi Tian addressed Zhao Yan coolly. How did you acquire the Flame Realm? Inside this realm, an enemy's strength would be significantly diminished while the user experienced a boost. Yet, Yu Tian felt no adverse effects. Could it be a skill scroll? Skill scrolls were rare drops from monsters and typically contained formidable abilities. The fact that this flame realm did not weaken him suggested something was amiss. Zhao Yan, having established the realm, was in no rush to engage Yu Tian, having expended considerable energy outside. If Yu Tian was willing to converse, he was more than happy to indulge him. This is a skill scroll dropped by a level 4 creature. Within this realm, my fire abilities will be greatly enhanced. Yu Tian pondered the implications. A level 4 creature and Oppos' power was insufficient to create a realm. Skill scrolls warranted caution in the future. Though it may seem I was flailing about earlier, I was strategically establishing fire points. Zhao Yan continued. Yi Tian remained silent, merely observing. Zhao Yan, wishing to regain his strength, took advantage of Yi Tian's quiet demeanor. This skill scroll is powerful, but it requires fire points to be set up in advance to activate its full potential. I did not anticipate needing it, yet your strength is truly astonishing. However, within this realm, no matter how proficient your teleportation, you cannot escape. Zhao Yan brimmed with confidence, divulging everything. Have you truly secured victory over me? Yi Tian inquired with a twinkle in his eye. Zhao Yan burst into laughter, having endured Yi Tian's mockery since his arrival. Now, with a sense of assuredness, he regarded Yi Tian with a less severe gaze, tinged with mockery. You were so eager to show off. Now, your chance has slipped away. How do you intend to defeat a level 4 fire evolver here? Do you believe yourself to be a deity? I may not be a god, but slaying you will suffice. Yi Tian replied solemnly. Chapter 54, The Thunderfire Kill Ha. Then come and try? Zhao Yan retorted without reservation. Golden body defense. A radiant beam of golden light enveloped Yu Tian. Zhao Yan gazed at him with a mocking expression, dismissing the threat. My blazing domain amplifies fire abilities tremendously, Zhao Yan declared. Then, to Zhao Yan's astonishment, flames began to materialize around Yu Tian, not from being burned, but from the revelation that Yu Tian possessed fire abilities as well. Stunned by the sight of Yu Tian, shrouded in flames, Zhao Yan was left speechless. How is this possible? You have fire abilities too, Zhao Yan exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Tian thought to himself, I possess many more abilities. Bang! Just as Zhao Yan continued to express his astonishment, Yu Tian's fist came crashing towards him. Boom! Zhao Yan's body was propelled against the boundary of the blazing domain. At that moment, the emotional turmoil within him far outweighed his physical pain. The effort he had expended to establish this domain was rendered futile against an opponent wielding flames as well. The blow to his psyche was unimaginable. He felt his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Damn it, Zhao Yan and Amp, Oppos, S engulfed in flames as well. Whoosh, whoosh. The clash of flames ensued. A fierce confrontation igniting the air. Flames soared to the heavens. Zhao Yan shouted as the flames within the domain surged towards his fist, coalescing into a massive fire shockwave that hurtled towards Tian. The fire shockwave collided with Tian's punch, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Zhao Yan's heart surged with joy. Although Tian also possessed fire abilities, he lacked the requisite skills to harness them effectively. Tian frowned, realizing that despite his own fire abilities, he was at a disadvantage within the domain due to the absence of corresponding skills. He was relying solely on his formidable personal attributes to face Zhao Yan head-on. Thunderkill. Tian unleashed his skill, summoning a colossal sphere of light that hurtled towards Zhao Yan. Upon impact, it dissipated without inflicting any substantial damage. Zhao Yan felt a surge of elation. In this domain, Tian's thunder had been significantly weakened. Only flames reigned supreme, flames soaring 9 heavens. Zhao Yan bellowed as the fire whirled towards Tian like a tornado. This won't do. Teleportation is ineffective here. Tian realized he could only evade using his agility. However, due to the confined nature of the domain, numerous attacks still found their mark. How frustrating. If only I were at the 4th tier, how different things would be. Tian lamented, grappling with the reality that despite possessing such extraordinary skills, he was being cornered by a mere 4th tier adversary. Outside the blazing sphere, Lan Ling arrived at the Villa and Oppos S entrance. Someone and Oppos S coming. A member of the Black Shale gang suddenly announced. Lan Ling, Lin Haiyang, and Mu Lingxi rushed towards the door, preparing for battle. Be careful. What if you hurt Brother Tian? Lan Ling warned, her brow furrowed. Don and Oppos, worry. That guy Tian can handle it. I can feel it. Mu Lingxi reassured her. Lin Haiyang nodded in agreement. He too felt that Tian was beyond mere mortals. Stop. We surrender. A member of the Black Shale gang shouted. Too late. I and Amp, Oppos, LL send you off now. Your leader will come to keep you company later. Lin Haiyang responded. Bang. The sounds of explosions echoed, and Lin Haiyang grew more exhilarated. Why hide? Just accept your fate. Zhao Yan exclaimed with glee. At this moment, the golden sheen surrounding Tian began to fade. His spirit crystals continuously replenished his energy. Zhao Yan, resembling a fiery sorcerer, unleashed his skills relentlessly. Thunder Prison. The moment the thunder approached Zhao Yan, it was shattered by his punch. Tian's expression darkened. Although he too possessed fire abilities, they paled in comparison to Zhao Yan's. The power of thunder was significantly diminished in this domain. Mind Strike. Tian released his mental attack. Ah, Zhao Yan cried out. As if his mind had been struck by a tremendous force, pain engulfing him. Flame soaring 9 heavens. Zhao Yan roared defiantly, somehow withstanding Tian's mental assault while unleashing a skill of his own. Tian continued to evade, but with little success. Zhao Yan's attack range was too vast. No matter where he hid, the residual impacts would find him. Is there truly no way out? Tian's golden defense gradually dissipated, leaving only a layer of flames clinging to him. I refuse to believe I will perish here. Gradually, Zhao Yan's attack struck Tian, who was now defenseless, his body succumbing to the searing flames. Tian felt as though he had returned to a past life, facing that final battle, powerless to intervene. He could only watch as the monstrous beast tore him apart. Would he truly die? Wait. I can merge my fire abilities with the thunder skill. Tian and Amp, Oppos, S mind ignited with realization. Skills may be fixed, but I am alive, and I dictate their use. With determination. Tian forcefully gathered 2 distinct powers within himself, one of thunder and one of fire, coalescing in his left and right hands. Zhao Yan sensed something amiss. As if a terrifying force was coalescing. This brat can't possibly have any hidden cards left to play, can he? This was the first time he encountered such a troublesome 3rd-tier opponent in his blazing domain. Logically, eliminating 4th-tier foes should be as easy as killing a chicken. Yet Tian, a mere 3rd tier, had withstood him for so long. Zhao Yan was utterly taken aback, sensing an unusual energy emanating from Tian, as if something was about to erupt. Then let us resolve this now. Zhao Yan shouted, Crimson Flame Dragon Strike. The flames within the domain seemed to be drawn towards him, coalescing into a massive dragon head of fire. Roar. The dragon head surged towards Tian as though it possessed a life of its own. Just a moment longer. Tian's two powers clashed violently within him. Thunder and fire, both of the most potent attributes, struggled to merge. The chaotic energy threatened to tear him apart. Had it not been for Tian and Amp, Appos, extraordinary attributes, he would have been obliterated by this force. Thunder, fire, kill. Tian roared as the two powers took shape. A luminous sphere manifested between his hands, seemingly on the verge of explosion, with thunder and fire colliding violently within. Tian was barely able to contain the burgeoning energies. Just as the flaming dragon head lunged towards him, Tian unleashed his sphere. Bang! The immense shockwave instantaneously shattered the entire domain. The boundaries of the domain fragmented, as if they could no longer withstand the force of the explosion. Impossible! The domain has collapsed! Zhao Yan shouted, his face now a mask of terror. Chapter 55 Zhao Yan's demise as the explosive forces of the Thunderfire Sphere and the Flame Dragon's head shattered the fiery domain. Two powers continued to collide violently. The flames enveloping Zhao Yan began to dim significantly. In a short while, the might of the Flame Dragon's head was entirely obliterated by the Thunderfire Sphere. The residual energy surged toward Zhao Yan. No! Zhao Yan exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that his strongest attack had been thwarted by Tian. The Thunderfire Sphere struck Zhao Yan directly. Boom! The combined forces of lightning and fire mercilessly tore Zhao Yan apart. Tian gazed in astonishment at the power of the sphere, his heart pounding with shock. Was this truly the strength of a third-tier adept? He glanced at his hands. Incredulous. Had he truly achieved this? Comprehension has granted a new skill, Thunderfire Kill. The powers of thunder and fire are unparalleled. Devouring successful, power 100, devouring successful, acquired skill, Golden Shield, which allows the user to conjure a massive barrier of spiritual energy to deflect attacks. Devouring successful, A-grade ability upgraded to a grade. By devouring another fire ability, it can be elevated to S-grade. Tian felt a surge of elation at the influx of information in his mind, reveling in the acquisition of new skills. Moreover, the ability to enhance similar powers through devouring was an unexpected boon. At this moment, the fiery domain was littered with debris, appearing on the verge of collapse. Opening his personal panel, he observed, Level, Tier 3 Evolver, 1392,000, Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS grade, Lightning S-grade, Shadow A-grade, Teleportation, S-grade, Divine Movement, S-grade, Diamond Body, A-grade, Flame, A-grade, Dynamic Vision, A-grade, Skills, Thunder Kill, Detection Technique, Mental Strike, Twin Shadows, Lightning Prison, Golden Body Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Shield, Power, 942, 100. Agility, 791, 100. Constitution, 738, 100. Mentality, 785, 100. Equipment, Fire Ape Armor, Golden. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Golden. Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Battle Boots, Golden. Lionheart Necklace, Golden. Surveying the information on his panel, he noted that his power attributes had surpassed 1,000. An ordinary Tier 4 would surely falter against his fists. Tian launched himself at the fiery domain. Boom. The fiery realm shattered dramatically. And Tian and Amp, Appos, figure materialized at the entrance of the villa. Brother Tian, Lan Ling exclaimed, rushing toward him and enveloping him in a tight embrace, greedily inhaling his aura. Upon witnessing Tian's safe return, Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi felt a profound sense of relief. The members of the Black Evil Gang outside had been dealt with effectively. Scattered white spheres lay on the ground. Tian wasted no time inspecting them, discovering they were merely protective spirit orbs, mundane equipment, and spiritual crystals. It seemed that the skill scroll was his only true treasure. Tian sighed inwardly. Realizing he must hasten his journey to power, this minor Zhao Yan had nearly pushed him to the brink. Had he possessed Tier 4 strength at present, Zhao Yan would have been utterly vanquished long ago. The group tidied up their belongings, and Tian also retrieved his equipment, allowing everyone to select their preferred gear. Let us depart, Tian announced. They set off, this time opting for a vehicle instead of utilizing wings. With their current strength, they could essentially traverse Jianglin City with ease. Lin Haiyang took the wheel while Lan Ling attuned to their surroundings. 1 kilometer to the east, Lan Ling reported. The east is a wall, Lin Haiyang murmured. Boom. An explosion erupted as Tian fired a rocket launcher to breach the eastern wall. We can proceed now, Tian stated nonchalantly. Lin Haiyang silently praised him, impressed. Shoei, Lan Ling exclaimed excitedly. Let me have a go next time. Lin Haiyang sped toward the wall Tian had demolished. Boom. The path ahead was littered with the remnants of walls they had obliterated. With Lan Ling reveling in the chaos. Tian, take the wheel. Let me fire a few shots. Lin Haiyang declared, his excitement evident, clearly enjoying the destruction. Boring. Mu Lingxi retorted dismissively. Lin Haiyang responded. Is anyone even brave enough to drive now? Firing guns and making explosions? Aren't they afraid of attracting monsters? They are evolvers. Whether they fire weapons or obliterate an entire region, what does it matter? Exactly. If they wish to hunt monsters, so be it. It keeps us safer. Without phones to occupy us, this is quite dull. Indeed, my rank in the game must have plummeted by now. Alas, the agony. I hear someone is repairing the signal tower, someone remarked. Really? Don't tease me. Are there still people trying to fix it? Why would I lie? It's true. We should have signal and power by the afternoon. As the zombies and ferocious beasts were gradually eradicated by the evolvers, hope began to flicker anew among the populace. Brother Tian, just ahead. Charge. Lan Ling shouted, joyfully wielding her rocket launcher. Wait for me first. I'm close to leveling up. Lin Haiyang added eagerly. Traversing a wide road, they encountered a horde of zombies rummaging through a pet store, seemingly searching for something. A roar echoed as a pack of mutated hunting dogs appeared, glaring hungrily at the zombies. Why are these mutated beasts and zombies at odds? Lan Ling inquired curiously. Lin Haiyang was already preparing to fire his rocket launcher. Hold on. There might be something else here. Tian interjected suddenly. Lin Haiyang pouted but reluctantly retracted his weapon. Mu Lingxi and Lan Ling focused intently on the zombies. They haven't been drawn to our noise. Mu Lingxi noted. They must be competing for something, Tian surmised. The group's eyes lit up at the thought. Could these zombies and beasts possess intelligence? Zombies and ferocious beasts can evolve. Tian continued, elaborating. Both can enhance themselves through the consumption of flesh or spiritual energy. Precious resources rich in spiritual energy are immensely attractive to them, accelerating their evolution. The presence of so many zombies and hunting dogs suggests something valuable lies here. After Tian and Amp, Oppo's explanation, the group and Amp, Oppo's curiosity piqued. What treasures could be hidden? With their current firepower, they might be able to seize it all. Brother Tian, how long must we wait? Lan Ling asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi turned their gazes to Tian, eager for his decision. Tian pondered for a moment. If there truly was something extraordinary, these creatures were likely here merely to scout the area. Chapter 56. Tian's power. Wow. So many creatures, and they're merely probing. This is utterly outrageous. Lin Haiyang exclaimed softly. The gathering of zombies and fierce beasts numbered almost 100. Lan Ling and Mu Lingxi also wore expressions of astonishment. Was this display not excessively dramatic? I mean, it and Amp, Oppo's, a possibility. Tian replied with a wry smile. He recalled a legendary snow lotus from his past life, where a multitude of fierce beasts lurked, their predatory gazes fixed intently. That scene was truly terrifying. Of course, he had only witnessed it through a video and had not participated. Even from the video, it sent chills down his spine. At that time, any human evolutionist attempting to approach was mercilessly torn apart by swarms of beasts. The brutality was staggering, drenched in blood. It shouldn't and Amp, Oppo's, escalate this far, right? Tian murmured. He couldn't and Oppo's, recall any extraordinary treasures emerging in Jianglin City. Since his rebirth, he had and Oppo's, altered much. Surely the butterfly effect couldn't and Oppo's, be so significant. Why don't and Amp, Oppo's, we just take action? Let and Amp, Oppo's, gather some spoils first. Lin Haiyang suggested. Tian furrowed his brow. He was uncertain about what the zombies were waiting for. Did he need treasures? Tian pondered deeply. Without formidable strength, everything was futile. No more waiting. Let and Amp, Oppo's, strike. Tian commanded quietly. Lin Haiyang grinned. I was waiting for you to say that. With that, Lin Haiyang pulled out a rocket launcher. Lan Ling and Mu Lingxi also silently brandished their machine guns. Bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted, and before the zombies and hunting dogs on the other side could react, they were turned into mere sieves. Roar, hiss. The fierce beasts and zombies growled incessantly, then surged towards Tian and his companions. Come on, Lin Haiyang shouted. He had switched to a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrential hail of fire upon the zombies beside the vehicle. The group continued to spray bullets with heavy weaponry. Many zombies had their heads blown off, yet continued to crawl. Brother Tian, look at that zombie. Is it a tier 3? Even without its head, it and amp, oppos, s still moving. Lanling shouted. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, speaking loudly was futile. Their voices were drowned out. Detection art. Tier 3 zombie, copper skin and iron bones. Possessing extraordinary survival ability. Tier 3 mutated hunting dog. Extremely ferocious, fearless, claws contain potent toxins. Be cautious, both the zombies and beasts are tier 3. Tian bellowed. Damn, no wonder they're so tough. I've leveled up, haha. Lin Haiyang laughed heartily. A glimmer of icy white radiance enveloped him, resembling a frost warrior. Tian felt a chill wash over him. Dawn and amp, oppos, get too cocky. Focus on eliminating these monsters first. Lanling shivered at the frigid atmosphere. Heh. Let me assist you. Behold my new skill. Lin Haiyang chuckled. Icebound for 1,000 miles. He slammed his right hand on the ground. Spiritual energy surged forth, followed by a wave of coldness rushing towards the horde of zombies and beasts. Lanling and amp, oppos, eyes widened. This guy Lin Haiyang possessed such power. It seemed quite formidable. The footsteps of the zombies and beasts slowed. Their bloodthirsty eyes appeared somewhat dulled, seemingly affected by the chilling aura. Is that all? Lanling scoffed. Lin Haiyang scratched his head awkwardly. Heh. I named it myself. It's really just releasing cold air. Mu Lingxi interjected. It's already quite effective. It significantly hampers their speed. That's what matters. I just saw the skill description, and I felt like I was about to become a walking air conditioner. Lin Haiyang continued. The group resumed their barrage of gunfire. Devour successful, strength 50. Devour successful, agility 50. Devour successful, spirit 50. With Lin Haiyang's icy assistance, the pressure on everyone lessened considerably. Bang! The tier 3 zombies and beasts possessed high defenses, often requiring numerous bullets to bring down. Fortunately, Tian and the others were well stocked with ammunition. Let me test my new skill. And amp, oppos, thunderfire kill, and amp, oppos. Tian decided to unleash his skill. Lightning and flames converged in his hands, gradually merging. Lin Haiyang and the others felt a shiver run down their spines. Tian and amp, oppos, S skill was terrifying. Lanling and amp, oppos, S complexion paled. The sheer force almost taking her breath away. Is this too powerful? She whispered. Mu Lingxi, too, was astonished. Tian had grown even stronger. This was truly incredible. The air vibrated with an ominous whistle. Before long, Tian and amp, oppos, S thunderfire orb coalesced. A radiant sphere of red and blue, shimmering like a flawless masterpiece. Tian hurled the orb. Sizzle, sizzle. The orb crackled as it sliced through the air, resembling a shooting star. Golden shield. Tian activated the shield. Realizing the proximity was perilous, he sensed that the skill might be excessively powerful, fearing that the explosion could obliterate his comrades. A golden shield enveloped the group. Boom. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the space. A massive golden flame of thunder erupted nearby. Countless shards of stone and fragments of corpses flew about. Devour successful. Constitution 50. Devour successful. Agility 50. Devour successful. Spirit 50. The information flooded Tian and Oppos' mind, but he had no time to assess it. Clink, clink, clink. The debris struck Tian and amp, Oppos' shield, producing crisp sounds. After a moment, the noise gradually subsided. At that moment, Tian and amp, Oppos' complexion was ashen. The consumption was staggering. This skill, it had drained nearly half of his spiritual energy, and activating the protective shield left him feeling utterly depleted. It appeared that the fierce dragon head from Zhao Yin in that blazing domain had significantly diminished the power of the skill. Otherwise, if Lan Ling and the others had been outside during the explosion and amp, Oppos' aftermath, they could have been severely injured. It seemed this skill could only serve as a trump card and not for regular use. Moreover, even when used, he had to be cautious to avoid harming his allies. At this point, the previously overwhelming horde of zombies and beasts had vanished entirely, leaving behind a massive crater. Lin Haiyang stood in a daze, seemingly still caught in the aftermath of the explosion. Lanling and Mu Lingxi were similarly entranced. Tian, you are simply incredible. Am I dreaming? Lin Haiyang muttered. He had initially thought that after reaching Tier 3, he would close the gap with Tian and Oppos' power, but he realized he was still a novice. Unable to regard Tian as merely human. Brother Tian, you and Oppos, amazing, Lanling exclaimed. Lingxi gazed at the vast crater in a daze. Is this a force that a person can wield? You will all become this strong in the future, Tian affirmed. Upon hearing his words, Lingxi broke free from her stupor, her eyes rekindled with determination. Chapter 57. Breaking through to level 4. Tian subsequently closed the golden shield. Information continuously echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded to level 4 Evolver. All attributes increased by 500. New skill acquired, Flame Shock, which allows you to condense your fire into a wave of flames, inflicting damage on the target. New skill acquired, Void Thunder, which enables you to summon lightning directly from the void to strike the target. Golden Body Defense upgraded to Diamond Defense, significantly enhancing defense while slightly reducing consumption. Dual Shadow upgraded to Triple Shadow, allowing the release of 3 shadows simultaneously, with greatly enhanced attributes. The information flooded Tian and Apos' mind, causing a momentary sense of confusion. After a short while, the information was successfully integrated, and power surged within him. He opened his personal panel. Level 4 Evolver, 08000. Abilities: Endless Devour, SSS-level, Lightning, S-level, Shadow, a level, Teleportation, S-level, Divine Walk, S-level, Diamond, a level, Flame, a level, Dynamic Vision, a level, Skills: Thunder Kill, Detection Skill, Mental Strike, Triple Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Shield, Flame Shock. Void Thunder, Strength, 1542, 100, Agility, 1491, 100, Vitality, 1438, 100, Mentality, 1485, 100, Equipment. Fire Ape Armor, Golden, Fire Ape Gauntlets, Golden, Space Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Battle Boots, Golden, Lionheart Necklace, Golden. Having broken through to level 4, Tian was now considered a mid-tier Evolver. No matter how many level 3 monsters he defeated, he could no longer gain experience. Only level 4 monsters would suffice. He pondered whether his SSS-level ability would still be effective against these lower-tier beasts. This was his strongest reliance, arguably even more significant than his reincarnation. He resolved to find an opportunity to test it. Let us gather these items, Tian suggested. Outside, a myriad of spiritual lights illuminated the surroundings. The group surveyed the area, which predominantly contained spirit crystals and equipment. After several members donned suitable gear, Tian collected the items. Shall we continue our hunt for monsters? Ling expressed excitedly. Tian and Apos' formidable strength instilled great confidence in the others. The terrifying explosion had nearly obliterated everything in its wake. I have ascended to level 4. I will assist you in leveling up, Tian proclaimed. The others and Apos' eyes brightened at the announcement of his advancement. If he was already so powerful before breaking through, how much stronger would he be now? Now, monsters below level 4 are no longer useful to me. Only level 4 creatures can provide experience. Tian continued. Is that so? Then leveling up will be quite challenging. Lin Haiying frowned. Not necessarily. Zombies and beasts are also continuously evolving. Have you not noticed that level 1 zombies are nearly extinct? Tian hastily added. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that with the rise of the monsters and Apos' evolutionary levels, level 1 creatures had indeed become scarce. Tian and his companions continued to scour the area. After dispatching a few low-level monsters, Tian discovered that his SSS-level ability seemed to have lost its efficacy. It appeared that abilities were not omnipotent and adhered to certain rules. As they continued their sweep, all beasts and zombies in their path were eradicated. After some time, Ling exclaimed, Brother Tian, I've also reached level 3. Her eyes sparkled with joy. After breaking through to level 3, her perception range had further expanded to an impressive 5 kilometers, and she had acquired a new skill that enabled her to unleash mental attacks. Tian tested her newfound ability and found her attack power to be quite formidable, with her mental attributes appearing exceptionally strong. Finally, I can contribute to the damage output, Ling thought to herself. With Ling and Apos' enhanced perception, the group nearly scoured the entire vicinity over the course of a day. However, they primarily encountered level 2 and level 3 zombies. Hello, a friendly voice suddenly called out. Tian paused mid-step. They had just eliminated a gathering point of zombies. A young man dressed in a white tank top approached from behind. Is there something you need? Tian replied coolly, regarding the young man with an impassive expression. The young man, wearing a smile, slowly spoke. You must be Tian, right? Tian and Apos' pupils narrowed slightly, remaining non-committal. What do you want? I am from the Jianglin Society, the young man declared proudly. Tian rifled through his memories of the Jianglin Society, recalling it as the largest evolver force in Jianglin City, which had nearly unified the city in the later stages of his previous life. However, why was it surfacing now when it was supposed to gain prominence later? Regardless, what did the Jianglin Society matter now? With his newfound strength, Tian felt a surge of confidence. Lanling and the others looked on, puzzled, having never heard of this organization. We, the Jianglin Society, are the foremost evolver organization in Jianglin City. It and Appos. As surprising that you Haven and Appos. Heard of us. Your information is quite outdated. The young man mocked. Suddenly, Lin Haiyang and Appos' fist came crashing down. How dare you speak like that? Lin Haiyang growled. The young man, taken aback by the sudden aggression, was swiftly knocked to the ground. Bewildered, with blood trickling from his nose. How dare you hit me? He exclaimed, his forehead veins bulging as he wiped the blood away, glaring menacingly. So what if I did? I might as well stomp on you. Lin Haiyang seemed unsatisfied with just one blow, delivering several more kicks to the young man. Lanling watched with excitement, wishing to join in. Still pretending, are we? What has the Jianglin Society to you? Let us see you keep pretending. Lin Haiyang taunted as he continued to kick. Striking him feels even more satisfying than taking down a zombie. Lanling, do you want to try a few kicks as well? Sir, I want end Appos. Dare anymore. I want end Appos. Pretend. The young man sobbed, a look of despair on his face. Tian regarded the battered young man with an indifferent expression, devoid of emotion. Haiyang, stop. Let end Appos. See what he has to say. Tian commanded. At Tian and Appos' words, Lin Haiyang delivered one last kick before relenting. Consider yourself fortunate. Can you speak properly now? Lin Haiyang inquired. Sir, ask away. I want end Appos. Pretend anymore. The young man pleaded in terror, his gaze filled with fear directed at Lin Haiyang. Yet, internally, he loathed Lin Haiyang, wishing to dismember him. However, he could not express that sentiment now. Since joining the Jianglin Society, he had never endured such a beating. Just wait. When I find the opportunity, I will ensure you suffer, he vowed silently. Now tell us, what does the Jianglin Society want? Tian asked calmly. Chapter 58, The Jianglin Society, Seeking Silver Notes. My name is Baiyu. The youth in the vest gritted his teeth and replied. Slap. I didn't end Appos. Asked for your name. Lin Haiyang struck the youth again. Baiyu was left dumbfounded. Was it wrong to introduce myself? A sense of grievance surged within him. He vowed that if given the chance, he would hang this person up and slap him 100 times daily. Lanling beside him was nearly in stitches. How had she not noticed Lin Haiyang and Appos' violent tendencies before? Tian also regarded Lin Haiyang with a peculiar expression, wondering if this fellow harbored some violent inclinations. Our president intends to gather all the evolvers in Jianglin City to collectively eradicate zombies and ferocious beasts, Baiyu said, shivering. Tian squinted slightly. He had heard nothing of this during his previous life. Then it struck him. At this point in his past life, he had yet to become an evolver. Merely an ordinary person struggling for survival daily. Who had the time to gather such information, and who would care about the affairs of a commoner? Do tell me more about your Jianglin Society, Tian inquired further. Lin Haiyang regarded Baiyu with a predatory gaze, causing Baiyu to shudder. Baiyu swallowed hard and slowly spoke. Our Jianglin Society is based in the Tianfeng district. Our president has tasked us with scouring Jianglin City for evolvers to participate in the Evolver Conference in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes narrowed. He vaguely remembered hearing about such a conference in his previous life but had little recollection of it. What is your president and Appos' strength? He asked next. Baiyu and Appos' eyes seemed to sparkle with fervor. Our president is immensely powerful, unmatched by anyone. He slapped. Lin Haiyang delivered another blow. Speak plainly. Do you understand? After being struck, Baiyu was momentarily dazed. How dare this man? His anger was boiling within him. I understand. Baiyu bit his lip, striving to quell his rage. No one knows the extent of our president's strength. But he single-handedly annihilated a group of 4th-tier ferocious beasts before the onset of the second torrential rain. Baiyu spoke softly. Tian and Appos' pupils constricted. How could that be? To have exterminated a group of 4th-tier beasts before the second torrential rain. Lanling and Mu Lingxi were equally astonished. Tian had expended tremendous effort to defeat a single beast, yet this mysterious president. Seeing the shock on their faces, Baiyu felt a surge of satisfaction. He couldn't and Appos' help but add, now you know our might, right? Bang. Slap. Mighty, my foot. Still pretending? Lin Haiyang retorted sharply, launching another barrage of blows at Baiyu. Baiyu wished he could tear his own mouth apart. How could he dare to speak? After a while, perhaps tired, Lin Haiyang stepped on Baiyu. The latter and Apos, S head pressed against the floor, his inner fury nearly solidifying into a tangible form. Damn it, just wait for me. Yi Tian. What should we do about this Jianglin society? Should we just kill Baiyu? Lin Haiyang suggested. Before Yi Tian could respond, Baiyu, pinned to the ground, was filled with terror. They wooed and Apos, dare kill me. I am part of the Jianglin society. But recalling Lin Haiyang and Apos' earlier brutality, he feared they might indeed dare to. These country bumpkins, surely unaware of what fourth-tier beast entailed. Damn it. Please, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. Baiyu stammered. Oh, your will to survive is quite strong. You need and Apos. Speak. Lin Haiyang kicked him again. Baiyu immediately fell silent, shrinking into a ball on the ground, filled with resentment. Perhaps that president possesses considerable strength. Could he truly suppress all the evolvers at the conference? Mu Lingxi mused. Lin Haiyang had to concede. If he could previously pursue and slaughter fourth-tier beasts, one could only imagine how much his strength had improved now. Aside from your president, how many other evolvers do you have in the Jianglin society? And what are their strengths? Yu Tian inquired next. We currently have around 40 evolvers, mostly at the third tier, with a few at the fourth tier, currently out scavenging. Baiyu replied. Yu Tian then asked about their territory and weaponry, to which Baiyu answered honestly. Do you have any final words to relay? Yu Tian asked nonchalantly. Recognizing Baiyu's cooperation, he decided to grant him the chance to express any last wishes. Baiyu stared in astonishment at Yu Tian, bewildered by the notion of final words. I reported to my organization before coming. If I don and Apos, return. Baiyu began. Bang. Lin Haiyang kicked him. And Baiyu and Apos' head exploded. Is that your final word? Lin Haiyang asked, clearly indifferent to Baiyu and Apos' fate. Yu Tian shrugged. Let us head back. It's getting late. We can deal with the Jianglin society later. The others nodded in agreement. They had already gathered ample information today. Yu Tian drove them back to the Zhonghai community. Once the group departed, Baiyu's body suddenly twitched. He stood up, and a beam of light emanated from within him. Moments later, he regrew a head. Damn it, those bastards. If not for my death replacement talisman. Baiyu slowly retrieved a peculiar piece of talisman paper from his pocket. It bore strange engravings. Now tattered and devoid of color. A gust of wind blew, and the talisman disintegrated into the air. Reflecting on Lin Haiyang's earlier actions, he felt suffocated with rage. This talisman had been exchanged from his girlfriend, usable only once but possessing astonishing power. Thinking of his girlfriend and Apos' fiery figure and captivating visage, Baiyu felt an overwhelming regret. How could it have been so easily wasted? Yi Tian, I swear, I will make you wish you were dead. Those two beauties, just wait to become my playthings. Baiyu thought of the enchanting Mu Lingxi and Lan Ling, his heart ablaze with vengeance. He dragged his weary body away. Yu Tian and the others were blissfully unaware of this unfolding scene as they had returned to the villa. Brother Yu Tian, eat this. It's delicious. Lan Ling chirped. Offering a meatball. Yu Tian accepted without hesitation, savoring the moment. This life. Splendid. Meanwhile, Lin Haiyang looked at the abundance of food on the table, feeling suddenly unappetizing. Lan Ling, can you tone it down a bit? He remarked. Feeling that she was becoming increasingly excessive. Mu Lingxi, on the other hand, ate quietly, displaying no outward emotion. This little vixen will pay for her antics sooner or later. She thought with a cold snort. Chapter 59. Visitors from Deep City. After finishing their meal, the group returned to their respective rooms, each lost in their own thoughts. At this moment, the power and internet had been restored, and many were busy posting various information online. Chen Linshan and his companions were also diligently gathering and organizing intelligence from various sources. Old Chen, make sure to collect all information regarding the Jianglin Association. Yu Tian said calmly. In the room, Chen Linshan stood respectfully at the side. Despite being a second-level evolved, he remained humble in Yu Tian and Apos' presence, not daring to overstep. Master Yi, we will begin collecting right away. Chen Linshan replied before departing. The spacious room was now left with only Yu Tian. He approached the window, gazing outside at the bright moon and twinkling stars. The Jianglin Association. Yu Tian murmured, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. In Jianglin City, Tianfeng District, at the luxurious Jia Tian building, a handsome young man sat at a desk while two stunning women massaged his shoulders. President, that Yu Tian. He disrespects our Jianglin Association. Baiyu, bruised and trembling, knelt on the floor. Bang. Useless. You can end Oppos. T even handle a simple task. Before Bayu could finish, the young man smashed a teacup from the table onto Bayu and Oppos' head. Scalding tea flowed down Bayu and Oppos' head, and the shattered pieces cut into his skin. Despite the unbearable pain and the blood seeping from his face, Bayu dared not defy him. President, I was wrong. That Tian was too much. I politely invited him, yet he had someone beat me up. If it weren't in Oppos, tea for my death charm. Bayu hurriedly recounted the events. The young man squinted. He understood Bayu's temperament. Although he could be arrogant at times, he likely wouldn't overstep in such matters. Perhaps Bayu was indeed at fault, but did it truly matter? Yi Tian dares to harm my people, the young man murmured. Have other regions been notified? He continued. The news has been dispatched, but we don't end Oppos. To know if they will respond, Bayu replied. You need not worry about that. What is Tian and Oppos' strength? The young man and Oppos' voice was indifferent, laced with a hint of menace. Bayu and Oppos' heart lifted at the president and Oppos' anger. Damn you, Tian, just wait. You will meet a gruesome end. He didn't T-act himself, it was his subordinate. That individual is a third-level evolved, and they seem to possess heavy weaponry. Bayu continued. The young man's brows furrowed, but then he relaxed as if a thought occurred to him. Didn't we just have a member from the Dongnong gang join us? Their leader is supposedly a fourth-level evolved. Let them deal with you, Tian. It's of no concern to you. You may leave, he said casually. Bayu's face lit up with joy. He knew the Dongnong gang leader was formidable. And with him on the case, Tian, your end is nigh. The young man then closed his eyes, savoring the services of the two beautiful women behind him. Bayu understood the signal and quietly exited, careful not to disturb him. Outside the room, two guards stood watch. While indistinct sounds emanated from within, resembling low growls and anguished cries, the chilling sounds made Bayu shudder. The president was honing his abilities again. Remembering the fate of the two beautiful women behind him, he quivered, thankful he was not a woman. The next day, at Zhanghai Community. Tian, here are the materials on the Jianglin Association. Please take a look. Little Rabbit, dressed in JK attire and black high heels, blinked at Tian. Tian opened his eyes, observing the alluring Little Rabbit before him. Why are you here today? Where's Olchen? He asked, accepting the documents. He is busy entertaining guests over there and can't spare the time. Little Rabbit replied cheerfully, her innocent face brimming with joy. Tian perused the documents. Jianglin Association. President Lin Shun, son of the former Jianglin mayor, who was infected during the Blood Ring. Lin Shun took over his father and Oppos' influence, leveraging his power to develop secretly. Later, he established the Jianglin Association, gathering numerous evolved individuals, seemingly the largest group of evolved in Jianglin City. Why hadn't I discovered this earlier? Tian pondered, surprised by the depth of its concealment and its sudden emergence. The documents further stated that Lin Shun was immensely powerful, having single-handedly annihilated a group of fourth-level beasts without a scratch. After the storm subsided, he sent out messages to unify all evolved forces in Jianglin City to collectively combat the zombies. Tian's expression turned grave as he studied the documents. They were far more detailed than Bayu's account. Initially, he thought Bayu was exaggerating, but Lin Shen's strength was indeed terrifying. How could this be? Something feels different from my previous life. Am I truly reborn, or have I entered another world? Tian thought, yet the presence of Mu Lingxi, Little Rabbit, and the world and Oppos' anomalies mirrored his past life. Taking a deep breath, he collected his chaotic thoughts. Regardless, striving for strength was undoubtedly the right choice. You mentioned Old Chin was entertaining guests. Is someone else looking to join us? Tian inquired. Little Rabbit gazed at the handsome Tian, her thoughts hidden, and her face flushed suddenly. No, it seems people from Deep City have arrived, she stammered. Oh, what brings them here? Tian frowned, wondering why he hadn't been informed. It's someone sent by Miss Mu's father. She is currently there as well. Little Rabbit explained. It seemed Lingxi wished to keep him uninformed, Tian mused, yet Shin Linshan was indeed a cunning fox. Rather than inform him directly, he sent Little Rabbit. What could this be about? Tian's brow furrowed. Since Mu Lingxi preferred he remained unaware, he felt it inappropriate to interfere blindly. He trusted her to handle everything well. Deep City. Why had her father suddenly sent someone over? Tian, your goddess is about to be taken away, and you're still here, doing nothing. Lin Haiyang's voice rang out. Without warning, Lin Haiyang burst in, panting heavily. What did you say? Miss Mu's father sent someone to take her away. Lin Haiyang exclaimed, clearly having rushed over. Let us go see. Tian said, his voice low and resolute. Chapter 60. The intent of Lushan Miss. You should return with us. Remaining in this remote place offers no prospects for development. A man clad in black armor spoke in a deep voice. Beside him stood over 10 similarly armored warriors. Exuding a chilling aura, Chun Linshan stood at the side, his brow furrowed. The strength of this group surpassed his expectations, yet Mu Lingxi forbade him from notifying Yi Tian. I am quite well here. Return and inform him that I shall not go back. I will thrive in this world through my own capabilities. Mu Lingxi replied coldly. The atmosphere became momentarily suffocating. Recently, Master Mu acquired a vial of phoenix blood. When you return, he will grant you the opportunity to use it. Afterward, you will awaken the phoenix bloodline, and in this era of evolution, you will shine with unparalleled brilliance. The man continued. Lushan, enough said. My decision is resolute. If you still regard me as your lady, then return whence you came. Mu Lingxi and Amp. Appo's tone held unwavering conviction, regardless of the phoenix blood or the bloodline. She might have considered it previously, but now, Lushan and Amp. Appo's demeanor turned frosty, for Mu Yiming had issued a stern order if they could not bring Mu Lingxi back. They need not return at all. What is so good about this wretched place? Return to Deep City, where everything is at your disposal. Why endure this? Lushan continued to persuade. Enough. I have made myself clear. You may return. Mu Lingxi and Appo's impatience was palpable. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted. A bolt of thunder emanating from Lushan's hand, rendering the air dry. Do you dare to strike at me? Mu Lingxi challenged, her exquisite visage revealing a hint of anger. Bang! A massive fist, imbued with the power of thunder, struck Lushan and Amp. Appo's chest. The aura of Lushan and Amp. Appo's armor shimmered before shattering. He staggered back several steps, his throat emitting a muffled grunt as he glared furiously at the figure that had appeared before him. Master Yi Tian, Chun Linshan shouted, promptly kneeling on the ground. I am at fault. I should not have concealed matters from you. Yi Tian, it is I. I apologize. Mu Lingxi spoke. Gazing at the handsome Yi Tian before her, Yi Tian fixed his gaze upon Lushan. Chun, rise. This is not your fault. It is mine for failing to address these insignificant pests in a timely manner. His voice echoed throughout the hall, causing Lushan and Appo's expression to shift. Yi Tian and Appo's strength seemed formidable, having shattered his protective armor with ease. You are Yi Tian, are you not? This is a family matter. It is not your concern. Step aside. I do not wish to embarrass the lady, Lushan retorted. Mu Lingxi is under my protection. Her affairs are mine to handle. Yi Tian replied with calm authority. Hearing this, Mu Lingxi felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Am I truly his? Indeed, the goddess belongs to our Yi Tian. What are you? A mere nuisance. Depart at once. Lin Haiyang chimed in. Do not presume that awakening your abilities grants you boundless arrogance. We are all evolutionists. Lushan barked. Crackle. The lightning crackled around Lushan, emitting a hissing sound. The warriors behind him also emanated a fierce aura, their bodies shimmering with spiritual light. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed as the lightning danced around him. Sensing the tension rising, Lushan, depart. I shall not go with you. Mu Lingxi declared coldly. Lushan and Appo's expression darkened considerably. Very well. If I eliminate Yi Tian, will you then return with us? Mu Lingxi's countenance shifted. Blazing flame wave. A surge of flames erupted from Mu Lingxi, racing toward Lushan. With a cold snort, Lushan stomped the ground fiercely. Earthquake. A towering earthen wall rose, effectively blocking Mu Lingxi and Appo's flames. Seize them all, except for the lady, Lushan commanded in a low voice. The warriors responded, their spiritual light flaring, releasing a tremendous pressure. All of them are third tier? Lin Haiyang gasped. Initially, he had assumed they were merely ordinary soldiers, only to discover they were all third-tier warriors. Thunder Prison. Yi Tian bellowed, unleashing his thunderous power, enveloping the entire hall in a dazzling array of lightning. The overwhelming force of the thunder made everyone in the vicinity feel as though they were suffocating, akin to a natural disaster looming over the hall. Onlookers outside gazed apprehensively at the distant lightning. Master Yi Tian's thunder is extraordinarily powerful. It's simply unreasonable. He is akin to a deity. If only I could wield such strength. Many pulled out their phones to capture the breathtaking spectacle. It was a striking display of human mastery over power. Not mere nature and Appo's wrath. Is he truly that formidable? The sense of oppression, murmured a petite figure observing the thunderous prison. Within the thunder prison, Lushan regarded Yi Tian with a grave expression. This man, the intimidation of his thunder. Thunder armor. Lushan whispered as thunder surged within him, merging with his black armor to form a formidable thunderous guise. Thunder flash! Lushan shouted, his body contorting into a bolt of lightning, charging directly at Tian. Tian did not evade. Lin Haiyang and the others were beside him. If he dodged, Lushan and Appo's attack would endanger them. Diamond defense. Golden shield. A golden barrier enveloped Tian and his companions, while a layer of golden spiritual light enveloped Tian himself, rendering him akin to an inviolable golden Buddha. Bang! Lushan's body collided with the golden shield, shattering it, a smirk gracing his lips. Little brat, await your doom. Clang! Lushan's fist struck Tian's chest, producing a crisp sound. Lushan and Appo's expression soured. It was impossible. How could he not even breach Tian and Appo's defenses? The soldiers under Lushan stared in disbelief. They were well aware of Lushan and Appo's might. While not invincible, he was among the elite within the 4th tier. Could it be that Tian was also 4th tier? Are you merely giving me a massage, you insignificant wretch? Tian scoffed. Bang! Tian retaliated with a powerful punch to Lushan and Appo's chest. Lushan was sent flying, crashing into his own men, toppling them to the ground. Are you also 4th tier? Lushan half squatted, wiping the corner of his mouth as he slowly inquired. Chen Linshan stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Tian and Appo's prowess exceeded all his expectations. When Mu Lingxi advised him to refrain from mentioning this matter to Tian, he had been concerned, contemplating a more diplomatic approach. Upon encountering Lushan, the overwhelming pressure nearly crushed him. Yet here, before Tian, Lushan was dispatched in a single exchange. Chen Linshan and Appo's eyes gradually gleamed with fervor. Chapter 61. A moment of tenderness. Had I known that Lord Tian possessed such formidable strength, why bother with gentleness? It would have sufficed to take direct action. Chen Linshan thought to himself. Lingxi, you should decide how to handle these individuals. Tian, without responding to Lishan, directly addressed Mu Lingxi. Mu Lingxi gazed at Tian with gratitude, about to speak when Lishan interjected sharply. Do you think this is the end? Straining to stand, he fixed his gaze intently on Tian. He had not anticipated that such a desolate place would harbor a tier 4 warrior. He had underestimated them gravely. Lishan, for my father's sake, please leave now, and do not bother me again, Mu Lingxi said with a frown. Is this Lishan somewhat deluded? Does he not recognize the current situation? Tian, observing Lishan, whose lips were still stained with blood, felt an inexplicable irritation. With a sudden movement, Tian appeared beside Lishan, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed, slap, slap, slap. After a series of strikes, Tian shook his hand. Any more words? He asked coolly. Lishan, dazed, struggled to comprehend how Tian had approached him so swiftly. The soldiers around him were equally terrified. The sheer speed and overwhelming power left them pondering how they might counter it. Lishan's face flushed crimson, bruised and battered. Captain, perhaps we should withdraw and not squander Miss Mu and Appo's goodwill. One soldier trembled, and many others shared his sentiment. Opposing Tian felt utterly daunting. Lishan took a deep breath, striving to regain his clarity. Gazing at the calm Tian, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Even with the blood spirit crystal, he was no match. Sighing, he said, Miss, I must add, should you change your mind someday, Lord Mu will always welcome you back. And the blood of the phoenix will be reserved for you. After uttering these words, aides came to assist him, preparing to leave. The mention of the blood of the phoenix stirred Tian and Appo's thoughts. In his past life, Mu Lingxi had awakened in Deep City. Could this be the opportunity that led her to become the Flame Queen? Tian mused. Though these individuals seemed weak before him, they were formidable figures elsewhere. What role did the goddess and Appo's father play here? Mu Lingxi had never shared details about her family with Tian, and he had never pried. Although Lin Haiyang had hinted at matters. Wait, Tian suddenly called out. Lishan and Appo's expression tightened, fearing what was to come. He bit his lip. You Haven and Appo's tea eaten yet. Please have something before you go, Tian suggested. Chin, please make the arrangements. Lishan and Appo's countenance softened. As long as they did not intend to harm him, it was acceptable. Chen, being a shrewd person, understood that Tian wished to retain these individuals for the moment. With a wave of his hand, the lightning prison slowly returned to Tian and Appo's body. Lingxi, come with me, Tian whispered to Mu Lingxi, blinking in surprise. She looked at him. In an instant, Tian lifted Mu Lingxi into his arms and activated his wings of flight, soaring into the distance. How dare he? Lai Shan and Apos. S face paled, gritting his teeth. What is this? They. Lin Haiyang murmured. Lai Shan and Apos. S expression darkened, his teeth clenched. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he inhaled deeply, gradually calming himself. Atop a nearby mountain in Zhonghai district, Tian gently embraced Mu Lingxi as they landed on the summit. Feeling the steady heartbeat against her, Mu Lingxi and Apos' face flushed slightly. Tian, lost in thought, found her soft warmth and fragrant presence intoxicating. He slowly released her, feeling an unexpected pang of longing, wishing for this moment to last forever. Is there something you wish to tell me? Mu Lingxi asked, her cheeks reddening. Tian snapped back to reality, gazing at her shy demeanor. A myriad of words bubbling within him, yet he found himself at a loss for how to express them. Gradually, Mu Lingxi quieted her thoughts, and silence enveloped them as the sun began to rise in the distance, casting its radiant glow upon them. They felt as though they had returned to that morning in Walin Park, when they had shared a similar moment. Lingxi, we will always be together, one and Apos. We? Tian said tenderly. Mu Lingxi froze at his words. Could they truly remain together? She was unsure. I dawn and amp, Apos, no, she murmured, biting her lip. Tian and Apos' heart sank. He felt something within him shatter. When Lin Haiyang had mentioned that someone intended to take Mu Lingxi away, an unsettling anxiety had gripped him. Even though nothing had transpired yet, the mere thought of someone separating him from Mu Lingxi was unbearable. As the sunlight bathed them, Tian felt a chill within. As long as it is something you do not wish to do, no one can compel you, he said softly. Mu Lingxi's expression softened upon hearing his words. She sensed the sincerity in his tone, even if it was not precisely what she desired. Observing Tian's serious and somewhat anxious demeanor, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. Tian, having you by my side is truly wonderful, Mu Lingxi said gently. Unable to contain himself any longer, Tian embraced her, stirring something deep within her heart. Her pulse quickened. In that moment, they fell into a tranquil silence, savoring the tenderness and serenity surrounding them. Everything was unspoken. At the villa, what? Tian has run off with that insufferable woman again, Lanling exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Nearby, the little rabbit girl, sucking on a lollipop, observed silently. How infuriating. The outfits you taught me were of no use. I and Apos, tried so many, yet Tian still has and Apos, taken notice of me. Lanling continued, fuming. The little rabbit girl blinked. Perhaps you weren't and Apos, proactive enough? Lanling pouted. I might as well have drugged him. Oh, could it be that Tian prefers someone aloof? The little rabbit girl replied. It must be that you were too forward. You scared him away. Lanling snatched the lollipop from her hand. Stop eating that. All that sweetness one and Apos, be good for your figure. The little rabbit girl giggled. I dawn and Apos, gain weight, hee. By the way, you and Apos, quite the novice. A straightforward guy like Tian, and you haven't managed to win him over after all this time. What a waste of my teachings, she lamented. Exactly. Tian probably likes someone more aloof, like Mu Lingxi, who pretends to be cool, Lanling retorted, annoyed. Then why dawn and amp, Apos, you give it a try? The little rabbit girl suggested. Tell me how to adopt a cool demeanor around Tian. Would and Apos, switching styles be awkward? Lanling asked. You could approach it this way. Men, you know. Chapter 62, preparing to head to the deep city Lingxi, are you truly not going back? Tian inquired. The morning breeze gently tousled Mu Lingxi and Apos' hair, which danced across Tian and Apos' face as he gazed at the exquisite figure beside him, reminiscent of a sprite. He acknowledged the stirring of his heart. No, I shall not return. Mu Lingxi replied softly. That phoenix blood might indeed enable you to become an unparalleled evolver. Tian continued. Without that phoenix blood, Mu Lingxi's flame abilities would likely only be slightly superior to those of an ordinary fire evolver. With the phoenix blood coursing through her veins, Mu Lingxi's true potential should. I do not believe that relying on phoenix blood will make one a formidable force. Mu Lingxi declared suddenly, her tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Tian observed the girl beside him, her expression resolute, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of disorientation. Sensing once again the aura of the flame queen emanating from her, it seemed as if she had already assumed that title, irrespective of her current strength. He, merely a fortunate reincarnate who had awakened an SSS-level ability, felt a sudden distance between himself and Mu Lingxi. Tian. The days spent with you all have been truly delightful. You have always been someone I greatly admire, Mu Lingxi murmured. Upon hearing this, Tian felt a warmth envelop his heart, realizing how fragile he had remained despite 2 years of harrowing experiences in the apocalypse. Lingxi, I understand now. Let us depart. Tian inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Understand what? Mu Lingxi questioned, a hint of astonishment flickering in her heart. With my current strength, why should I cower? Whatever challenges arise, I shall confront them head-on. In this world, one must ultimately rely on their might. Phoenix blood? What of it? I shall not resort to thievery. At the Zhonghai community, Lai Shan and others were gathered in the living room, indulging in a meal. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. I want that phoenix blood. Name your price. Tian declared boldly. Lai Shan, still chewing, stared at Tian in disbelief. For reasons unknown, he sensed a shift in the man's aura. Where there had been calmness, there now simmered a confidence bordering on arrogance. Gulp. Lai Shan hastily swallowed his food. Impossible. That item is extraordinarily precious. It cannot be measured in mere currency. Even if you were to offer my weight in gold, it would be insufficient. As thoughts of the phoenix blood ignited a fervor within him, he recalled how his leader had nearly lost his mind upon acquiring it. Could it truly be given to Tian? Absolutely not. Yet, why had he been tasked with seeking out the lady and providing her with that very item? Lai Shan was equally perplexed. He understood his leader and Appo's nature well. While generally amiable, he was ruthless when key interests were at stake. I intend for it to be used by your lady, Tian asserted. Upon hearing this, Mu Lingxi and Appo's expression brightened, a sweet sensation blossoming within her. It wasn't merely the prospect of the phoenix blood that thrilled her, but the realization that Tian would negotiate on her behalf with Lai Shan. At that moment in the living room, Lai Shan and his companions were seated at the dining table, while Tian stood with Chen Linshan and Mu Lingxi. Lai Shan furrowed his brow. I have already stated that when the lady returns, it will naturally be for her use. Is that a promise? Tian asked, his expression curious. Lai Shan, taken aback by Tian and Appo's unexpected query, nodded slowly. Of course, if it is our leader and Appo's direct order. Then let us depart now. Tian replied nonchalantly. Lai Shan stood frozen, bewildered by Tian's assertiveness. Mu Lingxi, too, wore an expression of astonishment. Wait. Are you certain you want the lady to accompany us back? Lai Shan questioned, his face a mixture of confusion. Indeed, I shall go as well. Is there an issue with that? Tian responded coolly. Lai Shan faltered, contemplating what this meant for their mission. He had been instructed to bring back only the lady. Yet here was Tian, an unpredictable force. Reflecting on Tian and Appo's formidable strength, Lai Shan felt a twinge of doubt, but recalling his leader and Appo's orders, he resolved to comply. After all, how could Tian possibly overturn the entire deep city? Surely, that was beyond reason. Very well. Then you may accompany us. Lai Shan exhaled slowly. I will make arrangements here. We shall leave shortly. Your subordinates may remain to safeguard this place, Tian continued. Lai Shan was about to protest when Tian interjected. I am not seeking your counsel. A wave of authority emanated from him, leaving Lai Shan feeling as though he were beneath a colossal weight. Moments later, Tian departed the living room with Chen Linshan and Mu Lingxi. In the living room, Lai Shan stared blankly at the retreating figures of Tian and the others. What? You intend to go to the deep city? Lin Haiyang exclaimed, nearly dropping the teacup he held. Beside him, Lan Ling could no longer contain her restlessness. Rising swiftly from her seat, I will leave this in your capable hands. I shall instruct Lai Shan and Appo's subordinates to follow your commands. It should pose no significant problems. Tian said calmly. Chen Linshan raised an eyebrow, but with Lord Tian absent. However, he conceded that with Lai Shan and Appo's subordinates assisting, matters should remain manageable. Are we truly meeting the parents now? Lin Haiyang remarked, attempting to steady his teacup. Mu Lingxi? Brother Tian, I wish to accompany you. Lan Ling implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she clung to his arm. I have matters to attend to, but I shall return swiftly. Do not worry. Tian reassured her, feeling the warmth of her presence as he inhaled deeply. It was not merely for this insufferable woman, Lan Ling thought bitterly, wondering if Tian truly favored such types. Enough. I shall return, so there is no need for such a sorrowful demeanor. Tian chuckled wryly, patting Lan Ling's head, disregarding Lin Haiyang's teasing. Crack, crack, crack. Pht. Lan Ling turned towards the source of the noise. Spotting a sweet girl clad in a JK uniform, munching on sunflower seeds and casting curious glances at the group. Why are you all staring at me? Do continue. The girl, Xiaotuya, said bashfully, her face flushed. Just as the moment grew tense, the unexpected interruption had caught everyone off guard. What are you doing here? Lin Haiyang inquired, a bemused expression on his face. Huh? I and Appos, VE been here the whole time. Can't you see me? Xiaotuya replied innocently. Lan Ling suddenly remembered seeking Xiaotuya and Appos' advice on fashion and paying with sunflower seeds. The group exchanged glances, realizing they had indeed overlooked her presence. Let us proceed as planned. Lingxi and I shall go, while you all can venture out to eliminate some zombies. With Lai Shan's subordinates assisting, it should pose no issues, Tian declared, taking a deep breath. He then proceeded to discuss the defensive arrangements for the villa. Chapter 63, The Mutated Iron Eagle, First Update. Silver Notes, come. After managing all matters, Tian and Mu Lingxi prepared to set off. At this moment, Lai Shan had also completed the handover, instructing his subordinates to temporarily remain stationed here, adhering to the arrangements of Lin Haiyang and Chen Linshan. How shall we proceed? By car? Tian inquired. Hearing this, Lai Shan displayed a confident expression, saying, What car? We have a helicopter. Tian felt a mix of admiration and disbelief. Is this what capitalists do, still flying a helicopter? Then let us depart. He replied nonchalantly. Brother Tian, please return quickly. I will miss you. Lan Ling said, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice tender. Lin Haiyang and the others also wore reluctant expressions. Without Tian, they felt as if their pillar of support was absent, especially since he was heading to Deep City. Although they had a helicopter, it would still take time. I will. Tian waved, casting a doting glance at Lan Ling. He then drove with Mu Lingxi and Lai Shan toward the location of their helicopter. In a dense forest. You certainly know how to conceal things. You and Appos, VE managed to hide the helicopter here. Tian remarked. Lai Shan was currently clearing away a pile of branches, surrounded by scattered leaves. It had taken them quite a while to drive to this forest. Stop making sarcastic comments and help out. Lai Shan responded with a hint of exasperation. Tian scratched his head, feeling it was indeed inappropriate to let him do it alone, and immediately went over to assist in clearing the branches. I can use my powers to burn these away without harming the helicopter, Mu Lingxi suddenly suggested. Lai Shan and Appos, as hands froze mid-motion, why didn't Appos, do you say so earlier? He lamented, feeling as if he had been struck by 1,000 blows after working for so long. You didn't Appos, T asked. Mu Lingxi blinked innocently and replied coolly. Who told you to have Tian help? Humph. Tian felt a wave of satisfaction, thinking how he would not let Lai Shan instruct him in the future. Whoosh, whoosh. Flames erupted instantly, igniting the obstructive branches. Soon, the branches turned to ashes, revealing the hidden helicopter. Buzzing. Lai Shan piloted the helicopter, swiftly heading towards Deep City. Inside the cabin, Tian and Mu Lingxi sat leisurely, gazing at the sky outside. Lingxi, what kind of person is your father? Tian asked, having never inquired before, feeling it was time to learn. He felt a sense of urgency to understand. Otherwise, their future interactions might be uncomfortable. Mu Lingxi furrowed her brow, disappointment flickering in her eyes. My father is a person who prioritizes profit above all else. Everything he does is for his own gain. Lai Shan in the cockpit wholeheartedly agreed. Acknowledging her insight, Tian looked at the delicate features of this girl, feeling a surge of compassion for her frowning expression. And how is your relationship with him? He probed further. Mu Lingxi fell into deep thought, her eyes distant as if reminiscing. Tian remained patient, observing the blue sky and white clouds outside. Our interactions are not harmonious. He seldom speaks to me, and I was raised by a nanny. He is always preoccupied with numerous matters, she replied, her tone filled with sadness. As Tian listened to Mu Lingxi and Appos' words, he sensed her profound disappointment. Just as he was about to say something, Lai Shan's anxious voice echoed, There are monsters ahead. We have weapons in the cabin. You need to drive them away. Upon hearing this, Tian looked toward the front of the helicopter, activating his dynamic vision. In the distance, a flock of flying eagles, with blood-red eyes and 2-meter-long bodies, screeched as they flew towards them in droves. Mutated Iron Eagle, 4th-tier ferocious beast, strength, 510, agility, 640, constitution, 520, transformed from eagles, bloodthirsty and ferocious. Their claws are extremely sharp, capable of breaking steel, with a strong territorial awareness and adept in aerial combat. A 4th-tier ferocious beast. Tian was taken aback. They had only just departed and were already encountering such monsters. Golden shield, Tian whispered. A golden spiritual light gradually enveloped the helicopter. And imp, Oppos, bang. And imp, Oppos. One of the mutated iron eagles dove towards the helicopter, striking it with tremendous force. Smash! Tian's golden shield shattered with a resounding crash. This is a 4th-tier monster. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. I'll handle them. You two stay in the helicopter, Tian declared. Before the two could respond, he opened the helicopter door and soared out. Buzzing. Lishan piloted the helicopter, remaining stationary. Shocked as he watched Tian and Amp, Oppos' audacity. Mu Lingxi, grasping a weapon from the cabin, prepared to launch an attack against the Iron Eagle horde. Bang! Tian flapped his wings and initiated an assault, his fist infused with thunderous power, striking fiercely at the Iron Eagle that had just broken through the shield. The Iron Eagle, taken aback by this human and Oppos' boldness, let out a long cry and flapped its wings, unleashing a massive gust towards Tian. The wind swept past the helicopter, almost causing it to sway. Tian and Oppos' speed faltered momentarily, but his momentum remained unyielding as he charged forward. Seeing Tian unaffected by the gust, the Iron Eagle and Amp, Oppos' blood-red eyes sharpened, and its enormous claws lunged at him. Bang! Tian and Amp, Oppos' fist collided with the Iron Eagle and Amp, Oppos' claws. With his strength exceeding 1,000, the impact was formidable. With a resounding crack, the Iron Eagle's claws shattered, but Tian's fist did not relent. He continued his assault towards the creature's body. With a deafening rip, the Iron Eagle's form was pierced by Tian's fist, leaving behind a charred residue. Devoured successfully, agility 100, a white spiritual light appeared in Tian's hand. Hawk battle boots, golden level equipment, agility 100, can float once charged. Tian's expression brightened. This was a fortuitous start, obtaining golden equipment and a floating ability right off the bat. In the helicopter's cockpit, Lishan's eyes widened in disbelief. Tian and Oppos' strength was beyond terrifying. With just one punch, he had pierced a mutated Iron Eagle. Lishan gulped nervously. Such a monster, he pondered. He could never hope to defeat with a single blow. The sheer intimidation was overwhelming. Thank goodness he hadn't encountered such a creature back at the villa. Otherwise, thinking of the Iron Eagle's fate sent chills down Lishan's spine. Could he really bring such a fearsome being back? Surely the boss could manage, right? Beside him, Mu Lingxi remained calm, though her eyes still reflected astonishment. Her gaze towards Tian softened. With him around, she always felt an undeniable sense of security. At that moment, Tian was unaware of the thoughts of the two in the helicopter. The flock of mutated Iron Eagles, witnessing one of their own fall to Tian's hand, fixated their sharp gazes upon him, a hint of trepidation evident in their eyes. Chapter 64. Annihilation, come at me together. Tian shouted fiercely. The 4th-tier beasts had begun to exhibit a modicum of intelligence, clearly sensing Tian and Oppos' fervent battle spirit. Bathed in sunlight, with the fresh blood of the Iron Eagle still staining his body and dripping from his hands, he stood resolute. The Iron Eagles, in unison, launched a collective assault on Tian. Diamond defense. He activated his defensive skill, a golden light enveloping him, resembling a Buddha in form. Divine speed. Tian then unleashed his extraordinary ability, his speed surging dramatically. With a series of resounding impacts, 3 Iron Eagles met their demise before they could react. Their heads exploding upon impact. Devour successful. Strength 100, devour successful. Constitution 100, devour successful. Spirit 100. Tian disregarded the radiant remains of the Iron Eagles, swiftly storing them in a spatial ring. The remaining Iron Eagles, witnessing this, cried out in terror, paralyzed by fear of the man before them, whose power exceeded their wildest imaginations. Feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, Tian's gaze turned fervent as he eyed the remaining Iron Eagles. If I slay them, I shall grow even stronger. In the helicopter, Lishan felt a suffocating dread. The might of Tian was truly terrifying, his speed, his strength. Despite both being 4th tier, the disparity in power was staggering. Lishan had not considered the possibility of Tian being 5th tier. Not to mention the vast experience points required for such a breakthrough, which necessitated the elusive mirror pearl information his boss had sought in vain. He shuddered at the thought of a 5th-tier evolved being. He had once encountered a 5th-tier beast whose mere aura had rendered 4th-tier creatures immobile. The gap between 4th tier and 5th tier was incomparably greater than that between 3rd tier and 4th tier. Lai Shan now harbored grave doubts about his decision to bring Yi Tian along. Thunderkill. Yi Tian launched another assault, his formidable strikes harmonizing with his lightning speed. The Iron Eagle flock scattered in panic, many falling to his thunderous blows. Devour successful. Constitution 100, Devour successful. Spirit 100, Yi Tian unleashed a new skill, one he had yet to employ. Countless bolts of lightning flickered in the void. The Iron Eagles, now gripped by fear, trembled in anticipation of the impending doom. Keep your distance. I am about to unleash my ultimate move. Yi Tian shouted to Lai Shan. Lai Shan's heart raced. Wasn't that just an ultimate move? The youth's ferocity was astonishing. He took a deep breath and maneuvered the helicopter further away. The Iron Eagles, struck by fear, could barely maintain their balance, their bodies still tingling from the previous lightning attack. Soon, Lai Shan had distanced the helicopter significantly. Thunderfire kill. Yi Tian whispered, flames and lightning gathering in his hands. An aura of terror emanating from him. The Iron Eagles in the sky quaked, contemplating escape, but Yi Tian and Appo's presence felt almost tangible. With a clash, the flames and lightning converged. The air crackled with energy, producing a hissing sound. Suddenly, the tension dissipated, revealing a beautifully crafted sphere of thunderfire, plunging the sky into an eerie silence. Boom! Yi Tian hurled the thunderfire sphere into the air. The Iron Eagles screeched in terror. Boom! 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 Explosions reverberated through the atmosphere, sending shockwaves that nearly overturned Lai Shan and Appo's helicopter. Feeling the ferocity of the explosions behind them, both Mu Lingxi and Lai Shan were momentarily rendered speechless. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. The sheer force of this attack was staggering. The last time Yi Tian had unleashed such power, he had shielded himself with a golden barrier, rendering the impact less perceptible. Now, facing the full brunt of the shockwave, she was utterly astonished. Lai Shan, in the cockpit, was dumbfounded. Could Yi Tian truly be a 4th tier? The magnitude of his power was beyond belief, leaving him steeped in self-doubt. The thought of transporting such a human weapon back was daunting. He felt a wave of concern for his superior. Hoping he could manage the situation, it was beyond his control now. The Iron Eagle flock, caught directly in the explosion, stood no chance of resistance. Consumed entirely by the blast, they were instantly reduced to charred remains, fragments, and blood scattering through the air, illuminating the sky with shimmering spiritual light. Devour successful. Strength 100, Devour successful. Constitution 100, Devour successful. Spirit 100, the rapid increase in attribute points filled Yi Tian with an intoxicating surge of power. He then activated his divine speed ability, swiftly gathering all the spiritual light into his spatial ring, surveying the blood-soaked remnants raining down around him. Finally, tranquility enveloped him as Yi Tian soared towards Lai Shan and Appo's helicopter. Inside, Lai Shan regarded Yi Tian with the awe reserved for a mythical creature. Are you truly 4th tier? He could not help but inquire. Indeed, I have only just broken through, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes to acclimate to the surge of newly acquired attribute points. The implication of his recent breakthrough indicated he had yet to reach the pinnacle of 4th tier strength, prompting Lai Shan to stifle a breath, labeling him a monster. Not wishing to further provoke the extraordinary individual, Lai Shan resumed piloting the helicopter towards Deep City, opening his personal status panel. Level: 4th tier Evolver 2800 8000. Abilities: Endless Devour, SSS, Lightning S, Shadow A, Teleportation S, Divine Speed S, Diamond Defense A, Fire A, Dynamic Vision A. Skills: Thunder Kill. Detection Technique: Mental Shock, Trifold Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Barrier, Flame Impact. Void Lightning. Strength: 2242, 100. Agility: 2191, 100. Constitution: 2138, 100. Spirit: 2185, 100. Equipment: Fire Ape Armor, Gold. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Gold. Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Battle Boots, Gold. Lionheart Necklace, Gold. Having slain a total of 28 4th tier monsters, with all attributes surpassing 2,000, Yi Tian mused to himself. This devouring ability is truly terrifying. Yi Tian estimated that his current strength was comparable to that of his previous life at the time of his demise. The apocalypse had only just begun for less than a month, yet he had become so formidable. Chapter 65: Approaching Deep City. Lingxi, these are the items dropped by the monsters. Please see if any of them suit you. Yi Tian, as if struck by an idea, waved his right hand lightly, causing over 20 orbs of spiritual light to materialize within the cabin. The two began to examine the items, most of which were equipment. Iron Eagle battle armor, golden tier equipment, 100 physique, slight lightweight effect. Iron Eagle necklace, golden tier equipment, 100 spirit, can withstand a single mental attack after charging. Most of the items were indeed golden tier equipment, along with some spiritual crystals and 2 evolution stones. Yi Tian, if you find these items unnecessary, you could sell them to us. Lu Shan, peering through the cockpit and amp, Oppo's windshield, caught sight of the equipment behind. Strength truly has its advantages. Acquiring equipment is swift and exhilarating. What do you have to offer in exchange? Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and spoke coolly. Mu Lingxi continued to select her gear. Buzz buzz buzz. The helicopter continued its flight through the clear skies. Our influence is beyond your imagination. The young lady should know best. With our leader and amp, Oppo's prowess, even amidst global upheaval, the resources and power we command are formidable. Lu Shan spoke, a hint of pride lacing his tone. His voice, somewhat hoarse in the high altitude, resonated clearly to Yi Tian and Mu Lingxi in the back. Mu Lingxi frowned slightly, seemingly lost in thought, then sighed, though he may not be a good father when it comes to developing influence, orchestrating resources, and navigating intrigues. Few can rival him. Yi Tian remained silent, fully aware that despite his formidable strength and the capabilities of his subordinates, the time they had to gather forces was too brief. In this chaotic era, his manpower was indeed insufficient. Those former titans of commerce were unmatched in cunning and strategy, not to mention those who might wield strategic weapons. In his past life, Yi Tian had barely come into contact with such individuals, and the scant information that circulated about them was always staggering. His villa, which could be described as a small force, was, at its core, merely a sanctuary for survivors. Sensing Yi Tian's despondency, Mu Lingxi gently grasped his hand. Yi Tian, I believe you will shine in this world. You are unparalleled, she said softly, her enchanting eyes shimmering with conviction. Feeling the warmth of her touch and the gentleness of her voice, Yi Tian felt a resurgence of determination. What does it matter if I am strong? When I become even stronger, I will obliterate any force that dares to oppose me. Lu Shan, observing the two, could not help but tease, Boss, your little cabbage is about to be whisked away. We are preparing to establish an evolver trading platform and have ongoing connections with the Kyoto faction. Whether it and AMP, Oppo's intelligence or resources, we possess the finest in Huagua. Lu Shan continued. Oh, and then? Yi Tian scoffed. ISN and Oppo's. To your young lady still in my hands? Humph. Cough. Cough. Lu Shan cleared his throat, then said, regardless. Anything you desire can be negotiated. Spiritual crystals, food, beauties. Yi Tian glanced at the blushing Mu Lingxi. Beauties? Do I really need those? As for food and spiritual crystals, truthfully, Yi Tian and Oppo's current supplies were sufficient for a small faction to survive for quite some time. His spatial ring was brimming with resources and necessities. I don't require any of that, Yi Tian replied indifferently. Lu Shan paused, realizing that, indeed, given Yi Tian's current capabilities, such items were trivial. When you arrive in Deep City, you will understand. With your strength, you will be able to negotiate with our leader. Lu Shan added with a smirk. Yi Tian scoffed internally. He truly doubted whether Mu Yiming had anything that could entice him. Once Mu Lingxi finished organizing her equipment, Yi Tian gathered the items. For him, golden tier equipment had become less significant. Only dark gold and above piqued his interest. How long until we arrive? Yi Tian inquired. Lu Shan pondered briefly, glancing at the cockpit's map, and replied, about 2 hours. We should arrive before 1 p.m. Yi Tian fell silent, gently holding Mu Lingxi and Oppo's hand as he closed his eyes to rest. Mu Lingxi turned to gaze out the window, thinking, Yi Tian, you and Oppo's, so mischievous. Always holding my hand. Through the cabin and Oppo's glass, she noticed Yi Tian seemed to have closed his eyes and attempted to withdraw her hand. Yet, Yi Tian continued to hold it gently, not allowing her to pull away. Mu Lingxi, lost in thought, suddenly felt her face flush. What a clever ruse. Pretending to sleep while holding Lingxi's hand, Yi Tian thought with satisfaction. He then began to circulate his spiritual energy, gradually acclimatizing to the surge of attribute points he had just received. Yi Tian, we are almost there, Mu Lingxi whispered. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, discreetly releasing Mu Lingxi's hand. She remained flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Yi Tian looked out the window. The atmosphere was charged with heat. and small drones flitted across the sky. Countless skyscrapers towered over the ground, many appearing battered as if under siege, with chunks missing or entire sections collapsed. Some buildings lay toppled, lying horizontally on the ground. The terrain was riddled with craters, and numerous humans scurried about. In some areas, large screens broadcasted battles between evolvers. A water-type evolver stood defiantly against a swarm of zombies. A cacophony of sounds erupted from various locations. In this world of technology and mutation, some individuals soared through the low skies equipped with jetpacks, while others captured the moment on their phones. Tian observed the scene before him and murmured, "This place is indeed quite different from Jianglin City." The tallest building ahead is the Moin Tower. Mu Lingxi softly stated. Tian turned to see a skyscraper standing prominently before them, approximately 500 to 600 meters tall, flanked by several shorter buildings. The four towers encircled the central Moin Tower, resembling stars surrounding the moon. "Is your leader residing in that Moin Tower?" Tian could not help but inquire. Lushan smirked. Living there now would only make one a live target. Upon hearing this, Tian paused. Indeed, if one were to reside there now, they likely would not have survived to this day. "Allow me to take you to our Moin base first. I need to meet with the boss and report on our situation," Lushan continued. Chapter 66. Heartwarming tales from the restaurant. Liaison landed the helicopter in a spacious square, where several heavily armored warriors awaited to receive them. Tian sensed that they were all second-tier evolvers. Shortly thereafter, Liaison arranged for the warriors to escort Tian and Mu Lingxi to their quarters before hastily departing. Tian surveyed the surroundings. The air in Deep City seemed even drier than that of Jianglin City, with temperatures that felt slightly scorching. The two followed the armored warriors across the square and entered an enclosed area surrounded by walls. Inside, numerous evolvers patrolled diligently, clad in heavy armor and armed to the teeth. A vast complex of low-rise buildings lay within, while drones buzzed overhead, continuously surveying the premises. Tian frowned at the sight of so many evolvers in just a single outpost. "Let us dine first," Mu Lingxi suggested, her tone laced with indifference. The leading armored warrior responded solemnly, "Yes, miss, please follow us." The group navigated around several structures until they arrived at a restaurant, where two heavily armored warriors stood guard at the entrance. "Remarkably, there is even a restaurant here," Tian mused inwardly. In their area of Jianglin City, there were no restaurants, indeed, not even a stall to procure food. After all, this was no longer the era of abundance. Food had become exceedingly precious, and they could scarcely feed themselves, let alone sell it. Upon entering the restaurant, they were promptly greeted by well-dressed attendants. In a discreet building somewhere in Deep City, a middle-aged man with graying temples sat in an office chair, the decor starkly minimalist, equipped with only the most basic office tools. "You mentioned that. Apart from the young lady, another individual was also brought back?" he inquired nonchalantly. "Yes, boss, it is indeed Tian. The one who soared through the sky in that previous video," Liaison replied respectfully, lowering his gaze. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, gently pressing his temples with his fingers. "Please, elucidate the entire sequence of events," he commanded. Liaison recounted everything in detail, including the multiple slaps he had received and the skirmish involving Tian on the helicopter. The middle-aged man listened intently, his expression unchanging. However, upon hearing that Tian had single-handedly taken down over 24th-tier beasts, his pupils constricted. "Are you certain that these creatures were of the 4th tier?" he asked, his brow furrowing. Liaison took a deep breath and replied, "Yes, boss, I can assure you. Our database corroborates that they were 4th-tier mutated Iron Eagles." "And what is the current state of his relationship with Lingxi?" the middle-aged man continued. Liaison hesitated, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. A sense of foreboding gripped the middle-aged man as he demanded sharply, "Speak. Do not withhold anything." Overwhelmed by a torrential wave of anxiety, Liaison stammered, "Tian's subordinates mentioned that they are already." Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, which splintered into two. "Are you certain?" he inquired with deliberate slowness. Liaison gritted his teeth, recalling the moment when Tian had held Mu Lingxi as they flew away, as well as their hands intertwined within the helicopter and her bashful demeanor. "I too believe their relationship is quite intimate," Liaison replied, his face pale. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply and commanded, "Leave the room." What about Tian?" Liaison began to ask, but was cut off. "I said, leave." The middle-aged man reiterated sternly. Liaison dared not utter another word and hurriedly exited the office. It seemed the plan would need to be altered significantly. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and murmured to himself, He then retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, opened the contacts, and dialed a number. "This pigeon meat is rather delightful," Tian remarked while enjoying his meal at the restaurant. Beside him, Mu Lingxi, after tasting a morsel, eagerly refilled his soup and served him dishes, even sharing anecdotes about their origins. Mu Lingxi realized that with that little vixen Lanling absent, she had Tian all to herself. From a distance, the armored warriors watched in astonishment as their young lady attended to this man, serving him food. Admiration began to bloom in their hearts for Tian. Those from Demon Sound Technology were well aware of Mu Lingxi's frosty demeanor, which had deterred countless dashing young men, wealthy heirs, and scions of influential families from pursuing her. Despite her repeated declarations of disinterest in romance, suitors continued to swarm. If those infatuated souls were to witness this scene, the ramifications would be unimaginable. Who was this country bumpkin daring to dine here in such attire? A haughty voice suddenly rang out. Mu Lingxi's previously warm smile turned icy. Tian looked up to see a young man in extravagant clothing seated at a nearby table, a mocking expression on his face. As Mu Lingxi prepared to retaliate, Tian gently restrained her, offering a reassuring smile. "Are you addressing me?" Tian inquired earnestly. The young man scoffed. "Who else but you? Is there another bumpkin here?" Laughter erupted from the surrounding diners. Seeing this, the armored warriors moved to intervene. But several warriors clad in blue armor stepped in front of them. The young man, noticing the obstruction, mocked, "Which mountain did you crawl out from? Do not embarrass yourselves here." The onlookers found the unfolding drama utterly entertaining, and none intervened, casting pitying glances at Tian. It was evident that this young man held significant influence, and the crowd had faith in him. "Did your father not teach you to speak with courtesy?" Tian retorted. Unfazed. "How dare you speak to me like that, bumpkin?" The young man seethed, a flicker of humiliation flashing in his eyes. Tian chuckled coldly inwardly, bemused by the audacity of this encounter. "Since your father failed to enlighten you, allow me to teach you how to converse properly," he stated nonchalantly, rising from his seat and walking deliberately toward the young man. The young man, witnessing Tian and Appo's approach, sneered. "My father is a commanding officer in the deep city military. Do you dare touch me? You think you can teach me anything? You are not worthy." Onlookers gathered, eager to witness how Tian would navigate this predicament. The title of commanding officer carried considerable weight in Deep City. Chapter 67. The background of Mu Lingxi, requesting silver tickets. They did not believe that Tian could provoke someone of such stature. Tian ignored them, maintaining an impassive expression as he slowly approached the young man. The youth was amused. He had encountered too many pretentious individuals, cloaked in false profundity. Surely, he would soon find Tian groveling at his feet, pleading for mercy. The young man began to envision the humiliation he would inflict upon Tian when the time came. A commander? What a worthless character. He should pray for a better fate in his next life, hoping never to cross paths with him again. Tian spoke in a low voice, now less than 5 meters from the young man. His voice resonated throughout the restaurant, drawing odd looks from the onlookers. An absurd thought crept into their minds. Could he be considering violence? The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. This was a safe zone. And the young man was the only son of a commander. Did he dare? The young man sensed something amiss. This individual was unlike the others. He exhibited no trace of fear. Meanwhile, a soldier clad in azure armor also felt the tension rise. This man couldn't possibly. The young man swallowed hard, his complexion paling, the arrogance he once displayed dissipating. "Are you sure you want to act?" "My father is." Smack. Tian delivered a resounding slap directly to the young man's face. The immense force rendered him unconscious. Thud. The young man's head fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound, his expression frozen in shock. "Ah, a murder. The commander's son is dead. There's been a killing." The din of chaos erupted, and the onlookers gazed at Tian in horror. He actually dared. He truly dared. Tian wiped the blood from his hands using the young man's clothing. The azure-armored soldier turned ashen, staring blankly at the severed head, collapsing to the ground in despair. It was real. It was over. Meanwhile, a heavily armored warrior regarded Tian with admiration. Truly, he was a man favored by Miss Mu, exuding a certain audacity. The commander's son had been effortlessly dispatched. "Why are you all staring? Keep eating," Tian declared. The onlookers regarded him with expressions of disbelief. Tian then washed his hands with water before returning to his table to continue his meal. Mu Lingxi, seemingly unaffected, smiled as she served him more food. "Madman. He is a madman. He kills and continues to eat." I shall call you the strongest. People began to chatter, many pulling out their phones to capture the scene. The restaurant owner felt as though he were on the brink of death. The commander's son had been slain here. Regardless of Tian's fate, his establishment would surely close. Watching Tian and Mu Lingxi sharing laughter over their meal while the blood of the commander's son stained the floor, the owner wished it were he lying there instead. Should we report this to the boss? One heavily armored soldier asked another. Though the owner may have already heard, it's best to inform him. Let us hope this friend of Miss Mu. The other soldier replied. Before long, a group clad in white armor surrounded the restaurant. A rugged man entered, commanding, "Everyone, freeze. Who is the murderer here?" Upon hearing this, Tian raised his right hand. "That would be me, I suppose. If only one person has died here, then the murderer must be me." The onlookers were astonished at Tian and Appo's audacity, seemingly unafraid of the patrol team. They silently applauded him, after all. He had boldly killed the commander and Appo's son. The man, intrigued by Tian and Appo's blatant admission, raised an eyebrow. He had never encountered such an audacious perpetrator before. Killing someone and then casually dining. How fascinating. He approached Tian and Appo's table and sat down without hesitation. "Waiter, bring me 2 bottles of wine. I wish to toast with this young brother," the patrol captain boisterously stated. Tian stared at the rugged man in astonishment. "Arin and Appo's, you going to arrest me?" "He wouldn't dare." Even with 10 times the courage, Mu Lingxi interjected coolly. The rugged man chuckled. "Miss, as long as you are unharmed, it's all well. I've long held a grudge against Zhao Ming. His death is just fine by me." Mu Lingxi elaborated to Tian. "The young man you just dispatched was Zhao Ming, son of Zhao Tianhe, the commander of the station army in Deep City. Zhao Ming has always been at Ini and Appo's, do well, leveraging his father's power to bully others. The rugged man was the captain of the Deep City patrol team, named Wang Kuo, responsible for maintaining order in the area, which was established by Mu Lingxi and Appo's father." After hearing this, Tian developed a deeper understanding of Mu Lingxi's father. Truly a top-tier figure. How impressive. "I thought you were captivated by my charismatic persona." Tian blushed, replying softly. Mu Lingxi covered her mouth, chuckling, and with a twinkle in her eye, whispered, "You are indeed quite charming." Wang Kuo laughed heartily. "Little brother, even if you weren't our Miss friend, I would still choose you as a companion. I admire those who defy tyranny." Tian rolled his eyes. Such words were merely for show. One does not attain the rank of patrol captain without possessing a keen intellect. Tian was certain that had anyone else dared to knock out Zhao Ming, they would already be assured of a secure future. "Is this matter settled then?" Tian inquired further. "Zhao Ming was such a rogue. Killing him is of no consequence." Mu Lingxi replied nonchalantly. Wang Kuo smiled wryly. "It's not that simple. After all, he is the commander and Appo's son. Such matters cannot be brushed aside so lightly." However, he did not undermine Mu Lingxi's stance and continued to enjoy drinks with Tian. Soon, individuals entered to discreetly clean the scene. "Damn, he kills a man and still drinks with the patrol captain. Why is it that others can and Appo's? Wait, I feel like I and Appo's seen that beautiful girl before. It's no need to speculate. That's the heiress of MOE technology. But that guy is really handsome, especially when he killed Zhao Ming." Zhao Ming, always putting on airs, finally met his match. Good riddance. "Do you think that man could be the boyfriend of the goddess Mu? They seem quite close." No way. The goddess has a boyfriend now. My youth is over." Outside, discussions erupted, all concerning Tian, Zhao Ming, and Mu Lingxi. Soon, the news spread like wildfire throughout Deep City. Rumors swirled about Mu Lingxi's relationship with someone. Before long, Tian's identity was uncovered. Jianglin City, Jiangming University, a lightning elemental evolver, adorned with colorful wings. A myriad of tales circulated among various factions and institutions. Tian began to emerge as a figure of interest in the eyes of the people of Deep City. Chapter 68 Aftermath. 2 more chapters to come. Still 4 updates. Deep City, military base. "Brother, something terrible has happened." A man with a scruffy beard rushed towards a heavily guarded room, his voice raised in alarm. He burst through the door without any hindrance from the guards, as if such occurrences were commonplace. "Brother, it's serious," he shouted, pushing the door open. Inside, a man in a blue military uniform frowned and said, "How many times must I tell you to remain calm in a crisis? Regardless of how grave the situation, I will bear the brunt of it. Brother, this time it's truly catastrophic. Tomorrow, he has been killed." Tears welled in the man's eyes as he clenched his teeth. What? The man in the military uniform was horrified, his body trembling as he stammered. Repeat that. With a sorrowful expression, the bearded man replied, Tomorrow, he has been killed. The military officer and Apos' face turned pale, his body shaking uncontrollably. He then spoke slowly and deliberately. Who did this? I will ensure they are utterly destroyed. Their entire family will pay. Lowering his head, the bearded man trembled as he uttered, It was someone from Lord Mu and Apos' side. The military officer sank into his chair, looking utterly exhausted. How could this happen? Why would Lord Mu target my son? Is he planning to come after me? No, that's impossible. His brow furrowed deeply, his face quaking with emotion. Tell me everything in detail, and omit no specifics, he commanded, his voice heavy with fatigue. The bearded man recounted the events in full. The military officer listened with vacant eyes. You say that Tian is merely a friend of Mu Lingxi, with no ties to Lord Mu? He rasped, a glint of coldness in his gaze. His only son, treasured beyond measure, was dead. His heart was nearly shattered. Yet, as he listened to the bearded man, a flicker of vengeful hope ignited within him. The bearded man shivered slightly and said softly, Tian is indeed an outsider, but he is quite close to Mu Lingxi. There are rumors that he might be her boyfriend. The military officer fell silent for a moment before responding sharply, Send someone to probe Lord Mu's intentions. You understand what must be done, don't you? At this, the bearded man's eyes flashed with fear, and he quickly exited the room. Tian, regardless of who you are, if you manage to leave Deep City alive, then I, as the commander, might as well resign, the military officer murmured to himself. Demon Sound Base. Tian had just finished dinner with Mu Lingxi, and Wang Kuo was leading them on a tour of the base. Most of the civilians here are friends and family of the evolved, or relatives of important figures, Wang Kuo explained. Tian raised an eyebrow, pondering that with power comes the responsibility to protect one's own. In these perilous times, morals and laws had lost their weight. Only strength held sway. Take Zhao Ming, for instance. In peaceful times, his arrogance would have gone unchallenged. But now? What about those ordinary people without connections to the evolved? Mu Lingxi inquired further. Who knows? They'll find a way to survive, I suppose. The weak have their own means of existence, Wang Kuo replied with a tone of jest. Tian fell into silence, recalling that in the early days of the apocalypse, he had been an ordinary man, powerless and unevolved. Merely a part of the desperate crowd of survivors. He had fought tooth and nail for scraps of food, for a glimmer of hope to survive. Contending with others just as ordinary, devoid of resources or extraordinary abilities. No one showed them compassion, nor extended a helping hand. A weight settled in Tian's heart. Why had he been reborn? Suddenly, Mu Lingxi grasped his hand, and he turned to see the exquisitely beautiful girl beside him, which brought him a sense of calm. Tian smiled at Mu Lingxi. The softness of her hand was a constant reminder that he had someone significant by his side. Feeling his gaze, Mu Lingxi's cheeks flushed, her beauty captivating. Wang Kuo, catching sight of their intertwined hands, couldn't help but murmur, It seems the rumors are true. The goddess has indeed been conquered by this fool. Sigh. I'll take you to the evolved trading market for a look, Wang Kuo suddenly declared. The two brightened at the mention of the evolved trading market, intrigued by the prospect. Isn't that platform still in the planning stages? Tian asked. Wang Kuo scratched his head. The platform is still in the works, but the evolved trading market is open for entry. It's quite well stocked. We should check it out. Both nodded in agreement. Old Wang, I'm back. Long time no see. How have you been? A cheerful voice rang out. Tian turned to see their old acquaintance, Lai Shan, accompanied by a cold-looking woman dressed in leather. The woman was tall and striking, her black leather attire and high-heeled boots accentuating her commanding presence. Not bad, Lai Shan, Lung Jia. Is there something you need? Wang Kuo called out. The woman, referred to as Lung Jia, glanced at Tian and Mu Lingxi holding hands, her expression tinged with disdain. After greeting Wang Kuo, Lai Shan approached Tian and said, I heard you just took care of Zhao Ming. Well done. The cold woman behind him raised an eyebrow in surprise. Just a small effort. No need for thanks. Tian replied with a smile. Lai Shan thought to himself, he didn't even do it for me. Why act so modest? Lai Shan then stated his purpose. Mu Yiming wishes to see Mu Lingxi. Tian frowned and interjected, We're heading back after obtaining the phoenix blood. I'll go with her. Lai Shan hesitated, glancing at Mu Lingxi. Tian, it's fine. I'm just meeting my father. Nothing will happen. Mu Lingxi reassured him with a smile. Yi Tian cursed himself internally, realizing he was worrying unnecessarily about a father-daughter reunion. Lai Shan, grateful, turned to Mu Lingxi. Lung Jie, I'll leave Yi Tian in your care. Ensure all his requests are met fully, no exceptions. Long Jie scoffed. What do you mean by that? Lai. Mu Lingxi furrowed her brow, intently scrutinizing Lai Shan, eager to discern his true intentions. Lai Shan replied cryptically, it's the boss's orders. You'll have to handle it as you see fit. Chapter 69. A temporary parting. The expression of the cold and alluring woman momentarily froze. What did the boss mean? Wang Kuo observed the scene before him with an amused look, his mind racing with speculation. What could the boss possibly intend? Was he contemplating using seduction to win over Yi Tian? Was this foolish lad truly worth employing Sister Lung's charms? Yi Tian, come with me, Mu Lingxi spoke up, taking Yi Tian by the hand and leading him into a secluded corner. Be cautious of that Sister Lung. She has been working under my father since I was very young, Mu Lingxi murmured softly. Yi Tian smiled. Are you not aware of my strength? Who could harm me now? Mu Lingxi thought to herself, am I afraid she will harm you? What about Lan Ling and Xiao Tuya, who are yet to be resolved? And now, another Sister Lung has appeared. Although she did not believe Sister Lung harbored any ulterior motives towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian was known for his flirtatious nature. Mu Lingxi took a deep breath, pushing aside her chaotic thoughts, and proceeded to share some insights about Sister Lung. Her name was Yang Lingning, an orphan adopted by Mu Lingxi and Amp, Appos, as father. She was a solitary figure, having trained in various assassination and combat techniques from a young age. Groomed to become a killer, her skills were exceptional, and her demeanor was exceedingly cold. She had always obeyed Mu Yiming's commands, showing only a slight concern for Mu Lingxi. As for other men who attempted to approach her, they were met with disdain. Yi Tian swallowed hard, realizing how ruthless such a beautiful woman could be. In any case, you must be careful, Mu Lingxi cautioned softly. Here, take this, Yi Tian said, pulling out several golden-grade protective spirit pearls. Mu Lingxi accepted them, her gaze lingering on the handsome Yi Tian, and her heart fluttered unexpectedly. Without warning, she pecked Yi Tian on the cheek, her face flushing crimson as she dashed out of the alley. Yi Tian stood there in a daze, touching the spot where Mu Lingxi had kissed him, still feeling the lingering warmth. The sight of Mu Lingxi fleeing in embarrassment struck him as profoundly enchanting. So soft, and it seemed to hold a sweet scent. Meanwhile, Wang Kuo and Lai Shan were engaged in conversation when they suddenly spotted the bashful Mu Lingxi emerging from the alley, their expressions turning to astonishment. What on earth did that foolish lad give the young lady to make her act this way? Wang Kuo exclaimed in surprise. Lai Shan maintained a calm demeanor, saying, this is merely a basic maneuver. Do you think this is all there is to it? How naive. Do not merely refer to Yi Tian as a foolish lad. You may soon find yourself calling him son-in-law. Lai Shan remarked cryptically. Wang Kuo, taken aback, thought to himself, son-in-law? Surely not. A pretty boy like him, wanting to become our son-in-law? He must be out of his mind. Yang Lingning scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Yi Tian's capabilities. The young lady is merely momentarily enchanted by his sweet words. Soon she will see the truth. Yang Lingning stated coolly. Lai Shan smirked. If you knew that this pretty boy single-handedly annihilated a pack of fourth-tier ferocious beasts, you would think otherwise. But I won't divulge any more. What are you discussing? Mu Lingxi, having regained her aloof demeanor, inquired coolly. Nothing much, just casual chatter, Lai Shan quickly replied. Apprehensive of Mu Lingxi discovering their earlier conversation regarding Yi Tian and Amp, Appos, as potential. Sister Ling, I entrust Yi Tian to you. I cannot bear to see him encounter any mishap while he is with us. Mu Lingxi instructed Yang Lingning earnestly. Yang Lingning nodded, feeling a sense of unease. It was the first time the young lady had spoken to her in such a manner. Could it be that this Yi Tian was someone special? Not long after, Yi Tian emerged from the alley. The others regarded him with peculiar expressions. Is there something on my face? Yi Tian murmured, touching the spot where Mu Lingxi had kissed him, wondering if it was lipstick. No, she hasn't worn any recently. Seeing Yi Tian's hand instinctively touch the place she had kissed, Mu Lingxi's delicate features flushed a deeper shade of red. Ahem. She coughed lightly. Let us depart quickly. We cannot afford to waste time. The others noticed Mu Lingxi's earlier emotional shift, their minds filled with questions. With that, Mu Lingxi, followed by Wang Kuo and Lai Shan, made her way to where Mu Yiming was located. Miss Yang, did Lai Shan not claim he would fulfill all my requests? Tian boldly inquired. Young Lingning and Amp, Appo's, eyes narrowed. Her cold gaze fixed intently on Tian. Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. There was something about this woman that made the air feel noticeably cooler. What did you say? Yang Lingning asked slowly, each word deliberate. Tian squinted slightly. He decided against engaging in a dispute with a woman. Take me to the evolutionary traders market, he stated calmly. Yang Lingning internally scoffed, thinking, at least you know your place. Very well, follow me, she replied coolly, turning to walk ahead with a graceful sway of her waist. As they departed from the base of the demonic sound, they soon encountered heavily armored soldiers approaching in an armored vehicle. Yang Lingning took the wheel, driving Tian towards the evolutionary traders market. Tian gazed out the window, observing the remnants of destruction surrounding them. Many ordinary people were busy repairing various facilities. The streets were filled with construction vehicles, and along the sidewalks, numerous ragged individuals wandered aimlessly. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes filled with weariness and despair. Many held up signs, willing to sell all they had just to obtain a morsel of food. Among them were several strikingly attractive women. Others, clad in fine attire, lingered as if selecting merchandise, haggling voices mingling with cries of distress and derision, creating a cacophony of sounds. Tian contrasted this with the well-dressed, vibrant individuals within the base, realizing how starkly different their circumstances were. A chilling sensation enveloped him. At least there were some who attempted to maintain order here. Yet, in the darker, more forsaken areas, chaos reigned. Life held no value, and death was merely an everyday occurrence. Betrayal, ruthlessness, bloodshed, and struggle were commonplace in the shadows where sunlight did not reach. This was the apocalyptic world, where human civilization teetered on the brink of collapse, selfish, brutal, beyond description. Yang Lingning, driving the vehicle, seemed utterly unfazed by the grim landscape before her, her expression unchanged. Are you not moved by such sights? Yang Lingning remarked coolly. She held those who pitted the suffering in disdain. They lamented their helplessness, yet in this world, it was the strong who dictated the course of events. To her, Tian was merely a fortunate individual who had awakened his lightning abilities, possessing a modicum of talent, but fundamentally inconsequential. Chapter 70. The evolutionary traders market. Tian inhaled deeply and remarked nonchalantly, if it weren't for Lingxi's father imparting these skills to you, what do you think your current fate would be? Yang Lingning paused, her heart momentarily stilled, and retorted, the weak only dwell on the process, while the strong focus solely on the outcome. Tian cast a sidelong glance at Yang Lingning. Even if you disdain them, do not position yourself on a pedestal to judge them. If you were in their shoes, are you certain you would fare any better? Ah, you are so benevolent. Yet I have not seen you extend any assistance to them. You merely boast empty words, Yang Lingning scoffed. Tian shot her a cold look. There are matters you are unaware of, and I do not wish to explain. Just drive your car. Yang Lingning felt as if she were under the gaze of some primordial beast, trembling all over. This young man, how could he possibly? It must be that I did not rest well yesterday. I am simply fatigued. Tian then closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. Yang Lingning felt herself instantly rejuvenated, the previous sensation fading like a mere illusion, yet a hint of trepidation towards Tian lingered in her heart. After a while, the car finally arrived at their destination. We have arrived. Yang Lingning inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Tian exited the vehicle, and his gaze fell upon a vast plaza, surrounded by numerous warriors clad in azure armor, patrolling diligently. Be cautious. Those warriors are from the military's guard unit, and you have just killed the commander's son, Yang Lingning said with a playful glint in her eyes. Tian and Amp, Appo's, expression remained unchanged, and if so, what of it? He then proceeded towards the plaza. The plaza was exceedingly spacious, with two warriors in azure armor standing at the entrance, weapons in hand, their countenance stern. Noticing Tian's lack of trepidation, Yang Lingning smirked and followed suit. Stop. Where do you come from? A middle-aged warrior at the entrance abruptly blocked Tian and Amp, Appo's, path, demanding in a deep voice. Tian frowned slightly, about to speak when Yang Lingning's icy voice resonated from behind him. Are you blind? You do not recognize me? The middle-aged warrior instantly broke into a cold sweat. Lord Lang, I apologize. I did not see you just now. Step aside and do not obstruct the way, Yang Lingning commanded. A young warrior beside the middle-aged guard looked on in disbelief, seemingly taken aback, as the older warrior quickly pulled him aside. Lord Lang, please, enter. The middle-aged warrior urged, stepping aside in a hurry. Yang Lingning, satisfied, turned to find Yi Tian already walking past, completely disregarding her. With gritted teeth, Yang Lingning huffed. "Pretend as you will. Let's see how long you can maintain this charade," and followed him inside. The middle-aged warrior wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exhaling deeply. "Second uncle, we did not check their identities and let them in directly. If anything happens, the captain will blame us," the young warrior exclaimed in astonishment. "If you wish to die right now, feel free to stop them," the middle-aged warrior replied with a hint of melancholy. As for Yang Lingning, who dared to obstruct her path, the middle-aged warrior recounted her deeds to the young warrior. Upon learning that Yang Lingning had decapitated 3 guards at the station, the young warrior gulped nervously. "How could she dare?" he asked, aghast. "Not just those 3, even if she slaughtered all of us here. The higher-ups would not impose any substantial punishment." The middle-aged warrior sighed. "Why?" the young warrior inquired, bewildered. "Because she holds far more value than all of us combined," the middle-aged warrior replied, his expression complex. As Yi Tian stepped into the plaza, he observed an array of stalls and signs filling the space. Numerous merchants were vocally advertising their wares, creating a lively atmosphere. "Silver-grade armor. Don't miss out. Come take a look. Last silver-grade protective spirit pearl for sale. Various firearms and weapons available. Only accepting spirit crystal transactions. Hurry." A cacophony of voices intertwined, and the bustling scene made Yi Tian almost feel as though he were in a time of peace. As he wandered through the plaza, he noticed that most of the stall owners were evolved beings, with only a handful of ordinary people present. In a sense, this place qualifies as a high-end trading venue. "Ordinary folks are generally not permitted here," Yang Lingning remarked. "However, the items for sale are mostly mundane, nothing particularly precious. The better goods are stored at the Magic Sound and military headquarters. If you see something you fancy, feel free to take it. I will cover the expenses," Yang Lingning boasted. Yi Tian remained silent, continuing to survey the surroundings. He soon realized that the items on display were indeed ordinary, failing to pique his interest. Bored, Yi Tian and Appo's attention was suddenly drawn to a gathering of people nearby, seemingly attracted by something remarkable. He moved toward the crowd. "These 2 are renowned internet celebrities. Just look at their figures and faces," a booming voice exclaimed. 2 delicate girls stood on a raised platform, their figures graceful, makeup impeccable, clad in sheer garments and short skirts paired with white stockings, exuding an alluring charm. "You all recognize them, right? These are Jingjing and Ranan, a pair of sister stars with millions of fans on Magic Sound. Now, with enough spirit crystals, you can take them home," a man in a suit shouted from the side. Many onlookers stared at the 2 girls with fervent eyes. "I know them. I and Appo's watched their videos before. My goodness, if I could win them over, it would be bliss. Heh, with your looks, if you last more than 5 seconds, I'll concede defeat. Better not make a scene. Fools, if you lack spirit crystals, don't be envious." A multitude of discussions ensued, and Yi Tian felt a wave of irritation wash over him at the scene before him. No matter the time, there are always people. Damn it. Yang Lingning maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned by the spectacle. The starting bid is 5 spirit crystals. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 1 spirit crystal. "The auction begins now," the man in the suit announced. Many were immediately deterred by this price. 5 spirit crystals could suffice for a week's worth of food spent on women. TSK. "I bid 6 crystals. A bunch of paupers can scram," a portly man shouted. The crowd gasped at his declaration. "You fat fool, what did you say? Do you think I have no money?" "I bid 7. Another voice chimed in. "Are you blind? That fat man is clearly a plant. Why would you bid? What do you know? I have money, and I can do as I please. Is no one going to intervene in this blatant trafficking of people?" Yi Tian spoke in a low voice. Chapter 71. The Flame Godstone. Upon hearing this, Yang Lingning's expression remained unchanged as she calmly stated, "This is all voluntary on their part. We previously sent someone to inquire, and it was their own request. No one has coerced them." A hint of derision flickered in Yang Lingning's eyes as she added. Yi Tian observed the scene before him with a complex expression. He did not believe that Yang Lingning would deceive him. He had heard of such scenarios countless times in his past life. Yet, each encounter ignited a surge of anger within him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Tian sought to quell his emotions, choosing to disregard the unfolding spectacle. No matter how formidable his strength, he could not alter the inherent cowardice and pathology ingrained in some individuals. He understood that in this terrifying world, any act of compassion would be an act of irresponsibility towards his own life. He knew that even if he were to intervene and eliminate those present, rescuing the two girls, the next day the establishment would operate as usual, and there would still be willing girls auctioned off, with fervent crowds clamoring to bid. The auction continued unabated, impervious to Tian and Appos' emotional turmoil. The two girls, with their pitifully alluring appearances, only intensified the fervor among the spectators. 7 spirit crystals. Is there a higher bid? 2 such breathtaking internet sensations. Aren't you tempted to take them home? Exclaimed a man in a suit. I bid 8. My brother is a 3rd-tier evolver. Who dares to compete with me? I bid 9. My son is also a 3rd-tier ability evolver. Don't you dare chatter on. Old man, what are you doing here? Do you really think you can handle the bid? Do you think you can threaten me here? Let us go, Tian said flatly. He was ultimately not a hot-blooded youth. He did not wish to interfere with matters that could not be changed, especially since they were choices made by the girls themselves. Yang Lingming remained silent, a glimmer of coldness flashing in her eyes as she followed Tian out. Tian pondered the fate that awaited the two girls, whether they would be kept as playthings at home or sold to others. Or perhaps the paths they chose would lead to an uncertain end, one beyond their control. As Tian continued forward, the cries of vendors and shouts filled the square. Behind him, Yang Lingming followed in silence. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Tian's mind. Ability to devour detected. Puzzled, Tian wondered, haven't killed any monsters or evolvers. How is there an ability to devour? He focused on the source of the message and turned to see an exceedingly ordinary stall where a dark-faced man sat quietly, eyes closed, appearing out of place amidst the bustling environment. Tian approached the stall, which displayed 3 pieces of silver equipment, a blood spirit crystal, and a mysterious stone devoid of any aura. Noticing Tian and Appos' presence, the dark-faced man glanced at him but continued to meditate. 10 spirit crystals for each item, no bargaining, the man stated. Tian remained silent as he examined the items, realizing that the information had emanated from the mysterious stone. Detection technique. Flame God Stone. Appearing as a common rock, it actually harbors vast amounts of flame energy, capable of enhancing fire abilities. I'll take them all, Tian replied coolly, devoid of any emotion. The dark-faced man looked at Tian in surprise and said in a deep voice, 50 spirit crystals. Can you afford that? He seemed incredulous that this handsome young man could muster such an amount. Tian furrowed his brow. He could indeed pay. After slaying numerous monsters, he had accumulated spirit crystals in his spatial ring, at least several hundred, he presumed. Moreover, he had a payment code that could easily cover 50 or even 500. Without issue. Miss Yang, please handle the payment, Tian said indifferently. Yang Lingming and Appos' expression froze, and she scoffed. Do you really think spirit crystals grow on trees? 50 spirit crystals for this junk? Upon seeing Yang Lingming, the dark-faced man's complexion paled slightly. I misspoke. It's 5 spirit crystals. Tian stared at the dark-faced man in astonishment, pondering, is Yang Lingming's reputation truly that formidable? This is quite a drastic reduction. Reflecting on the 2 guards at the entrance, Tian realized he had perhaps underestimated Yang Lingming's influence. Never mind, let us settle on 50. I'm an honest person, and 1 tea force a sale, Tian said with a narrowed gaze, smiling. Yang Lingming fixed her piercing gaze on Tian. Brother, don't toy with me. This stall is yours. I take my leave. The dark-faced man hastily retreated, abandoning his stall. Tian gaped, realizing he might have grasped why Yang Lingming mentioned she would cover the cost of the spirit crystals. He silently mourned for the dark-faced man for a moment. Yang Lingming raised an eyebrow, inwardly acknowledging, you've recognized the situation. Tian unceremoniously gathered the items, marking his first experience of acquiring something without payment. And it was through the name of another woman. He proceeded onward, activating his devouring ability to consume the Flame God Stone. Devouring successful. Fire ability upgraded from A to S grade, significantly enhancing the power of flames. Acquired new skill. Flame Nova summons flames within a 10-meter radius to incinerate everything. Tian felt elated. His fire ability had leveled up, and he had gained a new area attack skill. Delightful. He opened his personal panel. Level, Tier 4 Evolver, 2,808,000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS grade. Lightning, S grade. Shadow, a grade. Teleportation, S grade. Godspeed, S grade. Diamond, a grade. Fire, S grade. Dynamic Vision, a grade. Skills, Lightning Strike, Detection Technique. Mental Impact, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, diamond defense, lightning fire kill, golden shield, flame impact, void electricity. Flame nova power, 2242, 100, agility, 2191, 100, constitution, 2138, 100, mentality, 2185, 100, equipment. Fire ape armor, golden. Fire ape gloves, golden, spatial ring, wings of flight, epic. Frenzied boots, golden, lionheart necklace, golden. Moreover, Tian sensed that with the upgrade of his fire ability to S grade, his lightning fire skills had also received a significant boost. Tian hummed a tune, continuing to stroll through the square. What is going on with Tian? Is he singing? Yang Lingming mused internally. Is it really necessary to be so elated over a few pieces of silver equipment? Doubts about Tian's strength crept into her mind. Was it truly her misperception in the vehicle? Chapter 72. The monster approaches. Deep within the city lies a concealed structure underground. Mu Lingxi followed Lu Shan, leisurely making their way inside. After navigating several distinct corridors, they finally reached their destination. Boss, the young lady has arrived. Lu Shan called out in a deep voice toward a room. Two warriors clad in blue armor stood steadfastly at the entrance, guarding the door. Mu Lingxi furrowed her brows, inhaling deeply as she casually surveyed her surroundings. The corridors were constructed of alloy, and surveillance cameras were positioned in every corner, with numerous warriors patrolling back and forth. Come in. The voice of Mu Yiming resonated. Mu Lingxi slowly approached the room, and the guards opened the door for her to enter. Lu Shan attempted to follow, but the guards blocked his path, preventing him from entering. Lu Shan scoffed, dismissively declaring, "If I can't end amp, Oppos, Tianer, then so be it." Inside the room, a middle-aged man with graying temples sat, looking at Mu Lingxi with a warm expression. The decor was strikingly minimalist, resembling a startup and amp, Oppos' modest office rather than the lavish quarters of a top-tier magnate. "Lingxi, you have finally returned," Mu Yiming said kindly. Mu Lingxi responded coolly, "Speak. What is it?" In the room, Mu Yiming sat amiably, while Mu Lingxi bore a frosty demeanor. Their interactions devoid of the warmth typically associated with a father-daughter relationship. Upon hearing her words, Mu Yiming and amp, Oppos' smile faded, and he inhaled deeply before solemnly asking, "Have you and that Tian truly?" Mu Lingxi's brows knitted slightly as she replied, "What do you mean?" Mu Yiming stared at her in astonishment, then seemed to recall something, trembling as he asked, "Did you not?" His eyes flickered with an undeniable glimmer of anticipation. "Enough. I am merely friends with him," Mu Lingxi retorted coldly. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Very good, my dear daughter." Mu Yiming laughed maniacally, a hint of madness creeping into his tone. "What exactly are you plotting?" Mu Lingxi felt a chill from her father and amp, Oppos' unsettling laughter. Realizing his demeanor was alarming, Mu Yiming composed himself. "Do you remember Long Feiyu from the capital?" he asked, taking a deep breath. Instantly, an image flickered in Mu Lingxi and amp, Oppos' mind, a young man, as gentle as jade, with eyes as clear as water and a faint smile always gracing his lips. "Yes, I remember," Mu Lingxi replied faintly, her impression of the proud and clear-eyed youth lingering, though she felt no particular affection for him. "He has awakened the true dragon bloodline," Mu Yiming announced, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. There and amp, Oppos' nothing left to explore. Why hasn't an amp, Oppos' Lingxi returned yet? It and amp, Oppos' been the entire afternoon. Tian frowned. He had nearly scoured the entire plaza, finding nothing of interest. Though he could take advantage of the situation, he had no desire to return with a collection of worthless items. Behind him, Yang Lingming remarked, "They haven't seen each other in so long. What's the harm in spending a little more time together? Do you have an issue with that?" Tian's mouth twitched. Indeed, he and Mu Lingxi, though. Let and amp, Oppos' head back. I and amp, Oppos' lost interest in browsing, Tian stated nonchalantly. Yang Lingming remained unfazed, leading him away from the Evolver trading plaza. Suddenly, alarms blared, and chaos erupted in the plaza. "A ferocious beast has invaded. Return to the base swiftly. Do not linger here." The crowd began to disperse orderly in response to the shouts and incessant sirens. "Where are the guards? Are they asleep? I need protection. My father is." A young man shouted in panic. Bang! A bullet pierced through the young man's skull. Bang! 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 Several more gunshots rang out as disorderly individuals were shot down, their bodies collapsing to the ground, blood pooling around them. "Everyone, evacuate in an orderly manner. Do not panic, or you will become the next victims," roared a burly man clad in crimson armor. The crowd fell silent, each person valuing their life. To perish at the hands of their own was not an option. Tian regarded the man in red armor with admiration. In such a precarious situation, only decisive action could restore order. The man was Lin Yi, the captain of the military guard, a Tier 4 evolver, Yang Lingding explained with a tone of respect. Though he possesses no special abilities, he has spent over a decade in special forces, exhibiting immense combat prowess. She added, "Oh, no wonder his methods are so ruthless." Tian mused, observing the imposing figure. Evolvers to the left, ordinary people to the right. Evolvers will remain behind to confront the threat. Those who disobey will be executed. Lin Yi commanded firmly. Many recognized Lin Yi, and under his leadership, the crowd became orderly. Suddenly, a strange sound pierced the air. Everyone appeared to lose their hearing, the cacophony fading into silence. Many shouted in terror, yet no sound escaped their lips. Lin Yi continued directing the crowd, but the sudden stillness sent shivers down his spine, sensing a monstrous presence approaching. Just as he raised his head, a flash of cold light severed Lin Yi's head from his body, his face frozen in shock. Onlookers gasped in horror, their eyes brimming with fear. Then, the sound returned in a rushing tide. What just happened? Why couldn't I hear anything moments ago? How did Captain Lin suddenly? I want to go back. Yang Lingding's face turned pale as she stared blankly at the scene before her. What had just transpired? How could this happen? Lin Yi was a Tier 4 evolver, yet he fell so swiftly. Tian narrowed his eyes, employing his formidable mental prowess to scan the surroundings. Activating his dynamic vision, he spotted a 3-meter-long bat soaring overhead, blood still dripping from its jaws, its wings shimmering with a crimson glow. Detection technique. Bloodthirsty bat. Tier, for ferocious beast, strength 650, agility 680, constitution 520, transformed from a bat. It is extremely bloodthirsty, unafraid of sunlight. Its wings possess sharp serrations capable of slicing through objects. The more blood it consumes, the faster it evolves in power. It can also unleash sound wave attacks, rendering all within its range deaf. As Tian continued to assess the bat, chaos erupted among the crowd. Now devoid of Lin Yi and Oppos' command, the scene devolved into utter disarray, panic etched on every face. Chapter 73. The Massacre in the Square. Help. Is anyone there to save me? I want to go home. I'm still young. I cannot die. Dad, come rescue me. A voice cried out in desperation. Beware. It's a Tier 4 bloodthirsty bat. Tian warned. Yang Lingding, coming to her senses, inhaled deeply and looked at Tian in astonishment. How do you know? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Without responding, Tian pointed upwards. Yang Lingding gazed up and spotted a monstrous creature circling above. The creature in the sky. Everyone, fire at will. Yang Lingding shouted, her voice resonating throughout the square like a wave. People turned their eyes skyward and indeed saw the swirling creature. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets erupted as the guards on the ground frantically fired their weapons. With the hail of bullets, smoke enveloped the entire sky. Everyone held their breath, watching the smoke billow above. Fools. Such bullets cannot possibly contend with a Tier 4 creature. Tian muttered under his breath. Yang Lingding cast a cold glance at him. If you can't help, then stop making noise. Tian was about to retort when suddenly, from the smoke, countless pairs of crimson eyes emerged. Screech, screech, screech. The wails of the monsters engulfed the square. Oh no, it and Oppos, a swarm of bats. We and Oppos, redoomed. Yang Lingding exclaimed in horror. With a sharp cry, an eerie sound wave swept through the crowd, plunging everyone into silence once more. They lost their hearing again. Tian's senses were also affected. He could only hear a faint cacophony. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A faint sound from above caught Tian and Oppos' attention, and he looked up to see countless blood-sucking bats charging down. Just as he was about to unleash his skills, a cold hand suddenly wrapped around him. How fragrant, how soft. Tian's mind went blank as he found himself enveloped in Yang Lingding's embrace. Before him appeared a dazzling white light, and Yang Lingding whispered, "I spirit shield." A luminous barrier encased both of them. Bang, bang, bang. Many bats, their bodies less than 2 meters long, with wings sharp as blades, began to charge and slice through the crowd. Blood sprayed everywhere, and severed limbs flew. Numerous bats targeted Yang Lingding's ice spirit shield, producing crisp sounds upon impact. With Yang Lingding holding him tightly, Tian felt an overwhelming complexity of emotions. Was he being protected by a woman? Unlike the previous monster, he discreetly observed the approaching creatures. Blood-sucking bat. Tier 3 beast, strength 150, agility 130, vitality. 120, highly fond of blood-sucking, wings are razor-sharp. Can evolve into a Tier 4 bloodthirsty bat after consuming a large amount of blood. Outside, the scene resembled a hellish nightmare. With blood and slaughter reigning as the crowd stood helpless against the onslaught of Tier 3 blood-sucking bats. The guards, armed with weapons, fired continuously at the bats. But their speed was too swift, and the bullets simply ricocheted off their wings. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire shattered the silence once more, overtaken by screams, shouts, and cries for help echoing throughout the square. Splatter. The sound of blood splattering was incessant, with lives extinguished every second. Some evolvers engaged the blood-sucking bats in battle. Yet they were mostly low-tier evolvers, utterly defenseless against the Tier 3 beasts. A few Tier 3 evolvers struggled merely to preserve their own lives. Tian gently attempted to break free, but Yang Lingning tightened her grip around him. Don't move. Do you wish to die? She admonished, her brow furrowed. The softness of her touch flooded Tian and Appo's mind with conflicting thoughts. He inhaled deeply, the faint scent wafting through the air like musk. Yang Lingning stiffened, coldly remarking, "Still thinking of taking advantage? Do you wish for your demise?" Tian hesitated, conceding, all right, I won't move. You take the lead." Just then, a booming announcement pierced through the chaos. "Reinforcements are on the way. Please hold on for just a moment longer." The announcement instilled a glimmer of hope in many. As the slaughter persisted, blood accumulated on Yang Lingning and Appo's shield, and more blood-sucking bats charged at her. Sweat trickled down her forehead, coursing down her face and dripping onto Tian and Appo's neck. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, her complexion pale, clearly exhausted. "Leave it to me," Tian said softly, gazing at the breathless Yang Lingning. She paused, Don and Appo's, overestimate yourself. There are too many monsters for you to handle. Golden shield, Tian whispered, a golden light enveloping them both. Yang Lingning stared in astonishment at the golden glow before her, unintentionally loosening her grip on Tian. Bang! Yang Lingning's shield shattered, leaving her utterly drained of strength, on the verge of collapse. The prolonged assault of the bats had depleted her immense spiritual energy. Tian emerged from her embrace, regarding the pale, wobbling figure of the woman before him, a warmth blossoming in his heart. "Come, let me take you to slay the monsters," Tian stated calmly, then gathered Yang Lingning into his arms. Fleetfoot, holding Yang Lingning close, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her. The powerful heartbeat from Tian's chest, instilling a profound sense of safety within her. With thunderous energy coursing through his right hand, Tian, employing the Fleetfoot skill, cradled Yang Lingning in one arm while launching attacks at the bats with his other fist. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, Tian claimed the life of a blood-sucking bat, rendering them as fragile as paper beneath his blows. To Yang Lingning, the sounds of explosions echoed in her ears. Green blood splattered across Tian's entire arm. Yang Lingning recognized it as the blood of the bats he had vanquished. How could anyone be so powerful? She felt herself moving at great speed, with the sounds of explosions and the wails of the bats resonating incessantly. Time seemed to blur until Tian finally halted. Allowing Yang Lingning a moment to catch her breath, she turned to glance behind them. The ground was littered with the corpses of blood-sucking bats. Had he done all of this alone? Still too slow. Tian and Appo's voice reached Yang Lingning and Appo's ears. Too slow? What do you mean? Tian activated his wings of flight once more, vibrant and colorful appendages sprouting from his back. Hold tight. This time we'll go a bit faster, Tian said softly, as the thunderous energy in his right hand began to coalesce again. Yang Lingning was left in shock. Chapter 74. Conspiracy in the Wake of Chaos. Tian and Appo's body darted through the square like a streak of light, weaving madly amidst a cacophony of blood and anguished cries. Yang Lingning could no longer hear any sounds, her mind enveloped in a deafening buzz. Meanwhile, at the military base, a young intelligence officer reported to Zhao Tian, "Sir, there are a significant number of blood-sucking bats, over 300, present at the Evolver Trading Square." Zhao Tianhe inquired calmly, "Are there any notable figures among them?" "The esteemed Li Liang of the Li family, Wang Shanlin from the firearms department, and members of our command center." The young officer meticulously recited the names. Zhao Tianhe's expression grew increasingly grave. With so many important individuals inside, a rescue operation must commence swiftly. Tian and the enchantress Yang Lingning are also trapped in there. The young officer added, "What? You mean Tian is inside?" Zhao Tianhe's demeanor shifted to one of excitement. The intelligence officer, Realizing the sudden fervor in Zhao Tianhe, felt a tightening in his chest. He nodded, confirming, yes. Tian accompanied Yang Lingning to visit the Evolver Trading Square. Zhao Tianhe squinted, pondering for a moment. What movements have been made by the enchantress regarding this attack? He inquired, taking a deep breath. The officer replied softly, there has been no action on their part. No one is responding to the rescue signals sent out. Then we shall proceed with the rescue. I recall that the square has been equipped with an electromagnetic pulse wave. Correct? Zhao Tianhe stated, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The officer hesitated, slowly articulating, if activated, those inside will be unable to escape. With so many monsters present, particularly the blood-sucking bats, which could potentially evolve, this decision is for the safety of our deep city. Zhao Tianhe replied indifferently, additionally. Deploy armed helicopters for comprehensive fire coverage. T-101 missiles should be on standby at all times. The officer stood frozen in disbelief, exclaiming, Sir, should we not attempt a rescue first? Zhao Tianhe fixed a cold, unyielding stare upon the officer, stating icily, Shun Jian and Amp, Oppos, and, if you are unwilling to carry out your duties, then leave. The officer and Amp, Oppos, S face drained of color as he stammered, Yes, sir. I will make the arrangements immediately. Shun Jian and Amp, Oppos, and clenched his teeth before exiting the room. Fate seems determined to condemn you, Tian. Zhao Tianhe hissed, his expression twisted with malevolent glee, as if envisioning Tian and Oppos, demise before his very eyes. With so many accompanying you to the grave, you shall not be at a loss. Next, I must contemplate how to silence those avaricious souls. At the Evolver Trading Square, someone exclaimed, Who is that streak of light? Is it rescue? It has slain so many monsters. Many began to notice Tian and Amp, Oppos, S figure as he relentlessly harvested through the chaos, gradually granting others a moment to breathe. I knew the rescue team would not abandon us. Come protect me. I am Li Liang of the Li family. My father will reward you generously. A pale-faced man shouted to Tian from a distance, flanked by several Tier 3 evolvers. As long as you stay by my side, I will give you both of the popular influencers I just photographed. A portly man, sweating profusely, yelled, clutching two beautiful women, Jingjing and Ranan, whom he had encountered at the auction earlier that day. The two women brightened at the man and Oppos' words, their expressions betraying a flicker of hope. Yet, Tian continued his slaughter, ignoring their cries, moving like an unyielding reaper. Seeing that Tian paid him no heed, the portly man turned to the two women, who now wore looks of disappointment. Pathetic. If he doesn't want you, shouldn't you be happy? The man scolded, delivering two sharp slaps to the influencers. Their faces instantly reddened, bewildered gazes fixed on the man before them. I spent so many spirit crystals to acquire you. No one wants you even for free. He lamented, his irritation mounting, as the number of monsters in the square dwindled. Many began to cast disdainful glances at the portly man, their pity for the women evident. This man is Chen Lang, son of the Chen family. It is said that many women have fallen victim to his whims. How unfortunate to end up in the hands of such a man, they murmured. Suddenly, a bat lunged toward the portly figure. Young master, be careful. A monster is coming. One of his guards shouted from afar. Many spectators watched with malicious glee, relishing the portly man's impending doom. His face turned pale as he abruptly seized a beautiful woman nearby, using her as a shield. With a sickening sound, the bat's wings sliced through the air, spraying blood upon the man. He trembled violently, his complexion ghostly pale, as his guards rushed to his side. The woman he had shielded fell to the ground, blood pooling from a gaping wound in her abdomen, her expression one of despair and horror. Sister, another woman cried out, her voice piercing through the air as she collapsed beside the fallen figure, weeping uncontrollably. Onlookers stood in shock, their faces pale as they beheld the gruesome scene, the blood-soaked man, the lifeless beauty, and the anguished cries of the young woman. I am still alive. I have not perished. I'm not dead. Ha ha. The portly man suddenly bellowed. Why? Why are you still alive when it should have been you? The woman on the ground sobbed, rising to confront him. With a swift motion, he slapped her again, retorting, I bought you. Do you question my authority? Despair flickered in her eyes as she touched her swollen cheek, realizing her sister lay dead before her. And she was powerless to save her, even her own life hung in the balance. The crowd watched in silence, unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Tian inhaled deeply, his spirit energy nearly depleted. Yang Lingning felt as if her body were no longer her own, her limbs weak as the surrounding noise began to crescendo. Is it over? She wondered. Tian retracted his wings, holding a spirit crystal in his right hand, slowly absorbing its energy. Can I come down now? He asked nonchalantly. Yang Lingning's icy facade flushed with color, the scent of blood, and the presence of a man leaving her somewhat dazed and disoriented. Wait a moment. My legs feel a bit weak, she murmured softly. Tian. Chapter 75. A momentary calm. The full activation of this extraordinary ability consumed an overwhelming amount of energy, leaving Yang Lingning's legs weak after just a brief span of fewer than 20 minutes. What was I thinking? I drained myself in such a short time. No. I exhausted my spiritual energy in less than 20 minutes. In that fleeting period, Tian had virtually eradicated nearly half of the bats in the square, the scent of blood saturating him thoroughly. Although Tian now exuded no aura, no creature dared approach him. These third-tier bats did not grant Tian any experience points. Yet he sensed the overwhelming accumulation of spiritual light in his spatial ring, which brought him a sense of relief. Yang Lungning gradually regained her composure as a flurry of discussions reached her ears. Isn't that Tian? The one who killed the commander's son? He is so powerful. Is that the cold demoness of the magic sound? Hiss. 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 Tian, actually. I'm going to report this to the goddess. She might be in trouble. I wonder if I still have a chance. Get lost. With that demeanor, don't harbor any delusions. Upon closer inspection, Tian appeared quite handsome. Perhaps I should agree to him. Wake up. This isn't a dream. Darn it, don't interrupt my fantasies. Tian remained unfazed by the surrounding chatter until Yang Lungning shifted in his embrace. The soft sensation returned as he looked down to find her face slightly flushed, her generous curves pressing against his chest. Inhaling the musk-like fragrance emanating from her, Tian swallowed hard, thinking it was even more intoxicating than Lan Ling's scent. Put me down. I can move now. Yang Lungning murmured softly, her face reddening, her voice barely above a whisper, completely contrasting her previous icy demeanor. Tian cleared his throat gently before releasing her. Yang Lungning took a deep breath and turned away, unable to face him, merely standing quietly beside him. These two have a story. You don't need to say that. Even a blind person can see it. Did you see Tian's earlier performance? He slaughtered those monsters as if they were chickens. If I had such ability, I'd take down 10 at once. Haha, a waste is still a waste. You think you could achieve that? I would take down 100. Many had noticed Tian and realized that the dazzling light was not a rescue team, but rather Tian's handiwork, surrounded by a swirling aura of bloodlust. Countless individuals contemplated approaching him for a greeting or protection, but hesitated in the face of such a scene. Why didn't you say you were this powerful earlier? Yang Lungning thought of how foolishly she had embraced Tian, shielding him with her barrier, her face flushing again. Tian replied softly, would you have believed me? Besides, it was you who told me not to move. Yang Lingning paused, recalling the moment, and let out a cold snort, choosing silence thereafter. At this moment, due to Tian's relentless slaughter, the bats had retreated to the outskirts, guarding the perimeter and preventing anyone from escaping. Tian welcomed this retreat, as his spiritual energy had been severely depleted, rendering him incapable of sustaining high-intensity combat. Others noticed the bats' withdrawal and sighed in relief. As long as the bats ceased their attacks, the arrival of the rescue team would resolve any issues. Thank you. Suddenly, Yang Lingning's voice reached Tian's ears. Did this icy woman just express gratitude? She took a deep breath and earnestly told Tian, you saved my life, so consider it a debt of gratitude. If you need anything, just come to me. Tian smiled. Didn't you save my life as well? We're even. Yang Lungning frowned at his words, her mind flashing back to the moment when she had held him so closely. Noticing her face redden again, Tian was perplexed. This woman was truly enigmatic. The surroundings were now a scene of devastation. Blood, severed limbs, and corpses littered the square. Many were frozen in disbelief, as this was their first encounter with such horror, especially as many were relatives of the evolved ones who had not experienced much bloodshed. Tian had learned that during the Blood Rain outbreak in Deep City, the military and magic sounds swiftly regained control and actively initiated countermeasures and rescue operations. Although many still perished in the onslaught of zombies and monsters, Deep City fared relatively better than other locations. Brother Tian, you are truly remarkable, single-handedly slaying so many monsters. A booming voice suddenly broke through the air. Tian turned to see a rotund fellow with a broad grin approaching, accompanied by a tearful beauty behind him. Yang Lungning's expression soured, clearly. She recognized this portly man. Yi Tian continued to absorb the energy from the spiritual crystals, maintaining a stoic expression as the man approached. What do you want? Yi Tian asked indifferently. The rotund man, undeterred by Yi Tian's cool demeanor, continued, Brother Yi Tian, I watched you take down those bats just now. It was incredible. I've never seen a more powerful evolved one. Surrounding onlookers regarded him with disdain, thinking him shameless for his flattery. Recalling how he had used women as bait for monsters moments before. Oh, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. The man faltered, a shiver of unease creeping in. Who typically dared to speak to him like that? Yet recalling Yi Tian's earlier display of strength, he forcibly suppressed his anger and continued. I'm Chen Lang from the Chen family. We have numerous beauties in our collection. If you're interested. Yang Lingming's expression turned frigid. That insufferable fatso. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the man's head, his sycophantic smile still plastered on his face. Thud. His body crumpled to the ground. As Yi Tian stood with a smoking gun in hand, Yang Lingming stared in disbelief at the scene before her, casting an incredulous glance at Yi Tian. The surrounding crowd was left utterly speechless. Yi Tian had just dispatched the Chen family's young master. A madman. The term echoed in everyone's mind. Many swallowed hard in shock. Was Yi Tian perhaps harboring a vendetta against the wealthy second generation? Just yesterday, Zhao Ming's body had barely grown cold, and now another, Chen Lang, lay dead. TSK. I shall dub you the second generation slayer. Whispers of speculation filled the air. While in the distance, Li Liang trembled incessantly. Just moments ago, he lamented allowing that fat fool to steal the spotlight, yet now he silently applauded Chen Lang's demise. Good brother, thank you for your timely intervention. Chapter 76, Electromagnetic Pulse Waves. What suddenly happened? Yang Lingming inquired softly, initially believing herself to be quite formidable, only to discover that Yi Tian was genuinely ruthless. It's nothing. I merely find that individual somewhat repulsive, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. With a mere glance at the rotund figure, Yi Tian discerned that he was an exceedingly selfish person. Such characters were familiar to him from his past life. They feign brotherhood while plotting against you behind your back. Better to eliminate him. It's simpler, Yang Lingming thought inwardly. Incredulous at the notion of simply killing someone because they were deemed disgusting, she had intended to share Chen Lang's background with Yi Tian. But upon recalling Zhao Ming and Chen Lang, she decided against it. Forget about backgrounds, let them go to hell. Yi Tian did not lower his voice. And the surrounding crowd overheard. Well, how can someone be so arrogant? I absolutely adore this. However, Chen Lang was indeed quite nauseating. If she were in Yi Tian's position, she would feel the same way. Yi Tian is so cold. I find that utterly appealing. He shouldn't think I'm repulsive, right? As Yi Tian's words resonated, the fearful gazes directed at him began to fade. After all, he had only slain those repugnant individuals. Those two were truly despicable. I shouldn't be so repulsive to him. It shouldn't be the case, right? Yi Tian holstered his handgun, preparing to absorb spiritual energy to restore his power, when suddenly, a young woman fixed her intense gaze upon him. Isn't that the beautiful girl who was behind the fat man? She seemed to be the internet celebrity auctioned earlier in the afternoon. What was her name again? Jingjing. Yes, Jingjing. Her sister is called Ranran. Are you here to avenge him? Yi Tian asked, his expression bemused. The delicate young lady before him seemed far from a warrior. Suddenly, the enchanting girl knelt before Yi Tian, bowing her head several times. Chen Lang killed my sister. Thank you for avenging her, she cried, her voice laced with sorrow. Yi Tian's expression remained unchanged, though internally he mused. Is she really going to pledge herself to me? Surely not. I already have weight. No, I don't. I will repay you in the future, Jingjing declared before hastily departing. Yi Tian stood there, bewildered. Miss Yang, do you think I'm handsome? Yi Tian suddenly asked earnestly. Seeing the serious expression on his face and recalling the earlier scene, Yang Lingming couldn't help but chuckle. Just average. Ha. As Yi Tian was about to retort, a series of announcements echoed through the air. Rescue is imminent. Please do not move recklessly or leave the square. The repeated warnings caused an uproar among the crowd. Do not leave the square? What nonsense. This damned rescue took so long. If it weren't for Yi Tian, we would have been slaughtered by now. Whispers of discontent filled the air. Many realized that those trapped here were of considerable status, while ordinary citizens had no right to enter this trading square. At the Demon Sound Station, Lai Shan was honing his abilities in the training room. Suddenly, a notification interrupted him. He frowned, muttering to himself, why are there so many interruptions while I'm training? When will I be as strong as Yi Tian? Whenever he recalled the massacre that Tian had enacted in the sky, his blood surged with excitement. He opened the communication device and his expression shifted dramatically upon reading a message. Damn it, how dare that Zhao do this in a hurry? Lai Shan left the training room. In a minimalist office, a document titled Phoenix Rebirth Project lay on the desk. Mu Yiming sat pale-faced, reviewing the files, occasionally frowning or deep in thought. After a while, he sipped some ginger tea, his complexion improving noticeably. Suddenly, his computer screen lit up with a notification. Squinting, Mu Yiming contemplated for a moment before his expression relaxed. He typed for a while before shutting down the computer. Zhao Tianhe, very well. Let us see what you're made of against Yi Tian. Mu Yiming murmured to himself. At the Evolver Trading Square, dusk descended, and Yi Tian opened his eyes. A glimmer of spiritual energy sparkling within. His power had fully restored. However, the square remained encircled by blood-sucking bats. And the crowd's mood grew increasingly bleak as rescue efforts had yet to arrive. Yi Tian sensed an unsettling atmosphere, yet the overwhelming power within him offered great reassurance. Yang Lungning, too, had regained her spiritual energy, reverting to her previous icy demeanor. Yi Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to utilize his teleportation ability to depart. These individuals held little significance to him. Would it matter if they all perished? The surrounding bats had multiplied, and as Yi Tian observed, he noted that some had left, only to be replaced by more. Logically, after such a massacre, there should be fourth-tier bats among them, yet none appeared. He pondered, wishing to eliminate some fourth-tier bats to enhance his attributes. Had all the fourth-tier bats fled, replaced by third-tier ones? Yi Tian harbored doubts but decided against waiting any longer and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, a crackling sound echoed, causing the bats at the square's perimeter to frantically take flight. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud impacts followed, as if something had obstructed the bats' escape. Panic spread among the crowd. What could be preventing the bats from leaving? Fear gripped their hearts as they awaited rescue. Yang Lingning's eyes widened in shock as Yi Tian gazed at the sky, inhaling deeply. What force has confined us here? He mused, furrowing his brow. It's an electromagnetic pulse wave. Yang Lingning whispered. Upon hearing this, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Tian's eyes. He recognized what this meant. Someone had sealed off the area, and it was not a monster, but rather a human. Could it be aimed at me? No, I haven't provoked anyone. I merely killed a commander's son and have a slightly better relationship with Mu Lingxi. Is this necessary? Yi Tian scolded himself internally. It's likely directed at you. Yang Lingning continued. Yi Tian looked at her incredulously, his expression nearly screaming disbelief. Only two individuals can initiate this electromagnetic pulse wave, Lord Mu and Zhao Tianhe. Zhao Ming's father. Yang Lingning explained. Mu Yiming likely wouldn't go that far. Could it be Zhao Tianhe? I've only killed one son. Isn't that a bit excessive? Sons can always be replaced. Yi Tian grumbled. Chapter 77. The actions of Zhao Tianhe. Yang Lingning had grown weary of conversing with Yi Tian. Having taken the life of his only son, was he still able to maintain such composure? You cherish your son so much. Soon, I shall send you to reunite with him. Yi Tian declared vehemently. Yang Lingning silently critiqued his words. They seemed logical, yet felt somewhat off. Those knowledgeable had begun to discern the gravity of the situation, and a palpable sense of dread permeated the atmosphere. The bats, upon realizing they could not escape, exhibited a fierce crimson glare, yet for reasons unknown, refrained from attacking the crowd. Their restraint did little to assuage the mounting anxiety among the onlookers. What were the bats plotting? If they intended to kill, why the delay? Death was not the true horror. Rather, it was the torment of awaiting one's demise. Damn it, what does Zhao Tianhe intend to do? Li Liang muttered from a distant corner. He found it incomprehensible that rescue would involve an electromagnetic pulse. Was this a jest? Trapping both us and the monsters together seemed a cruel jest. As if they wished for our demise to be expedited. Young master, Zhao Tianhe was once a volatile individual, deemed mad by many. But he tempered his temperament after becoming a father. With his son's death at the hands of Yi Tian, a nearby guard interjected. Li Liang suddenly recalled Zhao Ming. Had I known, I would have stayed away. Damn. He seethed. An errant thought flickered in his mind. What if he killed Yi Tian? And then, but this notion was swiftly extinguished. Instead of contemplating vengeance, it would be more prudent to prepare his own coffin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A brilliant light emanated from above as numerous helicopters hovered over the electromagnetic pulse waves. Yi Tian regarded the aerial vehicles with an impassive expression. Do you expect to vanquish me with these? He said, his tone devoid of emotion. Yang Lungning furrowed her brow. According to Zhao Tianhe's nature, a mere few helicopters would not suffice. Could he genuinely intend to provide assistance? A ludicrous thought crossed her mind. It was far more likely that Zhao Tianhe would unleash a nuclear bomb. At the military base, within the command center, Zhao Tianhe held a transmitter, a smile gracing his face as he observed the projected image of the trading square. The helicopters were on standby. A voice crackled through the transmitter. Zhao Tianhe's countenance brightened further. "Quickly locate you, Tian," he commanded, and then in hushed tones, he murmured, "Son, I will soon bring you Tian to join you." At the Evolver trading square, the helicopters suddenly unleashed an array of infrared beams, gradually enveloping the area. Yang Lingning felt her heart sink. Zhao Tianhe was indeed preparing to strike. "He must be scanning your location. It appears he is unwilling to wait any longer," she exclaimed. Biting her lip, Yi Tian stood resolutely, his expression unyielding. "Zhao Tianhe, you will not see the dawn of tomorrow." In his heart, Yi Tian had already sentenced Zhao Tianhe to death, and no one could thwart him. Yang Lingning turned to regard Yi Tian's stoic demeanor and felt a chill. She sensed the fury brewing within him. "Yi Tian's location has been pinpointed," came the voice from Zhao Tianhe's transmitter. "The helicopters are ready to deploy stimulants and ammunition. T-101 missiles are on standby," Zhao Tianhe proclaimed with enthusiasm. "Yi Tian, I shall have the monsters rend you to pieces and obliterate you. Let us depart," Yi Tian suddenly declared. Yang Lingning looked at him in astonishment. "Depart? Brother, this is an electromagnetic pulse. Don't you see the bats cannot escape?" At that moment, despair hung heavy over the square. They had learned from others what they were facing. A few stubborn souls clung to the notion that this was merely a strategy, convinced that a rescue would soon follow. They believed they were contained with the monsters, fearing that the creatures might not be sated. Whispers filled the air, some silent in resignation. Their faces etched with hopelessness, while others cast furtive, accusatory glances at Yi Tian. Just as Yang Lingning was about to inquire about their escape, she felt a strong arm encircle her. "Hold on tight." Yi Tian's voice reached her ears. Instinctively, she embraced him, warmth enveloping her heart racing. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, his breath brushing against her face, causing her to momentarily lose herself in the sensation of being held by this man. With Yang Lingning in his embrace, Yi Tian unfurled his wings of flight, his inner energy surging. Many noticed the movement from Yi Tian's side. Were they making a break for it? That was an electromagnetic pulse wave. Escape was impossible. Who knows? Perhaps he possesses a method. Some observed with cold detachment, while others sneered in derision. Yet none dared approach Yi Tian, with Chun Lang's corpse still nearby. Yi Tian's acute hearing caught snippets of their discussions, but he remained unfazed. Yang Lingning, too, heard the murmurs, yet within the warmth of his embrace, an unprecedented calm washed over her. Was this what it felt like to be safe? She recalled her days in the realm of the demon sound, when everyone regarded her with fear, many labeling her the cold witch. At times, she questioned her own humanity, for she had indeed taken many lives, often without warning. Yet what others did not know was that her victims deserved their fates. She had never felt the need to explain, let them call her what they wished. This was her first experience being held by a man, and it felt oddly comforting. As if being with someone was better than being alone. Yang Lingning pondered. Just as her thoughts swirled in confusion, Yi Tian surged forward like a comet. Yang Lingning felt her mind buzz, nearly losing consciousness. Many observed Yi Tian charging outward, relishing the spectacle, thinking him foolish to confront the electromagnetic pulse. This pulse had previously ensnared 5-tier beasts, illustrating its formidable power, while Yi Tian had dispatched 3-tier beasts with ease. No one believed he could be counted among the 5-tier ranks. The faster one moved, the greater the rebound force. How absurd it would be for such a powerful evolver to perish by his own rebound. From a distance, Li Liang watched Yi Tian's actions, and a ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Could Yi Tian truly break through, despite the barrier that even 5-tier beasts could not? As he sped towards the edge of the electromagnetic pulse wave, many closed their eyes, while others watched with excitement, some wearing expressions of delight. Chapter 78. The bloodied square. Suddenly, Yang Lingning felt as though her body had lost all sensation, as if she had plunged into the void. Had she perished? Just moments before, when Yi Tian had embraced her, she had contemplated this possibility. She had doubted that Yi Tian's strength could counteract the electromagnetic pulse. The thought of dying alongside him seemed almost acceptable. Yi Tian's figure abruptly vanished at the edge of the electromagnetic pulse. Helicopters immediately deployed stimulants and munitions. Zhao Tianhe shouted in a low voice. The command was relayed through the intercom. The helicopters had already been positioned, awaiting Zhao Tianhe's orders. The ammunition aboard these helicopters had been specially treated to withstand the electromagnetic wave frequencies, allowing it to penetrate the pulse. Zhao Tianhe's expression was filled with exultation. Tian, I hope your demise is not so swift. At the Evolver Trading Square, as Tian's figure disappeared, those who had been watching him were left in shock. How had he vanished? Had he escaped? But this electromagnetic pulse. It was clear he had fled. Damn it, if I find the opportunity, otherwise. When Tian was present, no one dared to speak out, but now. As long as they had a voice? Tian was still impressive. He had managed to escape. With him gone, Zhao Tianhe would likely not. Many expressed their frustration, deeming Tian selfish for prioritizing his own escape. While others speculated that since Tian had departed, Zhao Tianhe would surely come to the rescue. Li Liang stared blankly at the spot where Tian had vanished, murmuring, I knew it. While the crowd in the square debated fervently, the helicopters overhead suddenly unleashed a barrage of ammunition, bullets raining down upon the square. Some bullets exploded mid-air, showering the area with a multitude of red powder that quickly enveloped the entire square. Bang. A cacophony of sounds erupted in the square. Blood once again saturating the scene, as the crimson powder was absorbed by the blood-sucking bats, driving the crowd into a frenzied madness. Screech. 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 The swarm of bats erupted into chaos, their eyes turning a deep crimson, fangs bared as they launched themselves at the crowd. Bullets, smoke, bats, blood, screams. The square transformed into a hellish nightmare, the piercing cries threatening to shatter the air. Who will protect me? If I can survive this. My grandfather will pay 100 spirit crystals. I'll fight to the death against these damn monsters. Zhao Tianhe, may you meet a wretched end. You deserve it. Some resisted fiercely, cursing vehemently, the bloodshed driving everyone into a state of frenzy. Every moment claimed lives, whether by stray bullets, the bats, or even by their own comrades. In a corner, a beautiful young girl clad in a white gauze dress squatted on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, seemingly invisible to everyone. With each splash of blood, an alluring crimson hue flickered in her eyes. Tian surveyed the scene before him, a nightmarish tableau of carnage, his expression impassive. Yet his heart seethed with fury. How does one shut this down? Tian inquired, the horrific sights of blood and fire flooding his vision. The shrieks and piercing sounds creating a tumult that unsettled him. This indiscriminate barrage was merely an act of vengeance for his son. Tian found it somewhat absurd that such a person could assume command. While he did not consider himself a virtuous man, such actions were beyond the pale. Beside him, Yang Lingning's face had turned pale. She could hardly fathom that had Tian not rescued her, she might have become another casualty amidst the chaos. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, she had believed herself to be dead, yet here she was, alive. We need Zhao Tianhe or Lord Mu to possess the authority. Yang Lingning murmured. Tian remained silent, then spoke softly, sent a message to Mu Yiming. He should make the right choice. Tian harbored doubts that Zhao Tianhe would be unaware of Mu Yiming's involvement in activating the electromagnetic pulse. Yang Lingning sighed deeply. Though she held little interest in the political machinations at play, she recognized that she was ultimately just a pawn in the game. Reflecting on Mu Yiming and Appo's approachable demeanor, she felt an overwhelming weariness. Commander, we can no longer track Tian's whereabouts. A voice rang out. Zhao Tianhe gazed at the scenes displayed on the monitor. Despair evident in his eyes, yet beneath it lay a flicker of excitement. Has he perished? Just like that? Too merciful. No, I will reduce you to ashes, ensuring you never rise again. Launch the T-101 missiles. We will eradicate the monsters within. Ha! Zhao Tianhe laughed maniacally. Inside, many lives still remained. And various factions were pressing us to expedite our rescue efforts. The intercom crackled with voices. Zhao Tianhe fell silent. A glimmer of coldness danced in his eyes. By dawn, if Tian is not obliterated, your restless spirit shall never find peace. Launch the T-101 missiles. I will not repeat myself. Zhao Tianhe declared icily. Yes. The T-101 missiles are ready. Launch expected in 3 minutes. Commencing countdown. The intercom announced. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianhe felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. The bloody scenes on the monitor appeared almost beautiful to him. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted, the communication device on the command desk vibrating. Zhao Tianhe felt a surge of irritation. Were they so impatient? Their appetite was insatiable. The thought of the vast resources he had promised made his heart ache. However, if Tian dies in the square, it would all be worth it. Just 2 more minutes, 2 minutes, ha 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 ha. Zhao Tianhe leisurely picked up the communication device. A smile gracing his lips as he opened the incoming message. Old Zhao, stand down. Tian has exited the electromagnetic pulse. A voice echoed. The smile on Zhao Tian's face gradually froze, his countenance turning ashen. Bang! In a fit of rage, Zhao Tian has struck the communication device with his fist. It shattered with a resounding crack. Damn it! How could this be? That was an electromagnetic pulse. Tian, Tian, Tian. Zhao Tian had bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the command center, startling everyone within earshot. Taking a deep breath, exhaustion washed over him. He then seized the intercom, gritting his teeth as he commanded. T-101 missiles, halt the launch. Deactivate the electromagnetic pulse and initiate immediate rescue operations. Chapter 79. Actions of all parties. The evolutionary traders square Tian gazed up at the sky as the helicopter abruptly ceased its gunfire, and it appeared that a swarm of bats began to vacate the square. Has it been shut down? Tian murmured. Yang Lingning observed the scene before her. The cacophony of ammunition had fallen silent, replaced by the wails and cries of the wounded. In the distance, numerous armored vehicles were racing towards their location. Many had noticed the cessation of the electromagnetic pulse wave and were frantically rushing towards the exit. Everyone run. We can leave now. I survived this. I could boast for a decade. I swear, I'll never return to such a place again. As the electromagnetic pulse wave was deactivated, the blood-sucking bats seemed to consciously vacate, collectively soaring into the sky, many of them still feasting on blood, their bodies seemingly compelled by an unseen force to depart. Let us go. We must find Zhao Tianha. Tian stated calmly. Guide me. We shall head straight there. Upon finishing his sentence, he wrapped his arms around Yang Lingning, and his vibrant wings unfurled behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pair ascended into the air, leaving behind a trail of colorful light akin to shooting stars. To the southeast, Yang Lingning whispered, enchanted by Tian's embrace, the twinkling stars above making her feel as though she were in a dream. If only this moment could last forever. She suddenly thought, her mind drifting to Mu Lingxi, causing her expression to dim. She sighed softly and fell into silence. Tian could not fathom Yang Lingning's thoughts. He was solely focused on resolving matters with Zhao Tianha and then hastily departing the city once Mu Lingxi obtained the phoenix blood. For some inexplicable reason, he found himself reminiscing about Lan Ling, the little girl who always called him brother Tian, who peeled grapes for him, indulged in playful affection, and would steal kisses when he least expected it. When they were together, he sometimes found her bothersome, yet now, having been apart for only a short while, men. Lord Mu, it appears Tian has headed towards Zhao Tianha. Should we? A crew-cut man beside Mu Yiming spoke in a low voice. Mu Yiming lightly tapped the table with his right hand, studying the footage on the computer screen, which was looping the carnage Tian had wrought in the square that afternoon. Ignoring the crew-cut man, the latter dared not express any discontent, remaining respectfully by his side in silence. Has this segment of video yielded any analysis? Mu Yiming inquired, a hint of astonishment evident in his demeanor. The crew-cut man, after a moment of contemplation, responded, the expert team suggests that Tian may possess more than one extraordinary ability. His speed is nearly 10 times that of an ordinary Tier 4 evolutionary. Furthermore, his strength, upon analysis, surpasses that of a typical Tier 4 evolutionary significantly, though precise measurements are yet to be determined. Mu Yiming fell into deep thought. Tian's prowess was indeed terrifying. He even suspected that, had the electromagnetic pulse wave not been deployed, Zhao Tianha would have been powerless against him. Are there any quantitative results regarding his physical constitution? Mu Yiming continued to inquire. Ordinary individuals would experience oxygen deprivation at such high speeds. To maintain such velocity, his physical condition must be exceptional. Moreover, Tian engaged in combat solely with his fists. Even with equipment, it seems utterly preposterous. He's practically a monster. The crew-cut man replied. Specific data on his physical constitution remains elusive, however. Preliminary estimates suggest it far exceeds that of ordinary evolutionaries. The crew-cut man continued. Mu Yiming frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the response. Noticing Mu Yiming's expression, the crew-cut man felt a surge of anxiety and added, if we could obtain a blood sample from Tian, it would allow for further analysis, potentially advancing our research in genetic engineering. Mu Yiming remained silent. They had previously attempted genetic engineering, resulting in some grotesque creations that were neither human nor beast. But at least they had achieved some progress. Following the emergence of evolutionaries, they had conducted numerous live experiments, significantly accelerating their progress. Many previously unattainable goals now seemed within reach. Did we not capture a Tier 3 lightning ability evolutionary last time? How is that experiment proceeding? Mu Yiming inquired further. The crew-cut man wiped the cold sweat from his brow and replied, "The experiment is ongoing. We have studied several of his internal organs and made significant discoveries, indicating substantial differences from other attributes. If only we could capture Tian for research," a thought suddenly sprouted in Mu Yiming's mind, which took root and grew increasingly fervent. "No, not yet," he inhaled deeply. "I will dispatch someone to handle the blood sample. As for Zhao Tianhe." Mu Yiming's eyes narrowed, as if calculating something. Moments later, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Zhao Tianhe, we shall see how fate unfolds for you. After all, your son is gone. This madman is of no consequence." The crew-cut man lowered his head, his eyes filled with trepidation. After a while, the two finally arrived at their destination. Tian surveyed the fortified command center surrounded by alloy walls below. In his arms, Yang Lingning softly spoke. "Zhao Tianhe is inside the command center. Shall we enter directly?" "Yes, we shall enter directly," Tian replied, descending with Yang Lingning in his embrace. Yang Lingning felt a sense of loss, realizing how fleeting their earlier moments had been. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The pair landed within the command center. "Who goes there?" Several guns were immediately aimed at them as they touched down. Tian coldly regarded them, poised to act, when suddenly a soft hand grasped his own. "Let me handle this." Yang Lingning, her face slightly flushed, spoke softly. Inside the command room, Zhao Tianhe shouted into the phone, "You want another one? 000 spirit crystals? Dream on. Tian is still alive. How about 200? If not, then forget it." He abruptly hung up. "Hey, I merely delayed my rescue a bit. I did not launch missiles. You think I am an easy target?" Zhao Tianhe mumbled to himself. "Commander, Tian has come to confront us." A guard burst into the command room in a panic. Zhao Tianhe, taken aback, exclaimed, "He has come to confront us?" Before succumbing to wild elation. "Is he here to seek his own demise?" "Excellent. Where is he?" Zhao Tianhe asked, trembling with excitement, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "You did not perish before. Now you come to me, seeking death." Bang. The door to the command room was suddenly smashed open, and a strikingly handsome and coldly elegant woman strode in. "I am here," Tian stated flatly. Chapter 80. The end of the road in the command room. Zhao Tianhe stared in shock at Tian and Yang Lingning, who had burst in. "Have you decided how you wish to die? Perhaps I should send you to join your son," Tian remarked coolly. "To perish beneath my fist? You might even make it in time to see your son." Yang Lingning cast a sidelong glance at Tian, bemused by his audacity. The screens in the command room continued to display scenes from the Evolvers and Oppos, Trading Square, where the arrival of rescue teams had prompted a retreat of the bat-like creatures, restoring some semblance of life to the scene. Zhao Tianhe inhaled deeply, his expression a mix of complex emotions as he regarded the young man who had killed his own son. "He merely mocked you. Why such wrath? He was only 20. Zhao Tianhe stammered, trembling but showing no fear. Tian observed the haggard middle-aged man before him, preparing to speak. "Just some misdeeds?" Yang Lingning interjected coldly, her tone devoid of warmth. On June 18, 2020, on Ruilin Road, he drove and killed 3 sanitation workers. On January 3, 2021, at XXKTV, he forcibly engaged with 3 young girls and brutally murdered one of them. And just 2 days ago, on July 1, 2021, on Huanglin Street, he gunned down over 30 innocent people. Do you truly consider these mere mistakes? Yang Lingning's voice grew increasingly frigid, her gaze toward Zhao Tianhe laced with disdain. Having spent years in the shadows, she was well versed in the corrupt dealings of the high-ranking officials. If not for Zhao Tianhe and Oppos' unwavering protection, Zhao Ming, the scoundrel, would have met his demise long ago. Hearing this, Tian was taken aback. Although he had sensed Zhao Ming's vile nature at first glance, he had not fathomed the depths of his depravity. He was no mere scoundrel. He was an abomination. Zhao Tianhe, however, remained unperturbed, his voice rising in anger. Has he ever committed an offense for which I did not pay reparations? What calamity did I not shoulder? These are all lowly citizens. What impact do they have on the grand scheme? I have contributed immensely to Deep City. Without me, would it be what it is today? As he shouted, he remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside, painfully aware that he had been forsaken. Though he had anticipated such a day, the reality of it filled him with dread. Damn it, I have provided you all with so many benefits, and now that I am in trouble, not a soul comes to my aid. And that old fool, Mu Yiming, does he truly believe I am ignorant of his schemes? Tian sighed inwardly at the sight of the man spiraling into madness, a victim of his son's treachery. Yet, there was no avoiding the consequences of one's actions. Enough talk. It's time I reunite you with your son, he stated flatly, unwilling to listen to any further lamentations from Zhao Tianhe. Zhao Tian's complexion darkened, his body trembling uncontrollably as he gritted his teeth, casting a complex look at Tian. Tian stepped closer, gathering the power of thunder in his right hand, the oppressive force weighing heavily on the command room. Wait. Don't you wish to know about Mu Lingxi? Zhao Tian suddenly blurted out, as if struck by a thought. Tian's eyes narrowed, a sense of unease gripping him. During his confinement in the trading square, he had been anxious about Mu Lingxi. He knew that if she realized she was trapped, she would come rushing to his aid without a second thought. Yet, she had not appeared, and her absence troubled him deeply. What has transpired? He pondered, his heart racing with concern. If he had not been aware that Mu Lingxi would become the Flame Queen, he would have dashed toward Mu Yiming without hesitation. Surely, she is safe. His thoughts spiraled into chaos. She was the Flame Queen, an almost divine figure. Yang Lingning sensed the shift in Tian's demeanor, his breath becoming erratic. And the magic sound, no one can harm Lingxi. He seeks to unsettle you. Tian's heart steadied at her words. Indeed, the Flame Queen could not be in peril. Her radiant beauty from his past life remained deeply etched in his memory. Drawing a deep breath, he fixed a cold gaze upon Zhao Tianhe, ready to strike. Are you aware of the Phoenix Nirvana project? Zhao Tianhe suddenly asked, his expression laden with complexity. Yang Lingning's brow furrowed in confusion. She had never heard of such a thing. Noticing her expression, Tian scoffed, spare us your theatrics. Better to meet your end quickly than to keep your son waiting. He is down there, cleaning up your mess. Yang Lingning is merely a mindless assassin. What would she know? Zhao Tianhe sneered. Tian recalled the sensation he had felt in the sky moments earlier. You dare call anyone mindless? Yang Lingning shot back, her voice icy. Tian coughed lightly. He is paying you a compliment. Oh. Yang Lingning replied softly, her cheeks flushing as she turned away, unable to face Tian. Then tell me, what is this Phoenix Nirvana project? Tian inquired, understanding that time was of no consequence now. If I tell you, you must. Zhao Tianhe began. But before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. A bullet pierced through Zhao Tianhe's head, leaving a look of confusion on his face. Thud. Zhao Tianhe collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Tian's expression darkened as he approached, confirming that Zhao Tianhe had drawn his last breath. The bullet had seemed specially designed, obliterating his brain, with remnants splattering outward as if to ensure his demise. The Phoenix Nirvana project? Tian murmured softly, if anything has happened to you, Lingxi. He clenched his fists tightly, a terrifying aura coalescing around him. Bam! His fist smashed down onto the floor, shattering it instantaneously. Yang Lingning's pupils constricted. The command room's floor was reinforced with alloy, yet Tian's strike had. Who fired that shot? Tian demanded in a low voice. I don't know. A trembling guard quaked in the corner, his voice quavering. Oh, there is another person here. Tian remarked nonchalantly. Having almost forgotten about the guard. Do you know of the Phoenix Nirvana project? He suddenly asked. I don't know. The guard stuttered in fear. Disappointment flickered in Tian's eyes. How could a mere guard possess knowledge of such matters? Tian, it's truly wonderful to see you safe. A hearty voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 81. The Black Blood Society. Tian turned his gaze towards the door, where the figure of Lai Shan appeared. Where is that old scoundrel Zhao Tianhe? I must make him pay for daring to lay a hand on you. Lai Shan exclaimed loudly as he strode inside. Yang Lingning cast him a sidelong glance and coldly replied, the person in question is already dead. There's no need for you to intervene. Lai Shan's expression shifted to one of shock. Dead. Upon seeing Tian crouched over a corpse, he hurried over and discovered that the fallen man was indeed Zhao Tianhe. Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that it wasn't Lai Shan who had dealt the fatal blow. Could it be? My goodness. This old fellow is truly dead. Lai Shan exclaimed in disbelief, secretly admiring Zhao Tianhe. Although his son had a penchant for reckless behavior, Zhao Tianhe was undeniably a man of remarkable courage and ability, a rare talent indeed. Do you know where this specialized bullet came from? Tian inquired. Lai Shan was taken aback. Was it not Tian who had killed him? He then approached Zhao Tianhe's body. Noticing that his entire head had been penetrated by a unique bullet, with brain matter and blood pooling on the ground. This. Lai Shan pondered for a moment. A similar method of murder occurred last year in Deep City, involving a real estate mogul who died in a manner strikingly similar to this. He said gravely. At the time, we conducted multiple investigations based on various leads and scrutinized the victim's interpersonal relationships and background, yet the perpetrator's identity remained elusive. And even the crime scene was lost to us. Impossible, you couldn't and Oppos, to even locate the crime scene? Tian asked, puzzled. Lai Shan scratched his head and replied helplessly. This wasn't my investigation. I merely heard about it. The preliminary conclusion of that case suggested it was the work of an underground organization. During that period, similar incidents occurred nationwide, yet the culprits were never found, and the organization seemed to appear out of thin air. Yang Lingning suddenly interjected. Tian fell silent upon hearing her words. Could it not be Mu Yiming? Why would he act at such a critical moment? Never mind, for now. I must find Lingxi. As long as she is safe, what concern is it of mine which organization is involved? Lai Shan, where is Lingxi? I need to see her immediately, Tian declared, his gaze fixed intently on Lai Shan. Yang Lingning also regarded him with unwavering focus. Lai Shan felt a moment of hesitation, saying, please don't look at me like that. It feels quite unsettling. Miss Mu is naturally with Master Mu. It seems to be related to the matter of the phoenix blood, Lai Shan added. Tian narrowed his eyes, feeling a tightening in his chest. Phoenix blood. The Phoenix Rebirth Project. Our boss wishes to see you tomorrow, Lai Shan continued. In a remote area outside Deep City, a group of individuals clad in black, wearing various masks, gathered around a bonfire. Has Zhao Tina perished? The leader of the group asked in a calm tone. Indeed. Of course. When have our people ever failed? A raspy voice interjected, tinged with a hint of arrogance. President, why would we suddenly abandon Zhao Tina, whom we expended such effort to recruit? A figure in a skull mask questioned in confusion. He has become of no further use to us, and that Tian. He piques my interest. The leader replied. An evolved being without a special bloodline, how formidable can he truly be? The skull-masked individual scoffed. The other members of the group shared a sense of superiority, viewing those without special bloodlines as insignificant. I believe Tian possesses considerable strength and could be a valuable addition to our organization, a sultry female voice chimed in. Huli, you've said that about how many individuals now? It seems you wish to drain him dry, the skull-masked individual mocked. Gasha, are you envious that he is more handsome than you? Your tongue is as sharp as a blade. Huli retorted coolly. Enough. You two always bicker upon meeting. When will it end? The leader admonished, his voice low. As the leader prepared to unleash his ire, the two ceased their quarrel. Hailing. Have there been any results from the investigation into the blood-sucking bats at the plaza? The leader inquired of a black-clad figure wearing a black mask. Not yet. But we have detected a peculiar force gathering above the plaza. Something significant may transpire. Hailung responded. Even a blind person could sense that. Guisha scoffed. Have you lost your mind? Why do you always pick fights? If you're unconvinced, do you want to settle this physically? Hailung retorted angrily. Bring it on. I fear no one. The leader rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. These individuals, though exceptionally skilled, were all headstrong. Thankfully, a few more manageable ones were absent. The leader recalled one with a mouth like a machine gun, and suddenly thought that Guisha might be more tolerable than he had assumed. Enough. I am truly exhausted. If Hailung wishes to take over, then so be it. We are here to conduct a meeting, not to bicker, the leader said wearily. Please, President, if you step down, who will bear this heavy responsibility? Without you, the Black Blood Society would be doomed. We will stop arguing. We won't upset you, President. The organization cannot function without you. Amidst the cacophony surrounding him, the leader felt increasingly weary. Had he known the burdens that came with this position, he would have thought twice before being swayed by that individual. Can I have a moment of peace? He sighed. All members fell silent, refraining from making any further noise. After a while, the leader broke the silence. By the way, where were we? The others exchanged glances, wondering where they had left off. It's all Gish's fault. Hailing cleared his throat. We were discussing the investigation into the plaza. Although we lack concrete results, I believe I have discovered someone who seems to have awakened their bloodline. Everyone stared at Hailung in astonishment, and the leader focused intently on him, sensing the importance of this revelation. Hailung, feeling the weight of their attention, straightened his posture. That individual. In Deep City, at the base of the Demon Sound Society, Tian finished washing up and had a light meal before retreating to his room for some rest. Familiarizing himself with his spiritual power, he noted that Yang Lingning and Lai Shan had departed for their headquarters. Although the room was not as spacious as the villa in Zhonghai, it was well equipped with various amenities. Lai Shan had even hinted at offering special services, which Tian had, of course, declined. He could only imagine Lingxi's reaction if she found out. Before leaving, Yang Lingning had cautioned Tian to remain vigilant, emphasizing that this place was not entirely secure. Tian understood well, nowhere in this world could be deemed absolutely safe. Chapter 82, The Trial Grounds on the following morning. The radio announced a significant incursion of ferocious beasts at the Evolver Trading Square yesterday afternoon. Fortunately, the military's prompt response resulted in a mortality rate of less than 70. Let us applaud Deep City. Tian slowly opened his eyes, contemplating the absurdity of the headline. Even the editors would hesitate to write such a thing. His thoughts drifted to the young lady who had unexpectedly crossed his path yesterday, Jingjing, who had run off after he had bowed to her a few times. He hoped she was safe. The commander, Zhao Tianhe, succumbed to the pressures of his duties and tragically passed away at the command center yesterday. Let us observe a moment of silence for him, and may everyone prioritize their health moving forward. The new commander. Bang. The radio was abruptly silenced as a cup crashed against it. What an unbearable racket! Tian exclaimed, his irritation palpable. The idea that the military's relentless toil had nearly led to the slaughter of the entire square was infuriating. One could only wonder if they would eventually destroy all of Deep City in their exhaustion. As Tian pondered the circumstances that had allowed Zhao Tianhe to ascend to command, a voice called out, Tian, are you up? It was Lai Shan. Tian collected his thoughts and stepped outside his room. Am I to see Mu Yiming now? He inquired nonchalantly. Lai Shan scratched his head awkwardly. Today, the boss has other matters to attend to, so you cannot meet him yet. Tian narrowed his eyes, his voice low. Where is Lingxi? Lai Shan felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Tian, his heart racing in fear. The might of Tian was formidable, rendering him nearly immobile. She is safe. I assure you on my life. If anything were to happen to Miss Lingxi, you could take my life at any moment. Lai Shan trembled. Tian gradually retracted his imposing aura, reassured that the Flame Queen, Mu Lingxi, would undoubtedly be unharmed. Tomorrow, then. If there is nothing else, I shall return to rest. Tian stated coolly, turning to head back to his room. Lai Shan, with a mischievous glint in his eye, urged, Come. Let me take you to a place you will surely enjoy. Tian's expression twitched. You're not implying that kind of place again, are you? Of course not. What do you take me for? Come on, you'll see, Lai Shan replied mysteriously. Lai Shan led Tian out of the magic sound base, where an armored vehicle awaited them. As they traveled along the bumpy road, Tian felt remarkably stable within the vehicle. Outside, the landscape was a stark contrast to the security of the base, with ragged, emaciated pedestrians gazing longingly at the armored car, some with eyes brimming with hatred. The streets were devoid of shops, buildings lay abandoned, once prized real estate now forgotten. The populace was preoccupied with mere survival. A projector displayed footage of Evolver battles and the previous day's tragedy at the trading square, seemingly a conscious effort to showcase the perilous state of the world. Tian recalled the laughter and merriment he had heard from afar last night, as a party unfolded nearby. He found such revelry distasteful. Yet he recognized that he could not alter the course of events. Even in his former home, disparities among people were vast, and he would not attempt to erase such realities, though he would prefer not to witness them so starkly here. From Lai Shan, Tian learned that ordinary people were not entirely without means to survive. However, the cost of living was exorbitant. Vital infrastructure in perilous areas was often maintained by ordinary citizens, many of whom risked their lives for the chance at basic sustenance. After a lengthy journey, the once bustling crowds began to thin, and desolation enveloped the surroundings. The city's clamor faded into an eerie silence, occasionally interrupted by distant howls. We're almost there, Lai Shan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Tian sensed a powerful presence nearby, igniting his curiosity. With a sudden break, the armored vehicle came to a halt. Tian disembarked and surveyed the area. The ground was recently paved with gravel, indicating recent activity. They were on a narrow mountain path, flanked by felled trees, leading to a guarded entrance where two armed soldiers stood watch. Come, I'll show you something amazing, Lai Shan urged, pulling Tian forward. The soldiers greeted Lai Shan respectfully and stepped aside. Tian attuned himself to the surrounding energies, sensing something familiar, though he could not quite place it. He followed Lai Shan into the path. After a 10-minute walk, they emerged from the narrow trail. What is the situation here? Lai Shan asked a man wearing a white hat. Everything is set, Team Lai. You may enter at any time. The man replied. Lai Shan beamed with joy. Provide us with 2 sets of equipment. We're going in to investigate. What lies within? Tian questioned, puzzled. There are 4th-tier beasts inside. How about that? Exciting. Isn't it? Lai Shan replied eagerly. Tian's pupils constricted at the mention of 4th-tier beasts. They quickly donned the equipment and proceeded inside. Is this an electromagnetic pulse wave? Tian inquired as they passed through a thin barrier. Indeed, this trial ground contains a multitude of ferocious beasts. specifically designed by us at Magic Sound to harvest experience points. The beasts here are primarily of lower combat capability, but the experience is substantial. Lishan explained. Tian was astounded. The ability to domesticate fourth-tier beasts illustrated the terrifying power of the Magic Sound faction, particularly in such a nascent apocalypse. He recalled how, in his former life, hunting fourth-tier beasts required perilous quests, often leading to encounters with even higher-tier monsters that could cost lives. Now, witnessing their ease, he felt a mix of admiration and frustration. As they entered, the cries of the beasts echoed around them, igniting a fervor within Tian. The prospect of gaining strength was exhilarating. He noticed numerous cameras and drones flitting about, seemingly documenting the events. However, he paid them little mind. Such vigilance was prudent in this environment. Meanwhile, in a research facility within Deep City, a group of individuals clad in white uniforms observed the footage of Tian and his companions on a large screen, their expressions grave. An elderly man with white hair began issuing commands. The target is about to commence. Activate the drones for real-time recording. Analysis team, modeling team. Prepare to calculate the data. Chapter 83. The battle in the trial grounds. Upon entering the trial grounds, Tian discovered that this place surpassed his expectations in size, being nearly several times larger than the trading square. Due to the isolation of the electromagnetic pulse waves, the ferocious beasts within were entirely oblivious to the presence of intruders. As Tian gazed ahead, he noticed several monsters scattered about. Windwolf, 4th-ranked beast, strength, 510, agility, 640, vitality, 420, transformed from wild wolves. Possessing incredible speed and agility, capable of unleashing wind blades that strike targets with force. He mused to himself that their attributes seemed weaker than the mutated iron eagle he had encountered previously. There are 40 windwolves here. A gift from our boss as a token of gratitude for your protection of Our Lady, Lishan remarked. Tian, upon hearing this, wore a complex expression, lost in thought, and replied nonchalantly, "Do you believe I require such a gift?" Lishan paused, aware of Tian's formidable strength. Even without this challenge, he could swiftly accrue experience. "Then tell me, do you wish to accept it?" Lishan inquired softly. Tian blinked and smiled. How could I refuse a gift presented so graciously? Lishan's face brightened with joy. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Without further ado, Tian launched himself into the fray. Whoosh! Tian and Appo's figure darted forward like a streak of light, charging directly toward the windwolves. Bang! With a tremendous display of power, Tian delivered a single punch that obliterated the skull of a windwolf. Devoured successfully. Agility 100, roar. The scent of blood immediately attracted the attention of other monsters. From a distance, Lishan observed Tian's display of might, feeling an immense fervor rise within him. This was the essence of true masculinity. In Deep City, at the Research Institute, the target has begun its assault. Initiate the measurement of physical parameters. A multitude of researchers watched the screens, feeling exhilarated. Could this truly be a 4th rank? The 4th rank beast seemed no more than infants in his hands. What are you dawdling for? Start measuring. We must obtain comprehensive data this time, barked a white-haired elder. Just as he finished speaking, the screen suddenly flickered into static. What is happening? Hurry, investigate. If we fail to capture this target and Appo's data, you all know the consequences. The elder continued. We haven't encountered any issues on our end. It appears to be a fault on their side. The connection is severed, a young researcher stammered. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Tian and Appo's thunderous power enveloped the surroundings. A closer inspection revealed that the nearby drones and cameras had all been rendered inoperative by a sudden surge of electricity. Bang! Tian continued to reap the windwolves in the trial grounds, his thunderous energy surrounding him as if he were a god of thunder. Roar! 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 The bloodshed attracted nearly every ferocious beast in the vicinity. From a distance, Lishan trembled as he witnessed Tian and Appo's power, akin to that of a deity. It was overwhelming. The remaining wolves encircled Tian, their eyes glimmering with bloodlust. Come at me! Tian shouted defiantly, and then he unleashed a flurry of punches. Bang! With each strike, the remaining wolves began to show signs of trepidation. Many monsters unleashed wind blades, but they were ineffectual against Tian, whose agility, exceeding 2,000 even without activating his special ability, allowed him to effortlessly evade their attacks. Even when the occasional wind blade grazed his body, it had no effect whatsoever. Tian consciously chose to conceal his full strength, refraining from excessive use of his abilities. He had destroyed the cameras and drones purely out of caution. Not far away, Lai Shan observed, knowing he was unlikely to pose a threat, yet Tian preferred to keep his true prowess hidden from prying eyes. Devoured successfully. Agility 100, devoured successfully. Strength 100, devoured successfully. Spirit 100, devoured successfully. Vitality 100. The continuous increase of attribute points in his mind accelerated Tian and Apos' killing speed, and the surging power within him ensnared him in a state of ecstasy. 20 minutes later, bang! Devoured successfully. Vitality 100, as Tian and Apos' fist struck the last creature. Every beast in the trial grounds had been vanquished. He opened his personal panel. Level: 4th rank Evolver 6,808,000. Abilities: Endless Devour, SSS rank, Lightning S rank. Shadow, A rank. Teleportation, S rank. Swift Movement, S rank. Diamond, A rank. Flame, S rank. Dynamic Vision, A rank. Skills: Thunder Strike, Detection, Mental Shock, 3 lives Shadow. Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Lightning. Flame Nova, Strength, 3242, 100. Agility, 3191, 100. Vitality, 3138, 100. Spirit, 3185, 100. Equipment: Fire Ape Armor, Golden. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Golden. Space Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Battle Boots, Golden. Lionheart Necklace, Golden. With all attributes exceeding 3,000, Tian could hardly contain his joy. Surely, a 5th rank would not stand a chance against me, he thought. Although a transformation would occur beyond the 5th rank. Tian gazed at the nearly invincible attributes displayed on his panel, in the array of abilities, and mused, what of the 5th rank? I shall shatter everything with my fists. An overwhelming sense of pride surged within him. From a distance, Lai Shan beheld Tian standing there, resembling a towering mountain. His aura almost piercing the heavens. Could it be that he has surpassed the 5th rank? Lai Shan pondered, incredulous. Yet, the sheer aura emanating from Tian was undeniably terrifying. In Deep City, the Research Institute. The connection has been restored. Satellite observation has been activated. I hope it isn't too late, the white-haired elder murmured. Rest assured, Doctor, that is 44th rank beasts. Even standing still, they would. A young researcher began. Before he could finish, the feed switched. A dashing young man, drenched in blood, stood amidst the corpses of windwolves, resembling a colossal beast, radiating immense power. How is this possible? The young researcher exclaimed in disbelief. How could there exist such formidable strength? Those are 4th rank beasts, not mere kittens. In such a short span, they have all been eliminated. The researchers stood in stunned silence, their minds engulfed in astonishment. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? As researchers, they understood better than most the extraordinary power of these beasts, which far exceeded that of ordinary evolvers at the same rank. They lamented not having activated the satellite observation sooner. This data was invaluable. The white-haired elder gazed at the image of the young man, a sudden thought igniting within him. If he could maintain such strength, perhaps. His excitement became palpable. Chapter 84, the first hearing of Long Feiyu at the Demon Sound Stronghold. After finishing their meal, Tian remained in his room, familiarizing himself with the surge of power he had recently attained. Since returning with Lai Shan had been gazing at Tian with fervent enthusiasm. Tian, how have you become so powerful? Do you possess some secret? Are you truly at the 4th tier? Lai Shan inquired eagerly. Tian could only smile wryly. It was evident that Lai Shan was an ardent warrior. His solid muscles and dark skin a testament to years of rigorous training. I haven't and Apos broken through yet. My experience points are insufficient. And I also lack the boundary-breaking pearl, Tian replied with a smile. As for why he was so strong, Tian pondered for a moment. Lai Shan, feeling anxious, urged him. Come on, just tell me. Tian blinked and spoke softly. Perhaps it and Apos' simply a matter of talent. Upon hearing this, Lai Shan and Apos' mouth twitched, and he lost the desire to converse further. Talent? Is that even a valid explanation? Tian noticed Lai Shan and Apos' silence and closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy within. Your strength must be the second strongest I've ever encountered, Lai Shan declared. Tian slowly opened his eyes, astonished, and replied, Is there someone stronger than me? Tian was not being arrogant. He genuinely felt that, at his current level, even if Mu Lingxi awakened, she could not surpass him. Do you really think you and Apos, re-invincible? Lai Shan scoffed. Of course, there are those stronger than you, Like Long Feiyu from the capital, you probably don and amp, oppos. T know him. Lai Shan continued. You Tian and amp, oppos. As heart surged with tumultuous waves, how could he not know Long Feiyu, the legendary dragon king of his past life, the foremost master of Huahua, who single-handedly upheld half the sky? In his previous life, the name Long Feiyu had been on everyone and oppos' lips. People nearly exalted him to celestial heights, claiming he could pluck stars from the sky and obliterate ninth-tier beasts with a mere kick, with a glance that could compel foreign super revolvers to kneel. The tales surrounding him could fill volumes of novels without repeating a single plot twist. Good heavens! Yi Tian thought, overwhelmed and speechless. How could he not know of such a man? But was he truly this powerful already? A lingering doubt crept into Yi Tian's mind. If Long Feiyu was already this formidable, what had transpired with the capital's dragon vein upheaval? Noticing Yi Tian's furrowed brow, Lai Shan, intrigued, exclaimed, "Do you know Long Feiyu?" Yi Tian snapped back to reality, inhaled deeply, and replied, "I do not know him. I am simply astonished to hear that someone is more powerful than I. In truth, I haven't seen him in person. I've only observed him in videos, but those images are indeed real. Our expert team has analyzed them." Lai Shan added, reminiscing. The footage depicted hailstorms descending upon the capital, with Long Feiyu appearing as a war god above the Kyoto Museum, wielding a formidable halberd. He unleashed a strike that generated a shockwave, as if to tear the sky asunder. This shockwave shattered the hailstones, traversing a distance of over 1,000 meters, annihilating a swarm of over 50 fourth-tier bloodthirsty bats into mere ashes. Lai Shan spoke softly, his eyes brimming with fervor, seemingly lost in recollection. Yi Tian remained silent, his heart tightening. Such power could not even quell the upheaval of the dragon vein, and Long Feiyu and amp, oppos' combat prowess was indeed staggering. Has he broken through to the 5th tier? Yi Tian inquired, taking a deep breath. I don and amp, oppos. Do you think so? That video was from over 10 days ago. Lai Shan replied uncertainly. So he was that strong over 10 days ago? Yi Tian murmured. Meanwhile, in Jianglin City, a Zhanghai community. Bang! Clatter! Gunfire echoed relentlessly, and chaos reigned throughout the villa district. Blood and corpses littered the ground. Boom! Explosions reverberated, the shockwaves threatening to rupture eardrums. Brother Yi Tian, when will you return? I miss you so much. A girl clad in a white shirt and black jeans murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. Outside, the sounds of agony permeated the air as Lan Ling concentrated on sensing the external energies, clutching a communication device to relay information. However, the intensity of the gunfire interfered with her senses, causing her to misreport positions multiple times. All external cameras had been shattered by the enemy, leaving Lan Ling and oppos' abilities as the sole means to gauge their location. Sister Lan Ling. Nearby, a girl in a JK uniform, nicknamed Little Rabbit Tooth, tugged at Lan Ling and oppos' shirt, attempting to comfort her but unsure of what to say. The cacophony of screams and gunfire echoed through the community, evoking memories of the chaos that ensued when the apocalypse first began. Little Rabbit Tooth had relished her time in the villa, surrounded by friends who cherished her. But the recent explosion had shattered that tranquility. Her companions, with whom she had shared laughter moments ago, were suddenly flung against the wall by the force of the blast, losing their lives. Witnessing her friends perish before her eyes, a whirlwind of emotions, fear, sorrow, overwhelmed her. The peace she had taken for granted was so fragile, easily shattered by a single artillery shell. If not for Lan Ling and oppos' timely appearance, she too might have. In that moment, memories of Yi Tian and oppos' earlier questions surfaced in her mind. Do you wish to become an evolver? Little Rabbit Tooth felt a haze of confusion. If she possessed Yi Tian and oppos' strength, surely she could protect everyone. Something within her seemed to break free as she bit her lip, her eyes reddening. On the verge of tears. I want to become an evolver. I want to protect everyone. Outside the villa, damn it, that Donyang gang. If Yi Tian were here, they and amp, oppos' be utterly bewildered in moments. Lin Haiyang cursed vehemently. Shen Lian, hand me a more powerful cannon. I and oppos' am going out to blow those bastards away. He continued. Absolutely not. You are currently our strongest asset. Your icy aura serves as our last line of defense. Once they breach our defenses, we will be prepared to offer them a grand welcome. Shen Lian replied sternly. A multitude of armored warriors gathered, each one channeling their spiritual energy into spheres. Others operated mortars, targeting the outside with precision, aided initially by Lan Ling's guidance. However, as the gunfire intensified, her ability to sense the enemy became compromised, resulting in random shots. These warriors were the remnants left by Lai Shan, assisting Lin Haiyang and the others in their defense. Just a little longer, this mini electromagnetic shockwave is nearly complete. I've already sent a radio transmission to Lord Lai Shan. Everything will be fine shortly. Z spoke softly, leading the team of warriors left by Lai Shan. Outside, there were already over 100 foes, many exuding an imposing presence that suggested they were third-tier revolvers. While the Dongyang gang leader appeared to be at the fourth tier, is formidable or palpable from a distance, Chun Linshan remarked, utilizing his shadow to observe the unfolding situation outside. Chapter 85, The Fierce Battle at the Villa at the entrance of the Zhonghai community. A burly man with a golden dragon tattooed on his arm gazed intently at the villa before him. Surrounding him was an aura of golden light, which absorbed the shells fired from the villa without a trace. A group of fierce-looking men stood nearby, their feet strewn with an array of firearms and ammunition. Not far away, soldiers relentlessly bombarded the villa with their weaponry. Boss Jiang, when do we charge in? I can hardly wait. Those damn bastards still dare to fire back. I will slaughter them all. A young man exclaimed fiercely. This was none other than Baiyu, who had previously met his demise at the hands of Lin Haiyang. Calm down. Let's deplete their ammunition first. There's still time. Who knows what traps they might have set inside. Let's keep bombarding them for now, Boss Dong Yang replied nonchalantly. I want to capture those evolved beings. Do you know what they did to me? I will make them suffer. Baiyu retorted angrily. That's not my concern. The president tasked me with exterminating them, not capturing anyone. Boss Dong Yang responded. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Baiyu and Amp, Oppo's, eyes. Jiang Hao, you wretched fool. If it weren't for your superior strength, you'd be nothing. Remember that day with those two stunning beauties? My heart burns with desire. He seethed internally. Am I to let them die so easily in the bombardment? That would be far too merciful. I have a piece of information to trade. Help me capture those few individuals, and you and Oppos, LL, definitely be interested. Boss Dong Yang cast a disdainful glance at Baiyu, dismissing him as a mere pretender lacking any real capability. Boom. The sounds of gunfire echoed incessantly, occasionally accompanied by screams of agony. Jiang Hao glanced at Baiyu and spoke coolly. You may share your information. I will consider it. Baiyu scoffed. I will only tell you after you capture them alive. Otherwise, forget it. Then I have no interest. Jiang Hao replied. Baiyu glared at Jiang Hao, his voice cold. It's about the boundary pearl. Think it over. Jiang Hao's eyes brightened at the mention of the boundary pearl. This fool possesses such a valuable item? Despite being at the fourth tier, he still lacked sufficient experience points. The transition from fourth to fifth tier required the boundary pearl, a legendary item he had only heard of in name. You wouldn't dare deceive me with false information, would you? Jiang Hao scrutinized Baiyu closely. How could I? Baiyu laughed derisively. Jiang Hao fixed Baiyu with a piercing gaze. If you dare to trick me, you know the consequences. Cease fire. Jiang Hao commanded loudly. All gunfire halted, save for the continued shelling from within the villa. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity filled the air, as if a protective shield enveloped the entire community. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes, sent someone to probe inside. Immediately, someone charged toward the villa. Bang! The intruder was abruptly repelled by an unseen force. Interesting, Jiang Hao remarked. A golden light coalesced in his right hand, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a golden dragon's fury toward the villa. Bang! The protective shield trembled violently before stabilizing once more. Just as Jiang Hao prepared to launch another attack, his communicator bust. This must be some kind of force field. I possess a teleportation talisman that can allow us to enter directly, Baiyu declared, producing a peculiar talisman from his pocket. Let us retreat. The operation is terminated. Jiang Hao stated coolly. What nonsense are you spouting? I've brought out the teleportation talisman. Retreat is out of the question. I must capture those bastards. Baiyu roared in frustration. You can relay that to the president. I have no desire to court death. Jiang Hao shrugged. Fear flickered in Baiyu's eyes. The president, damn it. His mind nearly erupted with frustration. Having advanced so far only to be told to withdraw was infuriating. The chilling thought of the president's terrifyingly brutal nature sent a shiver down his spine. You're lucky this time. Next time, everyone. Retreat. Head back to headquarters. Jiang Hao bellowed. Inside the Zhonghai community, they retreated. Chun Lingshan said in disbelief. They wouldn't be pretending to retreat, would they? Planning a surprise counterattack? Lin Haiyang suggested. The others appeared to agree with Lin Haiyang's reasoning. It must be pressure from our headquarters at Moin. Ji remarked coolly. In Deep City, at the Moin headquarters, At 9 p.m., Tian was circulating his spiritual energy within, as his attribute points surged. His physical strength grew immensely, yet he found himself struggling to control this newfound power. Previously, he could rely on his past experiences, but now, with over 3,000 attribute points, he had surpassed the limits of his former life and could only gradually adapt through the flow of spiritual energy. Besides circulating energy, he could also adapt through combat, but currently, there was no one capable of challenging him. The Liu Mountain was in his possession, and it couldn't withstand even a single blow from him, let alone provide any training effect. Experiencing rapid growth and strength was a unique torment. Tian mused that he might be the first evolved being to suffer from such a predicament. Tian, I'm back to find you. Liu Mountain's voice echoed. What is it? Do you wish to exchange blows again? Tian smiled. Liu Mountain scratched his head sheepishly. I wouldn't dare. You're a monster. Whoever fights you is doomed. This afternoon, Liu Mountain had insisted on sparring with Tian without using any abilities, only to be utterly crushed without the slightest resistance. This afternoon, the Jianglin Society attacked your villa, Liu Mountain informed. Tian's eyes flashed with intensity. The Jianglin Society? I should have eradicated them before coming here. Liu Mountain stiffened, feeling an overwhelming aura emanate from Tian, as if the entire room was plunged into a suffocating vacuum, an aura so terrifying it was almost palpable. It's already resolved, Liu Mountain quickly added. Tian shot Liu Mountain a look of exasperation. Could you not speak all at once? Liu Mountain took a deep breath. I was quick. He then elaborated on the events, revealing that Lin Haiyang, Lan Ling, Qin Lingshan, and several evolved beings were unharmed, though many ordinary people had perished under the onslaught of artillery. Jianglin Society, Boss Dong Yang, I will remember you, Tian thought coldly. Consider this matter a favor owed to your Moen organization, Tian stated flatly. He understood that without the pressure from Moen, the fourth-tier evolved beings wielding firearms would have been insurmountable for Lin Haiyang and his group. Liu Mountain and Amp. Appos. S heart swelled with joy at Tian and Amp. Appos. S words. He felt he had struck gold with this favor. Chapter 86, Tai Chi Skill. Rest assured, our people from the Demon Sound are covering that area. No one dares to act. Lai Shan patted his chest and declared. Tian once again gained a vivid understanding of the influence of the Demon Sound. A faction powerful enough to halt an encirclement operation led by a level 4 evolver, exerting such influence from such a distance. A night without conversation. Above the evolver trading square, a multitude of bats circled, nearly enveloping the entire sky. The Demon Sound investigation team has already organized an inquiry. Citizens are urged to remain calm. Due to the departure of the former commander, the new commander is still in the election process, and the affairs of the command center are temporarily overseen by the chief of staff. Tian listened to the voice from the radio. Holding a bucket of instant noodles, indulging in his meal. The radio was naturally set up by the staff. The one from yesterday had been smashed by Tian. But the staff paid it no mind. After all, evolvers tend to have intermittent bouts of madness, and they had grown accustomed to it. After a moment, Tian finished his noodles, tidied up, and continued to circulate his spiritual energy in bed. Although he wished to venture outside and slay some fierce beasts to enhance his experience, he sensed that his strength had yet to adapt. He felt that if he recklessly pursued rapid enhancement without regard for the consequences, trouble would inevitably arise. At present, even at level 4, his power was already terrifying and difficult to control. He could hardly imagine how he would wield such strength in the future. If only there were some auxiliary abilities to assist him, Tian mused. However, he had never heard of any ability capable of adapting to immense power. Who would ever complain about being too strong? He decided to take things one step at a time, suppressing distracting thoughts as he continued to refine his body with spiritual energy. Tian, why is it that every time I come over, you and Appos, always refining your body with spiritual energy? Is that truly effective? Lai Shan inquired, puzzled. Tian kept his eyes closed and replied calmly, there and Appos, has no choice. The power is too overwhelming. Lai Shan was left speechless. Is that even human language? By the way, does your demon sound have any methods to control power? Tian suddenly seemed to recall something and opened his eyes to ask. Seeing Tian's serious expression, Lai Shan realized he was not joking. After pondering for a moment, Lai Shan responded, to control power, yoga is a rather effective method. Advanced martial arts and conventional mechanical training can also help significantly. However, for your level of power, it might be quite challenging. You'll likely need to adapt gradually through combat, Lai Shan added. Tian fell silent upon hearing this. The issue was both difficult and not so difficult. The primary concern was that Tian had gained far too much power, and it would continue to increase with his growing strength. I managed to acquire a manual last time. Would you like to give it a try? Lai Shan suddenly suggested, seemingly struck by a thought. A manual? Tian chuckled wryly. Is it a martial arts manual, like the and Oppos, sunflower scripture and Oppos? Lai Shan gritted his teeth and replied, It and amp, Oppos. As an old man who claims to be the 250th generation descendant of Wudong Mountain, and he sold me a tattered book for 50 spirit crystals. I practiced with it for 2 days, and it was utterly useless. It drove me crazy. Lai Shan continued. Tian looked at Lai Shan with a peculiar expression. You knew it was ineffective, but you still shared it with me. Lai Shan scratched his head and laughed. Isn't it because of your exceptional talent? What if you actually succeeded? Besides, that old man seemed quite imposing. Although he had no discernible aura, his strength was remarkable, almost comparable to an ordinary level 2 evolver. Lai Shan added. Tian then wiped the smile off his face, contemplating that an ordinary person could rival a level 2 evolver, perhaps. Wait here, I and amp, Oppos, LL fetch it for you, Lai Shan declared, then dashed off. After a while, Lai Shan returned, bouncing with excitement, holding a worn-out book. Tian observed that the characters and amp, Oppos, Tai Chi skill and amp, Oppos, on the manual were nearly illegible. Flipping through the pages, he found little text, only illustrations of various poses. Each page depicted a different stance by a monk. In total, there were fewer than 30 pages. Is this the manual? Tian asked incredulously. This is nothing but calisthenics. Go ahead and practice. What if it proves useful? Lai Shan chuckled, having shared the same impression when he first received it. This is absurd. If one is to deceive, at least make it somewhat presentable. Aside from the cover being somewhat intimidating, the inside resembles elementary school doodles. I practiced for several days and can confirm it yields no results. Lai Shan lamented, feeling a twinge of regret for spending 50 spirit crystals on such a useless manual. Beep, beep. Just as Tian was perusing the manual, Lai Shan and amp, Oppos, as communication device beeped. He activated it, suddenly adopting a serious expression. Tian, our boss wishes to see you, Lai Shan announced. In the training room of the Demon Sound, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in tight-fitting workout attire was fiercely pummeling a metallic dummy. The sound of impacts echoing in the air. Her forehead glistened with sweat, her gaze distant as if lost in thought. Huff, huff. The woman seemed fatigued from her exertions. Collapsing onto the floor, her body appearing as if it had been pulled from water, her graceful form captivating. The snug attire clung to her body, her hollow eyes and heaving chest betraying her intense breathing. In her mind, images of a man embracing her replayed incessantly. Tian, the woman murmured softly. What are you doing now? The woman was none other than Yang Lingning, who often spent her free time training alone in the training room, venting her strength. This sensation of emptiness captivated Yang Lingning, allowing her to immerse herself in her workouts. However, today, she found it difficult to concentrate, as thoughts of Tian kept intruding upon her mind. This distraction weighed heavily upon her, as if her brain were laden with lead. Have I fallen for Tian? Yang Lingning was no naive girl. She understood her desires clearly. Yet Tian, the man she initially dismissed as a smooth-talking pretty boy. If someone had told her at the outset that she would develop feelings for Tian, she would have torn that person's mouth apart. Countless times, she felt a devil whispering in her mind, urging her to see Tian, to chat with him, or at the very least, to catch a glimpse of him from afar. Time passed, and Yang Lingning finally rose, taking a few deep breaths before resuming her relentless assault on the metallic dummy. In the vast training room, the sound of impacts continued to echo, just like the heart of a certain woman, tumultuously churning. Chapter 87. The blood of the phoenix. Lai Shan and Tian sat in an armored vehicle, navigating through a labyrinth of streets. Eventually, they entered an underground passageway, constructed entirely from alloy, where heavily armed soldiers patrolled the periphery. Surveillance cameras were positioned every 10 meters, and various aerial drones hovered above, surveying the area. The only sound echoed within the tunnel was that of the vehicle and Oppos' movement, accompanied by the faint hum of infrared scanners scanning the surroundings. Moments later, they reached their destination. The boss is inside. You may enter, Lai Shan instructed. Tian gazed at the imposing metal door ahead, flanked by 2 soldiers clad in protective gear. Taking a deep breath, he approached the entrance. Identity verified, entry permitted. A mechanical voice announced as the door slowly opened, allowing Tian to step inside. Upon entering, Tian was struck by the stark simplicity of the room. which was far removed from the opulent style one would expect from a business magnate. In the distance sat a middle-aged man with graying temples, who promptly rose with a smile upon Yi Tian's arrival. "Yi Tian, at last we meet. Please, have a seat," Mu Yiming said warmly. Yi Tian, undeterred, took a seat beside the desk. "Uncle Mu, how is Lingxi doing?" Yi Tian inquired, taking a deep breath as he spoke. Truthfully, Mu Yiming was a figure Yi Tian had only known by reputation, both in times of peace and during the cataclysmic events of his previous life. Beyond his influential status, he held another identity, that of Mu Lingxi and Appo's father. Despite Lingxi and Appo's claims of a strained relationship with her father, he understood that a father and Appo's love for his child is unwavering, regardless of circumstances. "Lingxi is currently merging with the blood of the phoenix," Mu Yiming replied with a smile. Yi Tian exhaled in relief, reassured that the process would be smooth. "Come, let me show you," Mu Yiming continued. Yi Tian and Appo's heart surged with excitement at the prospect of seeing Lingxi again. "I can see you and Appo's a good child, much like Lingxi," Mu Yiming remarked. Although flattered, Yi Tian felt a pang of discontent. "I would and Appo's call myself a good person," he replied with a wry smile. "Follow me. Lingxi is in another room," Mu Yiming said, leading Yi Tian out. As they exited, a striking woman in a white uniform appeared, guiding them in another direction. She wielded a controller, which, upon activation, revealed another passageway, also made of alloy. "I have encountered many individuals who, upon gaining immense power, recklessly indulge their desires, whether through murder or pillaging. Such ingrained desires and greed are all too familiar, Wuden and Appo's. Do you agree?" Mu Yiming mused as they walked. Yi Tian inhaled deeply, sighing. "Indeed, many perish not at the hands of monsters, but rather from our own kind. Ironically, there are times when we humans are less united than the beasts." Listening to Yi Tian, Mu Yiming continued onward, observing the various small creatures traversing the corridor. Without a robust will to control one and Appo's power, everything ultimately becomes ephemeral. "You are doing well. Although you may seem inexperienced in certain matters, your overall direction is commendable," Mu Yiming encouraged. "Uncle Mu, please, no need for flattery. I have no aspirations for grandeur. I merely wish to protect those I care for," Yi Tian replied, feeling somewhat inadequate. Despite possessing formidable power due to his reincarnation and SSS-level abilities, he understood that with great power comes great responsibility. The community he belonged to had nearly faced annihilation due to his absence, with many relying on him for survival. While Yi Tian recognized the impossibility of protecting everyone in this world, he had grown attached to those he had spent time with. Acknowledging that he had unwittingly accepted them as his own, he had never considered himself a capable leader. "You possess a keen insight, Uncle Mu, which is truly commendable." Mu Yiming laughed heartily. "Lingxi is just in the next room." At those words, Yi Tian and Appo's heart raced with anticipation, though only 2 days had passed. He found himself longing for Lingxi's presence. "Please hold on. This area requires identity verification," the enchanting woman stated. Yi Tian steadied himself, standing alongside Mu Yiming. "Identity verified. Entry permitted." A mechanical voice echoed as a dense array of lasers appeared, gradually retracting. Yi Tian stepped forward, arriving at a tightly sealed door. Mu Yiming produced a controller from his pocket, and the door slowly opened to reveal a reinforced glass barrier. Through the glass, Yi Tian beheld a delicate girl. Ethereal as a sprite, clad in a white dress, her porcelain skin seemingly flawless. She sat serenely within a lotus formation, surrounded by a multitude of spiritual crystals, their energy swirling around her. Atop her head, a fist-sized crimson crystal emanated a vibrant aura. The blood of the phoenix resides atop Lingxi and Appo's head. The lotus formation aids her in merging with it, Mu Yiming observed from outside the room. Yi Tian activated his skill, scanning the scene before him. Phoenix blood, legendary item that aids individuals with unique physiques in awakening their phoenix bloodline. Spirit gathering array, absorbs the power of spiritual crystals to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the air. Seeing that both items pose no harm, Yi Tian released a sigh of relief, his heart swelling with memories of the moments he shared with the girl within. Mu Yiming regarded Mu Lingxi with a tender gaze. Yet unbeknownst to Yi Tian, a flicker of fervor lurked within Mu Yiming and Appo's eyes, as if he were gazing upon a deity. "You should feel reassured now," Mu Yiming spoke. "What I have to worry about? This is your domain, Uncle Mu. Where could be safer?" Yi Tian replied with a smile. "Lingxi will require some time to absorb the phoenix blood. Allow me to show you another place. Perhaps there is something there that might intrigue you young folk." Mu Yiming suggested kindly. Is that so? I must see for myself. Yi Tian replied, his curiosity piqued. Surely. Whatever could elicit such enthusiasm from Mu Yiming would be quite fascinating. Chapter 88. The Lightbreaker. The two individuals traversed several corridors. And Yi Tian and Apos' eyes were opened to a myriad of greenhouse structures and various livestock. Every creature and plant he had ever encountered could be found here, resembling a colossal farm. Naturally, an array of surveillance equipment and numerous staff members were present as well. We are currently developing a remedy to eliminate the toxins found in the ferocious beasts. The corpses of these beasts contain mutated toxins and are utterly inedible. Mu Yiming remarked with a smile. Is there any progress? Yu Tian inquired. I and Apos am not well versed in these specialized matters, but judging by the reports they submitted, there seems to be some advancements. Mu Yiming replied. Identity verified. Entry permitted. A mechanical voice resonated as they passed through a narrow passageway. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of impacts echoed, seemingly from colliding objects. The two soon entered a vast plaza. A towering robot, 5 meters high, with a streamlined design, gleamed under the lights, wielding a red energy blade that radiated immense power. Opposite it stood another robot of the same model, brandishing a similar red energy blade. The two robots engaged in a fierce battle, striking and countering. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The energy blades clashed, creating a dazzling display of sparks that illuminated the air. Is this a mech? Yu Tian and Apos' eyes sparkled as he spoke. Mu Yiming observed the scene before him with a detached demeanor, as if he were accustomed to such sights. Indeed, this is the combat mech we began developing long ago, the Lightbreaker No. 1. We struggled with finding suitable energy sources, rendering it mostly ornamental. We attempted controlled nuclear fusion technology, but it ended in failure. The arrival of blood rain and the emergence of spirit crystals have provided the mechs with new energy. Mu Yiming elaborated on the Lightbreaker. Bang, bang, bang. The two mechs continued their intense combat, their sounds reverberating in the expansive plaza. However, the current utilization is still unstable, frequently encountering minor issues. And the mech demands a high level of skill from its pilot. Ordinary individuals cannot control it. Compared to evolved beings, it is somewhat cumbersome and requires further optimization before being deployed in actual combat. That is still quite impressive, Yu Tian remarked, though the mechs were not yet fully developed. He understood that in the future, the combat power of advanced mechs would far surpass that of ordinary evolved beings. One could not deny Mu Yiming and Apos' capabilities. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Mu Yiming and Apos' communication device rang. Boss, there and Apos' an urgent meeting that requires your presence. Mu Yiming opened the message, and a voice transmission followed. Yi Tian continued to observe the mech battle in the plaza. Yi Tian, I have a meeting to attend. I will have Xiaoyang come by shortly to continue your tour. Mu Yiming spoke apologetically. Yi Tian quickly responded, Uncle Mu, you go ahead. I can look around on my own. Moments later, a young man in a white lab coat hurried over. After Mu Yiming departed with the young man, Yi Tian remained alone, watching the mech battle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The red energy blade of the Lightbreaker struck the other mech, producing a brilliant display of sparks. Yi Tian noted that the mech and Apos' surface showed no signs of wear, only faint traces, indicating that the materials used in their construction were exceptionally durable. That hunk of metal may look impressive, but it and Apos' utterly useless. A cold voice interjected. Yi Tian turned to see a striking woman dressed in tight leather pants and a black jacket striding toward him, with her alluring figure and captivating features. It was none other than Yang Lingning. Xiaoyang was referring to you. I thought it was someone else, Yi Tian exclaimed, clearly surprised that Mu Yiming had sent Yang Lingning to escort him. However, recalling their previous encounter at the Evolved Beings and Apos' trading plaza, he felt less astonished. Do you look unhappy to see me? Yang Lingning and Apos' voice was icy, though a flicker of delight passed through her eyes, unnoticed by Yi Tian. Not really, Yi Tian replied, shifting his focus away from the mech battle. In the conference room, Mu Yiming occupied the main seat at the table. Surrounding him were a dozen formidable individuals, their expressions grave. A massive projection screen on the opposite wall displayed a scene of countless bats swirling in the air, their bloodthirsty eyes creating a dark mass that loomed like a thundercloud, almost engulfing the entire sky. This is footage from above the Evolved Beings Trading Plaza. The bats continue to multiply, slowly spreading throughout the area. A man in a blue shirt reported. Lin Bei, have there been attempts to engage them with weaponry? Mu Yiming inquired, his brow furrowed. We have utilized various weapons, including conventional arms, sonic weaponry, and laser devices, yet none have proven effective. Lin Bei responded. The faces of those in the conference room grew grim. Despite possessing an arsenal of modern weaponry, they could not fend off a mere swarm of bats. It was known that their laser weaponry had significant lethality against fourth-tier ferocious beasts. What on earth were these bats? Have any evolved beings been deployed for attack? Mu Yiming pressed further. Not yet. But if even our most powerful weapons fail, what can the evolved beings accomplish? Lin Bei replied. Indeed, boss. If our laser weapons are ineffective, how effective could the evolved beings be? Their attacks are akin to a squirt gun. A square-faced man chimed in. Mu Yiming surveyed the assembly, noting their skepticism towards the efficacy of evolved beings. He understood their perspective, having been educated in traditional scientific principles. They viewed evolved beings as inferior to advancements in science, despite their burgeoning capabilities. Evolved beings are far too unstable and difficult to control, and many of them hail from the lower echelons of society. After gaining power, they often commit heinous acts. They are hardly better than beasts, compared to such erratic forces. They trust their weapons far more. Even now, you cling to outdated beliefs? How many lives have been lost? When will you awaken to the reality? I have warned you countless times to keep pace with the tides of progress, or we shall inevitably be swallowed by the annals of history. Mu Yiming and Appo's voice resonated with authority, enveloping the room in an overwhelming sense of pressure, leaving many pale and clammy with sweat. Immediately arrange for evolved beings to experiment and conduct a deeper study into their powers. As Mu Yiming issued command after command, the entire operation functioned like a well-oiled machine. Personnel mobilizing with organized efficiency amidst a palpable atmosphere of tension. Chapter 89. Beast Siege, July 6, 2021. A month had passed since the Crimson Rain descended upon the world. Over these days, Tian had been accompanying Yang Lingning, marveling at the fruits of their research endeavors. Their bond had grown increasingly intimate, though this sentiment existed solely in Yang Lingning's mind. By night, Tian honed his physique with spiritual energy within the camp. He had also practiced the Tai Chi art, yet discerned no tangible effects, save for the peculiar soreness that racked his muscles afterward. This baffled him, for his constitution now exceeded 3,000 points. Mere physical exertion should have been trivial. Even 10,000 push-ups would have posed no challenge. Under Liu Shan's tutelage, Tian had also studied combat techniques. Within days, his mastery over his own formidable strength had improved remarkably. Whether this stemmed from innate talent or the efficacy of the training remained unclear, though he suspected the Tai Chi art played a role. Naturally, he kept these musings to himself. Repeated visits to Mu Lingxi revealed her still immersed in absorbing the phoenix blood. The process showed no signs of conclusion. Meanwhile, Lan Ling and Appo's radio messages brimmed with longing. With pressure from the Moin faction, the Jianglin Society had ceased harassing Zhonghai district. From Lan Ling and Appo's updates, Tian learned they had nearly consolidated control over Jianglin City. He yearned to return to Zhonghai. Yet, you don't understand, the bat swarm has engulfed nearly all of Xinqing, Liaison muttered, brow furrowed. The creatures from the Evolution Exchange Plaza had multiplied relentlessly, blotting out the skies. They did not attack, only circled endlessly, rendering aircraft useless. Their origin and purpose remained a mystery. Trapped in Xinqing, Tian probed for solutions. His past life offered no precedent. Back then, survival alone had consumed him. At the plaza, he found only ordinary, non-mutated bats. His lightning strikes dissipated without effect, swallowed by the swarm. Liaison toyed with a glass sphere, pensive. 30 evolutionists launched a joint assault. Their efforts proved marginally better than conventional weapons, yet still futile. He grimaced. Our sensors detected an immense energy signature above the swarm. It's growing stronger. Tian's eyes narrowed. Powerful energy. Enough of that, Liaison interjected. We've spotted a pack of fourth-tier beasts in the outskirts. Care to join? A gleam lit Tian's eyes, his adapted strength craved experience. Let us go. Their armored vehicle carved through streets buzzing with dread. Are we doomed? Those bats horrify. Moin's deploying equipment. There must be a way. Way? Artillery did nothing. Even evolutionists are helpless. Then you solve it. Go haul bricks instead. Construction needs your brilliance. Though non-aggressive, the looming swarm bred terror. When would they strike? 30 minutes later, the desolate outskirts greeted them. Scraggly trees, untamed wilderness. Planned for real estate once, Liaison remarked dryly. Now, power alone matters. Ahead lurked the jungle. Mutant pythons. 4 to 5 meters. Nasty things. Tian's mind flashed to crimson moss. In his past life, such serpents had decimated his squad, ambushed by 20 where 3 were expected. Only 2 survived. How many here? Infrared shows a dozen. Maybe under 20. Let us hope so. Tian murmured cryptically. Uncomprehending, Lizon led onward. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Before they entered, the jungle seethed with serpentine malice. 5-meter behemoths coiled among the trees. Mutant python, tier 4 beast, strength, 540, agility, 610, constitution, 610, venomous fangs. Tail strikes devastate. Eyes emit mind-numbing crimson hypnosis. Tian exhaled. This time, I'm not prey. A sudden chill radiated from him. Lizon shivered, retreating instinctively. Alone, Tian advanced. The jungle erupted. Crack. A tree shattered midair, severed by a whip-like tail. Tian dodged. Lightning crackling across his form. Chapter 90. The mutated python. A flicker of trepidation passed through the eyes of the mutated pythons, clearly instilled with a profound fear of the thunderous power before them. With a swift motion, a red beam shot from the pythons and Appos' eyes, aimed directly at Tian. With an astonishing agility exceeding 3,000, Tian effortlessly evaded the attack. Witnessing his remarkable speed, the pythons collectively lunged towards him. With a resounding impact, Tian unleashed a flurry of punches upon the python swarm. Under the force of his fist, imbued with the might of thunder, their bodies shattered as if they were mere paper. Devour successful. Agility 100. Hiss. 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 The sight of their comrade being effortlessly dispatched incited the remaining pythons to unleash a barrage of red rays, saturating the entire jungle. Golden Shield. Diamond Defense. Tian activated his defensive skills, enveloped in a radiant golden light. Yet, to his astonishment, the red rays pierced through his shield, striking his body directly. A peculiar sensation stirred within his mind, as if something were awakening, leaving him with a heavy and foggy feeling akin to having his brain submerged in lead. In this moment, Tian and Appos' formidable mental prowess came to the forefront, had it been any other 4th-tier evolver. Being bombarded by such an array of alluring rays would have resulted in insanity or an overwhelming headache from the excessive strain. Yet, Tian merely felt a slight heaviness in his mind. Thunderstrike. Electric surge. Tian conjured a sphere of lightning in his right hand. A terrifying aura gradually expanding around him, the air crackling ominously. Nearby, Lishan observed Tian and Appos' combat with incredulity, muttering to himself, "This kid is utterly unfathomable." Their database contained records of this ferocious beast, which had previously incapacitated several 4th-tier evolvers with a mere glance. Yet here was Tian, brazenly enduring the onslaught. The mutated pythons, realizing the formidable nature of this man, found their once invincible allure ineffective against him. Furthermore, that terrifying sphere of light loomed ominously. Boom! Tian hurled the lightning sphere into the midst of the serpentine horde. A deafening explosion resounded, the shockwave sweeping through the entire cluster of pythons. Crack! 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 The trees bordering the jungle were mercilessly snapped in half by the force. Devour successful. Strength 100, devour successful. Agility 100, devour successful. Constitution 100, as he absorbed the information flooding his mind. He realized that 3 pythons had perished under the thunderous assault. The remaining mutated pythons regarded him with palpable dread. This man was indeed terrifying. Electric surge. Tian unleashed his skill once more. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Demon Sound organization, in a modest room, a middle-aged man with graying temples sat at his desk. Mu Yiming held a radio transmission from Kyoto in his hands. As he perused the message, uncontainable excitement radiated from his face. "Feiyu, splendid. With your assistance, we shall undoubtedly prevail." It turned out that Mu Yiming had sent a plea for help to the Long family in Kyoto just days prior. They had experimented with numerous methods against the bat swarm, but all yielded no results. The Long family, the foremost clan in Kyoto, wielded immense political and economic power over the entirety of Huagua. Over the years, Mu Yiming had cultivated a substantial relationship with the Long family, which enabled him to establish a vast commercial empire. Of course, his own capabilities were formidable. Otherwise, the Long family would not have chosen to ally with him. The ominous force in the sky loomed larger, nearing the detection limits of their instruments. He feared that if this continued, the sheer energy in the atmosphere alone could obliterate the entire city of Shun. Panic gripped the populace, still recovering from the horrors of Blood Rain. Many sought to flee Shun, yet the skies were completely congested, and on land, apart from a few major cities, others remained besieged by zombies and ferocious beasts. No one knew how many monsters still roamed Wagwa. Attempting to escape Shin alone was akin to courting death. Crime, bloodshed, and violence proliferated on the streets, and the patrols of the Demon Sound and military forces had executed numerous individuals, yet with little effect. A pervasive atmosphere of pessimism, fear, and despair slowly enveloped the city. Violence could no longer deter the people and Oppos' actions. This world still required humanity. It was impossible to eradicate everyone. Boss. Over 100 individuals are engaged in a massive brawl on South City Street. The situation is spiraling out of control, with many fourth-tier revolvers involved. A young man in a blue shirt spoke urgently. Who is responsible for the security on South City Street? An incompetent fool? How could this many people be fighting? Mu Yiming demanded sharply. The young man and Oppos' face paled, clearly under immense pressure. He swallowed hard and replied, "It's Li Lian in charge. He has resorted to violent enforcement. But it's ineffective. Those people seem reckless." Mu Yiming's eyes narrowed, contemplating the situation. A moment later, a glint of coldness flashed in his gaze. "Eliminate them. These scum, what use are they except for infighting? There is no time to waste on such matters." The young man shivered at his words, wanting to say more. But Mu Yiming and Oppos' icy stare silenced him. "Yes, boss, I will relay the message at once." He gritted through clenched teeth. After the young man departed, Mu Yiming once again scrutinized the radio message, anticipation overflowing in his demeanor. "They should arrive in time tomorrow," he murmured. "Lingxi, it would be wonderful if you could complete the fusion before then. Fei will surely be delighted to see you." Outside Shin City, in the wilderness, the jungle roared with the sound of Yi Tian's relentless fists. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mutated python gaped its massive jaws, its tongue writhing, eyes filled with ferocity. "Lai Shan, there and Oppos' only one left. Would you care to have some fun?" Yi Tian laughed, addressing his companion. Lai Shan surveyed the scene before him. The jungle had been transformed into a desolate wasteland. Trees lay toppled, and the ground was littered with the remains of numerous pythons. The last creature trembled, its abdomen marred by faint imprints of Yi Tian and Oppos' fists, evidently gravely injured. "Leave it to me," Lai Shan bellowed with laughter. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian retracted his spiritual energy and leisurely stepped out of the jungle. Chapter 91. The Assault of the Bats. Yi Tian gazed into the dense jungle. Bang! Bang! Lai Shan was engaged in a fierce battle with the last mutated python. Dust swirled through the air. Opening his personal panel, he observed, level, 4th stage Evolver 8000. Using the Breakthrough Pearl can advance powers, Endless Devour, SSS grade, Lightning S grade, Shadow, a grade, Teleportation S grade, Divine Movement S grade, Diamond Defense, a grade, Flame S grade, Dynamic Vision, a grade, Skills, Thunderstrike, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Strike, Golden Shield, Flame Impact, Void Electric Generation, Flame Nova, Strength, 3542, 100. Agility, 3491, 100. Constitution, 3438, 100. Mentality, 3485, 100. Equipment, Fire Ape Armor, Gold. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Gold. Space Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic, Frenzied Battle Boots, Gold. Lionheart Necklace, Gold. Yi Tian and Oppos' experience had reached its limit. After leveling up, he had slain several monsters without any increase in attribute points. It was now time to seek information about the Breakthrough Pearl. Yi Tian understood that only 5th stage beasts had a chance to drop it. There was a probability, not a certainty. He wondered if any 5th stage evolvers existed now. According to Lai Shan and Oppos' description, Long Fei Yu had some potential, but that was over half a month ago. Could someone truly advance so swiftly? The next task was to locate a 5th stage beast. After reaching this stage, his power would undergo a transformative change, and he would once again be able to augment his attribute points. As Yi Tian pondered, Lai Shan had already concluded his battle, having utterly decimated the mutated python. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. "Come, collect samples of this mutated python and Oppos' blood and tissue," Lai Shan commanded through his communicator. Shortly after, a group of personnel clad in white battle armor arrived, carrying boxes to begin sampling the remains of the mutated python. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lai Shan drove an armored vehicle along the now sparsely populated streets, where patrol teams were conducting inspections. Gunfire and screams occasionally pierced the air. reminiscent of a war-torn era as soldiers patrolled the city. As Yi Tian and Lai Shan hurried back, the Evolver trading square loomed ahead. Caw, caw, caw. The bats overhead seemed restless, their cries echoing throughout the square, gradually spreading through the entire city. Immediately report. The bats are emitting sound waves. They may be preparing to attack. A soldier with a steel helmet shouted. No. The communication devices have malfunctioned. The signal lines are severely disrupted. Radio is completely unusable. The frequency of the bat's sound waves is rising, soon to reach levels that can affect humans. All personnel retreat immediately. Repeat, all personnel retreat. Just as the steel-helmeted soldier issued his command, he suddenly experienced a void in his mind. The entire space seemed to fall silent. He watched as his comrades yelled. Their faces etched with shock. One companion continued to scream, yet no sound emerged, desperately waving his hands as if trying to convey something. A heavy feeling settled in the steel-helmeted soldier's heart. Whoosh, whoosh. He looked up at the sky, where countless bats, baring their sharp teeth, began to dive down. No, the soldier shouted, but no sound escaped his lips as the bats enveloped him like air. He screamed in agony, feeling countless sharp points pierce his body, his marrow slowly being chewed to bits. It felt as though his organs were set ablaze, blood and flesh searing. Soon, the torment ceased, and he sensed his soul being torn apart, fading into oblivion. The bats in the sky have launched their attack. All citizens. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The citywide broadcast began to relay this message, only to abruptly lose sound mid-sentence, plunging the entire city into chaos. The bats had not yet descended, but panic had already taken root. The bats had been surveying from above for days, and now they were finally ready to strike. Many could not withstand the mounting pressure and resorted to violence, bloodshed, and chaos bubbling beneath the surface. Death is inevitable. I want you to die before me. A heavily tattooed man wielding a machete ruthlessly slaughtered those around him. I and Amp, Oppos, V long been displeased with you. Now die? A young man with glasses, eyes blazing red, swung a metal rod at a woman with force. Let me enjoy myself before I die. You be obedient. I promise. A lecherous man approached a delicate young girl, intent on his vile intentions. I and Oppos, I'll kill as many monsters as I can before I go. Another young man declared fiercely. Daughter, stay in your room. As long as I am alive, no monster can approach. A middle-aged man shouted to a little girl sobbing in a room. Scenes like this unfolded across Deep City, screams, blood, and terror proliferated. Tian observed the turmoil outside, his heart heavy with stones. Is humanity truly so fragile? In the Research Institute of Deep City, a young man in a white lab coat reported to Mu Yiming, Boss, all electronic devices have malfunctioned. Our detectors, cameras, and even some energy sources are inoperative. Mu Yiming's expression darkened. Deploy all warriors to fortify the Research Institute. We must defend it. Evacuate all external troops. Abandon the base. The young man in the lab coat's expression shifted. But there are still many of our brothers outside. Are we really retreating? Act now. Mu Yiming barked at him. As time slowly passed, the swarm of bats in the sky surged toward Deep City like a tidal wave, akin to a natural disaster. Wherever they went, not a blade of grass remained. Blood threatened to flow through the streets. Tap, tap, tap. On Chonglin Street, several armed soldiers were firing at the bats. The bullets struck the bats, producing hissing sounds, yet had no tangible effect. How is this possible? One soldier exclaimed in disbelief. Puff, splat. The bats surged like a wave, engulfing several soldiers, and soon, pools of blood appeared on the ground. Chapter 92. The Royal Beast Not Far Away. Yi Tian observed the scene before him, his pupils constricting. Detection technique. Mutated bat. Tier 1 beast, incomplete. Strength, 22. Agility, 23. Constitution, 21. Transformed from the eggs laid by the Bat King, impervious to blades and bullets. Capable of emitting special sound waves that disrupt normal electromagnetic signals, and possesses an insatiable thirst for blood. A mere Tier 1 bat? Incomplete? This must be a jest. What on earth is the Bat King? Could the immense energy in the sky belong to it? Is it a royal beast? Yu Tian's heart sank. A beast that has surpassed Tier 9 is indeed classified as a royal one. In his past life, the likes of Long Feiyu and Mu Lingxi, among other top-tier evolvers, had slain royal beasts single-handedly to attain their titles. A royal beast is an entity Yi Tian currently cannot hope to confront, not to mention fighting it. Even a mere glance might be fatal. Surely, it cannot be. A royal beast is far too outrageous. Yi Tian, we should retreat to the Research Institute. Lian Shan stated heavily. The outside was still a cacophony of shouts, screams, and the mingling of the stench of blood and decay in the air. Fine, let us return. Tian replied calmly. Clearly, this was not the time for heroics. Tian was no longer a Na'vi newcomer. Such matters required careful consideration before acting rashly. Lian Shan drove the car slowly towards the research institute, while numerous bats attempted to attack the vehicle, all effortlessly obliterated by Tian and Appo's thunderous might. Occasionally, other survivors sought to join them, but were promptly turned away. Bang! Just as they continued towards the institute, a shell suddenly struck. Golden Shield. Tian's mental prowess was formidable, and he activated the skill in an instant. Die! Where do you think you're running? A booming voice rang out. Tian focused his gaze to see a burly man in a short-sleeved shirt, brandishing a rocket launcher, leering at him brazenly. You dare to block my path? Lian Shan growled. Allow me, Tian said flatly. Trash, let us all perish together. The man shouted, launching another shell. Bang! Tian's fist collided with the projectile, shattering it with a thunderous roar. An evolver, the man stammered, dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. You shall perish first. I have no time to play with you, Tian stated. A flicker of malice crossed the man's eyes as he prepared to fire again. Whoosh! Tian swiftly sidestepped and appeared beside the man. The air around him felt dense, making it difficult for him to breathe. Do you believe I was just fighting monsters? The man said, cold sweat trickling down his face as he trembled. Tian nodded, smiling. I believe you, so please die. No, the man screamed. But it was too late. Bang! Tian's fist crushed the man's skull. Striking humans is far more satisfying, crisp, and clean. Tian murmured. Bang! 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 Lian Shan continued driving, while Tian enveloped the vehicle in a thin layer of thunder. The monsters dared not approach, seemingly wary of the power of the thunder. As they drove forward, a soldier suddenly blocked their path. What are you doing? Planning a rebellion? Lian Shan shouted. Lord Lian, the road ahead is surrounded by bats. No one can pass. The soldier replied. Upon hearing this, Lian Shan hurriedly exited the vehicle and took the soldier's binoculars. A dense swarm of bats surrounded the entire area like a flesh wall. Bullets and shells rained down, but to no avail. They merely created ripples in the air, akin to tossing stones into water. Lian Shan's expression turned grave. What was happening? Was the research institute their target? Tian also took a look and confirmed the soldier's words. Indeed, the road ahead, no, an entire expansive area, was encircled by bats. Tian's thoughts mirrored Lian Shan's. Could there be something within the research institute that piqued the bats' interest? He had toured the institute for several days. And apart from some scientific achievements and odd devices that he couldn't comprehend, there was nothing special. Could it be the blood of the phoenix? A thought struck Tian. Lingxi was still inside. This shouldn't be happening. Tian pondered, perplexed. Lord Lian, what should we do now? The soldier inquired. Tian, what do you think? Can you break through that wall of bats? Lian Shan asked, turning to Tian. Meanwhile, in the sky, an enormous energy orb loomed. A colossal bat was slowly absorbing energy from the cloud. An enigmatic force permeated its mind. Someone is interfering with the timeline accelerating. Progress, at any cost, destroy. An obscure message reverberated in the bat's consciousness. The gigantic bat opened its crimson eyes. The timeline? Confusion engulfed its mind. What on earth is a timeline? It could not comprehend. Yet, another term resonated within its mind, destroy. Destroy, destroy. At any cost to destroy. The bat sensed a fatal attraction emanating from the Deep City's Research Institute. However, the information in its mind urged it to destroy everything, plunging its thoughts into chaos. Destroy, destroy. The colossal bat commanded with its sound waves. All the bats seemed to be under its control, launching fierce assaults on all they laid eyes upon. Not only humans, but also some hidden beasts and zombies fell victim to their onslaught. They sought to obliterate everything. Tian, look at what those bats are doing. Lian Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Not far away, the bats relentlessly bombarded a pile of ruins, just swirling around. Suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the debris. Roar. It was an enormous pangolin. Mutated pangolin. Tier 4 beast, strength, 540, agility, 490, constitution, 580. Its armored skin is incredibly tough, highly resistant to blows, and its sharp teeth can crush steel. Its body is adorned with massive spikes, making it exceedingly ferocious. Upon seeing the pangolin, the bats collectively surged forward. The bats, akin to moths drawn to a flame, surged toward it, crashing into the pangolin's body only to be impaled by its spikes. Blood and death did not deter them. Instead, they rallied even more bats. Screech, screech, screech. The bats emitted loud wails, and more bats flocked to the scene. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In no time, a vast multitude of bats descended upon the Tier 4 beast. Chapter 93, 5th level beasts, unleashed. Had they lost their minds? Lian Shan observed the scene before him, a chill of horror coursing through his heart. Why did the bats suddenly launch an assault on the beast, with no apparent reason? Tian furrowed his brow, equally astonished by the unfolding spectacle, a sight he had seldom encountered. In mere moments, the mutated pangolin was reduced to mere bones by the relentless swarm of bats. Hiss. Lian Shan gasped in shock. The ferocity of this bat swarm was terrifying, even to a 4th level beast. Tian felt a tightening in his chest. These bats seemed utterly deranged, attacking anything in sight. He had just unleashed a skill against them, managing to slay a few, but their numbers were overwhelming. There simply wasn't enough spiritual energy to eradicate them all. As for the Thunderfire Strike, Tian was reluctant to put himself in jeopardy. Using it would deplete nearly half of his spiritual energy. Should any unforeseen event arise amidst this chaos, he had no desire to take such a gamble. Moreover, the sheer multitude of bats in the sky was suffocating, and Tian doubted his capacity to alter fate. The magnitude of his combat prowess, in this situation, was rendered nearly futile. If there truly was a king-level beast within their midst, Tian felt that survival would be out of the question. Watching the carnage around him, he felt an increasing sense of urgency. His strength was inadequate. If only he possessed the power to ascend to a king. These creatures were no different from mosquitoes, and a sense of helplessness washed over him once more. It was akin to facing those terrifying beasts in his previous life, left powerless to intervene. Screech, screech. Suddenly, the cacophony of bat calls erupted, as a swarm surged toward Tian and his companions. Electricity crackled in the air. Tian invoked his skill, summoning several bolts of lightning that accurately struck the mass of bats. Zap, zap. The air crackled ominously as numerous bats fell to the ground, their bodies accumulating into small heaps. The warriors behind him brightened at the sight. Such a formidable attack. It is no wonder that he is the boyfriend of the goddess Mu. His prowess is indeed not mere boast. Well done. Let us eradicate these monsters. If only I too could wield such strength. The murmurs of admiration reached Tian's ears, but he felt no pride within. The oppressive sky filled with bats was far beyond what he could contend with alone. He could only hope that the research institute would yield some breakthroughs capable of delivering a lethal blow to the bat swarm. Screech, screech. The deaths of the bats did not deter the beast. Rather, more bats continued to converge. Lightning gathered around Tian, the air thick with a crackling intensity that nearly unsteadied the warriors behind him. Crack! Tian unleashed his thunderous might in a powerful blow. Whoosh, whoosh. The bats attempted to evade, yet Tian and App's speed denied them that opportunity. The power of the lightning clung to them like a relentless specter. Soon, another cluster of bats fell victim to his onslaught. The corpses of bats now formed two small hills. The acrid scent of charred remains hanging heavily in the air. Lord Lian, a 1st level beast, has appeared on Red Road Street. It seems to be 5th level. Suddenly, a warrior sprinted over, shouting loudly. Lian Shan felt a jolt of anxiety at the mention of a 5th level beast. What is the current situation? Lian Shan inquired urgently. There are many bats entangled over there. Our people are observing from a distance. The warrior replied. Who would have thought I would witness a battle among beasts on the fringes of the conflict? Lian Shan mused. Let us go see. Tian urged. Without hesitation, Lian Shan instructed the warrior to lead them toward the spectacle. Bang, bang, bang. Screech, screech. Thud, thud. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire, bat calls, shouts, and screams. Just ahead, the warrior handed over a pair of binoculars. Tian accepted them and gazed into the distance. A collapsed building loomed, and a blood-red bear roared, swinging its sharp claws. Mutated brown bear, 5th level beast, strength, 2,200, agility, 2,000, constitution, 2,400, mentality, 1,000. Its massive claws can tear through the air. It possesses incredible regenerative abilities and favors devouring soft-bodied creatures. Once enraged, all attributes double. Though the description was succinct, Tian sensed the creature and App's formidable presence from afar. Once it entered a state of rage, its attributes would surpass even his own. Surrounding the crimson bear was a dense swarm of bats. The bear showed no sign of fear, continuously slashing at the bats, occasionally consuming one. Lian Shan, Binoculars in hand, observed the beast, swallowing hard. Good heavens. This fifth-level creature is terrifying. Look how the bats bite it. It's as if they're merely tickling it. The corpses around it are nearly piling into a mountain. Those bats are quite foolish, failing to deal with easier prey first. Who knows? Their thought processes and behaviors differ vastly from ours. Perhaps their actions serve some purpose. Tian replied. If they truly were as intelligent as you suggest, do you think we could afford to sit back and watch? Tian added. Lian Shan scratched his head, conceding, you make a fair point. If they were that clever, they would have easily dealt with us already. Tian continued to observe as more bats perished, only to be replaced by even more. Deep City Research Institute. Is there a way to breach that wall of bats? Mu Yiming inquired of the group of researchers clad in white lab coats. The researchers were furrowed brows, their fingers dancing over keyboards, as various images, models, numbers, and analyses of beast DNA flickered across the screens. Boss, it seems these bats outside are not complete life forms. From their blood samples, we've discovered significant differences from other beasts. Their DNA is only half of the normal amount. One researcher exclaimed, opening an image. The image displayed several groups of different beast DNA comparisons. Though Mu Yiming was not a professional biologist, he grasped the basic concepts and visuals. Under normal circumstances, possessing only half of the DNA would render one incapable of fully controlling their body. Furthermore, they possess an organ in their brain that we have not observed in other creatures. The researcher continued. Mu Yiming listened intently, undeterred by the lengthy exposition of the researcher. Chapter 94. The mysterious man. He understood that before resorting to any other methods, conducting a meticulous analysis of the target was undoubtedly superior to aimless chaos. What is the function of this organ? Mu Yiming inquired further. Based on the diverse comparative images sent from the dissection team, we have preliminarily identified it as a receiving device. The researcher replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Are you suggesting that these bats are not a complete life form, but rather controlled by another organism through this special organ? Mu Yiming pressed on. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean, boss. If we could, the researcher continued. ISN and AMP. Oppos, your energy a bit excessive? We and AMP. Oppos, been at this for nearly half an hour, Lu Shan remarked, observing the distant brown bear still engaged in battle. No more waiting. I shall deal with this monster myself, as it is attracting an ever-increasing swarm of bats. Tian declared. Lu Shan gazed into the distance, where the carcasses of bats nearly filled the entire ruin, and the brown bear had also lost its strength to roar, slumping beside the corpses, its breath slightly erratic. Not far from the brown bear, more bats began to gather once again. Whoosh! Tian swiftly lunged towards the mutated brown bear. The bear slumped on the ground. Sensed Tian and AMP, Oppos, approaching aura. Roar! The mutated brown bear bellowed, rising to swipe its massive claws at Tian. Bang! Tian and AMP, Oppos, fist collided with the bear and AMP, Oppos, colossal paw. Crack! The mutated brown bear was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a collapsed building, creating a massive crater. The bear stared at its charred claws, its eyes glimmering with crimson light. Roar! 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 Three thunderous roars reverberated through the air, causing Lu Shan to feel a slight tremor in his eardrums, prompting him to cover his ears. Tian observed the mutated brown bear with a grave expression as a large mass of blood-red spiritual light enveloped the creature. Is it about to go berserk? Tian murmured, sensing the air around him subtly heating up. Damn it, it just opened up. I barely touched it, and it activates. Ugh. The bats in the sky, sensing the bear and AMP, Oppos, frenzied energy, had their eyes turned blood-red as they launched another assault. Screech. 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 The swarm of bats surged forward like a tidal wave. With a powerful swing of its right paw, the now berserk brown bear unleashed a burst of spiritual light. Sizzle. 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 The swarm of bats was instantly incinerated into ashes. This is outrageous, Lu Shan exclaimed in disbelief, witnessing thousands of bats obliterated in a single strike. Tian and AMP, Oppos, pupils constricted, and his fist instinctively tightened. Whoosh. 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 A golden spiritual light enveloped Tian as he activated his formidable power. The extraordinary ability was once again unleashed. Whoosh. 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 Tian transformed into a golden streak, dashing towards the mutated brown bear. Lu Shan, observing Tian and AMP, Oppos' meteoric charge amidst the ruins, murmured, one can hardly discern the figure. That bear seems too resilient to be harmed by such assaults. Thunderstrike. A blue orb of light condensed at Tian and Amp, Oppo's, fist. The mutated brown bear felt a shiver run down its spine, sensing an imminent danger. Roar. The bear and Amp, Oppo's, spiritual light suddenly contracted, forming a protective shield around itself. Bang. Tian and Amp, Oppo's, fist, charged with the blue thunder orb, crashed against the bear and Amp, Oppo's, shield. Boom. Lushan felt a tremendous wave of force ripple through the air, prompting him to shield himself with his hands. How long had passed? Lushan then heard a mournful cry. Low and weak. Tian was battered, his fiery ape armor showing signs of fracture. The mutated brown bear, now weakened, had lost its imposing presence. The blood-red spiritual light around it having completely dissipated. Tian gathered his strength once more, preparing to launch a lethal strike against the red bear. Oh, impressive strength, a fourth-tier individual managing to contend with a berserk, mutated brown bear. A chilling voice interjected. Tian turned to see a man clad in a black tactical coat, wearing a skull mask, with a wave of his right hand. A cloud of black smoke enveloped the weakened, mutated brown bear. With a mournful howl from the brown bear, the smoke dissipated, leaving only a massive skeleton behind. Fortuitous indeed, a boundary-breaking pearl. The masked man chuckled. Tian and Amp, Oppo's, expression turned icy as he coldly demanded, "Who are you? And do you truly intend to steal my possession? Ha ha ha, are you addressing me? What does it matter to a mere rabble without bloodline? Stealing your belongings is of no consequence." The masked man laughed heartily, brandishing a white, fist-sized spiritual orb. Tian recognized it as the boundary-breaking pearl, which would allow him to ascend to the 5th tier. Psychic shock. Tian wasted no time and unleashed his skill. The masked man radiated a golden light. The psychic shock had no effect on him whatsoever. Seeking death, daring to attack me. The masked man hissed coldly. With that, he released another cloud of black smoke, launching an attack towards Tian. Tian and Amp, Oppo's, expression darkened as he attempted to evade the black smoke, which seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. Golden shield. Diamond defense. Tian activated his 2 defensive skills, but the black smoke corroded the golden shield as if it were acid. The moment the smoke enveloped him, Tian felt a searing pain rip through his body. Flame burst. A surge of crimson flames erupted from Tian, dispelling the black smoke back to the masked man and Amp, Oppo's, hand. Is this flame also a form of extraordinary ability? The masked man inquired, seemingly unfazed by Tian and Amp, Oppo's, presence. Tian and Amp, Oppo's, expression grew increasingly grim. Who was this person with such bizarre attacks? Flame impact. An even more intense flame surged towards the masked man. Yet he remained stationary, and once again, a golden light illuminated him, absorbing the attack effortlessly. Lushan, watching the unfolding scenario, though unclear about the specifics, could see the distress on Tian and Amp, Oppo's, face and witnessed the masked man and Amp, Oppo's, formidable attacks. The 5th tier beast had been reduced to bones. It was utterly terrifying. Furthermore, even with protective measures in place, the attacks proved completely ineffective. Can you now answer my question? The masked man said coldly. Tian furrowed his brow. He had just used a probing technique, but it yielded no results. The mention of bloodline. Could he be an individual awakened with a special bloodline? Tian silently speculated. Chapter 95. Breakthrough, Level 5 Evolver, what do you want? Tian did not respond to his question. Arin and Amp, Oppo's, you afraid of me? The man in the skull mask seemed somewhat astonished. In his view, Tian possessed no strength to oppose him, so why did he disregard his inquiry? Suddenly, Tian recalled some rumors he had heard in his past life about a mysterious organization whose members wore peculiar masks and were exceptionally powerful. However, he had never encountered them, though it was said that those within were akin to lunatics. Could this individual be affiliated with that enigmatic organization? Tian pondered. Afraid. I am absolutely terrified. Tian responded in a peculiar manner. The skull-masked man, seeing Tian play along, was about to speak when a flash of black light erupted around him. Our leader has summoned me. Next time we meet, this breaking sphere will be yours. But do be careful not to perish. The skull-masked man tossed the breaking sphere towards Tian. Whoosh. The skull-masked man transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished into thin air. Tian stood momentarily stunned. Truly, he was a member of the lunatic organization. Breaking sphere. Upon use, it can break through the level 4 bottleneck. Gazing at the spiritual orb in his hand, Tian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He had unexpectedly received it. Yet, the eerie attack from that skull-masked man sent chills down his spine. If he were to return. Tian, are you all right? Lian Shan, seeing the skull-masked man disappear, hurried out, his face filled with concern. I'm fine. Do you have any information on that man? Tian inquired. Lian Shan scratched his head and replied, I don't know much about these matters. The files are maintained by the intelligence department. I'll send someone to look into it next time. There should be some clues. A flicker of disappointment crossed Tian and Oppo's eyes. Their organization lacked sufficient intelligence. Moreover, the masked man had mentioned returning, and who knew what mischief he might concoct next. I must enhance my strength without delay. Tian felt an intense urgency. Previously, he had thought his power was adequate, but now it seemed he had a long way to go. Both the imminent bat crisis and that skull-masked man were beyond his current capabilities to resolve. Taking a deep breath, Tian declared, Let us return. I have obtained the breaking sphere. Deep City Research Institute. The frequency of the electromagnetic cannon had been adjusted, yet it had yet to be tested. Would launching it now be too reckless? Lin Bei spoke. In the office, Mu Yiming, holding a cup of ginger tea, appeared weary, with various documents strewn across the desk. What are the results of the bat wall detection? Mu Yiming asked without answering. The emitted wave frequencies are increasing, and the wall is growing thicker, with a significant accumulation of energy. Lin Bei answered swiftly. Mu Yiming scrutinized the documents on the table, his eyes revealing a hint of resolve. We have done our utmost. Fire it. Mu Yiming seemed to have made a monumental decision, speaking with conviction. Attention everyone, we are now preparing to launch the electromagnetic cannon. Countdown begins at 10 seconds. Lin Bei, holding the walkie-talkie, said solemnly. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. The personnel in the research institute fixated on the screen. On the side of the institute, a colossal cannon bore down, connected underground to a massive energy core. The metallic cannon platform vibrated continuously, as if an immense energy was gathering. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A tremendous roar resonated. The team felt something rapidly being drawn from the air. The ground began to quake, and a surge of blue energy coursed through the cannon. Boom. A blue energy projectile shot through the atmosphere, ascending toward the sky. A gigantic wave rippled across the heavens. Boom. A colossal explosion reverberated throughout the sky. How did it go? Did it have any effect? Mu Yiming inquired further. Tian sat cross-legged in his room. The breaking sphere in his hand shattered, and a peculiar energy surged into his body. Tian felt as though he were enveloped in a warm sea, with soothing spiritual energy swirling madly within him. Congratulations. You have successfully broken through to level 5 Evolver. All attributes increased by 2,000. All skill damage significantly enhanced. As he absorbed the information within his mind, Tian felt an explosive power coursing through him. The spiritual energy consumed earlier due to the skull-masked man and Oppo's attack was gradually replenishing, and his aura became stable. He opened his personal panel. Level 5 Evolver, 0-20,000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS-level, Lightning, S-level, Shadow, a level, Teleportation, S-level, Godspeed, S-level. Diamond, a level, Fire, S-level, Dynamic Vision, a level, Skills, Thunderstrike, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Lives Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill, Golden Shield. Flame Impact, Void Lightning, Fire Nova, Strength, 5542, 100. Agility, 5491, 100. Constitution, 5438, 100. Mentality, 5485, 100. Equipment, Lionheart Armor, Gold. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Gold. Space Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Boots, Gold. Lionheart Necklace, Gold. Tian promptly replaced his Fire Ape Armor with another piece of Golden Grade Armor. Bang! Just as Tian completed his breakthrough, a tremendous sound erupted from outside, shaking the bat wall and resonating throughout Deep City. A massive pit appeared in the bat wall, followed by the bats emitting a cacophony of cries. The entire structure began to collapse rapidly, and countless bats swarmed chaotically, surging outward like a tidal wave. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The cries of the bats echoed throughout Deep City. In the sky, a tumultuous swarm of bats began to gather, merging together. What is happening with these bats? Have they gone mad? Lian Shan grumbled. Whether in battle or soaring outside, all bats seemed to be summoned by an unseen force, collectively surging toward the sky. At this moment, the city was abuzz with chatter. The bats are fleeing. I just saw it. It was an attack from the Demon Sound Research Institute. I knew Master Mu would have a solution. We want to perish. I almost died, thank God. Such murmurs echoed in every corner of Deep City. Tian gazed at the bats gathering and fleeing into the sky, sensing something amiss. Though the earlier attack was formidable, it had not inflicted substantial damage. What could be occurring? Was there a more significant operation underway? Chapter 96, Calm, Part 1. In the Research Institute. Lin Bei exclaimed with joy, "Boss, we have succeeded. The bats have truly retreated, and communications have been restored." Mu Yiming gazed at the screen, where all the bats had returned to the sky. Isn't the code we transmitted meant for self-destruction? How could this happen? Mu Yiming felt no joy at the bats' retreat. Instead, he became increasingly vigilant. It's possible that the frequency of the simulated waves we transmitted differs from what they received. Nonetheless, the wall of bats has been lifted. So there should be no immediate issues, right? Lin Bei continued. Mu Yiming remained silent, quietly observing the screen's visuals. He understood that if events did not unfold as he had anticipated, he must prepare for the worst rather than hope for a favorable turn of events, which would be utterly futile. Taking a deep breath, Mu Yiming commanded, "Gather all the warriors outside and bring them here." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei suppressed his excitement and immediately relayed the order. Beep, beep, beep. The communication device of Lai Shan emitted a series of sounds. He opened it to find a message from headquarters urging immediate assembly. All personnel, prepare to gather and proceed to the Research Institute. With the order dispatched, the surviving warriors made their way to the site. The bats in the sky continued to surge, as if merging into one. Yi Tian followed Lai Shan and the others to the Research Institute, eager to see Mu Lingxi. During his last visit, he had observed that the phoenix blood atop her head was nearing successful fusion. Yi Tian, how does it feel to have broken through to the 5th tier? Are you not immensely powerful now? Lai Shan excitedly inquired from the vehicle, as if he himself had achieved the breakthrough. Not really. I only gained a slight increase in attributes and a bit of enhancement in skill damage. There hasn't been much of a change, Yi Tian replied. He was uncertain of his current strength, but he felt confident that if he were to encounter the 5th tier mutated brown bear again, he could defeat it with a single punch, even if it were in a frenzied state. While the damage of his skills had significantly increased, he felt a more ferocious energy within him, as if a volcano was awakening, waiting for the moment he would unleash his full potential. Within the Research Institute's chamber, Yi Tian cautiously harnessed his spiritual energy, gradually calming the explosive power within him. He opened his eyes and approached the window. The sky was dim, with several lights illuminating the distance. Lai Shan had been summoned by Mu Yiming for a meeting. Yi Tian had just checked on Mu Lingxi, and there remained only a trace of the phoenix blood, which seemed exceedingly difficult to fuse. After Yi Tian's mental power surpassed 5,000, he sensed an explosive energy within the phoenix blood, slowly fermenting. A night passed in silence. Yi Tian, why are you still practicing that useless technique? Lai Shan observed from a distance as Yi Tian assumed a peculiar stance, practicing his Tai Chi. Lai Shan, bored, watched Yi Tian, feeling an inexplicable charm in the sight. Despite having tried numerous times himself with no effect, he questioned whether this technique might indeed possess some merit. Perhaps it was merely a lack of talent on his part? As he pondered, Lai Shan grew increasingly convinced that it was a matter of talent. Have your reconnaissance efforts yielded any results? What are the bats in the sky up to? Yi Tian inquired while continuing his practice. With his physique now reaching 5,000, this technique still left his muscles sore, which astonished him. This art might truly hold some significance. No results yet. All the energy we and Oppos, V sent out has vanished without a trace. Lai Shan responded. However, we have received information about that masked man from yesterday. Their organization is called the Black Blood Society, which has been lurking underground for years. If not for someone providing information, we might never have discovered their existence. This organization is exceedingly secretive. No one knows where they gather, coming and going without a trace. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would hardly believe it. Yi Tian sighed deeply, relaxing his muscles. So all we have is a name and no other information? He chuckled. Having a name is already a good start. Lai Shan replied with a hint of melancholy. Do you have any leads on the 5th tier beasts? Yi Tian continued to inquire. The 5th tier beasts? Are you suggesting? Lai Shan's eyes lit up, gazing fervently at Yi Tian. Indeed. I wish to hunt the beasts to gain experience. Yi Tian declared firmly. Now that he had broken through his bottleneck, it was time to grow even stronger. The chaotic bat attacks from yesterday had lured out many hidden beasts. The intelligence team is currently compiling data, but I feel it may be futile, as those beasts have likely hidden away again after the bats and Oppos, Departure. Tian chuckled, shaking his head at the thought of these creatures. Outside the deep city. In a simple conference room, the leader of the Black Blood Society sat at a table alongside a man wearing a skull mask. The leader held a black crystal. Eyes closed as he absorbed energy, the air around him thick with swirling mist. After some time, the black crystal in his hand gradually turned to ash. Gui Sha. Do you have any notable intelligence? The leader asked, still with eyes shut, his spiritual energy continuously circulating. Hee, my involvement naturally yields immense gains. Gui Sha replied with a grin. Oh, what information do you have? Please share. The leader encouraged slowly. I discovered an encrypted message in Mu Yiming and Amp, Oppo's, S-room. It took a considerable effort to decipher, and, boss, Yuan and Oppo's, T believe this. Gui Sha began, chuckling. What are you doing with this nonsense at such a critical time? The black magic crystal is depleted. Consider it a debt for now. And I'll pay you back next time. The leader interjected, frowning. You're at it again. I'm done with this. You deserve to be the leader, spit. Damn it. Gui Sha muttered, and with that, he turned to leave. The leader and Oppo's expression twitched. Gui Sha was utterly intolerable. If he chose not to divulge the information, he would save himself a lot of trouble. Chapter 97. Calm. Part 2. Gui Sha pretended to stride out. Noticing that the president showed no intention of retaining him. Let it be. Who told you to be such a poor president? Gui Sha murmured. The president of the Black Blood Society raised an eyebrow, snorting coldly. Say what you will. I couldn't and Oppo's. T care less. A message from Kyoto had arrived, indicating that Long Feiyu from the Long family was coming. Gui Sha announced. Long Feiyu. The Black Blood president murmured softly. Moreover, I discovered a special woman at the research institute. Gui Sha continued. Go on. The president of the Black Blood Society furrowed his brow slightly. She is absorbing the blood of the phoenix. Gui Sha exclaimed with excitement. The true dragon bloodline and the phoenix bloodline. Fascinating. It seems those bats might also be after the phoenix blood. The Black Blood president responded. However, those bats suddenly went berserk, attacking all living beings without any intention of targeting the phoenix blood. They merely surrounded the research institute without taking offensive action. Could it be they feared damaging the phoenix blood, or are they waiting for it to merge? He sighed. Never mind. These trivial matters are too bothersome. We should focus on expanding our organization instead. Should we capture that woman? I sense explosive power within her. Gui Sha continued, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The Black Blood president gently rubbed his temples, exasperated. Do you really think the MOE group is a bunch of worthless trash? While we are not afraid of them, they're and Oppo's. No need to provoke them. They have backing. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Do not act on that woman just yet. The timing is not ripe. However, Long Feiyu is quite intriguing. He seems to have completely merged with the true dragon bloodline. If only we could capture him for research. The president of the Black Blood Society licked his lips, exhilarated. All right, I've long found him displeasing. He pretends to be a modest gentleman while secretly being vile. Far worse than you, President. I'll summon the brothers right away. Gui Sha and Oppo's eyes lit up, eager to head out and gather others. The Black Blood president held his forehead. Gui Sha, everything about you is commendable, except for Snap. The Black Blood president gently snapped his fingers, and Gui Sha felt the air around him completely constricting, rendering him immobile. Hold on. I merely mentioned it casually to test the capabilities of this true dragon bloodline brat. The president said. Deep City, Research Institute. Boss. The statistics are in. Deep City has a population of approximately 8 million, and only about 1 million survived the events yesterday. Additionally, our MOE group and the military suffered losses exceeding 50, not counting the injured. The loss of supplies and weaponry surpassed 40. Mu Yiming kept his eyes closed, listening to his assistant report the data. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes, picked up the documents on his desk, and signed them one by one, his expression unchanged. Allocate 10 of our supplies for the relief of survivors. Also, continue recruiting evolvers. The previously stubborn evolvers should now know how to choose. Furthermore, gather information on the whereabouts of 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Deploy our special forces to hunt them down. We must collect 10 boundary-breaking pearls today. Lastly, continue simulating the frequency codes for the electromagnetic cannon. And all relevant personnel will receive double allowances of spiritual crystals and supplies. As Mu Yiming signed and issued commands, the Research Institute operated in an orderly fashion, with all personnel diligently attending to their tasks. Training room of the Research Institute. Yang Lungning, clad in training attire and boxing gloves, faced a group of female warriors in alloy armor, wielding various weapons as they engaged in relentless combat with her. Swish! A light blade sliced through the air, emitting a crimson glow. Yang Lungning and Appos' eyes were filled with fighting spirit as she fervently swung her fists. Bang! Yang Lungning and Appos' fist struck the alloy armor, producing a resounding noise. Swish! 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 The light blades cut through the air, striking her body. Hiss! A golden shield emerged around Yang Lungning, producing a crisp sound of clashing. Trial failed. Total time, 14 minutes. A mechanical voice announced, and all the alloy warriors ceased their attacks. Panting heavily, Yang Lungning and Appos' forehead glistened with sweat that trickled down her face and into her delicate collarbone. Lungjia, what and Appos' wrong? You seem distracted, a woman, having removed her alloy armor. Spoke up. Ame, I'm fine, perhaps just tired, Yang Lingning replied softly. Ame observed Yang Lingning, whose eyes appeared lost in thought, her chest rising and falling with each breath. Ame was one of Yang Lingning's few friends in Moine. She had noticed her friend's distracted demeanor in recent days. Knowing this stubborn woman wouldn't reveal her thoughts if asked, she ventured, is it about a man? Ame recalled a previous encounter where she saw Yi Tian and Yang Lingning together. Yang Lingning's cheeks flushed slightly, and she frowned. I don't like men. There's nothing more than men. Ame gazed at the alluring woman before her, sighing inwardly. Why choose that Yi Tian? He is already the darling of the young ladies. Now, the people of Moine had fundamentally accepted Yi Tian as their son-in-law. Mu Yiming had not taken any measures against these rumors, unlike before when anyone who dared to gossip would have been dismissed without question. His current ambiguous attitude, alongside Mu Lingxi and Appos' actions toward Yi Tian, hinted at, chase boldly if you like. What does it matter if he belongs to Miss Mu? In this transformed world, if we cannot pursue those we cherish, what is the point? Ame remarked. Though she held hope for Yi Tian and Mu Lingxi, Lungjia was her dear sister. How could she? Yang Lingning's expression shifted, yet she soon sighed gently. Ame, I'm no longer a little girl. Perhaps I do like Yi Tian. But sometimes, merely watching him from afar suffices. Loving someone doesn't always mean pursuing them. Yang Lingning spoke softly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Ame understood well. Despite Yang Lingning's icy exterior, her heart brimmed with passion. Lingjia, is this truly how you feel? Ame inquired. Flashes of Yi Tian's visage and their shared moments danced in Yang Lingning and Appos' mind, his warm embrace. Yes, I am serious. Yang Lingning's gaze became resolute as she nodded. Chapter 98. The appearance of Long Feiyu. Yi Tian, it seems that Long Feiyu is coming to our side today. Lai Shan spoke up. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. The power within him had become quite familiar, and his aura was restrained, seemingly devoid of the violent energy inside. What is he coming for? Yi Tian inquired. To deal with that thing in the sky, of course. Lai Shan continued. Those bats in the massive energy sphere? Yi Tian pondered, can he truly handle it? He had attempted to strike with his skills before, but to no avail. Does Long Feiyu possess such capability? As Yi Tian was lost in thought, a thunderous boom erupted. Deep City seemed to tremble as if caught in an earthquake, the very ground shaking violently. A massive crack appeared in the sky, sunlight breaking through the layers of bats and energy spheres, illuminating the earth once more. An earthquake? What is happening? The sky has split open. Good heavens. Is the world coming to an end? Look, there seems to be a gigantic figure in the sky. Are you blind? The sky is filled with bats. Who would dare to be up there? In the monitoring room of the research institute, Mu Yiming watched the screen, where a refined young man bathed in golden light appeared, a faint smile grazing his lips. Clad in golden dragon armor and wielding a Fong Tianhua halberd. Feiyu. Mu Yiming murmured softly, has he finally arrived? Yi Tian activated his dynamic vision, gazing at the sky where a man of jade-like demeanor floated. The area around him was entirely empty. The bats and energy spheres dared not approach. Is that the legendary Dragon King? This spectacle is quite formidable. Yi Tian muttered quietly. Though he observed from a distance, his heart was profoundly shaken. He initially believed that his breakthrough to the 5th tier would bring him closer to Long Feiyu's level. However, the subtle pressure emanating from the sky instilled considerable psychological strain within him. That is Long Feiyu. Do you see, Yi Tian? This feeling is astonishingly powerful. Lai Shan exclaimed with excitement. Is he not weary from hovering up there? Why must he show off? Yi Tian remarked dully. Lai Shan shared his confusion, questioning the need for such ostentation when he could simply descend. Just as Yi Tian continued to grumble, Long Feiyu in the sky made his move. With a vigorous sweep of his halberd, a colossal wave of golden light slowly spread out. Boom! The bats in the sky were struck as if by a nuclear explosion. Engulfed by the surging golden glow, the cries of the bats echoed through the heavens, their mournful sounds nearly piercing the sky. A massive cloud of dust rose. Remnants of the bats enveloping deep city in a thick fog. Is that a god? Has a deity come to save us? Incredible, that attack was terrifying. I would call him the strongest without dissent. Is eliminating a few small bats truly significant? Heh, if you can take down that massive creature in the center, I will acknowledge you. Gui Sha remarked disdainfully, a blade of grass hanging from his mouth. Since you are here, let us see your true capability. I hope it is not mere empty showmanship. Gui Sha continued, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In the Research Institute, Mu Yiming observed the unfolding scene with growing excitement. Indeed, as expected from one awakened with the true dragon bloodline, he is remarkably powerful. I hope Lingxi awakens as well. Mu Yiming mused softly. Tian gazed at the sky. Nearly all the bats had been eradicated in a single strike. The sheer terror of that power was beyond comprehension. It was akin to a human nuclear bomb. Tian silently pondered whether he could achieve such prowess. The likelihood was slim, though his strength was commendable. Annihilating the overwhelming bats in a single blow was impossible. Even employing the thunder fire kill would not suffice. Tian began to suspect whether these bats were actors summoned by the Dragon King. On the streets, people cheered, celebrating the vanquishing of the aerial threat. After the bats were obliterated, Long Feiyu transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the Research Institute. Uncle Mu, how is your health? The refined Long Feiyu inquired warmly. Feiyu, my old bones are holding up. Haha. Thank you for coming all this way to assist. Those bats were a real headache. Mu Yiming replied with a beaming smile. The two engaged in cheerful conversation, while those around them gazed at Long Feiyu with shining eyes, filled with fervor and admiration. Long Feiyu merely smiled gently, clearly accustomed to such attention. From childhood, he had always been the favored child of the heavens. Wherever he went, he became the focal point of attention. In Kyoto, countless socialites and wealthy young women held Long Feiyu in high regard, while men respected him deeply, devoid of any jealousy. This man was perfection incarnate, universally adored. After the apocalypse began, his fortunes multiplied, even awakening the true dragon bloodline, single-handedly stabilizing all of Kyoto. He is the deity of Kyoto. Uncle Mu, how is Lingxi and Appo's fusion with the phoenix blood progressing? Long Feiyu asked with a smile, a glint of intensity flashing in his eyes. Mu Yiming furrowed his brow, sighing. Initially, the fusion was progressing well, but now only the last drop of phoenix blood remains, and it has failed to merge successfully. A maid respectfully brought over fine tea and placed it on the table. Long Feiyu listened quietly to Mu Yiming's words, lifting the teacup for a sip. I have tested the spiritual energy concentration and found nothing unusual. Lingxi's life signs are normal. Mu Yiming continued. Is that so? Then I shall take a look later. Perhaps I may uncover something. Long Feiyu replied. Upon hearing this, Mu Yiming's expression brightened with excitement. Then let us go and investigate shortly. Mu Yiming responded. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a loud knock sounded at the door. Mu Yiming's eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Who is interrupting now? I am quite busy. Taking a deep breath to suppress his irritation, he pressed the button on the table. Soon, Lin Bei hurriedly entered, wearing a white lab coat. A trace of panic on his face. Boss, something has happened. Lin Bei exclaimed in haste. Mu Yiming frowned deeply, casting a scrutinizing glance at Lin Bei. Lin Bei, aware of his boss's displeasure, pressed on. A new swarm of bats has appeared in the sky. What? Mu Yiming exclaimed in shock. He had clearly seen the bats in the sky eradicated by Long Feiyu. How could they reappear? What is going on? The smile on Long Feiyu's face also instantly stiffened. Chapter 99. Chaos resurfaces. Yi Tian gazed at the ominous clouds gathering in the sky once more. Beside him, Lai Shan rubbed his eyes and widened his gaze, staring intently. What is happening? Those bats should have been eradicated, yet they are back? Yi Tian remarked. Moreover, he sensed that the bats in the sky had transformed. Their aura now more sinister than before. The streets descended into chaos again, a cacophony of noise erupting as the previously harmonious atmosphere shattered. The bats have returned, and they show no signs of stopping. This deep city is no longer safe. After this ordeal, I must leave. It's too cursed. Do you think you'll be safe elsewhere? Various voices filled the street with speculation. In the Research Institute, boss, the energy readings from the bats above are surging. They have surpassed the previous fluctuations. A researcher reported. This is bad. They are about to descend. Another researcher added. Mu Yiming's expression darkened. Are they launching another attack? Bang, bang, bang. A series of crashes echoed as Mu Yiming felt something colliding with the Institute, causing the ground to tremble. Activate the electromagnetic pulse, Mu Yiming commanded loudly. Immediately, the staff flipped the switch. Zing, zing, zing. A crackling sound of electricity filled the air as a thin layer of current enveloped the Institute. Mu Yiming let out a sigh of relief. Outside, the massive bats resumed their slaughter, their minds filled with a singular thought. Annihilation, everything annihilation. The bats, driven mad, launched another assault. Blood, carnage, fear, and despair once again enveloped the deep city. The bats unleashed their fury upon all living beings. Screams, the sounds of combat, and gunfire rang incessantly. Just as the deep city had begun to settle, it fell into the depths of despair once again. Death, suffering, and lamentation played out ceaselessly. Mu Yiming watched the gruesome scene, his heart chilled with the question of why this was happening. Uncle Mu, let me go out and eliminate these monsters. Long Feiyu spoke calmly. The researchers gazed at Long Feiyu with glimmering eyes. With him in action, there would surely be no issue. Hearing this, Mu Yiming looked at the gentle-looking Feiyu, feeling a warmth in his heart. All right, Mu Yiming replied. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the bats, producing a crisp sound. The soldiers clad in black armor saw no effect. Switch to micro-electromagnetic rounds. The armored soldier shouted. Nearby, a group of soldiers produced a new type of weapon, shimmering with flowing light. Bang! The electromagnetic rounds struck the bats. Zing! The bats were instantly brought down, their bodies trembling. The soldiers' eyes brightened. This truly was effective. This electromagnetic round had been processed with special waves, a recent breakthrough from the sound research, harmonizing with the bat's frequency. Continue the assault, avenge our comrades and brothers. The soldiers shouted fervently. Caw, caw, caw. The bats regrouped for another attack. With the addition of the new electromagnetic rounds, many bats were slain, granting the people a moment to breathe. Tian, would you like to try this new weapon? Its lethality against the bats is considerable, Lishan suggested. Bang! A bat was shot down by Lishan's gun, losing its life instantly. Sharp-toothed bat, level 2 beast, strength 60, agility 70, vitality 50, fused from blood bats. With sharp teeth and extreme speed. Tian observed the attributes of these creatures, level 2 bats, whereas yesterday's were merely level 1. Today, they had escalated to level 2. Bang! Tian swung his fist, lightning coursing through it, and the bats fell as if made of paper, easily dispatched by his might. Tian, look over there, Long Feiyu. Lishan suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Tian turned to see a refined young man radiating golden light. Golden streams flowing gently from his hands. It was astonishing that such a cultured figure possessed such formidable strength. Long Feiyu floated in the air, adorned with a hint of dust and blood, yet behind him lay a multitude of bat corpses. How ostentatious, Tian muttered under his breath. Glancing at his own blood-stained attire, he appeared less as a fighter and more like a tourist. Long Feiyu commanded a powerful presence simply by standing there. No creature dared approach him. Swish. The golden light in Long Feiyu's hands acted like a whip, effortlessly reaping the bats at the edges. Tian frowned. This individual didn't even need to lift a finger. The creatures were being automatically eliminated. Just as Tian pondered this, a sudden wave of black smoke surged towards Long Feiyu. Swish. The smoke enveloped Long Feiyu, yet he emanated a golden glow. In an instant, the black smoke was purified. Who goes there? Long Feiyu's voice deepened, laced with coldness. Indeed, a true dragoness bloodline. You possess some skills, far more intriguing than that Tian from last time. A chilling voice echoed. Suddenly, a man wearing a skull mask appeared nearby. From a distance, Tian's expression twitched. How did this involve me? Is this the mysterious figure from last time, a member of the Black Blood Society, returning to confront Long Feiyu? Where did this scum come from, merely spouting empty words? Long Feiyu retorted mockingly. His voice resonated through the street, a terrifying aura slowly coalescing. I am the Ghost Shah of the Black Blood Society. You trash? Only know how to feign the guise of a virtuous man, huh? The masked man shot back mercilessly. Long Feiyu and Appo's expression darkened, his voice turning cold as he said. So it's those rats that only know how to hide in the muck, unable to stay in your filthy gutters, and now seeking death? The masked man's face soured, scoffing. You're enraged because I've exposed you. A hypocrite is still a hypocrite. I have pictures of you. Would you like to admire them? From afar, Tian watched the exchange with interest. It seemed Long Feiyu had quite the backstory. This ghost Sha was certainly not a good person. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two became tense and charged. Seeking death, Long Feiyu exclaimed. Swish. The light in his hand seemed poised to cleave through space, hurtling towards Ghost Sha. Whoosh. The light reached Ghost Sha, piercing through him, causing him to vanish instantly. Is that all? A true dragon-esque bloodline is wasted on you, fool. Ghost Sha's voice echoed once more. A swirl of black smoke reappeared, morphing back into the figure of Ghost Sha. Chapter 100. Sudden intent to kill Dragon Feiyu, witnessing the futility of his attacks, continued to mock. All you do is play tricks. A rat is still just a rat, resorting to petty sorcery. At least that's preferable to your hypocritical facade. Presenting yourself as a paragon of virtue while secretly engaging in heinous acts of arson and plunder. Ha ha. Guisha laughed heartily. Dragon flame. Dragon Feiyu shouted. And a faint golden dragon shadow surged forth, launching directly at Gisha's location. Boom. The space where Guisha stood shattered under the force of the dragon shadow, the deafening roar echoing throughout half of the deep city. Tian slowly activated his protective skill, yet it was shattered in an instant. The shockwave struck him, forcing him back several steps. Lu Shan, nearby, was directly overturned by the force, spitting blood. How formidable! Lu Shan exclaimed in disbelief. Just the residual force is enough to make me bleed. This is absurd. Noticing Liu Shan's condition, Tian rushed to assist him, feeling a weight of unease settle in his heart. Initially, Tian had believed that Dragon Feiyu's annihilation of the entire bat swarm was due to a special skill or talisman. However, he was now acutely aware of Dragon Feiyu's overwhelming strength. Unmatched, this was the most genuine thought in Tian's mind. He owned a hunt of 5th-tier ferocious beast to dramatically enhance his own power. Dragon Feiyu was simply excessively powerful. The Dragon King was indeed not a mere boast. In the distance, Dragon Feiyu and Appo's expression remained grave. Gusha was not yet dead. He could sense that his attack had not directly struck Gusha, but the strongest residual wave should have reached him. Why the silence? Were you not so arrogant? Dragon Feiyu sneered. Let us play together for now. I shall return to you soon. Ha ha ha. Gisha's voice echoed in the air, gradually fading away. Dragon Feiyu's expression darkened. This fellow. On the outskirts of Deep City, a man wearing a skull mask clutched his chest tightly, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Damn it, I never expected my shadow technique to escape his attack. How careless. Guisha coughed blood, muttering bitterly. Oh dear, is that our esteemed Guisha? How did you end up so wounded? Would you like some assistance? A bewitching voice arose as a fox woman clad in sheer fabric appeared beside Guisha, speaking in a soft tone. Bah, woman, spare me your feigned concern. Instead of wasting time here, go find some bloodline bearers. Guisha replied sternly. A glint of coldness crossed the fox woman's eyes as she gently said, Guisha, dear brother, you've misunderstood me. I merely wish to examine your injuries. She reached out, seemingly genuinely intent on helping. Get away from me. Gisha's expression shifted, and he forcefully swatted away the fox woman's delicate hand. The fox woman's demeanor hardened, her spiritual energy swirling around her as she prepared to retaliate against Gusha. Boom. Suddenly, an unknown force emerged, binding both individuals in place, rendering them immobile. President, I was just joking with Guisha. Please let me go. The fox woman purred sweetly. Enough. Shameless woman, do not claim to be part of our Black Blood Society. Guisha mocked further. That's enough. The voice of the Black Blood Society leader resonated, and in an instant, Guisha and the fox woman vanished without a trace. In a lavishly decorated room, the leader of the Black Blood Society held a glass of red wine, observing the unmoving figures of Guisha and the fox woman. What of Dragon Feiyu? The leader inquired. Judging by my injuries, it is evident that I was somewhat careless, yet I must concede that his strength is indeed terrifying. Guisha sighed. He proceeded to recount the details of their confrontation. The leader of the Black Blood Society sipped his wine, his face slightly flushed. Let us set Dragon Feiyu aside for now. We have gathered sufficient intel on the woman absorbing the Phoenix bloodline. We can approach Tian instead. There may be some gains to be had. The leader proposed. Guisha and the fox woman gazed at the leader in bewilderment. Meanwhile, after forcing Guisha back, Dragon Feiyu retracted his aura, gazing at the gathering clouds above. The bats continued to converge incessantly. This is truly troublesome, Dragon Feiyu thought impatiently, recalling the earlier encounter with the Black Blood Society's minion. With his eyes closed, Dragon Feiyu's spiritual energy surged, enveloping him in golden light. Any bats that dared approach were swiftly eradicated by the brilliance surrounding him. In the distance, Tian was busy exterminating monsters, contemplating a move to hunt fifth-tier ferocious beasts elsewhere. "You must be Tian," a voice called near him. Tian turned to see a refined young man radiating golden light, slowly approaching him. "Yes, that is correct," Tian replied nonchalantly, devoid of any fervent flattery. Although Tian's current strength paled in comparison to Dragon Feiyu's, he had no intention of ingratiating himself. This was merely a temporary state. That terrifying SSS-level ability provided Tian with boundless confidence. He would only grow stronger. Dragon Feiyu studied the composed, handsome young man before him, feeling an inexplicable irritation. "I've heard you share a good relationship with Lingxi. I appreciate your care for her recently." Dragon Feiyu smiled, yet there was a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes, deep and palpable. Tian, possessing formidable mental fortitude, immediately sensed the veiled provocation in Dragon Feiyu's tone and the subtle, yet palpable malice in his gaze. An overwhelming pressure bore down on Tian, making him feel as if he were facing an insurmountable mountain. The atmosphere grew tense, and Tian silently braced himself. Was he contemplating an attack on him? "Your Lingxi? Don't be ridiculous. Lingxi can only belong to me." Tian's heart silently roared. His teeth trembled slightly as he prepared to speak when Liu Shan's voice broke through. "Tian, we have intel on the whereabouts of a fifth-tier ferocious beast. Let us go investigate." Dragon Feiyu promptly reined in, the murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Lord Dragon, you're here too. We were just about to hunt a fifth-tier ferocious beast. Would you like to join us?" Liu Shan exclaimed, gazing at Dragon Feiyu with fervor. The atmosphere shifted once more to a warmer tone. Dragon Feiyu recognized Liu Shan as a capable subordinate of Mu Yiming. "I'll pass. I intend to eliminate the bats in the sky first. You all go ahead." Dragon Feiyu replied with a smile. After all, it was merely a fifth-tier evolved creature, easily dispatched. It would be prudent not to act in such a public setting. If Lingxi awoke to learn that he had killed her good friend, it would cause unnecessary strife. Dragon Feiyu thought to himself, realizing he had genuinely considered killing Tian just moments ago. He had long regarded Mu Lingxi as his own. And this Tian, he had collected ample information on her. After the rain of blood descended, Mu Lingxi had remained in this man's company. How could Dragon Feiyu tolerate this? He would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 101. The Bloodline Bearer Tian. That long Feiyu is truly terrifying. It's better not to provoke him. Liu Shan expressed his concern. As the two continued their journey, the monsters they encountered were mercilessly obliterated by Tian's fists. The cacophony around them was chaotic. Tian clenched his fists, acutely aware that Long Feiyu had just attempted to eliminate him. Moreover, the words spoken by Guisha during the battle with Long Feiyu revealed a facade of a gentleman, yet beneath it lay a more sinister intent. A chill enveloped Tian's heart, and an overwhelming sense of urgency crept in, abruptly extinguishing the joy of his recent breakthrough. Had Liu Shan not intervened, Tian would have faced him alone, and to be frank, he felt utterly unprepared. The legendary Dragon King from his previous life exuded an oppressive aura that was suffocating. "It is not I who seeks to provoke him. Rather, it is he who seeks to provoke me," Tian declared. Liu Shan sighed softly, confessing his own affection for Miss Mu, who remained indifferent to him. Although everyone regarded Long Feiyu as a prodigious talent, he had repeatedly confessed his feelings to Mu Lingxi, only to be met with rejection. Perhaps the more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. Long Feiyu resorted to violence against anyone who approached Mu Lingxi, albeit discreetly. Frustrated, Mu Lingxi chose to attend Jiangming University. Although Long Feiyu did not follow her there, many were willing to go to great lengths for the Long family. However, following the onset of the apocalypse, the Long family's influence had significantly diminished. No wonder Mu Lingxi was so stunningly beautiful. No one dared to act inappropriately towards her, for there was a hidden protector. "Do you know what power Long Feiyu truly possesses? His attacks seem exaggerated," Tian inquired. Liu Shan scratched his head and replied, "I've exhausted my words. Let me take a sip of water first." Tian chuckled and handed Liu Shan a bottle of water. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, causing it to tremble. Tian looked up to see a massive Tibetan mastiff, towering at 3 meters, clutching a bat in its jaws, its gaze fierce. Nearby lay several corpses of ordinary people, their deaths gruesome, with blood nearly staining the earth crimson. Mutated Tibetan Mastiff, rank 5 beast, strength 2,300, agility 2000, constitution, 2400, mentality, 1200. Its razor-sharp teeth are extremely venomous. Even an evolved being bitten will suffer infection, rendering them in excruciating pain. Its thunderous roar is a potent skill. You wretched beast, perish. Tian hissed. With a swift motion, he activated his divine movement, unleashing a torrent of flames and fists towards the mutated mastiff. Sensing the incoming assault, the beast's bloodlust intensified, and its massive claws swiped at Tian. With a resounding crash, the mastiff was launched away by Tian's formidable power, crashing into a nearby building, which instantly bore a gaping hole. The beast let out another deafening roar. Lushan, not far off, felt the air resonate violently, his face paling as he clamped his hands over his ears. The glass of the building shattered under the force of the roar, producing a cacophony of breaking sounds. Many bats soaring in the sky plummeted to the ground as if struck, falling like rain and flapping helplessly upon impact. Is it really that brutal? Is the difference between rank 5 and rank 4 so vast? Lushan muttered, observing Tian, who remained unfazed, with faint traces of blood and flames entwined around him. Thunderstrike. Tian intoned softly, a terrifying sphere of lightning coalescing in his right hand. With a swift stride, he charged at the mutated mastiff. With a tremendous explosion, the mastiff's head was obliterated by Tian's fist, infused with the force of lightning. Blood gushed from the severed neck. Devouring successful. Strength 400. Mastiff hard armor. Dark gold equipment. Wearing it increases constitution by 400 and can withstand one lethal attack when charged. Acquired new skill, Thunder Roar. Condensing internal energy to unleash a thunderous roar, causing immense lightning damage and mental shock effects. Tian felt a surge of information in his mind. The new skill, Thunder Roar, was extraordinary, along with a piece of dark gold equipment. Without hesitation, he donned it. Opening his personal panel. Level, rank 5 Evolver for 120,000. Powers, Endless Devour, SSS. Lightning, S. Shadow, A. Teleportation, S. Divine Movement, S. Diamond, A. Flame, S. Dynamic Vision, A. Skills, Thunder Strike, Detection, Mental Impact, 3 Lives Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Fire Thunder Kill, Golden Shield, Flame Impact, Void Electric Generation, Flame Nova. Thunder Roar, Strength, 5942, 100. Agility, 5491, 100. Constitution, 5438, 400. Mentality, 5485, 100. Equipment, Mastiff Hard Armor, Dark Gold. Fire Ape Gauntlets, Gold. Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied War Boots, Gold. Lionheart Necklace, Gold. Tian pondered that to level up, he needed to slay a total of 50 rank 5 beasts. He speculated on Long Feiyu's true strength. Currently, rank 5 beasts were relatively scarce, making further breakthroughs challenging. He was uncertain whether a special item was required to ascend from rank 5 to rank 6. If only I could obtain more powerful abilities. Tian mused. Aware that formidable powers could sometimes transcend rank barriers, and certain unique abilities were nearly impossible to counter. However, those who awakened such powers were few, and he could not indiscriminately hunt evolved beings with abilities. Tian had previously contemplated that since his powers were so formidable, he could hunt those with abilities. But he quickly dismissed this thought. The evolved beings with powerful abilities were exceptionally strong, and he shuddered at the thought of his own powers being discovered. If they were to be revealed, he could hardly imagine the consequences. Both evolved beings and beasts would surely unite against him. This beast did not drop a blast boundary pearl, Tian remarked. Lushan sighed softly, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. If it's not there, it's not there, no matter. What were we discussing earlier? Lushan asked, still slightly dazed from the previous sonic wave. It was about Long Feiyu's strength. Tian responded quietly. I am unsure of his power, but he possesses another identity linked to his bloodline. Lushan stated fervently. Do elaborate. Tian replied, somewhat exasperated at the cryptic nature of Lushan's words. Bloodline bearer. Lushan inhaled deeply, slowly articulating. Chapter 102, Yonglingning. The bloodline. Tian murmured softly. This existence is entirely distinct from us evolved beings. After absorbing the blood of the phoenix, Miss Mu will also become a bloodline wielder, mastering terrifying powers. Lishan continued. Tian recalled a scene from his previous life, where in a video, Mu Lingxi unleashed an immortal fire, a force that could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, compelling even gods and ghosts to retreat. Was that the power of a bloodline wielder? I had only heard fragmented words from the boss, thinking it was mere superstition. Yet it turns out that Long Feiyu is indeed fearfully strong. Lai Shan stated, contemplating that nearly despair-inducing power, Tian and Apos, heart ignited with a fierce fighting spirit. In my past life, I lacked the opportunity, but now, endowed with an SSS-level ability, I refuse to believe I cannot contend with you. Lai Shan sensed Tian and Apos' soaring battle intent beside him and admired him greatly. He had never considered himself in the same league as Long Feiyu and his ilk. He knew he was merely an ordinary evolved being, seemingly formidable, yet utterly insufficient in the presence of true powerhouses. Tian, a chilling voice echoed. Tian snapped back to reality and turned to see a striking woman clad in leather, her figure elegant and alluring, none other than Yang Lingning. Tian repressed his thoughts, smiling at Yang Lingning. Although she had been cold and unapproachable to others, even somewhat indifferent towards him at first, her demeanor had noticeably softened since the previous incident, making their interactions quite pleasant. Why aren't you at the research institute? What brings you out here? Tian asked, smiling. I possess combat capabilities as well. Do not underestimate me. Yang Lingning replied softly, an air of pride evident in her tone. Lai Shan, witnessing this unexpected side of the Ice Queen, was utterly astounded. This frosty woman had finally shown a different facet. Tian TSK, if Miss Mu were to awaken and discover this. Lai, you should step aside. I have matters to discuss with you, Tian. As Lai Shan pondered various scenarios in his mind, Yang Lingning and Apos' icy voice cut through his thoughts. He felt as though he had received a sudden blow, glancing at Tian with a mix of incredulity and resignation. Faced with Yang Lingning and Apos' piercing gaze, he shivered internally, deciding it prudent to retreat quietly. Is there something of great importance? Tian inquired. The surroundings fell silent, the monsters having been largely eradicated. Yang Lingning took a deep breath, her expression complex. Tian, you must leave Deep City at once. Our boss may be plotting against you. Tian and Apos' expression shifted dramatically. Plot against me? Countless possibilities raced through his mind. Why would they target him? He was merely assisting in eliminating monsters. Could it be Long Feiyu? Or was it because of Mu Lingxi or something else? He believed he had not revealed too many of his unique abilities, merely possessing somewhat formidable powers. As for Yang Lingning deceiving him, such an idea seemed unlikely, given he had saved her life. Why? Tian asked. I and Apos' actually found my time with Mu Yiming quite enjoyable, and he is Mu Lingxi and Apos' father. Yang Lingning and Apos' countenance grew serious, her expression laden with concern. Is it possible you possess more than one ability? Tian froze, his heart plummeting. Had he been exposed? Yang Lingning, recognizing his reaction, suspected the truth was indeed as she feared. Is that the reason? Tian inhaled deeply, his tone complex. Our current database indicates that evolved beings typically possess only a single ability. Yang Lingning spoke softly. Your case is unprecedented. Our boss has researched numerous evolved beings' physiological structures and their DNA, conducting elemental analyses. Tian listened quietly, a chill creeping over him. Researching physiological structures, was and Apos, that akin to human dissection? They sought to uncover the secrets of evolution and power. Yang Lingning continued, I sense a weariness within you. Perhaps the kindness you and Apos, perceived was merely a fade. It dawned on him that he had allowed himself to become complacent, lulled into a false sense of security. These individuals were all deeply calculating. Why reveal this to me? Tian and Apos' expression was a mixture of confusion and concern. Yang Lingning and Apos' face stiffened, her cheeks tinged with crimson. I merely wish to spare Lingxi from distress. Lai Shan is unaware of this, she added hastily. A gentle breeze rustled through, lifting Yang Lingning and Apos' hair as she stood in the wind, her cheeks flushed. Tian found himself captivated by her sudden charm. How is Lingxi faring? He asked abruptly. Yang Lingning and Apos' gaze dimmed momentarily. Rest assured, Lingxi is safe. You must depart quickly, she urged. Are you certain they want and Apos' target you? Perhaps I should take you with me. Tian proposed, a thought sparking in his mind. Yang Lingning trembled slightly, a wave of emotion washing over her as she smiled. No. I've been entrenched in the magic sound for many years. It isn't so simple to. As she gazed at the sky, where Tian soared, a pang of loneliness struck her heart. It seemed as though tears were welling in her eyes. The breeze caressed Yang Lingning and Apos' form. Yet all she felt was an overwhelming sorrow. When would they meet again? She longed for him as an eagle soars through the heavens, envisioning a radiant future ahead. Lost in her thoughts, she had intended to express her feelings, and for a fleeting moment, She even contemplated leaving with Tian, forsaking everything else. Alas, I lament that I was born too late. Yang Lingming's affection, no, her unrequited love, had not even begun before it was destined to end. She stared blankly at Tian and Apos, S retreating figure until he vanished from sight, only to realize she was in tears. Cold lady, come with us. You must understand the gravity of your actions. A soldier clad in crimson armor stated coldly, flanked by a group of imposing warriors. At the Research Institute. Boss, after the cold lady spoke with Tian, he took flight. I strongly suspect she has divulged something, a young man in a white shirt reported. Mu Yiming observed the screen, where an evolved being was undergoing dissection, an inexplicable force swirling within. I have ordered for the cold lady to be temporarily detained. How shall we proceed? The young man continued. Sighing, Mu Yiming lamented, after all these years, why has she chosen this moment to act so foolishly? He held Yang Lingming in high esteem, providing her with resources without reservation. Why would she act against Tian? Mu Yiming's heart seethed with rage. The secrets residing within Tian remained unexploited. To allow him to depart unchecked would be folly. And what of Lingxi? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. The lab still requires specimens. Send her there. Mu Yiming commanded coldly. Chapter 103, The Chase in the Sky Whoosh. Tian soared through the heavens, reflecting on the words Yang Lingming had just shared with him, uncertain of how to confront Lingxi in the future. Tian realized that his foremost priority was to cultivate his strength, rather than dwell on uncertainties. He cast aside his thoughts and accelerated towards Jianglin City. Bang! As Tian glided through the air, a golden streak of light surged towards him. Suddenly, the Aoxing armor he wore radiated a brilliant red light, causing the golden flash to vanish without a trace. Tian felt a tremendous impact, his body swaying mid-flight. He quickly regained his balance. Who goes there? Tian called out in a deep voice. Had it not been for the Aoxing armor's protection, he would have been struck down. Surveying his surroundings, he spotted a refined young man, enveloped in golden light, wielding a Feng Tianhua halberd, approaching him directly. Long Feiyu. A wave of dread washed over Tian. That detestable individual had caught up to him. Tian, where do you think you and Apos are going? Stay and let me treat you properly. Long Feiyu said with a smile. Xing. Without acknowledging him, Tian activated his special ability, swiftly darting away into the distance. Swish. 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 Tian transformed into a streak of light. Racing far away, Long Feiyu's expression darkened, his fury boiling within. Damn you. Tian, always running away. Swish. Long Feiyu hastily mobilized his spiritual energy, fervently pursuing Tian. Yet, no matter how fast he accelerated, he could not even glimpse Tian and Apos' tail light. Damn it, how can this brat be so fast? Isn't he only at the 5th level? Long Feiyu cursed angrily. Far ahead, Tian had completely lost track of Long Feiyu and Apos' presence. Even his dynamic vision failed to detect him. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The pressure Long Feiyu exerted was overwhelming, rendering any confrontation futile. Once I grow strong. Long Feiyu, the Dragon King. I shall make you all pay. Tian thought, feeling stifled by the chase, as a reincarnated being. He should not be subjected to such indignities. As he continued onward, an immense aura suddenly loomed ahead. Could it be? Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Golden Shield. Diamond Defense. He activated his protective skills, a halo of golden light enveloping him, just as a massive rift appeared in the space ahead. Long Feiyu, radiating golden light, emerged from the rift. You wasted one of my void talismans, now surrender quietly. You seem to hold some research value. I want to kill you. Long Feiyu declared fiercely. As he spoke, he brandished the Feng Tianhua halberd and launched an attack towards Tian. Another golden flash erupted, sending chills through Tian's heart. His golden shield shattered. Swish. Suddenly, Tian's figure vanished, reappearing 200 meters away. Long Feiyu's pupils narrowed. Tian still possessed a teleportation talisman. Impressive. Oh, you have teleportation talismans? Let us see how many you possess. Long Feiyu chuckled. Tian's expression darkened. The previous attack had shattered his shield, and he was uncertain if his diamond defense could withstand another. Reluctantly, he had to use his teleportation ability if Long Feiyu believed it was a talisman. Then let him think so. Research Institute. Underground prison. Mu Yiming gazed with a complex expression at Yang Lingming, confined within the icy prison. Xiaoyang. I consider myself to have treated you fairly. Why betray me? Mu Yiming said coldly. In the corner of the prison, Yang Lingming curled up, her eyes devoid of fear. There is no reason. If the lady awakens and learns of your actions towards Tian, What will she think? Yang Lingning trembled as she replied. Mu Yiming's expression faltered as he regarded her, feeling a surge of irritation. That's not your concern. Once Lingxi awakens her phoenix bloodline, do you think she will still favor that foolish Tian? Mu Yiming remarked oddly. What have you done? Yang Lingning questioned loudly. I haven't done anything. She is my daughter. Why would I joke about her? I merely added a little catalyst. Mu Yiming replied with a smile. And you need to worry about Tian. He will soon join you. Fei Yu has gone to capture him. Ha. Mu Yiming continued, seemingly struck by a thought, his laughter echoing. Yang Lingning stared at the smiling man before her, a chill creeping into her heart. The coldness outside did not terrify her. Rather, Mu Yiming and Appo's words struck her like ice, piercing her heart. Her own daughter, and Tian, please do not let Long Fei Yu capture you. You are the man I cherish, and you must. What is the current temperature in the cell? Mu Yiming inquired. Boss, the temperature in the ice prison is currently -10 degrees. A warrior clad in black alloy armor reported. Your ability is ice-related. Let us see how much extreme cold your body can withstand. Mu Yiming commanded. Set it to -50 degrees. He ordered coldly. Boss, if we set it to -50 degrees, I fear for your safety. The warrior replied hesitantly. Execute the order. Mu Yiming responded icily. Also, instruct the data team to record the data for comparison with other groups, and send me the results afterward. He added before departing the underground prison. As the warrior complied, the temperature in the icy prison continued to plummet. Ding. The current temperature is -20. Ding. The current temperature is -30. A group of researchers in white coats held detection instruments, tirelessly collecting data. Yang Lingning felt her entire body turn to ice, the coldness accumulating within her. Am I going to die? Yang Lingning's consciousness began to fade. She hadn't yet confessed her feelings to Tian. Summoning her will, she resolved not to succumb. Tian, as long as you are safe. No, Tian, you must not be here. As her awareness blurred, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth emanating from within. In the sky, bang! Long Fei Yu swung the Feng Tianhua halberd, unleashing golden streaks of light in relentless succession. The air crackled with thunderous sounds. Waves of turbulence battered the atmosphere. Swish! Tian utilized his teleportation once more to evade the onslaught. The more Long Fei Yu attacked, the more agitated he became. This Tian possessed an abundance of teleportation talismans. You're quite fortunate, having so many teleportation talismans. Long Fei Yu hissed coldly. Chapter 104, Escape. The Thunder Prison. Tian let out a low exclamation as boundless thunder erupted from the void, instantaneously appearing beside Long Fei Yu. Unfazed by his confinement within the Thunder Prison, Long Fei Yu merely snorted coldly. In a swift motion, he broke through the Thunder Prison without sustaining any harm. Observing the crackling lightning beside him, Long Fei Yu wore a relaxed expression. Is this meant for zapping mosquitoes? He taunted lightly. A wave of unease washed over Tian as he realized the thunder had no effect on Long Fei Yu, whose body gleamed with flickering golden light. Even with his probing technique, Tian found no results. Mental shock. Tian unleashed his mental assault once more. A pallor crossed Long Fei Yu's face. The golden light atop his head radiated an infinite brilliance, bathing the sky in a golden hue. That isn't a teleportation talisman, is it? Long Fei Yu's expression shifted slightly, his tone turning ominous. If it were a repeated use of a teleportation talisman, your body would have suffered from spatial turbulence. However, Tian appeared unaffected, his aura remaining steady. Could it be that Tian harbored some secret? Long Fei Yu's heart stirred. Though he was a bloodline wielder, who would ever disdain additional power? Moreover, Uncle Mu had mentioned that Tian was likely endowed with various extraordinary abilities. The prospect of acquiring such secrets ignited a fierce excitement within Long Fei Yu. It seemed prudent to hold back. He could not afford to eliminate Tian in one blow. Tian felt a jolt of apprehension as he noticed the fervent glint in Long Fei Yu's eyes. Damn it, has he fixated on me? His earlier mental shock had yielded minimal effect. Was his strength truly so inferior? Whoosh! A golden rope suddenly materialized in Long Fei Yu's hand. With a swift flick, he hurled the rope towards Tian. Whoosh! Tian activated his teleportation ability and deftly soared away into the distance. In no time, Long Fei Yu lost track of Tian's whereabouts. Damn it, why does he slip away like an eel? Long Fei Yu gritted his teeth. He promptly retrieved a void-breaking talisman. Let us see how far you can run, he declared fiercely, igniting the talisman with his spiritual energy. Instantly, A black rift in space appeared, and Long Feiyu leaped into it. Yi Tian sped through the air when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura ahead. Does he truly think I am but clay? Yi Tian's heart seethed with rage. Thunderfire kill, Yi Tian muttered. For it was the first time he would employ this skill since his flames ascended to S rank. He felt his spiritual energy being drained voraciously. The formidable lightning and flames coalesced in his hands, exhaustion washing over him as he realized the magnitude of the consumption. Gradually, the overwhelming thunder and fire began to take form, merging slowly. Boom! A sphere of thunderfire materialized in Yi Tian's grasp, its brilliance captivating yet devoid of any ominous aura. Not far ahead, Long Feiyu was about to emerge from the spatial rift when he sensed an incredibly potent aura approaching, only to have it vanish moments later. Is this a mere illusion, or is that little mouse making a desperate stand? Long Feiyu pondered, deciding it wise to avoid any missteps. With that thought, he activated a defensive talisman, enveloping himself in an additional layer of protection. Just as he completed the activation, Yi Tian's figure materialized before him. Long Feiyu was taken aback as he beheld the thunderfire sphere in Yi Tian's hand, appearing as innocuous as an ordinary artifact. His hair stood on end. Allow me to show you something remarkable. Yi Tian's voice echoed in Long Feiyu's ear. In a heartbeat, Yi Tian propelled the thunderfire sphere toward Long Feiyu. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated as the sphere struck Long Feiyu, his golden aura dissipating in an instant. Ah! Long Feiyu cried out in terror. His defenses shattered in a heartbeat. I am a fifth-tier bloodline wielder. How can a mere lowly evolver breach my defenses? He hissed, his voice echoing far and wide, reaching Yi Tian's ears even at a distance. Then, a colossal explosion reverberated, the shockwave sending Yi Tian hurtling away. Long Feiyu found himself in disarray. His golden armor in tatters, his form obscured in soot, his aura slightly chaotic. You shattered my golden dragon armor. Very well, just wait until I catch you. Long Feiyu seethed. His golden dragon armor was an exquisite piece of epic-grade equipment, superior to dark gold, and had been obliterated by Yi Tian and Appo's skill. Despite the destruction, Long Feiyu sustained only minor injuries. With a flick of his wrist, he donned a new suit of armor, quickly restoring his composed and elegant appearance. Yet, beneath his calm exterior, fury boiled within him. It was the first time someone had left him in such a wretched state. Long Feiyu yearned to rend Yi Tian into pieces. Yi Tian and Appo's spiritual energy had dwindled significantly. After landing in a secluded spot, he entered a relatively clean house. A fifth-tier bloodline wielder, Yi Tian mused, holding a spirit crystal, slowly absorbing its energy. Is he truly that powerful? He contemplated. Though he too was a fifth-tier wielder, the disparity was staggering. Yet, Yi Tian had recently ascended to this tier, and there remained ample room for growth. Once he maximized his attributes, he would return to confront Long Feiyu. Moreover, he needed to investigate the nature of that bloodline wielder further. Yi Tian could discern that Long Feiyu and Appo's attacks were overwhelmingly potent, and his defenses formidable. His ultimate skill had merely breached Long Feiyu and Appo's defenses. The more he thought, the colder dread gripped Yi Tian and Appo's heart. He must expedite his cultivation. The spirit crystals crumbled to ash as he absorbed their essence. Amidst the dilapidated streets, ruins lay strewn everywhere, blood and foul odors saturating the small town. Brother, today we earned 10 spirit crystals. At last, we won and Appo's. Do you have to go hungry so often? Exclaimed a young woman, her features lovely and her form graceful, adorned in a simple yet elegant gown, her face radiant with joy. The girl skipped alongside a robust, good-natured man, her laughter bright as a flower. Indeed, sister, our lives shall improve from here on. The man replied with a warm smile. Chapter 105, The Nangong Siblings. The two siblings strolled home, laughing and chatting, utterly indifferent to the ruins and bloodshed surrounding them. The elder brother, Nangong Xiong, had left school at the tender age of 15 to work tirelessly to support his younger sister, Nangongya, in her studies. She, too, was exceptionally diligent, possessing the potential to attend prestigious universities, but chose to remain in their hometown of Guangqing to be close to her brother, enrolling at a local university instead. Though their lives had been modest, they were filled with happiness until the onset of the blood rain, which transformed their world into chaos, bloodshed, fear, and greed. In an instant, Guangqing was engulfed by countless monsters and zombies attacking humanity, while some evolved beings rose to resist, alongside those with nefarious intentions. Indulging their vile desires in this lawless new era, Nangong Xiong was also affected by the blood rain and became an evolved being, albeit without any special abilities. However, his formidable strength was sufficient to protect them both. Yet, a lingering sorrow clouded his brow. Unbeknownst to his sister, who remained blissfully cheerful, he fought an internal struggle, maintaining a facade of joy. "Brother, I'm going upstairs to change my clothes and will cook for you later," Nagongya exclaimed with a smile, heading towards the stairs. Nangong Xiong nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart as he gazed at their modest yet clean home. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from upstairs. "Sister!" Nangong Xiong and Appo's heart raced in terror as he dashed up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, his pupils constricted. A strikingly handsome young man sat cross-legged in their living room, clutching numerous spirit crystals, their energy flowing into him. Nangongya and Appo's eyes widened in shock as she covered her mouth. "Who are you?" Nangong Xiong stammered, trembling at the overwhelming aura radiating from the youth, who seemed capable of extinguishing his life with a mere flick of his wrist. The young man slowly opened his eyes, taking in the sight of the pale-faced siblings. Nangong Xiong and Nangongya felt an insurmountable pressure, as though the young man and Appo's clear gaze possessed boundless power, piercing into their very souls. "May I borrow your space to replenish my spiritual energy?" The youth, Tian, spoke softly, his tone gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. Nangong Xiong felt as if the words struck his heart like stones, and he nodded in acquiescence, of course. Nangongya and Appo's heart raced, a sense of familiarity stirring within her. "Big brother, you can stay as long as you like. I won't disturb you." With that, Nangong Xiong took his sister by the hand and descended the stairs. As they left, Tian closed his eyes once more, his demeanor relaxing. The man had shown himself to be somewhat sensible. Had they refused, he would have been compelled to resort to more drastic measures. Once downstairs, Nangong Xiong was engulfed by a cold sweat. The experience had been terrifying. Beside him, Nangongya trembled, clearly shaken. "Sister, that person's power is extraordinarily terrifying. We must not provoke him," he warned, still in shock. Nangongya took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "Brother, don't worry. I'm not ready to leave this world yet." Recalling the immense pressure he had felt, akin to that of the leader of the Qianshan sect, Nangong Xiong's mind flashed back to the previous day when the sect leader had spoken to him. "Nangong Xiong, I admire your courage. If you could offer your sister to me, you have 3 days to consider. I'm not one to make things difficult for others. But if someone wishes to test my patience," Nangong Xiong's complexion paled at the thought. The Qianshan sect was one of the most powerful factions in Guangqing. After the apocalypse began, various factions emerged, amassing numerous evolved beings and resources, with the Qianshan sect standing out among them. The sect leader's strength was unfathomable. It was rumored that he had single-handedly slain a 5th-tier beast, although no one had witnessed the confrontation. That afternoon, he had returned to the Qianshan stronghold, dragging the corpse of the 5th-tier beast, leaving everyone convinced that he was the one responsible. The memory of the pressure from the sect leader sent chills down Nangong Xiong's spine. The leader coveted his sister. Could he refuse? Certainly. But he knew that such a refusal would yield dire consequences. As for fleeing, he had considered it, but Qianshan's men were everywhere. He was merely an ordinary evolved being. The thought of being discovered sent a shiver down his spine, and an overwhelming chill enveloped his heart. "Brother, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" Nangongya inquired, noticing her brother's dazed expression. Snapping back to reality, Nangong Xiong took a deep breath, gazing at his vibrant sister, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. "I'm fine. You should go prepare a meal for 3. He replied. "That person is occupying our home. And you want me to cook for him?" Nangongya exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Knowing her brother's character, she was aware that, despite his lack of overwhelming power, he possessed a strong sense of pride and was not one to fawn over others. Pouting, she looked at him with a sense of injustice. "Brother, are you feeling unwell? Why would you cook for that scoundrel?" She reached out to touch his forehead. Nangong Xiong felt a wave of frustration. "I'm an evolved being now. How could I possibly be ill? Just hurry and go. It's merely a matter of extra chopsticks." Though reluctant, Nangongya acquiesced and went to prepare the meal, realizing that she was perhaps too indulged by her brother. Meanwhile, Tian upstairs had overheard their conversation, yet remained unfazed, continuing to absorb the energy from the spirit crystals. He pondered the necessity of hunting 5th-tier beasts to quickly augment his strength. When next he encountered Long Feiyu, he intended to deliver a considerable surprise. In this reincarnation, it was his first time facing such a formidable foe, the legendary Dragon King. The sense of oppression was nearly suffocating. Had it not been for his abilities of teleportation and swift movement, the outcome could have been dire. Chapter 106, Aftermath. Deep City Research Institute. In a room imbued with an antique charm, a plethora of exquisite treasures and valuable paintings adorned the space. Dressed in casual attire, Long Feiyu sat leisurely in a sandalwood chair, savoring a cup of fragrant tea. Feiyu, as long as you and amp, oppos, refine, it doesn't and amp, oppos, tea matter if we capture you Tian later. Mu Yiming softly remarked. Hearing this, Lishan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After learning that Long Feiyu had gone to apprehend Yu Tian, he had been on edge, having come to regard Yu Tian as a friend during their interactions. He was uncertain as to why Mu Yiming sought to capture Yu Tian. But as a subordinate, he felt powerless against the decisions of the upper echelons. Where had Yang Lingning disappeared to? Ever since Yi Tian left, she seemed to have evaporated. Lishan clearly remembered Yang Lingning dismissing him and then spending time alone with Yi Tian. Although he was somewhat slow on the uptake, he understood some of Yang Lingning and oppos' sentiments. However, Yi Tian was someone the young lady favored. Despite Yang Lingning and oppos' usual cold demeanor towards him, Lishan felt no sense of discomfort. If that proud woman ever treated him with kindness, he would find it truly alarming. Yu Tian is fine. But where has the ice witch gone? Did she leave with him? No, that is impossible. Yang Lingning is not that kind of person. Her loyalty to our leader is unwavering. Long Feiyu mused. However, that Yi Tian is quite capable. A mere 5th-tier evolver managed to shatter my golden dragon armor. He continued, his tone nonchalant. Mu Yiming and oppos' expression shifted slightly. Shattered the golden dragon armor? I know well that it is an epic-grade defensive equipment. Could it be that he had inadvertently created a formidable enemy when he had thought he was building rapport? The shock on Mu Yiming and oppos' face flickered momentarily before he spoke again. Feiyu, given that Yu Tian possesses such strength, perhaps. Listening to Mu Yiming and oppos' words, Long Feiyu couldn't and oppos' help but snicker inwardly. Just days ago, they had been conversing amicably, and now they were contemplating taking a life. Maintaining his composure, Long Feiyu replied. His abilities are rather unique. I cannot catch up to him at the moment. I shall deal with him once I attain my own domain. Let him linger a while longer. Mu Yiming fell into a pensive silence, his heart fluctuating between hope and despair. You cannot catch up to him. A flicker of doubt crossed Mu Yiming and oppos' mind, but before he could dwell on it, he extinguished the thought. Given the close bond between Yi Tian and Lingxi, he found it hard to believe that Long Feiyu would let Yu Tian off so easily. Yu Tian proved to be quite the slippery character, prompting even the proud Long Feiyu to express such sentiments. Previously, he had intended to procure Yu Tian and oppos' blood for research, but due to the bat invasion, he had missed the opportunity. If only I had known, Mu Yiming lamented internally. But that is a matter for another time. Our immediate concern is to address the bats in the sky. Our research department has already made some progress. Allow me to show you. Mu Yiming gradually gathered his thoughts and said. Long Feiyu nodded, and the two made their way to the research department. At the entrance, Lishan was about to join them when he suddenly felt someone tugging at him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Ame, one of Yang Lingning and oppos' few friends in the magic sound. Lishan, come with me, Ame whispered, gently pulling him towards a concealed room. They weaved through numerous chambers until they arrived at a simple, sparsely decorated single room. The room held no adornments, merely 2 plain tables, devoid of any modern equipment. Ame, what is it? Do you have news of the Ice Witch? Lishan inquired anxiously. He had recently sought Ame out, but she had no information on Yang Lingning then. Her visit now must indicate some new development. Ame and oppos' complexion appeared pale, her entire being seemingly shaken by a great fright. Her voice trembled as she whispered. Sister Lung has been captured. Lishan and oppos' expression froze. How is that possible? The Ice Witches. Who would dare lay hands on her? Where are they? They seek death. A palpable aura of murderous intent nearly materialized in Lishan and oppos' eyes. He longed to seize the one who had harmed Yang Lingning and make them pay dearly. Though Yang Lingning had been frosty towards him, he had always considered her a close comrade. It was. Mudarin, Ame stammered. What? Lishan exclaimed, his heart plunging as if doused in icy water, chilling him to the core. Guanqing. Brother, dinner is ready, Nangong called out. Observing the 2 bowls of greens and a simple vegetable soup on the table, Nangong Xiong and oppos' lips twitched. Little sister, Please heat up the braised meat we found last time. Nangong Xiong replied, I will go call the evolver upstairs to join us for dinner. Nangongya and Amp, Appos, eyes brimmed with tears, nearly spilling over. Brother, how can you? That is what you risked your life to bring back. In this era, meat was a precious commodity, though Nangongya could be willful at times. She held a deep appreciation for food. Sharing the meat that her brother had fought for with a stranger was unfathomable, especially for someone simply because of their strength. Be good, listen to me. Also, bring out a few bottles of beer, Nangong Xiong said, his heart aching as he noticed his sister on the verge of tears. If only I possessed great strength, he thought, clenching his fists tightly before making his way to the staircase. Nangongya watched her brother and Amp, Appos, a somewhat desolate figure. Her heart heavy with concern. She knew that without her presence, her brother could thrive in this world, both in the past and present. He had always worked tirelessly, and she often brought him distress. After the onset of the apocalypse, her brother had taken even greater risks, forcing herself to suppress her emotions. Nangongya obediently set about fulfilling her brother and Amp, Appos' request. Sir, we have prepared the meal. If you Don and Amp, Appos, mind, please join us. Nangong Xiong trembled as he spoke respectfully. He had no idea what kind of person the evolver was, but he sensed that this individual was not malevolent. In this time of lawlessness and moral decay, he could not ascertain whether the man before him was a villainous figure. At present, evolvers could be more terrifying than wild beasts. Wielding immense power and exerting control over everything, nothing could restrain them. Had it not been for necessity, Nangong Xiong would have already fled with his sister. The Qianshan sect had his sister in their sights, a notion he could never entertain. Yet, considering that terrifying strength, Nangong Xiong feared not for his own life. He sought merely to carve a sliver of hope for his sister. Tian slowly opened his eyes, his spiritual energy gradually retracting. He gazed upon the trembling man before him, whose eyes held a glimmer of resilience that reminded Tian of his past self. Very well, let us dine together. Tian said with a smile. Chapter 107. Dinner conversations, please. Partake in the meal. I hope you won and Amp, Appos, take offense at our humble hospitality, Nangong Xiong insisted, forcing a smile as he spoke. Before him lay a simple spread of dishes accompanied by a few bottles of beer. Beside the table stood a charming young girl, pouting slightly. At that moment, Tian felt a gentle warmth envelop him. In contrast to Mu Yiming, these two siblings exuded a certain innocence, displaying their emotions openly on their faces. Recalling the days spent with Mu Yiming, a shiver ran down his spine as he remembered the insincerity masked by feigned closeness. He couldn't and Amp, Appos, help but worry about Yang Lingning, despite her assurances that she would be safe after years in the Demon Sound. The cunning nature of Mu Yiming lingered in his thoughts. For now, however, he decided to focus on strengthening his own abilities. Noticing Tian and Amp, Appos, continued silence, Nangong Xiong felt a knot of anxiety in his heart, while Nangongya cast a fearful glance at him. Is the food unsatisfactory? I can prepare something else right away. Nangong Xiong gritted his teeth, contemplating the spiritual crystals he had left. Tears brimmed in Nangongya and Amp, Appos' eyes as she looked at her brother, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Snapping back to reality, Tian took a deep breath and smiled gently. I was merely lost in thought. Let us eat. You may call me Tian, no need for formalities. The siblings sighed in relief, realizing that he was not the malevolent figure they had feared. As they shared the meal, Tian inquired about their circumstances. He soon learned about the general situation in the area. When he heard the name of the mountain master of Qianshan, an image flashed in his mind. Under the blazing sun, a man with a faint scar on his face wielded a blood-red long knife amidst a sea of corpses, both human and monstrous, piled high like a small hill. The man and Amp, Appos' eyes glinted with bloodthirst and fervor as he cleaved through a towering mountain with a single stroke, the air remaining utterly undisturbed. That man was none other than the mountain master of Qianshan. Tian wondered how formidable he had become since then. What kind of person is this mountain master of Qianshan? Tian suddenly asked. Nangong Xiong and Amp, Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to respond. The mountain master is quite the gentleman. Despite his immense power, he is not one to bully the weak. He is very approachable, Nangongya chimed in, her gaze filled with admiration. However, his subordinates often take advantage of his kindness, ignoring his commands and engaging in heinous acts. She added, Enough, sister. Udon and Amp, Appos, understand. Nangong Xiong interjected sharply. Fatigue washed over him. The mountain master was not someone to be casually discussed. Brother, please let me finish, Nangongya retorted, pouting at her brother. Tian, my sister is naive. Allow me to explain, Nan Gongxiong continued. Yu Tian observed the dynamic between them with amusement, pondering how Nan Gongya had managed to survive thus far. Nan Gongxiong sighed. Though the mountain master presents himself as a refined gentleman, he is, in fact, exceedingly tyrannical. The misdeeds of his subordinates are orchestrated by him. The praise he receives is merely a fade he has cultivated. Yu Tian and Amp, Apos, S expression remained unchanged. Recognizing that he had encountered yet another dubious character, it seemed he was perpetually surrounded by such eccentric individuals, Mu Yiming, Long Feiyu, and now the mountain master of Chiashan. All cut from the same cloth of hypocrisy. Noticing Yu Tian and Amp, Apos, S impassive demeanor, Nan Gongxiong and Amp, Apos, S initial frustration dissipated. Meanwhile, Nan Gongya and Amp, Apos, S eyes widened in disbelief at her brother and Amp, Apos, S words about the mountain master. Could it be true? She wondered. Do you know what abilities the mountain master possesses? Yu Tian asked, maintaining his composed expression. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Gongxiong replied, I am not entirely certain, but his attacks seem capable of penetrating space itself. It is rather peculiar. Yu Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering the implications of such power. Beside them, Nan Gongya remained incredulous. The mountain master? Could it be? Yet she trusted her brother and Amp, Apos, S words. In a room on the outskirts of Deep City, a foxwoman draped in white gauze held an ancient compass. Are you certain that following this compass will lead us to Yu Tian? She inquired with curiosity. Gui Sha, eyes closed, absorbed energy from a black crystal, allowing it to flow through his body, nourishing his form. I added a little something to that broken realm pearl. Once he utilizes it, a mark will be left behind. He stated nonchalantly. He was likely on the verge of a breakthrough when he last used it, so he should have no choice but to activate it. The foxwoman blinked, observing the ominous aura emanating from Gui Sha as he sat cross-legged on the bed. I initially thought you were merely a crude brute, but it seems I underestimated your capabilities, she remarked softly. Gui Sha, typically brash and foul-mouthed, revealed a more refined side in this crucial moment. You, a mere seductress, have no idea of my true prowess, he replied, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. But he couldn't and Amp, Apos, T resist throwing in a quip. Do you think too highly of yourself? How presumptuous. The foxwoman shot back, unyielding. They exchanged a barrage of crude insults for a time. Make haste. If you delay, you will face the consequences of the leader and Amp, Apos, S arrangements, Gui Sha warned with a sudden chill in his tone. The foxwoman, fuming, found herself exasperated by his incessant provocations. Go on. Is that all you, and Amp, Apos, V got? Let and Amp, Apos, S see if you can last another round, she challenged. Contemplating why their exchanges seemed to grow shorter, perhaps he was genuinely injured this time. As she plotted her next move, a sudden, hoarse cough interrupted them. In Gui Sha and Amp, Apos, S expression turned grave. The foxwoman and Amp, Apos, S heart sank, a sense of foreboding creeping over her. Damn that Gui Sha, always playing tricks on me. Chapter 108, The Request of Nan Gongxiong President. As you can see, I am not seeking trouble. It is truly about the foxwoman. Alas, I too am a victim. Gui Sha spoke with a face full of grievance. The foxwoman bit her lip, wishing she could sew Gui Sha and Amp, Apos, S mouth shut with a needle. President, do not heed Gui Sha and Amp, Apos, S nonsense. You know how his mouth is like that of a glutton. The foxwoman said, blinking her eyes and forcing out a few tears as she spoke softly. Stinking fool, who are you referring to? Do you dare to provoke me? Gui Sha could no longer contain himself. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of terror enveloped the space, plunging it into silence. Both the foxwoman and Gui Sha trembled, feeling as though they had lost all control over their bodies. The relentless pressure rendered them nearly breathless. Was this truly the power of the president? Neither harbored any thoughts of resistance. With a dark expression, the president spoke in a deep voice. Enough of this foolishness. Get back to work. If you put in as much effort into your tasks as you do into your bickering, our Black Blood Society would have already unified the universe. He then withdrew his imposing aura. Gui Sha and the foxwoman gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the terrifying presence. Gui Sha, you need to visit the research facility. I have heard that Mu Yiming has made progress in his studies on evolvers. See if you can retrieve the data. The president continued. But President, Long Feiyu is there. I can and Amp, Apos, to handle that. Gui Sha replied weakly. I will have Black Wolf assist you. Try to avoid any conflict. The president instructed. Gui Sha could only nod, recalling that towering oath. All right, I shall give it a try. Foxwoman, I entrust Tian to you. The president added. The fox woman licked her lips and nodded in agreement. In one city, as time flowed slowly, evening arrived unnoticed. After finishing dinner, Tian returned upstairs to absorb the spirit crystals. Gongxiong seemed to have something to say to Tian but hesitated, and Tian naturally did not initiate conversation. Brother, I think I know who Tian is. Gongya said softly, her eyes ablaze with excitement. Gongxiong fixed his gaze on his sister and quickly urged, Speak. Who is he? Do you remember that popular figure, Fei Tiange, from a while back? He is Tian. Look, Gongya exclaimed, showing her phone screen, which displayed an image of Tian soaring through the sky. So it is him. Gongxiong muttered, staring at the image of Tian, realizing he was indeed the one from upstairs. Yet, he wondered why those two beautiful girls were not with him. Gongxiong and Appos, as heart raced, if it were truly him, perhaps. He wrestled with his thoughts. Through their earlier casual chat, he sensed that Tian was not a villain. Meanwhile, Gongya continued her research on Tian, discovering he hailed from Jianglin City and possessed formidable strength. Humph. So what if he can fly? He still has to eat the meals I prepare. She scoffed, though her eyes betrayed a hint of delight. Tian gazed at the twinkling stars outside, his internal energy fully restored, and a terrifying yet restrained aura circulated within him. He summoned the ardent heart armor, which appeared over his body. At its center lay a white magic circle, now rendered inactive. The dark gold-grade armor had been easily destroyed by Long Feiyu and Appos' attack. Tian narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to swiftly enhance his strength. Should I absorb the abilities of that Thousand Mountain sect leader? He pondered. After all, he was not a good person. Eliminating him could be seen as a public service. Just as Tian deliberated whether to confront the Thousand Mountain sect leader, a series of soft knocks interrupted him. Gongxiong approached, holding a box, his expression anxious as he made his way upstairs. Is there something you need? Tian asked nonchalantly. Having borrowed someone and Appos' home and enjoyed their hospitality, he felt it only right to offer something in return. Gongxiong took a deep breath and suddenly knelt before Tian. Lord Tian, please help me. Take my sister away from here. He pleaded, his voice trembling and his demeanor forlorn. Tian regarded the kneeling Gongxiong with a complex expression before responding slowly. Are you not afraid that I might be a villain? Gongxiong paused, then gritted his teeth and declared, I trust my judgment. Lord Tian is not a bad person. Take her away? Tian thought to himself. No, if I take her with me and Long Feiyu pursues us, what then? She could not withstand the turbulence of the air and might perish. Tian recalled the incident when he had used his spatial abilities alongside electromagnetic pulses. Even Yang Ling, a fourth-tier revolver, had nearly succumbed. A mere ordinary person would stand no chance. To bring Gongya along would be tantamount to leading her to her doom. After all, having dined at their table, it would be ungrateful to send her to meet Yama. Although Long Feiyu might not pursue them, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Seeing Tian and Appos' prolonged silence, Gongxiong gritted his teeth and continued, Lord Tian, this is a treasure I unexpectedly acquired last time. If you can take my sister away, it shall be yours. Tian regarded Gongxiong with intrigue. What treasure could a second-tier revolver possess? What treasure? Show me. He replied coolly. Gongxiong opened the box he had brought upstairs. Inside lay a stunning blue crystal-like object, captivating in appearance. Collecting 10 shards will generate a thunder spirit, which possesses growth potential and can fight alongside its master. Tian's eyes lit up at the sight of the thunder spirit fragment. Unfortunately, it was only one shard. He still had a fire spirit fragment in his space ring. He planned to visit Huanglin Mountain soon to gather the remaining pieces. This single shard is of little use, Tian remarked, furrowing his brow. Gongxiong's expression faltered, but he quickly added, I know which monster dropped the shard and where they can be found. Tian and Appos' eyes narrowed. If he could obtain a thunder spirit, his strength would certainly see some enhancement. Tell me, why do you want me to take your sister away? Tian inquired directly. Chapter 109. The decision. Gongxiong breathed a sigh of relief. Had Tian directly seized his fragment and interrogated him, he would have had no choice but to comply. However, Tian now showed no interest in the thunder spirit fragment. Instead, he inquired about his sister, clearly harboring intentions to assist him. I made the right gamble, Gongxiong thought to himself. He then recounted the events. The leader of the Qiashan sect had taken a liking to his sister and demanded that she be presented to him within 3 days. As Tian listened, he could not help but ask why someone of such formidable strength would not act immediately, but instead wait for 3 days. Of course. I mean no offense, I am merely curious. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongxiang's expression darkened with indignation as he gritted his teeth and replied, because 3 days ago, I had already made arrangements with several other ladies. Impressive, Tian thought inwardly, initially believing him to be a mere opportunist, only to discover he was a master of time management, an unexpected twist. Furthermore, he wished to avoid any unfavorable rumors about himself. Nan Gongxiang continued. Tian was impressed. It turned out he was indeed a master of time management. I cannot allow you to take your sister away, Tian declared. Nan Gongxiang and Appo's face turned pale, and despair gripped his heart. He could hardly fathom what fate awaited his sister if Tian chose not to assist him. He had heard that once a woman became the property of the Qianshan sect leader, her chances of survival were virtually non-existent. The thought of his sister being subjected to that monster felt like a dagger to his heart, a sense of helplessness swirling within him. But I can deal with that leader of the Qianshan sect. I find him quite intriguing. Tian pondered for a moment before continuing. Nan Gongxiang felt as though his heart was riding a roller coaster, nearly taking his breath away. Lord Tian, is that truly possible? The Qianshan sect leader is incredibly powerful. He trembled as he spoke. I have my methods. Rest assured, I would never gamble with my own life. Tian replied nonchalantly. Seeing that Tian had made up his mind, Nan Gongxiang fell silent. He then informed Tian about the Thunder Spirit fragments, including their location and the ferocious beasts guarding them. 7 Peaks Mountain, the mutated Thunderwolf. Tian murmured. Let us first deal with the Qianshan sect leader. Then I will investigate further, he contemplated. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Tian slowly opened his eyes to the sound of a crisp voice from downstairs. Brother, am I doing this right? Nan Gongya, clad in a white, form-fitting outfit and short denim shorts, showcased her delicate and striking figure. She was striking the large tree in front of her with her gloved fists, practicing relentlessly. Sister, you needn't and Appos. T trained so hard. A little exercise now, and then will suffice. I will protect you. Nan Gongxiang called out. Tian glanced over to see Nan Gongya and Appos' forehead glistening with sweat, the sunlight illuminating her radiant face. I want to help you, even if it and Appos' just a little. Nan Gongya insisted stubbornly. Nan Gongxiang and Appos' heart trembled. Despite her occasional stubbornness, she possessed an extraordinary tenacity. Although she was merely an ordinary person, since the apocalypse began, she had insisted on training with him daily. No amount of practice could withstand a single strike from an evolved being. Watching the 2 sweat-drenched siblings, Tian felt an echo of his former self. One must give their all to survive in this world. Brother, do you think that Tian can defeat the Qianshan sect leader? Nan Gongya asked. Nan Gongxiang had shared everything with his sister, and she felt a pang of self-loathing for being useless and a burden to him. The audacity of Tian claiming he would eliminate the Qianshan sect leader struck her as a jest. Although Tian possessed the ability to fly and was an evolved being with lightning abilities, he was still up against the Qianshan sect leader, capable of slaying 5th-tier beasts. Tian appears quite handsome at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he seems rather delicate, Nan Gongya mused. Yet, recalling his self-assured demeanor from the day before, perhaps he indeed had a solid plan in mind. After their conversation, the 2 resumed their training. Tian, intrigued by the mention of a plan, thought, did I devise a meticulous strategy? Eventually, the siblings returned, exhausted. Nan Gongya prepared breakfast for everyone, and Tian, without hesitation, indulged in the meal. Thank you. Lord Tian, Nan Gongya said, her cheeks flushed. Please do not misunderstand. I merely detest the Qianshan sect leader. This has nothing to do with you. Tian smiled. The sight of the charming girl, her face adorably flushed, tugged at his heartstrings. Nan Gongya blushed deeper, convinced he was being playful. He clearly wished to assist her. Nan Gongxiang, where can I find that Qianshan sect leader? I must resolve this matter swiftly. Tian inquired. Startled, Nan Gongxiang, who was drinking water, suddenly spat it out. In a hurry? But that is the Qianshan sect leader. Shuden and Appos, do we devise a plan or gather more allies? Nan Gongya echoed. Bewildered by Tian and Appos' casual demeanor as if confronting the leader was as simple as purchasing cabbage. Is he truly capable? She questioned silently. Yet she recognized there were no other options available. Observing their dazed expressions, Tian blinked and asked, You do know where he is, right? Regaining his composure. Nan Gongxiang wiped his mouth and replied, Yes. The Qianshan sect leader is currently at the Zifeng building, 5 kilometers east. That is their stronghold. And there are quite a few evolved beings there. Then I shall go at once. Would you like to join me, or would you prefer to wait at home? Tian asked. Nan Gongya and Appos' eyes lit up. Of course we shall go. Nan Gongxiong hesitated, slowly voicing his concerns. Are we really going just like that? Shuden and Apos, do we prepare a bit more? There are many of them there. Tian squinted thoughtfully, then said, wait a moment, let me consider what preparations are necessary. As Nan Gongxiong watched Tian deep in thought, he felt a surge of confidence. I have it. We are ready, Tian suddenly declared. The siblings looked at him with eager eyes, astonished that he had devised a plan so quickly. As expected of brother Tian, amazing. Without warning. Tian picked up a glass of water from the table and took a sip. Now I am prepared. I am not thirsty or hungry and am in excellent shape, Tian announced. Nan Gongxiong and Nan Gongya exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 110. Qianshan Gate. Lord Tian, there are still dozens of evolved beings next to the Zifeng mansion, including several experts of the 3rd and 4th tiers. Ne Gongxiong elaborated as he walked. Ne Gongya and Tian followed closely behind, gradually making their way toward the Zifeng mansion. Ne Gongxiong continued to describe the situation regarding the Qianshan Gate. The Qianshan Gate operates entirely on a meritocratic basis, functioning as a blatant violent organization. Aside from the Qianshan Gate Master, who is suspected to be a 5th-tier evolved being, there are 6 4th-tier protectors, 23rd-tier Hall Masters, and numerous lower-tier evolved beings under his command. The entire area within a 30-kilometer radius of the Zifeng mansion falls under the influence of the Qianshan Gate, with their members infiltrating every town and small city. They exploit their immense power, committing heinous acts with impunity, seizing resources, using people to lure monsters, and deriving pleasure from murder. Ordinary people are treated like livestock, subjected to beatings and arbitrary killings. Previously, several impassioned evolved beings were outraged by the Qianshan Gate and Apos' transgressions and attempted to resist. Of course, the outcome is well known. Many now lie beneath the tall grass of their graves. Aside from his fondness for beauty, the Qianshan Gate Master is also an avid practitioner of swordsmanship. Isn't this merely a den of bandits? Tian remarked, speechless. Ne Gongya walked beside Tian, occasionally stealing glances at his youthful and handsome visage, causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Her earlier actions had been rather. Tian had intended to come alone, yet she had clung to his arm in desperation. Ne Gongya had acted impulsively. Not considering that Tian was risking himself for her sake, how could she let him face the Qianshan Gate Master alone? They have amassed a significant portion of their resources, including heavy weaponry. Lord Tian, will you reconsider? Perhaps we should devise a plan? Ne Gongxiong suggested, feeling uncertain. Although Tian exuded an intimidating presence, confronting an entire faction single-handedly was not a mere game. Failure meant dire consequences. Ne Gongxiong hoped that Tian had already summoned reinforcements without informing them. Rest assured, I know what I am doing, Tian replied. At the entrance of their stronghold, a protector and several hall masters were stationed daily, ensuring tight security. Typically, the Qianshan Gate Master would be resting in the mansion at this hour and should still be asleep, Ne Gongxiong added. Tian nodded and continued forward. The closer they approached the Zifeng mansion, the thicker the scent of blood became, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Although Tian had originally planned to come alone, the Nangong siblings insisted on accompanying him, especially Nangongya, who was on the verge of tears. Tian did not mind. After all, it was merely the Qianshan Gate. At the Qianshan Gate stronghold, a brutish man bellowed, "Ha ha ha, keep pouring me wine," cradling a scantily clad maiden in his arms. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful girl draped in sheer fabric arrived to serve him fine wine. Around them, a group of revelers indulged in lavish food and drink, surrounded by beautiful women, creating a scene of debauchery as laughter and vice filled the air. Protector, are we not on duty today? A soldier inquired. Duty? Who dares to act recklessly against the Qianshan Gate? Enjoy the wine, meat, and women. Let the others guard if they wish. The man retorted, his hands groping the woman, who emitted suggestive sounds. At present, the Qianshan Gate and Apos' power was at its zenith, with no one daring to oppose them. The stronghold contained numerous makeshift prisons, where many who attempted to resist were held captive. Observing the debauchery around him, the soldier felt a chill in his heart. A bunch of worthless fools. All they know is revelry. Pathetic. He glanced at the protector, who continued to indulge, thinking, you'll meet your end in a woman and Apos' embrace. What is so enjoyable about women? Foolish, the soldier mused, contemplating the Qianshan Gate and Apos' demise, but the fear of the Gate Master's formidable strength reined him in. Forget this, I'll go play a few rounds of the game instead. Last time, I caught a top-tier player, let and Apos' see him carry me to victory. Moments later, in a room within the stronghold, A weak-looking youth held a phone as a notification sounded. He recalled the words of the soldier. If you can't reach 100 stars today, you might as well use your feet to play. His hand trembled at the thought. Damn, someone is actually playing Kaiwenji at this rank? I'm done, he exclaimed, cursing. Realizing he had accidentally selected Kaiwenji, he quickly turned on his microphone. Wait. Big brother, I'm a top-tier player. Trust me, I can win. Isn't it just a game for those with hands? Get lost. You play Kaiwenji and call yourself top-tier? I'm the best in the universe. The youth's expression shifted. When had he ever endured such humiliation in the game? Just as he was about to retort, he remembered the soldier's words about reaching 100 stars. Please, I beg you. Meanwhile, the Tian Gate stronghold remained a scene of indulgence and revelry. At this moment, Tian and his companions were gradually approaching. Is this what you call tight security? Tian remarked with an odd expression. Before him stood a complex of buildings devoid of guards, save for a large stone tablet inscribed with the 3 characters of Tian Gate. Numerous orderly houses lined the front, with a tall mansion visible in the distance, from which raucous sounds emanated. Negong Xiong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. When I last visited, there were many well-trained soldiers at the entrance. What is going on? Did we arrive too early? Are they still off duty? He mumbled quietly. Who the hell is still on duty at this hour? Negong thought to herself. Tian smirked slightly. It was quite amusing that Negong Xiong, despite his naivety, had managed to keep his proud sister alive this long. Negong Xiong soon realized his words were inappropriate and scratched his head, uncertain. Perhaps it's just a change of shifts. Lord Tian, have your helpers not arrived yet? Negong Xiong inquired further. Tian replied, Helpers? Chapter 111. Initiating the offensive. I truly have no allies. Tian spoke again. Upon hearing this, Negong Xiong's heart trembled. Lord Tian, you jest, right? How can one fight without assistance? Just watch and trust me, it will be fine. Tian replied confidently. He held a favorable impression of the 2 siblings, especially as Negong gazed at him with shining eyes, feeling an overwhelming affection for him. For me, he is willing to face this alone. I am not worthy of such devotion. Lost in thought, her face turned crimson once more. I am heading in. You all be cautious. Tian whispered before striding towards the Tian sex base alone. Negong Xiong watched Tian's retreating figure, grinding his teeth in determination. It must succeed. Come, pour more wine. The Guardian slurred drunkenly. The Guardian was already inebriated, feeling as if he were floating in the clouds, and the others were equally dazed. Third Guardian. It seems someone has approached our base. Shall we go check? A young man in a t-shirt shouted. The Third Guardian's mind was foggy as he bellowed. Invite him over to join us. Let us treat our guest well. The young man appeared bewildered. Join us? Treat him? Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as a shell struck a nearby building, scattering debris and creating a cloud of dust. The Third Guardian immediately snapped to attention, shouting, Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Arm yourselves. The scene descended into chaos, filled with the cries of women and the shouts of men, a cacophony of confusion. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Third Guardian suddenly grabbed a machine gun and unleashed a volley. What are you shouting for? Keep shouting, and you'll die now. Prepare for battle. He roared. As the gunfire rang out, the surrounding chaos ceased. Recon team, go check how many intruders there are. The rest of you, arm yourselves and get ready to fight. The Third Guardian barked. Third Guardian, it seems there is only one. A weak voice replied. Are you all daft? Just one allowed himself to approach? Whoever is on guard today, I will have their head. The Third Guardian cursed angrily, his frustration mounting. Such a large base, and one individual manages to breach it. What are you all doing? He fumed internally, his expression darkening as those around him grew increasingly silent and hesitant. Speak up. Are you all mute? The Third Guardian frowned, exasperated by the ineptitude of his subordinates. Today, it's your responsibility. A voice trembled. The Guardian's face turned a shade of deep red, realizing it was indeed his oversight. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Third Guardian unleashed another barrage from his machine gun, instantly transforming the speaker into a bloody mess. You spoke too much. If word of this reaches the sect leader, you know the consequences. He threatened fiercely. The onlookers turned pale, nodding incessantly like frightened chicks. Let us go and capture that cannon-firing intruder alive. The Third Guardian commanded sharply as a group moved towards the entrance. Tian ambled forward, the RPG still smoking in his hand. Why has no one come yet? He muttered to himself. Dealing with them one by one is too cumbersome. Deciding instead to gather everyone together for a swift resolution, he fired off several more rounds. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed, rendering the air within the base arid. Soon, a fearsome figure emerged, leading a group of armed warriors, appearing not far from Tian. His eyes brightened. Finally, someone had arrived. Observing the group, he noted their flushed faces and disheveled attire, some staggering as they walked. So this is what it means to be well-trained, he mused. You boy, I don't care who you are. Kneel and crawl over here to lick the blood from my feet. I might consider granting you a swift death. The leader snarled. If this reached the sect leader's ears, the guardian could only shudder at the thought of the punishment awaiting him. He was determined to make this intruder suffer. The surrounding warriors glared at the youthful figure before them, seething with resentment. If it weren't for him. In the Zifeng building, on the second floor of the martial arts hall, a man with a faint scar on his face wielded a long knife, practicing diligently. 100 candles flickered around the hall, all burning brightly. Suddenly, the man slashed at the candles, his face unwavering and his eyes sharp. Whoosh! In an instant, all the candles extinguished, leaving a faint slash mark on the wall behind them. I still lack control over my power, he murmured. He continued to wield the knife, each motion appearing simple yet embodying a flawless performance. Well done, the sect leader's swordsmanship has improved. A clear voice rang out, accompanied by applause. A young man in a white robe slowly entered the hall. Madwa, what brings you here? The Qianshan sect leader inquired, continuing his practice without breaking focus. Madwa, wearing a calm expression, replied, an interesting individual has intruded upon your base. He appears to be a 5th-tier evolver. Oh, is that so? Let those imbeciles handle it. A 5th tier is nothing. I have slain 5th tiers before. The sect leader said, unperturbed, continuing to swing his long knife. Madwa was not surprised. If every minor issue required the sect leader's intervention, what purpose would his underlings serve? This matter is trivial. It shouldn't require your involvement, the sect leader continued. With a swift motion, a streak of light from the knife lunged toward Madwa. Madwa smiled slightly, his form transforming into a shadow, allowing the blade to pass through him. The knife struck the wall behind him, creating a massive hole through which sunlight poured into the martial arts hall. The rate at which you deliver women is still too slow. The honor-bound lord has expressed his discontent. Madwa remarked. Slow? We've sent almost all the women within a 30-kilometer radius. The sect leader retorted, displeased. That's the lord's directive. I am merely relaying the message. You must expand quickly. Your territory remains too small, and you should accelerate your plundering of women. Madwa urged. Chapter 112. Swiftly overcoming the 3 guardians, the brow of the master of Qianshan furrowed slightly. This Madwa always resorted to using the lord to pressure him. I understand now, he declared in a deep voice. The long knife in his hand began to swirl with increasing speed, nearly transforming into a streak of light. Upon hearing the master's response, Madwa did not linger. His figure vanished from the martial arts arena as if he had never been there. Once Madwa disappeared, the master of Qianshan's expression darkened considerably. Lord, one day, I shall slay you all. The atmosphere in the martial arts hall turned oppressive, suffused with a boundless murderous intent, as if it could tear through the very fabric of space. Are you all still half asleep, you rabble? Tian spoke coolly. Boom. Tian launched another explosive projectile. Clang. A blue shield suddenly appeared before the leading man, protecting all of his subordinates. The projectile struck the shield, generating enormous waves. Yet it could not penetrate. Ha ha ha. Keep firing, you foolish creature. Do you think you can intimidate us? The leader laughed heartily, while those behind him watched Tian with amusement and derision. Do you really believe that possessing an RPG grants you ascendancy? We are the elite of Qianshan. This feeble attack is nothing. Soon, you will be begging us to spare you. Upon hearing this, Tian realized that this man was indeed one of the guardians, which explained his arrogance. He then stowed the RPG back into his spatial ring. Thunder began to coalesce around him, causing the space to become somewhat turbulent, seemingly infected by the tempestuous energy. The 3 guardians exchanged glances, momentarily stunned by Tian's overwhelming aura. Let us not waste time. We need to finish this quickly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Brothers, fire at him. The 3 guardians unleashed a barrage from their heavy machine guns, while their subordinates armed themselves for the assault. Golden Shield. Tian activated his protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous sounds of impact reverberated, explosions erupting incessantly, thick smoke enveloping the entire space. How dull. It ended too soon. They scoffed. To think you dare to rampage in Qianshan, ha. Let us disperse. We have better things to do than waste time on this. The members of Qianshan spoke up, evidently believing Tian to be dead beneath their onslaught. The 3 guardians also lowered their shields, revealing expressions of satisfaction, ready to depart. Someone clean this up. We're heading back. One of the guardians shouted. Suddenly, a colossal sound erupted. The 3 guardians' hair stood on end, He was still alive. A fist, crackling with residual lightning, appeared before them. Not good. The Guardians felt their bodies tremble, robbed of strength, their minds blank. Bang. Tian's fist shattered the Guardian's head like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The remaining subordinates stood in stunned silence, their faces pale, as if paralyzed by shock. What nonsense is this? The Guardian is a level 4 evolver. How could he be defeated by a single punch? This must be a demon. A punishment sent from above, they thought, overwhelmed by fear. A chilling sensation gripped the hearts of the remaining members of Qianshan, rendering their bodies nearly uncontrollable. Devour successful. Gained A-level ability, accelerated energy recovery. Your energy recovery speed will greatly increase, enabling you to sustain higher intensity battles. Tian's eyes sparkled with delight at acquiring an A-level ability. This was a fortuitous beginning, although this ability may not be the strongest. Its impact on combat was profound. In a confrontation of evenly matched opponents, the one with quicker energy recovery would undoubtedly hold the advantage. He opened his personal panel. Level 5 Evolver, 420,000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS, Lightning S, Shadow A, Teleportation S, Divine Movement S, Diamond A, Flame S, Dynamic Vision A, Accelerated Energy Recovery A, Skills, Thunder Kill, Detection, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Shield, Blazing Impact, Void Lightning, Flame Nova. Thunder Roar, Strength, 5942, 100, Agility, 5491, 100, Vitality, 5438, 400, Mentality, 5485, 100, Equipment. Mastiff Heart Armor, Dark Gold, Fire Ape Gauntlets, Gold, Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Battle Boots, Gold, Lionheart Necklace, Gold, gazing at the additional ability on his panel. Tian felt a surge of joy as he looked upon the surviving members of Qianshan. Let your deaths be swift, he murmured softly. Flame Nova, Tian whispered. And suddenly several fiery eruptions surged from the ground within a 10-meter radius. Ah, where is this fire coming from? Help me, I don't want to die. With a cacophony of wails, Tian's flames reduced all within that vicinity to ashes. Please, no. I want to dare again, spare me. A trembling voice pleaded. Tian turned to see a young man who had managed to stay further away from the flames. Where are the other guardians? Tian inquired. They're ahead, the young man stammered. Lead the way, Tian commanded coolly. At the entrance of the Qianshan stronghold, Nangong Xiang peered through binoculars, swallowing hard. Goodness, this is ruthless. Brother, what is happening? Show me, what is going on? Nangong urged him. They had not entered, waiting outside. Nangong Xiang, equipped with binoculars, could catch glimpses of the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Nangong could only hear the continuous explosions and cries of despair within. Tian instantly killed the 3 guardians and a multitude of their men. Nangong Xiang exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face as he handed the binoculars to his sister. Those 3 guardians were level 4 evolvers, and he obliterated one with a single punch. If only I could be that strong. He pondered, marveling at the sheer power. What is there? There is nothing but a heap of black ash. Tian is merely following one person forward. Where are the 3 guardians? Brother, are you blind? Nangong whispered incredulously. Nangong Xiang? Chapter 113. Resurgence of Assault. Those black and gray figures on the ground are the 3rd guardian and the people from Qianshan's sect. Nangong Xiang murmured pensively. This sister of mine is quite something. Is she blind? Can I really be certain she is my biological sister? Doubts not at Nangong Xiang's heart. He was convinced this sister must have been adopted. What? Isn't he supposed to possess lightning abilities? Nangong's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly eager to scrutinize the situation further. You have no idea. Just now, Tian delivered a punch that resounded with a bang, and the 3rd guardian's head was obliterated. The scene was horrifically bloody. Nangong Xiang animatedly illustrated the recent events with gestures. Then, flames erupted from the floor, and before they could react, they were engulfed in flames. TSK. Observing her brother's exuberance, Nangong's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Perhaps Tian truly possessed the capability to. Unbeknownst to Tian, the Nangong siblings had begun to harbor some faith in him. Within the stronghold of Qianshan's sect, Tian followed the lone survivor of the Qianshan sect deeper into the premises. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the structures were predominantly low-rise, with many doorways adorned with an array of peculiar talismans. Could it be that this place is haunted? Tian pondered, a sense of unease creeping in. The talismans resembled ghostly markings, seemingly inscribed with blood. The survivor of Qiashan's sect, trembling with fear, led the way, haunted by the gruesome memory of his fallen comrades. This man was utterly terrifying, a veritable demon. What purpose do those talismans serve? Tian inquired suddenly. The survivor's heart skipped a beat. Upon realizing the gravity of Tian's question, he slowly exhaled. Those talismans were given to us by the sect leader. Bang! A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. A wave of bullets crashing forth like a violent tide. The leading member of Qiashan's sect hadn't the time to react and was instantly riddled with bullets. Collapsing to the ground with a vacant expression, he never fathomed that he would meet his demise in such a manner. Blood oozed from the bullet wounds, seeping into the earth. As the gunfire erupted, Tian activated his protective shield, regarding the fallen Qiashan sect member with indifference. Death was inevitable, and he had come too far to turn back now. Where's the third? A chilling voice demanded. Tian turned to see a group of armored figures glaring intensely at him. The leader brandished a spiked club, his countenance fierce. I'm asking you. Where's the third? The man with the club growled. Tian frowned. How could there be such foolish individuals? I have arrived here. The third must have long since perished. At the Zifeng building, the martial arts hall, a panicked voice cried out, Leader, someone has infiltrated. They've already killed the third guardian, and the great guardian is preparing to respond. A soldier rushed in hastily. Suddenly, a flash of steel cut through the air. Thud. A soldier's head was severed cleanly, his expression frozen in a state of terror. Blood gushed from the severed neck. I have repeatedly stated. Do not disturb me while I practice my blade. The sect leader of Qiashan intoned calmly, sheathing his long sword. Someone, clear out the martial arts hall. A group of servants hurried in, trembling as they gathered cleaning supplies, not daring to meet the sect leader's gaze. Once the sect leader left the hall, the servants collectively sighed in relief. Moments later, he appeared in the first-floor lounge, where exquisite antiques and artworks adorned every corner. The flooring was made of jade. He raised a cup of tea, a delicate Ming Dynasty porcelain vessel. After taking a sip, he frowned. Who brewed this tea? Take them away and execute them. It is far too weak to drink. Smash! The sect leader hurled the teacup to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The nearby maid turned pale, hurriedly kneeling. Master, please spare me, I bang. Before she could finish, a young man in a jacket entered, shooting her through the head, causing blood to spill onto the floor. The sect leader remained unperturbed, calmly asking, Xiaolu, what is the situation with the intruder outside? The young man in the jacket strolled in, casually taking a seat. The boss is currently toying with him. It should be a while before anything significant happens. Upon hearing this, the sect leader rubbed his temples, exasperated by his subordinates and Oppo's incompetence. With all these resources, you cannot even stop a single person. Leader, Shun and Oppo's, we check on the situation? What if he truly is formidable? Let him die. In this world, there is no shortage of people. Their demise signifies they deserved it. The sect leader replied, unfazed. The young man in the jacket appeared accustomed to the sect leader and Oppo's indifferent attitude. Fiery impact. Without hesitation, Tian unleashed his skill. A tumultuous surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his right hand, forming a fierce blaze. With a swift motion, Tian sent a wave of scorching flames surging forth. The fire tore through the air, transforming it into a blistering inferno. The man wielding the spiked club paled. Flames. He quickly commanded the nearby warriors to shield him. The soldiers, compelled by an unseen force, stepped forward to absorb the impact. No, it hurts. Guardian, save me. I will haunt you as a ghost. The anguished cries filled the air as the soldiers were engulfed in flames, their horrific screams echoing ominously. The atmosphere grew heavy with dread as several warriors were consumed by the flames, reduced to charred remains, their life force extinguished. The man with the spiked club's expression shifted. The intensity of the flames was beyond his expectations. These soldiers were clad in armor, which should have offered reasonable protection. This man's power was formidable, caution was warranted. The warriors behind him recoiled in terror. The great guardian had sacrificed them to absorb the damage. The flames were indeed terrifying, incinerating men to ashes. A chill spread through their hearts. How could they contend with such a force? Meanwhile, the great guardian could have utilized his skills for defense. Why did he not? The group instinctively took several steps back, fearing they would become mere shields for the great guardian once more. Chapter 114. Blood Spirit Array. What a clever strategy. It seems that the third brother is in grave danger. The man wielding the spiked club sighed. Despite his sigh, there was no trace of sorrow in his expression, as if he were merely commenting on a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Tian smiled and replied, He is waiting for you below. I shall facilitate your reunion with your brother. At Tian and Amp, Apos, S words, the spiked club wielder raised an eyebrow and solemnly stated, I am Wang Shao, the Grand Protector of the Qianshan sect. I do not slay nameless men. Who might you be? Tian and Amp, Apos, S lips twitched, even in this era. There were still those who clung to such formalities. I am your grandfather, Tian shouted, immediately launching an attack. A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from him, flames blazing around his form. Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S face turned pale as he growled, you will suffer a terrible fate for this. Just as Wang Shao continued to bluster, a resounding thud echoed as Tian and Amp, Apos, S fiery fist closed in. Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S eyes narrowed, and a protective shield materialized around him, encasing him tightly. Crack. Tian and Amp, Apos, S assault was merciless, his overwhelming power threatening to shatter the fabric of space itself. The shield was instantly obliterated by the force of Tian and Amp, Apos, S blow. Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S expression shifted dramatically as he raised his spiked club defensively, a crimson glow emanating from it. Boom. Tian and Amp, Apos, S fist struck the spiked club, sending Wang Shao hurtling backward, crashing into the crowd behind him, the force of the impact toppling everyone in its wake. A cacophony of wails erupted, fear etched on every face. Wang Shao, reeling from the force, felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. Several of his subordinates were pierced through by the sheer force, their lives extinguished. Wang Shao wiped the blood from his lips, his expression turning grave. This man possesses overwhelming strength. If it weren't and Apos, T for the shield and the spiked club, Wang Shao thought, I might have been instantly obliterated. A flicker of fear crossed Wang Shao and Apos' eyes. This individual is undoubtedly at the 5th tier, just like me. Damn it, where did he come from? I have invested so much to reach the 5th tier. How can a mere boy also be at this level? And his power is simply monstrous. Wang Shao even doubted whether his own sect leader could rival such strength. Then, an idea struck Wang Shao, and he quietly activated his unique ability. A strange force enveloped his subordinates. No, please. Grand Protector, spare me. Dawn and Amp, Apos, T. They cried. You will meet a terrible end. I have been loyal to you. Why? Suddenly, a wave of alarm spread as several of Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S subordinates began to float uncontrollably in the air. Bang. They hurtled towards Tian, their expressions twisted in terror. Tian and Apos, S pupils contracted. This must be Wang Shao and Apos, S ability, control over objects? Yet, what purpose does this serve? Tian scoffed inwardly, for in the face of his might, such antics were futile. Bang. Tian and Amp, Apos, S fist struck out, relying solely on his physical prowess without the need for flames. Several of Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S subordinates were obliterated on impact, blood splattering everywhere, and remnants of their bodies flying apart. The onlookers behind Wang Shao were paralyzed with fear, as if peering into their own grim fates. The Grand Protector has gone mad. The collective thought echoed among them. Why is he doing this? Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S expression remained unchanged as he continued to manipulate his subordinates, one after another, hurling them towards Tian. Blood seeped into the ground, as if something beneath were devouring it. Meanwhile, the talismans at the doorway began to shimmer ominously, a strange light pulsing as if some power were awakening. As the blood flowed steadily, Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S demeanor grew increasingly frenzied. His subordinates were in a frenzy, desperate to escape. Yet they could not control their own bodies, compelled by Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S will, like moths drawn to a flame, they were flung towards Tian, only to be met with his devastating fists. With each act of slaughter, Tian felt something stirring within his mind. Kill, continue to kill, unleash chaos upon the world. His eyes shimmered with a bloodthirsty glint, and he suddenly found the blood in his hands intoxicating. Unconsciously licking his lips, he gazed at Wang Shao with eager anticipation. Keep them coming. I crave more bloodshed. Seeing Tian and Amp, Apos, S eyes grow increasingly ravenous, Wang Shao and Amp, Apos, S expression twisted with exhilaration. Excellent. Very good. Suddenly, a circle of strange talismans formed around Tian, blood-red beams shooting skyward, resembling a crimson altar. Tian and Amp, Apos, S eyes widened in realization. He felt an oppressive force binding him, rendering him immobile. A blood-red pillar encircled him, the air thick with malevolent energy. Enjoy the thrill of slaughter while it lasts. Soon you will feel even greater ecstasy. Wang Shao cackled, a triumphant expression on his face. Tian activated his probing technique, Blood Spirit Array, formed by blood in conjunction with special talismans. It ensnares the mind and disrupts the spirit. Those ensnared will have their spiritual energy and life force drained to death. Just wait there to be drained. With so many to accompany you in death, you shall not die in vain. Wang Xiao laughed heartily, surrounded by none of his subordinates, all having been sacrificed to his control. Observing the seemingly deranged Wang Xiao, Tian furrowed his brow, recognizing that the force binding him was indeed Wang Xiao's unique ability. Suddenly, whoosh, several throwing knives shot towards the array. Tian and Appo's pupils constricted as he swiftly activated his protective shield. The knives clanged against the shield, causing no harm. In this blood spirit array, there's still a chance to resist? How unfortunate. Soon you will be drained of your essence. Ha ha ha. Wang Xiao roared with laughter. Tian sensed the array absorbing his spiritual energy. Teleport. Tian attempted to use his teleportation skill, but his body remained anchored in place. Wang Yao's face paled. It seemed that something was resisting his control. This boy, there's something unusual about him. He nearly broke free. Save your efforts, under the suppression of my ability. You cannot escape. Wang Xiao declared, his voice steely. Chapter 115. The new S-class ability. Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he activated his dynamic vision. Almost immediately, he caught sight of Wang Xiao outside the formation, his expression pale, seemingly weakened from the continuous use of his abilities. In stark contrast, Tian remained vibrant and unscathed, thanks to his unique power of spiritual recovery. Although the formation incessantly drained his internal energy, he felt a steady replenishment within him. For the moment, he was not in danger of depleting his vitality. Seeing that Tian stood firm within the formation, Wang Xiao's heart sank. Damn it. Does this guy possess such abundant spiritual energy? As he felt his own energy rapidly depleting, Wang Xiao's complexion grew increasingly ashen. A part of him contemplated relinquishing his suppression. Yet he dared not gamble. He understood that someone with Tian's formidable strength must have hidden cards up his sleeve, if he did not maintain the pressure. There was no telling what measures Tian might resort to. Time continued to pass. 10 minutes elapsed. Tian remained expressionless, observing Wang Xiao, curious to see how long he could endure. At the Zifeng mansion, in the first-floor living room, a young man in a jacket spoke up. Master, the Grand Protector has yet to return. Should we check on him? The living room had been thoroughly cleaned, devoid of any blood or foul odors, instead emanating a faint, pleasant fragrance. They had witnessed the blood spirit formation activate, and typically it would conclude within 3 minutes. They had never encountered anyone capable of enduring beyond 10 minutes within the formation, as the energy was usually drained almost instantaneously. Its continued operation for over 10 minutes was indeed peculiar. The leader of the Qianshan sect lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Just as a raspy voice echoed in his mind, "Come to the main hall immediately." Now, his pupils constricted and his expression darkened. Damn that old man. He always does this. The young man in the jacket shivered at the leader's grim demeanor, fearing that trouble was brewing. This matter is entrusted to you. I shall retreat to cultivate for a while, the leader declared before leaving without waiting for a response. Watching the leader's abrupt departure, the young man felt a stirring in his heart. This was not the first time such a thing had happened. What secret lay behind it? He pondered, wishing he too could uncover it and gain strength akin to the leaderess, yet the leader's unpredictable nature sent a chill down his spine. Perhaps it was better to prioritize his own safety. Thus, he resolved to investigate the individual trapped within the blood spirit formation. As he approached the formation, a guard at the entrance of Zifeng Mansion inquired, "Sixth Protector, shall I accompany you?" "A bunch of useless fools. What good would that do? I can manage myself," the young man replied coldly. At the Qianshan sect headquarters, Wang Xiao's face had drained of all color. He had exhausted several spiritual crystals. This must be a monster. How can he endure for so long? Wang Xiao felt as though he were sinking to the depths of despair. If this continued, he might collapse first. Tian yawned, sensing that Wang Xiao was nearing his limit. Enough of the games, he decided. 3 live shadow. He summoned his shadow to dart towards Wang Xiao. At that moment, Wang Xiao was drenched in sweat, resembling someone recovering from a grave illness, his eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, an unanticipated attack struck Wang Xiao directly. Unable to withstand it any longer, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Teleportation. Tian sensed the weight upon him lift and activated his teleportation skill, appearing outside the formation. Wang Xiao, sensing Tian's presence, felt a surge of dread wash over him. "Master, save me," he cried, expending his last ounce of strength. His voice reverberated throughout the entire headquarters, plunging it into chaos. The Sixth Protector, making his way outside, froze momentarily, his expression turning ghastly. Should he proceed? The despair in the Grand Protector's voice was palpable. With the second, fourth, and fifth protectors on missions, he was alone. Hesitating, he recalled the leader's parting words, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Perhaps it was wiser to err on the side of caution. With a sudden determination, he struck his chest with a heavy blow. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, face pale, before dashing towards Zifeng Mansion. No one can save you now. Go join your dear brother. Tian uttered coolly. Wang Zhao's mouth opened slightly, as if to say something more, but Tian's fist came crashing down. Bang! Wang Zhao and Appo's face was etched with despair before it burst like a watermelon. Successful absorption. Spirit 400, successful absorption. Acquired S-class ability, gravitational control. You can manipulate gravity to attract objects. The strength of your spirit and energy will determine the intensity of your gravitational power. Tian felt a surge of elation, another S-class ability, a tremendous gain. He opened his personal panel. Level, 5th stage Evolver, 820,000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS class. Lightning S-class, Teleportation, S-class, Swift Movement, S-class, Fire, S-class, Gravitational Control, S-class, Shadow, a class, Diamond, a class, Dynamic Vision, a class. Accelerated Spiritual Recovery, a class. Skills, Lightning Strike, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Strike, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Electric, Flame Nova. Thunder Roar, Strength, 5942, 100, Agility, 5491, 100, Constitution, 5438, 400, Mental, 5885, 100, Equipment. Mastiff Heart Armor, Dark Gold, Fire Ape Gauntlets, Gold, Space Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Battle Boots, Gold, Lionheart Necklace, Gold. Gazing at the panel, he noted the addition of another ability, Gravitational Control. Tian felt an extraordinary power well up within him as he gradually utilized this newfound strength, effortlessly drawing Wang Zhao's body into the blood spirit formation. This gravitational control consumes little energy, he mused, attributing it to Wang Zhao's inadequacy. With a swoosh, a sound echoed as Wang Zhao's corpse was instantaneously drained. Tian's pupils narrowed. This formation was indeed formidable, capable of desiccating a person in an instant. Chapter 116. The means of the Six Guardians. The voice of the Grand Guardian resonated throughout the entire Qianshan sect's encampment. At the entrance, the Nangong siblings exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. Indeed, Tian was formidable. Within such a brief span, he had dispatched 2 guardians. It appeared that the resolution of the Qianshan sect's master was imminent. Yet, the Grand Guardian's anguished cries echoed in despair. Why had no one come to investigate? Tian furrowed his brow. Under normal circumstances, it was understandable for the sect master to remain absent, but surely other guardians should have emerged to assess the situation? He silently mused. Perhaps he should unleash a few more rounds. Boom, boom, boom. Tian produced an RPG and fired several rounds, instantly engulfing the front pathway and edifices in a cloud of smoke and sparks. The sounds of cannon fire and explosions reverberated throughout the Qianshan sect's encampment. On the 3rd floor of the Zifeng building, the 6 guardians bore blood at the corners of their mouths, their bodies weakened, as if struck with a tremendous blow. Slowly, they approached a room. At the entrance stood 2 men clad in black blood garments, their expressions cold and unyielding. Quickly summon the sect master. That enemy is exceedingly terrifying. He has slain the Grand Guardian, and I too have been injured by him. The 6th guardian urged urgently. The blood-clad men remained impassive, their gazes fixed on the 6th guardian. During the sect master's seclusion, no one is permitted to disturb him, even in the gravest of matters. You must await his emergence to speak with him. The 6th guardian's expression faltered, then he spoke gravely. If he comes to our door, will you bear the responsibility for that? Do you not understand human speech? The blood-clad man retorted icily, his gaze piercing into the 6th guardian. The 6th guardian felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, nearly suffocating him. Suddenly, the force erupted, and the 6th guardian was sent crashing through the 3rd floor's window, shattering the glass and landing heavily on the 1st floor, leaving a faint indentation in the ground. Should you fail to stop him, do not return alive, came the voice of the blood-clad man. The 6th guardian's face darkened, cursing under his breath, merely a gatekeeper, yet he dared to defy him. He contemplated retaliating, but the memory of that terrifying pressure made him reconsider. With a grim countenance, the 6th guardian seethed with frustration. Very well, you may deal with this mess yourselves. At that moment, everyone within the Zifeng building had been dispatched to confront the threat. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in the 6th guardian's eyes as he slowly made his way outside, dragging his weakened body. At the Qianshan sect's training ground, A man with an unusual rune in his eye commanded, "Brothers, strike swiftly. That individual has already gravely injured the sixth guardian. The sixth guardian has promised a reward of 1,000 spirit crystals for his head." The man exclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing this, the other's eyes sparkled with ambition. 1,000 spirit crystals? Now was the time to act. Moreover, they were facing a severely injured evolver. With so many of them, what was there to fear? Eagerly, they surged towards the encampment square, each vying for the promised reward. Meanwhile, the man quietly concealed himself at the back, producing a blood-red talisman and igniting it with spiritual energy. As the talisman burned, a peculiar energy emanated, entwining itself around the crowd. None were aware of the impending danger. Tian, having fired several rounds without any sign of assistance, decided to abandon his weight and pressed forward. Flames enveloped his hands as he unleashed fiery shockwaves, incinerating the talismans affixed to the doorways. He sensed that the previous formation was intended to work in conjunction with those talismans, and now that they were destroyed, it was prudent to remain cautious. Who knew if they had other unexpected formations? As Tian advanced steadily, the throngs from the training ground charged toward him, their shouts echoing in the air. "Charge! Charge! Charge! The head is mine. No one shall steal it from me. No one shall hinder my claim to the spirit crystals." Listening to the tumult ahead, Tian's vigilance heightened. A palpable wave of malevolence surged toward him, prompting him to frown. What trickery was this? Activating his dynamic vision, he beheld a horde of individuals armed with various weapons, their eyes glinting with bloodlust. They appeared frenzied, chanting incantations resembling a pack of ferocious beasts. Thunder roar. Tian unleashed his new skill, eager to discover its effects. A torrent of thunderous energy surged within him, mingled with spiritual power, which he gradually harnessed. The combined forces coalesced at his throat. Roar. With a mighty shout, a powerful sound wave surged forth, akin to a tangible tidal wave sweeping through the air. The sound, imbued with the might of thunder and spiritual energy, cascaded throughout the encampment, reverberating with divine authority, deafening all who heard it. The oncoming assailants faltered, their bodies freezing in place, faces contorted in agony as they bore the brunt of immense torment. Many trembled uncontrollably, some foaming at the mouth, collapsing to the ground. Nearby, the sixth guardian's expression shifted as he activated a barrier to shield against the sonic onslaught. With the intensifying impact of the sound waves, anguished cries erupted as those immobilized felt as if something surged violently within their minds, accompanied by crackling electricity coursing through their bodies. Yet, rather than fear or dread in the face of their comrades' demise, the remaining individuals became even more frenzied, their eyes wild with a primal rage. The thunder roar seemed to have little effect on them. Tian narrowed his eyes, recognizing the anomaly. These individuals were not acting like ordinary people. Under such circumstances, one would expect a retreat, yet they continued their assault. He recalled the two individuals controlled by nightmares in Wenlin Park. Was there a similar force at play here? Contemplating the frenzied crowd before him, Tian felt a chill. Could it be another formation? Resolutely, he activated his new ability, gravitational control. A peculiar force surged through his hand as he pressed downward, unleashing an overwhelming aura akin to the might of heaven and earth. Chapter 117, Blood Demon Beast Boom. The individuals rushing forward suddenly felt their bodies immobilized, as if some unseen force was firmly pinning them in place. Why was there no sound? Murmured one of the six guardians from a distance. Could there be some unforeseen circumstance? I must take a look. The six guardians then slowly closed their eyes. A man in the plaza suddenly had his eyes turn white, as if he had lost all sense of consciousness. Moments later, his eyes regained their brightness, revealing a peculiar rune that flickered gently, unnoticed by anyone around. Is this the Great Guardian's extraordinary ability? Why is that individual able to wield such power? The six guardians' heart raced with turmoil. Could it be another spell or skill? Their emotions fluctuated, while a crushing force weighed heavily upon them, rendering them utterly motionless. The man's eyes glazed over once more, the rune fading away, and he appeared to lose his senses again. The six guardians gradually opened their eyes, their expression cold and indifferent. If it is to be so, then I shall not be merciful. Fortunately, I had prepared for this. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed the mind of the six guardians, who then slowly closed their eyes once again. Tian watched the immobilized crowd ahead, a wave of joy swelling in his heart. This extraordinary ability is quite effective, he mused. He felt distinctly that among those within his gravitational range, there were even third-tier beings. Yet they remained firmly suppressed by his force, utterly incapable of movement. The flow of spiritual energy was not rapid, and there was a steady recovery of energy as well. It seems that the ability to regenerate spiritual energy is also quite impressive. However, the range is somewhat limited, only extending within a radius of 500 meters. Tian thought quietly. Beyond this range, he could no longer maintain control. Seeing that everyone was firmly restrained and there were no special formations in sight, Tian decided to press onward. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted. With the sound of the blast, all lives were snuffed out in an instant, leaving no room for even a cry of anguish. Boom. Following that, a bizarre blood-red rune slowly materialized. The scattered flesh gradually coalesced, as if something terrifying was being birthed. Tian grimaced. I knew it. These creatures are up to their usual malevolent tricks. All the flesh converged towards the blood-red rune, which continued to manifest, causing the very space to tremble. Flame shock. Tian shouted, slowly gathering his fire spiritual energy. Whoosh. A fierce blaze surged forth, targeting the blood-red rune. Swish. Suddenly, a gaping maw of blood-red appeared, effortlessly swallowing Tian's flames. Tian squinted. What manner of creature is this? He was well aware of the potency of his own flames, S-class fire, yet they were consumed with ease. This entity is no ordinary foe, Tian thought. Before long, the blood-red rune had amassed all the flesh. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous growl, a creature, entirely crimson with sharp fangs and a vicious maw, began to emerge. Tian regarded this monster with a grave expression, a twinge of trepidation creeping into his heart. Identification technique. Blood demon beast. 5th-tier monster. Formed from special runes and a large quantity of flesh, originating from an unknown realm, possessing terrifying strength. Strength, 4,200. Agility, 4,100. Constitution, 4,000. Mentality, 5,000. Exceptionally strong in spirit, it thrives on consuming flesh and energy, with formidable digestive capabilities that allow it to devour most energy-based attacks. Tian looked at the blood demon beast, releasing a sigh of relief. Just a 5th-tier monster. Is it? Is that all? While most 5th-tier evolvers might find themselves powerless against such a creature, Tian, if it consumes energy attacks, then allow me to obliterate you with my fists. In the purple wind tower, on the 3rd floor, 2 men clad in blood-red garments guarded a room. The chamber was simply adorned, devoid of any lavish or precious items, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet, an unusual energy fluctuation permeated the air, causing the space to quiver slightly. Suddenly, an extraordinary formation materialized upon the smooth floor. A blue light illuminated the formation, and the leader of the 1,000 Mountain sect appeared at its center. His eyes glimmered with a faint, bloodthirsty aura, his countenance dark and brooding, suggesting deep dissatisfaction. Blood One. Enter. The leader commanded, his face still shadowed with an impenetrable gloom. One of the guards at the entrance opened the door and stepped inside. What is the situation outside? The leader inquired. The blood-clad man bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of deference, and replied, the intruder has already slain the great guardian, and just now, the 6 guardians came seeking assistance, but I drove them away. A bunch of useless fools. They couldn't even handle a single 5th-tier opponent. The leader seethed, his voice low yet filled with rage. A vast sect like the 1,000 Mountain sect, unable to subdue a mere 5th-tier being? Truly a pack of inept buffoons. The leader's mood was already sour, and this news sent him into a fit of fury. With pressure from above and incompetence below, he felt an overwhelming weariness. The 6 guardians were already summoning the blood demon beast. The battle would likely conclude soon. Seeing the leader's growing ire, the blood-clad man hastily spoke up. Leader. 6 is summoning the blood demon beast. Surely, that fight will be over shortly. The leader furrowed his brow. What is Xiaolu doing? Does he truly require the summoning of the blood demon beast for just one intruder? The thought of the precious blood-red rune made him wince with pain. Why are we still dawdling? Move out at once. If we delay, you know the consequences. Just as the leader was still seething, a hoarse voice echoed in his mind. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, clenching his fists tightly in response. Old fool, just wait until I grow stronger. You shall know the cost of your negligence. Let us depart for Blue City, summon Blood 2. Leave this rabble to deal with their own mess. The leader declared sharply. The blood-clad man stepped out to call for Blood 2. The leader retrieved a teleportation talisman from his person, and soon, Blood 1 and Blood 2 entered the room. The leader ignited the talisman with his spiritual energy, causing a peculiar formation to manifest on the ground, a blue light glowing atop it. The 3 hurried into the formation, and under the leader's icy gaze, they gradually vanished from the room. Chapter 118. Annihilation of the enemy not far from the square. The 6 protectors held a blood-red statue that emanated a sinister crimson glow. This statue was none other than that of the blood demon beast. The 6 protectors gazed thoughtfully at the statue, only to soon sense a peculiar energy emanating from the Tianfeng building. Has the sect leader returned? If the sect leader discovers that I have summoned the blood demon beast, the 6 protectors' expression faltered, and with gritted teeth, they struck their own chest with a powerful blow. With a spurt of blood, the 6 protectors turned pale. Clutching the statue, they slowly made their way towards the Zifeng building. At the square of the Qianshan sect and Appos, as stronghold, the blood demon beast let out a deafening roar. Lunging directly at Tian with its massive form, Tian scoffed, swinging his fist forward, relying solely on the raw power of his physical form, devoid of any spiritual energy. Seeing Tian's unwavering approach, the blood demon beast and Appos' eyes glowed a deep red, its colossal claws striking down with ferocity. Bang! The collision of Tian and Appos' fist and the blood demon beast and Appos' claw unleashed a tremendous shockwave, shattering the ground beneath them. The air was filled with a thunderous roar. Moments later, the blood demon beast was sent flying, crashing into a nearby building, which was instantly reduced to rubble. A smile crept onto Tian's face. Challenging me in strength is a fatal mistake. Roar. The blood demon beast emitted a mournful cry, its demeanor shifting from initial confidence to one of caution. It evidently recognized that the man before it was not to be trifled with. In a flash, Tian activated his teleportation ability, appearing directly before the blood demon beast, catching it off guard. Boom. Tian and Appos' fist was poised to strike. Suddenly, a layer of crimson light enveloped the blood demon beast's surface. As Tian's fist connected with its forehead, he felt an unseen force protecting the creature. A strange, searing warmth radiated from the blood demon beast, coursing into Tian and Appos' fist, causing his blood to surge restlessly within him. In a swift motion, Tian utilized his teleportation ability to distance himself, feeling the turbulent energy within him as if it sought to escape. What kind of power is this? Tian pondered, startled that it could invoke his own vitality. Gravitational control. Tian then harnessed his unique ability to gradually calm the tumultuous energy within him. From afar, the blood demon beast observed Tian, undeterred by the turmoil he faced, and let out another thunderous roar, launching itself at him once more. Tian enveloped himself with his gravitational control, activating his defensive skill to transform his body into a golden shield. Bang! The clash between man and beast intensified, generating immense shockwaves that devastated the surrounding structures. The blood demon beast fixated its gaze on Tian, realizing it was facing an exceptionally formidable opponent. The creature and Appos' strange agility and fierce attacks seemed beyond human capability, and it sensed an unusual power within Tian. Come again! Tian shouted, pressing forward with renewed vigor. The blood demon beast's eyes flickered with fatigue, yet it stubbornly continued its assault. Bang! Tian's punches rained down relentlessly upon the blood demon beast, each strike echoing with power. Meanwhile, the creature's attempts to land a hit on Tian were futile. He deftly evaded its attacks with his teleportation ability. I'll let you taste something substantial. Don't you relish devouring energy? Tian resolved. He unleashed his thunderfire kill, merging the forces of thunder and flame into a colossal orb of light. The blood demon beast felt its first stand on end, sensing a terrifying aura coalescing within the sphere, suffocating it. Panic surged through it as it turned to flee. But Tian would not allow it to escape. In a flash, Tian appeared before the blood demon beast, crafting a perfectly formed orb of thunderfire in his hands. The creature's pupils widened in horror, its body trembling uncontrollably, keenly aware of the cataclysmic power concealed within the orb. It would perish if struck. The blood demon beast writhed in a frenzy, yet it found itself ensnared, unable to move, bound by Tian's gravitational control. With its spiritual energy waning rapidly, and having just unleashed its ultimate skill, Tian struck. Boom! The thunderfire orb collided with the blood demon beast, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In the aftermath, the creature was obliterated, its remnants scattering throughout the Qianshan sect and Appos' stronghold, leaving the square in utter ruin. Devoured successfully. Constitution 400. Devoured successfully. Acquired new skill. Blood explosion. Unleashes the full power of one and Appos' vitality, granting a formidable enhancement for 5 minutes. During this state, attack damage is doubled compared to normal attacks and cannot be stacked with other skills. This skill can only be used once a day. Tian felt a surge of power within him once more, noticing several orbs of white spiritual light at the sight of the blood demon beast and Appos' explosion. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Indeed, creatures from the unknown realm yield treasures beyond those of ordinary 5th-tier beasts. Chapter 119. Harvest. Tian slowly received several clusters of spiritual light. Blood demon necklace, dark gold equipment, spirit 400, with a 10 chance to nullify a single mental attack. Blood demon blade, dark gold equipment, strength 400, with a lifesteal effect on attack. Blood Body Talisman. Upon use, it can manifest a blood spirit clone, lasting for 5 minutes, with 50 of the main body and Apo's strength. Evolution Stones 2. Tian immediately donned the equipment and stored the Evolution Stones and Blood Body Talisman in his spatial ring. He opened his personal panel. Level. Stage 5 Evolver, 1220,000 powers. Endless Devourer, SSS grade. Lightning, S grade. Teleportation, S grade. Divine Movement, S grade. Flame, S grade. Gravity Control, S grade. Shadow, a grade. Diamond, a grade. Dynamic Vision, a grade. Spirit Recovery, a grade. Skills, Thunder Kill, Probe, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill. Golden Shield, Flame Impact, Void Electric, Flame Nova, Thunder Roar. Blood Explosion, Strength, 5,942 for 100, Agility, 5491, 100, Vitality, 5,838 for 100, Mental Power, 5885 for 100. Equipment, Mastiff Heart Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Frenzied War Boots, Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Tian surveyed his spoils and then held a few spiritual crystals, gradually restoring his spiritual power. At that moment, the square of the Chieshan sect and Apo's base lay in ruins, resembling the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, a chaotic mess all around. With his ability to restore spiritual power and the aid of the crystals, he soon regained most of his energy. However, he wondered why the leader of the Chieshan sect had not yet appeared. Others were equally silent. Was there no one left in the Chieshan sect? Whoosh. Tian pressed onward. Before long, he reached the rear of the square. Behind the square stood numerous houses, their entrances adorned with unknown talismans. Many of the buildings had been shattered by the recent shockwave. Is anyone alive? Come out. Tian sensed something and shouted loudly. Soon after, several survivors, dressed in tattered clothing and gaunt in appearance, timidly emerged. Tian frowned upon seeing the ragged individuals before him. How had it come to this? Who are you? Tian inquired. There were about 100 or 200 survivors, their spirits evidently low. We were captured by the Chieshan sect and trapped in the back. Just now, a massive shockwave obliterated our confinement, allowing us to escape, said a middle-aged man, his face pale with fear. Others began to chime in, sharing their stories. It turned out these individuals were survivors from the Zifeng building, seized by the Chieshan sect after their occupation of the area. You claim the Chieshan sect has taken many women, and now they are missing? Tian questioned. A man, his face etched with terror, replied, Yes. Sometimes I can still hear the screams of women, like the wails of ghosts. It is utterly horrifying. Tian and Apo's brow furrowed. It seemed that Nangong Xiong had mentioned this before. The Chieshan sect had indeed captured many women. Initially, he had assumed it was for amusement. But now it appeared there were ulterior motives. And what are the other members of the Chieshan sect? Tian pressed on. A few guardians went elsewhere to capture women. The leader is unpredictable, always appearing and disappearing. Someone spoke up. No wonder there were so few Chieshan sect members at this base, Tian mused. Aside from these survivors, there were only a few individuals kept as servants. The rest were absent. Does anyone know where their supplies and weapons are stored? Tian asked. The survivors shook their heads, indicating ignorance. Tian felt a surge of determination. Acquiring 2 powers was already commendable, along with several pieces of dark gold equipment. It seemed he would have to return to the Chieshan sect another time. First, he would gather the Thunder Spirit fragments and then head back to Jianglin City. Tian and Apo's relationship with Mu Yiming had effectively soured. He needed to return quickly. Otherwise, Jianglin might strike again at Lin Haiyang. And he could not afford to be left isolated. You may leave now. There is no one to stop you. I have slain 2 guardians of the Chieshan sect. No one can hinder your escape, Tian declared. Many individuals brightened at his words. Could they finally depart? Some even wept with joy. Thank you, my lord. We can finally leave this cursed place. I want to go home. With that, many excitedly left the Chieshan sect, smiles illuminating their faces. Yet, some remained, looking lost and unsure of what to do next. Why do you not leave? Tian asked, surprised by those who lingered. I have long been alone, unbound by anything. It matters not where I am. One replied. Me too. Even if I leave, what difference does it make? My home is here. Where else can I go? Alas. Seeing the despondent expressions of these individuals, Tian refrained from commenting. After all, it was their choice. I am leaving. Perhaps we shall meet again, Tian said as he prepared to exit the base. The remaining few offered him bittersweet smiles as they bid farewell. Tian then walked toward the entrance of the base. This place held no further value. There were no supplies, weapons, or formidable evolvers left. He wondered what would happen once he departed and the members of the Qianshan sect returned. That would no longer concern him. Tian, you have returned. I just saw many ragged survivors leaving. What is the situation inside? Ne Gongxiong asked excitedly, though Ne Gongxiong and his sister had not witnessed the events within. The various strange lights and powerful shockwaves, along with intermittent cries, suggested a fierce battle had occurred. He had been eager to enter but was stopped by his sister. Anxiously, Ne Gongxiong lamented his lack of strength, wishing he could fight alongside Tian. Just moments before, a tremendous explosion had sent shockwaves nearly to his side. A display of overwhelming force. As the shockwave reverberated, both siblings were filled with worry and fear. Only when the survivors emerged did they feel relieved. Tian was surely safe, or else those emerging would not have been mere survivors. Chapter 120. Seven Peaks Mountain. Tian recounted the circumstances within to the two companions. Although his description of the battle was understated, their hearts raced at the sheer terror of the adversary. Indeed, Tian and Appo's prowess was astonishing. Upon hearing that the leader of Qianshan was absent, a fleeting disappointment flickered in the siblings and Appo's eyes, quickly replaced by a sense of relief. Despite Tian and Appo's formidable strength, they harbored no absolute confidence should a confrontation with the Qianshan leader arise. The leader loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, casting a shadow over Zifeng Mansion. I shall take you to Jianglin City, my domain. I cannot afford to wait for the Qianshan leader here, Tian declared. The Nangong siblings and Appo's eyes brightened. They were inseparable and would follow him anywhere. Thank you for your trouble, Master Tian, Nangongxiong said, scratching his head. Tian smiled but said nothing. Nangongya and Appo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. I will head to Seven Peaks Mountain to collect the Lei Ling fragments. Then we shall proceed to Jianglin City. Do you have any belongings to gather? Tian inquired. We have some daily necessities left at our residence, Nangongya replied, her face still aflame. Tian nodded. And without waiting for further responses, he unfurled his wings, employing his gravitational abilities to lift them into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nangongya felt her mind go blank as strong winds whipped around them, the sound of a howling gale filling her ears. What was happening? Nangongxiong, more composed, managed to open his eyes, realizing they were soaring high above. Is this the method of Master Tian? He mused, gazing down at the shattered landscape below. His thoughts momentarily lost in awe. With a swift motion, they landed safely. We have arrived. You may gather your belongings. I shall wait for you, Tian announced. Still dizzy from the experience, Nangongya lost her balance and fell into Tian and Appo's arms. He was taken aback, a delicate fragrance wafting towards him. Staring at the lovely girl in his embrace, her enchanting beauty and flushed cheeks made him swallow hard. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Please assist your sister. I may have been too swift, Tian stammered awkwardly. Nangongxiong, though pale, burned no resentment upon seeing his sister in Tian and Appo's arms. Master Tian, please look after my sister. I will retrieve our things, he said, darting away to his home. Tian was left speechless, pondering the situation. What a way to put one and Appo's sister in a predicament. If I were a villain. Reluctantly, he decided to care for the charming young lady. After a considerable time, Nangongya regained her composure, realizing her situation and feeling her cheeks burn even more. Eventually, Nangongxiong returned with their belongings. Tian stored their items within his spatial ring. Let us depart. We are bound for Seven Peaks Mountain, he announced. Both nodded, though Nangongya and Appo's face reddened again, fearing another embarrassing moment. With a gentle surge of his spiritual energy, Tian summoned his colorful wings once more, enveloping them in a golden shield for protection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They ascended into the sky again, and this time, due to the shield and Appo's protection, the Nangong siblings felt at ease. Nangongya felt a mixture of joy and disappointment, while Nangongxiong simply relished the scenic view below. As they soared, they observed the scattered populace below, many gazing up with longing in their hearts, dreaming of the day they might fly like this. After a moment, Nangongxiong exclaimed, Master Tian, ahead lies Seven Peaks Mountain. Previously, an evolver perished alongside a mutated thunder wolf here, and I was fortunate enough to salvage something. Tian activated his dynamic vision, spotting the majestic peaks rising before them. The seven mountains were interconnected, desolate, and faint howls echoed in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tian accelerated towards the location Nangongxiong had mentioned. landing softly amidst an atmosphere thick with foreboding. Tian sensed something unusual. The howls had vanished upon their arrival. The area was barren, marked by signs of battle with cracked earth and a lingering scent of blood and decay. You may take these protective spirit orbs, he said, retrieving 2 orbs from his spatial ring and handing them to the siblings. How delightful. Negongya chirped playfully, her cheeks flushed, radiating charm. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a surge of violent lightning arced toward them. Tian remained vigilant, feeling the electricity approach. Clenching his fists, he struck the lightning with a powerful punch. Negongya felt a surge of dread as an overwhelming force bore down upon them. Negongxiong and Apos, his face paled in fear. Are we doomed? He thought. The thunder was shattered by Tian and Apos' might, leaving only a faint crackling sound in its wake. Chapter 121. Conflict. Who goes there? Tian spoke with a nonchalant tone. It appeared that they were not alone here, he mused inwardly. The Negong siblings secretly sighed in relief. The earlier atmosphere had been overwhelmingly oppressive, leaving them nearly breathless. Tian and Apos' sudden, forceful punch had shattered the thunder, leaving them both astonished. Is this the realm of the powerful? It is truly terrifying. We have already eradicated the ferocious beasts here. You may leave if you wish. A coarse voice boomed. Moments later, a group of burly men emerged, exuding an air of menace, clad in armor and wielding weapons. Several among them brandished firearms. Their gazes fixed intently on Tian and his companions. Leave that woman behind, and I might allow you to depart, the leader declared loudly, crackling lightning in his hands as he fixed his gaze on Negongya, a girl of striking beauty. Negongya felt a chill run down her spine. The man's stare made her feel repulsed. Before Tian could respond, Negongxiong could no longer contain himself. Do you know who stands before you? He shouted, his voice resonating with pride. The leader paused, confusion etched on his face as he scrutinized Tian, seemingly trying to recognize him. Just a pretty boy. If you don't leave now, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. The leader retorted harshly. Indeed, if you have no compassion. You can stay and entertain us instead. Do you know who our boss is? He is the foremost figure in one city. Boss. I suggest we keep that handsome fellow too. He seems quite delightful to toy with. Tian's expression turned icy. You wish to play with me? You are merely a band of robbers, and your so-called foremost figure in one city is merely a self-proclaimed title, he scoffed. This man before me just decimated the Qianshan sect this morning, Negongxiong proclaimed, his tone filled with pride. The leader's expression shifted, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. Decimating the Qianshan sect? That could mean trouble. He had heard of the Qianshan sect, and although their influence was limited, their leader was notoriously formidable. Moreover, Tian had just shattered his thunder with a single punch, indicating that he too possessed considerable strength, regardless of whether he had truly dismantled the Qianshan sect. Yet, despite his unease, the leader refused to concede. A mere Qianshan sect? If I had the time, I would have unified all of one city long ago, he declared defiantly. If you know what's good for you, surrender willingly. Our boss's power far surpasses that of the Qianshan sect. Do you have any idea how strong our boss is? Listening to the flattery from his subordinates, the leader felt a tinge of pride. Am I truly that formidable? Negongxiong's expression faltered. It seemed even the Qianshan sect was not a source of intimidation for them. Can you fools cease your incessant prattling? Tian interjected suddenly. As soon as he spoke, the opposing group erupted in outrage. Fools? Who dares to call us fools? We are the mightiest force in one city, and you dare insult us. Enough. Silence. The leader bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully. His men fell silent, like beaten eggplants, heads drooping. Tian observed the scene with amusement, finding their bravado amusing yet foolish. Leave the woman, and you two should vacate at once. I am in a foul mood today. Do not provoke me into taking lives, the leader commanded sternly. With that, Tian launched an attack. Words were futile against such arrogance. Boom. Tian's fist struck forward. The leader crossed his arms defensively, a golden shield materializing. Thud. Tian's fist collided with the shield, creating a fierce standoff. Moments later, the impact shattered the shield, sending the leader hurtling backward into his subordinates, toppling them all like dominoes. Cries of agony echoed as many recoiled in fear. The leader's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness. This man is a formidable opponent. Negongya gasped inwardly. This was her first time witnessing Tian in action. The leader, who appeared formidable, was repelled by a single strike, taking down a whole group in the process. Watching Tian's silhouette, she felt a surge of warmth. Negongxiong, however, remained composed, convinced that Tian, with his exceptional talents, could not possibly be matched by these ruffians, They were merely inviting humiliation upon themselves. Brother, you possess remarkable skill. It seems I have underestimated you. May I inquire what you seek here? The leader slowly rose, speaking with a grave tone. Tian considered this man, despite having taken a punch. He remained calm enough to speak respectfully. Perhaps he truly was a dangerous individual, Tian pondered. I seek the mutated Thunder Wolf. I require Thunder Spirit fragments. Tian stated plainly. The leader's heart tightened. He was well aware of the Thunder Spirit fragments. He had eradicated numerous mutated Thunder Wolves in the area and acquired 9 fragments. Could it be that this man possessed the last one? Calculating silently. The leader responded with a smile. It is impossible. I have cleared out all the monsters nearby and have not seen any Thunder Spirit fragments. That is not true. The last time I saw the mutated Thunder Wolf, it was right here, and the Thunder Spirit fragment was dropped by that very creature. Nangong Xiong interjected loudly. A glint of excitement flickered in the leader's eyes. Indeed, there was still a fragment in his possession. Hand over everything on you. I need to inspect. Tian demanded. The leader, having initiated the confrontation and insulted Nangongya, was deemed untrustworthy. His words were mere deception. The leader's expression faltered, and he replied gravely. I have connections with the Long family from Kyoto. Are you certain you wish to search me? Upon hearing this, Tian thought of the Long family, recalling Long Feiyu. If he hailed from there, then it would be best for him to meet his end sooner rather than later. The leader noticed the lack of fear in Tian's demeanor, which had turned icy. He does not fear me? The leader was taken aback. Usually, the mere mention of his name would invoke trepidation in even the mightiest of opponents. Who is this man before me, who exhibits no fear whatsoever? Chapter 122. The battle. Upon encountering Tian, the burly man was taken aback by the absence of fear on Tian's face. His expression shifted to one of gravity as he discreetly gathered his spiritual energy. The mention of a connection to the Long family sent a chill through Tian. He had only recently escaped the clutches of Long Feiyu and now found himself facing someone affiliated with them. Boom. Tian's entire body became enveloped in crackling lightning. In a flash, he reappeared before the burly man, his fist poised to strike. Startled, the man unleashed a surge of thunderous energy that surrounded him, simultaneously launching a punch of his own. Bang! The two fists collided, creating a clash of thunderous power. The air crackled ominously as the energy clashed. The burly man's subordinates, standing just a few meters away, looked on in terror, their hair standing on end from the overwhelming aura that threatened to crush them at any moment. With a resounding crash, Tian's punch sent the burly man hurtling backward, crashing into a distant rock wall and creating a massive dent. Spitting blood, the man turned pale, trembling with fear in his eyes. I have the Thunder Spirit fragments, 9 of them right here. He shouted desperately. His subordinates trembled, too afraid to utter a word, fully aware they were in the presence of a formidable opponent. No need. I will take them myself. Tian replied coolly, his gaze fixed intently on the burly man. The man felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed the imminent threat against his life. If that's the case, then let us fight to the bitter end. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the burly man produced a blue spiritual crystal and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from within him, shaking the very stones behind him. Crash! The wall behind him exploded in a shower of debris as an overwhelming force emanated from his body, as if ready to dominate the very heavens. Boss has consumed the spirit crystal. You're doomed. His subordinates yelled, excitement coursing through them despite their trembling bodies. Nangongya felt a jolt of alarm. Although she was unaware of the nature of the spirit crystal, the terrifying aura it exuded was enough to instill dread for Tian's safety. Tian, however, was well aware that the spirit crystal was a catalyst for unlocking one's latent potential, significantly boosting power for a brief period at the cost of subsequent weakness. Clearly, this burly man was no novice in using such crystals, as evidenced by his subordinates' awareness of its properties. As the man's followers chattered incessantly, envisioning Tian's imminent defeat, Tian's patience wore thin. Enough, he snapped. Bang! Suddenly, Tian's right hand coalesced into a sphere of lightning, hurling it towards the man's subordinates. A deafening explosion followed by horrified screams erupted as the lightning sphere obliterated the burly man's followers in an instant. Devouring successful. Acquired new B-grade ability. Tear. Attacks now carry a tearing effect. To his delight, Tian discovered he had encountered an evolved being with unique abilities, albeit of B-grade. You scum! I will kill you. The burly man roared, losing all semblance of rationality upon witnessing the annihilation of his allies. His massive frame charged towards Tian, driven by fury. Though his subordinates were of little strength, their loyalty was unwavering, having followed him through thick and thin since before the apocalypse. In a flash, The burly man's speed and strength surged, propelling him to Tian's front. Tian's pupils contracted as he responded with another powerful strike. Both combatants unleashed their thunderous energies, and surprisingly, the burly man managed to hold his ground against Tian. Bang! The two exchanged blows repetitively, each clash reverberating through the air. The Nangong siblings watched in horror, activating the protective spirit beads Tian had given them, retreating to a safe distance. "This power is terrifying," Nangong Xiong whispered. As the two continued their fierce battle, lightning crackled and exploded around them, leaving the ground pockmarked and the surrounding rocks shattered. With each strike, Tian felt his spiritual energy flowing more freely, mastering his own strength more adeptly. He had initially sought to use this confrontation as a means to hone his skills, recognizing that few evolved beings could truly challenge him anymore. Boom! Their fists collided once more, and the burly man began to regain his composure from his blind rage, recognizing the sheer terror of Tian's power. Even after consuming the spirit crystal, he found himself struggling to match Tian's might. The man could feel an unsettling tearing sensation with each blow, his internal energy gradually waning. Panic began to settle in as he realized that if he continued fighting, he would surely perish. Gathering his remaining strength, he unleashed a desperate punch. Bang! Tian was momentarily blindsided by the sudden ferocity, sent stumbling back 10 meters. "I'll seek revenge another time for now. I'll spare your life," the burly man growled, pulling out a talisman. Boom! Suddenly, an overwhelming force pinned him down, rendering him immobile. The talisman was pulled violently from his grasp. This was Tian's gravitational control at work, exerting a force akin to that of nature itself, rendering the burly man powerless. "I had hoped to toy with you a bit longer, but it seems you've chosen your own demise," Tian remarked coolly, the lightning in his hand coalescing into a brilliant sphere. Cold sweat trickled down the man's back as he felt his energy deplete. "Please don't kill me. I am willing to serve you, to be your subordinate," he implored in terror, realizing the futility of his previous ambitions for revenge. The thought of the thunder spirit fragments forgotten in the face of his impending doom. Survival was now his only priority. Chapter 123, Thunder Spirit. The extraordinary powers of Nangongya. "I cannot afford to employ someone like you," Tian scoffed. Upon their first encounter, he had already targeted him, not to mention his deep ties with the Long family. Furthermore, he had just eliminated so many of his subordinates. The burly man trembled in fear. He was a level 5 evolver, yet he was being rejected. "No, you cannot kill me," he exclaimed in alarm. Bang! Just as the words left his mouth, Tian's attack struck. The electric orb directly impacted the burly man. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The man's body was pierced by the power of lightning, leaving no trace of life behind. Devouring successful. Agility 400. Devouring successful. S-level ability Thunder upgraded to S-level. Thunder power significantly enhanced. New skill acquired. Thunder Spirit Armor. Forming armor from lightning energy to protect oneself. Upon activation, Constitution 1000. Tian felt a stirring within. He had gained a new skill, and his lightning ability had upgraded. If he were to devour more, could he elevate it even further? A new skill, Thunder Spirit Armor, enhancing his constitution by 1,000 points, quite commendable. Opening his personal panel, he silently contemplated. Level 5 Evolver, 1620,000 powers. Endless Devour, SSS-level, Lightning, S-level, Teleportation, S-level, Godspeed, S-level, Fire, S-level, Gravity Control, S-level, Shadow, a level. Diamond, a level. Dynamic Vision, a level. Spiritual Recovery, a level. Tear, B. Skills, Thunder Strike, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Strike. Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Lightning, Fire Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Explosion. Thunder Spirit Armor, Strength, 5,942 for 100, Agility, 5891, 100, Constitution, 5,838 for 100, Mentality, 5,885 for 100, Equipment, Mastiff Heart Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Frenzied Battle Boots, Golden, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. The lightning ability had increased slightly, and he had acquired a new B-level ability, along with an additional skill. Feeling the surge of power within, Tian was enveloped in a sense of security. Seeing Tian successfully eliminate their foe, the Nangong siblings breathed a collective sigh of relief. Tian then searched the burly man's belongings, as well as those of his subordinates. He discovered various spirit crystals and some low-level equipment, all of which he stored in his spatial ring. What effect will the Thunder Spirit have? Tian pondered as he gazed at the 10 shards in his hand. Nagong Xiong also looked at the shards in astonishment. Would you like to fuse the Thunder Spirit shards? Instantly, information appeared in Tian's mind, and he readily chose to proceed. The Thunder Spirit seemed to resonate, and the 10 shards slowly floated into the air. Suddenly, a brilliant flash erupted. Roar. A delightful roar echoed as a pet-like Thunder Spirit materialized in midair, resembling a toy from a shop. This? A Thunder Spirit? Tian murmured softly. Sensing Tian's call, the Thunder Spirit hurriedly bounded into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Detection technique. Thunder Spirit, epic level lightning pet, level 1, 0-100, strength, 24, agility, 22, constitution, 21, mentality, 20, skill. Thunder Spirit roar, emits a powerful roar, causing significant damage. Tian regarded this adorable creature. Although its attributes were decent, its level was regrettably low. Moreover, the skill, Thunder Spirit roar, was somewhat. Nagongya's eyes lit up as she gazed at the charming Thunder Spirit, her expression brimming with affection. Girls often found it hard to resist such fluffy beings. Sensing Tian's subtle disdain, the Thunder Spirit looked at him with a pitiful gaze. Lord Tian, may I touch it? Suddenly, Nagongya's voice chimed, her eyes sparkling with desire. Tian smiled at her excitement and allowed the Thunder Spirit to accompany her. Though the Thunder Spirit felt deeply wronged, it complied with Tian's request, snuggling up to Nagongya, who blushed profusely, exclaiming, This Thunder Spirit is too adorable. We shall return to Jianglin City now, Tian declared. The Nagong siblings nodded vigorously, having previously agreed to return to Jianglin City with Tian after acquiring the Thunder Spirit shards. Nagongya, you should use this evolution stone. The journey is rather long, and it will provide you with safety as an evolver. Tian continued. He then explained to Nagongya what the evolution stone was. He had 5 evolution stones in his possession, and giving one to her would not be a problem. Nagongya's cheeks flushed as tears shimmered in her eyes, her gaze toward Tian softening, harboring an unspoken decision within her heart. Nagong Xiong, too, felt immense gratitude toward Tian. His greatest concern had been for his sister. Tian had granted his sister the opportunity to become an evolver. Although he had not read extensively, he understood the immense value of such a gift. The thought of something that could transform an ordinary person into an evolver was simply astounding. Lord Tian, I have awakened, but alas, it is a healing type. Nagongya pouted. Tian's heart stirred. Healing abilities were indeed valuable, as such supportive powers could be exceptionally formidable. In later stages, they could turn the tide, restoring an ally from near defeat to full strength. Nagong Xiong was equally thrilled. Supportive abilities were excellent, as they did not require direct combat. This ability was quite remarkable and would prove invaluable in the future. Tian reassured her. Nagongya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Tian. The Thunder Spirit seemed to sense Nagongya's awakening and appeared less disdainful towards her, nearly wanting to burrow entirely into her embrace. Let us set forth, Tian announced. As he spread his colorful wings, activating his gravity control ability once more, the 3 soared into the sky. After awakening, Nagongya's constitution had significantly strengthened, and she was no longer as fragile in the air. Meanwhile, in Jianglin City, a Zhanghai community, Lord Lin, our cameras have spotted that group of attackers returning. A young man clad in blue remarked. Lin Haiyang's expression remained unchanged as he grasped a long knife, a chill emanating from him. The young man felt a bone-chilling cold seep into his heart, causing him to tremble. Immediately summon Chen Lao and the others to the hall for a meeting, Lin Haiyang commanded. Chapter 124, The Battle at Zhanghai Community. Do they dare to approach us? A chilling voice resonated through the air. The speaker was Lan Ling, clad in a professional ensemble, exuding an aura of icy composure. We have received word that Tian may be returning. It seems there are individuals in Deep City who wish to take action against him, but he has discovered their intentions beforehand, Ji stated. Ji was the captain of the guard team left by Lai Shan, and his information was naturally provided by him. Upon hearing Zhu Ye's words, the eyes of those in the hall brightened. Lord Tian was returning. Lan Ling's gaze sparkled with excitement, her heart tumultuous with emotion. During Tian's absence, she had found herself yearning for him daily. Now, with the news of his imminent return, her heart raced with anticipation, wishing fervently to see him at once. Lin Haiyang and Chen Linshan were equally unable to contain their exhilaration. If Tian returned, no beast or adversary would pose a challenge. Let us first organize our defenses and bide our time. There are numerous evolved beings on the opposing side. We should deplete their strength with artillery, Chen Linshan suggested. Subsequently, discussions ensued, and orders were dispatched as the entire community prepared vigorously. The previous attack had left the community shaken, prompting everyone to consciously learn the operation of various weaponry. In this world, where ferocious beasts and zombies roamed freely, having a safe haven to survive was cherished by all. 3 kilometers away from Shanghai community. The streets lay in ruins, reeking of decay, with blood saturating the surroundings. A group of well-trained warriors advanced steadily, armed with an array of weaponry. Bai followed the leader of the Donglin gang, Jiang Hao, as they prepared to launch another assault on Shanghai community. Jiang gang leader. We must capture those individuals this time. This is what the president instructed. Bai declared, his expression brimming with excitement. Jiang Hao shot Bai a glance and replied coolly, to destroy a talisman after all this time, is this all you have accomplished? At these words, Bai and Apos' countenance shifted, and he retorted sharply, they have trampled on the reputation of our Jianglin association. Previously, we were hindered by the protection of Moin technology, making it difficult to act. Now that Moin has declared that Shanghai community is no concern of theirs, we must reclaim our honor. Bai and Apos' eyes gleamed with fervor as he continued, ever since retreating last time, I have felt an unbearable frustration. We were so close yet had to withdraw. After receiving this command, I am eager to set out. Originally, the president intended to wait for the hauling team to return with supplies. But I have vowed to lead the charge with the Donglin gang leader, who has already broken through to the 5th tier. Dealing with these lowly foes will be effortless. Since I have made this pledge, the president has no reason to object. Jiang Hao remained silent, reflecting on the president and Apos' earlier words. Kill them all if possible. If Tian returns, he must be captured alive. The president seemed particularly interested in Tian, though Jiang Hao wondered why. In his eyes, the president and Apos' strength was nearly invincible. He had reviewed some information on Tian, finding his abilities rather average, except for a peculiar wing-like appendage. Beyond that, there appeared to be little of significance to study. Despite his confusion over the president and Apos' motives, Jiang Hao dared not defy his wishes. He was well aware of the president and Apos' methods. The sounds of anguish cries emanating from the president and Apos' seclusion were chilling enough to unsettle even the battle-hardened Donglin gang leader. I am only responsible for capturing Tian. I have not been instructed to take anyone else alive, Jiang Hao said, returning to the present. Bai and Apos' expression faltered. Realizing Jiang Hao and Apos' dismissive attitude. 500 spirit crystals, and you helped me capture that woman and the one with ice abilities. Bai stated through gritted teeth. He had learned that one of the individuals was Mu Yiming and Apos' daughter, who was currently absent from Jianglin City, rendering her untouchable. Yet those two must be thoroughly subdued. Especially the male, he deserved to be tormented. Are you trying to bribe me with 500 spirit crystals? Jiang Hao retorted with a hint of scorn. Although they worked under the Jianglin president, Jiang Hao had long held disdain for Bai. Were it not for the president and Apos' influence, he would have cast Bai aside long ago. Bai and Apos' expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Hao. 500 spirit crystals plus a piece of dark gold-grade equipment. If not, consider my request null. He replied coldly. At that moment, Bai was consumed by anger. Thinking to himself, Jiang Hao, you better not fall into my hands. Jiang Hao, astonished, regarded Bai with disbelief. This fool. Lacking in capability yet abundant in resources, perhaps it was time to devise a plan to eliminate him. Bai sensed Jiang Hao and Apos' scrutiny and felt a surge of pride. Yet, no matter how formidable one appeared, if they were destitute, they were ultimately powerless. Jiang Hao suppressed his impulses and nodded. Very well. Let us capture those two alive as well. At Shanghai community, the micro-battery pulse wave was activated. The artillery was primed and ready. All personnel were in position. Shen Lian listened intently to the messages relayed through the intercom, a cold glimmer passing across his visage. Those scoundrels dare to approach? This time, you shall pay dearly, he thought, remembering the comrades who had perished under enemy fire. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Vengeance must be sought. I will have my revenge, was Shen Lian and Apos' resolute thought. Aside from the combatants, everyone else in the villa had retreated to the basement. The sudden attack had instilled a sense of urgency in the villa and Apos' occupants, and now, upon facing another threat, they felt less fear than before. Lin Haiyang wielded a long blade, icy energy coursing through his being. After this period of hunting down ferocious beasts, he had advanced to the 4th tier and acquired a golden-grade longsword, also learning various sword-fighting techniques from Zhu Yi. His strength had surged significantly. As the enemies drew nearer, the artillery was prepared. Lan Ling sensed the approach of the adversaries and promptly relayed the information via the intercom. 800 meters to the southeast. Commence artillery fire. The message was conveyed, and the warriors swiftly adjusted their artillery positions. Boom! The shell struck Baiyu and Appo's forces, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that sent limbs and blood flying in all directions. Activate the shield, Jiang Hao shouted urgently. Bang! 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 More massive shells rained down, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving chaos in their wake. Chapter 125. Entering Bang! 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 As a series of explosions resonated, dense smoke enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Hao and Appo's subordinates finally activated the shield. A blue barrier encased everyone, and the shells struck against it, producing a reverberating sound. It appears they have activated the shield. The gunfire has momentarily ceased, Chen Linshan remarked, his shadow already surveying the external situation. His shadow clearly observed that the blue shield surrounded them, rendering the shells ineffective. They were drawing closer. At the entrance, a colossal landmine lay buried, poised for action. The artillery adjusted its aim, targeting the next stronghold. Shenlian held a walkie-talkie, methodically issuing commands. Ji directed his subordinates as they readied various weapons, while Lanling and Chen Linshan sensed the conditions outside. Each face bore an expression of gravity. Yet none exhibited fear. Boss, the villa has initiated a micro-electromagnetic pulse. A subordinate approached Jiang Hao and reported. I possess a void-breaking talisman, Baiyu hurriedly declared, eager to rush in and apprehend the individuals inside. Then you may enter alone, Jiang Hao replied nonchalantly. The void-breaking talisman allowed only one person to traverse at a time. Although he was unafraid, Jiang Hao deemed it unnecessary to take such a risk recklessly. Baiyu snorted in disdain but fell silent. Just as they were advancing towards the community entrance, boom, a thunderous explosion erupted, and something on the ground detonated violently. In an instant, the entire squad was thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. Many were struck by the shockwave, suffering grievous injuries. Soon, anguished cries filled the air, blood and severed limbs splattering everywhere. The shield dissipated as no one maintained it, though Jiang Hao and Appo's subordinates were well trained and equipped. They were predominantly ordinary individuals and low-tier revolvers. Faced with such a fierce landmine blast, they possessed no means of resistance. Everyone, remain still. There is something beneath us. Jiang Hao and Appo's expression darkened as he shouted. All halted, paralyzed by fear, as artillery shells rained down from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The shells accurately struck Jiang Hao and Appo's team, intertwining cries of agony with the explosions. Jiang Hao activated a shield, but it scarcely covered the area, barely shielding those nearby. Scum. You seek death. Jiang Hao seethed, witnessing his subordinates wailing under the bombardment, his rage on the brink of eruption. Give me the void-breaking talisman, Jiang Hao commanded fiercely. Baiyu and Appo's heart leaped with joy. The individuals inside were performing admirably. He swiftly produced a void-breaking talisman from his possession. Take them all. You all enter with me. Storms and thunder, Jiang Hao bellowed. Baiyu hesitated, realizing the absurdity of Jiang Hao and Appo's demands, knowing that one talisman sufficed. Observing Jiang Hao and Appo's frantic demeanor instilled a tinge of fear in Baiyu, though he doubted Jiang Hao would dare turn against him. Nevertheless, this man seemed perilously close to an explosive outburst. Baiyu gritted his teeth and produced several more void-breaking talismans, which Jiang Hao coldly accepted. 4 heavily armored warriors stepped forward, exuding an intimidating aura. These 4 were among Jiang Hao and Appo's most formidable subordinates, 1 at Tier 4 and 3 at Tier 3, representing the mainstay of their forces. Let us proceed. Jiang Hao distributed the talismans to them. Baiyu also retrieved a talisman, gradually igniting it with spiritual energy. Moments later, 5 black hole-like rifts appeared, slowly engulfing several individuals, who then vanished from sight. Several individuals have disappeared, Chen Linshan exclaimed. The crowd was taken aback. Their disappearance did not imply death. Could they be preparing something in the shadows? Lin Haiyang instinctively tightened his grip on his long blade, his spiritual energy surging. Someone has entered, Lanling shouted. Bang! Suddenly, a formidable attack struck. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted, causing the villa to tremble. Subsequently, a massive crater was blasted into the structure. The onlookers stared intently outside. Scum, come forth. I demand your demise. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the community. Let us go confront them, Lin Haiyang declared, the chill of his long blade palpable. Zhu Yu, Chen Linshan, Lanling, and a host of warriors proceeded outward. Jiang Hao wielded 2 short blades, their surfaces aglow with spiritual light. It was evident that the recent assault had originated from these blades. Baiyu watched the opposing villa with exhilaration, on the verge of capturing his quarry, although he had expended several void-breaking talismans. The prospect of apprehending them was worth it. Swish. A flash of blade light suddenly surged forth. Jiang Hao coldly snorted, deftly slicing through the blade and Appo's light with a short blade. As the blade light shattered, a wave of frigid air enveloped Baiyu, causing him to shiver uncontrollably from the cold. "Are you still alive?" a voice exclaimed in astonishment. Baiyu focused his gaze, spotting a group of individuals before the villa, led by a young man wielding a long blade, his eyes filled with shock. Behind him stood several warriors and a cold, professional woman clad in formal attire. "Haha. Did you expect this? Lin Haiyang and Lan Ling, I shall repay you tenfold for how you treated me." Baiyu and Appo's adversary finally revealed himself, unable to contain his emotions. His tone dark and tinged with ecstatic malice. Lin Haiyang felt a chill run down his spine. He distinctly remembered crushing this man and Appo's head. How was it possible? Lan Ling, equally stunned, pondered the impossibility of resurrection. Baiyu seemed to relish the astonished expressions of his foes, his demeanor bordering on madness. "Jiang, I want those two alive." "The others, kill them," Baiyu commanded, his voice trembling with anticipation. Jiang Hao frowned. He despised being told what to do. Yet Baiyu and Appo's offer was too alluring to ignore. "Very well. I shall help you capture those two, but do not forget your promise," Jiang Hao replied coolly. Baiyu and Appo's eyes nearly blazed with fervor as he asserted, "No problem. I only desire those two." Lin Haiyang regarded Jiang Hao warily. This man was a formidable opponent. "Leave the leader to me. You handle the rest," Lin Haiyang resolutely declared, realizing there was no turning back now. Initially, he had hoped to thwart them with a micro-electromagnetic pulse wave. Chapter 126, Fierce Battle. Unexpectedly, they barged right in, leaving no choice but to face them head-on. Jiang Hao, noticing the audacity of his opponent attempting to confront him alone, smirked. "Let me show you my prowess." With a swift motion, Lin Haiyang initiated his attack, brandishing his long knife across his chest. The chilling spiritual energy enveloped his body. He understood that seizing the initiative was his only chance. Bang! Lin Haiyang swung his blade, but Jiang Hao and Appo's short knife suddenly glimmered with light, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Chaos erupted as Jiang Hao and Appo's remaining subordinates launched their assault on the others. In an instant, the battlefield descended into disarray. Jiyu had advanced to the 4th tier and single-handedly confronted a 4th-tier opponent. Lan Ling and her companions, all at the 3rd tier, could only resort to overwhelming the remaining foes with sheer numbers, seeing his attacks rendered ineffective. Lin Haiyang felt a weight in his heart as his spiritual energy surged within him. An icy chill emanated outward. Jiang Hao regarded Lin Haiyang with amusement, and in a flash of speed, he kicked forcefully at Lin Haiyang and Appo's chest. Bang! The impact sent Lin Haiyang hurtling backward into the villa and Appo's wall. Blood spewed from Lin Haiyang and Appo's mouth, his complexion pale, and his eyes dulled. "You worthless fool, still daring to challenge me. Had it not been for Baiyu purchasing your life, that kick would have ended you," Jiang Hao taunted, his tone dripping with scorn. Though Jiang Hao and Appo's subordinates were of little strength, they had been loyal for some time, and he felt a pang of attachment to them. "And that woman, hurry, boss Jiang," Baiyu shouted from outside the battlefield. Truly, Jiang Hao and Appo's might was formidable. With a single move, he had incapacitated Lin Haiyang. "Donna and Appo's, harm her. I intend to toy with her, the wretched harlot," Baiyu added, his gaze toward Lan Ling igniting with fervor. His mind raced with countless schemes on how to deal with her. As for Lin Haiyang, he planned to sever his limbs, reducing him to a mere plaything. A flicker of displeasure crossed Jiang Hao and Appo's eyes. Baiyu, lacking real skill, was prone to reckless chatter. "Silence. I will handle this," Jiang Hao snapped. Baiyu, consumed with thoughts of tormenting Lan Ling, felt a surge of resentment toward Jiang Hao, vowing in his heart to find an opportunity for revenge. Meanwhile, engaged in battle, Lan Ling felt a chill at Baiyu and Appo's words, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. If he dares, she resolved, if it comes to that, I can only belong to brother Tian. Jiang Hao slowly approached Lan Ling, his spiritual energy coalescing in preparation. Suddenly, a rush of crimson spiritual energy surged forth, striking Jiang Hao. He found himself momentarily entrapped in an abyss of enchantment. Yet, his will was formidable, and he quickly broke free from its grasp. "Who dares?" Jiang Hao growled, his voice low. This alluring force had nearly consumed him. He scanned the area but found no source for this spiritual energy amidst the chaos of battle. His heart sank. There must be a hidden expert among them. Suddenly, a gust of fragrant red wind swept through the battlefield, causing everyone to feel as if their bodies were no longer under their control, lost in a fog of confusion. Jiang Hao focused his spiritual energy, attempting to dispel the miasma, but it was swallowed whole the moment it manifested. From the mist emerged a woman clad in a delicate red gown, her exquisite face captivating and enchanting, her figure barely concealed by the sheer fabric. The men, entranced by her beauty, gazed with lustful eyes, their desires overtaking them. Such a stunning beauty, she is mine. They clamored, desperate for her attention. Jiang Hao, witnessing his subordinates succumb to the enchantment, felt despair wash over him. The occupants of the villa, though similarly affected, seemed to retain some awareness. Attempting to distance themselves from the red mist. Bang! A sudden explosion echoed, and Jiang Hao turned, his heart brimming with fury as he observed his men turning on one another. Outside the fray, Baiyu was taken aback by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Weighing his options as to whether he should flee, his gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on Lanling, who was also entranced, drifting toward the mist, while the others were lost in a haze of confusion. I must seize her and escape, he thought, dismissing the incapacitated Lin Haiyang for another time. This woman shall be mine. Baiyu stealthily approached Lanling, while Jiang Hao continued to survey the area, still unaware of the underlying situation. Though he longed to separate his fighting subordinates, the timing was far from ideal. The enemy was hidden, while he stood exposed. At that moment, Baiyu inched closer to Lanling, his heart ablaze with anticipation. Once I capture Lanling, the others. Heh. Ling, be careful. Lin Haiyang shouted from the sidelines. Bang! Just as Baiyu was about to reach Lanling, a powerful strike landed upon him, sending him reeling. Pfft. Blood erupted from Baiyu and Apos' mouth as he was knocked back. I and Apos, V found you. Jiang Hao and Apos' voice rang out, and he vanished into the mist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tremendous gust battered Nangongya and Apos' face, making her wonder if the wind would render her visage unappealing. I hope I don't and Apos, look ugly, she mused. Having awakened her powers, she felt empowered enough to soar through the skies without fear. Lord Tian, how much longer until we reach Jianglin City? We and Apos, been flying for quite some time. She called out from high above. Though exhilarating at first, the prolonged altitude and direct view of the earth became rather tedious. In contrast, Nangong Xiang reveled in the spectacle below, relishing this rare opportunity. He had never even flown in an airplane, let alone soared through the skies. Tian glanced beneath them and replied, we should be almost there, just a little longer. The trio continued their journey, encountering various monstrous beings along the way. Yet under Tian and Apos' overwhelming strength, these creatures were easily dispatched. Chapter 127, Arrival of Tian Bang. Suddenly, Jiang Hao and Apos' figure vanished into the mist, only to re-emerge outside of it. A powerful surge of spiritual energy struck a tree beside the villa. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The mighty tree quivered, its leaves trembling. Impressive strength. You actually detected me. At that moment, a melodious laughter echoed, and a captivating woman clad in a red sheer dress appeared before everyone. Baiyu coughed up blood, fixated on the enchanting figure that had just materialized. How could such beauty exist? This woman, I must possess her. Meanwhile, Lin Haiyang, immobilized by the wall, felt his cheeks flush. Did she save us? If she had, and Apos' intervened and unleashed this fog, he shuddered to think of the consequences. Enchantress, who are you? Do you intend to obstruct the Jianglin Association and Apos' operations? Jiang Hao asked coldly. Oh dear, the Jianglin Association, I and Apos' am so frightened. The woman in the red dress replied with a playful smile. Jiang Hao and Apos' heart sank. Who was this woman, so unafraid of the Jianglin Association? It was known that the Jianglin Association had nearly unified all evolvers in Jianglin City, save for those in Zhonghai community, who had previously been ensnared by the Enchantress and Apos' magic. Now, they were here to cleanse this last remaining territory. Tian had arrived at the outskirts of Zhonghai community and noticed it enveloped in a miniature electromagnetic pulse wave. An ominous feeling creeping into his heart. At the entrance, numerous armored warriors seemed to be tending to their wounds. Tian descended slowly with the two companions, unnoticed by the people below. Who are you? Tian inquired. We are from the Jianglin Association, Dongong Gang. Scram, and don't disturb our business, barked the leading warrior. Tian surveyed the scene, horrified at the cries of the wounded. The Jianglin Association was here to deal with Lin Haiyang and the others, damn it. May you all perish. Boom. In an instant, Tian and Apos' thunderous power coalesced, his thunder kill skill primed and ready, and he unleashed it with a tremendous force. Kaboom. With a resounding explosion, all were engulfed by the thunderous energy, vanishing without even a scream. The Nangong siblings and Apos' pupils constricted. Master Tian, so powerful. Wait here. I will check inside. Take this protective spirit pearl. Tian hastily handed them the protective charm before departing. Whoosh. Tian utilized his teleportation ability to dart into the community. Outside, only the astonished Nangong siblings remained, surrounded by remnants of bodies and blood. Then let us die together. Jiang Hao remarked darkly. The woman in the red dress giggled in response. Your opponent is not me. Hee. Look, he is coming. She pointed toward another direction, gradually retracting her mist. The crowd in the community slowly regained their senses, their eyes coming back to focus. A handsome young man. His expression grim, was rushing towards them. Jiang Hao turned to glance, his pupils narrowing. Tian, you and Appos. Back. Lin Haiyang exclaimed. Joy lighting up his face as he looked at Tian. The recently awakened crowd wore expressions of shock, bewildered by what had just transpired. Jiang Hao and Appos, as subordinates examined their bodies, noticing numerous signs of having been beaten. The occupants of the villa gazed at Tian with surprise. Lanling and Appos, eyes glistened with tears as she whispered, Brother Tian, I missed you so much. Seeing everyone alive. Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned his attention to Jiang Hao and the woman in red. I am here to assist you. Please don't look this way, it frightens me. The woman in red chimed sweetly upon noticing Tian and Appos' gaze. That beautiful lady just saved us. She intervened on our behalf. Lin Haiyang shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Tian smiled at the woman in red, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, miss. Once I deal with these Jianglin Association scoundrels, I shall return to properly thank you. Oh, no need to be polite, dear. I have admired you for quite some time. Just let me know your needs, and I shall fulfill any request. The woman replied flirtatiously. Upon regaining her composure, Lan Ling regarded the woman in red with trepidation, thinking, another enchantress. I can't handle this. Tian and Appos' expression soured slightly as he averted his gaze. The occupants of the villa looked at Tian, feeling an inexplicable sense of security, as if his presence alone could resolve all their troubles. Enough. Do you truly think you have me cornered? Jiang Hao interjected, his countenance darkening. It was intolerable to witness such flirtation in his presence. Are you merely the scum of the Jianglin Association? Your men outside have been eliminated by me. It's time for you to join them. Tian replied coolly. Jiang Hao's pupils contracted. Damn it. My men, all gone. His heart bled at the thought. Realizing he had come with a multitude, now reduced to just a handful. Baiyu, pale-faced, lamented the loss of the outside forces. It was all that damned Baiyu and Appos' fault for insisting on entering with the void spell. Had they waited for the spirit group, such chaos could have been avoided. Suddenly, Baiyu felt a chilling gaze upon him and turned to find Jiang Hao glaring icily. You useless fool, if it weren't and Appos, tea for you. Jiang Hao and Appos' anger intensified. Tian surveyed the peculiar scene before him. Jiang Hao glared at the bloodied figure on the ground. Isn't this the one Lin Haiyang killed last time? How is he back? Could he be his brother? Never mind. First I must deal with Tian, then I will settle the score with you, Jiang Hao thought grimly. At that moment, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through Jiang Hao, who gripped the dagger, his gaze fixed menacingly on Tian. Tian noted Jiang Hao had finally ceased his foolishness and began to gather his own power. Brother Tian, go for it. Defeat that villain. A clear voice rang out suddenly. Tian turned to see Lan Ling, a warmth blossoming in his heart at her familiar presence. Swish. A blood demon blade manifested in Tian and Appos' hand. He had yet to wield this weapon since acquiring it, and now seemed the perfect time to test its might. Tian had endured 2 years of the apocalypse in his past life, mastering various weapons. A mere blood demon blade was certainly within his capabilities. Jiang Hao's eyes glinted with a cold light. He sensed the extraordinary strength of Tian's spiritual energy. Chapter 128. Confrontation with Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was slightly taken aback. Was he also at the 5th tier? At this stage, only the most elite warriors from various factions could break through to the 5th tier, and yet Tian, a mere leader from a small community in Zhanghai, had achieved the same. A sense of trepidation crept into Jiang Hao's heart, exacerbated by the overwhelming spiritual power emanating from Tian, which instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. Meanwhile, the woman in the red dress exuded an aura of unfathomable strength. Whoosh. Just as Jiang Hao was contemplating his next move, Tian brandished the blood demon blade and charged at him. Bang! Jiang Hao's pupils constricted as he crossed 2 short blades in front of his chest, summoning a shimmering blue shield. Boom! The blood demon blade struck Jiang Hao's protective barrier, unleashing a crackling thunderous sound and scattering countless sparks. After a brief struggle, Jiang Hao suddenly felt a tearing sensation throughout his body, not painful, but his vitality was steadily draining away. Die. Tian murmured, exerting more force. The tremendous impact overwhelmed Jiang Hao. Bang! As Tian intensified his assault, Jiang Hao's shield shattered, and he was flung backward. His body collided with a nearby willow tree, producing a resounding thud. Uft! Jiang Hao spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale. Is Tian truly this strong? How is that possible? Jiang Hao was utterly astonished. His subordinates stared in disbelief at Tian, witnessing their leader being so thoroughly bested for the first time in their memories. Their leader had never been on the defensive against anyone. On the other side, Bayu's heart sank to the depths of despair. He regretted not waiting for the Sea Spirit Brigade. Moreover, having made a military pledge, he feared the consequences of failing the task at hand. Imagining the terrifying methods of the leader, he swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his back. Jiang, unleash your hidden techniques quickly. If you fail to complete the task assigned by the leader, you know the consequences. Bayu urged Jiang Hao anxiously. A tension gripped the hearts of those in the villa. Would Jiang Hao resort to some trickery again? Jiang Hao felt a weight in his heart. The leader had indeed provided him with some secret weapons, but did he need to resort to them after only one exchange? Gritting his teeth, he decided he had yet to show his true strength. Divine golden power. Jiang Hao roared, and a stream of golden light enveloped him, casting a radiant glow. Tian squinted. What was this? A gold attribute? Or perhaps a golden body? No matter, he thought, it would not withstand his onslaught. Boom. Jiang Hao took the initiative and attacked, his dual blades slicing toward Tian with incredible speed. Thunder kill. The blood demon blade in Tian's hand was soon enveloped in a crackling thunderous energy, a sphere of lightning forming around the blade. Whoosh. The two clashed once more. And the onlookers barely dared to blink, fearful of missing any moment of the confrontation. The force of their standoff overwhelmed the entire arena, leaving everyone except the woman in red gasping for breath. Jiang Hao felt a sinking sensation. Even with his powers activated, he was still at a disadvantage. And it appeared Tian had yet to unleash his full potential. Tian was indeed holding back, wary of the woman in red and her unknown intentions. It was prudent to conceal his true strength for now. To Tian, Jiang Hao was already a dead man. Indulging him in this game posed no harm. Old Shin, I have 2 companions waiting outside. Please bring them in. Tian spoke, his tone relaxed and carefree. Chen Linshan nodded and promptly left. The others, witnessing Tian's calm demeanor while orchestrating his subordinates, felt a deepening respect for his formidable power. Jiang Hao seethed with rage. How dare Tian remain unfazed while facing him? Jiang Hao redoubled his output of spiritual energy, relentlessly assaulting with his blades. Yet, no matter how he increased his power, Tian continued to suppress him effortlessly. With each strike of thunderous energy, Jiang Hao felt as if swarms of ants were gnawing at his body. An unbearable mix of pain and itchiness. This could not go on. Jiang Hao thought to himself, if this dragged on, his demise was inevitable. On the other side, the woman in the red dress gazed at Tian with an intense interest. With a furious roar, Jiang Hao suddenly hurled his short blade at Tian, accompanied by a burst of golden light. Tian smiled slightly, twisting his body to evade the attack. Jiang Hao's expression remained impassive, with only one short blade left. It suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light. Swish. A strange sound echoed as the short blade transformed into a blood-red sphere. Tian, be careful behind you, came the melodious warning from Lanling. The very blade Jiang Hao had thrown now returned, aiming straight for Tian's head. The tension among the spectators intensified. Could Tian evade it? Whoosh. Suddenly, Tian accelerated, the blood demon blade radiating brilliance. Sizzle. 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 Tian appeared before Jiang Hao, the blood demon blade, infused with thunderous might, swung down. Jiang Hao felt a chill. He had no time to activate his shield. His golden aura was struck solidly by Tian's blade. Swish. The golden light around Jiang Hao dissipated rapidly, his eyes filled with horror. He felt his body betraying him, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Am I to perish? Jiang Hao's heart raced. Then, gritting his teeth, he manifested a blood-red talisman in his hand. Ah! Jiang Hao suddenly shouted, the talisman igniting in flames. For streams of blood-red light surged from the talisman, racing toward Jiang Hao's 4 subordinates. They screamed in terror. Leader, no. Save me. Leader, why? I have been utterly loyal to you. Someone, save me. A cacophony of anguish cries erupted, and Bayu was taken aback. Was this the hidden weapon the leader had entrusted him? These screams bore a haunting similarity to those echoing from the leader's chamber, so terrifying. Bayu's mind filled with images of the leader's menacing visage, sending shivers down his spine. Surely, it could not be happening to me. Bayu felt a chill grip him, and the more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. A man as cautious as the leader would not Bayu's face turned ashen, his mind racing through potential strategies. What to do? As the four subordinates were consumed by the blood-red light, not a shred of flesh remained. Once the crimson glow had devoured its prey, it surged toward Jiang Hao. In that moment, Jiang Hao's eyes burned with rage and despair. How could it be this way? He had not anticipated that the leader's hidden weapon would manifest in such a manner. Chapter 129. The Power of Divine Gold. I want you dead. Jiang Hao bellowed, his voice echoing with fury. The devastating loss of all his brothers had engulfed him in an inferno of rage. In that moment, he desired nothing more than to annihilate everything before him. The explosive power surging within him, combined with the anguish of his brother's demise, had driven Jiang Hao to the brink of madness. The woman in the red dress observed Jiang Hao with a hint of amusement, noting his terrifying aura. She pondered whether Tian could withstand him. If not, she would certainly be of use. A flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Meanwhile, the others in the villa wore expressions of grave concern. For the unfolding events had far exceeded their expectations. The previous clash between the two had already been formidable, and Jiang Hao's strength had evidently surged to an even greater level. They could only silently root for Tian. Boom. Jiang Hao had completely lost his reason. His eyes ablaze, his body ensnared in a vortex of blood and energy. He resembled a demonic entity, exuding an overwhelming presence. Diamond defense. Tian activated his defensive techniques in rapid succession, his form enveloped in golden radiance and crackling lightning. The woman in the red dress narrowed her eyes. Recognizing that Tian possessed considerable skill, she felt a subtle sense of pressure emanating from him. As a bloodline bearer, her power exceeded that of ordinary evolved beings. Yet the pressure she felt hinted at Tian's significant increase in strength compared to their previous encounter. This revelation prompted her to reconsider her plans. She was indeed the fox woman of the Black Blood Society, having deduced Tian's return to Jianglin City through the compass trajectory provided by Gue Sha. Thus, she had awaited his arrival at his residential complex. Assisting the complex was merely a casual endeavor. She hadn't overthought it. Now that she realized his formidable prowess, meticulous planning was in order. The President's vague orders had only instructed her to make contact with Tian, leaving her uncertain of the ultimate objective. Initially intending to capture him and gradually mold him, she now recognized that such a strategy was unfeasible. Jiang Hao charged at Tian, wielding blood-red spiritual energy, his fists raining down relentlessly. Tian remained unfazed, countering with his blood demon blade. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their surroundings reduced to chaos. Villas, floors, and trees lay in ruins. The spectators were awestruck, never having witnessed a confrontation of such magnitude. Jiang Hao, frustrated by his inability to break through, felt his rage intensify. Yet, Tian remained composed, aware that this infernal technique would soon exhaust its power. He seized the opportunity to refine his swordsmanship, finding it quite beneficial. Jiang Hao, now consumed with fury, contemplated shifting his focus to the others. Yet Tian was relentless, pressing him further. Inwardly, Tian mused that Jiang Hao had entered this hellish state, matching his strength. It seemed the president of Jianglin possessed considerable power, as evidenced by his subordinates' abilities. As Jiang Hao unleashed his full repertoire, Tian's patience began to wane. A surge of murderous intent welled within him. He had yet to fully unleash the storm of lightning within his blood demon blade. Now, he would elevate his spiritual energy to S, amplifying the tempestuous power of thunder. The onlookers felt an overwhelming, oppressive force that nearly rendered them breathless. This Tian is truly monstrous, Lin Haiyang thought. Struggling to regain his footing with the aid of spiritual crystals, the gap between him and Tian had widened significantly. The rest could hardly stand, the thunderous energy threatening to obliterate all in its wake. The woman in the red dress felt a twinge of trepidation. The force emanating from Tian had not yet reached its zenith. She unconsciously licked her lips, her interest in him intensifying, her gaze burning with newfound fervor. Jiang Hao faltered, sensing the shift in Tian's thunderous power. Survival instincts caused him to tremble. Yet the raging fury within him made it difficult to rein in his emotions. Boom. In silence, Tian attacked with his blood demon blade, striking Jiang Hao with a barrage of electric force. Is it truly possible for my strength to escalate so dramatically merely by reaching S? Tian contemplated, excitement blooming within him at the thought of further enhancements through absorption. Swish. Jiang Hao writhed in agony, emitting pained howls as Tian's blade sent him crashing into a distant villa, leaving a massive crater in its wake. Gradually, the crimson hue in Jiang Hao's eyes dissipated, replaced by a look of terror as he gazed at Tian, unable to fathom how someone could possess such might. Tian would not grant him respite. Thunder kill, he murmured, believing this technique would conclude the battle. with the utmost thunderous force converging upon him. Tian's blood demon blade approached Jiang Hao's form. No! Jiang Hao screamed, the specter of death instilling paralyzing fear within him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet it was futile. Tian's assault was imminent. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Jiang Hao's form was obliterated beneath Tian's relentless onslaught. The spectators were left reeling from the deafening roar, their ears ringing from the cacophony. The woman in the red dress wore a grave expression, perplexed by the disparity in power between two uses of the same skill. Just moments ago, Tian had employed this technique, yet its potency had escalated dramatically. Confusion clouded her mind. What secrets did this man, Tian, harbor? Absorption successful. Spirit 400, absorption successful. Acquired S-class new ability, divine gold power. An ultimate metallic force with unparalleled penetrating capability, capable of merging with oneself to significantly enhance strength. Absorption successful. Acquired new skill, golden sword soaring. Utilizing divine gold power to transform into a golden sword, slaying foes within 100 paces effortlessly. Tian rejoiced inwardly at acquiring new abilities and skills. His strength had once again surged. Excellent. Chapter 130. Resolution. The woman in the red dress gazed with disbelief, questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Tian's aura had suddenly intensified, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Was it truly just a figment of her imagination? The woman pondered. Tian silently opened his personal panel. Level: Tier 5 Evolver 2000-20,000. Abilities: Endless Devour, SSS, Lightning S, Teleportation S, Divine Movement S, Flame S, Gravitational Control S, Divine Metal Power S, Shadow A, Diamond A, Dynamic Vision A, Spiritual Recovery A, Tear B. Skills: Thunder Kill, Probe Technique, Mental Impact, Trifold Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Shield, Flame Impact, Void Electric Generation, Fire Nova, Thunder Roar, Bloodburst, Thunder Spirit Armor. Golden Sword Flight, Strength, 5,942 for 100, Agility, 5891, 100, Constitution, 5,838 for 100, Mentality, 6,285 for 100, Equipment, Mastiff Heart Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Frenzied Battle Boots, Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Upon scrutinizing the panel, Tian sensed a surge of power within him, rivaling his own flame force, readily accessible at any moment. Brother Tian, I miss you so much. Lan Ling suddenly dashed forward, leaping into Tian's embrace. Observing the endearing girl, Tian felt a wave of joy wash over him. It had been far too long since their last meeting. He gently embraced Lan Ling, her faint fragrance enveloping him, a sensation of pure bliss. This familiar scent. At that moment, Chen Linshan returned with the Nagong siblings. And Nagong chanced upon Tian cradling Lan Ling. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Why could this woman be so close to him? The others pretended not to notice, busily tending to the battlefield. Bai Yu had attempted to flee, but was firmly restrained by Zhu Yi, awaiting Tian's judgment. The others had dispersed, leaving only Tian and the woman in red. Chen Linshan had instructed the Nagong siblings to rest. Nagong Xiong, witnessing his sister's reddened eyes, felt a pang of sympathy, yet they could only hasten their departure. Do you all treat me as invisible? Suddenly, a beguiling voice reached Tian's ears. Setting aside his longing, he slowly released Lan Ling. Her face flushed crimson from the boldness of her actions in front of so many. Turning to face the source of the voice, Tian found the woman in red gazing at him with a playful smile, showing no intent of shying away from their intimate moment. I am truly grateful for your assistance, dear lady. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost. Tian spoke generously. Had it not been for this woman's intervention against Jiang Hao, he shuddered to think of the potential devastation that could have ensued. The woman in red remained silent, her eyes filled with affection as she coyly stated, I want you. Lan Ling gasped inwardly, shocked that this woman also harbored feelings for her brother. No. Tian, caught off guard, regarded the woman with an odd expression. He did not consider himself particularly charming, capable of attracting all the women in the world. Taking a deep breath, he managed a wry smile. Dear lady, please do not jest. My life is already chaotic enough. The woman in red smiled back, unfazed, and retorted, I want you, and nothing else. What brings you here? You do not seem to belong to our side. Tian redirected the conversation. With a gentle laugh, the woman replied, I have nowhere else to go. Would you mind if I stayed with you for a few days? Though her inquiry appeared polite, it bore no semblance of actual request. as she walked past him toward the villa. Tian observed her retreating figure, her alluring form igniting a sensation of heat within him. Brother Tian, you wouldn't be interested in such a woman, would you? She is clearly of questionable character. Lanling whispered, noticing Tian's unwavering gaze. Tian affectionately patted Lanling's head, his expression tender. She likely has her own motives. Meanwhile, in the Tianfeng district, a room awash in crimson hues was adorned with an array of charms and peculiar formations on the floor. The space brimmed with spiritual crystals, their energies permeating the air in an eerie manner. President Jiang Lin held a blood-red spiritual orb, gradually absorbing its essence. Surrounding him were several evolvers with crimson eyes, the energy seeping into their bodies, illuminating them with a radiant glow. President Jiang Hao and the others have encountered trouble. Aside from Baiyu, all life signatures have vanished. A respectful voice echoed from a communication device in the room. Jiang Lin opened his eyes slowly, crushing the orb in his grasp. Investigate the situation, he commanded coolly. Yes, President. A voice responded, and the room fell silent once more. Time passed, and the remaining evolvers began to rise, their blood-red eyes returning to normal. What is your current strength? Jiang Lin inquired, still with his eyes closed. One man, adorned with tattoos, fervently gazed at President Jiang, respectfully reporting, President, I have reached the pinnacle of Tier 5. The other two men remained silent, extending their hands, from which streams of blood-red energy flowed, swirling throughout the room. Excellent. Finally. Success after so much effort. Haha. Jiang Lin laughed heartily, his expression brimming with exhilaration. President, unmatched in the world, shall unify all. The tattooed man proclaimed, quickly kneeling in fervor. The other two men followed suit, bowing in silence. Now, continue to collect the blood of women, seeking those with suitable physiques. Also, bring me those captured last time. I wish to continue my experiments. Chapter 131. A cozy dinner in the Zhonghai community. Brother Tian, try this dish. I made it myself. Lanling exclaimed, offering a piece of green vegetable directly to Tian's mouth. Tian smiled and opened his mouth to accept it. You mentioned that the goddess is still absorbing the phoenix blood, and that Long Fei Yu is after your life? Lin Haiyang inquired. Tian nodded and continued recounting his recent experiences. Brother Tian, what about Ne Gongya? Lanling began. I merely brought her along casually. Do not read too much into it. Tian chuckled. At that moment, the room was occupied solely by Tian, Lin Haiyang, and Lanling, while the others were dining elsewhere. Lanling's eyes sparkled with mirth as she pondered Tian's explanation. It must be, since Long Fei Yu is so formidable. Should we consider relocating? If he comes knocking, we might not withstand it, Lin Haiyang suggested. Tian contemplated for a moment, concluding that Long Fei Yu likely had no time to come over, as he was already entangled in his own troubles. However, you all need to enhance your abilities swiftly. He added. Lin Haiyang sighed. We wish we could, but the Jianglin Society. He then elaborated on the situation concerning the Jianglin Society. It appeared they had been relentlessly hunting fierce beasts and zombies, yet had refrained from attacking the Zhonghai community due to the influence of the magic sound. Although they had not made a direct assault, their members followed the residents of Zhonghai, seizing the opportunity to rob fierce beasts and prevent them from growing stronger. Since Lin Haiyang reached the 4th tier, his experience points had hardly increased. No matter where he went, members of the Jianglin Society were ever present. Moreover, they were incessantly on the hunt for women, whether evolved or ordinary. Any female was a target for them. Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the intentions of the Jianglin Society. What did they require so many women for? The Qianshan sect was similar, always capturing women. Do we have any information regarding this matter? Tian asked. Lin Haiyang sighed, hastily responding, there has been no news on that front. But their abductions have shown no signs of abating. Oh, by the way, they did manage to capture a long-term member of the Jianglin Society for interrogation. Perhaps he knows something. Suddenly, Lin Haiyang recalled a name, Baiyu, and excitedly dashed outside. Upon seeing Lin Haiyang leave, Lanling urgently called out, Why are you leaving? Doesn't that mean that woman will be alone with brother Tian? You must trust Tian, he is not that kind of person. Besides, that woman is clearly a formidable character, you cannot contend with her. Lin Haiyang replied, his tone solemn. Lanling bristled at his words, indignant at the implication that she could not hold her own. Just as she was about to argue, she noticed Lin Haiyang had already sprinted away. With a frustrated stomp, she hurried to fetch the utensils. Are there truly mysterious organizations behind them? Tian inquired casually. The woman in the red dress cast Tian a sultry glance, softly replying, What else would you assume? Tian's mind raced with confusion over the complexities of this world. Had he been so oblivious in his previous life, wasting 2 years without understanding anything? It was evident that only by standing tall could one gain perspective. What is their organization? He pressed on. The woman in red remained silent, her smile enchanting, her complexion blooming like a vibrant rose. Kiss me, and I shall tell you, she murmured, leaning closer to Tian. What do you intend to do? Just as she was about to close the distance, Lan Ling reappeared, gasping in surprise. A flicker of malice crossed the red-dressed woman's gaze. Impudent girl. Unable to recognize a good opportunity, Tian glanced at Lan Ling, unsure of how to respond. I am conversing with your brother, Tian. Please do not interrupt. Little sister, the red-dressed woman purred. As Lan Ling observed the intimate proximity of the two, tears welled in her eyes, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Lan Ling, you may leave now. I need to discuss certain matters with the sister, Tian said, taking a deep breath and speaking slowly. Fully aware that this was not a moment for sentimental indulgence. Turning away, Lan Ling's tears began to flow freely. Brother Tian, why? Your little admirer seems to be crying. Will you not comfort her? The red-dressed woman remarked with satisfaction as Lan Ling departed. Now, let us discuss the details of their organization, Tian continued, ignoring her earlier comment. Boring man, the woman in red teased, refusing to answer his question directly. Their organization is merely a collection of despicable individuals. Surely you are aware of the bloodline bearers? Tian nodded. He was indeed familiar with the bloodline bearers. Long Fei Yu had left a lasting impression on him, and he knew he would eventually have to confront him directly. Their organization is established by a group of bloodline bearers, the woman in red elaborated. Tian frowned at this revelation. What exactly were these bloodline bearers? What are bloodline bearers, exactly? He pressed, his curiosity piqued. He had long been intrigued by the nature of the powers they possessed. Long Fei Yu had claimed to be a fifth-tier bloodline bearer, an almost unfathomable strength. Tian considered himself nearly invincible among the fifth tier. Yet he knew that against Long Fei Yu, his only option might be to flee, though he had improved his own strength slightly over the past few days. He suspected he would still have to run from Long Fei Yu. Chapter 132. The situation. The woman in the red dress nonchalantly picked up a dish with Tian's chopsticks and began to eat. Bloodline practitioners, as the name suggests, harness the power of their bloodlines. You evolvers merely rely on supernatural abilities and spiritual energy for combat. In contrast, bloodline practitioners delve deep into the potential of their own lineage, each claiming to be descendants of ancient celestial beings, all utterly conceited, she remarked, her hands still occupied with food. Tian contemplated her words, recognizing the formidable nature of bloodline practitioners, far surpassing ordinary evolvers. So, how does one become a bloodline practitioner? He inquired further. The woman shot him a disdainful glance and replied languidly, bloodlines are innate. I've observed you, and you possess no special bloodline. You might as well abandon that notion. Tian was momentarily taken aback. Innate? Even without a bloodline, what of it? He could still obliterate everything in his path. Sensing the intensity of his fighting spirit, the woman continued, as one progresses, the strength of bloodline practitioners becomes increasingly formidable. The top tier among them can almost engage in battles across tiers. Tian recalled the immortal fire of Mu Lingxi from his previous life. Capable of devastating entire realms, it was truly beyond human capacity. Yet, with his SSS-rated supernatural ability, he too would grow stronger. He refused to believe he could truly be outmatched by bloodline practitioners. Seeing Tian still brimming with confidence, the woman chose not to elaborate further. Deep City. At the Demon Sound Research Institute, Mu Yiming held a tablet displaying numerous data records, his brow furrowed as he incessantly scrolled through the information. His expression fluctuated between worry and gloom. The bats continued their rampant assault over Deep City, an infestation that seemed impossible to eradicate. Though they had developed various weapons capable of killing bats, more kept appearing in their wake. Long Fei Yu's side was equally ineffectual, having never encountered such a scenario before. He had battled relentlessly, accumulating a mountain of slain bats, yet ominous clouds still loomed overhead. Detection instruments indicated a terrifying accumulation of energy above. An ominous presence growing stronger by the minute. While casualties in Deep City had not escalated dramatically, the pressure on everyone was mounting. Many contemplated fleeing. But without Mu Yiming's command, escape was not feasible. Mu Yiming had his own motives. He did not wish to abandon his foundation unless absolutely necessary. Leaving would entail starting anew, a monumental task. Furthermore, the losses to the Demon Sound organization were not catastrophic. In fact, many evolvers had joined their ranks amidst the chaos. Thus, despite the dire circumstances, Mu Yiming remained calm, believing that those who perished were merely the weak, leaving behind the elite. Boss. Yang Lingning from the Thunder Prison has gone missing. A voice broke through Mu Yiming's thoughts, causing his expression to shift. His face paled. Has Yu Tian returned? An informant, visibly tense, replied, No, Yu Tian has already returned to Jianglin City. Mu Yiming's expression darkened. If it's not Yu Tian, then who is it? Were there any anomalies in the surveillance records? He set down his tablet and lifted a cup of tea from the table. A captivating woman appeared, gently massaging Mu Yiming's shoulders. We reviewed all surveillance. There were no irregularities. All spirit detection devices were operational, with nothing amiss. The informant reported. Are you suggesting she vanished into thin air? Mu Yiming asked coldly. The informant felt a chill run through him, as if his blood had turned to ice. Boss. We have other findings. He stammered. Mu Yiming let out a disdainful huff. Speak. The informant gasped for breath before hurriedly saying. We detected 2 strange energy fluctuations at the entrance of the research institute. Mu Yiming remained silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Understanding his cue, the informant continued. The energy fluctuations bear a striking resemblance to that of Lord Longfeiyu. The frequencies are nearly identical. Mu Yiming pondered this revelation. Could it be Feiyu? That seemed implausible. Yang Lingning was merely an ordinary evolver. Longfeiyu is no stranger to women. Why would he bother? Even if he wanted to, he could directly approach me about it. She was just a woman. When did that energy fluctuation appear? How long did it last? Were there any other anomalies? Mu Yiming pressed on. The informant wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reported, it appeared briefly at the entrance of the institute this morning before vanishing. Had it not been recorded by several devices, we would have thought there was a malfunction. Mu Yiming closed his eyes, deep in thought. The alluring woman behind him continued to gently massage his temples. Everywhere else is normal. There are no issues. The informant added, All right, I understand. You may leave. Mu Yiming gestured dismissively. The informant, visibly relieved, hurriedly exited. Summon the researcher responsible for the Thunder Prison. Mu Yiming commanded. The woman behind him picked up the communication device on the table. Before long, the researcher arrived before Mu Yiming. What was Yang Lingning's physical condition before her disappearance? Mu Yiming inquired wearily. The guard knelt, bowing his head in respect. Before her disappearance, Yang Lingning's life signs were critically low. And she had ingested a significant amount of anti-spiritual agents. Not even a deity could save her, if she were to survive. It would only be as a permanent vegetative state, with no chance of awakening. The researcher added. Mu Yiming's furrowed brow slightly relaxed upon hearing this. Betray me. And this is the price. Let her remain a living corpse. Additionally, has there been any progress in the elemental analysis of the evolvers? Mu Yiming inquired further. We have extracted certain elements and injected them into test subjects. 70 of them exploded, 20 lost all life signs, and 10 have begun to merge but remain unstable. The researcher replied. Mu Yiming kept his eyes shut, his expression betraying no emotion, rendering it impossible to discern his feelings. Chapter 133, A Stunning Night. Continuing the research. We require an additional 100 subjects to identify those unstable factors, ensuring the speed and accuracy of the experiments, Mo Yiming remarked indifferently. The researcher nodded in acknowledgement before departing. After the researcher left, Mo Yiming resumed his analysis of various data on the tablet resting atop his desk. In a delicate, pastel-hued room within the Zhonghai community, Lan Ling donned a pink nightgown, her flawless skin radiating under the soft glow of the lights, accentuating her gently curving figure. Her innocent yet alluring visage was marred by a shadow of melancholy. Seated at her desk, Lan Ling cradled a book titled 100 Strategies to Captivate Straight Men. Goodness, it can be approached this way as well. Upon reading something within, she hastily closed the book, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, her mind swirling with inexplicable images. This seems inappropriate. Will Brother Yi Tian think of me? What am I worried about? Brother Yi Tian. Lan Ling's thoughts became a dizzying whirl, consumed by the descriptions of the female protagonist in her book. Adorned in, and then, the male protagonist's gaze transformed, and then, the more she pondered, the more bashful she felt, her face blooming with a rosy hue. She wrestled internally, contemplating whether to consult Xiao Tuya for a trial run. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Lan Ling was lost in her daydreams, an unexpected knock echoed through the room. Could it be Xiao Tuya? Has the universe sensed my wish and sent Xiao Tuya directly to me? I'll be right there. Lan Ling called out, rushing to answer the door. Oh, how much better it would be if the heavens bestowed Brother Yi Tian upon me instead. Her cheeks aflame, Lan Ling chided herself for her fanciful thoughts. Brother Yi Tian is preoccupied with that vixen, after all. Opening the door, She was met by the sight of a handsome young man holding a box. "Brother Yi Tian," Lan Ling exclaimed, her face lit with joy. Yi Tian smiled and began to step inside. But suddenly, Lan Ling recalled something. "Wait a moment, Brother Yi Tian. I need to tidy up a bit," she said in a flurry, swiftly closing the door behind her, her heart racing wildly. Yi Tian scratched his nose, bemused. "What s with this girl? Must she be so formal with me? Books, books, books. I must hide them. I can't let Brother Yi Tian discover them." Lan Ling quickly tucked the book 100 Strategies to Captivate Straight Men beneath her pillow. No, that won't do. What if Brother Yi Tian ends up sleeping here? I must find a different place. The wardrobe? No, what if Brother Yi Tian sees me change? Perhaps the vanity, then, but what if? Lan Ling, why did you take so long? Yi Tian chuckled. Brother Yi Tian, I brewed it myself. I just tidied up a little. Lan Ling replied. Her cheeks flushed. As Yi Tian accepted the teacup, he gazed at Lan Ling, clad in her pink nightgown, her pure face tinged with a hint of pink. Her delicate skin and exquisite collarbone captivating his attention. The outline of her nightgown suggested an alluring shape beneath it. Yi Tian swallowed hard, his thoughts drifting. Lan Ling, extremely anxious, wondered why Brother Yi Tian was staring so intently at her. Is he planning to indulge me tonight? The excitement surged within her, momentarily pushing aside thoughts of Yi Tian and the woman in the red dress. Yi Tian snapped back to reality, taking a gentle sip of tea before producing a box. Lan Ling, this is a gift for you, Yi Tian said softly, finding it increasingly difficult to restrain himself in the presence of this pure and charming girl. Lan Ling's eyes sparkled. Brother Yi Tian still cares for me and has prepared a gift. She quickly opened the box, revealing a stunning purple necklace that shimmered like the stars, adorned with a central brilliant diamond and embellished with colorful gemstones, a clear indication of its exorbitant value. This was something Yi Tian had specially acquired in Deep City, orchestrated by Lai Shan, from a renowned brand that typically required months of advance ordering. Yet, in this current situation, with the presence of spirit crystals, anything was attainable. Lan Ling's eyes widened with delight at the necklace's beauty. She had never encountered such an exquisite piece before. Thank you, Brother Yi Tian, Lan Ling exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Brother Yi Tian, please help me put it on, she added eagerly. Yi Tian stood and moved behind her, fastening the necklace around her neck. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from her left him momentarily entranced. Does it look good? Brother Yi Tian? Lan Ling twirled, embodying the essence of a youthful fairy. It looks beautiful, truly beautiful. Yi Tian's eyes brightened. Thrilled, Lan Ling dashed to the mirror for another glance. Observing her exuberance, Yi Tian felt his spirits lift as he settled by the table, savoring the tea Lan Ling had brewed. Under Lan Ling's influence, the shadows cast by Long Fei Yu and the bloodline bearer that had loomed over Yi Tian's heart began to dissipate. After admiring her reflection multiple times, Lan Ling bounced back to Yi Tian's side. Brother Yi Tian, I have a gift for you too, she announced, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Really? What is it? Yi Tian smiled. Close your eyes, and I will show you, Lan Ling playfully instructed. Yi Tian regarded the spirited girl before him and felt a wave of anticipation. What could it possibly be? He slowly closed his eyes, his mind clear. Do not open your eyes, Lan Ling added, her voice cheerful. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he sensed an enveloping softness against his lips. Text omitted. Kid, tell me what's going on. Don't make me resort to force, understand? Lin Haiyang said, his foot pressing down on Baiyu's head, his tone indifferent. At that moment, Baiyu was paralyzed with fear, haunted by memories of his previous encounter with Lin Haiyang, which had nearly cost him his life. Had he come to face the same fate once more? Regret flooded Baiyu. Had he known Yi Tian possessed such formidable prowess, he would never have dared to confront him. Please, spare my life. I will tell you everything, Baiyu exclaimed, nearly trembling in terror, his fear rendering him a quivering bird. Seeing Baiyu's compliance, Lin Haiyang eased his pressure, refraining from crushing him outright. Well, it's like this. Baiyu began to divulge everything to Lin Haiyang. Chapter 134. News of the Jianglin Society. Lan Ling felt utterly drained, her body languishing in Yi Tian's embrace. Her eyes hazy. Yi Tian, brother. Just as Yi Tian was about to advance further, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Sister Lan Ling. I found the item you asked me to look for. A melodious voice chimed in. Lan Ling's body stiffened in an instant, shocked that her dear sister would be the one to betray her. Oh no. Yi Tian also came to his senses. Realizing how close he had been to crossing a line, he struggled to calm the fire within him. Wait a moment. I'll be right there. though reluctant. Lanling forced herself to rise and dress. Tian felt a pang of loss but soon found solace in the fact that nothing had transpired. Otherwise, Lingxi. After dressing, Lanling approached the door and slowly opened it, revealing Little Rabbit Tooth. Dressed in a light tank top, Little Rabbit Tooth blinked curiously at Lanling. "Sister Lanling, is there a man hidden in your room? I thought I heard something." "You two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave to rest." Tian interjected, blushing slightly as he exited Lanling's room. Little Rabbit Tooth watched him leave, her curiosity igniting. "Quickly tell me, have you already captured him?" She clung to Lanling's arm, shaking it eagerly, but alas, no one was privy to this revelation. Lanling gazed at the excited Little Rabbit Tooth and sighed. "If it weren't for just now, I would have." Little Rabbit Tooth suddenly felt a chill. "Has winter arrived already?" "Sister Lanling, look. This is the fishing net I meticulously prepared for you. It will surely facilitate your conquest." Little Rabbit Tooth swiftly changed the topic, pulling out an item. "Isn't this a bit too bold? I saw something even more daring in that book. Let us give it a try." "Ah, oui." A night passed in silence. The following morning, Tian rose early. Chen Linshan briefed him on the villa's situation, including new arrivals and those who had perished. The villa was once again equipped with surveillance and defensive systems. Some information regarding the Jianglin society had been compiled. But due to the society's extensive cleanup efforts, few actionable details remained. The residents of the villa now felt a newfound sense of security, free from their previous anxieties. Under Chen Linshan's deliberate dissemination of information, everyone held Tian in great esteem after yesterday's battle, which had been exaggerated to the point of deifying him. Chen Linshan had considered the implications of the earlier pressure from the Jianglin society. While most felt a sense of belonging to the villa, some had secretly defected to the society. Tian's remarkable performance had certainly bolstered his standing, akin to a divine presence. "Tian, I interrogated that by you, the one I stomped on last time. He has quite a few treasures," Lin Haiyang exclaimed. Tian practiced the Taiji skill he had acquired from Lai Shan, feeling an increasing depth of power within him, although his specific attributes had not improved. He sensed a fluid mastery over his abilities that he had not experienced before. This was the reason he continued his training, enhancing his command over his strength. In his previous life, Tian had encountered many high-level evolvers who had been easily outmaneuvered by lower-level ones. Ultimately, such failures stemmed from a lack of control over one's own power. "Oh, really? What is the story with that fellow? I distinctly recall crushing his skull," Tian remarked. "He claimed to have used a death substitute talisman, which he swapped from someone else. He has quite the character, even trading his girlfriend for it. TSK. If I didn't see potential in him, I would have killed him 1,000 times over," Lin Haiyang continued. "A death substitute talisman," Tian mused, realizing the extraordinary nature of such an item. This individual's background must be quite complex. What about the Jianglin society? Did he provide any substantial intel? "There's a bloodline bearer behind the Jianglin society," Lin Haiyang replied. Tian felt a weight in his heart at the mention of the bloodline bearer. Could this be another troublesome figure like Long Feiyu? Their leader, Linshan, is said to be a terrifying individual who supposedly consumes the blood of several women daily, Lin Haiyang added. Moreover, Linshan's power is exceedingly formidable. Jiang Hao is reportedly subdued by him in a single move. Linshan has gathered all the evolvers in Jianglin City, aside from us. Tian's heart grew heavier. Was the Jianglin society truly that fearsome? In his previous life, he had no knowledge of such a person. Now, everything seemed altered. The bat swarm in Deep City, the bloodline bearers, Tian pondered. Had he truly changed anything? Why was the current situation so different from his past life? Was he genuinely reborn, or had he entered an alternate reality? Yet everything felt so familiar. What was disrupting the course of events? Tian, how should we deal with you? Lin Haiyang asked. Tian snapped back to reality, overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation and his lack of sufficient information. Handle it as you see fit. He is merely a minor character, Tian replied. As they conversed, Chen Linshan approached with a grave expression. Lord Tian, we received a message from the leader of the Jianglin Society, he announced. Lin Haiyang quickly inquired. What did he say? Chen Linshan then opened the message sent by Linshan. Tian, don't think that killing Jiang Hao makes you invincible. Hurry and return by you, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to endure. A chilling voice resonated. Lin Haiyang felt a shiver run down his spine. The mere tone was terrifying, amplifying his apprehension towards Linshan. That as just a display of mental power, Tian scoffed internally, while others might be shaken. His mental fortitude was immense. Such minor intimidation could not provoke any emotional response from him. Chapter 135, Fire Spirit in the Tianfeng District. President Jiang Lin occupied the main seat in the conference room, surrounded by numerous evolvers. Upon closer inspection, they were all above the 4th tier, with quite a few being 5th-tier evolvers. President, should I take care of that, Tian? A burly man with a fierce expression respectfully inquired. Indeed. That Tian is far too presumptuous, daring to kill members of our Jianglin society. Another echoed, I propose we incapacitate him completely, rendering him a cripple for life. Subjecting him to immense torment. Yes, only by tormenting him can we quell our fury. Listening to the cacophony of opinions, Lin Chen felt a wave of irritation wash over him. He's merely a 5th-tier minor character, easily extinguishable. Silence. The president undoubtedly has his own plans. Refrain from causing a ruckus. A shorter evolver admonished, recognizing Lin Chen's impatience. The others quickly ceased their chatter, obediently taking their seats. I have already sent him a message. I trust he will recognize the circumstances, Lin Chen stated indifferently, clearly dismissing Tian's significance. That useless Jiang Hao, even with the blood spirit talisman I provided him. He still managed to botch things up. Such trash is better off dead. Next, we shall prepare for expansion. The nearby cities will gradually be incorporated into our territory. Lin Chen continued. His subordinates' eyes lit up, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to claim new lands. However, under Lin Chen's oppressive authority, none dared to act. Furthermore, a few of you accompany me to Blue City. There is a valuable item that may aid our expansion, Lin Chen declared. If Tian proves to be unyielding, feel free to send a few to deal with him. Additionally, the collection of women must not cease. We need 1,000 delivered to the altar daily, without interruption. After assigning several tasks, he dismissed the meeting. President, allow me to handle Tian. My Thunder God squad has not encountered a worthy battle in a long time, and I am eager to see what he is capable of. A tall youth remained after the others had left, respectfully addressing Lin Chen. Lin Chen regarded the fervent Shinkai with a furrowed brow. If you wish to go, then go. Take a few more with you. Resolve this quickly. And complete the tasks I assigned before confronting Tian. Shinkai nodded, respectfully saluted Lin Chen, and departed. Lin Chen then took several powerful subordinates and left Jianglin City, heading towards Blue City. Huanglin Mountain. Tian. Why is there no news from the Jianglin Society? Lin Haoyang inquired. It has been 2 days since we sent the message, and it seems the Jianglin Society has forgotten about us, showing no signs of activity. Tian and his companions had been sweeping through monsters and zombies, gaining considerable experience. Tian's thunder spirit had even reached the 3rd tier, while Lin Haoyang also accumulated a substantial amount of experience. Gazing at Huanglin Mountain, Tian felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling his last visit alongside Mu Lingxi and Lanling. However, this time, Lingxi was lost in thought. Tian suddenly felt a pang of confusion. He pondered about Lingxi's current state. Intelligence from Lianshan occasionally trickled in, revealing that the Bat Brigade had surrounded Deep City, employing various methods but failing to eliminate it entirely. Meanwhile, Mu Lingxi continued to absorb the final drops of Phoenix blood. Tian was also informed of Yang Lingning's fate, and upon learning that she had been taken by Mu Yiming for experimentation, a seething anger nearly consumed him, shrouding him in a deeper gloom. Shaking off his tumultuous thoughts, Tian surveyed his surroundings. Huanglin Mountain was now drenched in blood, littered with dismembered corpses. Brother Tian, it seems someone has already swept through here. Yet there are no monster carcasses in sight, Lanling softly remarked. After 2 days of exploration, she had also reached the 4th tier, significantly expanding her sensing range. Roar. Just as Lanling finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Tian turned to find the fire ape leader, accompanied by a horde of fire apes. Haiyang, Lanling, your experience points are here. I will weaken them first, and then you can reap the rewards, Tian announced. Over the past 2 days, he had not encountered any 5th-tier monsters, likely due to the Jianglin Society's extermination efforts. However, due to the threat posed by the Jianglin Society, Tian dared not venture too far, opting to hunt monsters near the villa. Void lightning, Tian bellowed. And instantly, the area was engulfed in a tempest of lightning and thunder, resembling a scene of divine wrath. The advancing 4th-tier fire ape leaders were struck by an overwhelming force, their expression shifting drastically as they felt the tremendous impact. Tian consciously moderated the intensity of the lightning. Otherwise, with his current strength, a single skill could obliterate them all. The fire ape leaders howled in despair, rendered immobile by the electric assault. Lanling and Lin Haiyang's eyes widened in awe. Tian's power was indeed terrifying. Before them, The group of fourth-tier beasts felt akin to fledglings, easily manipulated by Tian. You may proceed. They should be severely injured by now. Simply eliminate them, Tian urged. Without hesitation, Lanling and Lin Haiyang brandished their weapons and attacked the monsters. With swift strokes of light and spirit energy, they quickly dispatched the fourth-tier beasts. Accompanied by the monsters' anguished cries, Tian sensed a formidable presence stirring atop the mountain. After a moment, with the final monster's wail, all the fourth-tier beasts had been effortlessly dealt with by Lin Haiyang and Lanling brother Tian. These are fire spirit fragments, Lanling exclaimed, holding up 9 gleaming shards. Lin Haiyang gathered the spiritual light dropped by the monsters. The group, well-equipped, had no shortage of gear. All these items were promptly stored in Tian's spatial ring. Do you wish to fuse the fire spirit fragments? Feeling the information in his mind, Tian confirmed. The 9 shards began to merge slowly, and soon, a pet engulfed in flames emerged once more. Fire spirit. Epic level fire type pet, level 1, 0 100, strength 25, agility 21, vitality 23, mentality 21, skill. Fire spirit charge transforms into a formidable blaze, charging forward to inflict massive damage. Chapter 136. The Fire Ape King Brother Tian. This one is so adorable, completely different from that thunder spirit, exclaimed Lanling as she caressed the fire spirit. Tian then summoned the thunder spirit as well. With a crackle, the thunder spirit burst forth, its fur bristling in agitation. Another fire spirit? It glared fiercely at the fire spirit, its eyes filled with hostility. Sensing the animosity directed towards him, the fire spirit swiftly darted into Tian's embrace. Tian chuckled softly and then recalled the thunder spirit back into his body. These pets could directly fuse with Tian, residing within him. When he desired them to battle, he could summon them with a mere thought. Once the thunder spirit vanished, the fire spirit joyfully emerged once more. Brother Tian, it seems there is something on the mountaintop ahead, a power unlike any I have felt before, Lanling remarked. Hearing this, Lin Haiyang glanced towards the peak but felt no unusual presence. Lanling, are you sure? The mountaintop appears barren, devoid of anything, Lin Haiyang responded. Tian activated his dynamic vision, continuously scanning the mountaintop. Just moments ago, there had been a formidable aura, but it had dissipated almost immediately. I sensed it too, but it faded quickly. Perhaps a monster passed by, Tian said. Both Lanling and Lin Haiyang nodded in agreement. Their objective had been achieved. They had successfully acquired the fire spirit. Tian had no desire to provoke unnecessary complications. Encountering an insurmountable monster could spell disaster. In his memory, a significant upheaval was imminent. Would his current strength suffice? Tian felt uncertain. In his past life, during the upheaval, he had been an ordinary human, without any useful information, merely drifting along and struggling to survive. Let us return. It is getting late, Tian declared. The two nodded, and Tian spread his wings, effortlessly carrying them back. Atop Huanglin Mountain, within the space of the summit, a small-bodied monkey slowly opened its eyes, and the area suddenly illuminated with a brilliant light. Countless fire apes filled the space. My king, why not keep these individuals here? Inquired a slightly larger fire ape. The smaller monkey, with glimmering eyes, softly replied, Atai, I sense a familiar aura from him. How can that be? He is merely an ordinary human evolutionist. How could he possibly emit a familiar aura to the king? Atai exclaimed in disbelief. The atmosphere within the cave seemed to freeze momentarily. Atai was deeply astonished. Their king had been dormant since ancient times, gradually awakening only after the blood rain fell. Yet this evolutionist appeared to be just a young man in his 20s. How could he possibly be connected to the king? The fire ape king paused before asserting. It is certainly not an illusion. I can recognize that aura. If it truly is him. A shadow of fear flickered in the king's eyes, hinting at thoughts unknown. Anyone familiar with the fire ape king would find it extraordinary, fearless and formidable in ancient times. It was unimaginable that he would tremble at the mere scent of another. Atai's body trembled slightly. He had just sensed a hint of fear emanating from the fire ape king. My king, should we take any measures regarding that man? Atai ventured to ask. The fire ape king furrowed his brow, remaining silent, seemingly deep in thought. Never mind, whether or not it is truly related to that individual. Let us foster a good relationship, the fire ape king contemplated internally. He then extended his right hand, gently slicing through the void before him. The space appeared to undergo a tremendous assault, slowly revealing a fissure. All the fire apes atop the summit felt their bodies quaking, as if a tremendous force weighed heavily upon them. Atai too trembled, nearly suffocated by the aura emanating from the rift. A glimmer of spiritual energy materialized in the fire ape king's hand, and with it, A drop of deep crimson blood floated forth from the fissure. The moment the blood emerged, Tai felt a chill run through his entire being, his eyes wide with terror. His body subconsciously bent towards the ground. What kind of blood was this, so terrifying? Tai's heart turned icy. Was he destined to perish? Meanwhile, the other fire apes were completely pinned to the ground, unable to move, as the entire space was pervaded by the blood. The Fire Ape King observed the state of his subjects, shocked. Even after such a long time, such a powerful presence still lingered. Should he truly offer this drop of blood to him? The Fire Ape King hesitated. However, he steeled himself. One must take risks to gain rewards. If this was indeed connected to that individual, perhaps he would have a chance to become. With a resolute breath, the Fire Ape King released a surge of potent spiritual energy, enveloping the drop of blood. The oppressive force in the space gradually dissipated, and all the fire apes gasped for air, their cold sweat pouring down as if they had just returned from the gates of death. Their eyes filled with profound fear as they gazed upon the drop of blood. Tai forced himself to suppress his terror and stammered, "My king, is this truly the blood of that legendary individual?" The Fire Ape King nodded, his expression complex. "Indeed, this is his blood." Tai's heart surged with tumultuous waves. It was indeed legendary. Despite the passage of time, it retained its terrifying nature. The Fire Ape King then produced a jade vial, carefully capturing the drop of blood within. Tai, find someone to deliver this vial to the individual we encountered earlier, the Fire Ape King instructed, taking a deep breath. "My king, I shall arrange this promptly." Tai responded respectfully. "Should I inform him that this is a gift from you?" he inquired, his demeanor filled with reverence. The Fire Ape King smiled gently. "There is no need. He will know in due time." Tai nodded, then departed. Once again, silence enveloped the space. The Fire Ape King gazed towards the direction where Tian had disappeared, his eyes flickering with thoughts unspoken. Moments later, he slowly closed his eyes, plunging the space back into darkness. All the fire apes fell once more into a deep slumber. Chapter 137, The Awakening of Little Rabbit Tooth. When Tian and his companions returned to the villa district, night had already fallen. With the spread of the battle scenes between Tian and Zhang Hao, everyone in the villa felt a surge of reassurance, as if a weight had been lifted from their hearts. Tian generously armed the evolutionist in the villa with the equipment he had acquired from his battles. During these days, due to the absence of any news regarding fifth-tier ferocious beasts, Tian, along with Qin Linshan and others, had diligently accumulated experience points. There were nearly 20 evolutionists in the villa, most of whom were at the third tier, while Zhu Yi, Lin Haiyang, Lan Ling, and Qin Linshan were at the fourth tier. Currently, Tian was the only fifth-tier evolutionist. Lin Haiyang and Lan Ling were on the brink of reaching the fourth-tier limit, needing just one breakthrough pearl to advance. However, traces of fifth-tier ferocious beasts remained scarce, not only in Jianglin City but also in other regions around the world. Fifth-tier ferocious beasts were quite rare. Fourth-tier evolutionists were already considered to possess significant combat power. The night passed without incident, and soon dawn arrived. In the afternoon, at the Zhonghai community, in Tian's room, Lan Ling donned a form-fitting skirt paired with a white shirt, exuding an air of maturity and an icy demeanor. Her exquisite figure on full display. "Lan Ling, why are you dressed like this?" Tian questioned, taken aback by the unfamiliar sight before him. Her delicate skin, rosy complexion, and alluring cherry-red lips appeared even more captivating under the soft glow of the lights. "Brother Tian, do you like it?" Lan Ling asked, her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she endeavored to maintain her composed expression. Tian felt a bitter pang in his mouth, unwittingly reminded of the previous night's encounter in Lan Ling's room, where he quickly suppressed these errant thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. "Young Master Yi, this is the intelligence compiled by Elder Chen for you." Just as Tian was lost in contemplation, a melodious voice chimed in. Turning to look, he saw Little Rabbit Tooth entering, clad in a yellow Pikachu t-shirt and short shorts, her slender waist and long legs strikingly eye-catching. The yellow Pikachu shirt was almost comically stretched over her figure, complemented by her innocent face and sparkling eyes. "What is with everyone today?" Tian mused, glancing at Lan Ling beside him, and then at Little Rabbit Tooth before him. Little Rabbit Tooth, overwhelmed with nervousness, recalled the words Lan Ling had spoken to her that fateful night, urging her to join in, clearing his throat. Tian accepted the intelligence report and began to peruse its contents. "Lin Chen has left Jianglin City?" Tian's brow furrowed as he read the information, heading towards Blue City. What could be in Blue City? He racked his brain for any memories associated with that name. Suddenly, he felt a soft body pressing against his back, followed by delicate fingers gently kneading the top of his head. Lan Ling's exquisite features flushed faintly. her breath hitching as she found herself enveloped in the masculine aura emanating from Tian and the heat radiating from his presence. Little Rabbit Tooth's eyes flickered with a hint of panic. Should she leave now? As Tian reveled in the soothing sensation behind him and the gentle pressure on his head, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him amidst the chaos of this apocalyptic world. Brother Tian, should I apply a bit more pressure? Lan Ling playfully inquired. In a hoarse voice, Tian replied, No need. This is just perfect. I'll take my leave then. I don't want to disturb you. Disturb you both. Little Rabbit Tooth stammered, her eyes wide with apprehension as she caught sight of Tian's long, alluring legs and enticing figure, igniting a fire within him. Aren't you eager to become an evolutionist? I'll give you an evolution stone now. Tian suppressed his own rising heat and declared. Little Rabbit Tooth's face lit up with delight as she gazed at Tian, and Lan Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile. Recognizing that it was indeed her plan with Tian, seizing the moment while Mu Lingxi, that formidable ice queen, was absent, she aimed to capture Tian's attention, enlisting Little Rabbit Tooth's help. Moreover, the last time Tian brought back Nangongya, her eyes were always fixed on him. That little vixen must also be coveting Tian's charm. Not to mention that woman in the red dress, who seemed one step away from making a move. Can I really? Little Rabbit Tooth asked, her eyes ablaze with determination as she looked at Tian. The first time Jiang Hao attacked the villa, she had witnessed her friends perish before her eyes, leaving her in a state of utter terror. Regret washed over her for rejecting Tian's previous proposal. Had she become an evolutionist, perhaps she could have changed her fate. Of course, Tian nodded affirmatively. He then retrieved an evolution stone and, using its allure, merged it with Little Rabbit Tooth. Instantly, a green light enveloped her, and she closed her eyes as an aura of sanctity radiated from her being. Lan Ling gazed at Little Rabbit Tooth in disbelief, her aura now resembling that of a goddess. Tian's excitement soared. Indeed, the goddess of nature had finally manifested. Soon, a tremendous gravitational force emanated from Little Rabbit Tooth, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy as if it were being devoured. Tian sensed her unusual state. Could she be in need of spiritual power? This was simple enough. He swiftly produced a large quantity of spirit crystals from his spatial ring, compressing the almost tangible spiritual energy and directing it towards Little Rabbit Tooth. Before long, the power of the spirit crystals was entirely absorbed by her, and her aura began to stabilize. Yet, her rate of absorption showed no signs of diminishing, prompting Tian to offer even more spirit crystals. How terrifying. Tian's lips twitched as he observed her astonishing consumption. She had just awakened and already absorbed so many spirit crystals. Her presence was now on par with an average third-tier evolutionist. Awakening at the third tier right off the bat? No wonder she was hailed as the goddess of nature. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that he hadn't awakened her earlier. Otherwise, the spirit crystals would have been insufficient. She was practically a juicer. After a while, Little Rabbit Tooth's aura finally stabilized. Lan Ling, observing her, felt a subtle pressure emanating from her. As a fourth-tier evolutionist, she couldn't help but feel that this Little Rabbit Tooth had indeed hit the jackpot. To awaken with such strength meant she had found a good sister. Yet, thoughts of Mu Lingxi crossed her mind, and she smirked. Little Rabbit Tooth was her ally, and soon Mu Lingxi would have to accept her fate as a subordinate. Moments later, Little Rabbit Tooth slowly opened her eyes, her entire demeanor transformed, radiating an aura of sanctity and inviolability. Her skin appeared exquisitely fair. And as she gazed at Tian and Lan Ling, who were staring at her in awe, she pondered, why are they looking at me like that? What's wrong? Chapter 138, The Power of Nature, the Thunder God Squad Strikes. Little Bunny, what extraordinary ability have you awakened? Tian inquired, suppressing his astonishment. Lan Ling looked at Little Bunny with evident curiosity, equally eager to know. With a shy demeanor, Little Bunny replied, it is an SS-level ability called the Power of Nature. What? An SS-level ability? Lan Ling exclaimed in disbelief. The known mainstream abilities were typically below S-level, with A-level already being quite formidable. S-level abilities were exceedingly rare, let alone an SS-level. Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. No wonder it is so powerful. What level of strength do you currently possess? I am at the 3rd level. Little Bunny blinked her eyes, shedding the previously unapproachable air, resembling a cute little creature. You must protect me from now on. Let us defeat Mu Lingxi together. Lan Ling said excitedly as she hugged Little Bunny. Little Bunny then demonstrated her ability by controlling a large tree outside the room. Under the influence of her power of nature, the tree sprouted numerous branches that danced gracefully in the air. Tomorrow, I will take you to level up. Your ability is immensely valuable, Tian declared. Little Bunny was taken aback, gazing at Tian in disbelief. You will take me to level up? Lanling pouted, tightly clutching Tian's arm. Brother Tian, I want to go too. I am almost at full capacity. Feeling the softness of Lanling's embrace and captivated by her innocent charm, Tian nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted them. Who is it? Tian shouted. Tian, enemies are approaching, came Lin Haiyang's voice from outside. Tian's expression shifted. Enemies were coming? Lanling and Little Bunny's faces turned serious with tension. I'll be right out, Tian called back. He then led Lanling and Little Bunny out of the room, heading towards the hall. In the villa's hall of Zhonghai, he asked directly, is it people from the Jianglin Society? Currently, only Xinlian and Lin Haiyang were present. Zhu Yi and Qin Linshan had taken other evolvers out to sweep the area and had not yet returned. Xinlian replied, there are about 10 people, all exuding formidable auras. However, the Haven T entered. They are at the community entrance, specifically demanding for Lord Tian to come out. Tian's expression became peculiar. Which old fool seeks trouble with me this time? Lanling shared the same confusion. They're looking for Brother Tian? How incomprehensible. Xinlian handed Tian a tablet. Upon receiving it, Tian activated the screen, revealing a group of individuals at the community entrance. Their expressions mocking as they appeared to be discussing something. Tian, should we confront them with weapons? What if they have ulterior motives? Lin Haiyang suggested. Lin Haiyang had no intention of reasoning with these people. They clearly came with ill intent and should be met with force. I'll go take a look. I am curious about their intentions. Tian chuckled, feeling confident in his abilities. As for other evolvers, he believed that under his full strength, anyone who could withstand even a single strike would be considered victorious. The woman in the red dress had not engaged with Tian. Yet her elusive presence had left an impression. Were it not for their shared meals, Tian might have forgotten her existence altogether. She was a formidable character, and even Lanling's sensing ability could not detect her. Previously, she had unleashed a mist that had incapacitated everyone present, indicating her extraordinary strength. Tian suspected she might be a bloodline user, for he felt no significant energy fluctuations from her, yet sensed an intangible threat. He allowed her to roam freely in the villa, as long as she did not cause any trouble. At the entrance of Zhonghai community, the sun's rays cast a sweltering heat over Jianglin City, creating an atmosphere thick with humidity. A group of men clad in various attires engaged in casual conversation, seemingly unfazed by the oppressive warmth. Captain, do you think Tian dares to come out? One man asked a tall young man. This tall young man was Shinkai, who had previously sought Lin Shan's assistance to deal with Tian. After completing the task assigned by his leader, he led his Thunder God squad to Tian's location. He should. After all, he is a leader of a faction. If he hides like a coward, how can he command respect? Shinkai responded. That's true, but Tian's strength is considerable. He even killed Jiang Hao. He might be a tough opponent. A squad member chimed in. Jiang Hao is an incompetent fool. His strength was average at best. If it weren't for the leader's lack of options, he would have been dismissed long ago. Another member retorted. Indeed, he acts as if everyone owes him something. Another added. Shinkai frowned slightly. Jiang Hao is not as pitiful as portrayed. He was merely a bit aloof, yet his strength was still noteworthy. However, he refrained from contradicting his team members. After all, Jiang Hao is dead, and it mattered little now. Although the Jianglin Society was a unified entity, it comprised numerous factions and small groups. The leader's strength was unparalleled. Yet the various sub-leaders often vied for dominance among themselves. It was only under the immense pressure of the leader and Appo's power that they managed to cooperate. Even if Tian was strong, they had several lightning element evolvers on their side. He was but one person. They had no reason to fear him. Captain, someone is coming out, a subordinate announced, interrupting Shinkai's thoughts. Shinkai focused his gaze, spotting a handsome young man with colorful wings gracefully approaching. It is Tian. Shinkai took a deep breath, speaking slowly. The group had seen Tian's photograph and recognized him as he drew near. Tian regarded the gathered individuals, noting their scrutiny. What business do you have with me? His wings fluttered gently in the sunlight, and his expression bore no trace of panic, only calm indifference. Of course, we seek your life. I did not expect you to have the audacity to come out alone. I underestimated you. A voice resonated, belonging to the subordinates of Shinkai. Tian observed the group before him with keen interest. The aura emanating from them bore a faint yet palpable sense of oppression, indicating that they were all at the 4th tier. A few among them exuded an almost uncontrollable energy, evoking a sense of impending annihilation. 5-tiered, indeed, 3 of them at that. Tian's momentary flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished. Those who attained the 5th tier possessed extraordinary abilities and formidable strength. Are you from the Jianglin Society? Yu Tian inquired, disregarding the foul-mouthed imbecile. Shin Kai frowned slightly. Yu Tian exuded an enigmatic aura that he had only sensed from the president of their organization. Could this individual possess strength comparable to that of the president? A twinge of trepidation stirred within Shin Kai. Surely not. The president was an aberration of power. How could Yu Tian possibly be his equal? It must be an illusion. We are the Thunder God Squad of the Jianglin Society. All three of our captains wield lightning abilities. We have heard that you also possess such powers. And we have come to claim your life. Shin Kai's subordinates could no longer restrain themselves and responded. Three wielders of lightning, are you afraid? Yet, in Yu Tian's gaze, they perceived no trace of fear. Instead, he appeared to be subtly exhilarated. Could it be a perverse anomaly? Yu Tian mused inwardly, elated by the revelation of three lightning manipulators. How shall I express my gratitude? Shin Kai and the other two captains felt a tightening of their expressions. They too sensed Yu Tian's thrill in response to their lightning abilities, a thrill reminiscent of Shin Kai's initial desire for battle. However, Yu Tian's fervor seemed to resonate more intensely. At that moment, a gust of formidable wind swept through, seemingly dispelling some of the tension. Then let us engage in battle, Yu Tian murmured as the power of thunder surged forth from him. Shin Kai and his two vice-captains also summoned their own thunderous energy, causing the atmosphere to grow unbearably heated, as if on the brink of explosion. The subordinates wisely retreated, unwilling to be caught in the crossfire. It was prudent to maintain a safe distance. Yu Tian made no effort to stop them. Let them flee. His focus lay upon eliminating these formidable foes, rendering the rest inconsequential. Boom. The collision of their auras reverberated through the air, producing a thunderous sound that seemed to alter the very sky. The atmosphere grew tumultuous. Suddenly, Shin Kai and his companions unleashed a powerful thunderous attack, lightning surging forth like a tidal wave, flooding the space around them. Divine movement. Yu Tian activated his extraordinary ability, weaving through the air with remarkable agility. Boom. Three bolts of lightning struck the empty air, creating a cacophony of thunder, blurring the line between the natural storm and their extraordinary powers. Yu Tian, do not flee, Shin Kai shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. Yu Tian's speed surpassed all expectations, rendering their attempts at attack almost futile. Chapter 139. The power of Yu Tian. Unexpectedly, Yu Tian was swifter, effortlessly evading their attacks without harm. He smiled and declared, if you challenge me one-on-one, I shall not flee. Although the earlier strikes might not have inflicted significant damage upon him, why endure what he could avoid? Why should we, a group, be reduced to just 3 against you? That seems quite fair, spoke Vice Captain Wang, standing beside Shin Kai. Wang was one of the formidable vice captains of Shin Kai's Thunder God Squad. Alongside another vice captain named Li. Li wore a knowing expression, agreeing that with numbers on their side, there was no need for a one-on-one confrontation. Enough talk. Let us see the truth in action, Yu Tian replied with a grin. Boom. As they spoke, the 3 assailants launched their attacks once more. Bang. After evading, Yu Tian swung his fist directly at Vice Captain Li. His fist, infused with S-level lightning power, struck straight towards Li. Li remained composed as he saw Yu Tian's assault approach. A thunderous armor enveloped him, accompanied by a protective lightning shield tightly encasing his form. I thought you only knew how to run. I didn't expect you to show some spirit, Li remarked, his tone laced with derision. Yu Tian's punch was imminent. Yet Li exhibited no fear. To him, Yu Tian's attack wouldn't even breach his shield, let alone penetrate the armor beneath. Boom. Just as Li basked in his overconfidence, Yu Tian's fist collided with him. With a resounding crack, Li's shield and thunder armor shattered like mere paper, pierced by Yu Tian's formidable strike. Before Li could process his shock, Yu Tian's fist slammed into his body. Bang. Li was knocked down, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his aura now disordered. Oldly, Shin Kai exclaimed, utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded. It was beyond their imagination. Just a single punch had penetrated 2 layers of defense. Unbelievable, Vice Captain Wang echoed, his face a mask of shock. Is this the power of a 5th-tier fighter? How can this be? 3 against 1. And yet Li was overwhelmed so easily. How could such a disparity in strength exist among 5th-tier combatants? The onlookers from Shin Kai's squad stood agape, astonished by Yu Tian's prowess. They knew Li's strength well. He could handle an average 5th-tier beast within minutes. Yet, this formidable Li had been felled in just 1 blow from Yu Tian's Thunder Dragon Strike. Boom. Shin Kai and Vice Captain Wang quickly suppressed their fear and renewed their assault. 2 formidable bolts of lightning converged, morphing into thunderous dragons that surged towards Yu Tian with an unstoppable force, crackling with electrical sparks. Swish. Yu Tian deftly employed his extraordinary movement ability, effortlessly dodging the attack. However, The Thunder Dragon seemed almost sentient, curving midair to pursue him relentlessly. Bloodburst! Thunder Spirit Armor! Tian exclaimed, his vital energy surging as he felt a significant increase in strength. This was the first time he employed the Bloodburst skill, uncertain of its effectiveness. It promised to double his damage output. With his body enveloped in a lightning-infused armor, he resembled a divine warrior of thunder. Boom! Tian met the charging Thunder Dragon with a powerful punch. Shinkai and Vice Captain Wang were elated to witness Tian's audacity in confronting the dragon directly, believing he was courting disaster. The Thunder Dragon's damage far exceeded that of an ordinary 5th-tier attack, and for Tian to challenge it with mere armor seemed reckless. They envisioned the scenario of Tian being grievously injured by the Thunder Dragon. Bang! In an instant, Tian's fist, charged with S-lightning power, struck the Thunder Dragon with tremendous force. The impact was swift and devastating. Bolstered by the Bloodburst skill, Tian's attack power shattered the dragon's might entirely. Moments later, the air was devoid of the Thunder Dragon, leaving only Tian, crackling with electricity. His Shinkai's eyes widened in disbelief, the scene far exceeding their expectations. Tian had obliterated 2 Thunder Dragons with a single blow. This was far more exaggerated than the earlier strike that injured Li. Vice Captain Wang's expression darkened. Could this truly be the power of a 5th-tier fighter? Impossible. The onlooking members of the Jianglin Association appeared as if they had witnessed a ghost. Tian was nothing short of extraordinary. The atmosphere grew tense, as Shinkai and Vice Captain Wang regarded Tian with a sense of dread, unconsciously swallowing hard. Meanwhile, the fallen Vice Captain Li wore a grim expression, realizing that Tian had not exerted his full strength during their encounter. This revelation was difficult to accept. Yet the overwhelming scene before him compelled him to acknowledge the truth. Tian had indeed held back. Trash, how do you wish to perish? Tian coldly gazed at them, his eyes as void as the grave. His lightning armor flickered with electric light, radiating an immense pressure that dominated the battlefield. Everyone felt a tightening in their chests, as though faced with a deity. Internally, Tian rejoiced, astonished by the potency of the Bloodburst skill. His attacks transcended his own comprehension. The power of the Thunder Dragon had been formidable, yet it was utterly annihilated by his fists. Tian had even prepared to teleport away if necessary. But the effectiveness of the Bloodburst was beyond his expectations. Shinkai and his companions felt a sudden chill. Tian was preparing to strike again. Cold sweat poured from their brows, and Shinkai regretted seeking trouble with Tian. Why not enjoy the comforts of the Jianglin Association, completing tasks peacefully instead of provoking this harbinger of doom? Under Tian's oppressive aura, they felt as though something heavy bore down upon their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. Use the Blood Spirit Talisman, Shinkai murmured, realizing that they had no choice but to resort to the talisman for a chance to contend with Tian. Vice Captain Wang and Li nodded, retrieving strange talismans from their belongings. Tian observed and recognized that these were akin to the talisman Jiang Hao had utilized previously. Just as they prepared to activate the Blood Spirit Talisman, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, immobilizing Shinkai. He felt as though the ground beneath him threatened to yield to his weight. The 2 vice captains beside him also appeared drastically changed, clearly feeling the same oppressive force. This was, of course, Tian's gravitational control, enhanced by his formidable psychic energy. This extraordinary ability surpassed all expectations. Before him, several 5th-tier warriors were as helpless as chicks, easily subdued by his hand. Outside the battlefield, Jianglin's subordinates were filled with curiosity as to why their captain had become immobile. Although Tian's strength was formidable, it seemed improbable that he could instill such fear as to render someone motionless. They could hardly fathom that Tian possessed such an enigmatic ability to suppress their captain from a distance. Prepare to meet your demise, Tian uttered nonchalantly, as the power of thunder coalesced in his grasp, propelling him forward. Our leader will not let you go unpunished, Shinkai shouted defiantly. Then, with a resounding bang, Shinkai's body was obliterated by Tian's fist. Flesh and blood splattered, and the air lingered with the echoes of Shinkai's agonized screams. Devouring successful. Physique 400. Devouring successful. Thunder power elevated to S. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Their captain was dead? The fight had scarcely begun. Why had it escalated so quickly? The minds of those outside the battlefield buzzed in disbelief. Tian reveled in the information flooding his mind, realizing that he had indeed harnessed the power of lightning. Were these individuals similarly endowed? The 2 vice captains had turned pale, yet under the gravitational suppression, they were utterly immobile, forced to witness Shinkai's demise before their eyes. Now it seemed, their turn was imminent. They exchanged a glance, each seeing profound despair reflected in the other's eyes. Tian, may we discuss terms? Vice Captain Wang ventured. Tian approached him step by step, an air of inevitability surrounding him. What terms? He inquired. As the power of thunder crackled in his hands, ready for action. If you spare me, Vice Captain Wang stammered, his face devoid of color. The bravado he had shown earlier evaporating. But alas, Tian was uninterested in negotiating. His fist descended with brutal force, accompanied by another thunderous explosion. Blood and viscera scattered everywhere. Vice Captain Wang was slain. Devouring successful, agility 400, devouring successful, thunder power elevated to S. As Tian processed the information surging through his mind, he furrowed his brow. Still no upgrade? The last remaining Vice Captain, Li, was engulfed in terror. This man was a demon, a fiend, witnessing the deaths of his comrades before his very eyes. The suffocating despair was a feeling he had not experienced in ages. Far more harrowing than facing their leader. Moreover, Vice Captain Wang had been in the midst of bargaining when. It is your turn now. Chapter 140. The Ascendance of Thunderous Power, SS-level lightning ability. Tian's somber voice resonated in Vice Captain Li's ear. An icy chill enveloped Li, as if his very blood had ceased to flow. Was this the whisper of a demon? Outside the fray, the onlookers were utterly astonished, their hair standing on end. Unable to fathom the bizarre scene before them. What had Tian done? Why did their captain remain motionless, allowing Tian to have his way? Confusion reigned. And some were already contemplating escape, overwhelmed by the terror of the moment. Grant me a swift end. Vice Captain Li's desire to resist had vanished. He faced an insurmountable adversary. Why had he heeded that fool Shinkai and sought trouble with Tian? Regret consumed him as he cursed his own foolishness. To satisfy you, Tian replied nonchalantly. Boom. With the resounding third explosion, the leaders of the three thunder teams were obliterated, offering no semblance of resistance. They had ultimately paid the price for their Navi ambitions. Devour successful, power 400. Devour successful, thunder power elevated to SS. Thunder power enhanced beyond measure. Acquired new skill, Super Thunder Dragon Strike, unleashing a formidable thunderous force, coalescing into a Thunder Dragon, inflicting cataclysmic damage. Acquired new skill, Thunder God Transformation. Condensing immense thunder power, enhancing oneself, doubling all attributes for a duration of 5 minutes. Tian reveled in the influx of information flooding his mind. Elated to have ascended to SS level, the potency of his spiritual energy had multiplied several times over. Yet, he sensed that his lightning ability had nearly reached its limit. Further ascension might require the absorption of dozens more lightning abilities. Nevertheless, SS level was already astonishingly powerful. The two new skills, though untested, emanated a formidable aura. Encountering Long Feiyu again would surely not be as disastrous as their previous clash. Clenching his fists tightly, Tian expressed gratitude to his allies for the bountiful gift of lightning ability. He opened his personal panel. Level, 5th stage Evolver, 3,220,000. Abilities, Endless Devour, SSS. Lightning, SS. Teleportation, S. Divine Movement, S. Fire, S. Gravitational Control, S. Divine Gold Power, S. Shadow, A. Diamond, A. Dynamic Vision, A. Spiritual Recovery, A. Tear, B. Skills, Super Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, Tri-Life Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Lightning. Fire Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Explosion, Thunder Spirit Armor, Golden Sword Ascendancy, Power, 6,342 for 100, Agility, 6291, 100, Constitution, 6,238 for 100, Mentality, 6,285 for 100, Equipment, Mastiff Heart Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold, Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic, Frenzied Battle Boots, Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Gazing at his panel, Tian felt an inexhaustible surge of power coursing through him, an invincible force. With the addition of Thunder God Transformation, his strength would be explosive, rendering him unbeatable. Meanwhile, outside, the members of the Jianglin Society were plunged into despair. Their captain lay dead. What fate awaited them? Would Tian spare them? They knew the answer all too well. Run. Everyone, run. That SA demon. I want to return. I want to go home. You're blocking my way. I'm leaving. Get out of my way. What are you doing standing there? Do you want to die? I don't. Chaos erupted as over a dozen members of Jianglin's Thunder team scrambled to flee. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended. The squad members found themselves immobilized, as if a force was suppressing them. No wonder their captains had remained still. Tian had employed a mysterious power to restrain them. Fire spirit, go, Tian commanded, using gravitational control to firmly pin them down. The fire spirit then launched its assault. These were all evolvers above the third stage, now rendered helpless as if they were mere chicks awaiting slaughter. No. I surrender. I surrender. I won't dare anymore. Spare my life. As pleas for mercy echoed. The fire spirit paid them no heed. It unleashed torrents of searing flames, with the blaze consuming all in a short while. The members were annihilated by the fire spirit's onslaught. The fire spirit also gained considerable experience, drawing closer to the third stage. Meanwhile, in Deep City, we can't hold them back. The bats are too powerful. Hurry, request instructions from headquarters. Is there any way to counter them? A soldier clad in battle armor shouted into his communicator. The area around him lay in ruins, filled with blood, corpses, and the wails of the dying. A grim tableau of despair. Not only his immediate surroundings, but the entire Deep City echoed with the sounds of gunfire, the clash of evolvers, and the monstrous howls intertwined with cries for help. High above, Long Feiyu, donned in golden armor, felled countless bats with each strike. Yet, faced with the overwhelming swarm, he felt utterly powerless. He had repeatedly urged Mu Yiming to evacuate, but Mu had hesitated, continuing to organize the fight. In the research facility, boss, the front line reports they can barely hold on. An informant announced. Mu Yiming, engrossed in a tablet displaying real-time data, felt a surge of anticipation. It's almost here. Almost. What did you just say? He snapped back to attention, shutting off the tablet. The front line is on the verge of collapse. The informant remained respectful, devoid of impatience. Mu Yiming took a sip from his teacup, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Tell them to hold on. And deploy the second generation of Rift Lightbringers to the battlefield. Also, send out the individuals who merge with evolutionary genes for practical experience. The informant nodded and departed. Mu Yiming reopened the tablet, scrutinizing the data. Shortly after, a young man in a white lab coat entered. Xiaoqin, how is the experiment progressing? Mu Yiming inquired eagerly. The young man smiled, replying, the experiment is proceeding exceptionally well. It should be completed within 3 days, allowing for preliminary clinical use. Chapter 141. Experiment 3 more days? Mu Yiming furrowed his brow, clearly dissatisfied with the response. The young man offered a wry smile, explaining that this was already the fastest pace achievable. They had collected nearly all the bodies of the evolved beings from the battlefield for experimentation, extracting their elements. Mu Yiming remained silent, lost in thought, noticing the prolonged silence. The young man gritted his teeth and proposed, Boss, if we could obtain an additional 100 live samples of evolved beings, we could expedite the process by a day. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Mu Yiming sipped his tea, seemingly making a decision as he spoke softly, continue with the experiments. I will arrange for another 100 live samples as quickly as possible. The young man's face turned pale. He hesitated to voice his concerns. So many innocent lives had already been lost for this experiment. Go now, Mu Yiming commanded coldly. The young man clenched his teeth and departed without another word. Shortly after his exit, Mu Yiming activated his communication device and dialed a contact. The warriors on the front lines have worked hard. Please send the more than 100 soldiers fighting in the Changla district back to the base for a rest. I will allocate others to the front line. He said kindly. On the other end, the response was immediate. Understood, boss. I will make the arrangements right away. After the call, a sense of relief washed over Mu Yiming. Just 2 more days, merely 2 more days. At that moment, Deep City resembled a meat grinder, with battles raging relentlessly. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the sky. A surge of golden spiritual energy coalesced into a powerful force, launching itself into the fray. It's Lord Long Feiyu. Is he about to vanquish these monsters? Certainly. Did you not see? Lord Long Feiyu has been fighting without pause, having slain at least several million monsters. The recent attack was formidable. In an instant, the sky cleared magnificently. Incredible! Amid the chaos, discussions erupted throughout Deep City. Even the battling bats appeared significantly affected, plummeting to the ground in spasms. Long Feiyu gazed at a massive black cloud before him, acutely aware of the immense power contained within. A subtle pressure emanated from it. Though not overwhelming, it bore an unmistakable sense of lethality. These monsters must have been eradicated, Long Feiyu murmured to himself, having just unleashed his skill. The Dragon Ascending Sky Strike, a large-scale annihilation technique that had nearly wiped out all the bats in his vicinity. A rush of air surged forth. Countless bats erupted from the black cloud, and Long Feiyu's expression darkened. Although the bats were of low rank, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, rendering them virtually inexhaustible. After a prolonged battle and unleashing his ultimate move, his spiritual energy was now insufficient to sustain such intense combat. Long Feiyu propelled himself towards the research facility. Inside the research facility, he inquired, "Uncle Mu, are we not considering a withdrawal?" His brow was knitted with concern. The situation had evidently deteriorated to its utmost severity. A hint of sorrow flickered across Mu Yiming's face as he replied softly, "I cannot retreat with so many of our compatriots still here." Long Feiyu fell silent, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Who did not know Mu Yiming's true nature? He would resort to manipulation even against his own daughter, all in the name of his compatriots. It was a farcical jest. Despite his disdain, Long Feiyu maintained a facade of composure. "If you choose to remain, so be it. I can leave at any moment," he thought to himself. "Is there truly no way to resolve these monsters in the sky?" Mu Yiming pressed further. Long Feiyu's face grew serious as he replied, "You can see for yourself. They are endless. I have no solutions." Though he spoke thus, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps using his ultimate skill could obliterate the energy mass, potentially resolving the situation. However, that remained a mere possibility. And why should he pay such a heavy price? After assisting him for several days, he had fulfilled his obligations. A multitude of matters awaited his attention in Kyoto. Had it not been for Mu Lingxi, he would have left this old man to his devices. With a gentle sigh, Mu Yiming remarked, "Then we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. We will hold out for 3 more days. If nothing changes by then, we will have no choice but to withdraw." A chill ran down Long Feiyu's spine. 3 more days may well mean the demise of everyone in Deep City. What was this old man hiding that compelled him to cling to this place so tenaciously? "Boss, I have the latest intelligence from Blue City." A nervous intelligence officer entered the room, interrupting Long Feiyu's thoughts. "Speak." Mu Yiming's brow tightened. The officer's gaze darted nervously towards Long Feiyu, remaining silent. Long Feiyu sensed the tension and, with a smile, said, "Uncle Mu, you two continue your discussion. I shall take a brief rest." Mu Yiming's expression darkened. The intelligence officer's lack of perception was astounding. Did he not recognize who Long Feiyu was? What use was a trivial piece of information? Yet, he did not detain Long Feiyu, merely expressing his regrets before the latter departed. "Now speak. What is the intelligence?" Mu Yiming asked coldly after Long Feiyu left. Under Mu Yiming's penetrating gaze, the officer felt as though his blood had turned ice. Yet, he gritted his teeth and spoke, "In Blue City, there is a Jianglin City, Zhonghai community. Brother Yu Tian, you are truly remarkable. In such a short time, you annihilated so many." Lanling exclaimed, shaking Yu Tian's arm excitedly. Little Rabbit and Lin Haiyang gazed at Yu Tian with awe, having just witnessed his battle through the community's surveillance cameras. He was nothing short of explosive in power. Although they had not felt the full force of his aura directly, the scene of combat was profoundly intense. Not intense, but rather, it gave an overwhelming sense of invincibility. They thought. Yu Tian felt the softness of his arm, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him as he declared, "They were simply too weak." "Humph. I refuse to believe that. Those individuals appeared well-prepared and fierce, yet you effortlessly crushed them with your fists." Lan Ling retorted. Chapter 142. Intelligence from Blue City. Yu Tian smiled, his heart filled with joy at the thought of the upgrade to his lightning abilities. Grateful for the generous gift of lightning powers from his dear friend. The following day, he, along with Little Rabbit Tooth and Lan Ling, embarked on an exhilarating quest, relentlessly hunting monsters. After the Raijin squad had bestowed their generous gifts, the Jianglin Association seemed to have realized something, refraining from causing further trouble. Yu Tian also provided Shenlian with an evolution stone, yet Shenlian did not awaken any powers, remaining an ordinary evolver. Nevertheless, Shenlian was immensely grateful to Yu Tian. In a certain street of Jianglin City, Little Rabbit Tooth commanded the surrounding trees, unleashing resilient branches that relentlessly lashed at the nearby monsters, who writhed in agony under her strikes. Lan Ling watched with wide eyes, marveling at the overwhelming might of SS great abilities. Little Rabbit Tooth's spiritual power appeared boundless as the branches stretched across the entire street, making it seem as if they were filming a movie. "I feel like I can control even more," Little Rabbit Tooth exclaimed, radiating a holy light. The branches danced at her command, striking with precision. The monsters gazed at her with sheer terror, unable to approach her, as those branches seemed to penetrate every space. They were incredibly agile and resilient. Even if bitten off, new branches sprouted instantly. They had never encountered such a humiliating situation before, with anguish cries echoing. All the monsters before them were obliterated by Little Rabbit Tooth. A glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes as she realized her newfound strength. Casting an appreciative glance at Yu Tian, it was this man who had granted her the opportunity to become an awakener. Impressive. Once you level up, you'll surely be able to protect us all, Tian said with a warm smile. Little Rabbit Tooth's cheeks flushed, her innocent face aglow, as she asked, "Can I really protect everyone?" "Of course. You're already so powerful now. You must protect me in the future," Lonling chimed in. She was acutely aware of Little Rabbit Tooth's past, haunted by the loss of her companion right before her eyes, which had left her with lingering guilt. Had she accepted Tian's proposal earlier to become an evolver, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Now, she was genuinely delighted for Little Rabbit Tooth's formidable strength. Tian nodded in agreement, saying, "Lonling is right. You can indeed do it now." Truthfully, Little Rabbit Tooth's power had surpassed Tian's expectations. He had initially thought she needed to ascend to a higher level to unleash her full potential, yet now, at merely the 3rd tier, she exhibited the grace of a natural goddess. "Let us continue seeking monsters, Lonling. Please sense where they might be," Tian instructed. Lonling nodded and began to channel her abilities. After reaching the 4th tier, her sensing range expanded to 10 kilometers, uncovering nearly all hidden monsters and zombies in the vicinity. After a day of relentless hunting, under Tian's formidable gravitational suppression and Lonling's sensing abilities, their experience points surged as if they were under a cheat. Lonling reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, while Little Rabbit Tooth had just broken through to the 4th tier herself. Furthermore, Tian's 2 small pets had also ascended to the 4th tier, undergoing remarkable transformations. Fire Spirit, Epic Fire-type Pet, Level 4, 300-8000, Strength 710, Agility 680, Vitality 700, Mental 660, Skills, Fire Spirit Impact, Flame Wave, Inferno Devastation, Lightning Spirit. Epic Lightning-type Pet, Level 4, 600-8000, Strength 720, Agility 670, Vitality 710, Mental 640, Skills, Lightning Spirit Roar. Thunderwave Flash. Electric Dash. Seeing the attributes of his 2 pets in his mind, Tian felt pleased with their progress and the addition of new skills. However, he still had not received any news regarding 5th tier beasts. Chen Linshan was tirelessly gathering intelligence from various locations, but to no avail. Lin Haiyang had interrogated Bai Yu several times, who only stated that the 5th tier monsters had all been eradicated by the president of the Jianglin Association. He possessed numerous boundary-breaking orbs. That evening, at the Zhonghai community, in Tian's room, Chen Linshan approached respectfully, holding a tablet. "Lord Tian, I have a piece of intelligence." He activated a video, presenting it to Tian. As Tian watched, the screen revealed a vast square dominated by a colossal blue vortex, which appeared to be voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy from the sky. The vortex exuded an overwhelming presence, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. Tian's expression grew grave as he observed the scene. Surrounding the square were numerous individuals, all intently focused on the blue vortex at its center. The video lasted merely 10 seconds, yet it was profoundly unsettling. The sheer force emanating from it rendered the onlookers nearly breathless. "There are a few individuals in this footage you might find intriguing, Lord Tian," Chen Linshan continued. It turned out that the video was filmed in Blue City, where a blue vortex had appeared in Tianyuan Square some time ago. This vortex incited conflicts among many evolvers, who believed it to be a valuable treasure. They fought over it for some time, only to discover that the vortex was not an object, but rather a phenomenon akin to a wormhole. Since its emergence, it had been absorbing spiritual energy from the atmosphere, gradually enlarging to its current form. Among those in the video, 2 individuals particularly piqued Tian's interest, the leader of Chieshan's sect and the president of the Jianglin Association. However, many other factions were also present, yet no conflicts erupted among them, as if they were all awaiting something. "Shall we dispatch someone to investigate, Lord Tian? I've heard that numerous factions from Huagua have already sent representatives," Chen Linshan proposed. Tian furrowed his brows. The ominous feeling the blue vortex instilled in him suggested great peril. "I will personally investigate. There are a few individuals there I wish to deal with," Tian replied calmly. "Lord Tian, there is one more thing. It seems all members of the Jianglin Association have vanished," Chen Linshan added. Chapter 143 Awakening. Have they all vanished? Tian inquired, perplexed. The entire Jianglin Association stationed at their base had seemingly disappeared, leaving the premises desolate and impeccably tidy. Chen Linshan then spoke. "I questioned several residents near their base, but none reported hearing anything. It appears they vanished into thin air." A sense of foreboding loomed over Tian, as a dark cloud of unease enveloped his thoughts. Is this the work of the bloodline practitioners? And what of the Qianshan sect? Their strange behavior is unsettling. Clenching his fists, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through him. Chen Linshan stood nearby, visibly terrified. Despite Yu Tian harboring no ill will toward him, the overwhelming aura emanating from Yu Tian felt like crashing waves, suffocating him. It was worth noting that Chen Linshan had already attained the 4th tier, yet in Yu Tian's presence, he struggled to breathe. After a moment, Yu Tian seemed to notice Chen Linshan's distress and promptly reined in his aura. Chen Linshan gasped for air, overwhelmed by Yu Tian's formidable presence. Meanwhile, in Deep City, at the Demon Sound Research Institute, an intelligence officer reported, "Boss, we are on the brink of collapse. Nearly 80% of our warriors have perished." Mu Yiming, bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion, replied, "Did I not dispatch 50 second-generation rift breakers?" The intelligence officer trembled. "All have been destroyed by bats." Grasping an antique tightly, Mu Yiming rasped, "What of the genetically modified individuals? Have they perished as well?" Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the research institute, shaking its very foundations. As the tremor subsided, Mu Yiming's eyes glazed over. Had everything truly been lost? "Where is Long Feiyu? Summon him to me," Mu Yiming bellowed. The intelligence officer, trembling, replied, "Lord Long left Deep City yesterday. Die. All of you die." Mu Yiming's anguished roar echoed throughout the conference room. Outside, bats swirled ominously, while the streets were sparsely populated with evolvers and warriors wielding various weapons. The air crackled with the sounds of explosions and chaos. Dark clouds descended ominously from the sky, as bats attacked buildings with frenzied intent to annihilate all in their path. "Master Lai, should we continue to hold our ground? The bats are multiplying, and we are nearly decimated," a young warrior asked. They did not fear sacrifice, but rather the futility of their demise. Why not retreat? Why remain here? Deep City is nearly in ruins. What are we fighting for? Those secretive experiments at the Institute? Lai Shan pulled a cigarette from his pocket, biting down on it before producing a lighter to ignite it, inhaling deeply before coughing violently, glancing at his empty left arm, wrapped only in blood-stained bandages. "I don't know who issued the orders. We shall continue to fight," he declared, discarding the cigarette with a fierce stomp. The young warriors gazed darkened at Lai Shan's maimed state. The sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed around them. Are we truly at the end? Lai Shan pondered. Memories of his brief time with Yu Tian flooded his mind, those days devoid of scheming or arrogance, merely the camaraderie of friends. He must be disappointed in me for mocking his seemingly useless Tai Chi, Lai Shan thought. Perhaps it is for the best. You do not belong here. It is a pity for the lady. I should not have brought you back. Forgive me. Suddenly, a thunderous bat screech pierced the air, and a pair of crimson eyes emerged from the dark clouds above. If destruction is imminent, let it come, Lai Shan murmured, as he found himself devoid of spiritual energy, relying solely on his one remaining hand to wield an electromagnetic cannon. In the underground chambers of the Research Institute, within a room inscribed with a unique array, a breathtaking woman lay, the blood of the phoenix atop her head now devoid of color. Gradually, the air began to convulse, as if an unspeakable force was brewing. The atmosphere shimmered with heat, threatening to sear through space itself. A fiery mark upon her brow radiated crimson light. Suddenly, flames enveloped the woman, scorching the space around her until it was riddled with cracks. In moments, the area beside her was completely engulfed in flames. As she slowly opened her eyes, a shadow of a phoenix flickered within. At her awakening, the very fabric of reality seemed to dim. The surrounding spiritual energy was voraciously drawn into her being. Chapter 144, The Flame Queen. Boom, boom, boom. As the thunderous roar resounded, powerful waves surged throughout the deep city. A swarm of bats, akin to a raging tide, began to sweep across the land. Wherever they passed, the ground lay barren, painting a desolate scene. All the evolved beings were struck with awe at the sight before them. Why? Why had the bat swarm suddenly gone mad? The sporadic sounds of gunfire had nearly ceased. Faced with an onslaught akin to a natural disaster, nearly everyone had lost hope. How could they fight against this? A sense of despair filled the hearts of all. Was death imminent? Was everything coming to an end? Inside the Research Institute, all the researchers were equally stunned, wondering if this was truly the end. Mu Yiming gazed frantically at the scene on the screen, where the bat swarm wreaked havoc like a hurricane. Just a little more time, just a little more time. He yearned deep within, so close, so close. Just when everyone believed all hope was lost, a rumble shook the ground. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor throughout the Research Institute, more intense than any previous quake. A powerful surge of energy pulsed beneath the institute. A researcher shouted out. They quickly pulled up data indicating an energy mass underground, its reaction seemingly intensifying. Could it be? Mu Yiming's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He then activated a surveillance feed on his tablet, revealing an empty room. The array on the floor and the spirit crystals lay shattered, devoid of life. Lingxi, have you finally succeeded? Tears seemed to well in Mu Yiming's eyes. Suddenly, the energy beneath broke through its limits, unleashing a conflagration that shot skyward. A pillar of crimson light pierced through the heavens, obliterating the dark clouds above. With a piercing cry, the bat swarm was summoned back to the ominous cloud formation in the sky. Moments later, a fiery figure emerged from the pillar. A stunning woman, clad in a fiery ensemble born of phoenix flames, possessed a figure so exquisite it took one's breath away, her angelic visage radiating an overwhelming presence. God! 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 The survivors on the ground fervently shouted. Regardless of who this woman was, she had become their deity, their faith, the solitary beacon of hope amidst the darkness. Everyone in the research institute fixated on the girl on the screen. They all recognized her, Mu Yiming's daughter, Mu Lingxi. This energy reading is off the charts. A young researcher muttered under his breath, but no one paid him any heed. Their gazes were locked onto the singular flame queen. Mu Lingxi's cold eyes fixed upon the dark cloud, her internal spiritual energy on the verge of erupting uncontrollably. With a graceful flick of her right hand, a ball of crimson flame surged forth toward the ominous cloud. The fiery projectile raced through the air, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. With a resounding clash, the crimson flames collided with the cloud, unleashing a torrent of bats, which swirled like a hurricane, seemingly intent on extinguishing the flames. Undeterred, Mu Lingxi's gaze remained steady, unflinching before the oncoming swarm. The survivors below held their breath, anxiety etched on their faces as they gazed skyward, awaiting the imminent confrontation. Many clenched their fists, wishing they could transform into flames themselves and join the fray. As the hurricane of bats met the crimson flames, a cacophony of tearing sounds erupted. The bats appeared to suffer immense anguish, their wails echoing throughout Deep City, igniting joy in the hearts of all. These accursed creatures deserved this fate. Before long, the hurricane of bats was utterly consumed by the flames, leaving nothing but ash. The flames continued to blaze in the sky, waves of heat rising and crashing. The dark cloud seemed to sense its authority being severely challenged. Then, it split apart, unleashing countless bats that swarmed forth, rapidly regrouping. Moments later, 8 colossal bat monsters emerged in the sky, each exuding an aura far surpassing that of typical 5th-tier monsters. Mu Lingxi regarded the 8 beasts with indifference, fearlessly standing her ground. The survivors below watched with trepidation. They had encountered these monsters before. Previously, Long Feiyu had battled them, but they proved exceptionally difficult to defeat. Would they stand a chance now? Without uttering a word, Mu Lingxi summoned a blazing sword of flame. She brandished the fiery blade, charging into battle as the surrounding monsters flapped their wings and surged toward her. With agile footwork, she evaded most of their strikes, yet some still landed upon her. Surprisingly, these attacks had no effect on her. Her movements remained swift, her flames still fierce. Phoenix Sky Strike. Mu Lingxi called out, her sword transforming into a living entity, morphing into a fiery phoenix as it lunged at the monsters. The creature struck the nearest foe, unleashing a deafening wail that filled its eyes with fear. A smirk graced Mu Lingxi's lips as she conjured 7 additional flames that spiraled around her. 8 phoenixes circled her, instilling terror in the surrounding monsters, who hesitated to attack. The wounded monster's aura grew increasingly feeble. Mu Lingxi would not linger. She commanded the 8 phoenixes to assault the monsters. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. The survivors below watched the spectacle unfold in the sky, their confidence soaring. In the research institute, Mu Yiming observed his daughter, the Flame Queen, with immense satisfaction. His daughter was indeed reliable. As thoughts of Long Feiyu crossed his mind, a flash of resentment flickered in Mu Yiming's eyes. How dare he leave without so much as a word? He had meticulously devised several defensive plans revolving around Long Feiyu. Had everything gone smoothly, holding out for a few more days would have posed no challenge. Yet, Long Feiyu's abrupt departure had thrown his plans into disarray, resulting in devastating losses for his subordinates. As the battle raged fiercely above, the echoes of flames and the lamentations of monsters filled the air. Mu Lingxi's phoenix flames entwined around the monsters like a deadly embrace. Even from afar, the onlookers could feel the overwhelming heat and the palpable despair of the creatures. As Mu Lingxi gazed at the multitude of monsters being slowly reduced to ashes by her blazing flames, her expression remained devoid of any semblance of relief. Her eyes remained fixed intently upon the colossal cloud formation above. The people on the ground, witnessing the annihilation of the creatures, were instantly engulfed in disbelief, swiftly followed by an uncontrollable surge of elation. The very monsters that even Long Feiyu could not vanquish had been dispatched in one fell swoop by the celestial maiden in the sky, who had obliterated 8 of them. Queen of Flames! Queen of Flames! Queen of Flames! The crowd erupted in fervent chants, reverently proclaiming the name of their goddess. No one questioned her divinity. All gazes were fervently directed towards the heavens. The girl they hailed as the Queen of Flames was now surrounded by 8 fire phoenixes, standing defiantly against the ominous cloud above. With a deafening roar, the cloud unleashed a tremendous black shockwave. A force so potent it seemed capable of melting the very fabric of space, hurtling directly towards Mu Lingxi. Yet, there was no trace of fear in her eyes. The 8 fire phoenixes beside her coalesced, conjuring a colossal wave of flame in response. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery shockwave collided with the dark one, resulting in an immense explosion that reverberated through the sky, as if the very air were pierced by the force of their clash. Chapter 145. The mysterious man. Mu Lingxi squinted her eyes, intently observing the collision of shockwaves before her, unconsciously biting her cherry lips. The shockwaves in the sky continued to increase exponentially in energy. One researcher gazed at the data on the detector and murmured that all indices had already surpassed their limits. It is noteworthy that this was a new type of detector, possessing a sensitivity tenfold that of its predecessor. The others fixated on the data, which continued to surge wildly. How is this possible? The energy is nearly reaching that of a nuclear explosion. It's absurd. An older researcher exclaimed in astonishment. It is Miss Mu's flame. Although its energy value does not surpass that of the black shockwave, it seems to contain a peculiar element that is continuously generating energy. Another seasoned researcher interjected. Impossible. That energy is already dissipated. Without a powerful spiritual force to sustain it, how could it generate energy again? The older researcher countered. Look at the data yourself. Although we do not know what that element is, it must be a groundbreaking element. If we could harness it, perhaps we could truly create a deity. The senior researcher said fervently. The other researchers' faces displayed expressions of astonishment. After a moment, with a swift motion, the fiery shockwave finally obliterated all the black shockwaves, continuing its assault on the dark clouds in the sky. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, a wave of heat surged through the heavens, enveloping the entire sky in an endless torrent. Everyone stood in awe, gazing at the thermal waves above. Is this divinity? It is overwhelmingly powerful. Before long, the thermal waves slowly dissipated, leaving only a solitary figure of flames, standing proudly in the sky, resembling a celestial being. Flame Queen! Flame Queen! Flame Queen! The survivors on the ground shouted in unison, unable to contain their excitement. They had witnessed Mu Lingxi shatter the clouds that had loomed over them for so long. All the monsters had been vanquished. She was their goddess, their sole faith, their Flame Queen. Mu Lingxi gazed at the once again azure sky, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. However, she soon felt a wave of weakness engulf her, her eyes gradually dimming. She steeled herself and rushed towards the research facility, returning to the room where she had awakened, enveloping the entire space in a blazing flame. Meanwhile, in the Shanghai community, Tian was practicing Tai Chi in his room, his spiritual energy flowing gently. The air trembled slightly, clearly indicating that Tian's strength had reached an astonishing level. As he practiced, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the space around him. It seemed as though a strange aura was approaching. Tian slowly withdrew his spiritual energy and ceased his practice, attentively surveying his surroundings. Boom! A sudden roar echoed, and a fissure slowly opened in the space of Tian's room. Following this, a burly man clad in animal skins appeared before him. You must be Tian. The man exclaimed heartily, his eyes devoid of any sense of unfamiliarity. Tian, standing in the room, regarded the large man with a serious expression. May I inquire your identity? Tian asked, feeling an unsettling sense of danger emanating from this man. It was worth noting that Tian's lightning abilities had already reached an SS level, and even typical Tier 6 evolved beings might struggle to contend with him. Yet, this man inspired an extraordinary sense of peril, which was utterly perplexing. The man scratched his head and replied, Someone asked me to deliver something to you. So here I am. Upon hearing this, Tian furrowed his brow. Deliver something? What is it? The man then produced a jade bottle from his pocket, seemingly sealed with some special method, devoid of any aura. How about we exchange a few moves? The man suddenly suggested, as if struck by a thought. If he could land a solid blow on him, perhaps he could boast about it for a lifetime, he mused, his eyes brightening. Tian was taken aback. What was this person doing? He had just mentioned delivering something, and now he was challenging him to a spar. Moreover, with such fervor in his eyes and no murderous intent, could it be that he genuinely wished to exchange a few moves? Very well, let us do it. Tian thought, considering that he had been seeking a worthy opponent. All right, let us exchange a few moves. Tian agreed. The burly man immediately replied, indeed. You are just like that person. Tian eyed him suspiciously. That person? The man seemed to realize he had spoken out of turn and quickly covered his mouth. Let us go, we should hurry outside to spar. He returned the bottle to his pocket and continued. Tian smiled, leading him outside, thinking that this fellow was rather straightforward and likely meant no harm. As they stepped outside, they encountered several individuals engaged in various activities. Most of the evolved beings had ventured out to hunt monsters, while Tian distributed the remaining evolution stones to Chen Lishan. Now that the Jianglin society had ceased its reign of terror, more scattered evolved beings had emerged in Jianglin City, having previously hidden from the society's onslaught. Many had joined Tian's Zhanghai community, seemingly indicating that everything was progressing positively. Brother Tian, have you finally finished practicing? Just then, a girl clad in a JK uniform bounced toward him. As soon as Lanling approached, she felt a wave of unease. Who was this giant, emanating such a powerful aura? Just being near him felt somewhat suffocating. She quickly hid behind Tian, trembling slightly. Sensing her fear, the burly man took a deep breath, gradually tempering his imposing presence. This must be your little girlfriend. She is indeed lively and adorable, the man praised. Tian chuckled without responding, then said, We've arrived at our destination. At this moment, Lanling felt an overwhelming excitement. This giant seemed quite perceptive, far superior to Lin Haiyang, that fool. Meanwhile, on a street in Jianglin City, Lin Haiyang was leading a group of evolved beings and hunting monsters when he suddenly sneezed. Who could be longing for my unparalleled beauty? Being thought of daily is truly a burden. Lin Haiyang lamented, pulling out a mirror to admire himself. Before long, the group departed from the villa and arrived at an expansive plaza. Lanling, step back a bit. This is for you, Tian said, handing her a golden protective spirit pearl. Lanling nodded, taking the pearl and moving away. Tian, you should strike first. I fear that if I go first, you won't have a chance, the burly man suggested. Tian did not refuse. He understood the man's reasoning. If the opponent struck first, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. Tian then focused and began to gather his thunderous power. Boom. Suddenly, Tian's aura surged with an unparalleled ferocity, enveloped by the formidable power of thunder, a terrifying presence permeating the air. In the distance, Lanling sensed an apocalyptic force looming ahead. How overwhelmingly powerful, she mused. It was no wonder that the members of the Thunder God squad felt such despair. This was far beyond human capability, akin to that of a deity. Unconsciously, Lanling retreated a considerable distance, activating the protective spirit orb in her grasp. The burly man could only perceive a frenzied thunderous beast before him. The pressure bearing down was almost enough to make his blood boil. Indeed, it was worthy of that individual to be so fearsome at merely the 5th tier. Prepare yourself. My fist is rather formidable, tread carefully, Tian declared. His fist imbued with SS-level thunderous might, poised to launch an assault. The giant's blood surged violently, his eyes turning a fierce crimson. Not an evolver? Tian pondered, realizing that the giant before him wielded not spiritual energy, but rather the raw force of blood vitality. Boom. Tian then initiated his offensive. His fist, charged with invincible thunder, surged forward, causing the very fabric of space to resonate with thunderous roars. Chapter 146, The Power of Law. As Tian's fist surged forward, the burly man with the prominent jaw narrowed his eyes, summoning all his strength to retaliate. Bang! Their fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air and creating enormous ripples. The sheer force of the impact caused the surrounding structures to emit faint rumblings, as if they were on the verge of toppling over. In the wake of the clash, the burly man staggered slightly, a tremendous force propelling Tian backwards several meters. A ripple of astonishment coursed through Tian's mind. What formidable strength this man possesses. Despite not employing any skills, Tian's attributes were already formidable, essentially making him invincible at the 5th tier, further enhanced by the SS-level power of thunder. Yet, this giant stood unharmed and even managed to push him back. Watching from a distance, Lanling gasped in disbelief as she witnessed Tian being forced to retreat. Where did this man come from? Who could repel her brother Tian? At the same time, she felt the shield beside her emit a faint tearing sound, as if weakened by the earlier shockwave. She patted her chest, having also been pushed back several steps. This was perilously intense. Tian, you possess remarkable strength. You could likely contend with an average 6th tier, the burly man remarked with a smile. Could he be at the 7th tier? Tian pondered, convinced that his fists were not so easily received. Then let us continue, he declared softly, his eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a powerful opponent, and he was eager for the battle to unfold. The burly man chuckled, his vital energy surging as he prepared for the next round. Whoosh! Tian launched another assault. This time, the burly man did not remain stationary, but instead joined the fray. Bang! 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 Tian refrained from utilizing his teleportation skill, engaging the burly man directly. Their battle stirred the air so violently that it sent tremors throughout the plaza. This raw, primal experience of combat, each blow connecting with flesh, made Tian's blood surge with excitement. This was the essence of man-to-man combat, devoid of any subterfuge, just the sheer impact of fist striking flesh. What exhilaration! The burly man exclaimed. Despite having sustained minor injuries from Tian's strikes, he relished the thrill of battle. While Tian's attacks might not have been overwhelmingly powerful, the intensity of the fight was exhilarating. Tian bore numerous bruises, yet his eyes remained fiercely determined. Once more, he shouted. As the burly man's fighting style remained bold and unrestrained, focused solely on attacking Tian. Yet Tian sensed that this fighting style possessed a unique rhythm. It seemed easy to evade, yet every evasion felt incorrect. Thus, he resolved not to dodge at all. Is this what it means to be a high-tier evolver? Tian recalled the top-tier evolvers from his past life, whose battles appeared straightforward and brutal, lacking any discernible patterns. Yet each strike was aimed directly at the vital points. Watching the videos of those elite fighters, he often felt bewildered, as if witnessing children brawling. If not for the gruesome remains of ferocious beasts strewn about, he might have thought it a mere exhibition match. Such absurd attacks could land, and Tian thought to himself, I could do that too. A sentiment shared by many mainstream evolvers of that time. Now at the 5th tier, with such impressive techniques, he imagined that upon reaching the pinnacle, he would be able to slaughter all ferocious beasts. This mindset had once swept across the world. Naturally, the top evolvers were disinclined to offer explanations. Strength was strength. And if one had not reached that level, there was no need for discourse. Later, one evolver spent a fortune to hire a top-tier fighter for a lesson. This elite instructor spoke merely 2 words before departing. The law. The utterance of those 2 words left everyone momentarily breathless. Could it be that upon reaching the utmost evolution, one could truly command that legendary power? Bang! As their battle intensified, Tian began to sense a deeper understanding, his fists developing a certain ethereal quality. The burly man felt a flicker of astonishment. This Tian was quite formidable, brushing against the edges of the law at merely the 5th tier. Remarkably, after just a brief encounter with him, Tian had begun to grasp profound insights. What a prodigy indeed! The burly man was filled with awe. No wonder he was associated with that individual. This level of comprehension was terrifying, even somewhat intimidating. Unbeknownst to Tian, his combat prowess had sparked a deeper realization within the burly man. Tian remained fervently engaged, continuously attacking. As their exchanges grew more fluid, the intensity of their clash began to ebb. It was not a decline in spirit, but rather the explosive shockwaves of their strikes diminished. Their confrontation resembled that of 2 ordinary individuals, trading punches without evasion, reminiscent of 2 children engaged in a playful brawl. From a distance, Lan Ling watched in astonishment as their battle devolved into what appeared to be childish play. Surely, these 2 weren't rendered foolish by their combat? She bit her lip anxiously, lamenting for her brother Tian. Oh dear, has he been struck senseless? Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. Bam! Lan Ling's protective shield shattered instantly. Blinking in disbelief, she observed the scene before her. The intensity of their momentum surged once more. Thank goodness, he is not daft, she exclaimed, relief flooding her. Meanwhile, Tian stood in the plaza, panting heavily, sensing an emptiness within his body. What had just transpired? It felt as though his body had acted autonomously, engaging in battle without his conscious control. Had he unlocked a new ability? Tian pondered, glancing at his personal panel. Level: 5th tier evolver, 3,220,000 powers. Endless Devour, SSS-level. Thunder, SS-level. Teleportation, S-level. Divine Movement, S-level. Flame, S-level. Gravitational Control, S-level. Divine Gold Power, S-level. Shadow, EA-level. Diamond, A-level. Dynamic Vision, A-level. Spirit Recovery, A-level. Tear, B. Skills: Super Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill, Exploration Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Thunder Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Electricity, Flame Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Burst, Thunder Spirit Armor. Golden Sword Ascend, Strength, 6342 for 100, Agility, 6291, 100, Stamina, 6238 for 100, Mind, 6285 for 100. Equipment, Mastiff Heart Armor, Dark Gold. Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold. Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic. Frenzied Battle Boots, Golden. Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Nothing new had been unlocked. Tian scrutinized his data panel with a hint of skepticism. No new abilities or features had emerged. Not far away. The burly man observed Tian's bewilderment and slowly approached him. You were just immersed in the rules, thus oblivious to the battle you had just engaged in. The burly man chuckled and spoke. Gazing at the battered figure before him, Tian felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Did I do this? Tian uttered, disbelief evident in his tone. He recalled that during the initial skirmish, he had inflicted no real harm upon the man. Yet, here stood this. The giant murmured. Who else could it be if not you? Tian was about to retort when he suddenly felt a sharp, burning pain on his own face. Could it be? A dreadful premonition stirred within him. He then retrieved a mirror from his spatial ring. In its reflection, he beheld a similarly bruised and battered visage of a delicate young man. Who else could it be but himself? Tian sighed softly, lamenting his unparalleled beauty. Fortunately, no one witnessed this. Otherwise, if word got out, they would surely die laughing. Chapter 147, The Blood of the Glutton Brother Tian. How did you end up like this? Woo-woo. A melodious voice resounded from behind Tian. He felt as if his lifelong reputation had been irrevocably tarnished, but thankfully, it was only Lan Ling who witnessed his current state, nothing to worry about. It's nothing, Lan Ling. I was just a bit too carried away in the fight. I'll be fine shortly, Tian reassured her. With his formidable physique, this minor injury would soon vanish. Lan Ling wiped her tears and pouted. It's all right. Even if you're bruised and battered, I still like you very much, brother Tian. Tian cleared his throat gently. Indeed, Lan Ling was a comforting presence. Hey, what is that flying in the sky? A burly man suddenly pointed at a drone overhead and inquired. Tian, upon hearing this, cast a dubious glance upwards. Just as he did, there was a loud explosion, and the drone was obliterated, leaving nothing behind. He swallowed hard, realizing that if he wasn't mistaken, it was a surveillance drone from their community. How did it end up here? Brother Tian, that was your arrangement to monitor the entire villa in real time. Lan Ling timidly explained. Can it be deleted? A trace of bitterness stirred within Tian as he asked. Lan Ling responded softly. That camera is linked to the entire server. If you delete it, you would have to wipe the entire server. Tian sighed, conceding defeat. What exactly is a law? He then queried the burly man. Scratching his head, the man replied, a law is simply a law. I've only recently entered this field. But Wang has said that laws are an incredible force. Once you reach the corresponding realm, you will naturally understand. Taking a deep breath, Tian realized that these individuals always spoke in such enigmatic terms. So, does that mean I have grasped the law now? He continued, feeling an inexplicable resonance within him, though it was not reflected in his attribute panel. Yet, the power felt undeniably real, as if he could wield it at will. Although this power did not grant him significant attribute bonuses, Tian sensed a novel transformation within his body and perspective towards the world. Not yet. You've merely grasped a faint essence of the law's power. There is still a long journey ahead before complete comprehension. The burly man elaborated. Upon hearing this, Tian felt an unavoidable twinge of disappointment, only a hint of understanding. Sensing this, the man added. To comprehend even a sliver of the law's power at the 5th tier is already a testament to extraordinary talent. Typically, one must reach at least the 7th tier to do so. Tian remained silent, realizing that such power was indeed not easily attained 7th tier or above. To comprehend even a fragment at the 6th tier is an indication of unparalleled genius, let alone your current 5th tier. Do not overthink it. Let nature take its course. The burly man further advised. Tian was aware that he did not possess exceptional insight, although he had been reborn. His current abilities were primarily attributed to his SSS-level devouring ability. There was no innate talent to speak of. If he truly had talent, he would not have fallen to the 5th tier in his previous life. Could it be the Tai Chi technique? Tian suddenly pondered, as this technique had always left him with an odd feeling. Despite its apparent lack of power, it contained a unique charm, with every movement exuding remarkable fluidity. May I ask your name? I am grateful for your assistance in helping me grasp a fragment of the law's power. Tian expressed his gratitude. The burly man chuckled. It's all your own talent. I was merely a catalyst. You can call me Iron Brother. Iron Brother? Really? Like the kind that gets double 666? Tian suppressed his urge to tease and replied, Thank you for your help, Iron Brother. Feeling slightly flattered, the man remarked. If Wang finds out you called me Iron Brother, you will surely be envious. Suddenly, Iron Brother's stomach rumbled. The two exchanged amused glances and patted each other's shoulders. Lan Ling, who had been observing, couldn't help but smile sweetly. It had been a long time since she saw Brother Yu Tian so happy. This big guy, Iron Brother, thank you for your generosity. Let us go get something to eat, Yu Tian declared. Upon hearing this, Iron Brother's eyes lit up. Finally, we can eat. I'm so hungry. Yu Tian retrieved an array of food and fine wine from his spatial ring. The two indulged in a hearty feast, drinking and enjoying themselves without a care in the world. For once, Yu Tian allowed himself to get pleasantly intoxicated, free from any concerns, and uninterrupted by anyone. Brother Yu Tian, here is something for you. Be careful using it. Iron Brother handed Yu Tian a vial, adorned with various delicacies and drinks gifted to him. Yu Tian understood that this individual before him might not be human. But so what? As long as he resonated with him, the bond between men was that simple. Holding the jade vial, Yu Tian said, please do visit often. Iron Brother nodded sincerely. I will definitely come to find you again when I have the time. Then, Iron Brother produced a talisman from his pocket, igniting it with his vital energy. Boom. A resounding roar erupted as a rift in space manifested, drawing in a terrifying force. With a leap, Iron Brother jumped into the rift, which then slowly closed, leaving no trace of him behind. Yu Tian mused to himself, unsure if they would ever meet again. He then turned to the jade vial in his hand, which bore special array patterns sealing its contents. Using his detection technique, he discovered blood of the glutton, mythical grade item. Those with special physiques may awaken the glutton bloodline upon use. Usable only after reaching the 6th tier. What? The blood of the glutton? Yu Tian was astounded. The legendary beast from the classic of mountains and seas, known for its immense power, was contained within this vial. How could that be? Yu Tian gazed at the jade vial, feeling its weight akin to a mountain. Who could have gifted him such a treasure? The blood of the glutton, previously, the phoenix blood from Mu Ling Si was merely legendary grade, yet this was mythical grade and could only be used after reaching the 6th tier. His mind swirled with countless enigmas. The glutton, the foremost among the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, was said to devour all things in heaven and earth. Notorious in myth and legend, his devouring ability also revolved around consumption. Could it be? A heaviness settled within Yu Tian's heart. Moreover, this gift came from someone else. Who was that person? Why bestow such a precious item upon him? The mysterious woman in red had claimed he possessed no special bloodline and could never become a bloodline bearer. Suddenly, Yu Tian recalled the woman in red. He swiftly stored the jade vial in his spatial ring and hurried outside. Upon reaching Lan Ling's room, he entered without knocking. Ah! A sudden exclamation echoed, and Yu Tian was momentarily blinded by a dazzling sight. Lan Ling, clad in scant attire, blushed deeply, gazing at him with doe-like eyes. Yu Tian found himself enveloped by an aura of sanctity. Brother Yu Tian, if you want to see, you can just tell me. I wouldn't deny you. You really scared me just now. Dressed in a pink nightgown, Lan Ling shyly spoke. Yu Tian's lips twitched slightly. She was still wearing that same nightgown from last time. He quickly dismissed the peculiar thoughts swirling in his mind. He was here for a matter of great importance, not to playfully tease a young girl. Lan Ling, do you recall the woman in the red dress who came to assist you last time? Yu Tian inquired. Taking a deep breath. The woman in the red dress? What woman in red? Lan Ling asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yu Tian felt his heart sink to the depths of despair. The woman who wore the red gauze dress and dined with us just yesterday. Don't you remember? He said, his complexion paling. Brother Yu Tian, are you all right? There were only 4 of us at dinner yesterday. You, me, Lin Haiyang, and Little Rabbit Tooth. Lan Ling replied, reaching out to touch Yu Tian's forehead. Brother Yu Tian, are you feeling unwell? It must be that you drank too much with that old friend, and it has muddled your mind. She continued. Lan Ling, please stop joking. I didn't manage to return in time last time, but she was the one who saved you. Yu Tian insisted, his expression growing increasingly grave. What on earth is happening? Lan Ling's brow knitted in concern as she responded, but last time, it was clearly you, Brother Yu Tian, who arrived just in time to save us. There truly was no woman in a red dress. Chapter 148. A conflicted heart. Yu Tian unconsciously clenched his fists, a sense of disbelief washing over him. He departed from Lan Ling's room, his heart increasingly engulfed in confusion. Soon, he strode towards the surveillance department, a facility dedicated to managing various monitoring recordings. Throughout the Zhonghai community and parts of Jianglin City, drones deployed by Yu Tian and his companions had been diligently capturing events. There should be backups of the footage from that day's battle. Lord Yu Tian, is there something you need? The surveillance operator gazed at him with fervor. Tian collected his thoughts and replied coolly, "Is there a recording of the Jianglin attack from that day? I wish to view it." "Yes, Lord Tian. I'll find it for you right away," the operator responded eagerly, heading to the computer to search. Tian watched as the operator opened a recording. "This is it, Lord Tian," the operator announced. Tian focused intently on the screen, where the figures of Jiang Hao and his companions appeared. Suddenly, a flurry of static engulfed the video, rendering it a black screen. "How could this happen?" Tian inquired, bewildered. The operator scratched his head awkwardly, explaining. "Perhaps the battle was too intense and damaged some circuits." With a sigh, Tian asked, "Was there a woman in a red dress present that day?" The operator, wearing a puzzled expression, shook his head. The attackers were all Jianglin's evolved beings. Aside from our village personnel, no other women were seen. As for the red-dressed woman you mentioned, she was definitely not there. Filled with lingering doubts, Tian left the surveillance department and returned to his room. The coincidental destruction of the footage, coupled with everyone's lack of recollection regarding the woman, left him questioning the truth. He had asked several individuals, all confirming they had not seen a woman in red. It seemed implausible that everyone would conspire to deceive him. Perhaps their memories were faulty. The notion that his own memory might be flawed had never crossed his mind. With his formidable attributes and various abilities, how could his memory betray him? If that woman in red had indeed intervened, then why did his own memories remain intact? What purpose would it serve to erase others' recollections? Had she cast some unseen influence over him, one that he failed to recognize, or that proved ineffective? Tian's heart brimmed with uncertainty. He recalled the moment he encountered the woman in red, a deep-seated apprehension taking root within him. Although he had not directly confronted her, the unease lingered. When had she departed? A realization struck him. His own memories felt disordered. Indeed, when had she vanished? His brow furrowed. If not for the blood of the Taotai bestowed by Lao Tai, he might have entirely forgotten her. Enough of this. I must swiftly enhance my strength. This woman is enigmatic. Upon reaching the 6th tier, I shall absorb the Taotai blood, and then... Tian clenched his fists. Long Feiyu, the Black Blood Society, Jianglin Society, and the Lord of Qianshan, all will be obliterated. Is there still no news regarding 5th-tier monsters? Tian asked. Beside him, Wu Yu replied, Lord Tian. There is still nothing. We have searched the entire city and issued bounties, yet there are no sightings of 5th-tier beasts. Wu Yu, newly assigned to intelligence duties, had taken on responsibilities as Qin Linshan transitioned to an evolved being, focusing instead on strengthening his abilities. Wu Yu was astute and meticulous in his work. By the way, Lord Tian, I have a new report concerning Xinqing. Wu Yu continued. Bring it to me. Tian commanded, curious if the monsters had yet to be eradicated. Wu Yu produced a tablet and opened a video file. What unfolded on the screen was a fierce battle between Mu Lingxi and a swirling black cloud. The scene was grand, and despite the lack of clarity, Tian recognized it instantly. This was Mu Lingxi with her undying fire. The fiery phoenix encircling her was terrifying even in the video. Is it truly this dreadful? Tian murmured, reflecting on the extraordinary woman who had ultimately become the Flame Queen. A soft sigh escaped him as he pondered how to confront Mu Lingxi. Her father sought to confront him. Could he ever return to their former rapport? And what of Lanling? Could he forsake her? A wave of fatigue washed over Tian. He recalled the joyous days spent with Lin Haiyang and Mu Lingxi. He vividly remembered that morning when they exchanged gentle greetings and locked eyes. When had their paths diverged? For a fleeting moment, he considered abandoning everything, Long Feiyu, Mu Yiming, the Black Blood Society, if only to be with Lingxi. Could he truly relinquish everything? Tian questioned. Even if he could, would those people let go? Power, and more power. If he possessed the strength to crush all, what could bind him? What was beyond his reach? Gradually, Tian returned to his senses, realizing he was alone. Wu Yu had departed without his notice. And the screen continued to replay the battle between Mu Lingxi and the Black Cloud. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Suddenly, Tian heard the sound of raindrops falling behind him. He turned to see a girl clad in a blue top, a short skirt, and knee-high white stockings. Tears streamed down her face, dripping onto the floor. Lanling! Tian exclaimed, taken aback by the sight of the pure and innocent girl before him. Brother Tian, is the woman in the red dress Sister Lingxi? Lanling cried, having stood there for quite some time, unnoticed as Tian remained transfixed by the screen. Why is your heart only with Sister Lingxi? She sobbed. Her words tugged at Tian's heartstrings, evoking an inexplicable sorrow within him. What had transpired to invoke such feelings? Lanling, I'm sorry, Tian said, attempting to embrace her. I don't want you anymore, Brother Tian. I don't want you. Lanling wailed, then dashed out of the room. Tian hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue her, but a wave of desolation engulfed him. Lingxi, if only you were here, he thought, longing for her presence more than ever. He yearned to fly to Xinqing and be with her. Yet, he ultimately did not follow. What could he offer Lanling? A definitive answer? Could he forsake Mulingxi? What future could he have with her? Can one truly relinquish the azure spirit? That girl whose visage is imbued with one's own essence? Must one genuinely forsake such a connection? Tian's heart was a tumultuous web of confusion. Unconsciously, he retrieved a bottle of wine from his spatial ring. How he longed to become inebriated, for in drunkenness, one need not bear the burdens of reality. He felt an overwhelming weariness deep within his soul. With reckless abandon, Tian consumed bottle after bottle as if quenching his thirst. Time became a blur, and no one interrupted his solitude. He continued to drink, lost in the depths of his mind. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, he succumbed to intoxication, his thoughts fading into oblivion. Suddenly, a cacophony of knocks jolted him from his stupor. Tian, awaken. You have been asleep for 3 days. Long Feiyu has come knocking. Lin Haiyang's voice pierced through the fog of his mind. Instantly, Tian regained his composure. Long Feiyu, why had he come unannounced? Indeed, having departed from Deep City, he now approached Tian's door. Let him experience the full force of my might, the SS-level lightning ability. Let us see if he can withstand it. A fierce flame of determination ignited within Tian's heart. Chapter 149. The enemy appears, a grievous battle. With a swift motion, Tian exited the room. Above, a young man clad in shimmering golden armor gazed down at him with an air of arrogance. Tian, last time you were nothing more than a dog I slaughtered at will. Now, I have set up an intricate array around you. There is nowhere left for you to flee. Long Feiyu laughed heartily, his expression brimming with derision. In an instant, Tian activated his teleportation ability, only to find himself still rooted to the spot. What sort of array is this, capable of binding even my teleportation skill? His countenance darkened ominously. Without the ability to teleport, he would have to confront this challenge head-on. Ha ha ha. No matter what skills or talismans you possess, you shall not escape this space. Prepare to meet your demise. Long Feiyu taunted. Tian regarded him with a cold indifference. Thunder God transformation, he murmured as a surge of violent thunderous energy enveloped him, doubling his attributes. He felt invigorated, filled with newfound strength. Oh, your power has increased. How delightful. It will only heighten the pleasure of this hunt. Long Feiyu scoffed, noticing the formidable energy surrounding Tian. Super Thunder Dragon Strike. Without uttering another word, Tian concentrated the thunderous energy in his hands, forming a dragon of lightning. With a resounding boom, he unleashed his movement ability, unfurling his multicolored wings, and propelled his fist, accompanied by the Thunder Dragon, directly towards Long Feiyu. Clang! A golden shield manifested beside Long Feiyu, effortlessly absorbing Tian's assault. How was this possible? Tian's heart sank as despair enveloped him. His full-force attack could not even breach Long Feiyu's protective barrier, particularly after activating his Thunder God transformation. Long Feiyu sneered. Are you puzzled? Despite your newfound strength, you still cannot defeat me. Tian remained silent, his expression grim. The overwhelming power of Long Feiyu instilled a chilling doubt within him. Do you think you are the only one who can grow stronger? Long Feiyu mocked. Dragon Soaring Strike. He conjured an immense force in his hands. As Tian attempted to escape, he realized he was ensnared by Long Feiyu's barrier. Hiki, this is specially prepared for you. There is no escape. Long Feiyu continued. Tian, brother Tian, Lord Tian. The voices of those below echoed around him, drawing his attention. Lan Ling, Lin Haiyang, Little Rabbit Tooth, Chenling Shan. The Nangong siblings. Are they all here? Boom. Long Feiyu's spiritual energy had fully coalesced and slammed towards him. Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Could he withstand such overwhelming force? Diamond Shield, Golden Shield, Thunder Spirit Armor. In an instant, he unleashed all his protective skills, powerful shields and armor manifesting around him. The onlookers below held their breath, sensing the catastrophic aura even from a distance. Bang! Long Feiyu's fist collided with Tian's shield, which crumbled like paper under the relentless assault. The impact struck Tian's body, sending shockwaves through his very core. Then, he was sent crashing to the ground. Boom! A massive crater formed in the earth, the force of the impact knocking everyone off their feet. Brother Tian. Lan Ling rushed forward, embracing him tightly as blood soaked his body, seeping from his mouth. Tears streamed down Lan Ling's face, falling onto Tian. Don't cry, Lan Ling. I'm fine. Tian managed to say, though pain coursed through him. I will fight for you. Lin Haiyang shouted, gathering icy energy in his hands. An ice crystal shot towards Long Feiyu. Long Feiyu sneered, you overestimate yourself. If Tian couldn't defeat me, what chance do you have? As the ice crystal struck him, Long Feiyu lowered his shield, and the crystal caused no damage whatsoever. That tickles. Haha. Long Feiyu laughed heartily. Lin Haiyang seethed with anger, cursing Long Feiyu. Suddenly, countless vines erupted from the ground, lunging at Long Feiyu. It was Little Rabbit Tooth, now a formidable fourth tier, exuding an aura reminiscent of a nature goddess. Uncle's vines strike like spears, she declared as the tendrils surged towards their foe. Where were the others? Tian, holding a spirit crystal, slowly began to recover his energy. His condition improving with each passing moment. Lan Ling continued to weep, her tears flowing freely. They were all killed by Long Feiyu. She trembled, her voice filled with despair. That can end Appos. TB. I just heard them moments ago. It's impossible. Bang. Another powerful explosion resounded, causing Tian and Appos' eardrums to thrum violently. Lin Haiyang. Lan Ling cried out. Not far off, Lin Haiyang was struck by Long Feiyu's attack. Tian, we shall be brothers again in the next life, he shouted. Before his body erupted in a brilliant explosion, Tian's heart shattered with indescribable anguish as he lost his dear friend. Nearby, Little Rabbit Tooth was encased in layers of protective vines. Lan Ling, you take Tian and flee. I will hold him off, she urged. Hearing this, Lan Ling felt as though her heart were being cleaved in two, yet she still sought to lift Tian and escape. Escape? Where to? Just wait for death. Long Feiyu laughed cruelly. Yet another powerful attack came, shattering Little Rabbit Tooth's vines, and her body was struck, losing all vitality in an instant. Brother Tian. I'm so sorry. Lan Ling is useless. I can only cry. I can't help you, she sobbed. Tian looked at the girl before him. Her eyes filled with concern for him, and a wave of affection and guilt washed over him. Long Feiyu, I will make you pay, Tian bellowed, gathering all his remaining spirit energy to prepare for a counterattack. Thunderfire kill. A sphere of thunderfire materialized in his hand as he launched himself forward. Despite his battered body, enduring the agony and charging ahead. Just what I was waiting for. Long Feiyu chuckled, tearing open a talisman. The talisman unleashed a powerful black hole that absorbed Tian's thunderfire sphere. Despair gripped Tian's heart. How could this happen? This was his utmost attack. Yet it had been so easily. Bang. Long Feiyu, gazing at the despondent Tian, stomped down with force. Tian's body was once again hurled to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. His condition had deteriorated to the brink of collapse. Lan Ling clung to him tightly, desiring only to be with him in these final moments of life. At this moment, Long Feiyu had descended to the ground, gradually approaching Tian. If you must kill, then let it be me first. Lan Ling wept. Long Feiyu remained silent. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy surged forth, and Lan Ling positioned herself protectively in front of Tian. With deep affection, she gazed at Tian and said, Brother Tian, I can finally assist you. Even if just a little. Tian felt an overwhelming tumult of agony, sorrow, and devastation within him. Destroy everything. Oh, and don't worry about Lingxi. She was brought back to Kyoto a couple of days ago. I will take good care of her, Long Feiyu said, his eyes brimming with excitement. Tian felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Why? Why must you take everything from me? Lingxi, Lan Ling, the ocean. I am sorry. I failed to protect you all. I am worthless. I deserve to die to join you now. Long Feiyu, even in death. I shall take a piece of you with me. Tian had sunk into a state of madness beyond imagination. Everyone perish. The remaining spiritual energy within him surged violently. Suddenly, Tian discovered a jade vial in his hand. Blood of the gluttonous beast? Without hesitation, he uncorked the vial and consumed the blood, indifferent to the consequences. All that mattered was power. After swallowing, he felt a mysterious force surging within him, as if he could devour the very heavens and earth. Bloodline of the gluttonous beast? How is this possible? Long Feiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Tian slowly rose, a dark aura of spiritual energy swirling around him, causing the entire world to convulse. Long Feiyu's expression turned grim as he sensed an unparalleled strength. Die. Tian bellowed, his fists clenched tightly. Tian, awaken. A hearty voice resonated within Tian's mind. Chapter 150. The Law of Time. Tian felt a sharp pain surge through his mind, and then a burly man appeared before his eyes. Old Iron? What are you doing here? Tian's eyes were bloodshot, engulfed by endless torment. Where is Long Feiyu? I will kill him, Tian shouted, rage boiling within him. He had murdered everyone I cared for. He must die. What Long Feiyu? Tai scratched his head, gazing at the somewhat deranged Tian with confusion. Hey, why does he call me Old Iron? How does he know me? Old Iron sounds pretty good. I think I'll stick with that from now on. Brother Tian, what's wrong? A melodious voice rang out from behind him. Tian's restless body and frenzied heart suddenly calmed, tears streaming from his eyes. Is this real, or merely an illusion? He dared not turn around, fearing that he would confront only emptiness. Lanling had already perished at Long Feiyu's hands. Tears flowed continuously down Tian's cheeks, tracing paths across his face. Atai observed the suddenly tearful Tian, feeling utterly at a loss. Did I do something wrong? Tian felt as though his eyes were completely veiled by tears, rendering everything before him indistinct. Suddenly, he sensed a warm body pressing into his embrace. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, prompting him to instinctively hold the delicate form tighter, tears still cascading down. Brother Tian, no matter what happens, Lanling will always be by your side. Lanling spoke gently. Tian's tears dripped onto her neck, causing her heart to flutter. His body trembled. Was it another auditory hallucination? Tian, come on. What kind of man cries like this? Atai interjected. Tian wished to hear no words, only to embrace the warmth in his arms. For her scent and warmth bore a striking resemblance to Lanling's. Suddenly, a pair of slender, soft hands brushed across Tian's face, and his vision gradually cleared, revealing the beauty he held. Lanling, Tian exclaimed, recognizing her reddened eyes and gentle demeanor. I'm here, Brother Tian. Lanling replied tenderly. Tian's heart swelled with disbelief. How could this be? He had clearly seen Lanling. He then glanced around. This was the very plaza where he had battled Atai. Tian, what is that flying in the sky? Atai suddenly pointed at a drone hovering above. Tian felt a jolt of shock. He had heard those words before. He instinctively looked up, where the drone was slowly circling, until suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air as the drone was obliterated. Brother Tian, that was your arrangement to monitor the entire villa in real time. Lanling spoke softly. Tian's mind surged with memories of recent events. Had he been reborn? Or was something else unfolding? Confusion filled his thoughts, but soon excitement bubbled within him. No matter what, he was back. Tian wiped the tears from his face, his mind racing with plans for the future. After a considerable time, he finally managed to sort through his chaotic emotions and thoughts. Tian, just now you entered the realm of understanding the laws, which is why you could perceive such inexplicable things, Atai suddenly remarked. Tian paused, contemplating the notion of comprehending the laws. Sensing Tian's bewilderment, Atai continued. The power of the laws transcends spiritual energy and even bloodlines. It touches upon the very fabric of rules. It is akin to the order of the universe itself. One must reach at least the 7th tier to have a chance of grasping the laws. The first encounter with the laws can plunge one into a mysterious state beyond description. The myriad laws of the world manifest in everything, every blade of grass, every movement, even the cycles of nature, are expressions of the power of the laws. Some gain incredible strength upon their first understanding of the laws, while others witness miraculous events. As Tian absorbed Atai's explanation, he fell into contemplation. Could it be that his understanding of the laws allowed him a glimpse into the future? The laws were so remarkable. I can't believe you've grasped a fragment of the laws at the 5th tier. That's simply astounding, Atai exclaimed. Tian looked at the battered Atai before him, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. The visions he had experienced did not include this scene, suggesting that the future he glimpsed was not entirely accurate. He opened his personal interface, silently reflecting. Level, Tier 5 Evolver, 3,220,000. Law of Time, 0.01. Powers, Endless Devouring, SSS, Lightning, SS, Teleportation, S, Divine Movement, S, Fire, S, Gravity Control, S, Divine Gold Power, S, Shadow, A, Diamond, A, Dynamic Vision, A, Spiritual Recovery, A, Tear, B, Skills, Super Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Life Shadows, Thunder Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Lightning, Fire Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Explosion, Thunder Spirit Armor, Golden Sword Soaring, Strength, 6,342, 400. Agility, 6,291, 100. Constitution, 6,238, 400. Mentality, 6,285, 400. Equipment, Mastiff Hard Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Frenzied Battle Boots, Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Tian's heart stirred. He had acquired the law of time. Was this the law he had just comprehended? 0.01. Suddenly, Atai's stomach let out a loud growl. Tian felt a pang of realization. It was just as he had expected. Tai chuckled sheepishly. Tian dismissed his thoughts and promptly took Tai to eat. Everything around him remained intact. Lan Ling beside him, people bustling in the distance. All of it still there. Tian produced a variety of food, and the two indulged heartily. However, this time, Tian abstained from alcohol, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Brother Tian, the food here is truly delicious. The flavors are simply exquisite. Tai exclaimed, clutching a large piece of meat dipped in various delectable sauces. As they ate, Tian engaged in light-hearted conversation with Tai. Old Iron, didn't you mention you had something to give me? Tian asked with a smile between bites. Tai slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the important task entrusted to him. He quickly retrieved a jade vial from his pocket and handed it to Tian. Then resumed eating. Tian took the vial and used the detection technique. Blood of the Glutton, mythical grade item. If used by one with a special constitution, there is a chance to awaken the Glutton bloodline. Usable only after reaching Tier 6. Indeed, it was the blood of the Glutton, identical to the visions he remembered. However, it could only be used after reaching Tier 6. Old Iron, must this be used only after Tier 6? Tian inquired. He recalled that in the final moments of the vision, he had consumed the blood of the gluttonous beast, which infused him with an extraordinary power. It appeared that there were no adverse effects. Moreover, judging by Long Feiyu's astonished expression, he must have been immensely powerful at that time. Li Tai wiped the grease from his mouth and spoke, explaining that the limitation of the 6th tier was to prevent the overwhelming power from shattering the user's physical form. Your physique is already quite formidable, so it should be fine, I estimate. Upon hearing this, Tian pondered, should be fine? This seems to carry a certain spiritual essence, so I understand now. With a decisive motion, he uncorked the vial and swallowed the blood of the gluttonous beast in one gulp. A stunned expression crossed Tai and Appo's face as he exclaimed, wait. I was merely speaking casually, and you actually went ahead and consumed it. Such a crucial substance, just like that. Aren't you going to prepare yourself first? Without a moment's hesitation, he approached Tian, enveloping him with his formidable blood and energy. Without energy, you might inadvertently harm yourself. Tai muttered to himself. At that moment, an overwhelming aura radiated from Tian's body. He felt himself expanding, a torrent of power surging within him. The insatiable desire to devour everything raged in his mind, a compulsion to annihilate all. Suddenly, an immensely potent force surged through him, causing Tian to sense a flicker of clarity in his thoughts. Is this the power of Lao Tai? Chapter 151, Awakening the Bloodline of the Glutton, a Mystery. At this moment, Tai wore a look of frustration. He found Tian exceedingly unreliable for having swallowed it directly. The vitality within him was being incessantly devoured by Tian, turning Tai and Appo's complexion a sickly green. He regretted his earlier bravado, proclaiming that it should be fine. Now he found himself in a dire predicament. Tian, if you drain me to death, make sure to bring some good offerings and fine drinks when you visit my grave. Tai sensed the relentless depletion of his blood vitality. As though it were an endless abyss, a hint of bitterness began to surface within him. Detected the blood of the glutton, energy abundant, proceed to devour? A peculiar voice resonated in Tian's mind. Without hesitation, Tian confirmed the action and immediately commenced the consumption of the glutton's blood. He soon felt a wave of warmth enveloping his body, as if boundless spiritual energy surged within him. A wondrous force began to circulate throughout his being, nourishing him entirely. Simultaneously, the external world roiled as dark clouds gathered ominously, suggesting an impending tempest. Tai, feeling utterly feeble, gazed at Tian, nearly succumbing to the draining force. If this continued, he would undoubtedly become the first high-level magical beast to perish from such an absurdity. Tian's body then emanated a dark, swirling spiritual energy, exuding a fearsome power akin to a vortex. Tai gulped, recognizing the might of the glutton. Even at the 5th tier, it instilled a sense of trepidation within him. I wonder how much bloodline power Tian can awaken. After absorbing so much, he ought to awaken at least 0.1 a time used. Yet, contemplating the terrifying power of the glutton, he chastised himself. 0.1? What am I thinking? Even 100 of me wouldn't suffice for the glutton's appetite. At this moment, Tian remained oblivious to Tai's thoughts, solely attuned to the burgeoning power within him. A sensation of being capable of devouring the very heavens and earth spiraled within his heart, as if he could indeed consume the entire world. Every cell in his body seemed to leap with joy. Congratulations, successfully devoured the blood of the glutton. Devour successful, awakened one of the glutton's bloodline. Unlocking a new profession, bloodline glutton, all attributes enhanced by 400. Your attacks will now carry devouring power. siphoning the enemy's spiritual energy with each strike. With every breath, you will absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to replenish your own. New skill acquired, Spirit of Devour, transforming into a devouring spirit for 1 second. Capable of absorbing all damage received and retaliating with 100 against the enemy, remaining in an absolute invincible state during damage absorption. This skill has a cooldown of 6 hours. Upon receiving this information in his mind, Tian was overwhelmed with joy. He opened his personal panel and silently recited, Level, 5th tier bloodline glutton, 3,220,000, rule, time rule, 0. 01, bloodline, glutton bloodline, 1, bloodline skill, soul devouring cave, abilities, endless devour, SSS rank, lightning, SS rank, teleportation, S rank, divine movement, S rank, flame, S rank, gravitational control, S rank, divine metal power, S rank, shadow, a rank, diamond, a rank, dynamic vision, a rank, spiritual energy recovery, a rank. Tear, B rank, skills, super thunder dragon strike, thunder god transformation, thunder kill, detection technique, mental impact, 3 lives shadow, thunder prison, diamond defense, thunder fire kill, golden shield. Blazing impact, void electric, flame nova, thunder roar, blood burst, thunder spirit armor. Golden sword soar, strength, 10,342, 400. Agility, 10291, 100. Constitution, 10,238, 400. Mentality, 10,285, 400. Equipment, Mastiff hard armor, dark gold. Blood demon blade, dark gold. Spatial ring. Wings of flight, epic. Frenzied battle boots, gold. Blood demon necklace, dark gold. The surging power within Tian's body flowed seamlessly, as if every force was perfectly attuned to him. With the strength of the glutton's bloodline, the Spirit of Devour granted him an indomitable skill. Albeit with a lengthy cooldown, nevertheless, it would suffice against Long Feiyu. Long Feiyu, this time, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Suppressing his exhilaration, Tian slowly opened his eyes. Before him, a Tai appeared weak, pallid, and drained of color. Old Tai, what happened to you? Who did this? Tian inquired. Seeing a Tai in such a state, a Tai replied faintly, it was you who drained me. Tian scratched his head, realizing his own culpability. Ah. It's no wonder the energy felt abundant. It came from a Tai. Thank you, old Tai. Tian then produced a plethora of food, attending to a Tai's needs until he calmed his grievances. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, a Tai resumed his camaraderie with Tian. Old Tai, I have something to attend to outside. Could you guard for a few days? There will be plenty to eat and drink, Tian said with a smile. A Tai belched, appearing somewhat hesitant. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, only for 1 day. We must not exceed 3 days while outside. I've already spent 2 days out before, if we exceed this time. Noticing a Tai's troubled expression, Tian conceded, 1 day it is. I promise to return. A Tai, in his earnestness, responded, no problem. As long as I am here, no one dares to act presumptuously. Tian nodded. Although he was unclear about a Tai's capabilities, he felt a residual pressure in the presence of his newfound strength. It seemed prudent to refrain from testing his limits against a Tai. With a Tai settled, Tian departed the room. Indeed, the glutton bloodline is formidable. Even a mere fraction of its awakening exudes an overwhelming aura. A Tai murmured, clearly feeling the weight of Tian's power, which Tian remained unaware of. In Lan Ling's room, Tian entered unannounced, just as he had in his memories. Ah, a sudden exclamation rang out. And Tian found his vision filled with a blinding light. The unclad Lan Ling blushed deeply, gazing at him with doe-like eyes. Tian noted her appearance clearly. She was quite captivating indeed. Brother Tian, if you wish to see, you can just tell me. I wouldn't deny you. You truly startled me. Lan Ling said shyly, clad in a pink nightgown. Tian's lips twitched. It was the same nightgown from before. He quickly dispelled any inappropriate thoughts, reminding himself that he had come for an important matter, not to tease a young girl. Do you remember the woman in the red dress from last time? Tian inquired. Fixing his gaze intently on Lan Ling felt an unusual force emanating from Tian, though lacking in overt pressure. It stirred an indescribable sense of trepidation within her. What woman in the red dress? Lan Ling replied, her voice tinged with shyness. Disappointment washed over Tian's features, echoing his memories. Are you referring to that vixen? Just as Tian felt a wave of disappointment, Lan Ling continued to speak through gritted teeth. Upon hearing her words, Tian's mind surged with confusion. How could it differ so greatly from his memories? Indeed, it was that fox spirit. Taking a deep breath, Tian slowly responded, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Lanling. She seemed somewhat flustered under his intense gaze, her tone inadvertently softening. It appeared that after you eliminated the members of that Thunder God squad, she departed, but she had mentioned that in a few days, a formidable adversary would come seeking you, urging you to prepare in advance. Oh, how could I have forgotten? This matter is of utmost importance. How could it slip my mind? Lanling's eyes widened in astonishment. Observing her bewilderment, Tian's heart swelled with even more mysteries. Who exactly was that woman in the red dress, and how did she come to know about the impending threat? Why had Lanling and the others lost all recollection of her in his memories? Was there some other force at play? Countless questions flooded Tian's mind. Why then? Did Lanling suddenly regain her memories, and why had she withheld such crucial information from him? Was there something influencing all of this? What was it? Was the vision he glimpsed while comprehending the laws truly a glimpse of the future? Chapter 152. The mysterious man in black. Tian began to recall the myriad memories of Long Feiyu within his mind. Although these recollections caused him considerable distress, he had no choice but to confront the adversary he was soon to encounter. If all went as expected, Long Feiyu would arrive in 3 days. He had set up a special formation nearby that rendered Tian's teleportation abilities ineffective. And that final talisman had created an all-consuming black hole that had even devoured his most formidable attack. Furthermore, it seemed he had mentioned bringing Lingxi to the capital a couple of days prior. Tian felt compelled to thwart him. Thus, the next step was to ensure the safety of those in the villa before heading to Deep City to protect Lingxi. As Tian organized his thoughts, he decided to postpone dealing with the woman in the red dress until after he had resolved the issue with Long Feiyu. With a furrowed brow, he took a deep breath, feeling the power within him surge. Long Feiyu, I will see you dead. Brother Tian, what troubles you? Lanling asked. Observing the troubled expression on his face, unable to restrain herself from gently caressing his brow, Tian snapped back to reality. Gazing at Lanling, who was delicately touching his furrowed brow, and felt an overwhelming sense of affection. In a sudden impulse, Tian embraced Lanling, who gasped in surprise, caught off guard by the warmth enveloping her. Lanling, I must step out for a moment. Stay here and be vigilant, should any enemies approach. Seek out that old friend, Tian instructed. Lanling blushed deeply and nodded gently. He proceeded to relay a few more instructions. Tian then produced a talisman. Having infused it with his newly acquired powers, Blood Body Talisman, upon activation, it materializes a blood spirit doppelganger that lasts for 5 minutes, possessing 50 of the original strength. This can be activated with spiritual energy. Promise me, until my return, you will safeguard yourself. I cannot bear to lose you again. Tian urged softly. The memory of Lanling standing before him, facing Long Feiyu, pierced his heart like a knife. Unable to contain herself, Lanling clung tightly to Tian. Although she was unaware of his intentions, all she could do was silently pray for his safety. With a swift motion, Tian bid farewell to Lanling and departed, soaring towards Deep City. Deep City. At this moment, the city was liberated from the threat of bats, and the ominous black clouds that once loomed had dissipated. Despite the staggering loss of life, with casualties reaching 95, those who survived exhibited unwavering resolve. A multitude gathered at the Demonic Sound Research Institute, vigilantly awaiting developments in a room fortified with layers of protective barriers. How is Lingxi faring? Mu Yiming inquired. Seated in a research chamber, holding a teacup, his expression weathered with worry. Within the lab, several researchers manipulated keyboards, their screens flashing with a multitude of data. Boss. Her Majesty's life signs are currently extremely unstable. Her energy levels are critically depleted, likely due to the toll of that recent battle, a senior researcher reported. Is there any way to remedy this? Mu Yiming asked, exhaustion evident in his eyes. As his inquiry hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the laboratory. Although Her Majesty's life signs are unstable, her overall trend is improving, a young researcher interjected, opening a new set of data that illuminated the large screen. Upon hearing this, Mu Yiming's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, and he turned his gaze towards the screen. There is a force within Her Majesty that continuously generates vitality. At the current rate, it is projected that within 3 years, her health will return to normal. The young researcher continued. With a sudden crash, Mu Yiming hurled the teacup onto the floor, causing an atmosphere of palpable tension to sweep through the lab. Are you saying we can do nothing but wait for her to awaken on her own? Mu Yiming's voice resonated with anger. The others stood in trepidation, heads bowed in fear. I can make her awaken. A hoarse voice shattered the heavy silence as a figure clad in black, wearing a mask, emerged through a rift in the air. The instant the figure appeared, rows of laser weapons sprang to life, aimed coldly at the intruder. Mu Yiming's gaze narrowed, fixated on the enigmatic figure. The masked figure raised his hands in a gesture of peace, declaring, "I bear no ill will. I merely wish to save our queen." "And who might you be?" Mu Yiming replied, his tone icy. The figure, hands raised, faced Mu Yiming directly. "You wouldn't want to know. Let us make a deal, after all. You are a renowned business magnate. Such a proposition should be to your liking." Mu Yiming's eyes narrowed further, pondering the true intentions of this mysterious individual. "Speak, then. What do you propose for this transaction?" The figure continued, "Could you possibly retract these weapons? This hardly resembles a negotiation." Mu Yiming scrutinized the figure for a moment before responding. "Stand down the laser defenses." Gradually, the weapons retracted, though some remained covertly aimed at the figure, unseen by all. The masked figure's lips curled into a slight smile, a blend of mockery and satisfaction. He shrugged, casually pulling up a chair beside him and sitting down. Mu Yiming felt a surge of irritation. He despised such relaxed demeanor in the face of danger. "Since you, Boss Mu, are so earnest, I will be forthright. I can save your flame queen, but I require something in return," the figure stated nonchalantly. "And what would that be?" Mu Yiming asked. The other researchers remained fixated on the figure, their eyes filled with curiosity. "I have heard that you have developed a cutting-edge super gene serum capable of significantly extending lifespans. I seek the formula in exchange," the figure declared. "Absolutely not." Mu Yiming retorted coldly. It was a culmination of his life's work, crafted with immense effort and countless resources. To simply hand it over without consideration was utterly absurd. Anticipating this response, the figure continued, "Is your daughter not worth even the value of a single formula? Leave now. I have no interest in trading with you," Mu Yiming replied sternly. The figure's brow furrowed beneath the mask. This stubborn old man was refusing to budge. "Then let us adjust the terms. A single vial of the new super gene serum," the figure proposed. Upon hearing this, Mu Yiming's heart raced. "A vial? How can I trust you to save my daughter?" he challenged. The figure smirked beneath the mask and produced a small vial from within his robe. Inside was a drop of Phoenix rebirth liquid. "You may test it to verify its efficacy." The man in black subsequently handed a test tube to a researcher. The researcher regarded Mu Yiming with an inquisitive gaze, to which Mu Yiming responded with a nod. The researcher then proceeded directly to the adjacent laboratory with the test tube. After a considerable duration, the researcher emerged, bearing a set of data. The expressions of those in the research room transformed into excitement as they examined the data. "Boss, the elements of this Phoenix rebirth liquid perfectly align with the composition within Her Majesty the Queen. A mere 500 milliliters of the Phoenix rebirth liquid should suffice for Her Majesty's complete recovery," declared the senior researcher. The other researchers nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. Upon hearing this, Mu Yiming and Appos, as previously tense demeanor softened slightly. "What do you think, Boss Mu? I assure you, I am a man of my word. One vial of this novel super gene serum, and furthermore," the man in black began. Chapter 153, Encounter with the Black Blood Society. "What else do you desire?" Mu Yiming inquired, his gaze laden with vigilance. The man clad in black, unfazed by Mu Yiming's scrutiny, exhibited a slight tremor beneath his mask. "I seek but a single drop of your daughter and Appos' blood," he replied nonchalantly. "What are your intentions?" Mu Yiming fixed his stare upon the black-clad figure, the atmosphere within the research room growing palpably oppressive. The purpose behind this man's demand for Lingxi's blood gnawed at Mu Yiming. He suspected that the black-clad individual was not after a new super gene serum, but rather something specific to Lingxi's essence. With years of acumen in business, Mu Yiming discerned the subtle tremor in the man's voice, a stark contrast to his earlier ease. "Merely a transaction, fret not. It is but a trivial drop of blood," the black-clad man reassured. "Oh, and by the way, Long Feiyu has also engaged in trade with us," he added with a smirk. Mu Yiming clenched his fist instinctively at the mention of Long Feiyu. What could he possibly want? The blood of Long Feiyu. "The blood of my daughter." An immense vortex of uncertainty enveloped him. "It is merely a drop. It shall not harm your daughter," the man continued. Mu Yiming pondered deeply. How could someone as cautious as Long Feiyu have relinquished his own blood? What was the true nature of these individuals? Did Lingxi's blood and Long Feiyu's blood possess some unique significance? After deliberation, Mu Yiming resolved to acquiesce. But he would delay providing the blood until after assessing the man's reaction. "I can only offer it once my daughter awakens," he stated, his gaze unwavering. The black-clad man shrugged. "No problem. We can wait until your daughter regains consciousness." A flicker of surprise crossed Mu Yiming's eyes. What was the man plotting? A seasoned businessman, Mu Yiming understood that the other party's willingness to wait likely indicated they had substantial leverage or a means of control. "Very well. I shall observe your methods when the time comes. Once my daughter awakens, the decisions shall not rest solely with you. The black-clad man seemed to sense Mu Yiming and Apos' thoughts, stating coolly, no one can evade the debts owed to our organization. If you doubt this, you may test it when the time comes. Mu Yiming felt a tightening in his chest. This is the new super gene serum you requested, he declared, producing a box containing a vial of the serum. The black-clad man then revealed several test tubes from his pocket. 5 test tubes, precisely 500 milliliters, he stated. Mu Yiming's heart surged with joy at the sight of the test tubes. Once your queen awakens, I shall return, the man smiled before a rift in space opened, consuming him and the serum, rendering them both invisible. Mu Yiming narrowed his brow at the spot where the man had vanished. Where did he come from? And what organization did he represent? Immediately send this Phoenix rebirth liquid for testing. It must be scrutinized meticulously, every drop must be examined. If all is well, only then shall it be administered to Lingxi. He instructed. The matter concerned his daughter's life, and Lingxi was not merely his daughter, she was the unparalleled Flame Queen. A flicker of fervor ignited in Mu Yiming's eyes. The pinnacle of his future endeavors hinged upon Mu Lingxi and Apos' fate. The researchers promptly took the test tubes for analysis, and the laboratory descended into a flurry of activity. Regardless of the circumstances, restoring Lingxi's health was paramount. As for the black-clad man, in a distant sky, a thunderous roar erupted. Tian soared through the air at breakneck speed when suddenly, a formidable attack struck. With a swift movement, Tian evaded the incoming onslaught, which dissipated into nothingness. Before him materialized a man wearing a skull mask, suspended in the air, his body pulsating with dark energy, casting ominous shadows across the sky. It's that Black Blood Society member again. Super Thunder Dragon Strike. Tian bellowed, unleashing a torrent of thunderous power from his hands, summoning a fearsome thunder dragon that roared through the air, the very atmosphere crackling with its immense might. Boom! The thunder dragon, coupled with Tian's fist, surged toward the masked figure. To Tian's astonishment, his fist passed through the skull-masked man, who vanished into thin air as though he had never existed. An illusion? Tian mused, retracting his thunderous energy and activating his dynamic vision to scrutinize his surroundings. Tian, I have come to assist you. The voice of the skull-masked man echoed from behind him. Boom. Tian remained silent, instantly pivoting to retaliate. His fist, imbued with SS-level thunderous might, struck again. But once more, he met only air as the figure dissipated. Tian furrowed his brow. What was the meaning of this charade? Do not strike. It is futile. I am but a shadow clone, and the previous attack was also an illusion, the skull-masked man chuckled. Meanwhile, in a concealed building in Blue City, Gui Sha sat in an opulently adorned room, a glass of red wine in hand, observing a cerulean projection that displayed Tian's location. That wretched woman was correct. Tian and Apos' strength has indeed surged to extraordinary levels. Fortunately, I did not approach in person, otherwise I would have faced dire consequences. Gui Sha muttered under his breath. Moreover, his attacks possess an uncanny quality. It feels as though space itself is collapsing, he noted, eyeing the spot where Tian unleashed his thunder. The pressure emanating from the image was palpable, evoking a sensation akin to confronting a leader. How is this possible? This brat is merely a Tier 5 evolver. He must be somewhat drained from yesterday's exertion. The image depicted Tian enveloped in violet lightning, resembling a thunderous deity. What do you desire? Tian asked coldly, floating in the air, his gaze fixed intently on the skull-masked man. There are those who wish to target you. We can offer our assistance, the masked man suggested with a smile. You, who hide in the shadows and dare not reveal your true self, what assistance could you possibly offer? Tian scoffed, expressing no interest in the masked man's words. Gui Sha's expression faltered. The masked man's words rang true, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tian, dismissing the masked figure, surged forward with great speed, intent on reaching Deep City without wasting time on games of hide and seek. Damn, this guy is so decisive, leaving no opportunity. Gui Sha cursed as he watched Tian swiftly depart. With a sigh, he picked up the communication device on the table and dialed a contact. I'm currently busy. Why are you calling? A voice crackled through the device, accompanied by the sounds of chaos and clattering in the background. President, that Tian completely ignored me and just flew away. The ghostly fiend spoke, his tone laden with frustration, while a curious thought crossed his mind regarding the whereabouts of the president. For a considerable time, They had only been in contact through communication devices. It had been quite a while since he last laid eyes on the old man, were it not for the continued communication. He might have believed that the elderly gentleman had already met his demise. From the other side, a cacophony of noise erupted, interspersed with heavy breathing and the sounds of shouting. Go seek out the Black Wolf and have him resolve this. If that fails, disregard that Tian. He won't last much longer. We can make our appearance after he is gone, a voice suggested. As ghostly fiend prepared to respond, a series of beeps interrupted him. Clearly, the call had been abruptly terminated. That foolish president, sending me to find that oaf again. Last time, I nearly ended up dead because of him. He muttered in exasperation. That old fool never communicates anything clearly, always assigning us nonsensical tasks without any compensation. How can I, an elite of the Black Blood Society, find the motivation to work under such conditions? After venting his ire for some time, Ghostly Fiend reluctantly exited the room, making his way towards the location of the Black Wolf. Chapter 154. Arrival at the Deep City. Tian soared through the sky at an astonishing speed, his body streaking across the heavens like a meteor, rapidly approaching the Deep City. At this point, he no longer required the energy from spirit crystals for flight. The formidable power of devouring energy, coupled with his A-grade spirit recovery ability, ensured that his internal spirit energy remained at its peak state. The function of his flight wings had significantly diminished, with his own gravitational control ability and the incredible speed of his movement ability. Tian could now soar freely without the assistance of his wings, albeit with slightly greater energy consumption. Almost there, Tian murmured, his body hurtling through the air, producing a rushing sound. Upon closer examination, subtle spatial fluctuations surrounded him, a clear indication of the devouring energy gradually consuming the spiritual energy in the air, creating a ripple effect. A wave of intense bloodlust and a hint of oppressive dread enveloped him. Had the battle concluded? Tian recalled that in the memories imparted to him by Wu Yu, Mu Lingxi had eradicated the dark clouds in the sky. He had also received reports from Deep City indicating that the situation was dire. Nearly all the inhabitants had perished, leaving only the remnants of the Deep City's demonic forces and military personnel, who continued to hold their ground tenaciously. With his over 10,000 points in mental attributes, Tian possessed an acute perception of his surroundings, and he distinctly sensed that there were hardly any creatures left ahead. Previously, when he departed, the Deep City had been shrouded in a suffocating, ominous aura that nearly rendered him breathless. Now, that sinister presence had dissipated, replaced by a palpable sense of oppression. If the battle had indeed ended, then Long Feiyu should be arriving soon. The thought of Long Feiyu sent a chill through Tian's heart. This time, he would ensure his demise. Just as Tian continued his rapid flight forward, he suddenly detected a chilling presence nearby, reminiscent of what he had sensed before his departure. Instinctively activating his dynamic vision, he peered into the distance. Faintly, he spotted a small black cloud that seemed to have sensed his awareness and immediately vanished. Could it be that the dark cloud had not been annihilated? Tian pondered, wondering how such a formidable attack could have failed to obliterate it. Nevertheless, he decided to focus on confronting Long Feiyu first and ensuring Lingxi's safety. Tian suppressed his thoughts and sped towards the Deep City. In the Deep City, Lai Shan was diligently searching the streets for survivors with his subordinates. The previous brutal battle had incapacitated the entire city's infrastructure, leaving the wounded unattended and supplies in utter disarray. It was miraculous that they had managed to endure for so long, Lai Shan sighed inwardly. We must not overlook any area, scan each one thoroughly with the detectors, as they can sometimes be inaccurate, he shouted. A group of soldiers clad in uniforms wielded detectors, scouring every nook and cranny of the Deep City for survivors. The landscape was strewn with ruins, corpses, and blood that had yet to be addressed, leaving everyone utterly exhausted from the encounter. After the battle, they had scarcely any strength left, taking a long while to recuperate. Lord Lai, look at the sky. Just as Lai Shan was meticulously observing his surroundings, a young soldier trembled as he pointed upwards. Lai Shan squinted and glanced at the sky. Tian, sensing that someone was watching him, looked down at the ground and recognized Lai Shan. With a swift motion, Tian reined in his overwhelming aura and descended towards the earth. Tian, Lai Shan exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Tian smiled, relieved to see that Lai Shan was alive, and reciprocated the embrace. What happened to your hand? Tian frowned as he noticed the empty space where Lai Shan's left arm should have been. Lai Shan grinned and replied, it was bitten off by a monster. But it's nothing serious. Tian remained silent, letting out a sigh, cursing the wretched creature. Sensing Yi Tian's disheartened mood, Lishan continued. The prosthetic arm is already in production. It should be ready in a couple of days. Yi Tian patted Lishan's shoulder. How is Lingxi? He asked, his eyes filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Lishan's gaze ignited with fervor. Lady Queen. He then recounted how Mu Lingxi had transformed into the Flame Queen and vanquished the dark clouds. Observing the fervent expression on Lishan's face, Yi Tian felt a mixture of happiness and sorrow. Lingxi had indeed become the Flame Queen, and Yi Tian understood, given the catastrophic situation threatening the deep city, how she had single-handedly turned the tide of battle. The power and brilliance of Lingxi were indelibly etched in the hearts of the city's survivors. Would she still return to him? Yi Tian pondered. In his previous life, the Flame Queen had repeatedly saved the deep city in its direst moments, embodying the faith of its people. Although the circumstances had changed, the outcome remained the same. Lingxi had become the new beacon of hope for the deep city. Our boss has already discovered a way to awaken the queen. She should be coming around soon. Lishan added. Yi Tian inhaled deeply. Have they found a solution? I must see. He declared. I'll check on Lingxi. You continue with your duties, he instructed. Lishan hesitated. Yi Tian, let me contact the boss for you. Although Long Feiyu is absent now, the boss still. Yi Tian felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that Lishan truly considered him one of their own. Rest assured, I wouldn't have come if I feared any methods, including Long Feiyu. Yi Tian replied, his tone brimming with confidence. Lishan was taken aback. Had Yi Tian grown strong enough to confront Long Feiyu? Yi Tian, our boss, he began, his voice tinged with apprehension. I will handle everything. Lingxi is still inside. I am not one to act irrationally. Yi Tian interjected, fully aware of what Lishan was about to say. Yi Tian had contemplated this before arriving. Previously, the demonic forces had pressured Jiang Lin's group, preventing them from successfully breaching the Zhonghai district. This debt of gratitude could not be forgotten. Thus, he decided to let bygones be bygones regarding the past grievances. He had once lacked the power to resist and had been at their mercy. However, this time Yi Tian clenched his fists, filled with an unwavering belief in his invincibility. In the Demon Sound Research Institute, a simply decorated room housed Mu Yiming, whose eyes were heavy with dark circles, his posture slightly hunched as he perused a stack of documents. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled him, an ominous feeling creeping over him. Enter, Mu Yiming commanded, his tone laced with authority. A blue-uniformed intelligence officer entered, displaying a respectful demeanor. Boss, the one who left last time, Yi Tian, is currently approaching the research institute. Should we prepare for anything? The officer reported, his eyes betraying his anxiety. The intelligence officer possesses knowledge of certain insider information and is well acquainted with key figures. Clearly, Yi Tian's journey bears a special purpose. Mu Yiming paused as he rifled through the documents. Has he truly arrived? Prepare the spirit crystals and deliver them to Her Majesty's secluded laboratory to activate the Phoenix Nirvana liquid. Mu Yiming continued. Yes, I shall make the arrangements immediately. The intelligence officer responded and promptly exited, gently closing the door behind him. Yi Tian. Enough of this. A flicker of weariness crossed Mu Yiming's eyes as he activated a communication device on the table. Summon Yi Tian to the conference room and disarm all forces present there. He commanded into the device. Does this include the newly developed anti-spirit weapon? Inquired the voice from the other end. Disarm everything, Mu Yiming asserted, before abruptly ending the communication. Chapter 155 Reunion with Mu Yiming. Yi Tian gradually approached the research institute, refraining from using any supernatural abilities, allowing Mu Yiming some time to react. After a considerable pause, Yi Tian finally reached the institute. Gazing at the grand yet familiar edifice before him, he felt as if he had been transported back in time. However, the structure bore scars of damage, evidently a consequence of the fierce battles it had endured. Master Yi Tian, our boss awaits your presence. A young man in uniform approached Yi Tian and spoke softly. Yi Tian nodded, his expression devoid of emotion, and followed the young man inside. As they traversed various corridors, they eventually arrived at their destination. Master Yi Tian, you may enter directly. The boss is waiting for you in the conference room. The youth continued. Yi Tian pushed open the door and stepped inside. Before him sat a middle-aged man with graying hair, whose weathered face bore the marks of time. He was dressed casually, surrounded by numerous electronic devices, with large screens mounted around the room. Yi Tian, it has been a long time. Mu Yiming greeted him with a smile, his worn visage brightening with warmth. Yi Tian remained silent, merely nodding before taking a seat beside Mu Yiming. Unfazed by Yi Tian's demeanor, Mu Yiming activated a large screen. You've come to see Lingxi, haven't you? She is doing well, Mu Yiming stated, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. Tian turned his gaze to the display, which revealed a room enveloped in a fiery glow. Though the interior remained obscured, he recognized that it was indeed Mu Lingxi. Yesterday, there was an incident. Mu Yiming began, elaborating on the matter concerning a figure in black. As Tian listened, he gradually fell into contemplation. Could the phantom member of the Black Blood Society who had obstructed him be part of the same group? What was their intention with Lingxi's blood, especially since Long Feiyu had made a deal with them? Was it not the Black Blood Society? Tian recalled the confrontation between Long Feiyu and a skeletal masked man from the Black Blood Society, during which they had been repelled. Could it truly be the Black Blood Society? Tian inquired. Mu Yiming furrowed his brow, having previously investigated this organization. The Black Blood Society is merely an inconsequential group lacking formidable strength, and it is unlikely they could obtain the Phoenix Nirvana liquid, he mused, contemplating the implications. However, he refrained from outright dismissing the possibility, for in this chaotic world, anything was conceivable. It was not unheard of for seemingly insignificant entities to acquire extraordinary power and rise to prominence. Such instances were plentiful. After the deluge of blood, many of the former rulers and authorities had been replaced, with numerous grassroots individuals attaining formidable abilities and unifying entire regions. Mu Yiming's intelligence database recorded countless such occurrences, particularly as humanity's strength significantly surged. Simultaneously, the monsters appeared to be weakening, struggling against the human counteroffensive. The nation of Huagua was gradually regaining vitality. As Mu Yiming understood, the situation abroad mirrored this trend. Globally, monsters were at a relative disadvantage as human evolvers grew increasingly powerful, and this advantage was steadily expanding. Despite the heavy casualties and the drastic changes to the world's landscape, the overall strength of humanity and the quality of life for the populace were on the rise. Many ordinary individuals were subtly evolving toward greater resilience, though they may not have been consciously aware of it. However, Mu Yiming's extensive database and intelligence network captured even the most minute shifts, which did not escape the astute observations of him and his advisory team. Moreover, through research into evolvers and monsters, various genetic serums were gradually being developed. This endeavor was not limited to Mu Yiming. Formidable research teams worldwide, possessing strategic foresight, were conducting numerous experiments. When will Lingxi awaken? Tian inquired. Mu Yiming opened another screen, displaying a myriad of elemental and energy parameters in constant flux, with a heart monitor-like curve steadily rising. The Phoenix Nirvana liquid has been fully administered, and I have just infused a significant quantity of spirit crystals. Lingxi's life signs are gradually improving, Mu Yiming exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. If all goes as planned, in 12 hours, her life signs should stabilize, and she ought to awaken. He added, 12 hours, Tian pondered, calculating that Long Feiyu would arrive either when Lingxi awoke or within this 12-hour window. Regardless of when he chose to come, as long as Tian was present, he would inevitably confront him. This time, I will resolve this matter in Deep City. Where is Long Feiyu now? Tian asked. A glint of ferocity flickered in Mu Yiming's eyes. He should have returned to Kyoto, he replied coldly. Indeed, Tian thought to himself, he has returned. He observed the screen showing Mu Lingxi's serene form, enveloped in flames within the laboratory. This time, I will not allow anyone to take you away. Subsequently, they discussed further details regarding the figure in black, and Tian recounted his encounter with the skeletal masked man from the Black Blood Society. Both men tacitly avoided mentioning the prior instance when Mu Yiming had contemplated taking action against Tian. The whereabouts of the fifth-tier beasts? Mu Yiming's brow furrowed. He was unaware of this situation. Initially, multiple locations where fifth-tier beasts had been detected had gone silent, including the area where they battled the bats. Strangely, those beasts had seemingly vanished without a trace. Reports from elsewhere indicated that fifth-tier and higher beasts were disappearing en masse, not just in Huagua, but worldwide. Tian felt a heaviness in his heart. In his previous life, although he had not held a position of power, he had amassed some knowledge regarding these beasts. Such a collective disappearance had never occurred before. Things are becoming increasingly complicated, Tian mused. Have you gathered any intelligence regarding Blue City? Mu Yiming inquired, opening a video. The footage displayed a massive whirlpool, which had grown substantially, surrounded by numerous onlookers observing it. Have you detected any anomalies there? Tian asked, studying the video. Based on our analysis of the data received from that location, the whirlpool appears to be a connecting passage. Mu Yiming stated. A connecting passage? Yi Tian contemplated quietly. The disappearance of the ferocious beast, the enigmatic passage, the dark clouds, and the blood of the glutton sent by that old acquaintance. All of these are shrouded in mystery. Yi Tian took a deep breath. The matters in Blue City were beyond his reach for the time being. He needed to deal with Long Feiyu first. As for that passage, it would be prudent to remain vigilant, for Long Feiyu might come looking for trouble. Yi Tian continued, his voice resolute. Mu Yiming clenched his fists unconsciously. This individual dared to approach again. At this moment, Mu Yiming was also in a state of disarray. The entire deep city was in disrepair, and Lingxi had yet to awaken, leaving chaos in every corner. I will guard Lingxi, Yi Tian declared. And without waiting for Mu Yiming's reply, he utilized his teleportation ability and vanished. Mu Yiming was taken aback by Yi Tian's sudden disappearance. What kind of technique was that? To vanish so effortlessly? Shortly after Yi Tian's departure, a researcher pushed open the door and entered. Have you discovered anything? Mu Yiming inquired. The researcher held a tablet, displaying a set of data for Mu Yiming to see. Boss, there are no energy fluctuations emanating from Yi Tian. We cannot even detect his life signs. It is as if all the light waves emitted by the detectors simply vanished upon reaching him, the researcher reported. Chapter 156, The Emergence of Long Feiyu. Mu Yiming gazed at the data displayed on his tablet, rubbing his temples in disbelief. What manner of anomaly was Yi Tian? Previously, Long Feiyu could not escape detection by his energy sensor, yet this Yi Tian was entirely undetectable. It was noteworthy that when he last departed, a myriad of readings were clearly obtainable. How could such a significant transformation occur in such a brief span? Not only was there a change in life energy, but Mu Yiming also sensed that Yi Tian exhibited no emotional response towards him. Even his words failed to stir any reaction. Were it not for their direct interaction, Mu Yiming might have doubted that this was indeed Yi Tian. Boss, Yi Tian has already reached the Queen's secluded space. A voice crackled through the communication device. Mu Yiming sighed, allowing matters to unfold as they would. Heighten aerial defenses and prepare the anti-psychic weaponry, he commanded. In a dilapidated structure within Deep City, a man donned in a skull mask sat amidst the chaos of the room. That Yi Tian is with Mu Lingxi. Shall we make our move? He inquired. Across the room, a figure cloaked in black, sipping from a bottle of juice, replied, Goei Sha, what's the rush? That woman hasn't he even awakened yet. Black Wolf, do you have confidence? That Yi Tian is extraordinarily formidable. Goei Sha kicked a stone on the ground, voicing his concern. Black Wolf took another long sip of juice before retorting, when did you become so cowardly? You're a powerhouse against your own. But the moment you face a stronger opponent, you cower like a dog. Do you think I want to be here looking for you, you fool? Suddenly, a communication device on Black Wolf buzzed with urgency. While he continued to exchange barbs with Goei Sha, he simultaneously checked the incoming message. Goei Sha, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of colorful insults. Enough. Focus on the matter at hand. Black Wolf interjected. Goei Sha paused, then let out a few more curses, albeit with slightly less fervor. Black Wolf's lips twitched. Goei Sha's commitment to verbal sparring remained unwavering. Our operation in Jianglin City failed, and it turns out they had a formidable expert there. Black Wolf stated. Impossible, Goei Sha exclaimed in shock. We specifically chose a time when Yi Tian was absent. How could they have anyone of such strength? The strongest there was only at level 4, a bunch of weaklings. We captured several bloodline users, and couldn't he secure a victory? Black Wolf nodded. This individual had never appeared before, and even the fox woman lacked intelligence on him. Yet his power is terrifying. Of the 4 bloodline users dispatched, only 1 returned alive. What? You're telling me we lost 3 bloodline users? These individuals are incredibly powerful, capable of dealing with a typical level 5 with ease. And we sent for it once. Who could this be? Goei Sha questioned. Incredulity etched on his face. What shall we do now? Goei Sha queried. Black Wolf pondered for a moment, crushing the juice bottle in his hand with a resounding crack. Since they encountered complications, we'll simply subdue Yi Tian here, Black Wolf declared. Easier said than done. Goei Sha scoffed. Rest assured, someone will intervene on our behalf. Black Wolf replied, closing his eyes tightly. Goei Sha rolled his eyes but remained silent, and the room fell into a heavy silence. They're here. Black Wolf suddenly smiled, his eyes alight with anticipation. Yi Tian observed the meditative form of Mu Lingxi in the adjacent room, her eyes gently closed, enveloped in a fiery blaze, yet devoid of any sign of distress. Clad in fiery battle armor, she exuded an aura of unparalleled nobility, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy and flickering flames. Even through the fiery shield, Tian could feel the intense heat radiating from within. Truly, she was the Flame Queen, he mused. Even in slumber, her fierceness remained palpable. Initially, numerous guardians had surrounded her, but upon Tian's arrival, they had retreated, leaving him alone to stand vigil as time flowed slowly by. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, and Tian felt the ground tremble beneath him. Had Long Feiyu arrived? He wondered, as his internal energy began to circulate. Outside the research facility, a youth clad in shimmering golden armor hovered in the sky, and an array of artillery suddenly unleashed a barrage towards the building. Long Feiyu smirked, waving his hand, conjuring a golden shield that enveloped him completely. The shells pounded against the shield without causing any discernible disturbance. Such feeble attacks. It seems Mu Yiming has truly exhausted his options, Long Feiyu chuckled. With a sudden motion, a radiant weapon manifested in Long Feiyu's hand, and he elegantly swept it, releasing a golden stream of energy that surged towards the research facility. A blue glow illuminated the vicinity, forming a protective barrier around the building. Moments later, the golden energy struck like a shooting star, creating a fissure in the blue shield. The resulting shockwave swept across the facility, causing it to shudder violently. Boss, the enemy's energy readings are overwhelmingly powerful. We cannot withstand them, an informant reported. Damn it, that accursed Long Feiyu. Mu Yiming cursed. Prepare the anti-psychic weapons for assault, he commanded, his voice low and intense. The informant rushed to relay the orders. Long Feiyu observed the shattering shield with a bemused expression. To think it could withstand my strike, impressive, he mused. Suddenly, a multicolored beam of light shot forth from the research facility, seemingly devoid of any energy, striking directly at Long Feiyu. He remained unperturbed, fixating on the incoming attack. Boom. The multicolored beam collided with Long Feiyu's golden shield, producing a sharp sound. It inexplicably bypassed the shield and struck Long Feiyu directly. He staggered back several paces, though the impact appeared to inflict minimal harm. Long Feiyu's eyes flared with anger. That wretched old fool had concealed such a tactic. Observing Long Feiyu's retreat, Mu Yiming's expression darkened, his heart tightening. This newly developed weapon lacked the necessary strength, merely forcing the opponent back. Continue firing, Mu Yiming commanded coldly, his fists clenched, hoping that Tian could. Moments later, several multicolored beams shot into the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long Feiyu moved with agility, deftly evading the onslaught. The beams burst in a dazzling display of colors, their hues remarkably captivating. You guard this spiritual stream while I deal with Long Feiyu. Suddenly, Tian's voice resonated in Mu Yiming's ears. Mu Yiming sighed inwardly. And then he felt an extraordinarily powerful aura surging towards the heavens, as if the surrounding spiritual energy was in a wild frenzy. Crack! A colossal purple thunderbolt surged skyward, striking fiercely at Long Feiyu. Bang! The purple thunderbolt, with overwhelming force, shattered Long Feiyu's protective shield and struck him directly. Who dares? Long Feiyu growled softly, clearly enraged by this inexplicable assault. This strike was certainly beyond the capabilities of that old fellow Mu Yiming. Who could it be? What other secrets does this old man conceal? Bang! Another fist came crashing in, the sudden ferocity of the attack catching Long Feiyu off guard, sending him flying. Chapter 157. A Forceful Overwhelm. What manner of creature resorts solely to stealthy ambushes? Long Feiyu steadied his body and spoke in a deep voice, channeling all his spiritual energy, which enveloped him in a radiant golden aura, resembling a war god. Do you still remember me? Tian replied coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Long Feiyu. Long Feiyu, witnessing Tian entwined with crackling lightning, felt his pupils constrict and exclaimed, "What are you doing here? Weren't you in Jianglan City?" A trace of coldness flitted across Tian's lips as he continued, "No particular reason. The important thing is that you are destined to perish here today." The sky above gradually darkened, ominous clouds gathering as if a tempest were imminent. You thought that after being pursued and slaughtered like a dog, you could turn the tide simply because you've made some progress in strength? Long Feiyu mocked. Come, let us see if you can back it up. Tian's control over the thunderous power surged, causing the air to crackle with energy. I had intended to let you live a little longer, but since you seek your own demise, I shall not hold back. Long Feiyu taunted, as his Fangtian Huaji surged forward with ferocious intent. Boom! Long Feiyu charged at Tian, wielding the gleaming weapon. Super Thunder Dragon Strike. Tian roared, his spiritual energy morphing into a violet lightning dragon, the air reverberating around them as power surged. Long Feiyu's pupils narrowed in fear, Such formidable force was unimaginable, even from a distance. He felt a gut-wrenching power that could annihilate worlds. With a sudden movement, Tian activated his teleportation ability. Bang! Tian appeared behind Long Feiyu, the thunder dragon crashing into him with tremendous force. Long Feiyu plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact, trembling as he struggled to rise from the depths. Tian looked down at Long Feiyu in the pit, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Regardless of what he had witnessed, what mattered was that Long Feiyu was now beneath him. Long Feiyu gradually regained his footing, his scalp tingling from the overwhelming thunderous energy. Was this individual truly a fifth-tier evolver? Could he be a bloodline bearer? No, it was impossible. There was no trace of any special aura emanating from him. Dragon soaring through the heavens. Long Feiyu suppressed his thoughts and unleashed his skill. A golden dragon silhouette materialized, enveloping him in a brilliant light, enhancing his already striking appearance. Swish! Long Feiyu, cloaked in golden radiance, charged at Tian once more. Thunder God transformation. Thunder kill. Tian activated his transformation, doubling his attributes, making him resemble a colossal beast exuding immense pressure. Thunderous roars echoed as his body was enshrouded in SSS-level thunder power, the space around him vibrating with energy. A potent surge of lightning coalesced in his right hand, aimed directly at Long Feiyu. Feeling the oppressive force, Long Feiyu broke into a cold sweat. Yet, retreat was no longer an option. He had to confront it head-on. Boom! Tian's lightning struck the golden dragon silhouette, which disintegrated like snowflakes under the blazing sun. Long Feiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his attack could be so easily dismantled. Bang! Tian's lightning pierced through Long Feiyu once more. The golden armor, losing all its luster, reduced to shambles. Long Feiyu crashed back into the crater, producing a cacophony of sound. At this moment, Long Feiyu felt as though his lungs would burst from rage. When had he ever endured such humiliation? He had always dominated others. How could this inferior evolver toy with him so easily? Cursed be his elusive movement technique that had allowed him to seize the advantage. It seemed necessary to devise a strategy to counter Tian. The golden glow swirling around Long Feiyu indicated that while he appeared battered, he had not sustained any critical injuries. Tian, observing the scene, felt perplexed. Was Long Feiyu truly this weak? Or was it that he himself had grown excessively powerful? In his memories, Long Feiyu had been akin to a war deity, impervious to all his attacks. Yet this figure before him, though still formidable, lacked the overwhelming presence he had once commanded. He had not even tapped into the power of his Taotai bloodline. Tian did not consider himself invincible. Perhaps there was another reason behind this disparity, he pondered. Regardless, he resolved to eliminate him first. In a dilapidated room, Black Wolf watched the unfolding events with keen interest. It seems Long Feiyu is faltering, he remarked as Ghost Shah observed his disheveled state on the screen. Black Wolf took a swig from a new juice bottle and said, "Do you know what Long Feiyu traded with me?" Ghost Shah furrowed his brow and replied, he could only have exchanged the Azure Dragon transformation elixir. What else could it be? Black Wolf chuckled mysteriously, not necessarily. Long Feiyu's ambitions surpass your imagination. Ghost Shah's pupils contracted in realization, trembling as he asked, could it be? Gulp, gulp, gulp. Black Wolf continued to drink, affirming, indeed, his boldness is extraordinary. Madmen, all of them, do as you please. Let's leave. The battle is over. This Tian shows some promise. Let him revel for a while longer. It may not be long. Black Wolf laughed heartily. Ghost Shah shrugged and replied, whatever you say. After all, you're in charge now. The two vanished from the room as if they had never been there. Tian, are you certain you wish to oppose me? Long Feiyu strained to rise, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Tian. Tian returned a cold stare, sensing something amiss, not only in Long Feiyu's strength, but also in his current state. Did he possess any means of turning the tide? The enigmatic talisman and that peculiar shield had yet to surface. There is nothing more to discuss between us, Tian declared icily. Long Feiyu wiped the blood from his lips and replied, what I lacked before, I possess now. Heh, you are now worthy of collaboration. Tian's brow furrowed in confusion. What did he mean by collaboration? Do you understand the nature of the world we inhabit? Long Feiyu continued, undeterred by Tian's hostility. What are you trying to achieve? Tian pressed, the lightning in his hand surging wildly. Swish! Long Feiyu waved his right hand, astonishingly dispelling all his defensive measures. Are you reassured now? I have no protection left, he said with a grin. Tian's heart sank. There was undoubtedly something amiss with Long Feiyu. Bang! Yi Tian struck with his fist, delivering a powerful blow to Long Feiyu, whose body was propelled like a cannonball through the air. He collided with a distant building, leaving a substantial crater in its wake. Observing Long Feiyu, who lay in a disheveled state yet wore an expression devoid of fear, Yi Tian felt a surge of irritation. Can we have a proper conversation now? Long Feiyu, trembling, gradually approached Yi Tian. Yi Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon him. We do not harbor deep-seated enmity, do we? It was merely a misunderstanding before. Why do you act as if you've lost your mind upon seeing me? Long Feiyu's gentle eyes regarded Yi Tian, filled with profound confusion as he spoke softly. Yi Tian replied icily, I want to kill you. There is no misunderstanding. Long Feiyu wiped the corner of his mouth and gazed deeply at Yi Tian, as if trying to see through him. If you wish to kill me, you may do so at any moment. However, I urge you to consider my next words. I speak with sincerity. Long Feiyu continued, despite his disheveled appearance. His eyes still sparkled with vibrant intensity. Chapter 158, The Truth Behind the Blood Rain. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern something from Long Feiyu's gaze, only to find it devoid of any fear. Instead, there was a subtle thrill emanating from Long Feiyu. What could this mean? Just then, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour accompanied by howling winds, the raindrops striking the two men with a crisp patter. Speak, Yi Tian said coldly, eager to uncover Long Feiyu's intentions, confident that he could eliminate him at any moment. Long Feiyu tidied his disheveled hair, blood mingling with the rainwater, rendering him a pitiful sight. He licked a raindrop from his lips and spoke. Are you aware of the existence of parallel worlds? Parallel worlds? Yi Tian murmured softly, the rain drenching him without chilling his spirit. In his previous life, he had heard tales of various places on Blue Star possessing gateways to other dimensions. Through these passages, one could traverse to alternate realms. Yi Tian had often heard of the myriad beings inhabiting these worlds, formidable entities capable of devastation and powerful beasts basking in celestial radiance. Yet, he had never witnessed them firsthand. He only knew that some monsters hailed from these realms. What of it? What does it matter? Yi Tian replied casually, his tone devoid of astonishment. Long Feiyu frowned slightly, taken aback by Yi Tian's reaction. He had expected shock upon revealing such information. Our mythical deities from ancient legends traverse to these parallel worlds and maintain connections with our current realm. Long Feiyu continued. As the rain gradually washed away the blood from his body, Yi Tian's pupils constricted. This revelation was unexpected. In his eyes, the parallel world was merely a domain teeming with monsters. Though humans might exist there, he never anticipated a profound connection with their own world. Why are you sharing this with me? Yi Tian inquired, skeptical of the purpose behind such secrets. Would revealing this information spare Long Feiyu from death? The Long family has a representative from the parallel world in our realm. Surely, you grasp my meaning. Long Feiyu replied, his voice imbued with arrogance. Yi Tian's brow furrowed. A representative from the parallel world? Did that imply a connection with formidable forces? If Long Feiyu truly had such links, what kind of power lay behind him? Join me, and once I unify this world, I will take you with me to the parallel world, where you will witness the magnificence of this universe. Long Feiyu declared passionately, given your support from the forces of the other world, why has our realm descended into such chaos? Yi Tian retorted, his tone laced with disdain. The sky rumbled, thunder cracking in a relentless display. This concerns the operation of universal laws, the intricacies of which elude me. However, you cannot fathom the strength they possess, Long Feiyu replied, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. I refuse, Yi Tian declared, as the power of thunder began to coalesce in his hands, preparing to strike at Long Feiyu. Is this about Mulingxi? Long Feiyu asked, seemingly unfazed by the tumultuous energy emanating from Yi Tian. Do you think that old man Mu Yiming is truly ignorant of everything? Long Feiyu continued, revealing the cunning nature of the old fox. Yi Tian felt a pang of anxiety. Mu Yiming's presence felt like a deepening vortex, as if all around him were manipulating him at will. The inexplicable appearance of the blood of a Tao Tai, the enigmatic Ah Tai, the Black Blood Society, and Mu Yiming, all were shrouded in mystery, leaving Yi Tian perplexed yet unable to unravel the enigma. Perhaps he could extract some answers from Long Feiyu. Gradually, Yi Tian restrained his thunderous energy, his form drenched by the rain. I wish to know the truth behind the blood rain. Yi Tian fixed his gaze upon Long Feiyu, his eyes resolute, his wet bangs clinging to his forehead, exuding a sense of melancholy. Long Feiyu smiled faintly and continued, it is quite simple, evolution. The blood rain serves the purpose of evolution, survival of the fittest. Our blue star has endured multiple cataclysms, the Cambrian explosion, the extinction of the dinosaurs, and subsequent great floods. Even the deity's journey to the parallel world is intricately linked to these mass extinctions. Only those who survive such cataclysms are worthy of existence. Your strength and talent are commendable, and I believe you are fit to join us in unifying the world, paving the way to a new future. Long Feiyu's eyes burned with intensity as the storm raged around him, failing to dampen his fervor. And Mu Lingxi? Why target her? Yi Tian pondered Long Feiyu's words before speaking. Long Feiyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing Yi Tian's regard for Mu Lingxi was significant. Mu Lingxi possesses phoenix blood. She too is worthy of accompanying me to the new world. Long Feiyu's tone shifted to a more serious note. However, if you remain attached to her, I could. Boom. Suddenly, Long Feiyu's eyes widened in shock. When he looked down to see Yi Tian's right hand conjuring a sphere of thunderous flames, the very orb that had shattered his armor before. Long Feiyu's eyes bulged as he watched the radiant sphere draw nearer. In the tempest, it shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. A wave of despair washed over him. He knew his fate was sealed. Yi Tian, I gave you a chance, and you will regret this. I swear. Long Feiyu shouted, his voice filled with venom. Then, with a resounding crash, his body was obliterated by the thunderous sphere. The immense force of the impact seemed to momentarily halt the storm. As Long Feiyu's form shattered into countless fragments, swept away by the torrential rain. Watching the sudden explosion of Long Feiyu, a smirk played on Yi Tian's lips. What of the parallel world? What of cataclysms? He cared not. His focus lay solely on those he cherished. Should anyone dare to harm those he held dear, even divine retribution would not save them from his wrath. Yi Tian then soared towards the direction of Mu Lingxi. Kyoto, Dragon King's mansion. In a chamber overflowing with spirit crystals, a man clad in radiant golden armor slowly opened his eyes, filled with fury. Yi Tian, you had your chance. I will obliterate everything you hold dear. Boom. Instantly, the spirit crystals in the room disintegrated into ash, their energy being voraciously consumed by the man. Prepare the teleportation array at once. He commanded in a low voice. Feiyu, what are you planning? Your cultivation is not yet complete. It's too perilous to go out now. A middle-aged man entered, visibly anxious as he confronted the agitated Long Feiyu. I must go. Yi Tian not only rejected my offer, but dared to destroy my avatar. He must die. Long Feiyu insisted. Let others handle it. Yi Tian is merely a fifth-tier evolver. A few bloodline warriors can easily deal with him. There is no need for you to intervene personally. A middle-aged man offered words of consolation. Long Feiyu's eyes blazed with fury. He had truly felt fear moments ago. Although it was merely a projection, the terror of death had nonetheless seeped into his very being. How could he endure such a humiliation? Since his debut, who had dared to confront him in such a manner? Whatever he desired was not easily attainable, and that Yi Tian had the audacity to attempt to take his life was utterly unforgivable. This Yi Tian. I shall not find peace until I personally end his existence and obliterate everything he holds dear. Father, do not dissuade me any longer. I am determined to kill him. Long Feiyu declared coldly, the entire atmosphere seemingly quaking in response. Feiyu, wait just one more month. Your 9 transformations of the Azure Dragon will be perfected. And there is no need to take such a risk. Long Tianyun interjected. Long Tianyun was none other than Long Feiyu's father, a renowned figure who had descended from another world. Chapter 159, Long Time No See. Father, that Yi Tian has destroyed the first avatar I painstakingly created. If I do not avenge him, my thoughts remain clouded, and I cannot continue my cultivation. Long Feiyu exclaimed in fury. Long Tianyun furrowed his brow. Were it not for the instability of the interdimensional passage, he would have personally accompanied Long Feiyu. It was the first time he had witnessed such a profound obsession in Feiyu towards another. Here, take this. I brought it from the other world. It contains the power of an ancient glutton bloodline, capable of absorbing all forms of damage, no matter the source. Use it wisely. Long Tianyun, realizing he could not dissuade Feiyu, produced a special talisman. Long Feiyu nodded and promptly accepted the talisman. In Deep City, at the Demon Sound Research Institute, Mu Yiming and Yi Tian waited outside the laboratory where Mu Lingxi lay, awaiting her awakening. What is this other world about? Yi Tian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Yiming. Mu Yiming sighed softly and replied, Did Long Feiyu tell you about it? Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the tempest raged, and the thunderous roar seemed poised to obliterate all. Mu Yiming gazed at the torrential rain, his eyes reflecting a sense of melancholy, before he continued. Lingxi's mother hails from that other world. Yi Tian's heart sank. He had suspected this all along. The Phoenix bloodline could hardly belong to an ordinary human. Moreover, coming from a humble background, even if one were to miraculously gain admission to a prestigious institution and acquire some resources, it would be implausible to establish such a grand demon sound institute without substantial backing. The Long family's support for Mu Yiming likely intertwined with Lingxi's mother's identity. Lingxi's mother is from the Tianwu Great World, a realm entirely different from ours, where martial arts flourish. Mu Yiming gradually recounted the tale of Lingxi's mother. It turned out that she had inadvertently crossed through a spatial rift to arrive on Earth, encountering the charming Mu Yiming upon her arrival. Such tales often commence with romance and poetry, yet they invariably conclude with heartbreak and despair. I established the Demon Sound Institute and developed various advanced technologies, hoping to one day open a spatial rift to find Qingxue and bring her back. But I have failed. No matter how much I invest, the insurmountable technological barriers remain, and my time is running out. Fortunately, the heavens have sent a blood rain. The world has undergone a transformation, and I have extracted some elements from those monsters and awakened beings, yielding some results. I refuse to perish without seeing Qingxue again. I must ask her why she left without a word. Mu Yiming wept like a child, tears streaming down his face, his voice resonating with profound sorrow. I just wish to see Qingxue once more, he lamented. Tian remained silent, unable to voice any opinion on the matter. He had never anticipated such a story unfolding in Mu Yiming's life. As a top-tier business magnate, whose every move influenced the nation's economy, he harbored such a poignant history. After a moment, Mu Yiming wiped his tears. Forgive me for my display. At my age, I should be more composed, he said, his voice trembling. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the room where Mu Lingxi lay. Tian turned to see a girl clad in blazing armor, her exquisite face framed by a lithe figure, enveloped in flickering flames. She stepped through the fiery barrier, her delicate, elfin visage seemingly glistening with tears as she approached. Lingxi, Tian murmured, his heart racing as he beheld the girl advancing towards him. Long time no see, Mu Lingxi softly said, her enchanting gaze locking onto Tian's. As the flames around her gradually subsided, she leapt into his embrace. Tian enveloped Mu Lingxi in his arms, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Long time no see, Tian whispered, his voice trembling slightly. So much had transpired during Lingxi's absence. Though they had been apart for only a short while, it felt like an eternity. Tears welled up in Tian's eyes, cascading down upon Lingxi. Mu Lingxi clung tightly to Tian. In her slumber, he had occupied her thoughts day and night, never leaving her mind. Lingxi, we shall never part again, shall we? Tian choked out, realizing only in her absence how precious their time together had been. When Long Feiyu had claimed that Lingxi was back in Kyoto, Tian had realized that she was his utmost priority. He had recklessly consumed the glutton blood, desperate to do something for her. Even in reality, when his ally suggested he could consume the glutton blood, it was his feelings for Lingxi that prompted his unhesitating acceptance. He could not bear to contemplate the future he had seen. He must grow stronger and eliminate Long Feiyu. This is not the Tian I know. Mu Lingxi sensed the depths of Tian's sorrow and gently comforted him. She too had missed him deeply, reminiscing countless times in her dreams, and now, at long last, they were reunited. If only they could remain like this forever, Mu Lingxi thought wistfully. The two embraced tightly, oblivious to all else, savoring the serene sweetness of the moment. Promise me, we will never part again. Tian breathed deeply before speaking. Mu Lingxi tenderly patted his shoulder and replied, yes. We will never part again. After a moment, Tian reluctantly released Mu Lingxi, aware that their journey ahead was still long in the opulent room of the research institute. Mu Lingxi, now clad in a white dress, appeared ethereal, exuding an air of grace and nobility, her sweet smile reserved solely for Tian. Mu Yiming sighed, Lingxi, I owe you an apology. I have failed to fulfill my duties as a father. Let the past be the past. Since you chose to leave, let her be. Mu Lingxi replied calmly. Tian pondered the challenges ahead, regardless of whether the other world existed, whether they could find it, or the dangers that lay in wait. Even if they were fortunate enough to locate it, their strength might not suffice to bring Lingxi's mother back. I will not interfere with your endeavors. Pursue what you must, but I hope you will not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards Tian. He is now mine. Mu Lingxi asserted. Mu Yiming's expression stiffened. His daughter, yet unmarried, was already siding with another. Tian felt warmth in his heart. The fiery queen was indeed formidable. Long Feiyu is not as simple as he appears. Tian, you must remain vigilant. Mu Yiming shifted the topic, addressing Tian. Tian furrowed his brow. sensing something amiss with Long Feiyu's final state. Although he had perished, Tian felt there was something off. He had clearly possessed the ability to resist, even escape. Why had he chosen to speak to Tian in that manner? Based on what you just mentioned, coupled with the mysterious black-clad figure's words about a transaction, I suspect Long Feiyu may not be dead. Mu Yiming continued, his tone imbued with unwavering conviction. Tian momentarily froze, contemplating the possibility. Indeed, it was plausible. The earlier incident involving Baiyu from the Jianglin Society, whose head had been crushed yet somehow survived, lingered in his mind. How could someone of Long Feiyu's caliber lack any means of self-preservation? Furthermore, his devouring ability had exhibited no response at all. Initially, he had attributed this anomaly to the peculiarities of bloodline practitioners, but now it seemed evident that Long Feiyu had truly evaded death. A wave of apprehension washed over Tian as he pondered whether Long Feiyu might target his community in Zhonghai. Memories of the scenes he had witnessed while comprehending the principles resurfaced in his thoughts. No, it couldn't be, he reassured himself. He had already awakened the Taotai bloodline. Even if Long Feiyu were to confront him, it would surely lead to his demise. Tian, what troubles you? Mu Lingxi inquired, observing his restless demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Tian resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he would not permit Long Feiyu to perpetrate such acts again. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed throughout the room, causing Tian and his companions to freeze in place. Who could it be? Chapter 160, The Emergence of the Man in Black. A great change. A figure clad in black, adorned with a dark mask, materialized in the room where several individuals were gathered. I have come to fulfill my transaction. I hope I am not disturbing your nostalgic reminiscence. The man in black intoned, his deep voice reverberating ominously within the confines of the room. Tian and Mu Lingxi regarded him with vigilant apprehension. What do you require blood for? Tian inquired, as the power of thunder coursed through him. The imposing aura of the man in black rivaling that of a Tai from before. That question seems unrelated to our transaction. The man in black replied with a sardonic smile, his tone casual and unconcerned with the thunderous energy emanating from Tian. And what if I refuse? Tian retorted, his piercing gaze fixed on the man in black, seemingly attempting to glean some insight. On the other side, Mu Yiming felt as though he were ensnared in a tempest. Despite the absence of physical confrontation, the atmosphere was charged with an overwhelming intensity. Moments later, Mu Yiming sensed a warm energy enveloping him, and upon turning, he discovered that Mu Lingxi was shielding him with her spiritual power. Are you certain you wish to refuse? You have already incurred the wrath of the Long family. If you provoke us further, well, the man in black remarked, his tone laced with mockery. Boom. Without warning, a surge of formidable thunder erupted from Tian, crashing towards the man in black. A deafening explosion ensued as the man was hurled against the wall, leaving a massive hole in its wake. Ha ha. The youth's temper flares easily. The man in black chuckled, reappearing in the room unscathed, not a trace of the attack evident upon him. Tian's pupils constricted. He had clearly struck him. Tian, I recognize your strength, yet this world is far more intricate than you can fathom. The reason I am still engaging with you is out of respect for the person behind you. The man in black's demeanor shifted, his levity replaced by a grave tone. In deference to that individual, I shall explain this once. The blood is to be used in the creation of special items. It poses no harm to your woman. If a single drop could inflict such damage upon a bloodline bearer, it would suggest they are rather inept. Tian's heart was filled with confusion. The person behind me? Is there someone else operating in the shadows? Seemingly perceiving Tian and Appo's bewilderment, the man in black continued. When your power reaches a certain level, the truths of this world will become clear to you. Suddenly, a blaze shot towards the man in black. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he effortlessly contained the flames, at the center of which lay a drop of crimson blood. Your woman is far more astute than you, the man in black exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the blood in his grasp. Tian furrowed his brow, a soft sigh escaping his lips. He felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. If only he were stronger. Now that our transaction is complete, I shall take my leave. Additionally, allow me to impart some news. The gate to the secret realm in Blue City will open in 1 week. If you have the time, you may wish to explore it, the man in black declared before his form dissipated, vanishing into thin air. It was merely a drop of blood. Do not dwell on it, Mu Lingxi spoke softly. Given the current circumstances, there was little they could do. Tian gazed at the ethereal beauty before him, feeling a profound warmth within. What are these individuals truly capable of? It appears this world is far more complex than we had imagined. Mu Yiming murmured. Tian, what did that man in black mean when he said there was someone behind you? What is going on? Mu Yiming questioned, looking at Yu Tian with a furrowed brow. Mu Lingxi blinked her enchanting eyes, also regarding Yu Tian with curiosity. Yu Tian offered a bitter smile. I have no idea. It remains a mystery even to me. As neither pressed further, it was evident that Yu Tian was indeed in the dark. Do you know what the secret realm gate he mentioned is? He subsequently asked. A hint of sorrow crossed Mu Yiming's gaze. Lingxi's mother once mentioned that in their world, there exists a special secret realm, abundant with various exotic beasts and treasures. What significance do those treasures hold for us? Our evolution system should differ from that of Lingxi's mother, Yu Tian queried. I am not entirely sure. But if it is appearing in our vicinity, it must hold some value. Mu Yiming sighed, adding his thoughts. Yu Tian pondered briefly, ultimately deciding he must find a way to deal with Long Feiyu. Jianglin City, Zhonghai Community. Old Tai, you are truly remarkable. You dispatched those individuals as easily as one would kill a chicken. Lin Haiyang exclaimed in astonishment. He could hardly comprehend how this seemingly unassuming giant could unleash such brutal violence. Lan Ling and the others surrounded Old Tai in the dining hall, scrutinizing the affable giant. The giant chuckled heartily, continuing to eat from the table laden with food. Several formidable evolvers had previously inflicted severe injuries upon Lin Haiyang with just a fleeting encounter, their terrifying presence nearly shattering the entire community. Those individuals had insisted on capturing Lin Haiyang, Lan Ling, and the others alive. Lan Ling had promptly summoned Old Tai. Upon seeing him, those individuals had fled like mice confronted by a cat, yet Old Tai had effortlessly pursued and dispatched them. I promised Yi Tian I would guard this place, and I shall uphold that promise. Those small fry are no challenge at all, Old Tai said. Munching on a chicken leg, Lan Ling's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she inquired, Old Tai, do you know where brother Yi Tian is gone? Old Tai paused in thought, his chewing momentarily halted. Lan Ling looked on with anticipation, as if he might have the answer she sought. I do not know, but do not worry. He will return within a day, perhaps he is already on his way back, Old Tai assured her. Lan Ling and Appo's eyes dimmed momentarily, yet upon hearing that Yu Tian would return within a day, her heart fluttered with joy. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, the entire land of Huagua was suddenly besieged by tremors. Yi Tian felt as if something was being relentlessly extracted from the very earth itself, the spiritual energy within the world coalescing into a vortex. Just after a brief period of peace, Huagua was plunged once more into chaos, everyone sensing a disquieting void, as if they had lost something of great significance. The dragon vein. Someone has targeted the dragon vein, Mu Yiming exclaimed, his expression fraught with terror. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's mind was immediately flooded with realization. A cataclysmic shift in the dragon vein. How could this be? Wasn't there still time remaining? A wave of shock coursed through Yu Tian. He vividly recalled that the destruction of the dragon vein had plunged all of Huagua into unprecedented turmoil. Ferocious beasts had surged forth like a tidal wave, ravaging the land. Countless lives had been lost during that upheaval. Could it be Long Feiyu? Yi Tian's mind was awash with uncertainty. He had previously assumed the dragon vein was annihilated due to foreign interference. However, according to the intel provided by Mu Yiming, no formidable foreign evolvers had emerged within Huagua. Just as Yu Tian continued to ponder, a sudden sound cut through the air. Suddenly, the sky was engulfed in an overwhelming brilliance of daylight. The tempestuous weather, once characterized by howling winds and torrential rain, instantaneously transformed into a parched atmosphere, with the air growing decidedly sweltering. Before long, the tremors beneath intensified abruptly, as countless fissures began to rupture the earth, and structures commenced their descent into ruin. A lamentation echoed throughout the entirety of Huagua. The violent quaking persisted for nearly half an hour, and Yi Tian's countenance darkened. It seemed that this episode lasted longer than any in his previous life. Evidently, the gravity of the situation had escalated beyond what he had previously encountered. Suddenly, an array of roars erupted around him, the deafening cacophony causing Yi Tian's eardrums to quiver violently. Boss, an array of unidentified energy entities has emerged, with energy levels surpassing that of fourth-tier monsters. The communication device of Mu Yiming crackled alive. Almost immediately, the large screen in their room illuminated, revealing numerous crimson dots scattered throughout the depths of the city. Chapter 161, The Shattered Dragon Vein. The red dots signify the recently transmitted energy entities. Subsequently, the scene begins to magnify slowly, revealing ferocious monsters appearing in various locations of Deep City. They wreak havoc upon the buildings, a sight of tremendous impact. Fortunately, the survivors in Deep City have mostly congregated near the Demon Sound Research Institute, while the outer areas are largely deserted. However, the situation is different elsewhere. Numerous cities are besieged by monsters. Most of the mainstream evolvers possess power around the third tier, with fourth-tier individuals being quite rare. Faced with such formidable beasts, resistance is nearly futile, leaving them at the mercy of the brutal creatures. All personnel, prepare your weapons, fortify the research institute, and brace for the monsters, Mu Yiming announced, seizing the communication device to issue commands. Under his leadership, the entire Demon Sound Institute commenced defensive maneuvers with meticulous precision. Yi Tian, you should return to Jianglin City. I can manage here. Mu Lingxi spoke softly. At this moment, Mu Yiming had already left the room, leaving only Yi Tian and Mu Lingxi together. Yi Tian gazed at the enchanting girl and instinctively embraced her. Mu Lingxi, clearly taken aback by Yi Tian's sudden action, felt her cheeks flush slightly. Gazing at him with tender affection, I'm sorry, just as we reunite, I must send you away. Yi Tian, feeling the warmth in his arms, leaned in for another kiss, choosing to express his emotions without words. In Kyoto, Dragon Ridge Cavern, the ground was fractured everywhere, and the sky was nearly stained crimson. A formidable group of individuals stood, their spiritual energy surging, with a pile of golden fragments before them, radiating an alluring glow akin to spiritual essence. Long Tianyan gazed fervently at the passage ahead, as if an inexplicable force swirled around it. The passage itself resembled a black hole, continuously drawing in spiritual energy from the air. The power of the golden fragments seemed to be absorbed by the passage as well, along with the spiritual energy of this powerful group. Lord Long, the dragon vein has been utterly shattered. Once this passage has absorbed its power, it should stabilize. A man in short sleeves remarked. Good, splendid. Once we consolidate all the resources of this world, we shall return to that realm. And I will see who dares to stand in my way. Long Tianyun exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. With the dragon vein shattered, the pace of extinction has greatly accelerated, yet we may lack the manpower to harvest these resources. A man with a horse-like face interjected. Long Tianyun's fervent gaze tempered slightly as he responded, there is no choice. Our time is limited. Once Feiyu deals with that Yi Tian and harvests the secrets of Blue City, we shall master the 9 transformations of the Azure Dragon technique. And this world will be ours. The others listened with a mix of fervor and anticipation. Regarding Feiyu, should we send a few individuals along? A middle-aged man suggested. The atmosphere among the group turned serious. Feiyu's safety was critical to their plan's success. We lack surplus personnel. Last time, an unknown organization attacked us, nearly causing the passage to collapse. If we allocate more manpower, a diminutive man spoke. Damn it. If it weren't for our need to maintain the passage, those rats hiding in the shadows would have been exterminated long ago. Long Tianyun scoffed dismissively. What about Feiyu? The small man inquired. I have prepared ample backup for him. Rest assured, he is my son. Dealing with a mere waste who isn't even a bloodline bearer should pose no issue. Long Tianyun replied confidently. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing Feiyu's capabilities. Since Long Tianyun expressed confidence, they believed all would be well. Lord Long, we have discovered ancient formations in several locations, and it seems other unknown powers are concealed within Huagua and even abroad. The horse-faced man added. The atmosphere grew solemn. They are merely remnants of the prior extinction. If they choose to remain hidden, so be it, but should they dare to emerge, we shall eliminate them all. Long Tianyun declared. Indeed, why worry? This is our era. They are suppressed by the laws of nature, their strength diminished to mere shadows of their former selves. Should they dare to appear, we shall obliterate them. The man in short sleeves echoed. Yi Tian soared through the sky towards Jianglin City at an astonishing speed. Along the way, he encountered numerous monsters, effortlessly dispatching them. Suddenly, a horde of creatures charged towards him, launching an attack. Skyward Giant Eagle. Tier 5 Beast Power, 2,300. Agility, 2,400. Constitution, 2,100. Mentality, 1,200. The dominant aerial creature, its massive wings can rend anything apart, often attacking in flocks, feasting on blood and preying on crawling beings, equipped with a unique evasion skill. Gazing at the swarm of skyward giant eagles, a surge of battle fervor ignited within Yu Tian. It had been a while since he had slain a monster. Lightning Dragon Strike. Yu Tian roared, channeling the overwhelming power of thunder into his hands as the air crackled with explosive sounds. Before long, a purple lightning dragon began to coalesce, its terrifying presence nearly halting the sky itself. The flock of skyward giant eagles felt an acute sense of dread, as if the specter of death loomed nearby. The eagles frantically flapped their wings, attempting to flee, but Tian had ensnared them with his gravitational control abilities. Boom. Suddenly, Tian's purple lightning dragon surged forth, eliciting a chorus of anguished cries from the skyward giant eagles. With a thunderous explosion, the sky erupted as all monsters were reduced to mere fragments. Devoured successfully, power 400, devoured successfully. Agility 400, mentality 400. The constant chimes of notifications resonated in Tian's mind, instilling a profound sense of security within him as power surged through his body. He promptly collected the white light dropped by the monsters, discovering several pieces of dark gold equipment, alongside multiple boundary-breaking pearls and evolution stones. Sky Eagle Flash Boots, dark gold equipment, agility 400, chance to evade attacks from behind. Sky Eagle Armor, dark gold equipment, constitution 400. Can withstand one fatal attack after charging. Tian donned the equipment immediately and opened his personal panel. Level: 5th rank Devourer Bloodline 11200, 20000. Law: Law of Time 0. 01. Bloodline: Devourer Bloodline 1. Bloodline Skill: Spirit of Devouring. Abilities: Endless Devour, SSS grade. Lightning, SS grade. Teleportation, S grade. Divine Movement, S grade. Flame, S grade. Gravitational Control, S grade. Divine Metal Power, S grade. Shadow, a grade. Diamond, a grade. Dynamic Vision, a grade. Spiritual Recovery, a grade. Tear, B. Skills: Super Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Lives Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill. Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Electric Generation, Flame Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Explosion, Thunder Spirit Armor. Golden Sword Ascend, Strength, 12,342 for 100, Agility, 12291, 100, Constitution, 12,238, 400, Spirit, 12,285. For 100, Equipment. Flying Eagle Battle Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Flying Eagle Boots, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold, with over 10,000 experience points accumulated. It is likely that I will soon ascend to the 6th rank, complemented by a complete set of dark gold equipment. Tian felt a surge of strength within him. With 12,000 attribute points, it is plausible that even the ferocious beasts of the 6th rank may not surpass his might. Remarkably, he had just instantaneously vanquished 25th rank ferocious beasts, a feat he had not anticipated, indicating that he was still becoming acquainted with his own formidable power. Tian then gathered his thoughts and continued his rapid flight towards Jianglin City. Chapter 162. The Advancing Monsters. Tian soared swiftly towards Jianglin City. Observing the tumult of battle erupting across numerous locales, the struggle between evolvers and ferocious beasts saturated the expanse of Huagua. The air was filled with the resounding booms reminiscent of cannon fire and gunshots. With a gentle sigh, Tian ultimately decided to leave, prioritizing the safety of his companions. Soon, he approached the Zhanghai community, where numerous monstrous corpses littered the entrance, their demise gruesomely evident. It must be Old Tai's handiwork, Tian mused internally. Without delay, he dashed towards the villa. Inside the hall, Old Tai was indulging in a variety of foods. Old Tai, how are you? I trust you haven't gone hungry. Tian chuckled, gracefully descending into the hall. Old Tai wiped the grease from his lips, gazing at Tian as he shook his head, replying, not at all. If circumstances permitted, I would wish to remain here indefinitely. Suddenly, a figure clad in a JK uniform darted towards him. Tian Gidge, you have finally returned, she exclaimed, launching herself into his arms. Tian welcomed Blue Ling into his embrace, tenderly stroking her silky hair. As Blue Ling nestled against him, she caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. It was that of Mu Lingxi, the mischievous woman. Suddenly, a pang of jealousy surged within her as she imagined Mu Lingxi cuddling with Tian. Alas, homegrown flowers pale in comparison to wild blooms, she lamented. Unbeknownst to Tian, Blue Ling had detected the scent, hinting at his unspoken connection with Mu Lingxi. After sharing a moment of warmth, Lin Haiyang and others arrived. Tian, where have you been? A massive earthquake just struck, and it terrified us. Lin Haiyang exclaimed, his expression somewhat exaggerated. Old Tai added, not long after you left. A few low-tier bloodline users appeared. I dealt with them. They seemed intent on capturing your friends. Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. In his visions of the future, he had seen no signs of an attack. After Old Tai left, he had been intoxicated and slept for several days before Dragon Feiyu arrived. How could there be bloodline users targeting Blue Ling and the others shortly after his departure? First, he could dismiss Dragon Feiyu, who was set to arrive 3 days later, so his absence shouldn't have affected him. But what about the black bloodline users? Were they related to the enigmatic figure in black? Old Tai, can you discern their origins? Tian inquired. Old Tai, with a furrowed brow, pondered for a moment before replying, I'm uncertain, but those individuals were relatively weak. They likely do not belong to any formidable faction. Tian resolved that his immediate priority was to enhance his strength. He produced the Breaking Realm Pearl he had acquired in the skies and presented it to Blue Ling, Lin Haiyang, and Little Rabbit Tooth. They promptly retreated to their rooms to prepare for their breakthroughs. After advancing to the 5th stage, their powers surged significantly. Especially Little Rabbit Tooth, whose control over plants had expanded to nearly envelop the entire community. Little Rabbit Tooth, the villa's safety is in your hands. Tian smiled, expressing his trust. Little Rabbit Tooth blushed, nodding as golden light shimmered around her. Let us venture forth to hunt monsters. We must grow stronger swiftly, Tian declared. They all nodded in agreement, eager to unleash their newfound power amidst the chaos of monsters. I'll stay behind to guard the house, Old Tai announced. Without further ado, Tian and his companions ventured outside to confront the monsters. Utilizing his gravitational control abilities, Tian propelled them forward. The air erupted with roars and howls. Both above and below, monsters swarmed everywhere, and Tian's thunderous power surged, obliterating countless foes. Devoured successfully. Strength 400. Most of the monsters were at the 3rd and 4th stages, and Tian unleashed his Thunder Spirit and Fire Spirit to reap the rewards of battle. The two spirits also experienced significant growth in strength. Thunder and flames erupted from them, filling the air with cries of despair from the monsters. Lin Haiyang and the others unleashed their spiritual powers, attacking relentlessly. Look at the tide of creatures. Blue Ling swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. Tian's expression grew grave. This was abnormal. The monsters were far too numerous. They surged forth like a relentless tide, leaving destruction in their wake. Winged beasts with massive claws wreaked havoc, while armed civilians fired machine guns and cannons, yet their efforts barely stirred the monstrous horde. Little Rabbit Tooth, envelop the community with your plants while I hold back these monsters, Tian commanded, realizing the situation had exceeded his expectations. Had the dragon vein been so thoroughly devastated? A chill ran through him at the thought. If he lacked sufficient strength, he might not even survive. As Lin Haiyang and the others retreated towards the villa district, waves of monsters surged not only in Jianglin City, but across the entirety of Huagua. Countless lives were lost amidst the chaos. Yet many others gained invaluable experience and strength from the ordeal. Foreign evolvers also became aware of Huagua's predicament, with many powerful ones flocking to the country to enhance their abilities amid the tumult. Surrounded by crackling lightning and searing flames, Tian absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. He had mastered his powers: thunder, fire, divine gold. A multitude of forces coursed through him. With a casual strike, Tian unleashed immense strength. This was the first time he had fully unleashed his capabilities. Of course, the power of the gluttonous bloodline remained concealed, as he wished to retain a hidden trump card. The air was rife with the scent of blood and the echoes of battle. The monsters soon sensed Tian's presence, yet the formidable energy radiating from him instilled fear. With powers intertwining, he resembled a war god, particularly with his thunderous strength, which seemed capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. From a distance, Blue Ling and the others gazed at the divine figure at the community entrance, feeling a profound sense of security. Golden Sword ascends. Flame Nova. Void Lightning. Tian's purple, red, and golden energies surged, conjuring storms of thunder and blazing light around him. The cacophony of battle echoed as he prepared to confront the monstrous tide. The power of thunder manifested in the void, relentlessly striking with ferocity. In quick succession, flames flickered around Tian, fiery columns sweeping across the surroundings. The golden giant sword danced through the air as if slicing through tofu. A chilling howl of the monster echoed, nearly shattering the heavens and the earth. Blood flowed like a river, threatening to engulf the entire street. Devour successful. Agility 400, devour successful. Constitution 400, devour successful. Spirit 400, devour successful. Strength 400. Information about attribute enhancements reverberated incessantly in Tian's mind. This was his first complete unleashing of power, and he surveyed the apocalyptic scene around him. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, and the flesh and blood of monsters had formed small mountains. In the distance, numerous creatures gazed at Tian in sheer terror. Who truly is the monster here? This person is extraordinarily formidable. Should we not send reinforcements? Goodness, Tian's strength is undoubtedly extraordinary. This is utterly absurd. Lin Haiyang murmured softly as he beheld the cataclysmic scene before him. Chapter 163, Ascending to the 6th Tier. Not only Lin Haiyang, but also Lan Ling and little Tuya stood in stunned silence. Is this something a human can achieve? At this moment, Tian exuded an aura of madness, while the monsters in the distance trembled before him, akin to mice before a cat. I initially believed that Lao Tai was formidable enough, yet Tian's strength surpassed all reason. Am I dreaming? Lin Haiyang remarked, immediately slapping himself. Damn it. Why didn't you remind me this was real? I genuinely slapped myself, he grumbled, rubbing his cheek in dissatisfaction. Lan Ling and little Tuya regarded him as if he were a fool, deeming him unworthy of attention. Feeling the surging power within, Tian clenched his fist lightly, causing the air around him to ripple. It is time to deal with all of you, he murmured, surrounded by numerous monsters. Gravity control. In an instant, the monsters were drawn together as if by an unseen force, twisted into a chaotic mass. Thunderfire kill. The power of thunder and flames intertwined, producing continuous rumbling sounds in the air. Soon, a sphere of thunderfire slowly emerged, plunging the entire space into an eerie silence. All the monsters fixated on this sphere, therefore standing on end, writhing in fear. Yet, Tian's gravitational control rendered them immobile, unable to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Tian hurled the thunderfire sphere, and the space erupted in a colossal explosion, waves of force threatening to obliterate everything in their path. The monsters emitted desperate cries, thrashing about, but to no avail, helplessly watching the thunderfire sphere approach. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the thunderfire sphere detonated, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart, causing the ground to tremble. With a thunderous roar mingled with the monsters' wails, the sky was momentarily illuminated as if in broad daylight. Moments later, the monsters were reduced to mere fragments, and a profound silence enveloped the world, with radiant spheres of light scattering in all directions. Devouring successful. Agility 400, devouring successful. Constitution 400, devouring successful. Spirit 400, devouring successful. Strength 400. Congratulations, ascended to the 6th tier of the gluttonous bloodline. Gluttonous bloodline enhanced to 5, greatly amplifying devouring power. All attributes increased by 10. 000. Thunder power. Flame, greatly enhanced. Skill damage significantly increased. Comprehended new bloodline skill, chaotic domain, which envelopes a 5-kilometer area, reducing enemy strength by 20 and severely affecting their mental state. Voices echoed in Tian's mind as an overwhelming power surged through his body. With his eyes closed, he felt the devouring spiritual energy within him flowing harmoniously, calming the restless energy. Is the power of the gluttonous bloodline truly this formidable? Tian pondered. The sudden surge of strength and attributes seemed to settle effortlessly, leaving no trace of discomfort. It felt as though all powers had merged seamlessly. The chaotic domain, how remarkable that I have acquired a domain at the 6th tier, weakening foes by 20. No wonder those high-tier evolvers are so powerful. Their dominance over lesser evolvers is evident. It appears to be the effect of the domain. Tian unleashed the domain, a chaotic force unfurling around him, instilling an inexplicable sense of invincibility in his heart. Gradually, he withdrew his domain and opened his personal panel, silently contemplating. Level, 6th tier gluttonous bloodline, 0-100. 000. Law, time law, 0. 01. Bloodline, gluttonous bloodline, 5. Bloodline skills, devouring spirit, chaotic domain, abilities, endless devouring SSS, thunder, SS, teleportation, S, Godspeed, S, flame, S, gravity control, S, divine metal power, S, shadow, A, diamond, A, dynamic vision, A, spirit recovery, A, tear, B, skills, super thunder dragon strike, thunder god transformation, thunder kill. Detection technique, mental shock, 3 live shadow, thunder prison, diamond defense, thunderfire kill, golden shield, flame impact, void electric, flame nova, thunder howl, blood burst, thunder spirit armor. Golden sword strength, 24, 542 for 100, agility, 24, for 191, 100, constitution, 24, for 138, 400, spirit, 24, for 185, for 100, equipment, flying eagle battle armor, dark gold, blood demon blade, dark gold, space ring, wings of flight, epic, flying eagle boots, dark gold, blood demon necklace, dark gold, with attributes exceeding 20,000. Tian felt a profound sense of security. Surely, those at the 6th tier would crumble under a single blow from me. However, reaching the 7th tier requires an astounding 100, 000 experience points. How many monsters must I slay? Yet with my current strength, it should be a trivial task. In the distance, Lin Haiyang and the others remained in awe of the recent attack, which had obliterated the entire beast hide. Moreover, it seemed Tian had broken through yet again, the overwhelming pressure he exuded palpable from afar. Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? Lin Haiyang questioned, feeling increasingly inadequate. Hey, don't be astonished. Tian is not like you. He is simply extraordinary, while you are the norm. Lao Tai's hearty voice rang out. He too stared blankly at Tian, acknowledging his immense power, truly the one and only. The stronger Tian becomes, the safer we are, Lanling exclaimed. Her eyes ablaze with admiration for Tian, her chosen man. Lin Haiyang nodded, his heart swelling with joy at his brother's strength. Hurry over and help clean up the battlefield, Tian called out, summoning everyone to gather the spoils of war. There was far too much for him to collect alone. Soon, Lanling and the others rushed over to assist Tian in the cleanup. The ground was littered with monster remains, and the blood had evaporated into steam due to Tian's flames, leaving a dry, metallic scent in the air. The ground shimmered with a multitude of dark gold equipment and breakthrough orbs, evolution stones. After half an hour, the group had finally organized everything. Each donned a complete set of dark gold armor, significantly enhancing their strength. Tian, I must take my leave soon, Lao Tai said, munching on a chicken leg. Tian gazed at the stout, good-natured man before him, feeling a twinge of reluctance. This is for you. Do visit me often. Tian suppressed his melancholy, retrieving an assortment of delectable food and fine wine from his space ring. With a faint smile, Lao Tai accepted the items prepared by Tian and then spoke solemnly. This impending cataclysm may herald the emergence of something extraordinary. Tian, you must exercise caution. Above all, safeguarding your life is paramount. Upon hearing these words, Tian felt a tightening in his chest. What could Lao Tai mean by extraordinary? Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, Tian, should fate permit. I hope that when we meet again, you will stand at the pinnacle of success, and we can share a drink together. Lao Tai chuckled before directly stepping into the rift in space. Lao Tai, wait. Tian called out, but the words felt futile. A drink, a drink. A drink, impossible. Confusion swirled within Tian. He distinctly recalled that he had not shared a drink with Lao Tai this time. After a previous incident where he had erred due to indulgence, he had resolutely abstained from alcohol. Why then did Lao Tai mention the prospect of drinking together? Tian's face turned ashen. Lao Tai, who exactly are you? His mind was a tempest of questions, grappling with the inexplicable nature of it all. Soon, he found himself enveloped in a haze of bewilderment, unconsciously retrieving a fine spirit from within his spatial ring. Chapter 164. The battle resumes. As Tian produced a fine wine, he suddenly felt a subtle burning sensation on the back of his hand. What on earth is happening? Upon regaining his composure, he realized he was holding an open bottle of wine. A cold sweat trickled down Tian's forehead. What entity has taken control of me? The burning sensation gradually faded from his hand. He gazed at the fiery mark on his skin, left by Lingxi. Could it be that something has truly invaded? Tian's heart was filled with suspicion. What power could it be? With his current strength at the 6th tier, it seemed impossible for anything to silently influence him. After pondering for a while, he found no clear answers and decided to abandon the thought, heading outside. Brother Tian, why don't you take a moment to rest after such a long battle? As he stepped out of his room, he encountered Lanling, clad in a JK uniform, idly lingering at his door. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Tian was about to respond, an overwhelming attack surged toward him. Swiftly, he embraced Lanling and evaded the onslaught. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the room Tian had just vacated was reduced to ruins. His pupils constricted. Who could it be? In his arms, Lanling appeared pale, clearly shaken by the immense force, her body trembling slightly. Tian, did you expect me? I'm here. A voice echoed from the sky. Tian looked up to see a golden figure hovering above, its fiery gaze locked onto him. Tian's expression turned cold. Long Feiyu has come once again. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of relief. Had it not been for Lingxi's fiery mark, he might still have been in that room. Lanling, stay here. I will deal with Long Feiyu. Tian spoke softly before soaring into the sky. Thunder God transformation. As he flew, he activated his transformation. His body crackled with the power of thunder, the air around him crackling with electric energy. Above the community, Tian was enveloped in lightning, his focus fixed on Long Feiyu, who wore a mocking expression, brimming with disdain. Tian, I shall grant you another opportunity. Simply pledge your allegiance to me. Long Feiyu began. Super Thunder Dragon Strike. A purple bolt of lightning coalesced into a colossal dragon, hurtling towards Long Feiyu. Bang! The powerful impact struck Long Feiyu, who was taken aback by Tian's audacity to retaliate without hesitation. Swish! In the sky, the purple dragon collided with Long Feiyu, sending him staggering back several meters, beyond the villa's confines. A fleeting pallor crossed Long Feiyu's face before his color returned to normal. Azure Dragon Transformation. With a fierce roar, Long Feiyu was enveloped in golden spiritual energy, a dragon silhouette roaring behind him, his aura transforming dramatically, now exuding an air of dominance and invincibility. Tian, witnessing the sudden surge in Long Feiyu's power, felt a rush of adrenaline. This was the battle he yearned for. Thunder Kill, fully charged with lightning. Tian launched his attack, his fist encased in purple lightning striking forward. The skies roared with thunderous energy. A glint of coldness flashed in Long Feiyu's eyes as he retaliated with a powerful punch. I am a bloodline warrior. How dare you, an inferior evolver, challenge my strength? You seek your own demise. Long Feiyu retorted, his face a mask of derision. Boom. Without uttering another word, Tian's fist, imbued with thunder, collided with Long Feiyu's. The sky erupted in a dazzling display of gold and purple, where their clash generated shockwaves that resonated through the air. The sky was devoid of clouds, illuminated solely by their radiant energies. This is utterly insane. Lin Haiyang stared, dumbfounded, at the spectacle above. It felt as though the world had transformed. These two were akin to monsters. The booming sounds reverberating through the sky were reminiscent of an apocalyptic scene. Bang! Subsequently, Long Feiyu was forcefully repelled. Gazing at the steadfast Tian in the distance, a sense of dread washed over him. How could this be? He was a 6th-tier bloodline warrior. Even if this fellow had fortuitously advanced to the 6th tier, he remained merely an ordinary evolver. How could he be pushed back by such a lowly being? Have you forgotten how you perished at my hands? Allow me to assist you in recalling, Tian declared, looking at the retreating Long Feiyu. Long Feiyu's expression darkened. This man dared to bring up that incident. His painstakingly summoned avatar had been obliterated by Tian. Swish! Long Feiyu drew forth his Feng Tianhua halberd, pointing it menacingly at Tian. Swish! In response, Tian brandished his blood demon blade, its crimson glow shimmering ominously in the air. Long Feiyu, wielding the halberd, resembled a war deity, exuding an imposing presence. The two faced off, neither initiating an attack. The clash of their oars alone rendered the atmosphere stifling. Bang! Following a moment of tense silence, they both lunged into action. The Feng Tianhua halberd and blood demon blade clashed repeatedly, with Long Feiyu gradually shedding his earlier contempt. Fully dedicating himself to the fight, he realized that Tian was far more formidable than he had anticipated. On the other side, Tian felt the escalating intensity of the battle. Although he had yet to unleash the power of his Taodai bloodline, he sensed his strength had reached a critical peak. And he surmised that Long Feiyu was also at the 6th tier. Clang! Clang! The sounds of their weapons echoed like a symphony of war. Azure Dragon Sky Strike. Long Feiyu roared, his halberd radiating a cyan glow, a dragon's roar emanating from the weapon. Golden Blade Ascension. Tian unleashed his own skill, a golden beam erupting forth, perfectly complementing his blood demon blade, holding its ground against Long Feiyu's assault. Is this the power of a bloodline warrior? Tian murmured to himself, feeling the potent force surging within Long Feiyu, each strike infused with an enigmatic energy. Blood Explosion. Tian activated another enhancement skill, significantly boosting his combat prowess. This fellow is terrifyingly strong. Long Feiyu seemed unable to accept the reality Tian's power was nothing short of monstrous. Boom. Their strikes collided once more, and the resulting shockwave propelled both combatants backward. Tian still refrained from tapping into his Taodai bloodline strength, ever since Lao Tai departed. He felt an unseen force closely observing him. He needed to keep some cards close to his chest. Even without using his Taodai bloodline, he could still suppress Long Feiyu. Super Thunder Dragon Strike. Tian activated his skill once more, the fierce lightning energy morphing into a purple thunder dragon, charging towards Long Feiyu. Swish! Long Feiyu and Apos' spiritual energy radiated brilliantly as he swung his Feng Tianhua halberd with great force. A flash of golden light surged forth, directly colliding with Tian and Apos' Thunder Dragon. Boom! The tremendous impact forced both individuals to stagger several steps back. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity as he retreated, Tian swiftly activated his teleportation skill, his form flickering to position himself behind Long Feiyu. The blood demon blade in his grasp radiated a fierce crimson glow, aimed directly at Long Feiyu and Apos' neck. Long Feiyu and Apos' hair stood on end, instantly sensing the searing power behind him. In the next moment, his body emanated an even more brilliant golden light. Tian and Apos' blade struck against this golden aura, becoming firmly ensnared, unable to withdraw or penetrate. This is Tian and Apos. Mind raced back to the vision he had witnessed before, where he was tightly ensnared by a protective shield, just waiting for you to leap over. A sly smile curled at the corner of Long Feiyu and Apos' mouth. Golden shield, diamond defense, thunder spirit armor. Tian instantly activated all his defensive skills. There was no time to spare. Long Feiyu remarked with a faint smile. Boom. A colossal golden dragon surged through Tian and Apos' protective barrier, delivering a devastating blow to his body. Chapter 165, The Black Blood Society, Blood Calamity to awaken the power of the gluttonous bloodline? In a fleeting moment, a myriad of thoughts surged within Tian and Apos' mind. No, the mastermind has yet to reveal themselves. Oh, it seems that Boom. With a violent explosion, Tian was hurled violently to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. The once gleaming eagle battle armor adorning his body suddenly lost its luster. Fortunately, his eagle battle armor had absorbed the brunt of the lethal blow. In the sky, Long Feiyu floated imperiously, gazing down at Tian with an air of haughtiness. It was strikingly similar to the scene he had witnessed before, Tian mused. However, despite his disheveled appearance, he had not sustained significant harm. Within him, spiritual energy surged wildly, while his eagle battle armor lay in tatters. Inside the villa, Lin Haiyang, Lan Ling, and Xiao Tudu stared blankly at the unfolding scene outside. It was the first time they had seen Tian in such a state. Don and Apos, go out. Trust Tian, Xiao Tudu urged, gripping Lan Ling tightly, whose eyes were now red and brimming with tears. Lin Haiyang and Apos' face mirrored their anxiety. Xiao Tutu and Apos' mind echoed Tian and Apos' instructions. If an exceptionally powerful enemy arrives in a few days, your task is to protect Lin Haiyang and Lan Ling, ensuring they remain inside. No matter what happens, you must prevent them from coming out. At the time, Tian and Apos' expression had been exceedingly grave, and Xiao Tutu had readily agreed. She had thought he was merely speaking casually. How could such a formidable enemy exist? Tian and Apos' strength was already explosive. What could possibly happen? To her astonishment, a powerful adversary had indeed emerged, one who had previously matched Tian blow for blow. Now, they had reduced him to this state. Should she truly restrain Lan Ling and the others? What if something happened to Tian? Conflicted emotions swirled within Xiao Tutu. Tian, you can do this. I must go see brother Tian, Lan Ling cried, attempting to rush outside. Without hesitation, Xiao Tutu harnessed her natural powers to bind Lan Ling. Xiao Tutu, let me go. I want to see brother Tian, Lan Ling pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. Meanwhile, Lin Haiyang and Apos' face was a mask of concern as he gazed anxiously outside. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Long Feiyu descended from the heavens again. Thunderfire kill. Tian unleashed his ultimate move. The forces of thunder and flame began to intertwine, creating a resonating blast in the air. Soon, two spheres of thunderfire gradually formed, swirling in Tian and Apos' hands. Crouching in the deep crater, his eyes shimmered with golden light as he activated dynamic vision, fixating intently on Long Feiyu. If he dared to approach, he would receive a grand welcome. Did he not possess a special talisman? Boom. Tian stealthily conjured another thunderfire sphere, ready to unleash it at a moment and Apos' notice. Long Feiyu and Apos' pupils constricted, recalling the terrifying might of the move that had previously obliterated his clone. He halted mid-air, eyes locked on Tian. Tian, are you certain you wish to fight to the bitter end? We could coexist amicably. Long Feiyu and Apos' voice resonated from above. Tian was taken aback. After all that had transpired, how could they coexist? Seeing the look of bewilderment on Tian and Apos' face, Long Feiyu and Apos' heart sank, and his body radiated with countless golden lights. Simultaneously, he activated a talisman in his hand. Boom. Long Feiyu launched another assault, the air crackling with overwhelming energy. His halberd gleamed with golden light as he surged forward. In an instant, Long Feiyu was upon him. Tian hurled the thunderfire sphere, a smirk creeping onto Long Feiyu and Apos' lips. Behind him, a devouring black hole suddenly materialized, stirring a sense of familiarity within Tian. Close. Tian thought, and to his astonishment, the black hole did indeed close. Long Feiyu and Apos' body bristled in shock. What just happened? Was that talisman faulty? No. Long Feiyu shouted in despair. Tian regarded Long Feiyu with intrigue. He had merely been testing the waters, never expecting such a result. What was that phenomenon? Since that and Apos' the case, let me offer you another. Tian promptly threw the other thunderfire sphere he had just conjured. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion of the two thunderfire spheres left Long Feiyu in tatters, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. The immense shockwave swept through the entire Shanghai community, reducing most of the villa area to ruins, debris scattered everywhere. Fortunately, everyone had been evacuated in advance. Xiao Tutu enveloped Lan Ling and Lin Haiyang in her spiritual energy as the building they occupied showed signs of disrepair. Suddenly, a wild laughter echoed from afar. Tian squinted at the now disheveled Long Feiyu, who was laughing maniacally. My illustrious name, Long Feiyu, tarnished by a mere revolver. What a tremendous farce! Long Feiyu continued. Laughter ringing through the air. At this moment, Long Feiyu was completely devoid of spiritual energy, his body seeping blood. Boom. While Tian observed Long Feiyu and Appo's madness, a blue shield suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Long Feiyu completely. Thank you for your hard work in dealing with Long Feiyu. A voice rang out behind Tian. Tian's heart tightened. Who was it? Had they finally arrived? Slowly, he turned to find a man shrouded in red light, his eyes a blood-red hue. Fixated on Tian. Who are you? Tian asked, his tone laced with caution. That you could defeat Long Feiyu was unexpected. We had anticipated dealing with him after your demise. How disappointing that he proved so incompetent. The crimson-clad man dismissed Tian and Appo's inquiry. A grin spreading across his face. Oh, how rude of me. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Blood Calamity of the Black Blood Society. The mention of the Black Blood Society cast a shadow over Tian and Appo's mind. This individual was affiliated with them. The one in the skull mask was also from your Black Blood Society, was he not? Tian questioned, his spiritual energy quietly circulating within him. Indeed. That was Gue Sha, a mere member of our Black Blood Society. Blood Calamity replied with a nonchalant tone. What do you want? Tian pressed. Suddenly, the blue shield surrounding Long Feiyu emitted a peculiar sound, followed by heart-wrenching screams from within. The chilling cries sent shivers down one and Appo's spine. With the power of an evolver to counter a dragon bloodline bearer, Tian, you are impressive. You are worthy of joining us. Blood Calamity regarded Tian with admiration. His voice low. I accept. Tian directly spoke, blinking his eyes. Shuehua and Appo's expression froze in surprise. Agreed? Did I hear that correctly? I expected you to decline. He chuckled, his tone laced with playful mockery. Then why did you refuse Long Feiyu and Appo's invitation? Shuehua continued. Tian blinked innocently and responded, because I find him displeasing. Shuehua tilted his head, studying Tian closely before remarking, you certainly have a unique character. In the distance, the haunting cries of agony echoed from the blue protective barrier, making it difficult to imagine the torment Long Feiyu was enduring within. They were in the process of stripping away Long Feiyu and Appo's azure dragon bloodline. Although he had been defeated, there remained a modicum of research value. Shuehua cast a meaningful glance at Tian. I sense a peculiar power within you. Do you have any hidden cards left to play? Shuehua inquired further. A chill ran through Tian and Appo's heart. He believed he had meticulously concealed his devouring power. When could it have been discovered? Was it during the closure of Long Feiyu and Appo's black hole vortex? You jest. If it weren't and Appo's, T for Long Feiyu and Appo's self-destructive actions at the last moment, I might have been the one to perish. Tian replied with a smile. Chapter 166, Clash of Bloodshed. The eyes of Bloodshed were fixated on Tian. Before shifting to Long Feiyu, amidst the continuous chilling sounds emanating from his direction. Do you truly wish to join us? Bloodshed inquired. Tian nodded, blinking as he continued. Really, what are the requirements for joining? The man before him exuded an enigmatic aura, leaving Tian uncertain about his ability to contend with him. Perhaps it would be prudent to proceed with caution for now. All members of our Black Blood Society are bloodline wielders. This is a requisite for joining. Bloodshed declared. Are you mocking me? Tian narrowed his eyes, fixating on Bloodshed. Indeed, I am toying with you. And what of it? Bloodshed retorted defiantly, his blood-red eyes coldly locking onto Tian. Boom. Tian unleashed a powerful punch, channeling a formidable force of lightning that struck Bloodshed's body. In an instant, Bloodshed was obliterated. What manner of creature is this? Tian exclaimed, astonished that his punch had completely annihilated Bloodshed. Are you already angry? A voice resounded from behind Tian. He turned to find Bloodshed standing unscathed beside him. Do you comprehend what a bloodline wielder is? If not for Long Feiyu practicing that peculiar technique, do you honestly believe you could defeat him? Bloodshed scoffed. Defeat is defeat. Only a fool would cling to such notions. I maintain that bloodline wielders are worthless. What of it? Tian shot back, unyielding. With both parties having revealed their hostility, there was no need for pretense. Seeking death. Are you? To insult a noble bloodline wielder. I shall demonstrate the true power of a bloodline wielder. Bloodshed bellowed. Subsequently, his form began to split repeatedly, and before long, dozens of bloodshed figures surrounded Tian. Thunder God transformation. Blood explosion. Tian activated his enhancement skill, unleashing a torrent of lightning energy. The atmosphere crackled with electricity once more. Swish, swish, swish. All the bloodsheds launched their attacks toward Tian. The space became enveloped in a sea of blood, transforming into lethal projectiles aimed at him. Void lightning. Golden sword ascend. Flame nova. Surrounding Tian, flames and lightning surged forth, while a golden greatsword soared through the air. Tian's strikes wreaked havoc upon the bloodshed figures, many of which were pierced by his overwhelming power. Yet, with each one that fell, more bloodshed figures emerged. Bloodthirsty domain. All the bloodshed figures shouted in unison. Suddenly, countless blood droplets began to crawl around Tian like writhing creatures. Super Thunder Dragon Strike. Tian roared, summoning a violet lightning dragon that crashed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shattered under the immense force of Tian's lightning dragon, obliterating the writhing blood. Futile. Inconsequential. The power of a bloodline wielder is beyond your comprehension. Bloodshed cackled. Simultaneously, more blood and flesh materialized, saturating the space around them. Before long, Tian found himself ensnared within a crimson domain, his body trembling as if drawn by an unseen force. What in the world is going on? Is this the apocalypse, or some sort of monstrosity? Lin Haiyang watched the battle from a distance, utterly bewildered. What kind of fiends are these? Since Long Feiyu's appearance, the situation has escalated beyond belief, with overwhelming attacks and cataclysmic scenes. Lin Haiyang questioned his own sanity. Were these individuals truly so powerful? Lan Ling's eyes remained red. Sensing that Tian was now tightly encased within the crimson entity, she could only pray for him in her heart. Little Rabbit, too, wore a troubled expression. She had believed herself to be formidable, yet witnessing their overwhelming combat left her acutely aware of the long road ahead. Once you enter my bloodthirsty domain, do not expect to escape. You shall either be drained of life or perish within. Bloodshed's form materialized, his gaze icy as it bore down on Tian. Thunderfire kill. Tian remained silent, directly unleashing his ultimate move. The powers of thunder and fire entwined, resulting in a cataclysmic sphere of energy. Bloodshed's eyes flickered with derision as he remarked, "Do you think I am as inept as that waste, Long Feiyu?" Boom, boom, boom. Tian detonated the sphere within the domain. The overwhelming shockwave reverberated throughout, sending blood splattering in all directions. From a distance, Bloodshed's face turned pale for an instant before regaining its flushed hue. "Is this all you've got?" He spat through gritted teeth, astonished by the potency of Tian's attack, which nearly shattered his domain. It seemed Tian possessed considerable skill. However, this level of damage to annihilate him was still insufficient. As Bloodshed continued to mock internally, Tian conjured 2 more Thunderfire spheres in his hands. How can this fellow's energy recover so rapidly? Bloodshed's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Tian. The corner of Tian's mouth curled into a smirk. He had just observed the fleeting pallor on Bloodshed's face. Surely, this blood and flesh was not inexhaustible. Meanwhile, his own energy, bolstered by the passive abilities of his devouring bloodline, felt nearly limitless. Boom, boom. The 2 Thunderfire spheres exploded once more within the domain. Damn it, Bloodshed cursed, his body emanating a crimson glow. The area around them bore the scars of countless explosions, and Bloodshed panted heavily, eyes ablaze as he glared at Tian. He refused to believe that Tian could continue to unleash such attacks. Foolish mutt, why the silence? You, a worthless bloodline wielder, are all bark and no bite, less impressive than Long Feiyu. Tian taunted, a smile gracing his lips. Bloodshed's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with blood from the humiliation. You are impressive. If you manage to leave this domain alive, I shall read the characters of Bloodshed backwards. Bloodshed glared fiercely at Tian. Heh, a waste is a waste. What else can you do besides bark? Tian continued his derision. Crimson blood rains. Bloodshed did not respond verbally, instead bellowing as he began to absorb the blood within the domain. His form grew denser, his flesh nearly solidifying like iron. Thunderfire kill. Tian once again conjured 2 Thunderfire spheres, witnessing a flicker of fear cross Bloodshed's eyes. Boom. The spheres hurtled toward Bloodshed's body, which was shielded by a blood-red barrier. The spheres detonated upon impact, the colossal force shattering the barrier almost instantaneously. As fear gripped Bloodshed's expression, his body began to disintegrate, gradually reduced to ash by the overwhelming might of thunder and flame. Is he dead? Tian gazed upon the ashes of blood calamity, and the surrounding realm grew dim. Tian, you have done well. You have successfully provoked my wrath. This time, I shall surely end your life. The voice of blood calamity reverberated throughout the domain. Tian surveyed his surroundings, yet he could not discern the form of blood calamity. I have transformed into the very essence of the realm. Prepare for my final strike. Blood calamity's voice echoed once more. In that moment, Tian felt a tremor within his body as the energy of the entire domain surged ominously. Boom! A resounding roar erupted. All the fleshly power coalesced into a crimson beam of light, and Tian sensed an overwhelming force constraining him. He found himself utterly immobilized. Is this your ultimate blow? Tian mused, staring at the blood-colored pillar. 1,000 blood sky kill. The fierce voice of blood calamity resonated within the domain. Tian felt the realm brimming with boundless energy, a sensation akin to impending rupture coursing through his body. Die, Tian! Blood calamity shouted. The blood pillar then surged with full force towards Tian. Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined, Tian murmured. Chapter 167. The curtain falls on a generation of heroes. The power of the sanguine light column was nearly upon Tian. Devouring spirit, Tian uttered softly. Instantly, it felt as though countless black holes emerged from his body, placing him in an extraordinary state. A formidable suction force manifested within him. His entire being seemed to transform into a black hole, enveloping the crimson light column with overwhelming devouring power. Impossible! The devouring power, no. The realm echoed with the terrified cries of blood calamity. Tian sensed an incredible state enveloping him, as if the entire world existed beyond his perception. In a mere second, a thunderous roar erupted. Just as Tian's body returned to normal, a towering blood column illuminated the surroundings. The power consumed by the devouring spirit surged forth once more towards blood calamity. The entire realm was obliterated. In the sky, a frail figure appeared. Its expression vacant. Impossible, impossible. The power of Taodai. No, no, no. Blood calamity's face was filled with disbelief, questioning why this was happening. Swish. At that moment, Tian charged forward. The devouring power slowly activated, surrounding him in a dark, ethereal energy. Die. Do not provoke me in your next life. Promise me, will you? Tian smiled. Simultaneously, a surge of potent devouring energy erupted from his hands, sending a lightning fireball imbued with devouring power directly towards blood calamity. Please, don't. I permit you to join the Black Blood Society. Blood calamity uttered frantically. Who would desire your foolish society? Just die. Tian whispered. Boom. With a resounding explosion, blood calamity's body shattered. A brilliant light engulfed the sky, transforming it into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight. Devouring successful. Physique 3000. Devouring successful. Acquired 10 of blood demon bloodline, gaining blood demon power, with extraordinary recovery ability. Spiritual energy can be converted into flesh and blood. Acquired new bloodline skill, bloodthirsty domain. Upon activation, the body becomes nearly immortal while suppressing the fleshly power of enemies. Acquired new bloodline skill, blood demon clone. Can create up to 100 clones, each possessing 10 of the original strength. As he absorbed the information in his mind, Tian felt an infusion of strength, brimming with almost limitless vitality. Is this the power of a bloodline wielder? It is not infinite. Tian broke free from the sensation of power. If it were truly boundless, blood calamity would not have perished at his hands. Opening his personal panel, Tian silently recited, Level, 6th stage bloodline wielder, 30010000. Law, time law, 0, 01, bloodline, Taodai bloodline, 5, blood demon bloodline, 10, bloodline skills, devouring spirit, chaotic domain, blood demon clone, bloodthirsty domain, abilities, endless devouring SSS-level, lightning SS-level, teleportation, S-level, divine movement, S-level, fire, S-level, gravitational control, S-level, divine gold power, S-level, shadow, a level, diamond, a level, dynamic vision, a level, spiritual energy recovery, a level, tear, B, skills, super thunder dragon strike, thunder god transformation, thunder kill, detection technique, mental shock, 3 lives shadow, thunder prison, diamond defense, thunder fire kill, golden shield, fiery impact, void electricity, flame nova, thunder roar, blood explosion, thunder spirit armor, golden sword soar, strength, 24,542 for 100, agility, 24,491 for 100, physique, 27,438 for 100, mentality, 24,485 for 100, equipment, explosive bear battle armor, dark gold, blood demon blade, dark gold, spatial ring. Wings of flight, epic, falcon flash boots, dark gold, blood demon necklace, dark gold. Surely, no one could stand in his way now. Tian gradually descended onto the blue shield where Long Feiyu was located. Swish. Tian directly opened the blue shield. At that moment, Long Feiyu had become little more than skin stretched over bones, his breath faint and seemingly on the verge of death. Kill me, Tian. Long Feiyu's eyes were vacant. Tian gazed at the once mighty Dragon King, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, unable even to end his own life. He couldn't help but feel a sense of lament. Very well, then. I shall grant you this. Super Thunder Dragon Strike. Tian casually unleashed a skill, hurling it towards Long Feiyu. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, Long Feiyu was obliterated by Tian's thunderous might. A faint smile gracing his lips. Devouring successful. Strength 3000. Devouring successful. Acquired 15 of Azure Dragon Bloodline, gaining Azure Dragon power, with immense physique. Overwhelming attacks capable of annihilating all. Acquired new Bloodline skill, Azure Dragon Domain. Upon activation, personal strength increases tenfold while suppressing all enemy powers. Acquired new Bloodline skill. Azure Dragon Transformation. Azure Dragon power manifests, transforming into the Azure Dragon War God, tripling all attributes. He had awakened 15 of the Azure Dragon power. Absorbing the information in his mind, Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. He recalled Blood Calamity's words. It seemed Long Feiyu was practicing some form of technique, rendering the powers of bloodline wielders ineffective. Exhaling deeply, Tian felt fortunate. He had coincidentally interrupted Long Feiyu's training, or else he would likely have had to resort to the Taodai bloodline's power. And if that were the case, what would have happened to Blood Calamity? Cold sweat trickled down Tian's forehead. Thankfully, he emerged victorious. Otherwise, the power within him felt almost limitless, leaving Tian uncertain of his true strength. Perhaps he was not invincible, but he was close. Opening his personal panel, Tian silently recited, Level, 6th Stage Bloodline Wielder, 60010000. Law, Time Law, 0. 01, Bloodline, Taodai Bloodline, 5, Blood Demon Bloodline, 10, Azure Dragon Bloodline, 15, Bloodline Skills, Devouring Spirit, Chaotic Domain, Blood Demon Clone, Bloodthirsty Domain, Azure Dragon Domain. Azure Dragon Transformation, Abilities, Endless Devouring SSS-level, Lightning SS-level, Teleportation, S-level, Divine Movement, S-level, Fire, S-level, Gravitational Control, S-level, Divine Gold Power, S-level. Shadow, a level, Diamond, a level, Dynamic Vision, a level, Spiritual Energy Recovery, a level, Tear, B, Skills, Super Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill, Detection Technique. Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Thunder Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Electricity, Flame Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Explosion, Thunder Spirit Armor. Golden Sword Soar, Strength, 27,542, 400, Agility, 24,491, 400, Physique, 27,438, 400, Mentality, 24,485, 400, Equipment, Explosive Bear Battle Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Dark Gold, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Falcon Flash Boots, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Tian then reigned in all of his powers. Under the influence of the devouring force, Tian appeared utterly devoid of strength. Gradually, he made his way towards the location of Longling. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, at Longling Cave, Long Tian's expression was one of madness, his power surging uncontrollably. Feiyu, Feiyu, my son. Long Tianyan cried out. He could not fathom that his exceptionally gifted son had perished at the hands of an ordinary evolver. Lord Long, please accept our condolences. The pressing matter is to swiftly open the passage. Once we have harvested the entire world and entered the other realm, there may indeed be a possibility of resurrecting Feiyu. A burly man spoke up. Indeed, the passage to the other realm is about to open. Once it stabilizes, we shall proceed with the harvest and conveniently eliminate that little brat. Do not act impulsively. We have invested so much effort. We must not falter. Feiyu is raised before our eyes, and we share in this grief. We must ensure that no mistakes occur. A group of individuals surrounding Long Tianyan spoke up, fearing that he might rashly seek vengeance. It was imperative that Long Tianyan did not stray from their plans at this moment. They had not anticipated that Long Feiyu would meet his downfall in such a manner. If it weren't for that damn technique. Ah, my son Feiyu. Long Tianyan roared in anguish. Chapter 168, Relocation. The enemies have been eradicated. It's time for us to move. Tian remarked with a smile. Lan Ling held Tian tightly, remaining silent for an extended moment. The surroundings had been reduced to ruins. The entire Zhanghai community lay in shambles. The Black Blood Society and the Kyoto Long family, having killed their members, they would surely seek vengeance. Tian pondered. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of where the Black Blood Society was hiding. Otherwise, he would have annihilated them directly. Brother Tian, where shall we relocate? Lan Ling softly inquired from the embrace of Tian. Lin Haiyang and the little rabbit tooth looked around at the desolation, feeling a deep sense of loss after having lived here for so long. Let us go to Deep City, Tian declared. Presently, monstrous creatures roamed throughout Huagua. Accompanying Mu Lingxi would significantly enhance their safety. Moreover, he had matters to attend to. Lan Ling sighed inwardly, contemplating her inevitable confrontation with Mu Lingxi. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself, silently choosing to support Tian in whatever decision he made. Little Rabbit Tooth and Lin Haiyang also remained quiet. If it was Deep City, then so be it. Subsequently, Tian consulted the others in the villa area. To his surprise, everyone unanimously agreed to move to Deep City alongside him. Buzzing, a swarm of helicopters soared towards Deep City. Meanwhile, Tian discreetly dispatched numerous clones to survey the surroundings. Although the clones possessed merely 10 of his strength, they were still far superior to the 5th-tier monsters. Roar. Suddenly, a creature with 2 tails charged towards them, obliterating one of Tian's clones. Tian refused to allow the creature to wreak further havoc and swiftly approached it. Two-tailed sparrow. Tier 6 monster. Strength, 8,800. Agility, 9,000. Constitution, 8,100. Mentality, 6,000. A sky-dominating creature capable of spewing corrosive flames, wielding formidable strength and remarkable speed. With a penchant for devouring crawling beings. Possesses unique skills. Is this truly a Tier 6 monster? Tian mused, observing the two-tailed creature before him. With a mere 8,000 strength, he surpassed it with over 20,000. Bang! Tian did not channel any spiritual power, he simply struck with his fist. The two-tailed sparrow felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and attempted to evade, only to discover it was completely immobilized, as if bound by an unseen force. Boom! With a tremendous roar, Tian's fist shattered the two-tailed sparrow into fragments. Absorption successful, strength 1,000, acquired special item, enhancement stone, capable of augmenting dark gold equipment. Enhancing it to epic grade. An enhancement stone, how unexpected. Tian thought, pondering the enhancement of his blood demon blade. He silently recited the enhancement incantation. And soon a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Consuming 1 enhancement stone, blood demon blade enhanced to epic grade. Blood demon blade, epic grade equipment. Strength 2,000, vampiric effect significantly enhanced. An increase of 2,000 strength, this is what constitutes an epic grade item? Gazing at the shimmering blood demon blade, Tian felt it had significantly improved. He opened his personal panel, mentally reciting the details. Level, Tier 6 Bloodline User, 7,001,000,000. Law, Time Law, 0. 01. Bloodlines, Gluttonous Bloodline, 5. Blood Demon Bloodline, 10. Azure Dragon Bloodline, 15. Bloodline Skills, Spirit of Devouring, Chaos Domain, Blood Demon Clone, Bloodthirsty Domain, Azure Dragon Domain. Azure Dragon Transformation, Abilities, Endless Devouring SSS Grade, Lightning SS Grade, Teleportation, S Grade, Divine Movement, S Grade, Flame, S Grade, Gravitational Control, S Grade, Divine Gold Power, S Grade. Shadow, a grade, Diamond, a grade, Dynamic Vision, a grade, Spiritual Power Recovery, a grade, Tear, B Skills, Super Thunder Dragon Strike, God of Thunder Transformation, Thunder Kill, Probe Technique. Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Electric, Flame Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Burst, Thunder Spirit Armor. Golden Sword Soar, Strength, 28,542, 2,000. Agility, 24,491, 400. Constitution, 27,438, 400. Mentality, 24,485, 400. Equipment, Explosive Bear Battle Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Epic, Spatial Ring. Flying Wings, Epic, Eagle Flash Boots, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. His strength had surpassed 30,000, nearly threefold that of an ordinary Tier 6 ferocious beast. If he were to activate those amplifying skills, Tian contemplated, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, invincible. Subsequently, no more Tier 6 monsters appeared, only Tier 5 creatures were easily dispatched by Tian. After several hours of flight, they finally arrived at Deep City. Old Chin, Lishan will arrange accommodations for you. I have some matters to attend to. Tian addressed Qin Linshan directly. Lishan smiled and promptly guided Qin Linshan and the others to settle in. Tian handed over the vast number of evolution stones he had acquired earlier to Qin Linshan. The number of evolvers in Tian's team had nearly reached dozens. Brother Tian, may I accompany you? Lanling timidly asked, gazing at Tian. You all can come along. Tian replied with a smile. Lin Haiyang and Little Rabbit Tooth expressed their delight. The Moen Research Institute. In a lavishly decorated hall, a group of individuals convened for discussions. Tian, do you truly believe that the Black Blood Society is as formidable as you say? Mu Lingxi questioned, her eyes shimmering with intrigue as she fixed her gaze upon Tian. Beside her, Lanling observed Mu Lingxi with a commanding presence, adorned in a fiery gown, exuding an aura reminiscent of a queen. Sister Lanling, I fear I may not be able to compete with her. Little Rabbit Tooth whispered softly in Lanling's ear. Lanling bit her lip, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Mu Lingxi. Merely being a bystander, she felt an uncontainable pressure. Yes, and she is merely a member of the Black Blood Society. Were it not for my hidden cards, I might have truly encountered peril. Tian replied. Indeed, if it were any other evolver facing that blood calamity, they would have perished countless times already. Tian then recounted his battles with Long Feiyu and the blood calamity in a nonchalant manner. As Tian narrated those encounters, Mu Lingxi's expression grew increasingly grave. If what Tian claimed was true, the Black Blood Society was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Lanling and the others felt a sense of trepidation. Although they had observed from a distance, Tian's vivid storytelling allowed them to grasp the terrifying intensity of the battles. We have gathered some information regarding the Black Blood Society. It appears that all of their members may be bloodline users, and the leader likely possesses the power of the void, Mu Lingxi stated. Tian furrowed his brow. The power of the void. Furthermore, with an entire cadre of bloodline users, it seemed they would be a formidable adversary. He needed to grow even stronger. Do we have any news regarding the Kyoto Long family? I killed Long Feiyu. Have they remained inactive? Tian inquired further. Bring forth all the news regarding the Long family of Kyoto, commanded Mu Lingxi. Shortly thereafter, an informant approached, delicately presenting a document. Your Majesty, this is the latest intelligence on the Long family up to this point. Please peruse it. The informant handed the document to Mu Lingxi and then departed. Your Majesty, a hint of bitterness welled up within Lanling. How has this woman ascended to the throne? There is no hope left now. Beside her, Lin Haiyang muttered to himself, pondering the exceptional qualities of this goddess. On the way, Tian had recounted some details about Mu Lingxi. Yet he refrained from mentioning her elevation to the status of the Flame Queen, only indicating that her standing in the Deep City was quite formidable. It seemed they had been preoccupied with other matters, as there was no activity in Kyoto. Mu Lingxi began to elaborate on the affairs concerning the Long family. For now, we must focus on enhancing our strength. Tian interjected. Monsters are rampant everywhere. It is indeed the time to bolster our power. As for the Black Blood Society and the Long family, once our strength is augmented, dispatching them will be as effortless as slaughtering dogs. Chapter 169. Journey to Blue City. You may wish to visit Blue City. It could yield fruitful results. Mu Lingxi's eyes sparkled with realization as she spoke. Due to the mysterious realm, Blue City has now become a gathering place for numerous evolvers, with many factions sending their spies there. The secret realm may be opening sooner than anticipated. Mu Lingxi continued. Opening sooner? Tian exclaimed, recalling the black-clad figure who had mentioned it would be another week. What could be the reason for this? Could it be related to the dragon vein? Leave these individuals to me. I will ensure their safety, Mu Lingxi asserted. Tian nodded, recognizing Mu Lingxi's formidable strength, especially with the addition of a small companion. Sister Lanling, it has been quite some time since I assessed your skills. I shall guide you shortly, Mu Lingxi said, seemingly reminded of something. Lanling's complexion turned ashen. This mischievous woman was at it again. The memories of being under Mu Lingxi's control in the villa flooded back to her. Brother Tian, Lanling pouted, gazing at Tian with a pitiful expression. Just as Tian was about to respond, he felt Mu Lingxi's intense gaze fixed upon him. It's for your own good. Lingxi is merely helping you to enhance your abilities, Tian remarked, sensing the growing might of Mu Lingxi. Lanling's eyes dimmed. Brother Tian would no longer be able to protect her. How terrifying. The group took a moment to rest, and Lanling obediently followed Mu Lingxi to practice. Meanwhile, Deep City was rife with awakened individuals wielding weapons, engaged in battles everywhere. Many of those Tian had brought from Jianglin City were also joining the fray, creating a scene of chaos. Tian and Mu Lingxi refrained from intervening with the lower-level monsters, leaving them to the others. After preparing everything, Tian set off directly for Blue City. Whoosh! Tian soared through the sky at incredible speed, holding the map Mu Lingxi had given him. It shouldn't be too far now. Hey, friend. Are you also heading to Blue City? A voice called out as Tian continued to fly forward. He turned to see a group piloting flying machines racing towards him. Is there a problem? Tian maintained a facade of calm, merely gliding through the air. Young master, look at that person. He seems to be flying with wings on his back. One of the men exclaimed to the leading youth. Of course, I'm not blind. The young man retorted. This youth was Li Rong from Wan City, who had heard of peculiar happenings in Blue City and had brought his subordinates to investigate. No. I just wanted to ask if those wings are for sale? Li Rong smiled, intrigued. Those wings are impressive. This person, though seemingly weak, could fly. If I could acquire them, I wouldn't need a flying machine anymore. Not for sale. Tian replied, his expression unchanging. Won't you even consider my offer? Li Rong frowned slightly, maintaining a dismissive tone. Oh, and what price can you offer? Tian replied with amusement, enjoying the encounter with such a simpleton. Your life. Li Rong declared, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Kid, don't resist. Do you know who our young master is? Hand over the wings and leave. We might spare your life. Exactly. Our young master is a 5th-tier ice element evolver. Wanting your possessions is a privilege for you. Seeing his underlings so eager to please. Li Rong felt a surge of satisfaction. He was well known in Wan City, after all. Fool. Tian shot back. What did you say? Li Rong erupted with fury. He had never endured such humiliation. Then prepare to die. Li Rong bellowed, as the flying machine prepared to launch an attack. Thunder in the void. Tian activated his skill. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning filled the sky. Young master, we VE hit a wall. Li Rong's subordinate shouted. Li Rong felt engulfed by overwhelming thunder. His spiritual energy faltered momentarily, leaving him suspended in a daze. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Spare my life. Li Rong cried in terror. In mere moments, all his subordinates were struck down by the lightning. As a 5th-tier evolver, he managed to endure a bit longer but still felt his life hanging by a thread. Tian scoffed, apologies are of no consequence. It's better to comply with death. Boom, boom, boom. Just moments later, Li Rong's flying machine was brought down by the lightning. Li Rong met his demise as well. Devouring successful, obtained S-level ability. Ice, acquired new skill. Frost Crystal, releases ice spiritual energy, inflicting massive damage. Excellent. Yet another ability and skill gained. Tian opened his personal panel, reflecting inwardly. Level, Tier 6 Bloodline User, 70010000. Law, Time Law, 0. 01. Bloodline, Gluttonous Bloodline, 5. Blood Demon Bloodline, 10. Azure Dragon Bloodline, 15. Bloodline Skills, Devouring Spirit, Chaos Domain, Blood Demon Clone, Bloodthirst Domain, Azure Dragon Domain, Azure Dragon Transformation, Abilities, Endless Devouring SSS. Lightning SS, Teleportation, S, Godly Movement, S, Fire, S, Gravitational Control, S, Divine Metal Power, S, Ice, S, Shadow A, Diamond, A, Dynamic Vision, A, Spiritual Recovery, A, Tear, B, Skills, Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill, Golden Shield, Flame Impact, Void Thunder. Fire Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Burst, Thunder Spirit Armor, Golden Sword Soar. Frost Crystal, Strength, 28,542, 2,000. Agility, 24,491, 400. Vitality, 27,438, 400. Mentality, 24,485, 400. Equipment, Explosive Bear Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Epic. Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Eagle Flash Boots, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold, Whoosh. Tian immediately utilized his new skill, and an endless chill radiated like ice crystals, causing the temperature in the sky to plummet. After testing it, Tian proceeded towards Blue City. After a while, Tian arrived at his destination. Is this Blue City? He gazed at a distant blue vortex. The square was bustling with activity. Tianyuan Square. A massive stone monument stood at the edge of the square. The area was filled with people, predominantly powerful evolvers, some even with peculiar auras reminiscent of the old iron. It appears that an immense number of individuals have gathered here. Tian thought. This place seems untouched by monster incursions, presenting a scene of tranquility. Brother, have you come to Blue City for refuge as well? A voice emerged from behind Tian as he observed the square. Turning around, he saw a man dressed in blue smiling at him. To which Tian simply nodded in response. Brother, I perceive that your strength is rather lacking. How about joining our Qingyuan gang? Our leader is a 5th-tier advanced evolutionist. And we are currently recruiting. For just 100 spirit crystals, you can become a member and enjoy the protection of our gang. The man continued. Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning of the Qingyuan gang. What an absurd notion. He had never even heard of it. Why would he need to join a gang? What is the current situation in Blue City? Enlighten me, and if your information is satisfactory, I shall offer you 100 spirit crystals. Tian responded, deliberately steering the conversation away from the Qingyuan gang. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed flickered in the man's eyes. He realized this was a lucrative opportunity, as merely providing information could yield him 100 spirit crystals. Tian observed the man with amusement, unbothered by his avarice. As long as he could obtain the information he sought, a few spirit crystals were a trivial matter. Ever since that blue vortex appeared at our Tianyuan square, countless evolutionists have flocked here. The man replied, his expression turning somewhat grave. Chapter 170, The Fiery Gift Pack, SS-level flames in various regions of Huagua. A rampant invasion of ferocious beasts has unfolded, yet here, an absence of monsters prevails. Many speculate that this phenomenon is attributed to the mysterious blue vortex. A multitude of individuals now seeks refuge in this haven. Although there are numerous evolved beings present, the safety it offers is undeniable. This locale is a nexus for formidable factions, including the Blue Flame Gang, the Thousand Mountains Sect, the Jianglin Society, the Tian Association, and the Shashan Society, each renowned for their might, reportedly bolstered by the presence of 6th-tier evolved beings. In addition, several lesser factions, though not as powerful, have established their own strongholds here. Notably, the Blue Flame Gang boasts 5 S-level flame manipulators, marking them as a unique entity. While our Qingyuan gang may not be particularly strong, any evolved being is, the blue-clad man rambled on. 5 flame manipulators? Tian's heart stirred. Was this not the legendary fiery gift pack? Please enlighten me about the Blue Flame Gang. Tian's eyes shimmered with eagerness. Brother, the Blue Flame Gang only accepts those of 4th tier and above, the blue-clad man continued. I merely wish to gain some insight. Tian persisted, undeterred. The blue-clad man proceeded to relay the details concerning the Blue Flame Gang. They are the paramount force in Blue City, with several hundred evolved beings. After providing the man with 100 spirit crystals, Tian departed, resolute in his pursuit of the Blue Flame Gang. He learned that apart from the gang leader and the second-in-command, who are 6th tier, the rest are 5th tier. Their reputation for ruthlessness is well known, having committed numerous atrocities against innocent civilians and abducted women. Without hesitation, Tian activated his swift movement ability and surged towards the Blue Flame Gang's headquarters. Soon, he arrived at his destination. Boom, boom, boom. Tian wasted no time. He unleashed a bolt of thunderous power. The ground trembled violently in response to his attack. Who dares to wreak havoc upon our Blue Flame Gang? Individuals swiftly emerged from the stronghold, alarmed. I have heard that your gang bullies the weak and oppresses the helpless. I have come to enact justice on their behalf. Do you have any objections? Tian addressed the gathered evolved beings. Ha ha, how amusing. You alone seek to enact justice? Scoffed a member of the Blue Flame Gang. Indeed. Are you so desperate for fame that you would resort to such antics? Another chimed in. Brothers, let us show him our might. Unfazed. Tian noted the bewildered expressions on their faces. Frost of ice crystals. He invoked his ice ability, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy. In an instant, the members of the Blue Flame Gang were encased in ice, the atmosphere growing chillingly still. Snap! With a mere snap of his fingers, the ice shattered, and the unfortunate souls within met their demise almost instantaneously. Tian felt a wave of ennui. These opponents were far too feeble for his prowess. As the Blue Flame Gang sensed an ominous shift, a sudden blaze surged toward Tian. Whoosh! Tian deftly activated his teleportation skill, evading the attack. Who are you? And why have you come to kill our members? Inquired a burly man adorned with a thick beard. Are you the leader of the Blue Flame Gang? Tian disregarded the question, posing one of his own. The burly man's eyes narrowed, igniting with flames. I am the second-in-command. What is your purpose here? I already mentioned it. I have come to deliver justice for your gang's transgressions against the innocent. Do you truly fail to comprehend human language? Tian replied nonchalantly. Humph. The Blue Flame Gang operates without your meddling. Do not presume your meager abilities grant you the right to dictate our actions. I have already alerted the remaining leaders. The burly man's demeanor shifted to one of cold menace. Tian's eyes glimmered with intrigue. How convenient it was that he would not need to seek them out individually. Then let your comrades hurry. I am pressed for time, he declared. You will soon find yourself reduced to nothing. The burly man retorted. Why have you summoned us back? We were enjoying ourselves. Several men, clad in various garb, complained impatiently. Indeed, you have no idea how delightful that girl is, they continued, oblivious to Tian's presence. Suddenly, an overwhelming force descended upon the 5 leaders, paralyzing them. What is happening? I cannot move. The burly man exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Who dares to do this? Hey, I'm right here. If you have any final words. Now is the time to speak, as time is of the essence. Tian yawned, addressing them with casual indifference. Under Tian's gravitational restraint, the group found themselves utterly powerless. What is happening? The third-in-command stammered, terror etched across his face. With a swift motion, Tian unleashed a thunderous strike on the third-in-command, whose agonized scream echoed as his body exploded into fragments. Devour successful, S-level flame ability elevated to S. Was that your final proclamation? Tian inquired, absorbing the information flooding his mind. Gasp. The remaining members stared at Tian, terror-stricken, pondering his identity. Oh, have you nothing more to say? Then you shall all perish, Tian declared, observing their silence. Thunderfire strike. The combined forces of thunder and flame coalesced into a singular, radiant sphere. Despair enveloped the onlookers. They could not fathom the origin of this calamity. No. With a deafening explosion, the Blue Flame Gang's stronghold was reduced to ruins. Devour successful. S-level flame ability elevated to S. Devour successful. S-level flame ability elevated to S. Devour successful. S-level flame ability elevated to S. Devour successful. S-level flame ability elevated to SS. Devour successful. Agility 1000. Devour successful. Mentality 1000. Devour successful. Constitution 1000. At last, I have attained SS level. Tian mused, surprised by the presence of 3 6th-tier beings. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. A new skill acquired, Ninefold Flame, unleashing 9 fiery blasts that inflict immense damage. A new skill, splendid. Tian opened his personal panel, silently reflecting on his newfound power. Level, 6th Order Bloodline Holder, 10,001,000,000. Law of Time, 0. 01. Bloodlines, Gluttonous Bloodline, 5. Blood Demon Bloodline, 10. Azure Dragon Bloodline, 15. Bloodline Skills, Spirit of Devouring, Chaotic Domain, Blood Demon Clone, Bloodthirsty Domain, Azure Dragon Domain. Azure Dragon Transformation, Powers, Endless Devouring, SSS-level, Lightning, SS-level, Teleportation, S-level, Divine Movement, S-level, Flame, SS-level, Gravitational Control, S-level, Divine Gold Power, S-level. Ice, S-level, Shadow, a level, Diamond, a level, Dynamic Vision, a level, Spiritual Recovery, a level, Tear, B, Skills, Super Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill. Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunderfire Kill, Golden Shield, Fiery Impact, Void Lightning, Flame Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Explosion, Thunder Spirit Armor. Golden Sword Soar, Ice Crystal Frost, Ninefold Fiery Blaze, Strength, 28,542, 2,000. Agility, 25,491, 400. Constitution, 28,438, 400. Spirit, 25,485, 400. Equipment, Explosive Bear Battle Armor, Dark Gold. Blood Demon Blade, Epic. Spatial Ring, Wings of Flight, Epic. Eagle Flash Boots, Dark Gold. Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Next. It is time for the Qianshan sect and Jianglin Society. May they provide some unexpected surprises. This Blue Flame Gang, with such meager strength, dares to claim uniqueness. A notion that leaves Tian utterly perplexed. They were effortlessly annihilated. Chapter 171. The Interdimensional Passage, the Resurrection Society? Tian returned to the man who had previously provided him with valuable information. Where are the Jianglin Society and the Qianshan sect? He inquired directly. The man in blue eyed Tian with a strange expression. Was this fellow considering joining the Blue Flame Gang and testing the waters with these 2 factions? He seemed a bit reckless. 200 spirit crystals, Tian declared without hesitation. The man's eyes lit up at the mention of such wealth. To merely inquire about a location and receive such a sum was astonishing. He promptly divulged the whereabouts of the Tian sect. Without wasting a moment, Tian set off towards it, intrigued by the man's demeanor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tian darted through the streets with remarkable speed. Ninth layer of blazing flames. Tian unleashed his latest skill, launching a fierce fiery assault on the Tian sect's base. The area was instantly engulfed in an intense heat, accompanied by anguished screams. Boom. Suddenly, a violent blade of light hurtled towards him. Swish. Tian activated his extraordinary abilities to evade. Yet, the blade followed him relentlessly. Bang. With a powerful swing of his fist, fueled by the force of flames, he shattered the blade. A scarred man emerged, accompanied by a strikingly handsome figure whose eyes were filled with a palpable bloodlust. Was he this Lin Chen of the Jianglin Society? How fortuitous. He could deal with both of them at once. Ah, both of you are here. I presume you recognize me, so introductions are unnecessary, Tian remarked, eyeing the two men before him. It turned out they were the leaders of the Tian sect and Jianglin Society. Tian, have you come seeking death? Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Tian. I've come to collect your lives. I trust there are no objections? Tian responded directly, confident in his newfound strength, feeling no need for subterfuge. Are you truly so naive as to seek our demise? Lin Chen retorted. Although he was unaware of Tian's true capabilities, he had gathered enough information to ascertain that Tian was merely an ordinary lightning ability enhancer. I have no desire for idle chatter. Do you have any last words? No? Then let us expedite your journey to the afterlife, Tian declared. Boom, boom, boom. A sudden, overwhelming pressure surged forth. Both Lin Chen and the leader of the Tian sect felt a chill run down their spines. Are you certain you wish to oppose us, the Black Blood Society? We have successfully established communication with the other world. You should consider the consequences. The Tian sect leader warned coldly. The Black Blood Society? Are you all members of it? Tian was taken aback, perplexed by their intentions. Best for you to release us. While most of our members have ventured into the other world, they will return one day. Lin Chen continued. Tell me about the other world. Tian pressed, his curiosity piqued. You shall not. The Tian sect leader retorted coldly. Oh, such defiance. Tian's eyes narrowed. Thunderfire execution. A terrifying orb of thunder and flame manifested, targeting the Tian sect leader. Tian shielded Lin Chen as a tremendous explosion erupted, obliterating the Tian sect leader into mere fragments. Devour successful, physique 1000. Devour successful, acquired S-class ability, ultimate penetration. Your attacks can pierce through all obstacles. So it was a penetrating ability, Tian mused, realizing why the attack was inescapable. It seemed his movement had also constituted an obstacle. What a pity, he perished before reaching his potential. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming dread. Such a being had just been vanquished. He was well aware of the Tian sect leader's strength, a mere 6th-tier enhancer, yet he was protected by the relic of a dignitary. Tian's power must have been enhanced beyond measure. Now, shall we discuss the other world? Tian inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen. Lin Chen swallowed hard, nodding like a chick pecking for rice. The passage to the other world lies within the vortex of Blue City, he revealed. Isn't that a secret realm? Tian asked, puzzled. That notion is merely a ruse to mislead you. It is, in fact, a conduit to the other world. Lin Chen clarified. And what of the other members of your Black Blood Society? Have they all ventured into the other world? Tian pressed further, with a complex expression. Lin Chen replied, they have all departed, and since then, we have received no word from them. Furthermore, the Long family in the capital is also attempting to open a passage to the other world, believing themselves to be discreet, yet we have long since uncovered their plans. Tian's eyes narrowed. No wonder the Long family had been silent. It was due to this endeavor. Aside from your Black Blood Society, are there other clandestine organizations? Tian continued to inquire. Indeed, there was a figure clad in black. Tian proceeded to describe the mysterious individual he had encountered in Deep City. That person is also from our Black Blood Society. Lin Chen continued. Tian's gaze sharpened. The Black Blood Society was indeed formidable, infiltrating all corners. There exists an organization known as the Resurrection Society, equally enigmatic, said to wield bizarre powers capable of bewitching minds and altering memories. Lin Chen divulged, spilling all he knew. Resurrection Society. Tian's heart sank at the thought of mind manipulation and memory alteration. Do you know their whereabouts? Tian queried, relieved to finally encounter someone well-versed in these matters. I do not know. Their movements are shrouded in mystery, and they are rumored to be dispersed everywhere, lurking in the shadows, capable of controlling hearts. No one knows their exact location. It is even possible that those around you may be their agents. Tian cautioned. With thoughts of mind control and memory alteration clouding his mind, Tian felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Whoosh. Tian summoned his flames, the terrifying SS-class Inferno incinerating Lynch into ashes. Devour successful, Spirit 3000. Devour successful, Blood Demon bloodline increased to 20. Blood Demon power significantly enhanced. Bloodthirst domain greatly strengthened. Blood Demon clone enhanced, allowing the creation of up to 200 clones, each possessing 20 of the original strength. This man was also a 6th-tier bloodline user, a blood demon. Tian opened his personal panel, his heart filled with determination. Level: 6th-tier bloodline holder 13000, 100000. Law of time, 0. 01. Bloodlines: Gluttonous bloodline, 5. Blood demon bloodline, 20. Azure dragon bloodline, 15. Bloodline skills: Spirit of Devour. Chaos domain, Blood demon clone, Bloodthirsty domain, Azure dragon domain, transformation of the Azure dragon powers, Endless Devour, SSS grade, Lightning SS grade, Teleportation, S grade, Divine movement, S grade. Flame, SS grade, Gravitational control, S grade, Divine metal power, S grade, Ice, S grade, Shadow, a grade, Diamond, a grade, Dynamic vision, a grade, Spiritual recovery, a grade. Tear, B skills, Super Thunder Dragon Strike, Thunder God Transformation, Thunder Kill, Detection Technique, Mental Shock, 3 Live Shadow, Lightning Prison, Diamond Defense, Thunder Fire Kill, Golden Shield, Blazing Impact. Void Lightning, Flame Nova, Thunder Roar, Blood Explosion, Thunder Spirit Armor, Golden Sword Soar, Ice Crystal Frost. Ninefold Blazing Flame, Strength, 28,542, 2,000. Agility, 25,491, 400. Constitution, 28,438, 400. Spirit, 28,485, 400. Equipment: Explosive Bear Battle Armor, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Blade, Epic, Spatial Ring. Wings of Flight, Epic, Falcon Flash Boots, Dark Gold, Blood Demon Necklace, Dark Gold. Tian reigned in his aura, his mind consumed by thoughts of the Resurrection Society. The Resurrection Society, it cannot be true. How could such a thing exist? This must be a jest, absolutely impossible, he murmured to himself. Even though his current power stood at an almost invincible realm, Tian still felt an overwhelming chill. Ocean, are you truly part of the Resurrection Society? Chapter 172. The conclusion. As Tian awakened to 20 of the blood demon lineage, a series of previously unexperienced memories began to surface within his mind. In his past life, Lin Haiyang had not awakened any extraordinary abilities. He was merely an ordinary person. On the day of the blood rain, he met his demise right before Tian's eyes. A chilling sensation enveloped Tian's heart. Subsequently, Tian made his way to Tianyuan Square, where he harnessed his devouring power to firmly seal the passage before returning to Deep City, burdened with many questions. He yearned to uncover the truth behind it all. In Deep City, within the Demon Sound Research Institute, Lin Haiyang held a black crystal, his expression one of bewilderment as he murmured, "Is it finally coming to an end?" The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, and gunfire rained down upon Deep City. "Haiyang, tell me, who exactly are you?" Tian's figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Haiyang. "Tian, do you already know?" Lin Haiyang did not respond directly but instead posed a question. Tian sighed softly in the end. "Tian, I have truly enjoyed our time together. I am indeed a member of the Resurrection Society." Lin Haiyang continued, his body glowing with crimson spiritual energy, rendering his visage strange and unrecognizable. Tian's complexion turned pale. "Why? Our existence within the Resurrection Society is to seek the rebooters. We have infiltrated the ranks of powerful evolutionaries in this era, and it appears you are the rebooter." Lin Haiyang's expression was complex as he spoke. Tian's heart was filled with astonishment. "Rebooter? Are you referring to me? I am the one who has been reborn. If it weren't for you, we would all have been slain by Long Feiyu," Lin Haiyang added. As his words fell, Tian's heart was engulfed by a storm of emotions. Though the power of the time law is formidable, your meager comprehension is insufficient to reverse time or glimpse into the future. Lin Haiyang's eyes were fixed intently on Tian. "Now that you have found me, what do you intend to do next?" Tian inhaled deeply, gazing at his former comrade. Lin Haiyang's gaze dimmed before solidifying with resolve, his eyes ablaze as he looked at Tian. "Our world was invaded by the celestial demons a century ago, and our battle with them has persisted for 100 years. We can no longer afford to lose. We need your assistance, rebooter. You seek help?" Tian's eyes grew peculiar as he spoke. Lin Haiyang retracted his crimson spiritual energy, returning to his normal appearance. We are left with no choice. We have reached a dead end. Lin Haiyang lamented. Allow me to settle matters in this world first. I too wish to witness the marvels of the other realm. Tian smiled gently. Lin Haiyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, unprepared for Tian's immediate agreement, which warmed his heart. In this world, you need not worry. Apart from a few ancient entities, your strength is unrivaled. And those ancient beings are suppressed by the laws of the universe, unable to intervene. Lin Haiyang continued with enthusiasm. The fierce mountain should be dispatched by the Fire Ape King, who is also a titan from ancient times, having slumbered into this era. Lin Haiyang elaborated. What of the bat swarm in Deep City? Do you know what that is about? Tian inquired. That is our adversary, the Resurrection Society's enemy. Hailing from the celestial demons. They too seek the rebooter, but their intent is to annihilate the rebooter completely. Lin Haiyang explained. Tian nodded. Realizing that in his past life, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, it was indeed aimed at him. He then proceeded to ask Lin Haiyang numerous questions, to which Lin Haiyang provided thorough answers. Half a year later, Tian and Mu Lingxi had essentially quelled all regions, restoring peace across the Blue Star. Lin Haiyang had also supplied a unique formation capable of repelling external monster invasions. The names Tian and Mu Lingxi resonated throughout the entirety of Blue Star. Tian was hailed as the Emperor Tian, while Mu Lingxi was revered as the Flame Empress. No one knew the true extent of Emperor Tian's power. They only understood that all monsters before him were as fragile as paper, easily obliterated with a mere wave of his hand. Have I finally broken through to the 9th tier, achieving divine evolution? Tian murmured softly. Emperor Tian, divine tier is merely the beginning. Our world, after a century of warfare, has birthed many who surpass the divine tier. Lin Haiyang remarked. Tian smiled faintly. In this world, his strength was already unparalleled. The new world, the invasion of the celestial demons. I look forward to it, he said. Lingxi, let us depart. Tian gazed gently at the stunning woman beside him, adorned in a flame-patterned gown. Lady Ling, Tian, prepare yourselves. We are about to set forth. Lin Haiyang exhaled deeply, retrieving a unique formation. Do you intend to leave me behind? Just as they were about to step into the formation, a crisp voice rang out from behind them. Mu Lingxi frowned. This little girl has followed us again. Lan Ling, cheeks flushed and sporting bunny teeth, dashed toward Tian and the others. The world is dangerous now. We shall wait until it is safe. Tian coughed lightly, feigning ignorance of Mu Lingxi's expression. Brother Tian, if you refuse to let us go, I will reveal the events of last night concerning you, me, and little bunny to Sister Lingxi. Before Tian could finish, he received a telepathic message from Lan Ling. Having broken through to the 9th tier, Lan Ling could now communicate directly with others' minds. Tian's expression froze. No, that's not an option. Then let us go. An additional ally means greater strength. Tian conceded. Lin Haiyang stifled a laugh, finding Lan Ling's audacity quite impressive. Why are you laughing? Hurry and activate the formation. Mu Lingxi huffed coldly at Lin Haiyang. Lin Haiyang? I knew it, he thought, filled with helplessness. As long as they were present, he would surely be the one to suffer. Exactly. What's so amusing? Activate the formation. Tian echoed with a serious expression. Lin Haiyang? Boom. Lin Haiyang activated the formation, and a swirling black vortex appeared. The group took one last look at their familiar world before stepping into the whirlpool.